This is a story that begins in a coal mine. In his previous life, he died alone, suffering from a terminal illness. Unexpectedly, he is reborn into the year 1985, returning once more to the Yanxi Coal Mine, the place that haunted his dreams. Faced with the love of his past, he vows to mend the regrets he once carried. Confronting the surging tides of a changing era, he resolves to live a life truly extraordinary. Yet, an unremarkable little slip of paper leads him down another path, mysterious, unpredictable, and full of intrigue. Chapter 1. Parallel World. Parallel World. Leng Shaofeng, you're so annoying. A clear, delicate female voice rang out, soft, mournful, on the verge of tears. Hearing it, Leng Shaofeng's heart trembled involuntarily. This was Jing. He knew that voice too well. It had haunted his dreams 1,000 times, 100 times over. Every time, it tore his insides apart. Startled, he jolted awake, sitting upright, his eyes darting around in confusion as he took in his surroundings. This wasn't the high-end VIP hospital room where Head lain alone, waiting to die. This was absolutely not it. It was a small room, no more than 20-odd square meters. The white walls were chipped and peeling in places. Worse, the upper half of the walls, and especially the ceiling, were stained pitch black from years of smoke. In the center hung an old, pale green ceiling fan, its oily blades turning slowly. Inside stood 4 wooden beds. 2 were draped with mosquito nets, the other 2 were piled high, with various odds and ends. Against the wall sat a dark red table about a meter long, its lacquer surface severely cracked and flaking. Above the table was a large mirror, beside which hung an ancient calendar. Year of the Earth Ox, July 16th. Seeing the date, Leng Shaofeng froze in shock. This couldn't be a dream. Dreams weren't this real, this vivid. He had returned back to when he was 20, back to that year filled with endless regret. Back to Yanxi Coal Mine, the place where his youth had once soared. It was the most unforgettable place of his life, haunting his dreams, tugging at his heart. This seemed almost unbelievable. But for someone with such a wealth of life experience, this wasn't a big deal. What storm hadn't he weathered? Heaven had opened its eyes. Leng Shaofeng was back. Leng Shaofeng, you bastard. Seeing him ignore her, Jing kicked him hard. Her bare foot was flawless, like white jade, slender and dainty. She tried to pull it back, but a large hand clamped down firmly, holding her fast. You pervert, let go. She pouted, glaring fiercely. Yet her eyes, soft as water, sparkled with hidden affection. Her anger held no real threat. Instead, it only made her seem even more endearing. There was a certain charm to something undeniably alluring. Her little foot wriggled stubbornly, struggling in vain against the unyielding grip. After a futile effort, she gave up. Leng Shaofeng looked up. Before him stood a girl of breathtaking beauty, the very image of the purest moonlight in youthful memory. Everything was radiant, serene, like a perfect landscape painting. Beautiful things always stir the heart. Yet though the scenery before him was dazzling, Leng Shaofeng felt no lust, only tenderness and remorse. In his past life, he had hurt this girl deeply, but in this life, he would never harm her again. This time, there would only be love, never pain. Seeing Leng Shaofeng motionless, and noticing the guilt and sorrow in his eyes, Jing's heart suddenly ached. She couldn't understand that complex gaze. Leng Shaofeng himself didn't know how to face her yet. His mind was still foggy, and Jing had never experienced anything like this. The boy before her was different from the mischievous guy in her memories. How exactly was he different? She couldn't quite say. The room fell into silence, broken only by the creaking of the old ceiling fan as it turned. At that moment, the afternoon sun cast a quiet, beautiful spell, serene, enchanting, and strangely tender. Unnoticed, the air had grown thick with a strange, delicate atmosphere. In his previous life, after being rejected when proposing marriage, his pride shattered under 1,000,000 points of damage, he had sunk into despair for a long time. To take revenge on the Su family, to reclaim the pitiful self-respect they had trampled upon, he decided to give Su Changhe, the deputy mine manager of Yanxi Coal Mine, a grand gift. He would give Su Changhe a plump, healthy grandson. You said I'm not good enough for your daughter? Fine. Then I'll make sure the rice is cooked. See what you can do then. If today am unworthy, tomorrow it'll be beyond your reach. It'll wait. It'll wait for that day, wait for you to beg me on your knees to marry your daughter. He had predicted the beginning, but not the ending. Sigh. Past events were like wind, unbearable to recall, impossible to put into words. Today, finally, his chance had come. Jing had returned home for summer vacation from university. After reuniting with her junior high classmates, and once the others had left, he had pulled her into his communal dormitory. Then, Though the process had been a bit complicated, he had achieved his goal. He had successfully taken Su Jing's first flower. In his past life, he had won Su Jing, but he hadn't cherished her at all. Had perfected the art of using and discarding. He showed no care for her wounded body and soul, leaving deep psychological scars from her first time. But this time he was different. Leng Shaofeng reached out trembling hands, as if wanting to hold hers. But he hesitated, then pulled back. He hadn't touched a woman in such a long time specifically, not in his entire life. In his past life, deeply scarred by love, had passed through 1,000 flowers, yet not a single petal stuck to him. This coldness was Su Jing's legacy. Now, facing this girl who was like pure moonlight once more, he found himself hesitant and awkward. Women were too unfamiliar to him. He needed a little time to adjust. Just then, the afternoon sunlight pierced through the plain curtains, making the room warm. The fan stirred a light breeze, gently lifting the swaying curtains. The girl's black hair fluttered softly in the wind, her blushing face tinged with shyness. She was too beautiful, too intoxicating. Finally, Leng Shaofeng seemed to have 1,000 things to say. 1,000 words condensed into one sentence. "Xiao Jing, I'm sorry." He cupped Su Jing's exquisite face and spoke the one thing he'd wanted to say across both lifetimes. It was late. What had already happened, but he had to say it. "Huh, Shaofeng, what's wrong with you?" Su Jing asked in surprise. "I don't blame you. Why are you apologizing?" She replied, her face flushed. "Thank you. In this life, it'll never let you get hurt again," Leng Shaofeng said sincerely. "Silly, what are you talking about? Just saying that is enough for me." Su Jing scolded gently. As she spoke, she leaned softly against him. The two gently nestled together. The embrace was so warm, radiating a comforting power. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. No need for speech, yet their hearts understood each other perfectly. Not a word exchanged, yet it meant more than 1,000 sentences. They didn't know how long they embraced until the sun began to set. A crimson sunset sank behind the western hills, breathtakingly magnificent. It was the most beautiful moment of the day and the most beautiful time of their lives. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng felt parched. He was dehydrated, so he rolled off the bed, barefoot, and walked straight to the long table. On it sat a chipped teapot, its lid also badly cracked. Leng Shaofeng grabbed the pot, tilted his head back, and gulped down the cold water in huge swallows. Glug, glug, glug. He drained more than half the pot in one breath. Only then did he let out a long sigh. Then, he turned his gaze to the mirror. Inside it stood his younger self. Chapter 2. How could you do this? His younger self, undoubtedly a handsome young man. Tall, striking, dignified, with sharp, sword-like eyebrows exuding the sharp edge unique to youth. His slightly tanned skin, tall frame 183 cm, the stature of a true Dongshan giant. Broad chest, well-developed pectorals, strong arms, biceps prominently bulging. Every inch of his body taut with defined muscle, and six-pack abs clearly visible. Glistening droplets of sweat traced paths down his bronze skin, radiating raw masculinity. His lines were smooth, visually stunning. The epitome of broad back, narrow waist, powerful legs. This body was so strong, brimming with explosive power. Youth was wonderful. Staring at his reflection, Leng Shaofeng's emotions churned. Past lives, present life, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The past was gone. What was done could not be undone. This time, may there be sweet memories to look back on, a life lived without wasting youth or betraying the one I love. Leng Shaofeng turned away from the mirror, picked up the teapot, and poured a glass of water. Holding the cup, he walked directly to the bed. His sudden turn caught Su Jing off guard. She quickly closed the gaps between her fingers and pulled her head back. Her face burned crimson as she silently prayed. So embarrassing. Had he seen me? Please, please don't let him have seen me. Seeing the shy Su Jing, Leng Shaofeng found it hard not to smile. This girl was actually spying on me. But I wonder what part was she looking at? That was a question. Here, drink some water. Leng Shaofeng sat down beside her, his voice exceptionally gentle. But Su Jing didn't respond at all. She kept her hands over her face, as if too ashamed to show herself. Wife, wake up, drink some water. Leng Shaofeng resorted to his ultimate move. Strangely, his voice carried a faint, subtle tremor. That word wife had been delayed an entire lifetime. It was a lifelong regret. Who's your wife? Leng Shaofeng, you're shameless. Su Jing exploded like a startled cat, forgetting all about covering her face. She was an excellent girl, proud and dignified. This was her natural coquettishness. Of course it's you. We've already gone this far. How can you still deny being my wife? Leng Shaofeng smiled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His voice was full of tenderness, his movements gentle, as he slowly extended the cup toward Su Jing. It's not. For a moment, she seemed about to say something, then stopped. How could you do this? You've already taken me, yet you don't want to take responsibility? Leng Shaofeng suddenly sounded aggrieved, like a young bride mistreated by her mother-in-law. The unexpected words made Su Jing's eyes widen. Her large, bright eyes blinked rapidly. Those words crashed down like thunder, frying her brain and making her question reality. She stared fixedly at Leng Shaofeng, utterly incredulous. She wondered how such a broad-foreheaded, bright-eyed fellow could say something so shameless. The problem washed just at her line. What was she supposed to say now? And seeing Su Jing's stunned expression, Leng Shaofeng felt even better. Letting others eat their own words now, that was satisfying. You Leng Shaofeng, you? Su Jing stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. She was truly speechless, completely flustered. Haha, just kidding you. Don't worry. Wife will definitely take responsibility. Afraid she wouldn't recover, Leng Shaofeng quickly steered the conversation back, returning to normal chat mode. Women of this era couldn't handle too much teasing go too far, and it backfires. Su Jing shot Leng Shaofeng a fierce glare, but said nothing more. He was just a bad guy ever since they were desk mates in middle school. Always making her cry, then always holding her back to laughter. She was too tired to deal with him. The more she responded, the more head pushes luck. Pulling the quilt close, she stretched out her snow-white arm, took the cup, and drank it all in one go. She was even thirstier, had been dying of thirst. Seeing how parched she was, Leng Shaofeng turned again to pour another glass. Su Jing took the cup once more. This time, she drank slowly, sipping in small mouthfuls. Halfway through, she suddenly stopped, her face red, turning her head away. You hurry up and put on some clothes. It's so embarrassing. Su Jing pouted. Haha. Leng Shaofeng laughed heartily and quickly went to find his clothes. Grabbing a towel, he roughly wiped the sweat from his body. Soon he was dressed. A pair of boxers, topped with olive green pants, and a navy-style blue and white t-shirt. The shirt was a bit tight, stretched taut over his broad frame. A crisp click, then he wrapped on a brownish-red military belt. This kind of belt doubled as a weapon in fights extremely practical. Now he was all set. He should have worn an olive green jacket too. But it was too Hoth couldn't be bothered. By this point, Leng Shaofeng had been working for 2 years as squad leader in the mine security department. Back in school, had been a troublemaker, always starting fights, getting into trouble. Unsurprisingly, his grades were poor. He barely graduated from the Mining Bureau's technical school, majoring in coal mining. After graduation, he became an ordinary coal miner. 3 months later, he transferred above ground to the security department. Within a year, had smoothly risen to squad leader. Of course, aside from his own initiative and performance, this promotion was also partly due to his uncle. Not every underground worker could transfer above ground. You needed connections. His uncle, Lang Guangping, was the chief engineer of Yanxi Coal Mine. His position and real authority were equivalent to the deputy mine manager. Some might even call him the mine's second-in-command. At least, he stood on equal footing with Su Changhe. In those days, a chief engineer truly had expertise, not like later eras, when anyone could claim the title. Back then, engineer wasn't a meaningless label, it meant something. That was also a key reason why, in his past life, Leng Shaofeng couldn't accept being rejected in marriage. Why? Wasn't the nephew of the chief engineer good enough for the daughter of a deputy mine manager? Yes, there was a slight gap, but was it really so vast that they could reject him so heartlessly? Was it fair to literally kick them out onto the street? There was no justification for that. Ouch. Just as Leng Shaofeng finished dressing, a soft cry came from behind. He turned around. Su Jing had already put on her white top. She was reaching for her pants when she accidentally tugged on her injury, causing a sharp pain. An involuntary cry escaped her lips. Are you okay? Leng Shaofeng quickly supported her arm, stepping forward to comfort her. But he got a fierce glare in return. Then, her small hand pinched his waist hard. You're such a beast, always bullying me. Let me punish you for bullying me. Let me punish you. Still unsatisfied, she twisted twice more. Wife, mercy. You're killing me with injustice. This isn't my fault at all. Leng Shaofeng hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Chapter 3 Embrace. How could I possibly blame you? Su Jing grumbled, her teeth clenched in irritation. Of course, it's your fault. Your ethereal beauty is like that of a celestial maiden descending to earth. How could a mere mortal like me resist your charm? Leng Shaofeng retorted, his words dripping with honeyed sweetness. Humph. Su Jing lifted her delicate face, pride radiating from her as her lips curved into an enchanting smile. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you this time. Now, what are you staring at? Turn around. I need to get dressed. At her words, Leng Shaofeng promptly faced the wall in contemplation. Yet his feet slowly shuffled toward the mirror. A rustling sound filled the air, occasionally accompanied by Su Jing's sharp intake of breath. After a considerable time, Su Jing finally managed to don her attire. When she glanced up, a handsome yet infuriating face reflected in the mirror, none other than Leng Shaofeng. You rogue, Leng Shaofeng. You are nothing but a shameless scoundrel. I could just as well end you. In this moment, Su Jing was utterly beside herself with rage. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, a pillow flew through the air, followed by a pair of slippers, both striking Leng Shaofeng's back. In retaliation, Su Jing lunged at him, claws poised for attack. Ouch! Just a few steps into her advance, a sting shot through her injury, causing her legs to buckle, and she was on the verge of collapsing. In a flash, Leng Shaofeng dashed forward, arms outstretched, skillfully catching the falling Su Jing. The warmth of her presence enveloped him, and for a brief moment, their gazes locked, as if an electric current surged between them. Silence descended, an almost palpable stillness enveloping the air. Her cherry lips parted, unspoken words invoking a delightful shyness, truly irresistible. Without hesitation, Leng Shaofeng leaned in and kissed her. His powerful arms tightened around her delicate form, as if he sought to meld their beings into one. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. They no longer spoke, instead savoring the warmth radiating from one another, deeply embracing as if they were enveloping the entire world. Su Jing, wait for me. No matter the obstacles I face, I shall pursue you until your father consents. In this lifetime, I will not let you slip away. Amidst their intimate closeness, Leng Shaofeng whispered softly, his emotions pouring forth unabashedly. This declaration had echoed countless times in his dreams from a previous life, and now, he finally had the chance to voice it aloud. Thank you, heavens. Yes, Shaofeng, I will wait for you. I shall marry no one but you. Su Jing's voice was gentle, yet brimming with unwavering resolve. The ceiling fan continued its persistent whir, dispersing the youthful promises woven in the air. At this moment, silence reigned. They ceased their words, embracing one another as they gently twirled, the world spinning in tandem with their shared tranquility. In this instant, their hearts resonated in unison. At this moment, silence spoke louder than words. Suddenly, a heavy knocking reverberated through the dilapidated wooden door, followed by the clatter of keys. Someone outside was fumbling with the lock, preparing to enter. Su Jing's face paled in shock. Thank goodness she was already dressed. Otherwise, it would be utterly mortifying. No worries. Whether he opens the door or not, I have locked it. Do not fear, it must be Han Bin. Cold Shaofeng gently patted Su Jing's shoulder, offering repeated words of comfort. He then seated her by the edge of the bed. Feng Ge, are you inside? Why is the door locked? Open up, Feng Ge. Han Bin's voice rang out as he twisted the doorknob, only to discover it was locked from the inside. What are you shouting for? Calling for a ghost? Cold Shaofeng retorted gruffly, simultaneously unlocking the door. Standing outside was his middle school classmate and current roommate, Han Bin. As the door swung open, it revealed Han Bin's face, covered in a multitude of red and white pimples, resembling a chaotic scene of a car crash, densely packed across his visage. Feng Ge, why is the door still locked? You're not hiding something unspeakable in there, are you? Han Bin grinned lewdly. With a sharp slap, Cold Shaofeng struck Han Bin's shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting? If you can't speak properly, just keep quiet. I'm having a conversation with your sister-in-law, understand? A conversation. Cold Shaofeng stepped aside, allowing Han Bin to see Su Jing sitting on the bed. Ah, Su. Sister-in-law, hello? Han Bin exclaimed, his surprise evident. However, he quickly adjusted his words, adept at changing his tune. This clever lad was always quick on his feet. You're here too. Han Bin, why didn't you attend the class reunion today? Su Jing asked, feeling a little flustered and eager to change the topic. Sister-in-law, you don't know? I'm covering for Feng Ge today. He was supposed to be at work. Han Bin's tone held a hint of playful grievance. You're working, so why are you back? Feeling restless? Be careful, or I'll dock your pay. Cold Shaofeng interjected, eager to dismiss him. Come on, Feng Ge. This isn't a last-minute switch. I didn't take the meal ticket or anything. As he spoke, Han Bin swiftly grabbed his aluminum lunch container from the table and retrieved a meal ticket from beneath his pillow. With a wink at Cold Shaofeng, he dashed away in a flash, his movements smooth and efficient. That lad knows how to keep himself out of trouble, Cold Shaofeng thought, still feeling quite displeased as he closed the door with a click and locked it once more. Shaofeng, it's getting late. It's time for dinner. I must go home. Hearing the sound of the door locking, Jing sensed the tension and attempted to leave, only to be caught in Cold Shaofeng's embrace. With a beautiful woman in his arms, how could he bear to let her go? Cold Shaofeng was reluctant to part, as he felt he had waited far too long in his past life. Please, Shaofeng, I really have to go. My mom is off work by now. Jing struggled. The hour was indeed late, and she had to return. Just let me hold you a little longer, just a moment. Cold Shaofeng insisted, unwilling to release her. The fear of waking from this dream gripped him. He buried his face in the gentle curve of her neck and the softness of her hair, inhaling her unique fragrance. Intoxicating and delightful. Such a marvelous scent, such a tangible sensation. Cold Shaofeng knew at last, this was no dream. Feeling the man's infatuation, Jing's body tingled with excitement, her heart brimming with secret joy and sweetness. She was also reluctant to part ways, wishing that they could remain like this until the end of time, forever and ever. But she thought, let him hold her a little longer. This embrace was intoxicating, leaving one yearning for more. It was unclear how long they had lingered in each other's arms before they finally separated with a sense of reluctance. Come on, I shall escort you home. Leng Shaofeng gently brushed back the disheveled strands of hair that had been tousled by his embrace. Meanwhile, Jing was adjusting her clothing. Leng Shaofeng, you are truly insufferable. It's all your fault that a button from my shirt has come loose. Jing couldn't help but complain. Indeed, the second-to-last button of her white shirt was missing. Through the gap, one could just catch a glimpse of Jing's fair belly and her delicate, rounded navel. Oh, it's all right. It's almost dark. No one will see. I'll buy you a new shirt. No, 2 shirts. No, 10 shirts. Leng Shaofeng hastily admitted his fault. Humph. I'll let you off this time, but don't be so reckless next time. Suddenly recalling something, a faint blush crept onto Jing's cheeks. Don't worry. I'll definitely be careful next time. The words next time carried a certain weight. Chapter 4 Past Grievances. Jing felt something was off about this conversation, but couldn't quite place it. Today, Leng Shaofeng seemed a bit strange and decidedly mischievous. Mischievous to the core, yet irresistibly alluring. The two arrived at the door, but did not rush to open it. Leng Shaofeng pressed his ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds in the corridor. It felt almost like they were thieves. Jing, standing behind him, felt a thrill, her cheeks flushed slightly. She too could hear movement and voices outside. It was mealtime, and many people had gone to the cafeteria. Leng Shaofeng, with his ear against the door, listened carefully while his eyes roamed over the expanse of Jing's fair abdomen. That belly was so flat, so white, and so pleasing to behold. The glimpse of white was tantalizing, captivating the eye. Staring at Jing's smooth belly, Leng Shaofeng suddenly pondered a serious question. Wife, when was the last time your stomach hurt? Though he had taken precautions last time, he had acted out of spite during their first encounter and had not taken any measures. This was quite perilous. My stomach hurts? Why are you asking that, you rogue? I want to tell you. Jing misinterpreted the question and refused to answer. Come now, I'm just worried you might be pregnant. Leng Shaofeng had to express the gravity of the matter. Ah, pregnant? Jing's face turned pale, a bit startled. No, that can't be. My stomach only hurt the day before yesterday, and today I was just treating my classmates to dinner. She too realized the seriousness of the situation. Well, that's good. Today is a safe period, so it's fine. Leng Shaofeng sighed in relief, though internally he was still musing. A safe period, had he known, he would have acted differently. However, the next couple of days were also safe. Could it be? You seem quite knowledgeable, Leng Shaofeng. You'd better be honest with me, or else, humph. Jing pinched a bit of the soft flesh at Leng Shaofeng's waist as a warning. Rest assured, my dear wife, I will cherish you for a lifetime and ensure your happiness forever. Cold Shaofeng hastened to express his loyalty. Jing, while feeling gratified internally, maintained a stoic visage, her gaze fixed intently on Cold Shaofeng without uttering a word. The intensity of her stare made him uneasy, stirring a sense of dread within him. For he felt guilty. What is it, my dear? Cold Shaofeng finally broke the silence. Nothing much, merely a sentiment I wish to convey, Jing replied. Regarding your affair with that young widow, I am disinclined to inquire further. However, you must treat me well, continually and unconditionally. Should you dare betray me, I will end my life before your eyes. Her words were solemn and resolute. Yet, despite their simplicity, they sent Cold Shaofeng's heart racing violently. Indeed, in his past life, after he had seduced Su Jing, he had merely pulled up his trousers and departed without engaging in any heartfelt conversation, showing no regard for her feelings or thoughts. This girl, it seemed, harbored such grave notions. No wonder such tragedies had unfolded. In the past, half a year later, a heavily pregnant Su Jing was expelled from school and returned despondently to the Yanxi Coal Mine, confronted with her own neglect and the relentless pressure from her parents. They inquired about the father of her child, to which she remained silent. They urged her to terminate the pregnancy, but she resolutely refused. Eventually, through secretly perusing her daughter's diary, Su Changhe discovered the truth and confronted Cold Shaofeng. Cold Shaofeng showed no mercy, retorting, "Did you not claim I was unworthy of your Su family's daughter? What say you now? Speak again, if you dare." His words left Su Changhe trembling with rage, and Su Jing felt her heart freeze in despair. Alas, fate did not favor them, and the two men clashed. In the end, Cold Shaofeng never received Su Changhe's plea for mercy, nor did Su Jing await another proposal from him. Instead, she was besieged by a deluge of rumors and malicious slander. Ultimately, on a frigid day, Su Jing, bearing an 8-month-old child, leaped from the Wenshui Bridge into the icy depths below, meeting a tragic demise. When the news of her death reached him, Su Changhe's hair turned white overnight, while Cold Shaofeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could never forget the piercing gaze of hatred from Su Changhe as he cradled Su Jing's lifeless body. Had that gaze possessed the power to kill, Cold Shaofeng would have perished 1,000 times over. From that moment forth, the Su family and the Cold family became irreparably estranged. Cold Shaofeng was engulfed in endless guilt, sealing off his heart, while Su Changhe vowed vengeance. The Cold family paid a heavy price for this enmity. Uncle Cold Guangping was unjustly blamed in a mining accident and dismissed. The mine's director was reassigned, allowing Su Changhe to ascend to power. Cold Guangfu, the father, perished in the incident, and when his body was recovered, it was in a state of decay. Cold Shaoyang, originally the deputy head of the equipment department, was transferred underground to become a frontline miner. However, his physique was ill-suited for such strenuous labor. Eventually, after injuring his leg and becoming lame, he was forced into unemployment. Fortunately, the elder brother's studies in electromechanical engineering were not in vain. He began repairing household appliances at the mine, honing his skills, and eventually re-established his footing at the Yanxi Coal Mine. Meanwhile, after his uncle was dismissed, Leng Shaofeng faced an indefinite suspension from work, followed by exclusion from various quarters, ultimately forcing him to leave home and embark on a journey of arduous toil across distant lands. His life thereafter was fraught with trials and tribulations, as he engaged in hard labor, ventured into dubious dealings, and even took on the role of a bodyguard, among other endeavors. Thankfully, due to his exceptional abilities, he eventually aligned himself with a prominent figure in the underworld. This elder brother treated him well, imparting a wealth of knowledge, particularly the strategies of Sun Tzu's art of war. Having such a mentor proved beneficial. Under his guidance, he enjoyed a life of relative comfort. However, in matters of the heart, he remained utterly vacant, having resolutely sealed his emotions, opting for physical encounters devoid of emotional attachment. Yet, fate is often unpredictable. When his elder brother fell into trouble, Leng Shaofeng, in a display of loyalty, willingly served 3 years in prison to shield him from repercussions. Upon his release, he anticipated greater recognition from his elder brother, envisioning a straightforward ascent to success. To his dismay, his elder brother was arrested, imprisoned, and sentenced to death. However, fortune favored him amidst this misfortune, as he inherited the chaotic aftermath left by his elder brother, including his alluring widow and a beautiful, innocent daughter. Fueled by ambition and determination, he revitalized his endeavors, embarking on a second venture that led to remarkable success, ultimately establishing himself as a formidable figure. Initially, the widow attempted to seduce Leng Shaofeng, but he firmly rebuffed her advances. Undeterred, she returned with her niece in tow, complicating Leng Shaofeng's emotional landscape. Despite the length of his remaining years, he resolved never to pursue love again. Tragically, the widow met with an accident, leaving behind a forlorn girl who later ventured abroad and never returned. As time passed, Leng Shaofeng aged and his health declined, ultimately facing a terminal cancer diagnosis without a single kin by his side, destined to become a wandering soul. The vicissitudes of life, intertwined with the causes and effects of past actions, are truly complex and difficult to articulate. Reflecting upon these myriad thoughts, he returned to the present moment. A resolute attitude was essential. Rest assured, my dear wife, I vow to love and cherish you for all eternity. However, his declaration remained unfinished as a delicate hand covered his mouth. You foolish man, how can you make such a vow? All right, I believe you, Su Jing interjected, her urgency compelling her to interrupt Leng Shaofeng's words. He, as long as you believe me, that's enough. There's no one else here. Let us go. At that moment, the corridor outside had fallen into silence. Leng Shaofeng slung his green satchel over his shoulder, packed his lunchbox, and departed with Su Jing. Chapter 5. Greetings. Descending from the second floor of the dormitory, he spotted a military green motorcycle, his mode of transport. In this day and age, it was quite a rarity for an ordinary family to possess even a bicycle, let alone a motorcycle. Moreover, this motorcycle was not privately owned, it belonged to the mine. The security department possesses a total of 3 motorcycles, 2 of which are equipped with sidecars, colloquially referred to as tricycles. The motorcycle without a sidecar has become the chariot of Leng Shaofeng. Within the entire Yanxi Coal Mine, it stands as a unique sight, exuding an air of distinction. As Leng Shaofeng effortlessly mounts the bike, ignites the engine, and shifts gears, his movements flow like a graceful stream. The characteristic roar of the motorcycle erupts, reverberating with a powerful crescendo. Get on. Hold tight. Leng Shaofeng shouts to Su Jing, his voice rising above the thunderous engine noise. Su Jing cautiously settles onto the bike, gripping the hem of Leng Shaofeng's clothing with nervous hands. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surges forward, leaving a plume of black smoke in its wake. Su Jing's home is the closest residence to the mine entrance, a row of buildings designated for high-ranking officials. The occupants of this building are individuals of notable stature within the mining community. Each workday, Leng Shaofeng passes by this edifice, familiar with its every detail. Departing from the bachelor dormitory, he turns right, proceeds straight, and then takes another right. A mere flick of the throttle leads him to his destination. He halts the motorcycle beside the main road, opting not to escort her to the front door. As soon as the bike stops, Su Jing leaps off, her long legs propelling her swiftly towards home, eager to avoid any acquaintances. Leng Shaofeng watches with a gentle smile, bidding farewell to her fleeting silhouette as she vanishes behind the building's entrance. He then glances up at the window on the left side of the 3rd floor, where a light has already been illuminated, indicating the presence of someone within. Not wishing to linger, Leng Shaofeng twists the throttle once more, steering along the wall directly into the mine. The distinction between the mine and the outside world is merely a wall apart. This towering barrier encloses the mining area, while the family quarters lie beyond. Inside is work, outside is life. Such is the nature of a coal mine. Su Jing scurries up to the 3rd floor, retrieves her keys, and enters, her face masking a facade of calm, yet her heart races with anxiety. Her mother, Lu Lijuan, a woman in her 40s with delicate features and a slightly ample figure, sits on the sofa. A table laden with dishes before her, a clear indication that dinner has long been prepared and awaits her return. Stop right there. Where have you been? Why are you home so late? Lu Lijuan's sharp reprimand halts Su Jing in her tracks. Hesitant, she stands frozen, her small hands anxiously clutching her clothing. I didn't go anywhere, didn't I mention it? I had a class reunion, Su Jing replies, blinking her large eyes, striving for a placid tone. A reunion that lasts this late? Wasn't it just a lunch? Lu Lijuan questions, a hint of skepticism in her voice. After lunch, we started playing cards and lost track of time. As she speaks, Su Jing's gaze shifts, subtly redirecting the conversation. Oh, Mom, you've made so many delicious dishes. And there's my favorite braised pork. You're the best, she exclaims, her face lighting up with delight as if she has stumbled upon a wondrous discovery. As the conversation unfolded, one was tempted to reach for the mouth-watering braised pork on the table. You, my dear, have become increasingly unpredictable. First, go wash your hands. Your father just called. He'll be home shortly. Lu Lijuan gently slapped Su Jing's hand. With a playful grin and a cheeky tongue-out gesture, Su Jing replied, All right, Mom. I'll wash my hands right away. She dashed to the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the faucet, letting the water cascade. Yet, her body felt a tad weak as she leaned against the door frame, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. A sudden thought crossed her mind. and her reflection in the mirror revealed rosy cheeks, endearing in their charm. The cafeteria was situated within the mine, a mere 150 meters away in a straight line. Upon entry, security would typically inspect work permits, but for Leng Shaofeng, his motorcycle served as the best proof of his identity. A casual wave to the station guard sufficed. He did not even halt his ride, revving straight into the mine. Upon arriving at the cafeteria entrance and halting his motorcycle, he was met by an approaching figure. Leng Shaofeng's heart quivered as he recognized the individual. It was none other than Su Changhe. Since last year's proposal rejection, a full year had passed without any exchanges between them. They had become invisible to one another, each a ghost in the other's life. Yet today was different. Leng Shaofeng had transformed. He was no longer the naive youth of a year prior. He had shed his youthful arrogance and competitive spirit, having weathered the storms of life. Now carrying the wisdom of half a century. "Director Su, are you off work?" Leng Shaofeng initiated the conversation, exuding warmth. "Ah, it's Shaofeng." "Yes, I'm just finishing up," Su Changhe replied, momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to catch up. "Would you care to join me for a meal?" "It's on me." Leng Shaofeng gestured towards the cafeteria, invitingly. No, it's all right. Dinner is prepared at home. I wouldn't want to impose," Su Changhe stammered, slightly bewildered by Leng Shaofeng's unexpected friendliness. "I must be on my way now. My family is waiting for me." "All right then, Director Su, see you later." Leng Shaofeng calmly waved goodbye, feeling a sense of lightness as he ascended the cafeteria steps. He soon blended into the crowd within. Su Changhe stood frozen for a moment, lost in thought, before shaking his head and heading homeward. Could it be that the sun had risen from the west today? At the family apartment of the Su family, Su Jing greeted her father cheerfully. "Dad, you're back. Mom has prepared so many delicious dishes." Her spirits were high. Her body felt particularly lively, though a hint of fatigue and discomfort lingered. Good," Su Changhe replied tersely, embodying his usual serious demeanor, a trait cultivated from years in leadership roles. The family gathered around the dining table, sharing laughter and conversation as they enjoyed their meal. After dining, they settled down to watch television, which was broadcasting the news, a precursor to what would later be known as the news broadcast, though it had yet to undergo its rebranding at that time. Beside her, Su Jing had already donned a set of sleepwear, a delightful pink cotton ensemble consisting of a collared t-shirt on top and knee-length shorts below, adorned with an endearing bear motif. Its cheeks slightly puffed out. The television program seemed to induce a yawn from her, lulling her into drowsiness. She was utterly exhausted today, feeling as if her bones were dislocated, akin to being dragged several hundred miles by a bull. However, she restrained herself from displaying any signs of fatigue to avoid alarming her parents. "Guess who I ran into today?" Su Changhe remarked as he lit a cigarette, suddenly broaching a topic, casting a casual glance at his daughter. He felt that Su Jing appeared particularly radiant today, her entire being exuding a certain ethereal charm. "Who is it? Why the mystery? Just say it already." Lu Lijuan, munching on sunflower seeds, shot an exasperated look at her husband. "It's Leng Shaofeng." Upon uttering the name, a hush fell over the room. Instantly, Su Jing perked up, her fatigue forgotten, maintaining a calm demeanor while her ears perked up in interest. Chapter 6. Conversations in the Su family. "What's so bizarre about that? That lad rides around on his motorcycle, flaunting himself. Humph, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Dreaming of marrying my little Jing. He ought to take a good look in the mirror," Lu Lijuan declared, clearly disapproving of Leng Shaofeng. "To be fair, today was rather peculiar. He actually initiated a greeting with me, and it felt quite warm and genuine," Su Changhe replied, still shaking his head in confusion. "Really? That is a bit odd," Lu Lijuan echoed, disbelief etched on her face as she turned to her daughter. "Jing, you're not still in contact with that boy, are you?" "Ah, there's no connection whatsoever. He has been ignoring me. I only saw him at the class reunion today. We didn't converse much, just played cards all afternoon," Su Jing replied, her face betraying no emotion, though her palms began to perspire slightly. "That's good to hear. Let me tell you, that boy is no good. He has been rather unruly of late. Many are aware that he has been courting that widow who sells lamb soup." "Mom, is that true?" "I've heard whispers about it, but didn't think much of it," Su Jing said, her gaze fixated on the television as if the program held her full attention. "Not just that. You have no idea how brazen he is. This lad must have had his eye on that widow for quite some time, often frequenting the lamb soup shop. The son of Mayor Huang, what's his name, Huang Dabiao, has also taken a liking to that widow, casually visiting the soup shop. One day, for reasons unknown, they ended up in a fierce brawl. Lu Lijuan continued, taking a sip of water before resuming her tale. In the middle of winter, Leng Shaofeng took off his upper clothing, bare-chested, and single-handedly fought against Huang Dabiao and a group of over 10 men. What transpired was that despite the efforts of a dozen individuals, they were unable to overpower the young man from the Leng family, who relentlessly pursued Huang Dabiao and his companions until they reached the Wenhe Bridge, nearly catching up to Yanxi town. One cannot help but wonder about the ferocity of this young man. It is no surprise that some have dubbed him Crazy Leng, Lu Lijuan remarked, shaking her head in disbelief. Su Jing nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging this sentiment. Indeed, he possesses a remarkable boldness, bordering on madness. After a prolonged confrontation today, he had drawn blood and mercilessly victimized them. Yet, an unexpected heaviness settled within her, as if her heart were constricted. Ever since then, he had taken to associating with that young widow, a fact witnessed by those who frequented the lamb soup joint, where his motorcycle often lingered throughout the night. Furthermore, that widow was hardly virtuous. With her beguiling demeanor, the miners referred to her as the lamb soup she sure. She is merely a little enchantress. Adept at ensnaring men, not a she sure. In my youth, I was no less captivating than she. Lu Lijuan expressed her disdain at this juncture. Do not speak such nonsense. She is a bereaved spouse. Her husband has passed. She has no children, and she cares for a mute sister. Her household registration is not even in the mining area, making it impossible for her to secure temporary employment, especially since her in-laws have claimed her compensation. Thus, she is left with no choice but to rent a storefront and engage in small business ventures. Surely, as the union president, you ought to be more familiar with her plight than I. Su Changhe interjected, unable to remain silent. Oh dear Su, you seem amiss. Why is it that when I mention the widow, you appear so knowledgeable? Could it be that you have developed an interest in that little vixen? Lu Lijuan, sensing a hidden motive, redirected her focus onto Su Changhe with unrestrained fervor. You are utterly unreasonable. Su Changhe, infuriated, huffed, and stormed off to the bedroom. Dear daughter, did I not speak the truth? Your father has truly lost his composure. Lu Lijuan turned to her daughter, hoping for her support in the verbal skirmish. Mom, I feel a bit tired. I am going to bed. Su Jing dismissed the matter, retreating with small, unhurried steps. Lu Lijuan observed her daughter's peculiar gait, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease, yet she could not quite grasp the reason behind it. Rising from her seat, she switched off the television and made her way toward the bedroom. In the master bedroom of the Su household, Lu Lijuan crossed her arms, maintaining a silent, icy gaze upon Su Changhe, who continued to leaf through his book, feigning ignorance. Old Su, have you forgotten something? What is it? Su Changhe remained engrossed in his reading, not even glancing up. Consider this. How many days has it been since you paid your grain tax? Where has your grain gone? At these words, Su Changhe paused, his complexion shifting between shades of red and white. Stop your nonsense. You will only invite ridicule. Enough of this. I am tired. Let us sleep, he replied. In Su Jing's bedroom, upon returning, she did not succumb to slumber. Instead, she opened an exquisite notebook and began to pen her thoughts in a diary. She wrote with great fervor, occasionally furrowing her brow, pursing her lips in amusement, and at times puffing her cheeks in irritation. As she neared the conclusion, she halted her writing, contemplating her words. Unbeknownst to her, tears had clouded her vision. Uncontrollably, they streamed down her cheeks, dampening a few freshly written characters, rendering them somewhat indistinct. With a soft sigh, Su Jing closed her notebook and placed it into the innermost drawer of her desk. This drawer already housed several diaries of a similar style. What began as an ordinary diary had transformed into a tapestry of vibrant experiences since her transfer to Yanxi Coal Mine in the second year of junior high. The most prominent entries were dedicated to Leng Shaofeng, the boy who had evoked countless tears and laughter within her. After completing her daily entry, she found herself lost in thought. I have given you all that I can offer, yet there are matters beyond my control. Forgive me, Shaofeng. I only wish for a regret-free youth, not seeking eternity, but merely cherishing what once was. May you find a beloved companion and share a lifetime together. As for me, I shall remain afar, sending you my blessings. Su Jing's voice grew increasingly faint, barely audible. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng had finished his meal and exited the cafeteria. To be honest, the food was quite satisfactory, though the variety was limited and the dishes somewhat lacking in richness. Nevertheless, Leng Shaofeng found it quite delectable, a flavor steeped in nostalgia. Alongside him were Han Bin and several other colleagues from the security department. Descending the stairs, he mounted his motorcycle. "Hold on to this for me. I'll take a shower first," he said, casually tossing his food container to Han Bin. With a swift kick, the motorcycle roared to life. "Hey, Feng Gu, will you be back tonight? Should I leave the door open for you?" Han Bin inquired with a teasing smile. Of course," came the reply. But the motorcycle's revving seemed to drown out the conversation. Han Bin stood there, momentarily perplexed. What was he supposed to do? Did he hear correctly? Chapter 7. A shower. Leng Shaofeng rode his motorcycle onward. He had sweated profusely today, particularly in the latter half of the afternoon. Feeling sticky and uncomfortable, he was also aware of an unpleasant odor. Thus, he resolved to take a shower first. The mine provided a complimentary bathhouse for workers, while there were also paid facilities outside, where skilled bath attendants worked their craft. He stopped in front of a 2-story building, unremarkable in its gray facade, square in shape, yet expansive in area. Wisps of steam rose from the nearby drainage system. This was the bathhouse. Without hesitation, Leng Shaofeng ascended to the 2nd floor. The air was thick with the scent of soap, rich and cloying, mingled with other odors. Although the aroma was not particularly pleasant, it evoked a profound sense of nostalgia in him. Guided by the depths of his memory, Leng Shaofeng instinctively found his designated changing locker on the 2nd floor. Technically, this locker should have been returned long ago, but with his uncle being the second in command at the mine, no one dared to reclaim his key. Such lockers were typically issued only to those who worked underground. Due to the inherently filthy nature of underground work, it is imperative to don specialized work attire. Upon returning to the surface, the first order of business is invariably a thorough shower. Every individual emerging from the depths is enveloped in coal dust, rendering their entire being a shade of black, with only their teeth and the scare of their eyes betraying a hint of whiteness. Typically, surface workers are not allocated personal changing lockers unless their specific role is exceedingly dirty. However, these workers enjoy the privilege of complimentary showers with no oversight, and can change clothes on the benches lining the corridor. The changing lockers at Yanxi Coal Mine are divided into 2 tiers, the upper level designated for clean garments and the lower for work clothes and toiletries. Yet, Leng Shaofeng's locker is mostly vacant, containing only a few toiletries, as he no longer descends into the mine and has discarded his soiled work attire. Stripped of his clothes, he slips into slippers, clutching a soap box, shampoo, and a washcloth, sauntering towards the bathing area. The work schedule at Yanxi Coal Mine is structured as follows. The morning shift spans from 6 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. The afternoon shift from 2 in the afternoon to 10 at night, and the night shift from 10 in the evening to 6 the following morning. At this juncture, it is still before 8 o'clock, and the underground workers have yet to finish their shifts, resulting in a relatively spacious bathing area. This moment is the most opportune for a shower. Once the workers conclude their shifts, if dozens of coal-stained individuals were to plunge into the bathhouse, the pristine water would swiftly transform into a murky pool. By the time one finishes bathing, a layer of mixed black grime, oil, and white soap suds floats atop the water, creating a striking visual contrast. Fortunately, the perimeter of the pool is equipped with showerheads for a final rinse. The bathing facilities at Yanxi Coal Mine are quite impressive, comprising 4 large bathing rooms, each containing 4 bathing pools, each pool measuring 5 by 10 meters. At this early hour, only one bathing room is open. Inside, workers clad in boots and shorts are engaged in mopping the floor. Of the 4 pools, only 2 are filled with clean water, while the other 2 are still in the process of being filled. The far left pool, though brimming, remains unoccupied, while the far right exudes steam, unmistakably a hot water pool, with 7 or 8 individuals bathing, including 2 children around 7 or 8 years old, who clearly know each other, playfully splashing as they wash. Had Leng Shaofeng been his former self, he would undoubtedly have opted for a cold shower. On hot days, after breaking a sweat, he would leap into the cold pool, the shock of the icy water invigorating him from head to toe. In the past, an elderly worker had advised him to refrain from jumping into the cold pool after sweating profusely, but Leng Shaofeng had disregarded the warning, confident in his robust constitution and seeking only the thrill of the experience. It was only upon reaching middle age that he became acutely aware of the repercussions, suffering from joint pains that left him in agony. In this lifetime, Leng Shaofeng, having learned from experience, obediently approached the hot water pool. Just as he neared the edge of the pool, one of the playful boys dashed out, leaping into his embrace, calling out, "Uncle." It was then that Leng Shaofeng discovered that it was, in fact, his own nephew, Chen Wenxiang. From a young age, this little nephew had been particularly close to him and held him in high esteem. His elder uncle, Leng Guangping, had a son and a daughter, both of whom lived at the mine. The second son, Leng Aimin, was of average appearance and wore large glasses. However, he married a tall and beautiful wife, and 2 years ago, they welcomed a daughter. The elder sister, Leng Aiqin, was quite attractive, 10 years older than Leng Shaofeng, and married Chen Jingwo, a teacher at the Yanxi Coal Mine's affiliated school. This was their son, Chen Wenxiang. Upon Leng Shaofeng's arrival, he immediately captured the attention of several men bathing nearby, who couldn't help but glance at him before instinctively shrinking away. Such was their sense of inferiority. Leng Shaofeng's gaze soon fell upon his brother-in-law, Chen Jingwo. In an instant, a cold glimmer flickered in Leng Shaofeng's eyes. Chen Jingwo, a graduate of a normal vocational school, had lived with his sister-in-law at Yanxi Coal Mine since their marriage. Now in his 30s, he was a striking gentleman, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. He was an excellent teacher, methodical in his work and quite adept at navigating social situations. However, it later became evident that his character was lacking. His presence at Yanxi Coal Mine was akin to a man marrying into the family, yet the Leng family treated him as one of their own, never regarding him as an outsider. Under his uncle's care, he had risen to the position of vice principal at the affiliated school. However, after the Leng family's troubles arose, his uncle stepped down, and Chen Jingwo callously abandoned his wife and child, opting for a divorce despite his sister-in-law's desperate pleas and his son's heartfelt attempts to retain him. He chose to leave with nothing, moving away from Yanxi Coal Mine without a backward glance. Half a year later, he remarried a divorced woman from the city's education bureau, and together they raised her son. Within a couple of years, he became the principal of the city's #1 high school. Meanwhile, his sister-in-law chose to single-handedly raise Chen Wenxiang and never remarried. Later, when Chen Wenxiang married, Chen Jingwo attended his son's wedding with his new wife. However, when it was time for the parents to deliver their blessings, he insisted on bringing his new wife onto the stage. This request was met with unanimous opposition from the Leng family, particularly from Leng Shaoyang, who, with a crutch in hand, blocked their path to the stage. Regrettably, Leng Shaofeng was away at the time and could not return in time for the wedding. Had he been present, his temper and formidable strength would have swiftly dealt with them. However, Chen Jingwo's later years were far from blissful. The son he had painstakingly raised did not provide for him in his final days. Instead, after his mother's funeral, he emigrated and never returned. It was at that moment that Chen Jingwo experienced a profound realization, shedding tears of remorse. During the last 3 years of his life, he was completely bedridden. Alas, it was too late. In this world, one can procure anything for sale, except for a remedy for regret. Chapter 8. Bathing Shaofeng, you've come. You haven't visited your uncle's house in several days. Just yesterday, my mother was mentioning you, said Chen Jingwo. The mother he referred to was Leng Shaofeng's aunt, Lu Lan, the wife of Leng Guangping. Yes, it has indeed been several days since I last visited. When I find the time, I shall certainly indulge in the delightful fried sauce noodles prepared by Auntie. Leng Shaofeng stepped into the pool, standing upon the large step, and began to splash water upon himself. In the bathing pool of the Yanxi Coal Mine, there exists a large step where one can sit and scrub oneself, or recline partially submerged, with only the head above water. Uncle, your physique is remarkably strong, exclaimed Chen Wenxiang nearby. A chorus of laughter erupted from the adults, yet they instinctively shrank back into the water, acknowledging that such comparisons were futile and it was best to avoid any embarrassment. This group was well acquainted with Leng Shaofeng, for he was quite renowned at the Yanxi Coal Mine. Unlike his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang, who grew up alongside their father at the mine, Leng Shaofeng was raised by his mother in their hometown. In Leng Shaofeng's second year of junior high, the village's only university graduate, the technician Leng Guangping, reached the pinnacle of his career, being promoted from the head of the technical department to the chief engineer of the Yanxi Coal Mine. He finally had the means to bring his entire family to the city, granting them urban residency. The Leng family hails from Yunqing County in the southwestern plains of Shandong, a place renowned for its martial prowess, often referred to as the land of martial arts. It is said that among the 108 heroes of Liangshan, 72 originated from Yanxi. Each village boasts its own unique martial arts tradition, and even the unassuming farmers are capable of executing impressive techniques. Growing up in such an environment, Leng Shaofeng displayed extraordinary martial arts talent from a young age. His tall stature set him apart from his peers, garnering the attention and mentorship of the elders. Upon arriving at the Yanxi Coal Mine, he quickly established himself, earning the respect of all his contemporaries. With his increasing charm and the support of his esteemed uncle, Leng Guangping, there was hardly anyone at the mine who was unfamiliar with him. "At last, I've caught you. Give my back a scrub," commanded a teacher named Lu Hongjun, who had previously taught Leng Shaofeng's Chinese class. Behind his back, the students affectionately referred to him as the 8th Route Army. The reason he requested Leng Shaofeng to scrub his back was due to the latter's exceptional talent for it, with great strength and under Lu Hongjun's guidance. His scrubbing technique had become remarkable. Each encounter with Leng Shaofeng inevitably led to a request for a back scrub. Without further ado, Leng Shaofeng dutifully obliged. "Your scrubbing is vigorous and quite pleasurable," Lu Hongjun murmured in contentment. "Uncle, I want to scrub too." Chen Wenxiang chimed in, ostensibly to assist, but in reality, he was merely causing mischief. Later, Leng Shaofeng and Chen Jiangwo took turns scrubbing each other, as there were no dedicated scrubbers in this communal bathhouse. After finishing their baths, Leng Shaofeng did not wait for Chen Jiangwo and the others, opting instead to ride off on his motorcycle. With differing paths, they were not destined to conspire together. He was, after all, a man of motorcycles. Leng Shaofeng sped away, a peculiar tension stirring within him, akin to the nervousness one feels when approaching home after a long absence. He did not return to his single dormitory. Instead, he exited the mine's gates and continued forward. Not far from the entrance, he parked beside the road known as Happiness Road, turning off the engine. Adjacent to this thoroughfare stood a restaurant, emblazoned with the 5 characters, Sister's Lamb Soup House. At this hour, the establishment had already closed. The courtyard lay shrouded in darkness, the lights extinguished. However, a small window nearby flickered with a warm, orange glow. Though the light was not blinding, it evoked a sense of comfort. Gazing at the illumination before him, it felt both tantalizingly close and yet achingly distant, as if separated by an entire galaxy. Cold Shaofeng hesitated to approach, a sense of trepidation gripping his heart. He feared that the person inside might not be the one he sought. He feared this could all be a dream from which he might awaken at any moment. Yet, he neither departed nor hurried inside. Instead, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and began to smoke. The smoke curled around him, his gaze becoming hazy, thoughts swirling. Yanxi Coal Mine is a state-owned coal mine situated by the banks of the One River, under the jurisdiction of the One River Mining Bureau. This bureau oversees 17 state-owned coal mines, all directly managed and belonging to the Ministry of Coal. To the north, 4 mines are located in the steel city of Fengcheng, collectively referred to as the North 4 Mines, one of which is Yanxi Coal Mine. The other 3 are Shijiang Coal Mine, Nanling Coal Mine, and Luan Coal Mine. Within this mining community, in this era, exists a unique demographic, the coal miners and their families. Yanxi Coal Mine boasts a population exceeding 40,000, with around 10,000 miners, the remainder being their dependents. The profession of mining is fraught with peril. Every underground miner embarks on their shift with a profound awareness that each descent may be their last. These individuals work in rock caverns hundreds of meters below ground, colloquially referred to as rat holes. Here, they dwell perilously close to hell, potentially unearthing the gateway to it at any moment. Life is arduous for them. In an age of limited mechanization, every ton of coal produced is steeped in the sweat and blood of the miners. Coal dust, gas, collapses, roof falls, and seepage. Each seemingly simple term can herald catastrophe, and there are many such terms. When disaster strikes, these individuals find no refuge. They can only leave their fate to the whims of chance. In moments of respite, they grapple with a restless spirit. The mental strain is immense, with many living only for the present. Those who are married may find some solace, venting their frustrations through quarrels with their wives or seeking comfort in their embrace. However, many remain single, and in this era of scant entertainment, they may resort to brawling, gambling, drinking, or harassing women, even trespassing at widows' doors. As miners' families, their wives possess a deep understanding of their husbands' struggles, striving to accommodate them and ensure their comfort as best as they can. They are not afraid of their husbands' furious tempers or even physical abuse. Rather, they dread the thought of their husbands returning home late from work. They fear the possibility of receiving dire news from the mines. When their husbands are late by an hour, they become anxious. If 2 hours pass, they are consumed by restlessness. After a day and a half, despair sets in. This peculiar living environment fosters a unique ecosystem. It forms a distinct circle where the incidence of domestic violence is undoubtedly higher than in the outside world. Consequently, women become more gentle, considerate, resilient, and forgiving towards their men. These women are predominantly ordinary, average in appearance, physique, and temperament. Yet, amidst the multitude, encountering an exceptional woman from the coal mines is truly a stroke of fortune. Chapter 9. Women like flowers in this world, there exists a certain flower. This flower is neither delicate nor flamboyant, and it goes unnoticed. Its petals are diminutive, almost imperceptible, so humble that it may be overlooked in passing. However, its tenacity of life compels one to acknowledge its existence. As long as there is a drop of water, it will not wither. With a mere hint of soil, it will take root and sprout. In every unremarkable moment, it blossoms fiercely against the wind. When you suddenly notice it, you are struck by its beauty, and you cannot help but admire its indomitable spirit. This flower is known as the rose. In this world, there exists a certain woman. She is as beautiful as a flower, as tender as water. In her gaze, you find your reflection. Her smile is like the return of spring, and she stands out with a grace that is neither coy nor garish. Her eyes are clear, akin to stars illuminating the night sky, guiding you homeward. Her embrace is a warm haven, allowing a weary man to set sail anew. Such a woman stands before you. Her name is Leng Shaofeng. The fortunate Cold Shaofeng has encountered her. The woman within the room is named Leng Shaofeng. She is a woman of great suffering, a suffering that is far from ordinary. Born into a family that favored sons over daughters, she was met with discontent upon her arrival. Even her own mother did not welcome her. A year later, the birth of her brother brought joy back to the household. Tragically, her brother passed away before reaching his first birthday. Her parents, attempting to regroup, worked tirelessly. Yet the years passed without any further news. It was not until Leng Shaofeng turned 8 that her mother became pregnant again, giving birth to another girl the following year. In such dire circumstances, they found themselves with yet another perceived burden. The Li family, already lacking in vitality, was soon engulfed in gloom. Fortunately, during this era of communal living, Leng Shaofeng and her sister managed to survive. Unfortunately, the younger daughter, Li Hongwei, fell gravely ill at the age of 3. She survived, but was left both deaf and mute. Unable to endure the violence at home, their mother abandoned her 2 daughters, leaving without a trace. Li's father, deeply devastated, set out in search of her mother. However, after more than a month of futile searching, he returned home, frail and on the brink of death. Shortly after his return, having exhausted the family's savings and borrowed a substantial amount of money, he succumbed to his ailments. With the passing of their father, the relatives who had lent money showed no mercy towards Leng Shaofeng, seizing every piece of property and land, leaving nothing behind. This act is known in rural areas as cutting off the lineage. It also underscores the prevalent bias in rural society, where sons are valued for their ability to carry on the family name, while daughters are often seen as burdens. Aside from her younger sister, Leng Shaofeng was left with nothing. Fortunately, by then, she had grown into a young woman and, along with her sister, took refuge in a cattle shed within the village. They foraged for roots, wild vegetables, birds from trees, fish from rivers, and relied on the kindness of neighbors for food and clothing, managing to survive through sheer resilience. Upon reaching the age of 18, she blossomed into a graceful young lady, ready for marriage. Many suitors approached her, but Leng Shaofeng had but one stipulation: she would marry, but only if her husband agreed to care for her mute sister for life. Many men who initially showed interest retreated at the thought of supporting a disabled sibling. However, one man remained, Wang Ermatzi, a miner from the Yanxi Coal Mine, known for his unremarkable appearance and lackluster personality. At 35, he was a lifelong bachelor, regarded as a misfit in the mining community. Yet, Leng Shaofeng found no fault in him and married him, moving to the coal mine several dozen miles away. Wang Ermatzi, having acquired a beautiful bride without spending a dime, initially cherished her, showering her with food and new clothes. With newfound nourishment, Leng Shaofeng flourished. Much like parched earth receiving much-needed rain, she underwent a remarkable transformation. Her stature increased, her complexion improved, and she radiated vitality and femininity in every gesture and smile. Soon, news of her beauty spread throughout the Yanxi Coal Mine, prompting envy among the men who marveled at Wang Ermatzi's unexpected fortune in marrying such a lovely woman. Yet, Wang Ermatzi felt a growing sense of frustration. His wife became increasingly alluring, yet he remained impotent, unable to consummate their marriage. Each time he attempted intimacy, he would falter, leaving him infuriated. In his frustration, Wang Ermatzi directed his anger towards Li Hongqiang, blaming her for being too seductive and captivating. His feelings of inadequacy led him to excessive drinking and violent outbursts, often taking his rage out on her. Fortunately, this turbulent period did not last long, as Wang Ermatzi suffered a tragic accident, resulting in his untimely demise. Thus, the young Li Hongqiang found herself with two new identities, a widow and a bereaved family member. The mine typically offered special consideration to families of the deceased, providing job placements and compensation. However, Wang Ermatzi's pension was claimed by his parents and siblings, leaving her with nothing. Without a household registration, Li Hongqiang found herself unable to secure even a temporary job and thus resorted to renting a storefront to open a restaurant. Fortunately, having spent 3 years catering to the particular tastes of Wang Ermatzi, she had honed her culinary skills, particularly excelling in the preparation of his favorite lamb soup. Thus, the Sister Lamb Soup restaurant was born. Li Hongqiang's establishment boasted exquisite flavors, vibrant colors, and aromatic delights, complemented by the beauty of its proprietor, a charming young widow. The rough miners from the nearby site flocked to her restaurant, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. For these rugged men, the prospect of savoring delicious lamb soup while feasting their eyes upon an alluring woman was indeed a double delight. Consequently, the Sister Lamb Soup restaurant flourished with remarkable success. With a slender waist that could barely be encircled by a hand, a plump and perky figure, arms as white as lotus roots, and a face of impeccable beauty. Combined with her enchanting, doe-like eyes, Li Hongqiang captivated the hearts of the miners, earning the title of the Lamb Soup Beauty. Even residents from Yanxi Town frequently made the journey to indulge in a bowl of her lamb soup. Notably, Huang Dabiao, the son of the town mayor, was utterly mesmerized upon first sight and frequently lingered at the restaurant, often becoming overly familiar. Meanwhile, following a rejection from the Su family, the despondent Leng Shaofeng discovered this haven of healing. He would order a bowl of creamy lamb soup, drizzled with a layer of red chili oil and sprinkled with green onions, adding salt, vinegar, and MSG to taste, accompanied by 2 golden, flaky pastries. He would relish the meal, sweating from the spice while enjoying the soothing words of the proprietress and admiring her graceful figure. Leng Shaofeng found solace in this place, inexplicably uplifted, momentarily forgetting all his troubles. However, while Leng Shaofeng maintained a respectful distance, merely appreciating her presence, Huang Dabiao grew increasingly brazen, not only verbally harassing her, but also becoming physically intrusive. Eventually, Leng Shaofeng could no longer tolerate the affront, seizing the stocky Huang Dabiao and delivering a few resounding slaps before unceremoniously tossing him outside. Unwilling to accept such humiliation, Huang Dabiao called upon a group of henchmen from the town. A fierce confrontation erupted outside the Sister Lamb Soup restaurant, but despite being outnumbered, Leng Shaofeng, fighting bare-chested, managed to overpower them, pursuing them all the way to the Wenhe Bridge, nearly reaching Yanxi Town. From that day forth, Huang Dabiao ceased to frequent the lamb soup establishment. Returning victorious, yet battered, Leng Shaofeng was promptly taken by the proprietress to the back room, where she tended to his wounds with medicinal alcohol. In that moment, she felt the strength of the man, while he experienced the softness of her touch. From then on, this woman became his confidant, and the lamb soup restaurant transformed into Leng Shaofeng's sanctuary, a place that rejuvenated his spirit with every visit. They are each other's necessity. Leng Shaofeng provides refuge for the 2 unfortunate sisters, while she, in her unique tenderness, heals his wounded heart. Chapter 10. The Meeting in the Previous Life. Leng Shaofeng owed the most to 2 women, Su Jing and Li Hongqiang. He had once possessed both of them, yet ultimately lost them entirely. This remains an irreparable regret in Leng Shaofeng's heart. During their time together, Li Hongqiang wholeheartedly regarded Leng Shaofeng as her intimate confidant, allowing him to bask in unparalleled gentleness. After Su Jing's tragic demise, Leng Shaofeng was engulfed in profound sorrow, guilt, and remorse. It was Li Hongqiang's companionship and comfort that gradually helped him escape from the shadows. As their relationship deepened, Leng Shaofeng fell deeply in love with her and resolved to propose. When he did so, Li Hongqiang was overcome with joy, collapsing into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. However, upon sharing his decision with his family, he faced unanimous opposition. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng found himself in a dilemma. Yet, Li Hongqiang revealed her magnanimous side, soothing him and urging him not to feel burdened. Regardless of whether we have a marriage certificate, as long as you hold me in your heart, I will always be your woman. Later, after the Leng family encountered misfortune and faced various pressures from Su Chang'e, Leng Shaofeng had no choice but to venture far away to seek his fortune. Before leaving, he made a promise to Li Hongqiang that within 3 years, he would establish himself and return to take her away. 3 years later, with Su Chang'e's rise to power at the mining bureau, Leng Shaofeng returned to the Yanxi Coal Mine, only to find that the sisters' lamb soup restaurant had long since transformed into a clothing store. The Li sisters had vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. No one knew where they had gone. Their disappearance was sudden and complete. Leng Shaofeng frantically searched the world for them, yet found nothing. The Yanxi Coal Mine became a place of profound sorrow for him. Ultimately, he resolved to distance himself from the mine, returning only during the New Year or Qingming festival to pay respects at the graves. At that moment, he was merely a wall away from her, yet it felt as though they were separated by an entire century, as if they existed in entirely different realms. In his past life, after treating Su Jing harshly, he had come here without psychological barriers to indulge in Li Hongqiang's exquisite tenderness. However, in this life, an invisible barrier seemed to keep him at bay. Having resolved to treat Su Jing with care, what should become of the woman inside? Should he abandon her? Yet, a voice deep within him roared, "Can you bear to let her go?" Just as the cigarette in Leng Shaofeng's hand was about to extinguish, the door opposite him suddenly opened from the inside. A woman stepped out, and under the dim glow of the streetlight, Leng Shaofeng recognized her at once. It is indeed the person he has been desperately seeking throughout his past and present lives. The light was dim, rendering her features somewhat indistinct. However, those clear, water-like eyes and her delicate figure swaying like a willow in the breeze became more discernible as he drew nearer. A subtle fragrance, reminiscent of orchids and musk, wafted into his nostrils, a scent that cold Shaofeng found hauntingly familiar, one that tugged at his very soul. It was her. "Li Hongqiang, what is the matter? Why don't you come in?" A gentle voice emerged, tinged with a hint of curiosity and concern. "I suddenly had a craving for a cigarette," cold Shaofeng replied, his voice slightly nasal as he twitched his nose. The woman stood directly opposite him, within arm's reach. "Everything is fine then. I heard the sound of your motorcycle earlier and wondered why you hadn't come in," she said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Her hair was casually tied with a white handkerchief. This simple gesture, combined with her soft smile, exuded a captivating femininity. Clad in a white blouse adorned with blue flowers, her fitted attire accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous figure, embodying an enchanting beauty that was both understated and exquisite. Cold Shaofeng abruptly discarded his cigarette, but onto the ground, and crushed it beneath his foot. "Sister Hong, I miss you so much." The yearning that spanned 2 lifetimes and half a century erupted like a volcano at the sight of her. To hell with giving up. Having been reborn, could he not pursue a woman? What a jest. He wanted both of them. He would cherish them as his confidants and ensure their well-being. With newfound resolve, cold Shaofeng embraced the woman's soft form tightly, inhaling her intoxicating scent. It was truly delightful, utterly captivating. "Shaofeng, please, not here, go inside." Her voice trembled, revealing the conservative nature of women in this era. Though her body instinctively sought to resist, she ultimately surrendered, allowing the man to hold her close. Without hesitation, cold Shaofeng scooped her up in a princess carry, striding boldly into the mutton soup restaurant while using his foot to close the door behind him. The courtyard was rather small, approximately 30 square meters, featuring a shed in one corner with a stove beneath it and a large iron pot set up for cooking. Despite the pot being covered, the distinct aroma of mutton soup wafted tantalizingly from within. On the opposite wall, a neat stack of firewood and coal awaited use. The courtyard housed 3 main rooms facing the street, all converted into a restaurant, each furnished with several small square tables and stools. Another side room, originally a kitchen, had been transformed into a bedroom where Li Hongqiang and her sister resided. Cold Shaofeng, familiar with the layout, carried Li Hongqiang into the bedroom and, upon entering, pressed her firmly against the door, kissing her passionately. Li Hongqiang seemed taken aback by his directness, her body momentarily resisting before she gradually melted into his embrace. In the world of two individuals, one finds oneself utterly lost. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they finally parted, breathless. "It's all your fault. Why the rush?" Li Hongqiang exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, playfully pinching Leng Shaofeng's arm. Yet, her grip barely registered. His muscular arm was impervious to her touch. Observing Li Hongqiang's bashful demeanor, Leng Shaofeng was suddenly struck by a realization he had overlooked. He swiftly turned to glance inside the room, only to discover a girl of about 15 or 16, standing gracefully by the bed, nervously biting her lip, her gaze fixated on her toes. The young girl's face was as red as a ripe Fuji apple. Upon noticing Leng Shaofeng's attention, she hesitated, her lips parting and closing before she managed to utter two raspy syllables. "Brother, bro." This girl was none other than Li Hongwei. The unexpected joy of their reunion made him momentarily forget that they were not alone in the room. Li Hongwei had lost her hearing at the tender age of 3. Although she had been able to speak before, her linguistic abilities had regressed following her hearing loss. Now, she could only produce simple syllables, a feat achieved through Li Hongqiang's insistence on her learning. In daily interactions, she primarily relied on sign language. However, the girl was remarkably astute, adept at reading lips, and could generally comprehend what others were saying by observing their mouth movements. Yet she remained entirely deaf, her ears mere ornaments. "Yes, quite good, very clear." A composed Leng Shaofeng responded with a neutral expression, giving the young girl a thumbs up before casually ruffling her hair. "Thank you, brother." The girl's face lit up with evident delight at his compliment, though she soon shyly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The previous encounter had left her profoundly affected, struggling to adjust. Chapter 11. Education. Sit down and continue reading and writing. At this moment, Li Hongqiang regained her composure and approached her sister, gesturing as she instructed her. Li Hongwei obediently took her seat, displaying remarkable compliance. In the room, a small square table was adorned with some rough, yellowed sheets of paper, neatly cut and bound together to form a booklet. Li Hongwei sat down and picked up a pencil, glancing at her sister first. Then, with a nod of encouragement from her sister, she timidly began to read. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang picked up a straight ruler, the kind used for tailoring, measuring about 33 centimeters in length. Her expression was somewhat serious as she adopted a scholarly demeanor. Yet with her unparalleled beauty, she resembled the so-called ice goddess of later times. Leng Shaofeng, rarely witnessing this side of Li Hongqiang, squinted his eyes with a smile. Thoroughly entertained. Human nature at its inception is inherently good. Li Hongwei struggled to read the most basic lines of the three-character classic, each word carefully articulated, occasionally stumbling over her words. The characters inscribed in the notebook are quite neat, exuding a certain elegance, reminiscent of a primary school student's handiwork. It remains a mystery who the author is. As far as Leng Shaofeng is aware, Li Hongqiang has not completed her primary education, having attended only 4 years. Subsequently, her life of communal dining with the production team came to an end, giving way to her new role of foraging for pig feed alongside her sister. Leng Shaofeng also settled onto a small stool, positioning himself slightly behind Li Hongqiang, and with a gentle reach, grasped her idle hand. It felt soft and delicate, almost weightless, offering a sense of comfort. As they read, they encountered the character Dobe Indian Shan, which posed a formidable challenge. Li Hongwei stumbled over it several times, failing to pronounce it correctly. Finally, casting a furtive glance at her sister, she attempted to feign ignorance. A sharp rap of the ruler on the desk startled her. Although Li Hongqiang was somewhat distracted, her waist being caressed by another hand hidden from Li Hongwei's view, such a glaring mistake could not go unnoticed. The ruler tapped down once more, accompanied by an instructive gesture. Li Hongwei, with a pleading expression, extended her left hand. Li Hongqiang patiently repeated the character Do once again. A crack of the ruler against her palm made Li Hongwei shiver in pain. Li Hongqiang felt a pang of sympathy, biting her lip in response. They attempted the reading again, but still faltered. Doug, observe my mouth movements. Doug, Doug. Li Hongqiang diligently corrected her 3 times. Finally, she pronounced it correctly. After completing Do, Dobe, Yan, Yan, San, Yo, Yeet, Fong, Li Hongwei released a long sigh of relief. Li Hongqiang decided that her teaching for the day was complete. Her efforts were primarily to prevent her sister's language skills from further deteriorating. All right, we shall conclude here for today. Li Hongqiang exhaled, her large, watery eyes narrowing at Leng Shaofeng. He merely chuckled, winking at her, unperturbed. Turning back, Li Hongqiang gestured animatedly to her sister. The complexity of her signs was lost on Leng Shaofeng. Li Hongwei obediently stood and exited the room. Leng Shaofeng retracted his hand, casually flipping through the notebook on the table. Li Hongqiang nestled close to him, feeling the warmth of their skin where they touched. The notebook contained a series of characters, meticulously written. The most frequent character was Li, followed by the emergence of Li Hongqiang's name. Soon after, Leng Shaofeng's name appeared, taking up considerable space. The characters Xinwei were not particularly easy to write, yet Leng Shaofeng flowed effortlessly, appearing far more aesthetically pleasing. This is all written by Xiao Wei. It's not too shabby, is it? Indeed, quite commendable. I shall procure a few calligraphy workbooks for you both to practice with. I want the calligraphy workbook by Pang Zhonghua, she replied. Very well. Pang Zhonghua it is, Leng Shaofeng readily agreed. At this time, Pang Zhonghua's calligraphy was gaining popularity, with numerous individuals endeavoring to master his style, which would later flourish for many years. Despite the critiques from future generations labeling Pang Zhonghua's characters as flawed and misleading, one cannot deny that, in essence, his writing was rather attractive. For the average person, the beauty of one's handwriting suffices, does it not? It is unreasonable to expect someone like Pang Zhonghua to reach the level of Wang Shiji, is it not? Such calligraphy manuals are not particularly expensive, priced at approximately 34 cents each. However, they are scarce in the mine, and it would be quite challenging to find them in the town of Yanxi. If one truly wishes to purchase them, it would necessitate a journey to the Xinhua bookstore in Fengcheng, located 20 kilometers away. While the two were engaged in conversation, Li Hongwei entered, carrying a basin of hot water. Here, wash your feet first, she said. Li Hongqiang took the basin and placed it at the foot of the bed. It turned out she had instructed her sister to fetch the foot wash. I just bathed. Surely, I need not wash again. Cold Shaofeng mused inwardly, marveling at the virtues of women in this era. No, we cannot waste the hot water now that it has been prepared, Li Hongqiang insisted, shaking her head resolutely. She bent down, testing the water temperature with her hand, confirming it was suitable. Then perhaps you should wash instead? I could assist you. Cold Shaofeng, having just returned from his rebirth, found himself unaccustomed to such tenderness. Moreover, he felt a sense of guilt, especially since he had just been with Su Jing earlier that day. You washing my feet? What kind of talk is that? Aren't the women in the mine supposed to wash for the men? What has come over you today? You never acted this way before. Li Hongqiang lifted her charming face, blinking her eyes in confusion. Ah, very well. Cold Shaofeng relented, sitting readily on the bed. He had only recently returned to life and was still adjusting to such gentle treatment. Such privileges were rare for men in later generations. Although their relationship was not defined by law, Li Hongqiang genuinely regarded Cold Shaofeng as her man. She acted without hesitation. Li Hongqiang gracefully bent her supple waist and began to untie Cold Shaofeng's shoelaces, removing his shoes and socks. He wore sturdy green rubber shoes, quite reliable yet somewhat stifling. While they were bearable when inactive, they could become quite odorous with prolonged walking. Nevertheless, Li Hongqiang had never shown any disdain. She deftly placed Cold Shaofeng's feet into the warm water. At that moment, Li Hongwei, displaying keen perception, brought over a small stool for her sister to sit upon. The water quickly enveloped his feet. As the warmth enveloped him, a wave of comfort spread from the soles of his feet throughout his entire being. This feels wonderful. Li Hongqiang bent down, meticulously scrubbing, not neglecting even the spaces between each toe. The sensation of relief emanating from his feet instilled a profound sense of satisfaction within Cold Shaofeng, predominantly of a psychological nature. Such was the virtue of women from the mine. As her gentle hands continued their soothing ministrations, delightful sensations coursed through him. The warm water splashed over his feet, yet it seemed to penetrate deeper into his heart. Chapter 12. Strengthened fearing to appear foolish, Cold Shaofeng hastily averted his gaze, only for it to fall upon a pair of delicate, fair feet adorned with transparent rubber sandals. However, the sandals were evidently too small, stretched to their limits, with the 5 toes peeking out from the confines of the footwear. These were Li Hongwei's feet. It was clear the shoes were noticeably inadequate. Yet the young girl was reluctant to part with them. Cold Shaofeng couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity as he observed this. He was beset by a profound sense of guilt, leading him to resolve that he would certainly purchase a pair of fitting sandals for her upon his return. And he would do so at the earliest opportunity. The room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the splashing sounds made by Li Hongqiang, while Li Hongwei focused intently on her sister's hands. After some time, Li Hongqiang finally completed the washing. With an unspoken understanding, her younger sister, Li Hongwei, handed her a towel, which Li Hongqiang accepted and began to dry herself with. Meanwhile, Li Hongwei carried the basin of foot-washing water outside, pouring it into the drainage ditch in the courtyard. When Li Hongwei returned, she found her sister tidying up the bedding and setting up the mosquito net. The room contained 2 beds. One was a proper wooden bed, a new acquisition following the collapse of the previous one, spacious enough for 2 to share. The other bed, positioned opposite, was constructed from 2 thick wooden boards, and it too supported a small mosquito net. Typically, the sisters would sleep on the larger bed together. However, today Li Hongwei noticed that her sister had moved her own pillow and blanket to the smaller bed, drawing the curtain between the 2 beds closed. This arrangement left Li Hongwei feeling somewhat bewildered, yet she refrained from asking questions, dutifully settling onto the small wooden bed. Gradually, she drifted into slumber. On the other side, Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang found sleep elusive. Their hands intertwined, they exchanged warmth, engaging in light conversation devoid of substance. Leng Shaofeng's mind occasionally wandered, leaving him unable to retain a single word. Perhaps it was the proximity between them or the oppressive heat, but the warmth they shared intensified. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, they embraced tightly. Their deep exchange lasted a considerable time, leaving Li Hongqiang gazing at the ceiling, lost in thought. For reasons unknown, she sensed a change in the man beside her. Occasionally, he would utter a term that was foreign to her, simple yet refreshing. These were contemporary internet slang terms that Leng Shaofeng unwittingly employed, oblivious to their novelty. It was only when Li Hongqiang curiously inquired about their meanings that he realized he had seemingly misspoken. He could only offer a vague explanation, while internally reminding himself to exercise greater caution in the future. It was the height of summer, and after their exchange, both were slightly perspiring. Leng Shaofeng poured 2 glasses of cool water, and they each drank one. As he reclined once more, their conversation resumed. "Shaofeng, you seem different today," Li Hongqiang remarked. "In what way?" he replied, feeling everything was just fine. "It feels as though you have grown stronger." Li Hongqiang hesitated, her words hanging in the air. "And your muscles didn't seem this robust before," she added, playfully poking his bicep with her finger. She glanced at his well-defined chest and quickly turned her head away, blushing. "Well, I must admit, you're right," Leng Shaofeng said, a bit slow to catch on. "Stronger, you say?" Her observation jolted him into realization. He moved his arms, feeling the latent power within them. It was as though he had truly become stronger, and the transformation was unmistakable. Moreover, it seemed that his entire body had fortified, including his endurance. He felt as though he harbored an immense primal strength within, believing he could vanquish a bull, particularly a rhinoceros. In addition, his mind had become remarkably clear. He could effortlessly recall details of past events, whether from a former life or this one, details he had previously overlooked. Now, if tasked with taking an elementary school graduation examination, he was certain he would achieve a perfect score. Such a phenomenon was extraordinary, indeed. Cold Shaofeng mused. Was this a benefit of reincarnation? It appeared so. He even felt an urge to softly call upon the system in his mind, though thankfully, there was no response. With a heart full of excitement, Cold Shaofeng gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Li Hongqiang was roused from her sleep by the sound of knocking at the door. Groggily opening her eyes, she glanced at the sky, noting that dawn had already begun to break. She realized she had overslept. Normally, she would awaken around 4 o'clock, well before sunrise. However, today it was already past 4:30. Li Hongqiang knew that the one knocking at the door must be the delivery person for mutton. Hurriedly, she dressed, not even taking the time to tie her hair, and went to open the door. Indeed, it was the mutton delivery person. "Madam, you are late today." The villager from the nearby village, Mr. Wang, teased her. "Apologies, I slept a bit late last night," Li Hongqiang replied, her cheeks flushing. "Well, it seems you did sleep in. Your motorcycle is still here." Mr. Wang chuckled, pointing at her motorcycle. "Mr. Wang, how many pounds of mutton do we have today? Let me calculate the payment." Li Hongqiang quickly changed the subject. In no time, they settled the payment, and Mr. Wang rode off on his bicycle, the bell jingling cheerfully. Quite a fine bike, save for the silent bell. Otherwise, it rings everywhere, she thought as she began to prepare the mutton, placing the legs into the pot. Cold Shaofeng had also risen, assisting with the fire. You should rest. Go wake Xiao Wei. She sleeps so soundly that she often doesn't hear a thing and can sleep until 10, Li Hongqiang remarked, feeling it was women's work. No need. The girl is sleeping quite peacefully. Let her continue. How could I enjoy your mutton soup for free? Li Hongqiang shot Cold Shaofeng a playful glance, murmuring under her breath. You're not getting it for free. If you want it, she can be yours too. Hee hee. Cold Shaofeng laughed shamelessly, feeling a sense of pride. Soon, customers began to arrive at the mutton soup restaurant. The workers on the morning shift were out to seek their meal. Li Hongwei was also called to rise. Her daily task was to tend the fire and provide customers with complimentary refills of soup. Li Hongxiang was responsible for attending to the customers, slicing meat, serving soup, and tallying the accounts. Cold Shaofeng savored his first bowl of mutton soup since his rebirth. It was the freshest broth, rich and flavorful, exquisite in taste. The flavor was precisely the taste embedded in memory, perhaps even more delectable. Cold Shaofeng, thoroughly satisfied, waved farewell to Li Hongxiang, mounted his motorcycle, and headed directly to the mine. Chapter 13. Zhang Donglai this week. It was Cold Shaofeng's turn for the morning shift, requiring him to report for duty at 6 o'clock. At this hour, the timing was just right. Good morning, Captain. Wind brother, you've arrived. The large office of the security department was bustling with personnel, and upon seeing Cold Shaofeng, they all greeted him enthusiastically. Good morning, Wind brother. Wishing you prosperity. Seeing Cold Shaofeng's radiant complexion, exuding charm, it was evident that he had indulged in mutton soup that morning. The one speaking was Yao Shengli, a petite fellow with neatly combed hair and a fair complexion, who had a habit of blinking his eyes comically. He was known for his humor and penchant for jokes, a true source of joy among his colleagues. Of course, Wind brother can enjoy mutton soup without any cost. He drinks as much as he pleases. Indeed, I fear he might have consumed more than just mutton soup. He may have even savored the boss's saliva. Laughter erupted as Yao Shengli ignited the conversation, instantly lifting the atmosphere. They playfully teased Cold Shaofeng, and given their close-knit camaraderie, they were all too aware of the dynamics between him and Li Hongxiang. Truth be told, they were all envious. Cold Shaofeng, unfazed, playfully grabbed Yao Shengli and gave him a light kick. Ah, Wind brother, spare me. Look, Wind brother is out for blood. Yao Shengli, clutching his head, theatrically shouted for help, causing another wave of laughter to ensue. At that moment, a few more individuals entered, led by the head of the security department, Li Jun, accompanied by Liao Wenlong, the night shift captain. Now, aside from those stationed at the gates, everyone was present. Li Jun approached the podium, rapping on the table. Instantly, the crowd settled down, taking their seats. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. The large office of the security department also served as a meeting room, its layout akin to a classroom, albeit with rows of backless benches instead of desks. Only the podium featured a table and a blackboard. As Li Jun's knock echoed, the office gradually quieted. Despite being over 40, the veteran's presence was formidable, his voice resonant and commanding. Comrades, quiet down. We shall commence the morning meeting with the first item, roll call. Swiftly, the roll call was completed. Everyone required was present, with the only absentees being those on duty. Good. Moving on to the second item, the handover of shifts, starting with the night shift. Liao Wenlong stepped forward to the front. Last night was relatively uneventful, except for a few more potholes on Happiness Road that need filling today. It appears to be the work of the Eastern Shaolin crowd, who have been quite audacious lately, brazenly attempting to steal cars in broad daylight. Pausing briefly, he continued, furthermore, there were lights observed at Jia Mountain last night, indicating that someone might have been scavenging for coal. Please remain vigilant during the day. That is essentially all I had to say, and with that, Liao Wenlong took his seat. At that moment, Li Jun ascended the stage once more. Leng Shaofeng, in addition to your routine inspections, it is imperative that you organize a team to fill the potholes along Xingfu Road. Please also pay extra attention to Zatsishan, Li Jun instructed Leng Shaofeng. Certainly. I will contact the construction team after the meeting and ensure that the potholes are filled today, Leng Shaofeng responded, standing momentarily before settling back down. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Those on the night shift should retire early and refrain from playing cards, Li Jun announced, adding a special note. In these times, entertainment options are few. and playing cards has become a rare form of leisure. However, card games can become addictive, and if those on the night shift indulge in them, it may adversely affect their rest. As for the issues along Xingfu Road, they are hardly significant. It is quite common for individuals to collect coal from Zhaozixin. There is a saying, one lives by the mountains if one is near mountains, and by the sea if one is near the sea. Similarly, relying on mining resources is a natural occurrence. With a large coal mine nearby, when families find themselves short on coal, their first instinct is to seek it from the mine. Thus, each person employs their own means. Xingfu Road is the essential thoroughfare for coal transport. And along this 3-kilometer stretch lie approximately 5 or 6 villages, whose residents have set their sights on the coal-laden trucks. I neither steal nor rob. However, if there are additional potholes on the ground and a coal truck passes by, it is only natural that a few chunks of coal, perhaps over 10 pounds, might tumble out during the bumpy ride. Is that unreasonable? Is it too much to ask? The ingenuity of the working people can be quite simple at times. Consequently, the main route for coal transport, Xingfu Road, often mysteriously acquires a few extra potholes. Especially at night, if the large trucks do not pay close attention, they may inadvertently plunge into a pothole, resulting in the loss of hundreds of pounds of coal. Maintaining Xingfu Road is also a responsibility of the security department. As for Zhaozixin, it is merely a mountain formed from coal gang. The large Zhaozixin at Yanxi Coal Mine towers dozens of meters high, conical in shape, and occupies a considerable expanse of land. Within the coal gang, there are undoubtedly unselected coal chunks. Villagers living near Zhaozixin frequently venture to collect coal. However, this activity carries certain dangers. The trucks transporting the gang make countless trips daily, each time unloading a massive load. These coal gangs tumble down the mountainside with tremendous kinetic energy, posing a risk to anyone in their path. Safety is paramount in coal mining operations. Despite repeated warnings and the presence of various hazard signs, the villagers remain unconcerned. When they are in need of coal, they simply gather the chunks, as it costs them nothing. Not only villagers partake in this, but many from the mine also join in. Once Li Jun concluded his instructions, he retreated to his office to enjoy tea and read the newspaper. Liao Wenlong exchanged pleasantries with Leng Shaofeng before departing with his team. The remaining attendees in the meeting room were all early shift workers, and Leng Shaofeng began to assign tasks. Yao Xingli, take 2 individuals and keep an eye on Zhaozixin. Feng Chong, Wang Dashan, Zhang Rue, accompany me to Xingfu Road. The rest of you, continue your inspections or take your posts. Move out. A group of individuals, engaged in laughter and conversation, exited the conference room and took their respective places. Leng Shaofeng made his way directly to the duty room at the mine entrance, where a public telephone was located. He picked up the receiver and began to dial. This was an antiquated rotary phone, requiring a full turn for each digit, necessitating multiple turns for several numbers. Hello, Brother Zhang. This is Leng Shaofeng. The road on Xingfu Street has been damaged again. We need to arrange for someone to fill the potholes today. Could you please coordinate that? All right, let us meet at the mine entrance. I'll be waiting for you. Good, Brother Zhang, I'll be waiting. After concluding the call, Leng Shaofeng made no move to leave and settled into the main chair. He casually flipped through a newspaper that lay on the table. The others also took their seats, engaging in idle chatter as they waited. This waiting extended until after 8 o'clock. A large, ominous black truck, its original color obscured, came to a halt at the mine entrance. Inside the cargo area stood a group of 7 or 8 individuals of varying ages, predominantly women, with only 2 elderly men among them. The women included young wives and middle-aged matrons, some with graying hair, a veritable assembly of the elderly, the weak, and children. The rear section of the truck was piled high with construction materials, cement, sand, and an array of tools, including small carts. Once the truck was parked securely, a man in his late 20s or early 30s emerged from the passenger seat. He was of average height and had an unremarkable appearance, his small eyes slightly squinted. Nonetheless, he exuded vitality. This was Zhang Donglai, the foreman of the construction crew. As he disembarked, he walked with a slight limp toward the duty room. Zhang Donglai had suffered from polio in his childhood, leaving him with a minor disability, though it was not severe. Nevertheless, he was astute and capable, quick to learn various trades, including carpentry and masonry. He hailed from the same region as the Leng family, with their villages situated not far apart. It was only natural that they would develop a close rapport, especially upon discovering a fellow townsman from 1,000 miles away. Zhang Donglai was affable and charming, and Uncle Leng Guangping held him in good regard, offering him a helping hand. He had since risen to the position of foreman. Grateful for the support he received, he did not take advantage of the Leng family when they faced difficulties, maintaining their relationship. After Leng Shaoyang suffered an injury, both men, burdened by their ailments, found solace in their shared struggles, drawing them even closer. Upon seeing Zhang Donglai approach, Leng Shaofeng promptly went out to greet him. Zhang Donglai was indeed a commendable individual. Apart from his slight limp, he excelled in every other regard, making him a valuable asset. Ah, Brother Feng, it's only been a few days, and you seem to have become even more handsome. Here, have a cigarette. Zhang Donglai exclaimed warmly, producing a pack of premium red cigarettes. These cigarettes, costing over $1 per pack, were considered quite luxurious. Leng Shaofeng did not take Zhang Donglai's compliment about his looks to heart. Knowing well that he had a knack for flattery, they lit their cigarettes and engaged in conversation. Hey, you've been smoking more and more. You ought to cut back a bit. And tell me, have you even been home these past few days? Have you forgotten your mother? Before they could indulge in their smoking, a middle-aged woman leaped down from the truck. As he approached Leng Shaofeng, she raised her hand and firmly pinched his ear. Faced with the woman's fierce grip, Leng Shaofeng dared not show any displeasure and willingly lowered his head to make it easier for her. This woman, in her 40s, was of modest height, with a bob cut just above her ears, standing a little over 1.6 meters. Her face retained a youthful beauty, with well-defined features, albeit slightly darkened by the sun. In her youth, she must have been a stunning beauty. Even now, she could be described as a charming woman of a certain age, still possessing grace. This woman was none other than Leng Shaofeng's mother, Li Siyun. To be honest, if it weren't for his father's status as a factory worker, with his large, horse-like face and fiery temper, he would never have found such a beautiful wife. She would have been as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. It can only be said that during that era, being a worker was exceedingly advantageous. Fortunately, unlike his elder brother, who took after their father, Leng Shaofeng bore a closer resemblance to his mother. Initially, she did not work, but after his brother married, she handed over household duties to her sister-in-law and found herself restless, taking on temporary work instead. In Leng Shaofeng's memories, his mother was always depicted as gray-haired and kind-hearted. Yet, in this moment, she appeared genuinely youthful, evoking a myriad of emotions within him. Li Siyun was not only young, but also exceptionally beautiful. Though her attire was rather plain, masking the allure she must have radiated in her youth. Ouch, it hurts. Mom, let go. Leng Shaofeng quickly pleaded. Have you been away from home for several days? Li Siyun showed no mercy, tightening her grip instead. No, it hasn't been long. The house is cramped. Why would I return? He replied with a hint of grievance. Ah, Li Siyun sighed, finally releasing him. She never truly intended to hurt him. The moment he cried out in pain, she would naturally ease her grip. Rather than merely pinching his ear, it was a form of intimate communication between mother and son. The house allocated to Leng Shaofeng's family at the mine consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room. Naturally, his parents shared one room, while his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang, grew up alongside their father in the 2nd bedroom. After moving to the mine, Leng Shaofeng resided on the balcony. The balcony, a mere meter wide, was hardly a suitable living space for someone of his stature, especially in winter when the lack of heating made it as cold as an ice cave. Luckily, Leng Shaofeng was robust and could endure it. When Leng Shaoyang got married, Leng Shaofeng simply moved out to live in a single dormitory. Li Siyun was well aware of this situation. She had always showered more affection on her youngest son, but the reality was such that she could only afford to make sacrifices for him. You must come home for a meal often. Your sister-in-law is making dumplings today. Come home for lunch, do you hear? She said, tenderly stroking her son's flushed ear. Okay, Mom, once I finish my work, we can go home together. Leng Shaofeng replied, not daring to contradict her, readily acquiescing. All right, let us set off. Zhang Donglai called out loudly as he climbed back onto the large truck. Feng Chang and the other 3 young men also mounted a 3-wheeled vehicle. 3 individuals found themselves perfectly seated, filling the space to its utmost. Li Siyun chose not to return to the truck's cabin. Instead, she nestled behind Leng Shaofeng, wrapping her arms around her son's waist. A group of people, accompanied by 3 vehicles, set forth in grand procession from the eastern gate, taking a left turn onto Happiness Road, and continued their journey northward. Leng Shaofeng once again found solace in his mother's embrace, a warmth that felt ever so comforting. Li Siyun held him a tad too tightly. resting her face against his broad back. Before long, the group arrived at their destination and came to a halt. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng sensed something amiss. His back felt cool, and his clothing seemed damp. He looked up to the sky, where the sun shone brightly, making it improbable for rain to have fallen. Then he noticed the redness around his mother Li Suyun's eyes. "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Confusion and concern arose within him. "Who is crying?" "It's merely the wind blowing too fiercely, making it hard to open my eyes," Li Suyun denied. "Oh." Leng Shaofeng elongated his tone, clearly skeptical. "You rascal. Seeing you grow up so handsome fills my heart with joy. This is happiness, do you understand?" As she spoke, Li Suyun reached out to pinch Leng Shaofeng's ear. "I understand, of course." He hastily nodded. Observing his mother's playful gesture reassured him. It seemed nothing serious was afoot. There's a saying that goes, one should never attempt to fathom a woman's thoughts. As long as there were no grave matters at hand, all was well. The group diligently began to unload the truck, each person fulfilling their role. Cement, sand, and various tools were taken off the vehicle, creating a sizable heap by the roadside. Once the unloading was completed, Zhang Donglai waved at the large truck, which then honked its horn before rumbling away. Its mission not yet fulfilled as part of the coal transport team. Leng Shaofeng and Zhang Donglai approached to inspect the substantial holes in the ground. To their astonishment, 3 sizable pits were scattered across the terrain, each roughly half a meter wide and 20 centimeters deep. If a coal truck were to hit a bump, it could easily jostle down 100 or more pounds of coal. The ground appeared dark and littered with fine coal debris. Moreover, the village marker of Dongjiaolin stood not far off. It was highly likely that the residents of Dongjiaolin were responsible for this. At this moment, a number of villagers, men, women, and children alike, stood by the roadside, whispering amongst themselves while casting glances at Leng Shaofeng and the others. Each held brooms, dustpans, and burlap sacks. Some even wielded iron rakes. The sight of the iron rakes was particularly egregious. With a single swing as the coal truck passed by, one could easily snag dozens of pounds of coal. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Leng Shaofeng strode directly towards the crowd. Chapter 15. Intimidation. Clad in olive green and adorned with a tactical belt, Leng Shaofeng, tall and imposing, stepped forward with an air of authority. "Which village do you hail from?" he bellowed. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to respond. A swift scan of the group revealed no one willing to meet his gaze. They all turned their heads or lowered their eyes, some even retreating slightly. "What are you all doing with those tools? And you, with that rake, are you planning to rob us?" Cold Shaofeng's gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately honing in on the man wielding the rake. "Who is stealing? What is wrong with me taking a rake? I can take it if I want to. Who are you to control me?" The man, visibly agitated, retorted defiantly. He was a rather slender man in his 30s, with unkempt hair and a somewhat blustering demeanor. "I'll tell you this. And you all too. You think this coal belongs to the Yanxi Coal Mine? No, you are mistaken. It belongs to the nation. Every single pound of coal here is meant for the construction of our country." Cold Shaofeng surveyed his surroundings, his voice resonating with authority as he continued. "You are all trying to find ways to take coal back home. Do you understand what this behavior signifies? This is an act of undermining socialist construction. This is akin to exploiting socialism for personal gain. This is digging at the foundations of socialism." With these heavy accusations, Cold Shaofeng left the crowd momentarily stunned. Not only was the opposing group taken aback, but even the crew from the Yanxi Coal Mine stood in disbelief. With his commanding presence and articulate rhetoric, he had effectively subdued them. Even Li Suyun was astonished. Her son, who had always preferred to resolve matters with his fists, had suddenly found his eloquence. Exploiting socialism for personal gain. Digging at the foundations of socialism. Such grave charges were not to be taken lightly. They could lead to severe consequences. In the earlier decade, such accusations had been rampant, and many villagers recalled them vividly. Now, the villagers couldn't help but take a few steps back. "You don't scare us. Who is exploiting socialism? Who is undermining socialism?" The man with the rake stumbled back several paces, his face pale and visibly flustered. However, Cold Shaofeng was not in the mood to relent. He stepped forward abruptly and seized the wooden handle of the rake. The man, sensing the urgency, gripped it tightly in an attempt to reclaim it. Yet, a sudden force surged through the handle, and with overwhelming strength, Cold Shaofeng wrenched the rake away. The man felt as if his fingers were being painfully straightened against his will. "Let me tell you, from now on, you all better behave." As Cold Shaofeng's words echoed, He lifted the rake, raised his right leg, and struck it sharply against his thigh. Crack! The crisp sound of splintering echoed, and the thick wooden handle broke in two. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone gaped in astonishment. Was it broken just like that? The man's face turned ashen, his eyes wide with disbelief. This handle was newly replaced, crafted from sturdy elm wood. When one refers to someone as thick-headed, they often say they have an elm-like stubbornness. Why? Because elm is robust. Yet, this thick elm stick had shattered so easily. Truly, it was beyond expectation, utterly terrifying. Even Cold Shaofeng himself was taken aback. Acting on instinct, he had not contemplated the consequences. At this moment, he could confirm that he had indeed grown stronger, substantially so. At the very least, breaking this handle had not even approached his limit. In a past life, he could never have imagined breaking such a thick wooden stick. Yet, now he has accomplished it. Suddenly, a honking sound echoed nearby. A coal truck, laden with coal, was speeding toward them. The massive vehicle blared its horn and began to slow down. "Step aside, disperse," commanded Leng Shaofeng, waving his hand to scatter the crowd. Seizing the opportunity, a throng of people fled in all directions, retreating to a safer distance. After some time, a few lingered reluctantly. A man with a rake picked it up from the ground and walked away without looking back. The coal truck continued its journey, gradually decelerating while still honking. Even though it had slowed down, the uneven surface of Xingfu Road caused the vehicle to shudder incessantly. Along the way, chunks of black coal occasionally tumbled down. As the truck approached the crowd, the driver clearly spotted the potholes on the ground and began to maneuver. His driving skills were commendable. He successfully avoided 2 out of 3 potholes, but ultimately got stuck on the last one. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted violently, and a cascade of coal spilled over a vast area. The truck did not stop or react. It merely accelerated away from the crowd, heading towards the distant national road. Under ordinary circumstances, the villagers would have rushed to claim the fallen coal, but this time, not a single soul dared to approach. Seeing that the coast was clear, Zhang Donglai began to rally the others to work. The task of filling the potholes was straightforward, presenting no challenge to the villagers. Together, they set to work. Some fetched water, while others mixed the materials, all bustling about enthusiastically. This job belonged to the construction team, and it was not the responsibility of the security personnel to partake in such labor. Naturally, the security staff had no intention of joining in, as it was both dirty and exhausting. No one was idle enough to engage in such a tiresome endeavor. Feng Chong and his companions, noticing their tasks were complete, bid farewell to Leng Shaofeng and resumed their patrol in the tricycle. They did not return until over an hour had passed, and upon their return, they drove straight back to the mine without stopping. Leng Shaofeng chose to remain, determined to assist his mother. Despite Li Suyun's insistence that it was unnecessary and Zhang Donglai's agreement, he stayed. The task assigned by Li Suyun was relatively simple: mixing. This task was not strenuous for one person, especially with an additional strong pair of hands. In fact, Li Suyun found herself somewhat idle, merely standing by and observing. All the while, she couldn't help but marvel at how much her son had grown, how he truly understood her feelings, and how he cared for her. Not only Li Suyun, but all the others working alongside them couldn't cease their praise. Particularly, 2 middle-aged women, who were close to Li Suyun. One surnamed Tian and the other surnamed Yu, were eager to introduce potential partners to Leng Shaofeng, incessantly inquiring about his preferences. This left him feeling more exhausted than the work itself. They toiled until noon, and only then were the 3 potholes completely filled. However, the cement had yet to set, and a thick layer of iron plates was laid over the top. A group of individuals gathered their tools, pushing a small cart with remnants of cement, and commenced their return to the mine. However, Zhang Donglai had assigned someone to remain behind to guard the 3 large iron plates. Without a watchful eye, they would undoubtedly be taken. Not only was it necessary to secure the area during the day, but night patrols were also mandated, as the cement would not dry until the following day. Nonetheless, these matters bore little significance to Leng Shaofeng, who, accompanied by his mother, Li Suyun, headed directly back to the coal mine. Chapter 16. The Leng family. The journey was smooth, with very few vehicles on the road, resulting in no traffic congestion. The motorcycle sped swiftly, soon arriving at the southernmost row of the residential buildings in the mining district. The Leng family resided here, in Unit 2, Apartment 301. Li Suyun retrieved her keys and opened the door. Upon entry, a delightful aroma of food wafted through the air. "Mom, you're back," A young, plump woman greeted them at the door. She was none other than Leng Shaofeng's sister-in-law, Gao Zuixia, the wife of Leng Shaoyang. This sister-in-law had an unremarkable appearance. Standing at approximately 1.60 meters, she possessed a full figure with a round face and exhibited a gentle, unassuming temperament. However, she lacked any notable talents and was rather clumsy. From past experiences, it was evident that this sister-in-law was remarkable in her own right. Having married into the Leng family for 2 years, her weight had skyrocketed from 130 Jing to 160 Jing. Thereafter, she fluctuated around 160 Jing, ultimately achieving a personal breakthrough to 180 Jing and continued to rise thereafter. In Leng Shaofeng's memories, her weight never diminished again. As for whether she had surpassed that weight once more, he could not ascertain. Regardless, the changes were no longer discernible. If anyone inquired about her weight, she would simply respond with an endearing smile. Now, after a year and a half since her marriage, her weight had become quite substantial. Only Leng Shaofeng, towering at 1.83 meters and robust as an ox, could surpass her in stature. The other family members had long been overshadowed by her presence, and ultimately, even Leng Shaofeng would yield. Sister-in-law, Leng Shaofeng greeted her warmly and sincerely. After all, this sister-in-law was neither troublesome nor extravagant. She was simply ordinary. And that was perfectly acceptable. She could bear children for the Leng family, ensuring the continuation of their lineage. It was anticipated that she would soon conceive and, by the following year, give birth to a robust baby boy weighing over 8 Jing, bringing a ray of hope to the once somber household. With such a sister-in-law, what more could one desire? Xiaofeng, you're here. Come in. Your mother has been mentioning you these past few days. Why didn't you return sooner? Gao Zuixia eagerly ushered Leng Shaofeng inside, with a face full of warmth. Upon entering, Leng Shaofeng noticed 2 men seated on the sofa, his father, Leng Guangfu, and his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang. His father sat in the center, with his brother to the left. The two were nearly identical, with the only distinction being that his brother's face was slightly shorter, perhaps an enhancement from their mother, Li Suyun's genes. Although the individual possesses an elongated visage, the harmonious alignment of their features creates a surprisingly pleasing aesthetic. Father, brother, Shaofeng has arrived. Cold Shaoyang greeted his younger sibling with a nod. Please, take a seat. Their father, Cold Guangfu, was a man of few words, known for his taciturn nature. Despite having an elder brother who served as a chief engineer, Cold Guangfu had spent many years laboring as an ordinary worker in the mines. It was not that his elder brother was unwilling to assist him. Rather, it was their father who struggled to provide support. He was utterly illiterate, knowing only the character for Cold. His temper was notoriously foul, and when provoked, he could be as obstinate as a mule. Despite the household being managed adeptly by Li Siyun, who juggled domestic responsibilities with finesse, when Cold Guangfu expressed an opinion, the family was obliged to heed him. Disobedience would provoke his wrath, leading to an outpouring of fury that instilled fear in the entire family, compelling them to comply with his wishes. Nonetheless, the atmosphere within the Cold household was generally amiable. Cold Shaofeng had been absent for quite some time, and his return was a modest reunion. Everyone gathered to prepare dumplings, as his sister-in-law, Gao Zuixia, called out from the kitchen. With the exception of Cold Guangfu, the others lent a hand, each person presented with a large platter of dumplings. Additionally, the sister-in-law had prepared 2 cold dishes and 2 hot dishes, a cucumber salad, a tofu skin salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and dry-fried green beans. Small plates of aged vinegar and garlic cloves were also set out. Before long, the table was laden with dishes, and the family began to eat with great enthusiasm. However, after consuming just 1 dumpling, Cold Shaofeng realized that the taste was not as he remembered. In other words, the dumplings made by his mother, Li Siyun, fell short of his expectations. Nevertheless, he remained silent and continued to eat heartily. In these times, enjoying a meal of dumplings was a rare pleasure, leaving little room for picky eating. The Cold family, with 3 employed members, enjoyed a comfortable life, unlike many households where a single wage earner struggled to support a large family. Taking advantage of a moment when others were preoccupied, Cold Shaofeng leaned close to Li Siyun and whispered, "Mother, I long for the dumplings you make." Upon hearing this, a smile graced her face, and she simply nodded in response, a tender exchange between mother and son. Once the family had feasted, the women began to clear the table and wash the dishes while the men relaxed on the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. "Shaofeng, Our family is well regarded at the Yanxi Coal Mine. You should avoid associating with disreputable individuals, particularly younger widows, Cold Guangfu remarked, his words laden with implication. Cold Shaofeng understood immediately that this was a reference to Li Hongqian. Yes, father, I understand, he replied, not wishing to contradict his father openly, and offered a vague acknowledgement. Humph. Leng Guangfu discerned the insincerity in the conversation. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied yet reluctant to express his displeasure, he could only emit a heavy snort. Brother, I have a matter to discuss. I may need your assistance. Leng Shaofeng hastily shifted the topic, engaging in conversation with his elder sibling. He found his father to be both a befuddled old man and a stubborn traditionalist, and thus, he felt disinclined to engage with him. In contrast, Leng Shaoyang was far more understanding, and the bond between the brothers was commendably strong. What is the matter? Leng Shaoyang inquired, raising an eyebrow. It's related to your field of expertise, so you should have no issues. Leng Shaofeng refrained from elaborating, as his mind was currently occupied with a singular thought. It was not yet the right time for action. No rush, he replied. All right, just let me know when you need me. Leng Shaoyang responded readily, exemplifying the camaraderie of true brothers. Father, you're in the second shift, right? It's almost time for work. Would you like me to give you a ride on my motorcycle? Leng Shaofeng noted that he himself was also heading to work, as his shift had not yet concluded. Furthermore, he was scheduled for a consecutive shift to cover for Han Bin, who had substituted for him the previous day. No, I can't stand that contraption. It's more comfortable to walk. Leng Guangfu decisively shook his head. What about you, brother? Leng Shaofeng turned his attention back to his elder sibling. I can't stand it either. It's really not far. I'll just stroll over. Leng Shaoyang also declined. Very well, I shall take my leave then, said Leng Shaoyang, turning to depart. Everything unfolded just as it had in his previous life. No one seemed particularly keen to ride with him. Upon reaching the ground floor, he heard someone calling out to him. Turning around, he was surprised to see his mother, Li Suyun, following him. This struck Leng Shaofeng as peculiar, as this scene had not occurred in his former life. Chapter 17. A mother-son dialogue. At present, Leng Shaofeng's mind was exceptionally sharp. Although his rebirth had not endowed him with greater intelligence, it had certainly enhanced his memory. This particular moment had surely not transpired in his past. In his previous life, he had left immediately after his meal. Could it be that his rebirth had incited some form of butterfly effect? For reasons unknown, a sense of unease began to stir within him. He fervently wished to remain the singular variable in this equation, desiring no alterations to the people or events around him. Otherwise, the advantages of his rebirth would diminish. What is the matter, mother? Leng Shaofeng inquired, perplexed. Li Suyun remained silent, continuing to walk forward until she reached a shaded corner of the building, a spot that could be deemed a dead end. Not on the usual path for coming and going. This only heightened Leng Shaofeng's anxiety. He knew his mother well. She undoubtedly had something to discuss. What's wrong, mother? Leng Shaofeng halted and prompted her to speak. Li Suyun's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, as she hesitated to voice her thoughts. Leng Shaofeng, patient and unpressured, waited quietly by her side. Xiaofeng, let me ask you, do you still have feelings for that female classmate, the daughter of the mine owner, Su Jing? After a prolonged silence, Li Suyun finally broke her silence, posing a question concerning Su Jing. Yes, I do like her. In the presence of his mother, Leng Shaofeng felt no need for concealment and spoke candidly. Do you still wish to marry her? Li Suyun pressed further. Indeed, this has always been my heartfelt aspiration, and it shall not waver in the future. Cold Shaofeng replied assertively. However, whether he can ultimately marry her remains uncertain, for he has been reborn, and the circumstances are far more intricate than in his previous life. Nevertheless, Su Jing cannot escape his grasp. Upon hearing her son's words, Li Suyun's brows furrowed deeply. In truth, I find myself quite fond of the young lady from the Su family. She is strikingly beautiful, possesses an admirable physique, and is a university student. Who could possibly resist her charm? Li Suyun's tone shifted, yet our family situation truly does not befit her. It is no wonder that Director Su disapproves. Just look at you. You've merely graduated from a technical school and are working in the security department, idling away your days. Xiaofeng, have you truly thought this through? Li Suyun's expression was one of distress. Do not worry, mother. I am well aware of my path and will soon astonish everyone. While education is indeed significant, for someone as intelligent, capable, and hardworking as I am, it holds less weight. I am determined to win Su Jing's heart. I stand by my word. He used the term win, yet Li Suyun failed to grasp the implication. At this moment, Cold Shaofeng brimmed with confidence and ambition. Having been reborn, could he truly be hindered by mere academic qualifications? That would be absurd. Xiaofeng, I have heard from your uncle that Director Su is not an ordinary individual. He hails from the capital, and his family is comprised of high-ranking officials. Li Suyun remained unconvinced, her confidence evidently lacking. It matters not who he is. It merely presents a slight challenge. I can handle it. In his previous life, Cold Shaofeng likely recognized that Su Chang's roots lay in the capital. Otherwise, he would not have so effortlessly ascended to the position of director of the mining bureau, nor would he have made Cold Shaofeng feel like a rat scurrying through the streets. However, before a reborn individual, such matters are trivial. One must remember that his elder brother is a legendary figure, and he, Cold Shaofeng, is destined to surpass him. This is the essence of Cold Shaofeng's confidence. This is the confidence of a reborn soul. His mind is now brimming with information about the future. Utilizing even a fraction of this knowledge is sufficient to eclipse his former self. What concern is there over a minor figure like Su Chang'e? Let us not dwell on that. In a few years, the sheer force of wealth will be enough to bewilder Su Chang'e. Moreover, as time passes, the allure and power of money will only intensify. The might of currency is indeed boundless. And what of the widow selling lamb soup? What is the nature of your relationship with her? As expected of a mother, Li Suyun's inquiry was straightforward. Well, she is also my woman. Cold Shaofeng hesitated for a moment before providing a definitive response. It was rooted solely in his confidence. You. Li Suyun, incensed, momentarily lost her words and reached to pinch Cold Shaofeng's ear. No, mother. Ow, that hurts. Cold Shaofeng could have easily evaded her grasp, but chose to endure it in silence, not for any other reason than the fact that she is his beloved mother. You still know pain. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Li Suyun exhaled heavily, yet she ultimately loosened her grip. If she tightened it further, her heart would ache. You little rascal, what are you thinking? Do you wish to have both? Who do you think you are? Have you even taken a moment to look in the mirror? Frustration consumed her as she contemplated her son's antics. I have looked in the mirror, and I find myself rather handsome, he replied with a cheeky grin. Li Suyun, despite her irritation, could not help but chuckle. When it came to her younger son, she found it difficult to chastise him seriously. He truly left her exasperated. Xiaofeng, last year, when you were rejected in your pursuit, did I not give you a note? Li Suyun suddenly recalled a past incident. In earlier times, Leng Shaofeng's mind might not have been so sharp, and he could have easily forgotten such trivial matters. In truth, he had no recollection of any note from his previous life. However, at this moment, a clear image of a note surfaced in his mind. Last year, when he was feeling despondent, his mother had handed him a note, saying that if he truly wished to marry the girl from the Su family, he should seek out the person mentioned on the note for assistance. Yet, he had dismissed it as inconsequential, carelessly tossing the note aside. I think I remember. Mother, who was that person? What connection do they have to our family? Upon receiving the note last year, he had posed the same question, but his mother had not provided a definitive answer. Instead, she had appeared lost in thought and turned away. In this life, driven by curiosity, Leng Shaofeng could not help but ask the question again. This time, Li Suyun hesitated. If you wish to marry the girl from the Su family, perhaps you should seek out that person. Once you meet him, everything will become clear. For some reason, there seemed to be a glimmer of tears in her eyes. Leng Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. His mother seemed unusually emotional today. Earlier, she had rested on his back, as if she had wept. A multitude of thoughts swirled in Leng Xiaofeng's mind. All right, let it be. No matter what, take care of yourself. Regardless of the circumstances, your mother will always stand by your side. After uttering these words, Li Suyun appeared somewhat melancholic as she turned and walked back home. Leng Shaofeng watched her figure fade into the building. At that moment, he found himself in no rush to go to work. He stood still, quietly sifting through his memories. The precise details of the note eluded him, as he had not taken it seriously in his previous life. However, he could vividly recall the general appearance of the note and where he had carelessly placed it. In his past existence, he had not possessed such a memory. Thus, the note had ultimately faded into oblivion, lost in some corner of the world. But now, it had resurfaced in Leng Xiaofeng's mind. No longer hesitating, he strode purposefully towards his motorcycle. With a twist of the throttle, the bike roared to life, speeding away. His destination was the bachelor dormitory. He suddenly found himself yearning to know the specific content of that note. Chapter 18. Bestowing Experience. The motorcycle was fast enough. In the blink of an eye, Leng Shaofeng executed a sharp brake and a graceful drift, coming to a steady halt beneath the dormitory building. He then strode purposefully toward his room. The dormitory door swung open effortlessly, clearly indicating that someone was inside. There lay Han Bin, reclining on his bed, flipping through a magazine featuring a modern woman with long legs on the cover. He chuckled to himself as he read. Scattered on the floor were 2 crumpled tissues. Leng Shaofeng frowned at the sight. "Brother Feng, you're back." Han Bin greeted him as he sat up. "Yeah, take it easy, kid." Leng Shaofeng lit a cigarette, detecting an unpleasant odor. Just in time, he thought, as he needed a smoke to mask the smell. "Brother Feng, can I have one?" Han Bin, always eager to take advantage, had often mooched cigarettes from Leng Shaofeng. Observing Han Bin's outstretched hand, Leng Shaofeng discreetly stepped back a couple of paces. He tossed a cigarette over and then threw him a matchbox. "This box of matches is yours." He had no intention of using that matchbox any longer, so he decided to give it to Han Bin. At this time, matches were commonly referred to as foreign matches. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Han Bin gleefully lit a cigarette and reclined back on the bed. Leng Shaofeng picked up a broom and swept the crumpled tissues into the trash bin. "Brother Feng, smoking your cigarettes makes me feel a bit guilty. Let me take the afternoon shift," Han Bin said, enjoying the smoke, exuding an air of blissful indulgence. "No need. A deal is a deal. Besides, our work isn't exhausting. Just don't make the dorm a mess, and that's enough to be grateful for," Leng Shaofeng retorted. "Brother Feng, you don't know the hunger of the starving when you're well fed. With beauties like Sue and the widow, come on, Brother Feng. Tell me what it feels like to do that." Han Bin grinned with a lecherous expression. "Well, it's quite similar to the pleasure of smoking," Leng Shaofeng replied, wishing to avoid further entanglement in this topic, offering a casual dismissal. "Tch, don't try to fool me. If you don't want to say it, then don't," Han Bin retorted, clearly unconvinced. "Why don't you hurry up and find yourself a partner? Then you'll understand everything," Leng Shaofeng said, leaning against the wall, half reclining on the bed. He found this position quite comfortable for smoking. "I do wish to, but I lack the charm you possess, Brother Feng. How about you teach me?" Han Bin asked earnestly, seeking guidance. "Which girl has caught your eye? Do you have a target?" Leng Shaofeng's interest peaked. In his past life, Han Bin had faced romantic misfortune, only marrying in his 30s to a divorced woman. "Hee, you know her, our classmate, Li Qiaoling. I'm really into her type." Han Bin chuckled shyly, his small eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ah, her? She's quite a firecracker. Can you handle her?" Leng Shaofeng replied casually, though inwardly he was taken aback. In his past life, the divorced woman Han Bin married was indeed Li Qiaoling. Could it be that Han Bin was still a romantic at heart? For many years, remaining single, was he perhaps waiting for Li Qiaoling all along? Upon this reflection, Leng Shaofeng turned his gaze back to Han Bin, and truth be told, he appeared somewhat more agreeable. If only Han Bin's face were free of those blemishes, he could indeed be considered a spirited young man. Initially, Li Qiaoling had not chosen Han Bin. Instead, she wed another man, a coal miner 2 years their senior named Lu Daong. Lu Daong was tall and robust, slightly taller than Leng Shaofeng. He was adept at basketball, and Leng Shaofeng was well acquainted with him. Whenever they met on the court, it was typically Lu Daong who defended against him. Although Lu Daong never managed to defeat Leng Shaofeng, he was a formidable opponent nonetheless. Not only was Lu Daong skilled in basketball, but he was also proficient in the art of domestic violence. After marrying him, Li Qiaoling frequently endured his aggression. Originally petite and charming, she was a beauty in her own right, but her fiery temperament clashed tragically with Lu Daong's volatile nature. She often found herself on the receiving end of his wrath. In these times, divorce was uncommon, yet Li Qiaoling ultimately could not bear it and chose to separate. After 2 or 3 years of solitary living, she eventually married Han Bin. Following their nuptials, Han Bin tended to defer to her in both significant and trivial matters, and their life together appeared quite pleasant. Leng Shaofeng could not help but ponder whether he should assist them. After all, they were destined to be together. Why the need for such roundabout paths? "Pray tell, to what stage has your relationship developed? I could offer some advice," he urged. Leng Shaofeng resolved to lend a hand to this fellow, at the very least, with a wife. He would no longer have to contend with the chaos of dormitory life alongside the 5 girls. However, their relationship had not progressed far. They were merely classmates. Han Bin seemed somewhat embarrassed by this admission. "Just classmates? I'm still a classmate of hers as well." Are you merely harboring a crush on her? Scoffed Leng Shaofeng, unable to suppress his disdain. Isn't it that I simply lack the courage? Otherwise, why would I seek your counsel? Han Bin retorted stubbornly. Very well. Let us start from the beginning. The most crucial aspect of pursuing a woman is to take the initiative, and one must possess a thick skin. When the opportunity arises, one must act decisively. Drawing from his own experiences, Leng Shaofeng commenced his lesson. In truth, his experience in courting women was limited. Rather, he had encountered numerous instances of being pursued. Even though he now had 2 platonic female friends, their relationship remained utterly innocent, devoid of any complications. Wait, had Li Qiaoling ever pursued him? Leng Shaofeng suddenly recognized the gravity of this question. He began to delve into his memories, and, lo and behold, there was indeed a recollection. A memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. Shortly after transferring to this school, he recalled an occasion when Li Qiaoling had called him to the back of the teaching building after class and posed a simple question. Do you wish to be in a relationship? She had asked. At that time, however, Leng Shaofeng was oblivious to the nuances of romance. The idea of a relationship seemed utterly distant to him. He had responded directly, I do not wish to. And thus, that was the end of that. It was only now that he realized a genuine affection had once been presented to him, and he had failed to cherish it. Well, it is fortunate that I missed it. Otherwise, would Han Bin be destined to be a lifelong bachelor? Upon reflection, despite Li Qiaoling's petite stature, she seems to prefer those of larger build, which explains her marriage to the tall Lu Daong. Indeed, this seems quite plausible. Feng Ge, you speak so simply. What am I to do? Han Bin's words jolted Leng Shaofeng back to reality. Very well, let us proceed step by step. To forge friendships, one must engage in ample communication. First, create opportunities to meet her. For instance, how could you encounter Li Qiaoling while lying in your dormitory? You must venture outside. When you have nothing else to do, why not invite her out? Leng Shaofeng was exasperated. Invite her out. Han Bin began to feel uneasy. Of course, without a doubt, casually ask her out for a walk or to watch a movie. Anything works. But what if she refuses to come out? You haven't even tried. How can you know it won't work? Leng Shaofeng countered. Should I give it a try? Yes, you must certainly try. Successfully inviting her out is the first step toward success. First, establish a rapport, then attempt to hold her hand. As for the rest, once you have successfully held her hand, I shall instruct you further. All right, I shall heed your advice, Feng Ge. Han Bin seemed invigorated, leaping off the bed, pumping his fists in excitement, rallying himself. What shift is she on now? What does she do? She operates the crane in the crane room. This week. She is on the morning shift. Then she must be finishing work soon, right? Hurry and intercept her on her way home. Let me think. Buy a bottle of soda, preferably ice cold, and perhaps some sunflower seeds or peanuts, as girls often have a penchant for snacks. Leng Shaofeng continued to offer suggestions. All right, Feng Ge, I shall go wait for her at the mine entrance. Han Bin, with remarkable efficiency, swiftly donned his shoes, straightened his attire, and dashed out of sight. Leng Shaofeng could only shake his head and wish him good luck. Chapter 19. The note. After seeing Han Bin off, Leng Shaofeng casually shut the door. He then busied himself with his own affairs, determined to locate that small note. Leng Shaofeng recalled that he had carelessly placed it among a pile of books. Those books had since been rearranged, scattered, and moved about. He truly had no idea which book it had ended up in, and could only search through them one by one. Among the 2 beds cluttered with miscellaneous items, one was entirely filled with Leng Shaofeng's belongings. He began to rummage through his things. Fortunately, he did not possess an overwhelming number of items. Soon, within a cardboard box under the bed, he discovered a considerable stack of books. Leng Shaofeng flipped through them, not overlooking a single page. After an hour of searching, he finally came across the note nestled within a collection of 300 Tang poems. Thank goodness, it was not lost. Leng Shaofeng let out a long sigh of relief. The note was narrow, less than 2 fingers wide, and about 10 centimeters long. However, the quality of the paper was excellent, resembling something torn from a book. The note had yellowed, bearing the marks of time's passage. The upper half was uneven, while the lower half was quite orderly. In the center, a line of text had become somewhat blurred, yet it was still possible to decipher it with some effort. Cold Shaofeng immediately recognized that this was a piece of writing in cursive script, indicating that the author possessed a considerable mastery of calligraphy. He began to scrutinize the text, and before long, he discerned its contents. Number 9, Lining Avenue, Dongqing District, Beijing, Yishengnan. Had it been the Cold Shaofeng of his previous life, he would have been utterly oblivious to the significance of this message. This indifference was precisely why he had carelessly discarded the note at that time, subsequently relegating it to the recesses of his memory until it was entirely forgotten. However, armed with the wisdom accrued over half a century, particularly from his years spent in the capital, the address on the note struck a chord within him. If memory served him correctly, it was the location of a grand estate, one guarded by armed sentinels. Even at the height of his former life, he would not have possessed the privilege to gain entry, let alone to peer inside. Not only he, but none of the individuals he had encountered in his past had held such a distinction. Gazing down at the small slip of paper in his hand, Cold Shaofeng felt an unexpected weight, as if it bore the burden of 1,000 burdens. If his mother had not deceived him, this note could very well be a passport to that place. But could his mother truly be capable of such deceit? Surely not. Even if the heavens were to crumble and the seas were to dry, there remained one person in this world who had always been kind to him, his mother. Thus, if she had spoken truthfully, this note assumed an invaluable significance. As he contemplated the small piece of paper, Cold Shaofeng's breath grew heavy. He hesitated to imagine the opportunities his former self had missed. Yet, the question lingered. Why did his mother possess this note? Who had given it to her? Was it perhaps this Yishaonan? Cold Shaofeng rifled through all his memories, but found no trace of this individual. He fixated on the note for an extended period, a tempest of emotions raging within him. Ultimately, he carefully returned the slip of paper to the anthology of Tang poetry. This time, his movements were exceedingly gentle. Fearing he might damage the delicate note, he reorganized the volumes, placing the anthology at the very bottom, before shoving the box back under the bed, wedging it into the innermost corner against the wall. Just as he finished securing the box, the dormitory door swung open, and Hanbin stormed in, visibly agitated. "Oh, Fengge, you're still here. That is wonderful." Upon seeing Cold Shaofeng, Hanbin's mood lifted instantly. "What is the matter?" Cold Shaofeng poured himself a glass of water. Feeling parched. "Fengge, are we brothers?" Hanbin posed an inexplicable question. "Of course," Cold Shaofeng replied after a moment's contemplation, nodding earnestly. Overall, Hanbin was a decent fellow, someone with whom he could get along. "Good. Fengge, I have a request. Could you help me deal with someone?" Hanbin's words were startling. Uft. The water Cold Shaofeng had just sipped was suddenly expelled, splattering against the wall. "What? Deal with someone? Who?" Cold Shaofeng's mind was momentarily befuddled, unable to process his friend's request. "Yes, exactly, deal with someone. You know him, it's Lu Daong." The mere mention of this name made Hanbin seethe with resentment. "What has he done to you? Please clarify the situation for me. I am utterly perplexed." Upon hearing that name, Leng Shaofeng formed a rough conjecture. "Today, I encountered Li Qiaoling and even purchased her a soda, escorting her home along the way. We engaged in delightful conversation, yet upon reaching her residence, I ran into Lu Daong." At this juncture, Hanbin paused, his expression darkening. This foolish creature dared to tell me to keep my distance from Li Qiaoling and even struck me on the neck. "Look, Fengge." Hanbin pointed to his neck for Leng Shaofeng to see. Indeed, a distinct red handprint was visible, evidently a forceful blow from Lu Daong. "And then?" Leng Shaofeng inquired further. "Well, then I returned and sought your assistance, Fengge," Hanbin admitted, somewhat sheepishly retracting his neck. Though unspoken, Leng Shaofeng understood that Hanbin must have been stunned by Lu Daong's slap, opting to flee. More importantly, he had lost face in front of Li Qiaoling. Leng Shaofeng refrained from speaking immediately, instead retrieving a cigarette from his bag, intending to indulge in a smoke. As he searched for matches, he realized he had given them to Hanbin. Fortunately, Hanbin was perceptive enough to produce matches and lit Leng Shaofeng's cigarette, partaking in one himself. "Since you have addressed me as Fengge, it stands to reason that dealing with Lu Daong should not pose a significant challenge. I could slap him. Even 10 slaps would not elicit a protest from him." However, Leng Shaofeng's tone shifted. He was reluctant to resort to violence. The primary reason being it was rather lowly behavior, only befitting a child lacking understanding. Moreover, Lu Daong was on the basketball team, as was Leng Shaofeng, and the mining bureau was preparing to organize a competition. They would undoubtedly need to practice together frequently. If he were to first assault a teammate, how could they play together thereafter? Yet, even if I were to teach him a lesson, he might not yield to you, and could retaliate even more fiercely. Furthermore, pursuing a girl while engaging in a brawl, especially enlisting outsiders to aid in the fight, would not earn you any accolades. "So, Fengge, what should I do?" Hanbin expressed his frustration. You must clarify your objective. Your aim is to pursue Li Qiaoling. Whatever actions you undertake, keep this in mind. However, Lu Daong is also pursuing Li Qiaoling, and I fear Han Bin's anxiety was palpable. Regarding today's incident, it may not be entirely unfavorable. This is a weakness Lu Daong has unwittingly presented. Leng Shaofeng exhaled a smoke ring, adopting a posture of authority. Ah, what weakness? Han Bin inquired, bewildered. Consider this. His readiness to resort to violence indicates a propensity for aggression. If he can strike you so casually, what would stop him from doing the same to his wife after marriage? Leng Shaofeng released another smoke ring. Ah, indeed, that makes sense. A spark of realization lit up Han Bin's small eyes. Li Qiaoling may not grasp this reasoning immediately, but you can elucidate it to her or have someone else convey it. Not only can it strike at adversaries and provide a dose of reality, but it can also manifest genuine concern. Thus, this slap is not in vain. You must transform this setback into your own advantage. Upon hearing this, Han Bin completely forgot the pain of being struck and beamed with joy. Brother Feng, why not have a word with Li Qiaoling? After all, we are classmates. Me? Cold Shaofeng was taken aback, realizing that after all his analysis, he had inadvertently volunteered himself. Chapter 20. The one who can be struck. Casting a glance at Han Bin, who was nervously retracting his neck, he genuinely worried whether he could articulate his thoughts clearly. All right, if I see her one day, I'll remind her. Cold Shaofeng decided to brush it off for now. Brother Feng, don't. Strike while the iron is hot. Besides, there's nothing pressing in class. Why not go now? Cold Shaofeng contemplated a refusal, but found it difficult to voice. He was well aware of how things typically went at work. If he told Han Bin, sorry, I'm busy with work, then that friendship would be lost. If this fellow decided to retaliate, tossing a few filthy tissues his way would surely be revolting. Fine. Let us go. As Cold Shaofeng finished his cigarette, he resolved to visit this middle school classmate. Without delay, he hopped on his motorcycle, with Han Bin in tow, and sped off. After navigating several streets, turning a few corners, and passing through a couple of alleys, they arrived at a residential building where Li Qiaoling resided. Brother Feng, why don't you go upstairs and call her down? Upon reaching their destination, Han Bin faltered again. However, this was understandable. Young people often face such moments. When it comes to someone they admire, especially in the realm of unrequited love, they tend to become quite timid. But Cold Shaofeng was undeterred. Li Qiaoling, he bellowed, his voice ringing loud enough to echo through several streets. Who is it? A girl's head poked out from a third-floor room. It was indeed Li Qiaoling. Come down. I need to talk to you. Cold Shaofeng tilted his head back and waved. Oh, Cold Shaofeng, it's you. Just wait, I'll be down shortly. Though she said shortly. Nearly 10 minutes passed. Such is the meaning of shortly in the context of young women, utterly exasperating. When Li Qiaoling finally descended, both men were taken aback. Cold Shaofeng was surprised to see her made up, her lips a vivid red, adorned in a floral dress. Han Bin, on the other hand, was simply captivated. There's an ethereal beauty that seems etched in time, astounding the hearts of youth. Cold Shaofeng, what brings you here? Li Qiaoling inquired, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Her cheeks flushed. Her tone was gentle, imbued with a hint of shyness, quite a departure from her usual fiery temperament. Cold Shaofeng was puzzled. He merely intended to have a few words with her, yet she appeared bashful. Well, here's the thing. Han Bin was looking for you, right? I heard he was struck by Lu Daong, so I came to inquire about it. He gestured towards Han Bin, casually providing an explanation. Oh, Han Bin, you're here too. Li Qiaoling seemed genuinely surprised. Emotions, such a living being, left unnoticed. Leng Shaofeng observed a moment of silence for his good brother. Hey, I'm just worried about you, so I came back, he said. Han Bin's heart soared when he noticed Li Qiaoling's attention directed towards him, every little pimple on his face gleaming with delight. What do I have to worry about? Lu Daong left early, he replied. The moment you walked away, I went upstairs. Li Qiaoling appeared indifferent to his words. Haha, that's good, that's good. Han Bin chuckled foolishly beside them. Leng Shaofeng could no longer tolerate the scene. Li Qiaoling, we came to find you primarily to discuss an important matter. Unable to rely on Han Bin any longer, Leng Shaofeng had to take the initiative. You need to tell me something? Why don't we go to my room? My parents aren't home, Li Qiaoling suggested, her cheeks flushed and her gaze lowered. Her feet clad in sandals tapping nervously. Having weathered many storms, Leng Shaofeng sensed something amiss. This was peculiar. A young girl inviting him into her room for a private conversation, especially emphasizing her parents' absence. What was the implication? He recalled a past life wherein he had shared a bed with a girl he had just met at a bar, leaving her sheets disheveled and damp. Leng Shaofeng suddenly realized that seeking out Li Qiaoling was a grave mistake, possibly sending the wrong signal to the girl. This was undoubtedly a blunder. At that moment, Han Bin's mind finally caught up. It appeared that his greatest rival was not Lu Daong after all, but rather his own brother Feng. Had he unwittingly invited a wolf into his home? What was he to do? Feng, I can't compete with him. My beloved woman is about to share a bed with my best brother. What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting for an answer. Han Bin gazed pitifully at Leng Shaofeng, fearing he would agree and ascend to Li Qiaoling's residence together. Leng Shaofeng hadn't anticipated such a twist of fate. What a delightful mischance. Well, it's nothing serious. I just heard Lu Daong hit my brother, and I was a bit enraged. I wanted to discuss this person with you. To his surprise, Leng Shaofeng felt a tinge of nervousness. Go ahead, Li Qiaoling urged, her gaze fixed on him, blinking inquisitively. It's just that Lu Daong is truly a vile person. How can he resort to violence so easily? Right. How can he strike others at will? Li Qiaoling nodded obediently in agreement. Moreover, such a person evidently harbors violent tendencies. If he can strike someone today, surely he would not hesitate to strike his wife in the future. Don't you think so, Li Qiaoling? Leng Shaofeng pressed on with his analysis, resolutely. Yes, Shaofeng. You are absolutely right, she affirmed, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. You see, it's just like that. You must not associate with such individuals. Keep your distance. At last, Leng Shaofeng managed to convey his intentions clearly. He let out a sigh of relief. It was no easy task. Don't worry, Shaofeng. I will heed your advice. Lu Daong is not someone I wish to engage with, Li Qiaoling asserted resolutely, only to shift her tone abruptly. However, truth be told, some individuals do appear particularly admirable when they engage in conflict. Shaofeng, you look exceptionally striking when you fight. Li Qiaoling lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, speaking softly. The sudden twist nearly caught Leng Shaofeng off guard. He and Han Bin exchanged bewildered glances. Shaofeng, if you ever feel the urge to hit a woman, you may direct your blows at me. I willingly offer myself as your target. Just, please, do be gentle and refrain from inflicting too much pain. As her words fell, the young lady covered her face and scampered upstairs, leaving the two men in a state of disarray. Ultimately, the motorcycle whisked them away in haste. A stark contrast to the numerous trials and tribulations Leng Shaofeng had faced throughout his life. He had never felt as flustered as he did today. Yet, it was a woman named Li Qiaoling who had managed to achieve this. Upon returning to the dormitory, Leng Shaofeng felt an undeniable awkwardness. I endeavored to assist my brother in vanquishing his romantic rival, only to discover that I had become the greatest adversary myself. Han Bin appeared despondent. The goddess had finally confessed her feelings, but alas, the object of her affection was not him, but his dear friend. Han Bin gazed at Leng Shaofeng with a heart full of lament, remaining silent. Chapter 21. The atmosphere was thick with discomfort. Leng Shaofeng reignited a cigarette, soon regaining his composure. This matter, in essence, was trivial, a mere trifle. He resolved to counsel his dear friend anew. Brother, you see, today's events are not entirely unfavorable, right? Han Bin remained speechless, his silence heavy with unspoken words. Despite the unforeseen complications, we did achieve our goals. Look at Li Qiaoling. She has become acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and will undoubtedly cease her interactions with Lu Daong. Han Bin continued to be silent, his gaze fixed on Leng Shaofeng. From a strategic perspective, our recent endeavor was a resounding success, effectively eliminating a formidable foe. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Han Bin remained mute but eventually nodded in reluctant agreement, a faint, bitter smile gracing his lips. Brother, please do not regard me in such a manner. Today, I have helped you vanquish an adversary without becoming one myself. Rest assured, I shall never vie for Li Qiaoling. You know I am not lacking in female companionship, and I can assure you, many surpass her in beauty. Observing his friend's despondency, Leng Shaofeng continued his efforts to uplift him. As long as you persevere, victory shall belong to you, and Li Qiaoling will eventually be yours. Keep pushing forward, brother. I have faith in you. After a lengthy and earnest counsel, Han Bin finally uttered a single query. Fengge, you truly do not harbor feelings for Li Qiaoling, do you? You won't compete with me, will you? Rest assured, you can place your mind at ease. To be frank, had you not mentioned her today, I would have nearly forgotten her. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief. What sort of predicament is this? Yet, Han Bin lamented, even if you do not wish to compete with me, what am I to do now? Han Bin's troubles abruptly returned to square one. Brother, your aspirations have diminished. With a phoenix tree at home, why worry about the arrival of the phoenix? Let me put it this way. As long as you are exceptional enough, why fear the absence of a beautiful wife? To put it bluntly, if you were a person of wealth, do you not believe that suitors would be queuing at your doorstep? Cold Shaofeng exhaled a puff of smoke leisurely. Brother Feng, I can't even gather 100 yuan. Han Bin lamented with a face of despair, shaking his head with a sigh. His words left Cold Shaofeng momentarily speechless. It seemed that even he, Cold Shaofeng, was unable to muster 100 yuan at this moment. I need to make money. Make money. Money is the backbone of a man. How can one do without it? To be honest, Cold Shaofeng had little concept of money, for in his past life, he possessed an abundance that was beyond spending. Yet now, it appeared that earning money was imperative. It must be done. Do you wish to become a person of wealth? Cold Shaofeng said to Han Bin, his tone lighthearted. Brother Feng, isn't that an obvious question? Of course I want to. Han Bin's spirits lifted considerably as he lit a cigarette. Trust my words, follow my lead, and I guarantee you will become a person of wealth. Cold Shaofeng spoke with surprising confidence. Really? Brother Feng, have you found a way to make a fortune? Take me along. Han Bin's excitement surged. There is hope now. Rest assured, stick with me, and there will be plenty to eat. All right, Brother Feng, I will follow you. In just a few exchanges. Cold Shaofeng had secured a little brother. Enough of that. I'll go check on my class first. Noticing Han Bin's improved mood, Cold Shaofeng decided not to linger. He prepared to leave, having lost considerable time with Han Bin. After all, he was still at work. It was unwise to be absent during working hours, as others might think him lazy. With a rev of the engine, Cold Shaofeng sped off on his motorcycle. As he passed the duty room at the mine's entrance, he paused. He sat in the duty room for a while, engaged in light conversation, and discovered there was nothing pressing. Subsequently, he made his way to the meeting room. In the meeting room, he found another squad leader, Yang Guozhan, present. The room was lined with newspaper racks, filled with a variety of publications. Yang Guozhan, a man in his mid-30s, was perhaps more mature and composed, preferring to spend his time in the meeting room rather than wandering about. Unlike Cold Shaofeng, who was constantly on the move. Ah, Shaofeng is here. Yang Guozhan greeted first. Brother Yang, are you reading the papers again? Any news? Cold Shaofeng casually inquired. Taking a seat beside him, he had some matters to discuss with Yang. Nothing major. However, a new person of wealth has emerged in the city. Guess what business they're in? Yang Guozhan replied, shaking his head in confusion. Brother Yang, there are too many businesses. How could I possibly guess? Cold Shaofeng offered, lighting a cigarette. The Grand Front is doing much better than my Hongha. I envy your lifestyle. Smoke whatever you desire. Unlike me, who has an entire family to support, I can only indulge in Hongha. Yang Guozhan took a cigarette, and the two began to exhale clouds of smoke. Brother Yang, you haven't mentioned what business that millionaire is involved in. Leng Shaofeng continued the conversation. You wouldn't believe it. He sells snacks. Hailing from the northwest, he specializes in liangpi and rujiamo, and astonishingly, within less than a year, he became a millionaire. Yang Guozhan shook his head in disbelief. Yet, Leng Shaofeng understood that whether in the present or the future, those who sell snacks, provided they are willing to toil and possess decent skills, can generally prosper. At the very least, it is far superior to the drudgery of earning a meager salary. Of course, this is only applicable to a certain extent, excluding that elderly woman who sells chili sauce. Unfortunately, Leng Shaofeng only relished eating it and had no knack for making it. Otherwise, he could have cornered the chili sauce market, which would have been delightful. Indeed, society has changed, he mused. Yes, it has changed. Both men sighed in agreement. Soon, Leng Shaofeng redirected the conversation towards Yang Guozhan. Brother Yang, I heard your family is from a village to the north. Does it produce coal? Yes. Our village is called Yangzhuang. We have a small coal mine, which is a collective industry, but it's been contracted out to an individual. However, it pales in comparison to our Yanxi Coal Mine. Then tell me about this Yangzhuang Coal Mine, Leng Shaofeng urged, as this was the true purpose of their conversation. There's not much to say, but if you're interested, I shall share. I'm quite familiar with the manager who contracted the mine. We played together as children, and he was quite the troublemaker. Who would have thought he would become a manager? In no time, Yang Guozhan opened up. Leng Shaofeng interjected occasionally, guiding the discussion. Yang Guozhan's enthusiasm grew, and before long, Leng Shaofeng had a clear understanding of the Yangzhuang coal mine situation. Brother Yang, your words are more enlightening than a decade of study. I have some matters to attend to. I'll take my leave for now." In closing, Leng Shaofeng offered Yang Guozhan another cigarette before leisurely stepping out. This time, he chose to walk instead of ride his motorcycle, making his way toward the dilapidated warehouse in the northwest corner. In this lifetime, it was here that he had earned his first pot of gold. Chapter 22. The abandoned factory. Leng Shaofeng sauntered along. The coal mine was vast, and he couldn't resist the urge to explore. "I have not seen you for many years, yet you remain unchanged." As he wandered aimlessly through the mine, he compared it to his memories of the Yanxi Coal Mine. Although many aspects remained the same, numerous changes had occurred. Some buildings that he remembered as demolished were still standing, while others that should have existed were now merely concrete slabs. As he walked, Leng Shaofeng's memories and reality became intricately intertwined. Eventually, he arrived at a section of abandoned factory buildings. This was indeed his destination. Did you truly believe that Leng Shaofeng was merely wandering aimlessly? Such naivety would be most misguided. Mature men invariably possess a clear objective in all their endeavors, while women tend to wander aimlessly during shopping excursions. The dilapidated factory before me sprawls over an area equivalent to that of a football field, its overall condition lamentably decrepit. Many of the surrounding red bricks have aged significantly, crumbling into a fine red dust at the slightest touch. The entrance, which once boasted a grand gate, now stands devoid of its former glory, dismantled and long gone. Upon entering, I glance upwards to find several patches of blue sky peeking through the gaping roof. Inside the factory, a hodgepodge of antiquated relics lies strewn about: abandoned mine carts, broken drill bits, and a myriad of unidentifiable machinery clutter the space. Additionally, there are various hooks, iron tracks, extensive conveyor belts, and a web of tangled steel cables. The air is thick with a distinct amalgamation of grease and rust. In the presence of this disarray, a smile inevitably graces Leng Shaofeng's face, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What appears to be mere junk to others transforms into a delightful treasure trove in his view. As a state-owned coal mine, a substantial amount of mining equipment and machinery is retired each year, left unattended and unclaimed, randomly discarded in a large factory. These items are seldom managed or questioned. For those in need of screws or iron blocks, or simply wishing to pilfer scrap metal for profit, many come here to scavenge. Of course, one must be able to carry their finds away, for the security personnel are not to be underestimated. Some have gone to great lengths to extract iron wires and blocks, with individuals managing to wrap dozens of pounds of steel around their waists or hide substantial iron discs beneath their arms. There are even those who manage to conceal thick steel pipes within their trousers, truly a spectacle to behold. The ongoing battle of wits and resourcefulness between scavengers and security is nothing short of exhilarating. While some are caught, others slip through the cracks, evading detection. Now, Leng Shaofeng has set his sights on this heap of scrap metal, following a path previously trodden. In a past life, an individual somehow established a connection with the mine manager, Su Changhe, and successfully extracted all the steel cables without incurring significant expenses. These worn cables were then sold to numerous small coal mines, resulting in a handsome profit. 2 years later, another enterprising individual unearthed a fresh opportunity, specializing in dismantling motors and equipment for reassembly. Many machines were rendered obsolete, yet their motors remained functional. After careful disassembly and reconfiguration, he managed to produce a variety of usable devices or sell the motors directly, yielding even greater financial returns. In this era, acquiring a set of equipment is exceedingly challenging due to the necessity of foreign exchange vouchers, which are tightly regulated by the state. Simply possessing wealth does not guarantee the ability to purchase equipment. When the incident involving the steel wire rope transpired, Leng Shaofeng was still at the coal mine, engaged in a struggle against Su Changhe. By the time the equipment was sold, Leng Shaofeng had already taken his leave, yet this did not impede his understanding of the events that unfolded. Particularly, his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang, was deeply involved. Having graduated in electromechanical engineering, Leng Shaoyang was invited to assemble the equipment, thereby earning a handsome sum on the side. Notably, the previous and last year witnessed a significant upgrade to the underground transportation lines, leading to the elimination of a considerable amount of steel wire ropes. The quality of that batch of steel wire ropes was generally satisfactory for regular use. Even if worn, they could be cleverly repurposed, making little impact on small coal mines. Now, Leng Shaofeng was not inclined to relinquish such a splendid opportunity to outsiders. "Apologies, but your fortune is indeed fortuitous," I shall take it. While inspecting the equipment, Leng Shaofeng unexpectedly encountered an individual rummaging through a pile of discarded equipment. Startled by the sight of Leng Shaofeng in olive green, the person lost their footing and fell from the apparatus. Before Leng Shaofeng could approach, the individual, limping with an injured leg, hastily fled. Remarkably swift for someone in their condition. Truly a talent. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief. It was indeed a misunderstanding. After thoroughly inspecting the vast factory, he departed with satisfaction. Glancing at the Shanghai brand watch on his wrist, he noted that it was already past 5 o'clock. With over half an hour remaining before the office staff concluded their day. Seizing the opportunity, Leng Shaofeng resolved to meet with his uncle, Ren Guangping. His uncle's office was located within the mine manager's building. This 4-story edifice housed the principal mining officials on the 2nd floor, while other departments occupied the 3rd and 4th floors. The 1st floor contained recreational and conference rooms. The office of mine manager Lu Guangming was situated at the easternmost end of the corridor, while Deputy Mine Manager Su Chang's office was closer to the center. In contrast, Uncle Leng Guangping's office was positioned at the westernmost end. Leng Shaofeng ascended to the 2nd floor, turned right, and walked to the end of the corridor. Arriving at an office door marked Chief Engineer's office, he knocked. "Come in." A deep male voice resonated. Instantly recognizing his uncle's voice, Leng Shaofeng pushed the door open. He found Uncle Leng Guangping leaning over a desk, magnifying glass in hand, examining a large blueprint spread before him. This blueprint, crafted on a light blue drawing paper, depicted an intricate array of intersecting lines. With a glance, Leng Shaofeng discerned it to be the construction drawing for a certain level underground. The current blueprints were not produced by computer, they were entirely hand-drawn. Each line, in terms of direction, thickness, and length, was meticulously rendered to scale, demanding exceptional technical skill from the drafter. Without a doubt, Uncle Leng Guangping's professional competence stands unrivaled at the Yanxi Coal Mine. He was wholly engrossed in examining the blueprints, his head never lifting, utterly oblivious to the arrival of Leng Shaofeng. Leng Shaofeng had every reason to believe that his uncle's invitation to enter was purely instinctual, and indeed, that was the case. Chapter 23. Support. The office was enveloped in silence. Uncle Leng Guangping, now in his early 50s, possessed thick eyebrows and large eyes. With a square face and slicked-back hair, though his temples were already graying. Leng Shaofeng stood quietly for 5 minutes as his uncle continued to scrutinize the blueprints, deftly switching between various tools, a compass, a ruler, and a pencil, either measuring or sketching. Leng Shaofeng refrained from interrupting, remaining still for another 5 minutes. However, 10 minutes elapsed, and Leng Guangping still had not acknowledged anyone's presence. Leng Shaofeng felt a profound admiration for his uncle's unwavering dedication to his work. Yet he decided he could no longer wait. The end of the workday was approaching. He approached the adjacent desk, seized a thermos, and poured himself a glass of water. Gently, he placed the glass on his uncle's desk, its delicate clink against the glass surface breaking the stillness. Xiaofeng, when did you come in? Why didn't you say anything?" Leng Guangping finally noticed his nephew. "Uncle, I've been here for 10 minutes, Leng Shaofeng replied, a look of exasperation on his face. In Leng Shaofeng's hometown, uncle and elder uncle are used interchangeably, with uncle being the common address. "I didn't notice. What brings you here? You haven't caused any trouble again, have you?" Leng Guangping fixed a skeptical gaze upon Leng Shaofeng. A wave of anxiety washed over Leng Shaofeng. He couldn't help but roll his eyes in frustration. Did he truly have such a reputation as a troublemaker in his uncle's eyes? "Uncle, I genuinely have something important to discuss with you," he implored earnestly. "Nothing to worry about. Just speak your mind. I can handle it. But wait, let me take a blood pressure pill first," Leng Guangping said, rummaging through his drawer for the medication. Leng Shaofeng felt both touched and disheartened. The affection emanating from his uncle was palpable, a true familial bond. Yet, he lamented the thought of his previous self, so naive and thoughtless, causing his uncle such distress that it led to this moment of concern. However, the conversation was at an impasse. Leng Shaofeng, in anguish, scratched his head. "Uncle, I truly, sincerely have something to discuss," he reiterated with earnestness. "Oh, then go ahead. I'm listening," Leng Guangping replied, settling back into his chair, scrutinizing his ever-concerning nephew. As he lifted the glass of water, a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. This was the first time his nephew had poured him a glass of water. After all, no matter how one looked at it, there was progress. With that glass of water, Leng Guangping tilted his head back, and swallowed a blood pressure pill. Uncle. Oh well, it's like this. I want to engage in something meaningful. Cold Shaofeng's words nearly got swallowed by his uncle. Uncle, look, I am no longer a child. It is high time I married. Is it not? I have discovered a lucrative opportunity and wish to earn some money, at least enough to secure a bride price. Shouldn't you lend your support? While it was essential to discuss the matter, Cold Shaofeng resolved to adopt a strategic approach and approach the topic with subtlety. He understood his uncle well. His uncle was rather conservative and held strong familial values, particularly concerning the lineage of the Cold family. Thus, Cold Shaofeng decided to focus on this aspect. Indeed, marrying and having children to continue the Cold family lineage is a significant and pressing matter. What opportunity have you in mind? I am keen to hear your thoughts. His uncle, Cold Guanping, nodded in interest. Well, there are many scraps and obsolete materials at the old factory site. I am considering leasing it to sell for some profit. What do you think? Cold Shaofeng stated plainly, without concealing anything. However, Cold Guanping did not rush to respond. Instead, he scrutinized Cold Shaofeng with a discerning gaze. Cold Shaofeng remained composed and unembarrassed, confident in his appearance. Is this truly your own idea? Cold Guanping asked incredulously. Of course, why would it be otherwise? Cold Shaofeng shrugged and pressed. Uncle, just tell me, is this feasible? Cold Guanping took his time to ponder, tapping the protective glass on the table with one hand. After a minute and more, he smiled. Xiaofeng, you have matured and developed your own ideas. This is commendable, and your uncle supports you. This endeavor is neither overly difficult nor exceedingly simple. The old equipment falls under the purview of the equipment department, which is my responsibility. There is room for maneuvering here. Cold Guanping regarded his nephew with satisfaction, clearly expressing his support. Had this been 2 years ago, it would have been quite challenging. Those old machines and dilapidated equipment remained untouched primarily due to the limited autonomy of the mine. Many matters had to adhere to upper management's directives, revolving solely around production tasks. Extra matters were neither their concern nor within their authority to address, leading to the decay of such equipment without any inquiry. However, in recent years, the Bureau has progressively liberalized, insisting on deepening reforms and adapting to a market economy. According to upper management, there are even plans to transform state enterprises into corporate structures, implementing a factory director system with a focus on self-sufficiency. Thus, your timing is impeccable. Nevertheless, it is too late today. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I will issue a note to formalize this matter. Cold Guanping elaborated further. In the past, he would have been reluctant to explain so much to his nephew, but today he sensed a degree of maturity in him. Cold Shaofeng felt as if a weight had been lifted. Regardless of the circumstances, success was paramount. Although he believed the endeavor would be successful, he had not anticipated such smooth progress. Uncle, how shall we determine the price then? Cold Shaofeng chuckled. Do not concern yourself with that. These are mere scraps. Not worth a penny. However, to appease others, I shall make a small gesture. You need not worry about this expense. I shall cover it. Truly, you are a supportive elder. Hearing this, Leng Shaofeng's heart soared with joy. He had been contemplating how to gather the necessary funds, for he was impoverished and could scarcely muster 100 yuan. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of happiness. Leng Shaofeng sensed the urgency to act swiftly. Should he propose another idea? Just then, Leng Guangping's tone shifted as he inquired, how do you intend to handle these scraps? Leng Shaofeng had already devised a plan. Upon acquiring the items, he would first categorize them. The steel cables would form one group. Some appeared quite new, while others were severely worn and could be discarded. He intended to sell these cables to the nearby small coal mines, where they would find them quite useful, as such quality materials are hard to come by. As for the other equipment, he would disassemble the parts, reassemble those that were functional, and sell them as complete units, while non-functional parts would be sold individually. The utterly unusable pieces would simply be sold as scrap. Leng Shaofeng articulated his plans in one breath, unaware that his seemingly simple words resonated deeply within Leng Guanping. Transforming his gaze towards the young man, it softened, filled with warmth, pride, and admiration. His nephew had truly matured and developed his own ideas. Without further ado, if they were to follow this plan, these scraps could indeed yield substantial profits. Chapter 24. Praise. Quite impressive. Xiaofeng, your performance today has left me astounded. You have truly earned my respect. My dear child, you have grown. Leng Guangping praised sincerely, his face radiating satisfaction. Such commendation warmed Leng Shaofeng's heart. evoking a profound sense of emotion akin to enjoying ice cream on a scorching day, sweet and refreshing. If Leng Shaofeng's memory served him right, this was the first time he had ever received such praise from his uncle throughout his 2 lifetimes. It is your unwavering support that empowers me. Once I am financially stable, I shall honor you appropriately. Leng Shaofeng found himself somewhat bashful. What are you saying, child? You need not concern yourself with me. Your duty lies with your parents. However, it pleases me to hear you say this. After a pause, Leng Guangping continued. You mentioned selling the steel cables and repaired equipment to small coal mines. Do you have any acquaintances in that field? Leng Shaofeng shook his head slightly in response. I have a general idea, but I do not yet know anyone specifically. He scratched his head sheepishly. And what of the irreparable scrap? To whom will you sell that? Leng Guangping pressed on. Well, for the scrap metal, I suppose I would take it to a recycling station, Leng Shaofeng answered honestly, having contemplated this matter previously. Upon hearing this, Leng Guangping shook his head and smiled. Your ideas are commendable, and your reasoning is sound. However, if one is not acquainted with anyone, it can indeed pose quite a dilemma. At this juncture, Leng Guangping shifted his tone. But fear not, my dear uncle, for I have connections. Without delving into distant acquaintances, consider the 7 or 8 small coal mines nearby. Which one has not sought my counsel in their operations? As he spoke, a look of pride adorned Leng Guangping's face. Furthermore, do you believe that Min Ge was able to secure a position at the Shugong steel plant without my influence? As he sipped a warm cup of water, he exuded an air of self-satisfaction. Leng Shaofeng could hardly miss the implication that his uncle was about to leverage his network. He could not contain his elation. Uncle, that is splendid. Here's the deal. Once we make a profit, I shall share half with you. What do you say? Leng Shaofeng resolved to generously offer half of the gains. What manner of speech is this, my child? Do you think I am so interested in your modest sum? We are family. There is no need for such formalities. If it were anyone else, I would hardly bother with such matters, Leng Guangping declared, slapping the table and feigning a serious demeanor. Oh, dear uncle, do not be upset. Have some water, Leng Shaofeng quickly apologized, pushing the cup toward him. Accepting the cup, Leng Guangping took a sip, his gaze fixed on Leng Shaofeng, growing increasingly pleased. From the moment I graduated from university, I have been at this Yanxi Coal Mine for nearly 30 years. I may not possess much else, but I do know a great many people. Leng Guangping opened up, reminiscing. In our coal mine, the mine chief changes every 3 to 5 years, like a revolving door of personnel. Yet, I have ascended from a technician to the chief engineer over these 2 decades. His words were laden with nostalgia. Uncle, who in the entire Bay Sea Mine does not recognize you as a luminary in exploration and mining? Not merely in Bay Sea Mine, but who in the entire mining bureau could possibly rival your stature? Leng Shaofeng enthusiastically extolled, showering his uncle with praise. Indeed, such flattery proved effective, and it brought a broad smile to Leng Guangping's face. Oh, the mining bureau is not so simple. There are still 1 or 2 formidable figures at Huafeng and Mazhuang mines. However, when it comes to Bay Sea Mine, I, Leng Guangping, fear no one, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Observing his uncle's delight, Leng Shaofeng recognized the rare opportunity for a pleasant exchange. He decided to seize the moment and share his further aspirations. Uncle, in truth, trading in scrap metal is merely my initial concept. I have subsequent plans as well. Oh, do enlighten me, Leng Guangping replied, sitting upright with keen interest. My first step is to establish a materials recycling company. If feasible, I would seek to affiliate it with the mine, which would alleviate many complications. The primary focus would be to undertake the disposal of waste materials from the mine, reclaiming discarded machinery, including coal gang and slag, among others. In essence, I aim to reclaim and process any waste products that the mine no longer requires. At this point, Leng Shaofeng paused, keenly observing his uncle's reaction. Initially, Leng Guangping remained seated, listening quietly. However, as the discussion progressed, he could no longer contain himself and began to pace back and forth. The expression on his face shifted from initial ease to later seriousness. After pacing back and forth several times, Leng Guangping came to a halt and turned to face his nephew, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Shaofeng, is this all your idea? Your preliminary thoughts? The tone of Leng Guangping's voice revealed an unmistakable astonishment. As the ancients say, 3 days without seeing a friend, one must look at them with new eyes. Truly, he was not deceived. At this moment, he regarded his nephew with newfound admiration. Indeed, but this is just the beginning, Leng Shaofeng affirmed solemnly. Ah, and there's more. Please, continue, Leng Guangping encouraged, patting his nephew's shoulder. Regarding the coal gang on Zatsishan, I propose the following approach. First, we wash the coal. This way, we will obtain a batch of usable fine coal, which is excellent quality. The second step involves taking the unusable coal gang after washing and crushing it, which has substantial utility for brickmaking. Thus, we could conveniently establish a brick factory. Both the recycling station and the coal washing, as well as the brick factory, can be regarded as ancillary operations of the mine. Setting aside other benefits, let us consider the human aspect. This could resolve a significant amount of labor issues. There are so many unemployed youths at the mine, all waiting in line for work, aren't they? Leng Shaofeng shared his preliminary ideas in one breath and then fell silent, gazing intently at his uncle, Leng Guangping. The latter's eyes sparkled with excitement, though his lips trembled, rendering him momentarily speechless. Uncle, drink some water, have a sip. Leng Shaofeng quickly offered a cup. Leng Guangping accepted the cup and gulped down a substantial amount of water, finishing more than half in one go. He wiped his mouth and took a few deep breaths to steady himself before speaking again. Shaofeng, I scarcely know how to express myself. You have brought me an abundance of surprises today. Your ideas are truly remarkable, and I find them entirely feasible. Moreover, they align perfectly with the current circumstances. To be frank, with so many unemployed youths at the mine and so much idle labor, Director LV is nearly at his wit's end. If these projects you mentioned were to materialize, they could resolve a significant employment crisis. As long as we can address employment and alleviate the mine's burdens, these endeavors are bound to succeed. I take it you intend to affiliate with the mine, effectively seeking to manage and operate it. Am I correct? Leng Guangping astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. Of course, the routes I've painstakingly devised should rightfully benefit me. Besides, why should the profits flow to outsiders? Wouldn't you agree, uncle? My capital and my children's milk money depend entirely on these endeavors. Leng Shaofeng climbed the ladder of conversation with ease. Haha. If you manage to get these projects off the ground, it's not just one capital, even 10 would be manageable. In high spirits, Leng Guangping jested with his nephew. Uncle, that 1T do, that's too much. I don't need 10, 5 or 6 would suffice. With a modest demeanor, Leng Shaofeng continued the banter. Though who could discern his true thoughts? You impudent rascal, truly dare to dream. Let me caution you against reckless behavior. Be wary of being apprehended as a rogue. However, it is indeed acceptable to have more children. The Leng family bears a rare surname that must not fade away. Leng Guangping imparted this serious lesson to his nephew. Uncle, fret not. Once my wife is with child, the offspring will surely follow. If there were no family planning policies in place, I would have 10 or 8 children. You mischievous lad, he chided, and you're out of breath as well. We cannot oppose national policies, can we? Nevertheless, children should indeed be born. Leng Guangping's words trailed off, yet Leng Shaofeng grasped his uncle's implied meaning. Uncle, everything is manageable. Once we earn some money, paying for any extra births will be no issue. I shall return home now and promptly draft a business plan for you. Shall we proceed as discussed? Leng Shaofeng redirected the topic back to his intentions. Can you even draft a business plan? Do vocational schools still teach such things? I was unaware, Leng Guangping remarked. Somewhat perplexed. Have I fallen behind? Or is your vocational school extraordinary? Uncle, I taught myself. It's not a significant matter. I merely wish to give it a try for practice, Leng Shaofeng explained, smoothing over the conversation. What a jest. Which vocational school could teach such skills? Aside from the later renowned Lanxiang Vocational School, business and planning were lessons he learned in the University of Life, guided by his mentor, and later through his MBA studies. Naturally, he could not express this openly. Very well, prepare one for me to review. I wish to see what your business plan looks like, Leng Guangping concluded decisively. He then glanced at his watch. Alas, it's time to head home for dinner. Come along, let us go. We'll share a couple of drinks. It was evident that Leng Guangping was genuinely pleased as he grasped Leng Shaofeng's arm and led him outside. Thus, dinner plans were secured. Chapter 25. Conversations on the road. With this understanding, Leng Shaofeng resolved to forego any pretense. It was merely a meal after all. The Leng family and their acquaintances shared a close bond, a common occurrence. As Leng Shaofeng followed his uncle out of the office, they fortuitously encountered 2 individuals coming from the opposite direction in the corridor. Leng Shaofeng recognized both men immediately. To the left stood a robust, dark-faced man in his 50s. Sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, none other than Lu Guangming, the mine manager of Yanxi Coal Mine. To the right was the deputy mine manager, Su Chang'e. Lu and Su. Off duty now? You may go ahead. Leng Guangping greeted them first, pausing and gesturing invitingly. As the mine manager, he acknowledged the propriety of maintaining decorum. Oh, Chief Engineer Leng, let us join together. This young man looks spirited. Who might he be? Lu Guangming replied, returning the courtesy and noticing Leng Shaofeng. As the head of the mine, LV Guangming was not a native of the Yanxi Coal Mine, having been appointed to his position from elsewhere. He did not personally know Leng Shaofeng. Hello, Director LV, I am Leng Shaofeng, he greeted, bowing slightly. Oh, your surname is Leng? Is this child of yours? Chief Engineer Leng? LV Guangming expressed interest, halting in his tracks. This is my little nephew, who works in the mine's security department. He has always been quite mischievous, causing me a fair bit of trouble. However, he has made considerable progress lately and is indeed a promising child. It was quite remarkable to see the usually stern uncle praising his nephew openly, leaving not only Leng Shaofeng momentarily stunned, but also those around them. This indicated just how much surprise Leng Shaofeng had brought to his uncle today. Now that you mention it, I recall that your nephew is part of the mine's basketball team, isn't he? Ah, I remember. Last year, our basketball team relied heavily on him, LV Guangming exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, this young lad has always been athletic, full of energy. He truly brought glory to our mine. Without him, we surely would have placed at the bottom last year. Securing third place was all thanks to your nephew, he continued, nodding in encouragement. Rest assured, Director LV, I will participate in this year's basketball tournament as well. My form has been excellent recently, and my skills have improved significantly. I aim to bring home the championship this year, Leng Shaofeng declared confidently. Oh, haha, that's the spirit. Of course, friendship comes first, competition second. If you manage to secure first place, I will reward you. LV Guangming chuckled heartily. Just do your best. Winning first place is no easy feat. Cold Guangping interjected to ease the atmosphere. Youth should be filled with ambition and strive for greatness. I think it's commendable, he added. Chief Engineer Leng, your nephew seems impressive. You truly have a fine nephew. As LV Guangming began to descend the stairs, he noted that someone was approaching from above, prompting him to move along. Director LV, this child has many ideas, all beneficial to our coal mine. I believe they are quite promising. May I take some time tomorrow to report them to you? Cold Guangping suggested as he and his nephew made their way down the stairs. Ah, that would be splendid. Though today is a bit late, the journey ahead is still long. Come, let us walk and talk. You may share your thoughts while I listen attentively, LV Guangming said. His interest peaked. The remaining distance was at least 500 meters, neither long nor short. It was ample time for a fruitful conversation. Very well. I will share my nephew's thoughts, Cold Guangping began as the four of them strolled leisurely. Initially, LV Guangming paid little heed, but as the conversation progressed, his pace involuntarily slowed, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Eventually, they halted before the mine's bulletin board, and LV Guangming's steps came to a complete stop. Old Leng, are these ideas from your nephew? And is he intending to submit a proposal? The titles bestowed upon Lu Guangming have changed, and he gazes at Leng Shaofeng with an expression of disbelief. Even Su Chang'e, standing nearby, regards Leng with a somewhat altered gaze. Shaofeng has expressed such thoughts. This child possesses ambition and could assist in resolving numerous employment issues at the mine. I perceive this as a positive development and shall lend my support, declared Leng Guangping, articulating his stance with clarity. Indeed, the notion is commendable. These are merely scraps. They would inevitably be sold off as waste, to transform refuse into treasure, generating profit while simultaneously addressing employment concerns. This is not a case of achieving multiple benefits in one stroke. I believe it is feasible. So, Shaofeng, please meticulously draft your business proposal and present it to us. I hope it will deliver a pleasant surprise. Lu Guangming's tone softened considerably as he turned to Su Chang'e. I harbor no objections. As long as it benefits the coal mine, I shall naturally support it. Su Chang'e nodded in agreement. Upon hearing these words, Leng Shaofeng felt a surge of joy. The consensus among the three titans of the Yanxi Coal Mine had been reached. This matter was settled. Indeed, assuredly so. Director Lu, Director Su, rest assured, I am determined to see this through. As I am counting on it for my future and my child's milk money, he hastily affirmed his commitment. The three individuals surrounding him could not contain their laughter. However, Su Chang'e, amidst his mirth, suddenly found himself unable to smile. Future and milk money? This young man's notion of a future cannot possibly refer to my daughter. Can it? A wave of turmoil washed over him, as an unsettling premonition took root in his mind. Would this endeavor backfire, leading to unintended consequences? Might someone abscond with his precious little girl? The group resumed their journey outward. Lingering was no longer feasible as time was pressing, and hunger pangs were beginning to take hold. Upon reaching a fork in the path, they each returned to their respective homes. Following in his uncle's footsteps, Leng Shaofeng arrived at a building situated in the midst of the family quarters. This building, primarily for officials, was constructed earlier and appeared somewhat more dilapidated. Comparatively, it was also situated farther from the mine entrance. His uncle's family resided on the first floor of Unit 1 in the western apartment. Leng Guangping opened the door and stepped inside. "Dad, why are you late today?" exclaimed his cousin Yang Hongying, who promptly rushed over to take the briefcase from Leng Guangping's hands. "There was a slight delay due to some matters today. Please inform your mother to prepare an extra pair of chopsticks. Shaofeng is here for dinner." Leng Guangping nodded and proceeded to the restroom to wash his hands. "Shaofeng has arrived. Please take a seat." His brother-in-law, Chen Jiangwo, warmly welcomed him. "Come here, let your sister take a look. My younger brother seems to have become even more handsome." His cousin, Leng Aiqin, was indeed a connoisseur of good looks. "Uncle, you haven't played with me in ages," exclaimed his nephew Chen Wenxiang, wrapping his arms around Leng Shaofeng's right leg. "Susu hug," called out his niece Leng Chunlei, her words still not very clear as she clung to Leng Shaofeng's other leg. "I want a hug." Leng Shaofeng had an undeniable charm that endeared him to children. Among all the elders, he was the youngest, yet possessed remarkable abilities, always capable of bringing joy to the little ones. The two children were particularly fond of him. Chapter 26. The uncle's family. Leng Shaofeng bent down and tenderly lifted his little niece, Leng Chunlei, who was not yet 3 years old. With a striking resemblance to her mother, Yang Hongying, she was a veritable beauty in the making. Her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue, adorned with large, expressive eyes, double eyelids, and long eyelashes styled into 2 playful pigtails. She was irresistibly adorable, radiating charm in every aspect. As Leng Shaofeng gazed at the cherubic child in his arms, a wave of tenderness washed over him. Among the next generation of the Leng family, this child was undoubtedly the most favored. However, such indulgence may have led to her becoming overly rebellious. As she entered her teenage years, her defiance escalated dramatically. Once an endearing little girl, she transformed into a rebellious youth, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle and eccentric attire. Her academic pursuits faltered as well. After graduating from junior high, she abandoned her studies and fell in with a rough crowd, mingling with societal misfits. By the age of 18, she returned home, pregnant, having given birth to a daughter whom she entrusted to her cousin and his wife. Throughout this ordeal, the identity of the child's father remained a mystery, never making an appearance. After her confinement, she returned to her reckless lifestyle, even venturing far from home, disappearing without a trace. It wasn't until over a year later that news emerged of a blossoming young woman who had fallen under the control of a local gangster, teetering on the brink of a life of vice. Her cousin and his wife attempted to rescue her, but before they could reach her, they were repelled. Ultimately, they turned to Leng Shaofeng for help. Now a formidable figure in the underworld, Leng Shaofeng, emboldened by his prowess, ventured alone into the lion's den, challenging an entire gang. That battle became the most harrowing of his life. Clad in white, stained with blood and bearing numerous injuries, he fought valiantly from one end of the alley to the other, knocking down over 30 of the gang's underlings until they were subdued. However, to secure the release of the girl, he had to adhere to the unwritten rules of the underworld. The gang demanded face-saving concessions. Despite his impressive abilities, there was no way he could take a vulnerable woman from their territory without acquiescing to their demands. In the end, after a fierce struggle that left him wounded, he finally succeeded in bringing Leng Chunlei home. For the next 6 months, Leng Shaofeng recuperated from his injuries, with his niece, Leng Chunlei, attending to his every need. Eventually, she married a miner and devoted herself to her family. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng returned to the tumultuous world of the underworld. Now, as he looked upon the charming little girl once more, he embraced her tightly, planting affectionate kisses on her soft cheeks. The little girl giggled, her laughter piercing through the air. The 2 children clamored for his attention, urging him to wash his hands for dinner. At that moment, Aunt Lu Lan emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls and utensils. The family gathered around the table, filled with laughter and chatter. Leng Shaofeng settled beside his cousin, Leng Min, while Aunt Lulan's voice rang out. Dear, please fetch my bottle of Maodai. I wish to share a drink with Shaofeng today, as we celebrate. As Leng Guangping took his seat at the head of the table, he directed his request to Lulan, with a curious glance at Leng Shaofeng. The others at the table awaited her response. All right, I'll get it, Lulan exclaimed, rising to fetch the liquor. The current price of Matai liquor is rather steep. A single bottle costs over 20, equivalent to half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. Leng Guangping, who typically refrains from indulging, finds himself in a rare moment of celebration. Father, what joyous occasion prompts this? Inquired his cousin, Leng Aichin, echoing the curiosity of all present. Nothing much, just that Shaofeng has grown up, has become more understanding, and is quite capable now. This fills my heart with joy. Shaofeng, you are the youngest of the Leng family's next generation, yet you appear to possess the keenest intellect. Work diligently, for your future is boundless. Remember to look after your older siblings. Leng Guangping imparted earnestly. Uncle, such words seem a bit distant, replied Leng Shaofeng, affirming his commitment to uphold the family's honor. As his gaze briefly lingered on Chen Jiangwo, he swiftly returned to the conversation, maintaining an air of normalcy. Very well, let us pour some drinks, Leng Guangping called out, inviting everyone to partake in the festivities. Typically, the head of the family would not need to serve the drinks personally. Father, allow me, Shaofeng insisted, recognizing his potential for greatness. Traditionally, it was Chen Jiangwo who poured the drinks, but this time he rose to the occasion. Please, brother-in-law, let me take this duty today, to properly toast our esteemed elder, and of course, to my older siblings, Leng Shaofeng interjected, seizing the bottle from his aunt. My younger brother has indeed matured today, taking the initiative to pour drinks when he previously would not, remarked Chen Jiangwo, settling back down. Come now, let us savor the taste of the wine poured by Shaofeng. I have lived this long and have yet to experience it, chuckled Leng Aichin, her eyes sparkling with delight as she watched Shaofeng. Indeed, today we must sample the wine poured by Shaofeng. Fill our glasses, Leng Min chimed in, eager to partake in the coveted beverage. Soon, each of the 4 adult men at the table had their glasses filled to the brim. Now, let us raise our glasses and toast, Leng Guangping declared, lifting his glass in a gesture of camaraderie. The others followed suit, clinking their glasses together with a series of melodious sounds. As the potent spirit flowed down their throats, its rich, aromatic essence enveloped them in warmth. What a splendid wine! Truly delightful. Today, thanks to Shaofeng, we are fortunate indeed. Here, brother-in-law, let me fill your glass. Father, do take care, don't overindulge, considering your high blood pressure, advised Leng Min. Chen Jiangwo, adept as always, took charge of pouring drinks. Father, you haven't tea yet explained what is going on with Shaofeng. Share it with us. Let us all rejoice in the news. Chen Jiangwo poured only half a glass for his father-in-law, while others expressed their curiosity. Yes, do enlighten us, father. We are eager to know, echoed Leng Aichin, her intrigue palpable. Indeed, we too wish to learn, chimed in the more reserved cousin, while his wife, Yang Hongying, nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall share, Leng Guangping replied, taking a modest sip before recounting the events of the afternoon. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Leng Shaofeng with astonishment. So, does this mean that little Feng will become a big boss in the future? Leng Aichin exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Sister, it's still too early to say, Leng Shaofeng replied humbly. The mine manager has already agreed, so this matter is surely settled. Little Feng, if you make this happen, you will certainly be a notable figure in our Yanxi Coal Mine, Chen Jiangwo remarked with a sense of admiration. He was an astute individual, quickly recognizing the potential of this situation, and felt a tinge of envy. Through their interactions over the past couple of days, he had also observed the significant progress Leng Shaofeng had made in dealing with people, coupled with his professional advancements. Chen Jiangwo had begun to foresee that the next leader of the Leng family would undoubtedly be Leng Shaofeng. Chapter 27. Toasts at the Leng Guangping household. Dinner continued in a lively atmosphere, filled with laughter and clinking glasses. Leng Guangping was under the strict supervision of his daughter, managing to drink only 2 glasses at most. Then, at Leng Aichin's insistence, Chen Wenxiang confiscated the grandfather's wine glass. With no choice but to comply, Leng Guangping obediently adhered to her wishes. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng, Leng Min, and Chen Jiangwo became the main contributors to the drinking. I can't just sit here while you're enjoying yourselves. I want to have a taste too, declared his cousin, as she took Chen Jiangwo's glass and delicately sipped from it. However, having never drunk before, Leng Aiqin immediately coughed, and her face turned crimson. Look at you, trying to show off. Now you understand the seriousness of it, don't you? Here, drink some water. The family burst into laughter as they watched tears streaming down Leng Aiqin's face from her coughing fit. Chen Jiangwo rushed to pour her water and comfort her. Showing great concern for his wife, Leng Aiqin, with a blissful expression, leaned against Chen Jiangwo's shoulder, resembling not a mother of an 8-year-old, but rather a young girl in the throes of love. As Leng Shaofeng observed this heartwarming scene, he felt an inexplicable mix of emotions, tinged with a sense of regret. This was the ideal family he had always envisioned, the very picture of happiness he yearned for. Little Feng, why are you staring at me? Leng Aiqin said, mistaking his gaze. Are you mocking your sister? How bold of you. I'll learn from Aunt San and twist your ear. She approached Leng Shaofeng, circumventing Chen Jiangwo, and seized his ear. With no recourse, Leng Shaofeng could only plead for mercy. Sister, let go. I was wrong. I absolutely did not laugh at you. I just think you are adorable. I'm already grown up, and you still think I'm adorable? That's clearly making fun of me. Leng Aiqin interpreted his words differently, exerting more force on his ear. Brother-in-law, you must intervene with your wife. Leng Shaofeng cried out, wincing in exaggerated pain. Ouch! If you pull any harder, my ear will come off. Finally, Chen Jiangwo intervened, urging, all right, Aiqin, let him off this time. The family erupted in laughter, and Chen Jiangwo quickly tried to defuse the situation. This technique is quite effective. No wonder Aunt San enjoys using it. Leng Aiqin chuckled as she finally released him. Laughing heartily, Leng Shaofeng, relieved to escape unscathed, cast a mournful glance at his cousin. In truth, it was a matter of little consequence to him. Compared to Li Suyun's ear-tugging, Leng Aiqin hardly exerted any effort at all. Yet, the occasion still needed to be salvaged. Leng Shaofeng turned to the wine cabinet and retrieved a glass. Come, let me fill this for my brother-in-law, in gratitude for his life-saving grace. And for you, dear sister, let me also fill your glass, in appreciation for your mercy. Here's to the bond we share as siblings, encapsulated in this toast. Furthermore, I wish for my brother-in-law and my sister to enjoy a long life together, filled with love and happiness. Cheers. He poured their glasses to the brim and began the toast. No, Xiaofeng, I can't drink. This feels like revenge on your part. Can I just have some juice instead? Leng Aiqin quickly perceived Leng Shaofeng's scheme and refused to be fooled. Indeed, Shaofeng, your sister cannot handle alcohol, Chen Jiangwo chimed in. That is not fair. You two are ganging up on me. Besides, this is a celebratory drink. It would be ill-fated if you do not partake, Leng Shaofeng insisted. Chen Jiangwo and Leng Aiqin exchanged glances. All right, I will drink this toast. But your sister has a weak constitution, so I'll only have half a glass. That's the spirit. Quickly now, half a glass is just fine. Leng Shaofeng beamed with delight. He merely intended to hint at a toast. He could never bring himself to get his cousin drunk. This cousin had always cared for him. In their childhood, when their mother, Li Suyun, toiled in the fields and raised pigs, she could hardly attend to her children during the busy farming season, leaving it to Leng Aiqin to look after them. Thus, his cousin held a cherished place in Leng Shaofeng's heart. Watching his brother-in-law, Chen Jiangwo, gulp down a full glass. Leng Aiqin furrowed her brow and drank a small portion. Leng Shaofeng relented. While others remained unaffected, Leng Aiqin's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Resembling a ripe apple, her eyes slightly glazed, nestled against Chen Jiangwo. Gazing adoringly at her husband, she embodied the essence of a devoted wife. Observing his cousin in this state, Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but sigh. In the previous life, how heartbroken must she have been in the face of Chen Jiangwo's callousness. No, in this lifetime, he must alter the course of this narrative. Leng Shaofeng poured himself another full glass, along with Leng Aiqin and Chen Jiangwo, filling theirs to the brim as well. Then he raised his glass, gesturing for Leng Aiqin to join him. Confused yet compliant, Leng Aiqin followed suit, looking at Leng Shaofeng with bewilderment. With solemnity, Leng Shaofeng stood. Today, my brother Leng Shaoyang is absent, but that is of no consequence. My brother Aiqin and I are here. This toast is for our brother-in-law. Chen Jiangwo, who had been curiously observing Leng Shaofeng, was taken aback and promptly stood as well. Prompted by his wife's gentle nudge, Leng Aiqin also rose. Leng Shaofeng looked at Leng Aiqin and then scanned the entire assembly before continuing. In our Leng family, we have many boys, and among us 3 brothers. There is but one sister. To me, she is not merely a sister. She is as dear as a sister could ever be. I hope that throughout her life, my sister will experience joy, happiness, and fulfillment. However, in the years to come, it is not solely up to us. It is contingent upon our brother-in-law. I firmly believe that my brother-in-law will bestow upon my sister a lifetime of happiness. Back when they wed, I was but a child, naive and unaware. However, now that I, Leng Shaofeng, have matured, I am capable of safeguarding my sister. As long as my sister finds joy, whether through tempests, torrential rains, or the most arduous trials, I will stand resolutely by her side. Yet, let me be unequivocal. Should anyone betray my sister, I, Leng Shaofeng, declare that she shall remain a widow for life, never to seek divorce. My words may be harsh, and for that, I shall take my punishment. I drink to this. Upon finishing my drink, I set my empty glass down, my gaze burning intensely upon Chen Jiangwo. Shaofeng has voiced what I too wish to express, and I shall join him in this toast. Leng Aimin has now grasped the gravity of the situation and drains his glass in solidarity. Shaofeng, you speak too sternly. Rest assured, I vow to ensure your sister's happiness for all eternity. Initially, Chen Jiangwo dismissed the remarks, but as Leng Shaofeng concluded, the intensity of his gaze sent shivers down his spine, rendering him mute as he too downed his drink. Oh, Shaofeng, you wretched brother. What words are these? You've made your sister weep. Your brother-in-law treats me well. Do not speak so recklessly. Leng Aiqin, in tears, pouted at Leng Shaofeng, pinching and playfully hitting him before ultimately embracing his arm, reluctant to let go. All present were close relatives of Leng Aiqin, aside from the 2 children who remained oblivious. The others were deeply moved. Only Chen Jiangwo felt a chill of fear, daring not to show any displeasure. He secretly pondered whether Leng Shaofeng had discovered his flirtation with Teacher Bai. After all, he had merely touched her hand, nothing more. Could it be that during the recent city meeting, he was seen dining with the daughter of Wang from the Education Bureau? Perhaps it is best to maintain a low profile. This lad is capable of causing serious harm if provoked. Chapter 28. The toy car, all eyes were upon them. As the last of the drink was consumed, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. At this moment, Leng Guangping stepped forward to ease the situation, casually remarking that Leng Shaofeng had indulged too much. Lu Lan comforted her daughter, and Leng Aiqin's emotions, which had surged quickly, subsided just as fast. Soon, the atmosphere brightened once more, though no further drinks were consumed. After the family had finished their meal, Chen Jiangwo prepared to return home with his wife and son. Chen Wenxiang lingered, reluctant to part from Leng Shaofeng, but was ultimately coaxed away by Chen Jiangwo. Lu Lan and her daughter-in-law began to clear the table. Just as they started washing the dishes, Leng Guangping entered the kitchen. Hongying, why don't you go watch television? I'll handle the dishes. Oh, all right, Dad. I'll step out to watch TV then. Yang Hongying, perceptive as she was, recognized the moment to leave. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder. Having been married for several years, it was her first time witnessing Leng Guangping in the kitchen. Old man, what has come over you? Lu Lan perceived that Leng Guangping was preoccupied with something he wished to discuss. Have you noticed? Shaofeng has truly grown up. Leng Guangping remarked slowly as he washed the dishes, reflecting on the fact that he now understands the importance of cherishing his sister. However, his words were somewhat harsh, and one wonders whether Jiangwo might take offense. Lu Lan concurred wholeheartedly. Jiangwo is a fine young man in many respects, yet he possesses a certain restlessness that raises concerns about potential misguided thoughts. I believe it is quite beneficial for Xiaofeng to give him a gentle nudge in the right direction. Indeed, I was moved, and even Xiaoqin was moved to tears. Xiaofeng is truly a wonderful child. By the way, do pay attention to that child's affairs. If he is destined for greatness, we must offer our support. As if it needs saying, I shall finalize this matter tomorrow. I will also reach out to my acquaintances at Shugong and ensure that the small coal mines are well informed. Rest assured, I will handle this. In the living room, Leng Shaofeng did not rush to leave. Instead, he approached Leng Aimin, who was sitting on the sofa watching television. Brother, I remember the beautiful toy car you made for Nan Nan. Do you still have it? I would love to see it. Leng Shaofeng offered his cousin a cigarette and lit one for himself. Indeed, I made that while idling at the factory. Let me fetch it. Leng Aimin returned from his room shortly, bringing out several small cars and toys. His cousin, a skilled maintenance worker at Shugong, often crafted little toys for his daughter from scrap materials. Leng Shaofeng picked up a large toy truck. My goodness, his cousin truly used substantial materials. It felt heavy in his hands. The entire vehicle was crafted from thin iron sheets and fine wire, with the weld smoothed to perfection. The edges of the truck were rounded, and it was adorned with green paint. The proportions were meticulously modeled after the real thing, resembling a miniature truck. In this day and age, such craftsmanship would undoubtedly garner admiration in the era of viral videos. Holding the toy truck, Leng Shaofeng found it hard to part with. However, he was there to discuss something serious. Brother, could you modify this truck for me? I would like to add some features. Install 2 sliding rods on either side of the rear compartment and create movable brackets on top of them. These brackets should fit snugly on the rods, allowing them to slide back and forth, and then cover them with a layer of oilcloth. As Leng Shaofeng gestured and explained, he simulated the modifications with the truck. Oh, you wish to create a retractable canopy for the truck bed? Indeed, such a tarpaulin device is commonplace on modern dump trucks and transport vehicles. It is almost indispensable, especially for dump trucks, where installation is mandatory. Having such a feature would prevent any spillage of materials during typical bumps. However, what year is it now? It is 1985. If such a device were to be introduced ahead of its time, it would revolutionize transport vehicles, akin to the simple yet practical addition of an eraser to a pencil. This would be a groundbreaking innovation. Today, as he observed the coal trucks on Xingfu Road, Leng Shaofeng felt that something essential was missing from those vehicles. Upon reflection, he realized it was the protective canopy. If each coal transport truck were equipped with this protective tarpaulin device, concerns about coal spillage during transit would be alleviated. By the end of the year, how many tons of coal could be conserved for the Yanxi Coal Mine? And if this were to be implemented nationwide across coal mines? Beyond merely preventing spillage, this device also offers protection against rain and sunlight. If adopted across various industries for all transport vehicles, what an incredible concept that would be, truly unimaginable. In essence, this device is worthy of a patent. Should a patent be granted, Leng Shaofeng could lead a comfortable life solely on the merits of this invention. However, while creating a prototype is straightforward and obtaining a patent is manageable, the real challenge lies in promoting it nationwide. Of course, gradual promotion is possible, but that is not Leng Shaofeng's ambition. He intends to use this as a stepping stone to gain access to the Su family's estate. In Leng Shaofeng's view, the only person capable of advancing this initiative at the Yanxi Coal Mine is Su Changhe, or rather, the powerful family he represents. The extent of the Su family's influence could serve as a measure for this venture. Upon hearing Leng Shaofeng's thoughts, his cousin, Leng immediately understood. It was quite simple to create this device. All that was needed was some wire and a piece of rain cloth. When do you need it? He casually inquired. Brother, how quickly can you make it? The sooner, the better. I understand now. Just wait a moment. I have everything at home. I can have it ready for you in no time. Leng had a penchant for crafting small items, and now it was his turn to showcase his skills. He promptly moved to the balcony, retrieved his toolbox, and gathered the necessary materials. In less than half an hour, he had completed the task. When Leng Shaofeng saw the result, he was thoroughly impressed. The craftsmanship was impeccable, resembling those modern tarpaulin protection devices perfectly. With a gentle slide of his hand, it moved as smoothly as silk, delivering exceptional results. Xiaofeng, what are you tinkering with? Uncle Leng Guangping, who had just finished washing the dishes and was watching television in the living room, finally could not contain his curiosity and asked, Uncle, this is a remarkable invention. Ming Ji's skills are truly commendable. Here, let me demonstrate. As he spoke, Leng Shaofeng picked up a model truck and proceeded to give a demonstration in front of Leng Guangping. This demonstration surpassed any explanation. Leng Guangping's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this your invention, Xiaofeng? He was utterly taken aback. No, uncle. I merely instructed Ming Gu to create it. To be honest, I have no idea how Xiaofeng's mind works, Leng added, visibly admiring his cousin's ingenuity. Yet, Leng Guangping was too captivated by the model to pay attention to his son. His hands trembled as he held the truck model. After a long pause, he let out a deep sigh, attempting to regain his composure. Finally, he turned his gaze to the nephew who had brought him so much astonishment today. Little Foam, your invention, though seemingly small, is exceedingly practical. If it were to be promoted widely, it would certainly benefit both the nation and its people. Now that you have created it, do you have any thoughts to share? Cold Shaofeng, slightly embarrassed by the praise, scratched his head. Well, I actually do have some ideas. At first, I was inspired by our coal transportation vehicles. It pains me to see so much coal falling along the way. Thus, I thought of creating this device. However, since you asked, I will elaborate. Firstly, I believe we should apply for a patent for this device. It is essential to secure one not only domestically, but also internationally. Should the state require this patent, we could offer it without charge, but it is important that the favor is returned to us. Of course, earning some profit would be even better, he chuckled. Cold Shaofeng is indeed preparing for the future. He is unaware of the significant undertakings that await him. And this could serve as a small protective talisman. I see, your primary motivation is for recognition, ideally seeking both fame and fortune. Indeed, do you have any further plans? Cold Guangping has come to understand this nephew quite well. He is full of ideas. As for promotion, the sooner this device is introduced, the better. That is indeed true. But my capabilities are limited to the Yanxi Coal Mine. While I do have some influence within the Bureau, my reach does not extend much further. Cold Guangping remarked with a wry smile. I plan to consult with Su Changhe, the mine manager. I recall you mentioning that Su has connections in the capital. If we could persuade him to take the lead, would it work? This is Cold Shaofeng's ultimate goal. Su Changhe, that is a commendable choice. However, little foam. If this device is promoted through him, I fear most of the credit will go to him. I worry you may end up making someone else's efforts shine. Cold Guangping voiced his concerns. It remains to be seen who benefits more. He has only one daughter, and she is practically mine. As for credits, we are all family, Cold Shaofeng grinned, revealing his pearly whites. You rascal, so you have an interest in his daughter? Well, indeed. The Su family's daughter is certainly better off than ours. Being a university student, you might not be worthy of her. However, you are no longer the same as before. Why not let me accompany you to meet Su Changhe? One must admit, my dear uncle is quite supportive. No need for that. It is not a significant matter. I am merely visiting my future father-in-law. What is there to fear? He won't eat me. Cold Shaofeng mused inwardly, knowing that if Su were aware of his actions towards his daughter yesterday, he might indeed devour him. Very well, you can approach the mine manager. If it doesn't work out, we can take our time. I can assist you in promoting this at the mine. That would be a significant achievement in itself. With that, it would be no trouble for me to recommend you for a promotion. Let us not entertain that, uncle. I have just recently been appointed as squad leader. If I were to be promoted again, Li Jun would have to step aside. That would lead to gossip about our family. Furthermore, uncle, my time in the security department is limited. There is no need for further promotion. It would be pointless. As the tasks began to pile up, it seemed that Cold Shaofeng would scarcely have time for the security department. All right, I shall heed your advice, he replied, with a nod from Leng Guangping. With the formalities concluded, there was little else to discuss. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 8. Cold Shaofeng lingered for a moment longer before departing with his toy truck in hand. Stepping outside, he suddenly realized he had not ridden his motorcycle. In his youth, he had reveled in the thrill of riding, but now he found himself profoundly changed. The motorcycle seemed more a mark of ostentation than a means of transport. After all, it belonged to the public, who could truly know what others thought, even if they kept their opinions to themselves. Hence, he decided against riding. After all, the Yanxi Coal Mine was but a small expanse. As he walked, his mind wandered to future plans and their execution. Lost in thought, his feet halted unexpectedly, and he found himself at the Sister's Lamb Soup restaurant. How had he arrived here? He slapped his thigh in exasperation, blaming himself for wandering aimlessly. Yet, since he was already there, he might as well make the most of it. Approaching the door, he knocked lightly. Moments later, the sound of delicate footsteps emerged from within. Who is it? Came the gentle voice of Li Hongqiang. It is I, Cold Shaofeng replied in a deep tone. Ah, it's you. I did not hear the motorcycle, she exclaimed. The sound of the latch being drawn followed, and the door opened to reveal Li Hongqiang, her eyes sparkling with a hint of surprise. I have decided not to ride the motorcycle anymore, except for work. After all, it is public property, Cold Shaofeng stated as he stepped inside the courtyard. Really? That is wonderful, Li Hongqiang responded, her voice imbued with delight. Why are you so happy about my decision not to ride? Cold Shaofeng inquired, puzzled. Everyone in the mine knows about your motorcycle. It makes quite a racket. I feared it might reflect poorly on you, she admitted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. How could it be detrimental? Cold Shaofeng paused, adopting a mock-serious expression. Do not misinterpret my concern. I simply worry about your reputation. A young man visiting a widow's home at night could lead to unflattering rumors. How would you find a wife in the future? Realizing cold Shaofeng's irritation, Li Hongqiang hastily clarified, "Oh, is that your concern? Aren't you worried about how it affects you? I am a widow. The gossip surrounding widows is plentiful. To be honest, your presence makes little difference to me. I have grown accustomed to it," she replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Detecting the subtle sorrow in her voice, cold Shaofeng recognized his error. "Silly girl, I was merely teasing you. Surely, I know you better than that," he said, pulling her into an embrace, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. "How annoying you are," she retorted playfully, her mood lifting as she nestled against his shoulder. Under the moonlight, she appeared as a breathtaking vision, her beauty captivating. Unable to resist, cold Shaofeng leaned down and kissed her. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted, leaving her cheeks flushed. Her eyes sparkled with a gentle light, imbued with tender emotions, resembling a clear spring. "Come, let us enter," urged Li Hongqiang, feeling a blush creep onto her cheeks as she hastily ushered Leng Shaofeng inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Li Hongwei standing before a small square table, where the handwritten manuscript still lay. Yet, the girl's cheeks were flushed, leaving one to ponder the reason behind it. Chapter 30. Casual conversation. Brother. Li Hongwei stammered, calling out to Leng Shaofeng. He approached her and gently ruffled her hair, giving her a thumbs up. "Xiaowei, splendid. You articulated that very clearly." Leng Shaofeng gazed at the thoughtful girl with fondness. "Are we practicing reading today?" He turned to Li Hongqiang and inquired. "We've finished reading for today. Next, we shall focus on writing," Li Hongqiang replied. "Shaofeng, I was just thinking, why don't you teach her how to write? My handwriting is rather poor." "Certainly, I shall teach her," Leng Shaofeng readily agreed. In his previous life, his own handwriting had been akin to that of a child's scribble, and he would never dare lead others astray. However, the current Leng Shaofeng was transformed. He had diligently practiced. Although he could not claim mastery in calligraphy, his handwriting was indeed aesthetically pleasing, especially in his later years. He dedicated an hour daily to writing as a form of self-cultivation. Seated at the small dining table, he gestured for Li Hongqiang and Li Hongwei to join him. He retrieved a fountain pen from his green shoulder bag, laid out a sheet of paper, and began to write. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to compose a poem. Let's choose ascending the Stork Tower. The white sun sets behind the mountains, the yellow river flows into the sea. To gaze 1,000 miles further, one must ascend another floor. These lines were relatively simple, and the poem flowed melodiously, making it ideal for teaching elementary students. As soon as Leng Shaofeng completed his writing, the Li sisters were momentarily taken aback. "Shaofeng, your handwriting surpasses that of any copybook. Why bother with them? Just write more, and let Xiaowei practice from your work." Li Hongqiang marveled at his script. "Sure, no problem," Leng Shaofeng responded casually. Although they were aware of their own poor penmanship, they could certainly discern quality when they saw it. His handwriting was grand and vigorous, imbued with a certain unrestrained elegance that would delight any viewer. Li Hongwei gazed at Leng Shaofeng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang transitioned from shock to deep contemplation, oblivious to her unusual behavior. Leng Shaofeng began to guide Li Hongwei in writing, placing the fountain pen in her hand and encouraging her to use it. The young girl, unfamiliar with a fountain pen, struggled to hold it properly. Leng Shaofeng had no choice but to guide her hands, teaching her the correct grip. Li Hongwei's hands were soft and delicate, a sensation not entirely dissimilar to that of Li Hongqiang, whose hands were merely softer and more supple, almost ethereal in quality. The girl's hands were somewhat slender. Leng Shaofeng quickly dismissed any distracting thoughts and focused intently on the task of teaching her to write. For reasons unknown, Li Hongwei felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her hands gripping the pen with an unnerving tightness. Cold Shaofeng could only rely on Li Hongqiang to translate, repeatedly correcting Li Hongwei's pen-holding posture. This endeavor left Shaofeng perspiring profusely, far more exhausting than a round of boxing. After more than 10 minutes of adjustments, Li Hongwei finally mastered the art of holding a fountain pen. Imitating Cold Shaofeng's strokes, she replicated the 20 characters he had written. To her credit, this young lady, following Cold Shaofeng's example, produced handwriting that was markedly more elegant than before, showcasing a remarkable talent. Alas, fate was unkind, leaving her both deaf and mute. Once she completed her first round of practice and found her rhythm, she continued to write a second and third time without prompting. Immersed in her writing, Li Hongwei became oblivious to her surroundings, allowing Cold Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang to sit at the bedside and engage in casual conversation. The advantage of being deaf and mute was that no matter how loud they spoke, they would not disturb her. However, they sat in close proximity, with an oversized hand playfully intruding on Li Hongqiang's back. In the midst of their conversation, Li Hongqiang suddenly brought up an intriguing topic. "Guess who came to enjoy lamb soup this morning?" she said, her large eyes twinkling mischievously. "How could I possibly guess? I know far too many people at this mine," Cold Shaofeng replied, though his attention was diverted as he reveled in the delicate curve of her waist. "Let me give you a hint. She's a female classmate," Li Hongqiang teased, tilting her head to observe Cold Shaofeng's reaction. "That's still too broad. I have many female classmates. Most of those who attended yesterday's reunion were women," he replied, still distracted. The sensation of her touch was delightful. They often said that while legs could be enticing, a waist could be equally captivating. "This particular classmate is extraordinary. She's stunningly beautiful, quite tall, with the surname Su, and I hear she's a university student," Li Hongqiang elaborated. However, as she spoke, Cold Shaofeng suddenly froze, his hand halting mid-motion. He swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. Was it possible? Had Su Jing come to the lamb soup restaurant? What did this mean? Cold Shaofeng's mind raced, yet he found himself grasping at straws. Giggling softly, Li Hongqiang couldn't contain her amusement at Cold Shaofeng's reaction, prompting the previously mischievous hand to become still. Cold Shaofeng's expression morphed into one of confusion. Upon hearing Li Hongqiang's laughter, he realized he had lost his composure. The issue was that in his entire life, he had never encountered such a situation. In that moment, how could he remain unfazed? "Ah, Hongjia, you've grown bold, deliberately toying with me. Tonight, if you dare, don't expect mercy," Cold Shaofeng threatened menacingly. Li Hongqiang, who was particularly ticklish, especially in her armpits, often found herself at the mercy of Cold Shaofeng's threats. "Ah, Shaofeng, please don't. I was wrong," she quickly pleaded. "But I truly am not teasing you. Su Jing really did come for lamb soup." "Really?" he asked, his interest piqued. "Yes." She ordered a pound of lamb and a flaky pastry. It appeared to be true, and Cold Shaofeng let out a sigh, his thoughts gradually calming. Since a decision has been made, there is no need to linger in doubt. "How do you know, Su Jing? What else have you discussed?" As for the affairs of the cold young master, how could I refrain from inquiring? There is no need for deliberate investigation. In the mutton soup restaurant, a mere earful of gossip reveals everything that transpires at the mine. A hint of melancholy seeped into Li Hongqiang's tone. Alas, Cold Shaofeng remained silent, exhaling a deep sigh. "Do you not have anything to say to me?" Li Hongqiang's watery gaze was fixed upon Cold Shaofeng, seemingly awaiting a response. Meeting her eyes, Cold Shaofeng inquired, "Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" Perhaps Cold Shaofeng's gaze was too fervent, too profound, for Li Hongqiang quickly averted her eyes. "The truth? Of course. Very well, I shall speak the truth. Should I speak of you or of her?" Speak of me." For reasons unknown, Li Hongqiang's voice trembled slightly. Cold Shaofeng did not rush to respond. Instead, he moved closer to her, resting his hand gently upon her shoulder, gazing deeply into her eyes. His fiery and unwavering gaze was too intense to withstand. "Hongjia, you are a divine blessing in my life. Encountering you and possessing your love is my greatest fortune in both this life and the next. I love you deeply, profoundly. I wish to spend my life with you, to cherish you, to adore you, to care for you, and to ensure your happiness." As he spoke, Cold Shaofeng enveloped Li Hongqiang in a tight embrace. After a considerable time, he continued, "Hongjia, you cannot fathom it, but I feel as though I have experienced a dream in which I lived an entire lifetime. Yet, that dream was a nightmare, for in it, I lost you. When I returned here in search of you, I found you gone, along with the mutton soup restaurant, vanished without a trace. I was driven to madness, scouring the world for you. Your hometown, Wang Ermazi's village, Yanxi town, the neighboring steel mill, the city. I searched everywhere. Yet, I still could not find you. Hongjia, I am at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, I lost you. My heart ached to the point of suffocation, and the regret was unbearable. In that moment, I thought, if I could live again, I would never lose you again. I would bind you to my side. By the grace of heaven, I awoke from that nightmare, and you were still here." Initially, Cold Shaofeng's declaration of love was tender, yet as he spoke, the dread of losing Li Hongqiang in a previous life enveloped him once more. In the sweltering heat of summer, his body trembled. Li Hongqiang sensed a shivering, especially when he recounted the dream of losing her. her own breath hitched with sorrow. In that moment, she empathized deeply, afraid of losing cold Shaofeng herself. From the tremors of his body, she felt his fear, as well as his profound affection for her. They clung to each other tightly, unwilling to release their grasp until they could scarcely breathe, gradually parting as their lungs gasped for air. They gazed intently at one another, and in that moment, their eyes held only each other, leaving no room for anything else. In a moment of silence, Leng Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words. He felt he had expressed all that needed to be said, and there was nothing more to articulate. Shaofeng, I understand. There is no need for further discussion. As long as you never cast me aside, I shall forever be your woman. However, I do have a small request that you must promise me. Speak. And I shall certainly agree, he replied. I wish to care for my sister for a lifetime. Oh, I thought it was something significant. You needn't worry. I agree to this as well, and I will assist you in looking after her. Leng Shaofeng interrupted Li Hongqiang. This is truly no trouble at all. Not to mention how obedient and well-behaved that little girl is. It's merely a matter of feeding another mouth. For me, it's a trivial matter. At that moment, Li Hongwei turned around, proudly presenting the characters she had just pinned for Leng Shaofeng to see. It was evident that she was deliberately imitating his handwriting, though somewhat awkward. Each stroke was executed with earnest diligence, showcasing a marked improvement from her previous attempts. As Leng Shaofeng voiced his opinions, Li Hongqiang translated throughout. Upon hearing Leng Shaofeng's praise, the young girl beamed with delight, her bashfulness adding to her charm. All right, let us call it a night. It's already past 9. I'll prepare some warm water for your feet so you can wash up and rest, Li Hongqiang noted, glancing at the wall clock. No, I must write something today. I have to submit it to my uncle tomorrow. You all go ahead and sleep. Leng Shaofeng suddenly recalled his pressing matters. Ah, then I shall keep you company. Let Xiaowei sleep first, he insisted, reluctant to let them sleep while he worked. Eventually, Li Hongwei retired first, leaving Li Hongqiang to accompany Leng Shaofeng as he wrote. Determined not to waste time, Leng Shaofeng retrieved a stack of stationery from his bag. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began drafting his business plan. In his previous life, it would have taken him 3 or 4 hours to complete such a task. However, this time, inspiration surged through him, and his pen flowed with divine precision. In less than 2 hours, he had astonishingly finished the plan. Checking the time, it was still before 11. Throughout the process, Li Hongqiang remained quietly supportive, resting her chin on her hand and watching intently. Once Leng Shaofeng completed his writing, she prepared warm water for him, gently washing his feet before finally extinguishing the lights for the night. The following morning, Li Hongqiang rose early. After a somewhat late night, Leng Shaofeng had not engaged her in prolonged conversation. Instead, he allowed her to drift into a restful slumber. After preparing lamb soup, she called to awaken her sister and her beloved. Leng Shaofeng savored the first bowl of lamb soup that day, feeling quite content. Upon stepping outside, he did not head directly to work, but instead quickly turned toward a nearby public restroom. He had not relieved himself since the previous night, and after consuming a generous bowl of lamb soup, he found himself in dire need. However, he did not notice her as he turned the corner, where a tall and radiant beauty emerged from a nearby alley, none other than Su Jing. With a light and cheerful stride, Su Jing made her way to the lamb soup restaurant. Before entering the restroom, Leng Shaofeng took a deep breath. Then, he dashed into the restroom. Upon entering, without uttering a word, he retrieved the large hose and began to urgently relieve himself. During this process, he not only held his breath, but also closed his eyes. This was precisely why he had taken that deep breath beforehand, to endure the moment of restraint. This release lasted for over 40 seconds, and Leng Shaofeng felt increasingly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he persevered. Once finished, he tidied the hose and rushed out, taking in deep breaths of fresh air after a considerable distance. This bout of breath-holding lasted more than a minute. Although he felt he had not reached his limit, the discomfort was palpable. Still, compared to the stench of the restroom, he would gladly endure for another minute or more. The residential area of Yanxi Coal Mine primarily consists of single-story houses, with only a few multi-story buildings. The single-story homes lack restrooms, so to address physiological needs, the mine constructed public toilets approximately every 100 meters. These facilities are primarily water toilets. However, due to excessive use, the flushing mechanisms fail quickly, thus transforming them into dry toilets. Particularly in the summer, the pungent odor of ammonia can be detected from afar. Entering the restroom is enough to leave one feeling dizzy. Even for someone with severe rhinitis, a brief visit can restore their sense of smell and clear their nasal passages. In his recent days of rebirth, Leng Shaofeng had fully adapted to other aspects of life, but he remained unaccustomed to the odor of public toilets. Fortunately, he had honed his breath-holding skills. Exiting the stench-laden area, he inhaled several deep breaths of comparatively fresh air before sauntering toward the mine. It was time to work. Meanwhile, Jing had also entered the lamb soup restaurant. "Madam, 1 or 2 servings of lamb, and a flaky pastry, please." Upon entering, Jing spotted Li Hongqiang, who was busy attending to customers. Chapter 32. Heroic Spirit. This woman, despite wearing simple clothing made from ordinary fabric, exuded an astonishing effect when adorned upon her. Coupled with her figure, demeanor, and smile, she radiated an exquisite charm. Jing recognized this as the alluring femininity that draws men irresistibly. She felt a stark contrast, sensing that while she might possess some semblance of this femininity, it was vastly insufficient when compared to the woman before her. Furthermore, this lady's skin glowed, akin to a well-nurtured flower, vibrant and resplendent. "Ah, you've arrived. Please find a seat. I will serve you shortly." Li Hongqiang was somewhat surprised. Cold Shaofeng had just left when Jing arrived. Surely, they did not cross paths on the way? "Well, I will help myself to the pastry then." "All right. Take as much as you like." The pastries at the lamb soup restaurant were delivered from a nearby bakery. On a table set aside for guests, they could help themselves. A small handful of lamb, perhaps an ounce or 2, but Li Hongqiang took an extra handful. The lamb was chopped finely and combined with lamb offal, all placed in a bowl. From a large iron pot, a generous ladle of boiling, milky lamb soup was poured over the contents. A sprinkle of pre-mixed scallions and cilantro followed. At that moment, Li Hongwei approached, cradling the steaming bowl of fresh lamb soup, presenting it to Jing. Jing then selected condiments from the table, adding them to her bowl according to her taste. It must be acknowledged that the lamb soup here was truly delectable. Jing was quickly enchanted by its rich flavor. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she proceeded to settle the bill. It amounted to 35 cents, and she was told that 30 cents would suffice. Li Hongqiang graciously waived the remainder. "Madam, you've given me more lamb than usual. It must be nearly 2 ounces. I'll pay for the 2 ounces, which is 60 cents. Please accept it." Jing calmly produced 60 cents. "Oh, no need for that much. It's not that much more, just a little gift for you." Li Hongqiang promptly insisted on returning it. "Then let it be 50 cents. If you refuse again, I shan't return." Jing reclaimed a dime and pressed 50 cents back into Li Hongqiang's hands. "Well, if you insist, you're always welcome back." Li Hongqiang accepted the money, smiling as she bid farewell to Jing. However, after taking just a couple of steps, Jing paused and turned back to inquire, "Why do you always give me extra meat?" The unexpected question caught Li Hongqiang off guard, momentarily stalling her thoughts. Mainly because I find you beautiful. I like you." At this, a faint blush crept onto Jing's face. "You are the most beautiful woman at the Yanxi Coal Mine." With that, Jing hastily departed. Watching her leave, Li Hongqiang quietly exhaled in relief. For reasons unknown, she always felt a bit anxious around Jing. Meanwhile, after stepping outside, Jing glanced back at the lamb soup shop and let out a slight sigh. Cold Shaofeng walked to work. "Team leader, why aren't you riding your motorcycle today?" the curious guard at the gate asked. "During non-working hours, one cannot casually use the public vehicle," Cold Shaofeng replied, his reasoning convincing enough that the guard was momentarily taken aback. Once Cold Shaofeng had walked away, the guard finally regained his composure, pondering whether Cold Team's motorcycle might be broken. When Cold Shaofeng arrived at the large conference room, not everyone was present yet. As he stepped inside, Yao Shengli approached him, sniffing like a dog. Cold Shaofeng gave him a kick in the backside. "Team leader, what's that smell on you? Didn't you drink the lamb soup?" "That shouldn't be." Cold Shaofeng chuckled at this. He had just come from the restroom, and the lingering odor of ammonia had not yet dissipated. "Oh, the scent from the restroom has been absorbed by you. You've struck gold." Cold Shaofeng feigned a sigh. The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Yao Shengli, what exactly is that smell on Cold Team? Do enlighten us." "Old Yao, you're killing me. You're still lingering on the restroom smell." The group continued to jest at Yao Shengli's expense. At that moment, Li Jun and Liao Wenlong arrived at the conference room. The morning meeting commenced as usual. Li Jun outlined 2 matters. First, the malfunctioning gate at the north entrance of the mine, which required immediate repair. Second, the retrieval of 3 iron plates from Xingfu Road, along with an intensified patrol of the area. After Li Jun concluded his briefing, the attendees dispersed. Feng Chong, you and Yao Shengli will oversee the inspection of Xingfu Road. I will handle the gate repair, and the rest of you will continue with your regular patrols and duties, he instructed. Finally, Leng Shaofeng added deliberately. Feel free to use that motorcycle during work hours. I shall refrain from riding it after work. The key will remain in the office. Following Leng Shaofeng's remarks, the conference room erupted in chatter. He chose not to elaborate further and exited the room. Leng Shaofeng proceeded to the duty room at the mine entrance. He suddenly had new ideas regarding the proposal from yesterday and seized the opportunity to revise it. The duty room contained 2 long tables, one positioned at the entrance for office use, while the other, placed against the side wall, was designated for the personal utensils of the guards. Upon entering, Leng Shaofeng pulled up a chair and seated himself at the side table, unfolding the documents he had prepared the previous day to begin his revisions. After half an hour of diligent editing, he was pleased with the proposal and turned his attention to the freshly delivered newspapers to pass the time. He remained seated until 8 o'clock, at which point he picked up the telephone. Hello, is this the equipment department? Please help me locate Leng Shaoyang. Brother, it's me. The gate at the north entrance is malfunctioning. Could you arrange for someone to repair it? It would be best if you could come personally. I have something to discuss with you. All right, I'll wait for you at the north gate. After hanging up, Leng Shaofeng sauntered towards the north entrance of the mine, which was notably close to the abandoned factory. Upon his arrival, he found Leng Shaoyang already there, along with 2 members of the repair team. Brother, can this gate be fixed? Leng Shaofeng lit a cigarette, offering one to his brother, Leng Shaoyang. As long as the motor is functioning, it should be manageable. Leng Shaoyang was well versed in the various equipment at the mine. The two took their time, enjoying a smoke and engaging in conversation. Before long, 2 repair workers approached to report. Director Long, the hinge is broken. It needs to be taken back for welding. Very well. Take it back to be welded and return to install it afterward. After dismissing the 2 workers, Leng Shaoyang asked, Shaofeng, you mentioned you needed to talk to me. What is it? Come, I'll show you. Leng Shaofeng extinguished his cigarette and led Leng Shaoyang to the dilapidated factory. Why have you brought me here? Leng Shaoyang couldn't contain his curiosity as he surveyed the chaotic site. Brother, what if all these things belonged to me? What would happen then? Leng Shaofeng exclaimed with fervor, spreading his arms wide and spinning around. All this could be quite valuable. If sold, it would fetch a considerable sum. But what does this have to do with you? Leng Shaoyang scanned the surroundings, puzzled. Brother, these items will soon belong to me. Please take a moment to assess which machines can be repaired, which components can be disassembled, and which parts can be assembled into new devices. Brother, is it possible for me to profit from this? Your role is crucial. Are you speaking truthfully, or is this mere folly? Cold Shaoyang was taken aback. It is indeed true. This matter has been confirmed. Director Liu has made the decision. Cold Shaoyang felt a profound shock within, momentarily speechless. His younger brother had imparted an immense mental impact upon him. For some reason, he sensed that his brother seemed transformed over the past few days, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was still his own brother. Cold Shaoyang shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts. These drilling machines hail from the Great Bear Nation, robust and remarkably durable. Many of the motors within are operational. Not to mention, simply dismantling the motors for sale could yield a substantial sum. Furthermore, these imports, look at the rotor and its meshing quality. Cold Shaoyang quickly immersed himself in the task, speaking knowledgeably about the equipment. After a thorough inspection, he relayed a plethora of information. Cold Shaofeng struggled to comprehend, as each field has its expertise. It did not concern him that he did not understand. After all, this brother was his own flesh and blood. Brother, in a few days, come and assist me with these machines. Rest assured, I shall compensate you for your labor. Cold Shaofeng smiled at his brother. What are you saying? Would I accept your money? Cold Shaoyang retorted, eyes wide. Brother, this endeavor cannot be undertaken by you alone. You may not seek payment, but others certainly will. We cannot expect them to work for free, can we? Cold Shaofeng stood firm in his stance. Among brothers, financial matters must be transparent to avoid chaos and preserve their bond. He had experienced such situations in a previous life. You have a point. I shall forfeit my share. But others must be compensated, Cold Shaoyang conceded. Brother, we shall discuss this matter further later. Today, I merely wanted you to grasp the situation to avoid confusion later. Cold Shaofeng resolved not to argue with his brother, believing he could persuade cold Shaoyang in due time. The two brothers circled the expansive factory before exiting. Cold Shaoyang remained engulfed in astonishment. They returned to the northern gate of the mine and waited a while longer until two maintenance technicians returned. Observing the efficiency of the two men at work, Cold Shaofeng inquired about their capabilities. "Brother, those two seem quite adept. In the future, when I modify the equipment, I will certainly require assistance. What do you think of them?" Cold Shaofeng asked softly. "If I were to select personnel, it would be those two. The taller one is named Tian Feng, and the shorter one is Yang Junlin. They do not shirk their duties and possess strong skills." Cold Shaofeng nodded in agreement. Falling silent, under the guidance of the two technicians, the gates smoothly resumed operation. Cold Shaoyang took the two men back, while Cold Shaofeng wandered outside through the northern gate. The Yanxi Coal Mine boasts a total of 3 main gates. The southern gate connects to the residential area, but is seldom opened, only allowing a small passage during peak commuting hours. The security department enforces strict regulations here, prohibiting any vehicles from entering and requiring all individuals to present their work identification. The eastern gate, however, serves as the true entrance to the mine, bustling with traffic and activity. Additionally, there exists a northern gate, which is constructed with tracks for small coal cars that transport various production materials, linked by steel cables. This gate also accommodates the passage of large freight vehicles. Each of these 3 entrances is monitored by the security department, with personnel stationed at each post. Beyond the northern gate lies a river crossed by an unnamed bridge, colloquially referred to as the North Road Bridge, spanning the North Road River. Though modest in size and prone to drying up in winter, this river becomes a lively spot in summer, where Cold Shaofeng and his companions often gather to fish and catch crabs. This river effectively separates the Yanxi Coal Mine from the rural areas to the north. Opposite the river lies a vast expanse of land, overgrown and strewn with stones, which still belongs to the coal mine, thus remaining uncultivated. Further north, one encounters farmland, divided by 2 rows of tall poplar trees. In Cold Shaofeng's recollection, this area eventually transformed into a breeding ground for pigs and cattle, but it later succumbed to economic downturn and closed down. Presently, Cold Shaofeng's gaze rests upon this land, whether for a materials recycling station or a brick factory, as it requires an extensive area. This location stands out as an ideal choice, particularly since the land is still under the mine's ownership, rather than belonging to the surrounding villages. This is especially advantageous for Cold Shaofeng, as his network of connections lies within the mine. Although many in the neighboring villages recognize him, their relationships are often marred by past conflicts he has resolved. Determined, Cold Shaofeng walks along the riverbank, his plans crystallizing further in his mind. He eventually retraces his steps, heading directly to his uncle, Leng Guangping's office. Upon knocking, he hears the deep voice of Leng Guangping inviting him in. Cold Shaofeng pushes the door open to find Leng Guangping seated at his desk, sipping tea. "You've arrived. Please take a seat. I've been expecting you." Leng Guangping gestures to the chair opposite him with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, uncle. This is the proposal I've prepared. Please have a look." Without further ado, Cold Shaofeng presents his document. Leng Guangping takes it, dons his glasses, and begins to read intently. His expression transitions from calm to one of astonishment, culminating in him closing the document and looking at Cold Shaofeng with a puzzled gaze. "Xiaofeng, did you write this?" "Indeed. The latter part regarding the land rental was added just this morning." Cold Shaofeng responds nonchalantly. "Hey, instead of letting that land grow wild, it would be better to rent it to me. This. I won't comment on the content, but is this truly your handwriting?" Leng Guangping, well versed in many matters, immediately senses something amiss. It was only later that I realized, not merely the content, but even the font exceeded all expectations. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng felt a jolt in his heart. He had overlooked this detail, not anticipating that it would reveal a flaw here. Chapter 34. A priceless treasure, however. This was hardly a significant issue. "Indeed, my dear uncle, my handwriting is rather commendable, is it not? Does it not bear a hint of your own elegance?" In Leng Shaofeng's memory, his uncle, Leng Guangping, had beautiful handwriting. From a young age, he had always written the character Leng exceptionally well. Why was that? It was because he had once seen his uncle's signature. Subsequently, when Leng Shaofeng penned the character Leng, he deliberately imitated his uncle's style. Even during his own calligraphy practice, traces of his uncle's artistry lingered in his strokes. You cannot deny, there is indeed a semblance, though yours is undeniably more aesthetically pleasing. Leng Guangping reopened the document, scrutinizing the font, nodding in admiration. He then looked up at Leng Shaofeng, inquiring, "When did you begin practicing your handwriting?" "Last year," he replied without hesitation. "At that time, I was cast out of my home by Director Su, and I felt quite disheartened. Thus, I devoted myself to the art of calligraphy to pass the time and cultivate my spirit, gradually emerging from the shadows." Leng Shaofeng spoke with unrestrained candor. Hearing this, Leng Guangping could not help but mutter to himself, "Wasn't it that little widow who helped you emerge?" However, as an elder, he refrained from voicing such thoughts. Perhaps, he mused, he was both courting the widow and honing his calligraphy. Indeed, it was plausible. "My dear uncle, I specifically referenced your handwriting while practicing, primarily because your writing is so exquisite that it flows effortlessly for me." Leng Shaofeng lavished praise upon him. Leng Guangping's face brightened with delight. "Very good, very good. Your writing surpasses the mastery of blue, indeed. My dear uncle, do not merely focus on the handwriting. Consider the content as well. I did not come here solely for you to admire the form." Leng Shaofeng wore a look of feigned melancholy. "The content is splendid as well," Leng Guangping praised. "It is highly actionable, well-structured, and comprehensive. I need not alter it. You can present it directly to Director Liu." Leng Shaofeng thought to himself that this was certainly the case, for although my initial education was from a technical school, I later pursued a formal MBA in business administration and obtained my diploma. "Do you require me to accompany you to find Director Liu?" he asked. "That will not be necessary. You are the younger generation. Besides, you met him yesterday, so I shall go alone," replied Leng Guangping as he rose and made his way outside. "Very well, uncle. You go to see Director Liu, and I shall seek out Director Su." Leng Shaofeng also stood and followed him out. "You are looking for old Su? What for?" Leng Guangping paused, puzzled. "For the matter regarding the toy truck," Leng Shaofeng said, retrieving the miniature vehicle from his bag and gesturing with it. "Oh, you rascal, suddenly conjuring up so many matters has left me bewildered. Very well. Go find old Su and mention that I sent you. Also, before the end of the afternoon, do stop by my office. I expect we shall finalize the paperwork by then." With that, Leng Guangping proceeded directly to Director Liu's office, which, along with Director Su's, was merely a few steps away on the same floor. When Leng Guangping entered LV Guangming's office, Leng Shaofeng also knocked on the door of Su Chang's office. Upon hearing a response from within, he pushed the door open. Despite having lived two lives, it was Leng Shaofeng's first time stepping into Su Chang's office. The layout of this office mirrored that of Leng Guangping's, with the addition of 2 pots of vibrant red flowers on the windowsill. Su Chang sat at his desk, holding a document. Upon noticing Leng Shaofeng's entrance, he was taken aback. "Director Su, I am here to report on my work," Leng Shaofeng began, further surprising Su Chang. The demeanor, tone, and content of the man before him resembled that of a seasoned bureaucrat. "Ah, Shaofeng, the work of your security department is not under my purview. If you have matters to discuss, you should reach out to your department head, or if that fails, consult Chief Engineer Leng or Director LV, Su Chang replied, uncertain of Leng Shaofeng's intentions, and promptly declined. "The matter I wish to report does indeed concern you, Director Su. My uncle instructed me to seek you out, stating that your intervention is essential," Leng Shaofeng declared, invoking his uncle's authority while bestowing a compliment. "Then do elaborate. If Chief Engineer Leng has spoken, I shall listen." Su Chang leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze fixed on Leng Shaofeng. "Director Su, this matter is indeed related to you, as you oversee sales. It pertains to our coal mine sales figures," Leng Shaofeng began, seeking a point of connection. "Indeed, I oversee production and sales. Please continue," Su Chang responded, now intrigued by Leng Shaofeng's earnestness. "Director Su, as you are aware, the road on Happiness Street to the north is riddled with potholes and often requires repairs. Our coal transport vehicles have been spilling coal over the years due to this, resulting in significant losses for our mine. Just a couple of days ago, I filled 3 large potholes during my visit. While observing the passing transport vehicles, I pondered how we could minimize the spillage of our coal. Eventually, I devised a concept," Leng Shaofeng explained, concluding his preamble as he retrieved a small toy truck from his bag. "What is this? The craftsmanship is commendable. But is this not merely a child's toy?" Su Chang remarked, examining the toy truck, his expression gradually darkening. Su Chang could not help but wonder if Leng Shaofeng had lost his senses, presenting him with a toy as a diversion. Observing Su Chang's reaction, Leng Shaofeng realized his intentions were misunderstood and decided to clarify. Taking the toy truck back, he ran his hand over the cab, sliding it back and forth several times. Initially, Su Changhe failed to grasp the significance, but gradually, the realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? He stammered, surprised by the revelation. Director Su, this is a simple contraption I devised, Leng Shaofeng replied, revealing the purpose behind his creation. However, if we were to equip our coal transport vehicles with such a device, how much coal could we save in a year? Su Changhe gazed at the small truck before him, his heart stirred by a tempest of emotions. He scarcely paid heed to Leng Shaofeng's words. Gradually, his expression grew animated, his eyes ablaze with fervor. In that moment, the inconspicuous toy truck became an invaluable treasure in his eyes. He carefully cradled the toy truck, while his other hand gently manipulated the movable canopy. Leng Shaofeng remained silent, standing quietly beside him, observing the excitement on Su Changhe's face, which he found utterly captivating, more enthralling than any film. Of course, no matter how mesmerizing it was, it could never rival the beauty of his daughter. Speaking of which, it had been 2 days since he last saw Su Jing, and he found himself missing her. Surely, her wound must have healed by now. Moreover, she was currently in her safe period. This presented a rare opportunity. Perhaps he could sneak home after finishing work at 2 in the afternoon. Leng Shaofeng's mind began to wander, filled with fanciful thoughts. Chapter 35. Collaboration. Just as Leng Shaofeng had settled on names for their third child, he was interrupted by Su Changhe's voice. Shaofeng, this invention of yours, though it appears simple, is remarkably practical. Not only can it be applied to our coal transport vehicles, but it could also benefit coal transport vehicles nationwide. Other transportation vehicles would find it useful as well. It's truly a remarkable device, versatile with limitless potential. Observing Su Changhe's discernment, Leng Shaofeng felt a swell of pride. He had effortlessly grasped the significance of the invention. Indeed, Director Su, your insight is exceptional. It is astonishing to realize that this modest creation of mine holds such promise. Your words resonate like a decade of education. To be frank, your perspective is broader and more profound than that of my uncle or Director Liu. Director Su, I must learn from you and keep you informed of my progress. Leng Shaofeng effusively praised. Su Changhe listened with a smile, waving his hands in modesty. Shaofeng, do not speak so highly of me. Chief Engineer Leng's expertise surpasses mine. And how could I possibly compare to Director Liu? Truly, my uncle has not grasped the broader implications. He merely believes this innovation could save us a considerable sum at the coal mine. I apologize, dear uncle, for your sacrifice in the pursuit of your nephew's happiness. Haha, it's not quite the same. We cannot compare in that way. Chief Engineer Leng comes from a technical background, while I am primarily engaged in business. Our thoughts diverge. Leng Shaofeng replied, you have truly demonstrated great ingenuity in this invention, and it is rare to find someone so dedicated to the welfare of our coal mine. By the way, does your invention have a name? Su Changhe asked, his mood lifted and his regard for Leng Shaofeng noticeably warmer. Is it merely a canopy that requires a name? Leng Shaofeng feigned ignorance. Since this is an invention, it naturally requires a name. I must admit, I hadn't given it much thought. Director Su, given your extensive knowledge and experience, would you mind bestowing a name upon it? Cold Shaofeng scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face, as though he had imposed upon the other party. How about we keep it simple and call this invention a folding canopy? What do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Su Changhe arrived at a conclusion. This name is straightforward and memorable, quite pleasing to the ear. Truly, Director Su, your caliber is commendable and worthy of lifelong admiration. Cold Shaofeng found the suggestion agreeable and took the opportunity to shower praise. Shaofeng, do you have any further thoughts? Su Changhe glanced at Cold Shaofeng, hesitant to voice his ideas. Initially, there were none, but hearing your words, this has indeed become an invention. Since it qualifies as such, might we consider applying for a patent? We do not seek to profit from the state, yet this creation is the fruit of our labor. As the saying goes, a person leaves a name behind just as a goose leaves a call. We ought to ensure that the inventor is recognized, shouldn't we? Cold Shaofeng cautiously broached the subject, deliberately using we, yet, regrettably, Su Changhe seemed oblivious. Perhaps he noticed, but chose not to address it. Oh, you are aware of patents? Su Changhe appeared somewhat surprised. Director Su, do not underestimate me. Although I did not attend university, I have devoted considerable time to reading and learning. Moreover, many of the devices we use underground, as recounted by my uncle, are patented products that were quite expensive at the time of purchase, all with associated patent fees. Uncle, I sincerely apologize for the happiness of my nephew. Would you mind shouldering an additional burden? Cold Shaofeng once again used his uncle, Leng Guangping, as a shield. Oh, that explains it. Chief Engineer Leng is indeed quite knowledgeable. The patent you mentioned is indeed feasible, which is precisely why I inquired about a name. Furthermore, patent fees can yield substantial financial returns. However, my concerns lie beyond this matter. There are certain things that weigh heavily on my heart. Su Changha's expression revealed his inner turmoil. Director Su, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to express it. I am still young and in need of guidance from esteemed elders like yourself when I falter. Cold Shaofeng urged him on, eagerly anticipating his words. Shaofeng, it is as follows. Although this invention may seem simple, its significance is profound. When I refer to its significance, I do not solely mean its patent or potential. I speak of the coal savings it could generate for the Yanxi Coal Mine. These are secondary considerations. How shall I articulate this? Su Changha rose and began pacing. Cold Shaofeng remained silent, patiently waiting. Let me put it this way. In your hands, this invention may only bring you recognition and rewards from the mine. However, in my possession, it could transcend the confines of the Yanxi Coal Mine, potentially becoming widespread across the nation, even permeating various industries. The merits of such an achievement would be immense. This is not merely an accolade. For me, it represents a form of political capital. With it, I could potentially reduce my struggle by 3 to 5 years, or even a decade. As the conversation progressed, Su Changha exhaled deeply. I understand now, Director Su. Therefore, I wish to make my stance clear. From this day forth, this invention shall no longer be associated with me. It is solely your creation. Cold Shaofeng immediately stood up, asserting his point with unwavering conviction. Ah, Shaofeng, you truly are a commendable young man. I do not intend to usurp your invention. However, for the purposes of promotion and operation, it would be far more convenient for it to bear my name. How about this, Shaofeng? I shall shamelessly take advantage of this invention, and we will consider it a joint creation. I will handle the patent application and cover the associated costs. Furthermore, I shall not claim a single penny from the future royalties. Should any matters arise at the mine, you can always reach out to me. However, I will retain the political capital for my own use, as it serves me greatly. What do you think, Shaofeng? Su Changha felt a twinge of anxiety, recognizing that he had gained a significant advantage. As you say, Director Su, Shaofeng replied. I find this arrangement quite agreeable. It spares me any worry while allowing me to reap benefits, potentially even profits. With that said, Director Su, it seems I have taken quite a hefty advantage from you. Cold Shaofeng continued, his expression tinged with guilt. There is no question of taking advantage. This is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Your invention is of utmost importance, and all I can do is promote it. Su Changha waved his hand dismissively and turned to Cold Shaofeng, saying, Shaofeng, allow me to take charge of this matter. However, I would like to borrow your toy truck. It is remarkably realistic, and during the demonstration, it will convey everything clearly. Cold Shaofeng promptly replied, not a problem, Director Su. Consider this little truck a gift to you. Feel free to use it as you wish. With a smile, Su Changha responded, Excellent, Shaofeng. I shall expedite this matter. Await my news. Chapter 36. Everything goes smoothly, Director Su. I have just recalled something. Typically, we pay patent fees to foreign entities. Once we finalize this invention, it would be wonderful if we could collect fees from them instead, wouldn't it? Cold Shaofeng felt that his inquiry was insufficient and deliberately sought further clarification. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. This is quite simple. We can apply for a patent abroad, allowing them to pay us should they wish to utilize it. Shaofeng, your idea is quite astute. It may even generate foreign currency. Now that you mention it, that could indeed work. Su Changha slapped his thigh, his thoughts suddenly illuminated. He began to pace again. Cold Shaofeng reflected for a moment, realizing he had no further role to play. Director Su, I entrust this matter to you. I shall take my leave now. You have your work to attend to. Cold Shaofeng prepared to bid farewell. Ah, Shaofeng, wait a moment. There is something I must address. My uncle did not handle a certain matter properly last year. He should not have been so dismissive towards you and Chief Engineer Cold. As Cold Shaofeng prepared to leave, Su Changha called him back. Uncle, that matter is already in the past. I have long since let it go. Currently, Su Jing and I are merely ordinary classmates. Regardless of who Su Jing eventually marries, I will always sincerely wish for her happiness. To be frank, uncle, although I, Leng Shaofeng, may not marry Su Jing, securing a wife given my circumstances is a trivial matter. Hee. Leng Shaofeng has indeed moved on from that affair. However, it is not that he has relinquished Su Jing, but rather that his perspective has broadened. What once seemed as monumental as the heavens now appears merely as a trivial concern. As the saying goes, the sea can accommodate all rivers. Only those who are tolerant can be great. Nevertheless, a certain enchantment must still be administered. First, one must lull the other into complacency. Then await the opportune moment, and finally strike decisively to alter the course of fate. That is well, since Xiao Jing has few friends. It is essential that normal interactions proceed as they should. This way, I too can find closure. Very well, Shaofeng, await my news. Observing Leng Shaofeng's demeanor, Su Changhe could indeed see that he had let go of the matter, and he himself felt a weight lifted from his heart, as if a heavy stone had been removed. All right, uncle, farewell. Leng Shaofeng smiled politely as he exited Su Changhe's office, closing the door behind him. As he turned to leave, a smile graced his face. He leapt into the air, raising his fist in triumph, stirring up a gust of wind. This leap was imbued with an indescribable elegance and exuberance, radiating his unique confidence and flamboyance. Once he landed firmly, he strode away with purpose. All plans were unfolding seamlessly. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng brimmed with ambition and fervor. Once Leng Shaofeng had departed, Su Changhe gazed absently at the toy truck on his desk. After a considerable pause, he regained his focus, his expression resolute. He approached his desk and picked up the phone. With a whirl, he dialed a lengthy number. Hello. Is this the Ministry of Energy? Please connect me to Su Changshan. After a brief wait, the call was answered. Hello, this is Su Changshan. Who is this? A middle-aged voice resonated from the other end. Brother, it's me, Changhe. Third brother, why are you calling? What is the matter? How is father's health? Still the same, just dragging on. The old man spends most of his days in a stupor. Su Changshan's voice was heavy with concern. Sighing, Su Changhe clenched and then relaxed his fist. Do you have something to discuss? Speak. The tone of Su Changshan shifted to one of strength, his emotions adjusting swiftly. There is indeed something. I have some new developments to share with you. Brother, I wish to make a move. The Yanxi Coal Mine is too small. Third brother, we must be cautious and not rush. Our resources are limited. Take some time to consolidate. I will find a way in a couple of years. The weariness in Su Changshan's voice was palpable. Brother, I understand. I have some new information that is quite favorable. I believe we can proceed without requiring much effort from you. Oh, do elaborate. Brother, here's the situation. Subsequently, Su Changhe picked up the toy truck from his desk and began to elaborate. After a lengthy explanation, a voice emerged from the other end once more. I believe I have a general understanding of what you're referring to. Although not entirely clear, I grasp the essentials. Please send me a sample of that little truck. However, patents can indeed be applied for in advance, which is not contradictory. This is ultimately a positive development. Regardless of the outcome, one can still pursue a patent. Regarding the patent matters, you might want to consult your second brother, as he is more knowledgeable in this area. Very well, elder brother. Shall I hang up now? How is Xiao Jing doing? She is well, but can her situation change? Oh, third brother, do you have any other solutions? Elder brother, I have no other matters to discuss, so I will hang up. Please take good care of Xiao Jing. Understood. Su Changhe ended the call, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. After a moment, he dialed another long string of numbers. Exiting the mine manager's office, he was greeted by the bright sunshine. Leng Shaofeng glanced at the time. It was still not yet 10 o'clock. He felt a pang of frustration, pondering where to spend his free time. No, rather, where to focus on work. After some contemplation and feeling the latent strength within him, he swiftly made his decision. It was time to engage in some physical activity. And naturally, he would head to the activity room. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with various tasks, either concerning women, work, or money-making. He had not taken the time to stretch his limbs, which simply would not do. With such commendable physical fitness, it was essential to maintain it. The security department had its own designated activity room, which could also be termed a gym. After all, as a sector concerned with security, it was imperative for its members to be in good physical condition. Therefore, whenever they had the chance, personnel from the security department could engage in physical training. Regrettably, in this day and age, few individuals took it upon themselves to work out regularly, resulting in the activity room often being deserted. In the past, This was Leng Shaofeng's most frequented and beloved place. He relished the sensation of perspiring profusely, feeling invigorated after a rigorous workout. Upon entering the activity room, he found it exactly as expected, entirely empty. The room was quite simple, yet it had one defining characteristic: its size, spanning over 1,000 square meters. It had been converted from an old storage facility. Running a lap around the room would cover an estimated 200 meters. The floor was smooth, made of concrete, though the available equipment was rather limited and comprised of only the most basic items. There were 2 sets of high and low bars, 2 sets of parallel bars, a ping-pong table, a badminton court, and 2 sandbags. Additionally, there were several sets of barbells and dumbbells of varying sizes. On one wall, a basketball hoop was mounted, allowing for half-court games and shooting practice. 8 200-watt light bulbs hung from the ceiling, accompanied by 8 large ceiling fans. As for more advanced equipment, there was a complete absence of it. Chapter 37. Fitness. As soon as Leng Shaofeng entered, he opened the windows on both sides to create a cross breeze. He turned on the 8 fans, which began to circulate the air vigorously. He then commenced his warm-up by jogging 4 laps around the facility. As his body began to warm up, he felt sufficiently limber. He removed his shirt, exercising bare-chested, and proceeded to practice on the pull-up bar, followed by the parallel bars. There was little to say about the pull-ups, but Leng Shaofeng's movements on the parallel bars were impressively powerful and aesthetically pleasing. Due to the considerable amplitude of his swinging on the parallel bars, Cold Shaofeng recalled that his previous record was an impressive 120 repetitions. However, on this occasion, he effortlessly achieved a remarkable 200. Even so, he felt he had not yet reached his limits, and he suspected that if he desired, he could continue indefinitely. After performing over 100 additional repetitions, he decided to cease. The parallel bars posed no challenge for him, yet it confirmed one undeniable fact: his physical condition had evidently improved. This was a matter he chose to keep to himself, with no intention of boasting to others. Of course, his partner would undoubtedly sense it, which was an inescapable reality. Perhaps one day, his adversaries would also become aware of it, but that would merely be their misfortune. After engaging with the dumbbells for a while, he lifted 200 with ease. Only then did he proceed to the main event of the day, striking the sandbags. Positioned 3 meters apart and suspended from the main beam by iron chains, when he struck, the chains vibrated, causing the sandbags to sway. Cold Shaofeng remembered a time when he could move the sandbags, but the motion was minimal. This time, however, it was different. With a punch, the bag swung at a noticeable angle of at least 20 degrees. Each bag was filled with iron sand, weighing no less than 300 pounds. Cold Shaofeng found it hard to fathom the weight behind his current punch. He refrained from using greater force, fearing the bags might be damaged. This level of power was sufficient for training. For half an hour, Cold Shaofeng delivered a series of punches and kicks, drenched in sweat, before finally letting out a loud shout and retracting his fists. At that moment, he was clad only in a pair of damp shorts. He longed for the comfort of an air-conditioned gym, dreaming of one day establishing a private fitness studio when he could afford it. Feeling content with his progress, he began to practice his boxing. Cold Shaofeng specialized in 2 styles of boxing: the Grand Flood Fist, a martial art from his village, and Praying Mantis Fist, taught to him by a master surnamed Yu from Jiaodong, who excelled in this style. The Praying Mantis Fist was particularly lethal, and Cold Shaofeng had grasped its essence, coupled with his innate talent, making it his greatest asset in combat. This style mimicked the forelimbs of the mantis, nature's apex predator, whose prowess is largely derived from its unique folding forelegs. In his youth, Cold Shaofeng endured great hardships to master the Praying Mantis Fist, focusing primarily on developing his forearms in conjunction with the techniques. The boxing techniques included smashing, bouncing, slicing, hooking, leaping, and more, all harmonizing with body movements, footwork, and leg techniques. Various methods of exerting force were also involved, details too profound to share with outsiders. As Cold Shaofeng assumed his stance, he concentrated on his lower abdomen, twisted his waist, and balanced in tension with form, executing 2 rounds of the Praying Mantis Fist. After completing these rounds, he felt invigorated and at ease, with a sense of vitality coursing through his veins. It was as if every joint in his body resonated, accompanied by the faint sounds of tigers and leopards. He comprehended that his martial arts had ascended to a new realm, a level he had struggled to attain in his previous life. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11:30. He hastily donned his clothes and made his way to the bathhouse. The damp fabric clung uncomfortably to his skin. Striding purposefully, he reached the bathhouse in no time. After a refreshing wash, he rinsed out his undergarments, wrung them dry, and put them back on. In the sweltering summer heat, there was little to fuss over as they would soon dry. By the time he finished bathing, it was past noon, and mealtime approached. Leng Shaofeng retrieved a meal container from the duty room and headed directly to the canteen. During lunch, he encountered Yao Shengli and Feng Chong. Inquiring about their morning, he learned they had nothing of note to report. With no pressing matters at hand, Leng Shaofeng completed his meal and proceeded to the conference room, where he reclined on a bench for a brief nap. Upon awakening, he discovered it was nearly 2 o'clock, and the afternoon shift had already arrived. Yang Guozhan noticed Leng Shaofeng's presence, and they exchanged a few words before Yang remained to guard the conference room, perusing the newspaper and sipping tea. Thus, Leng Shaofeng deemed his workday concluded. Exiting through the east gate, he walked along the perimeter wall until he reached the first building, where he paused to survey his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching. With a swift motion, he turned and entered the building's corridor, ascending the stairs to the 3rd floor in a few quick strides. Stopping at the west unit on the 3rd floor, he pressed his ear against the door to listen, but detected no sounds. Releasing a long breath, he gently knocked. Shortly, a melodious female voice inquired, "Who is it?" Without responding, he continued to knock. The door creaked open slightly, secured by a chain, allowing only a narrow opening. Stepping back, he revealed a dazzling smile. "Ah, Shaofeng, what brings you here?" Jing exclaimed in delight, opening the door wider to welcome him inside. "Is anyone home?" Leng Shaofeng asked softly. "No, my parents are at work. They won't be back until 6, Jing replied, her eyes sparkling with joy, overcome with happiness. Leng Shaofeng embraced Jing tightly. "My dear, I've missed you," he declared, as he began to shower her with kisses. "I missed you too," Jing responded, wrapping her arms around his waist, her heart racing. However, her little head darted side to side, reluctant to yield easily. She found herself overwhelmed by Leng Shaofeng's fervor, feeling somewhat shy, given her scant experience in such matters. After playfully planting a few kisses on her alabaster neck, Leng Shaofeng gradually calmed down, and the two relished their embrace. "Shaojing, in what ways have you missed me? Do tell," he murmured, nibbling on her ear, his warm breath causing her to shiver. "You're insufferable. I want to tell you," she pouted, playfully punching his chest, a gesture lighter than a tickle for him. "Well, wouldn't you like to know where I missed you?" Leng Shaofeng teased, shifting his body slightly. Jing immediately sensed something unusual. Her entire body felt weak. "Hee. Come here, let me give you a hug and see if you've lost weight." Leng Shaofeng casually concocted a flimsy excuse, lifting Jing off her feet and carrying her directly to her room. A loud bang echoed as the door closed. Soon, laughter and chatter filled the room, as the two found themselves engrossed in endless conversation. Chapter 38. The Legacy. Later, they engaged in a game of Do Di Zhu, the card game. Leng Shaofeng took on the role of the landlord, while Jing became the unfortunate peasant, mercilessly suppressed by her landlord. When it was Jing's turn to be the landlord, she encountered the rebellious peasant, Leng Shaofeng, who ruthlessly oppressed her once again. The two played with great enthusiasm until 2 hours later, Jing was utterly exhausted. "Shaofeng, I can't play anymore. I'm dead tired. Do Di Zhu is too exhausting." After being dominated for 2 hours, she felt overwhelmed. "Shall we play something else next time?" Leng Shaofeng coaxed gently. "What else is there to play?" Jing replied blankly, knowing nothing and seeking guidance. "How about storytelling? Next time, I'll tell you the tale of Guanyin Bodhisattva and the 12-petal lotus throne. What do you think?" "That sounds delightful. I can't wait to hear it," she responded eagerly. After playing cards for a long while, the heat became oppressive, and they both sweated profusely. Jing decided to take a shower and returned with a basin of water. "Why don't you just go wash up in the bathroom?" "Why do you need me to bring in water?" Jing asked curiously, feeling it was an unnecessary task. "Think about it. If I were to shower in the bathroom and your parents suddenly returned, what if I got trapped in there?" Leng Shaofeng explained. "Although our relationship is purely innocent, we cannot risk misunderstandings from adults." "Oh no, that would be mortifying." Jing shuddered at the thought and then inquired, "But why is it acceptable to wash up with the water I bring?" "Look, when you open your window, there's a small path below, and over there is a row of storage rooms. Jumping from the 3rd floor down, whether landing directly on the ground or leaping into the storage room, is a piece of cake for me. That way, even if your parents suddenly come back, I wouldn't be worried. Do you understand? Leng Shaofeng explained, pointing outside through the glass. Jing was momentarily taken aback, realizing how thoughtful and experienced Leng Shaofeng was. Experience, you say? Leng Shaofeng, where did you learn all this? Have you gained experience in sneaking around? She suddenly grasped the implication, playfully pinching her waist and turning around. Leng Shaofeng immediately let out a yelp akin to a pig being slaughtered. Wife, that hurts. Stop, stop. I have no experience. I'm just exhausting myself for you. Dedicating myself wholeheartedly. He erupted with a fervent desire to survive, eloquently defending himself. The act of jumping out of windows was, in fact, something he had done in a past life. At that time, they were deeply engrossed in conversation in Jing's room when Lu Lijuan unexpectedly returned early. It was a close call. He nearly scared himself to death. Leng Shaofeng had to jump out of the window to escape, and fortunately, he managed to do so without incident. However, this matter cannot be explicitly stated. Leng Shaofeng, you had better behave. If I catch you slipping up, you shall face the consequences. Jing reluctantly released her grip, raising her small fist in a playful threat. Hee, that simply will not do. My dear wife, could you perhaps grant me some relief right now? Just look at me. I am still quite uncomfortable. Leng Shaofeng chuckled mischievously. How can that be? You rascal. Playing poker is exhausting. Jing turned her body, unable to meet his gaze. Well then, my dear wife, would you assist me in washing my body? It is rather inconvenient for me to do so myself, particularly my back. Absolutely not. One must tend to their own affairs. Jing was too bashful to turn around. You refuse to assist me in this manner as well. I am growing quite upset. Leng Shaofeng feigned anger, pouting slightly. Then, I suppose I shall help you just a little. Jing, feeling a pang of guilt, weighed her options and opted for a lighter course of action. Hee. Very well then. Leng Shaofeng's face lit up with joy upon achieving his goal. After much effort, Jing finally helped Leng Shaofeng dry off. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, rendering her utterly adorable. Oh dear, it is past 5. You must hurry and leave. Jing glanced at the time, her expression shifting to one of alarm. All right, I happen to have business to attend to at the mine. Leng Shaofeng, too, did not wish to linger. Quickly arranging his clothes, he leaned by the door to listen. Finding the corridor empty, he flung the door open and dashed downstairs. He made his way directly to the mine, seeking his uncle, Leng Guangping. He hurried just in time, arriving at Leng Guangping's office before 6 o'clock. Leng Guangping was tidying up, preparing to leave for the day. Seeing Leng Shaofeng enter, he remarked, You child, your heart is truly bold. I asked you to come before the end of your shift, and you arrive just as it concludes. Are you not the least bit anxious? Leng Guangping could not help but shake his head. What is there to fret about? We have barely begun. Uncle, do you think I doubt you? With your prowess, success is assured. Leng Shaofeng grinned as he approached. Look here, these are the matters I have taken care of for you today. Leng Guangping handed over a stack of documents, which Leng Shaofeng received with utmost seriousness, proceeding to examine them. The documents included opinions on activating fixed assets and increasing employment at the Yanxi Coal Mine, suggestions for pilot projects for the establishment of material recycling stations at the Yanxi Coal Mine, contracts for the transfer of independent contracting rights for material recycling stations at the Yanxi Coal Mine, temporary management guidelines for the leasing of old factories at the Yanxi Coal Mine, as well as contracts for the transfer of independent contracting rights for the old factories at the Yanxi Coal Mine. A plethora of substantial documents and contracts lay before him. Leng Guangping pointed to several transfer contracts, stating, These documents require your signature. Please sign 3 copies promptly and take your portion. I have been quite busy today, merely drafting and reviewing these documents. Leng Guangping settled into a chair, supporting his back. Indeed, the day had been quite taxing. As the process from drafting to reviewing to signing these documents was no small feat, Leng Shaofeng hastily set down the documents and poured a glass of water, which he respectfully presented to his uncle. With deep emotion, he expressed, Uncle, as family, we need not speak as strangers. I am profoundly grateful for your paternal affection and the assistance you have extended to me. Leng Guangping joyfully accepted the cup and took a sip. Shaofeng, it is evident that your career is on the brink of flourishing, and it brings me great joy. You are destined to be the leader of the next generation of the Leng family. I am aging swiftly and will soon retire, unable to care for you for much longer. In the days ahead, I urge you to look after your elder siblings." The weighty tone of Leng Guangping's words was laced with a sense of relief. This was the essence of familial legacy, the continuation of life, and the transfer of duty. He had borne this heavy responsibility for many years, and today he could finally entrust it to the new generation. In Leng Shaofeng, he glimpsed the hope of the future. His heart filled with countless emotions, yet profoundly comforted. "Uncle, you can rest assured. As a member of the Leng family, I shall bear this duty without fail," Leng Shaofeng declared with resolute conviction. "Yes, I believe in you. Now, please sign," his uncle replied. Hearing this, Leng Shaofeng picked up the documents and began to read. Chapter 39. Signing. He was well aware that his uncle would never deceive him, yet he felt compelled to review the contents, a habit ingrained from his previous life. Leng Shaofeng's reading speed was remarkably swift, glancing through lines with ease. Although the documents were numerous, the primary content was straightforward, allowing him to absorb the information quickly. Upon completion, one thought resonated within him. An uncle is indeed an uncle. The official documents issued by the mines signified project initiation, explicitly stating that financial matters were not mentioned. Once the project was established and operational rights transferred, it would fall into his hands. His only obligation was to secure 10 employment positions at the mine, to be fulfilled within 2 years. Consequently, all scrap materials from the Yanxi Coal Mine were assigned to the material recycling station, essentially under Leng Shaofeng's ownership. The primary assets were the scrap metal and debris from the dilapidated factory, along with the towering slag heap. In truth, the scope extended far beyond this. A broader interpretation encompassed any waste generated by the mine, be it a scrap of paper, a piece of timber, or a chunk of iron, all falling under the purview of the material recycling station. Moreover, the derelict factory was leased to the recycling station at no cost, which was perfectly reasonable as it was originally designated for storing waste materials. That location had no other utility, rendering it a mere act of goodwill. Additionally, the riverbank outside the northern gate of the mine was allocated to Leng Shaofeng as the office space for the recycling station and future sites for a coal washing facility and brick factory. These documents included a provision for a trial period, with a leasing right established for 50 years. The first 5 years were entirely free, after which both parties could renegotiate based on actual circumstances. Coal Shaofeng had no objections. In truth, this coal mine was unlikely to endure for another 50 years, at most. It could last an additional 40, by which time it would be nearly exhausted. Only a few corners remained from which coal could still be extracted. The later developed Yanxi Coal Mine had already opened new coal fields. However, these new fields were exceedingly distant, located in the vast Gobi Desert of the Northwest. It was said to be free for 5 years, yet it was anticipated that after 5 years it would become a norm. Moreover, long before the 5 years elapsed, the most crucial resources would have already been efficiently managed by Coal Shaofeng. After perusing the documents, Coal Shaofeng picked up a pen and began to sign. As the steel nib descended once more, Coal Shaofeng transitioned from a penniless drifter to the head of the resource recovery station. "Sir, what should I do about my position as captain of the security department?" Coal Shaofeng inquired further. "That depends on your perspective. Frankly, in your department, you are the only capable one. If any incidents arise in the future and there is no one competent, it would be quite untenable." Coal Guangping was well aware of the security department's circumstances. "Sir, I intend to devote my energies to the resource recovery station henceforth. However, I could relinquish my role as captain of the security department. Might I retain the title of honorary captain? I do not seek to continue drawing a salary from the security department, just the title for convenience in future matters." Although Coal Shaofeng felt a tinge of reluctance to part with his role in the security department, it seemed inappropriate to occupy the captaincy while shifting focus. With a stroke of inspiration, he devised a compromise. "Very well, you may hold an honorary position, but the salary must still be collected. However, the position of head of the recovery station will not come with an individual salary." Coal Shaofeng naturally had no objections. With a few words, the matter was settled. And Coal Shaofeng felt a sense of relief. Possessing the title of captain of the security department would at least shield him from any potential difficulties. Of course, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to challenge him. Time passed, and after more than half an hour, the phone in Coal Guangping's office rang. It was Aunt Lulan calling. Once again, she expressed her anxiety about family members returning home late, fearing the worst. "Come, let us return home for dinner," Coal Guangping said as he hung up and picked up his briefcase. "Sir, I won't be joining today. I can manage with a light meal. I just dined at your home yesterday, and if I keep eating there, I might put you in a difficult financial situation. Cold Shaofeng chuckled, wishing to avoid causing any more trouble. You always have your own ideas. Suit yourself. I shall take my leave. Cold Guangping did not insist. He respected his nephew's wishes regarding this minor matter. Cold Shaofeng gathered his documents and followed Cold Guangping out of the office. Upon exiting the mine's gate, the two parted ways. Cold Guangping returned home for dinner, while Cold Shaofeng headed to a different home, known as the Sisters' Lamb Soup Restaurant. The establishment primarily served breakfast and lunch, typically closing around 3 in the afternoon. At this hour, the lamb soup restaurant was devoid of customers, save for the two sisters. As Cold Shaofeng approached, he indeed found the restaurant's door shut. He began to knock. Soon, the door was opened from the inside. Shaofeng, what brings you here? Li Hongqiang's voice was filled with surprise. It was unusual for Leng Shaofeng to visit at this hour, especially for dinner. I missed you, he replied with a playful smile. Stepping inside. How frivolous. Come in quickly. Li Hongqiang shot him an amused glance, her captivating, doe-like eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. As they entered the inner room, a small table was set with dishes and utensils, and Li Hongwei was standing by the table, lively and charming. It appeared that the two were in the midst of dinner. Leng Shaofeng glanced at the modest spread, a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes accompanied by a small plate of pickled vegetables and 2 flaky pastries. Shaofeng, please take a seat. I'll prepare a couple more dishes for you, Li Hongqiang said, rolling up her sleeves as she began to pick some vegetable leaves. Her nimble hands and swift movements revealed her capability as a commendable woman. Leng Shaofeng, feeling at ease, did not stand on ceremony with his partner. Once he sat down, Li Hongwei gently took her seat, her large, bright eyes fixed curiously on him. What are you staring at? Leng Shaofeng could not suppress his curiosity and asked. Li Hongwei seemed to understand his words, quickly lowering her head, too shy to meet his gaze, yet she leaned closer towards him. Leng Shaofeng was taken aback for a moment, but soon grasped the situation, breaking into a chuckle. He reached out his right hand to pat her head, tousling her hair affectionately. Only then did she lift her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. It had become a habit for him to ruffle her hair during their encounters, and she seemed to relish this moment, her eyes crescent-shaped in delight. Li Hongwei stood up once more to fetch new dishes and utensils, placing them before Leng Shaofeng with a flourish of her hands. He understood that she was inviting him to use this set. Leng Shaofeng gave her a thumbs up, eliciting a bright smile from her. At that moment, Li Hongqiang beckoned her sister to come help with the fire, which the young girl eagerly did, skipping over joyfully. Meanwhile, at the Su household, Su Chang's family had also begun their dinner. Lu Lijuan had prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, appearing both appetizing and fragrant. Compared to her work, Lu Lijuan seemed to excel as a homemaker. At the dining table, Su Jing devoured her meal with fervor, having exhausted herself playing cards in the afternoon and now in desperate need of energy. Xiaojing, slow down. No one is competing with you, Lu Lijuan remarked, observing her daughter's lack of ladylike manners. What's up with you? How can you be this hungry? You ate quite a lot at noon. Despite her complaints, seeing her daughter enjoy the meal she had prepared filled her with joy, though she worried about her choking. Realizing her haste, Su Jing paused, recognizing she was not behaving in a ladylike manner. She thought to herself that Leng Shaofeng must not see her like this, lest he mock her. With that in mind, she deliberately slowed her pace. Mom, it's all your fault. Your cooking is just too delicious. Su Jing pouted her lips, retorting playfully, but do eat slowly. What would you like? I can make it for you next time. Lu Lijuan felt a surge of joy and quickly served her daughter a piece of pork belly. Mom, as long as it's your cooking, I love it. You're the best. Su Jing beamed as she accepted the meat. Su Changhe gazed at his vibrant daughter, feeling an inexplicable sense of curiosity, a man's intuition, perhaps. Over the past couple of days, his daughter had either been indulging in food or lost in slumber. Just moments ago, he had returned home from work only to find her still asleep in her room. However, he understood that girls often had their own affairs, and as a father, it was not his place to pry too much. Yet, watching his daughter, he recalled a matter related to her, a person connected to her life. Thus, he inquired, Xiao Jing, have you been in touch with Leng Shaofeng these past few days? Startled, Su Jing nearly bit her tongue, her mind racing as her heart quickened. Had she been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. No, we haven't been in touch much. We just saw each other during a gathering a few days ago. What is up, Dad? We're just ordinary classmates now, not much contact. She quickly regained her composure. What's wrong? Is something happening with that guy? Lu Lijuan was reluctant to utter his name. That wretched toad. It's nothing really, just a bit of reflection. It's only been a few days since we last saw him, yet he seems to have transformed completely, as if he has grown up overnight. You wouldn't believe what he has done today. No, not just one thing. Ah, truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Su Changhe couldn't help but express his astonishment. Su Jing resonated with his sentiment, having witnessed the considerable changes in Leng Shaofeng over the past 2 days. Indeed, the transformation was so profound that she struggled to comprehend it entirely. Nevertheless, hearing her father's praise for her beloved filled her with indescribable joy. What remarkable feat has he achieved to earn your admiration? Lu Lijuan's interest was piqued. At that moment, the family had finished their meal. Su Changhe set down his chopsticks, lit a cigarette, and began recounting the recent events surrounding Leng Shaofeng, from his material recovery efforts to the truck tarpaulin. He detailed everything that Leng Shaofeng had accomplished in the past few days, all of which bore his signature. Su Changhe was acutely aware of this. To be honest, he felt a pang of envy while signing those documents. How could such an accomplished young man not be his own nephew? What of it? Isn't it merely scavenging some scraps from the mine? Isn't it just leveraging his uncle's connections? What's so impressive about that? Lu Lijuan remarked dismissively. Upon hearing this, Su Jing felt her heart swell with pride for the man she admired. He was indeed exceptional, worthy of her affection. What do you know? This isn't simply about connections. It requires vision and intellect. Without intelligence, one wouldn't be able to rise at all. Su Changhe was left speechless by his wife's perspective. Isn't he just a scrap collector? Lu Lijuan muttered under her breath. And what about the truck tarpaulin? This is indeed an invention, and he conceived it. Su Changhe retorted. Is it not merely a matter of fabric? Lu Lijuan replied. By your reasoning, Newton's discovery of universal gravitation is simply about an apple, is it not? Su Changhe countered with an example. This stirred a hornet's nest, and Lu Lijuan was incensed. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Old Su, what is your problem? Are you opposing me? Is that cold Shaofeng still your illegitimate child, leading you to speak in such a manner in his favor? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Changhe was momentarily at a loss for words due to his anger. Out of some personal motive, he refrained from disclosing the truth about the invention and now found it difficult to speak up. Forget it. I cannot discuss this with you. I shall return to my room to read. Su Changhe showcased his reading prowess and rose to retreat to his chamber. You cannot discuss it with me? Then who can you share it with? Speak up, let me hear. Lu Lijuan also stood and pursued him. With a loud bang, the bedroom door slammed shut. Su Jing, speechless, rubbed her forehead and shook her head with a sigh. Alas, here we go again. Chapter 40. Stepping on backs, Li Hongqiang was remarkably swift in her culinary endeavors, whipping up 2 dishes in no time. One was dry-fried green beans, and the other, sautéed peppers. The 2 dishes, vibrant in their green and red hues, were a feast for the senses, igniting a strong appetite in all who beheld them. The 3 took their seats and began to eat. Shaofeng, why are you here so early? Li Hongqiang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Well, I no longer need to adhere to a regular work schedule. My position at the security department is now just nominal. Cold Shaofeng replied, taking hearty bites of flaky pastry. What do you mean? Are you no longer permitted to work? Li Hongqiang's tone reflected a hint of urgency. No, I have been promoted. I am now the head of the material recovery station. Cold Shaofeng quickly clarified. Oh, that's good to hear. I had not heard of this material recovery station before. Li Hongqiang sighed in relief. It has just been established, and coincidentally, I am its first head. Cold Shaofeng winked and smiled. Ah, did you create this? Li Hongqiang, sharp as ice, sensed from Cold Shaofeng's expression that it was indeed her man who had brought it about. Though she was unaware of the specifics, the name alone sounded impressive. She could not help but feel a swell of pride for her partner. Yes, this is my first bucket of gold. Cold Shaofeng nodded. Shaofeng, you are truly remarkable. Li Hongqiang could not resist offering her praise. In what way am I remarkable? Cold Shaofeng, with a gleam in his eye, raised an eyebrow at Li Hongqiang. You are remarkable in every aspect. Li Hongqiang blushed, lowering her head and hastily returning to her meal. Ha ha. Cold Shaofeng laughed heartily, feeling quite pleased with himself. Li Hongwei, observing from the side, was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been reading their lips, and it seemed her sister and brother were engaged in ordinary conversation. How could they react so peculiarly? Her brother was, after all, the most extraordinary person in the world. What was there to blush about, or to find amusing? The adult world was beyond her comprehension. Well then, sleep early tonight. I intend to show you something even more astonishing. Leng Shaofeng leaned close to Li Hongqiang's ear and whispered something softly. Li Hongqiang emitted a sound as faint as a mosquito. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. For the remainder of the meal, regardless of how Leng Shaofeng teased her, Li Hongqiang remained silent, focusing solely on her food. Hee. Leng Shaofeng, unfazed, wore a mischievous grin. Soon, the three had finished their meal. The sisters rose to clear the dishes and wash the pots. Leng Shaofeng reclined against the bed, lighting a cigarette. Just as he finished the first puff, Li Hongqiang entered the room. She obediently removed her shoes, knelt on the bed, and placed her hands on Leng Shaofeng's calves. Her delicate fingers began to massage him. Amidst the swirling smoke, the woman's face was slightly flushed. Today, Leng Shaofeng had exerted himself considerably. After a round of gentle massage, he felt particularly at ease. He casually discarded the cigarette butt and laid down on the bed. Come up and give me a back massage. It had been a long time since Leng Shaofeng had enjoyed such a service, and he found himself yearning for it. Ah, Shaofeng, no, I can't, I'm too heavy. Li Hongqiang hesitated, unsure as she had never done this before. It's fine, come up. Your weight is nothing to me. Leng Shaofeng gestured for her to join him. Well, how about letting Xiaowei do it? She weighs less than 80 pounds. Just as Li Hongqiang was wavering, Li Hongwei returned to the room after freshening up. She saw her sister gesturing animatedly. Li Hongwei's face turned crimson. She shyly glanced at her sister and then at the reclining Leng Shaofeng. Biting her lip, she hesitantly removed her shoes, carefully used the wall for support, and stepped onto Leng Shaofeng's back. Once on, she was uncertain of what to do, staring blankly at her sister. Li Hongqiang was equally at a loss, unsure herself. Just walk back and forth on my back, it's simple. Massaging someone's back is indeed a skill that requires technique and understanding of pressure points, but Leng Shaofeng only knew how to enjoy it. Lacking any knowledge on how to instruct, he simply hoped for the best. Li Hongqiang relayed Leng Shaofeng's words to her sister. After a moment of hesitation, Li Hongwei resolutely closed her eyes and began to step haphazardly. Though her technique was unrefined, her weight was just right. Surprisingly, her steps felt quite pleasant, eliciting soft sounds of satisfaction from Leng Shaofeng. Observing his expressions, Li Hongqiang gave her sister a thumbs up. Encouraged, the young girl found her rhythm and began to pay attention to Leng Shaofeng's reactions, adjusting her movements accordingly. Remarkably, she quickly began to grasp the nuances of the task. The more she massaged, the more enjoyable it became, and Leng Shaofeng found himself becoming somewhat addicted to the sensation. After a good 10 minutes, Li Hongwei paused at Leng Shaofeng's signal. Her cheeks were rosy, her eyes wide with excitement as she looked at him, sparkling with enthusiasm. Leng Shaofeng gently ruffled her hair, giving her a thumbs up. Xiaowei, you did wonderfully. The little girl instantly beamed, her eyes curving into joyful crescents, and then she began gesturing animatedly. Li Hongqiang was translating beside them when Xiaowei said, If you like it, she can help you with the back massage in the future. I do like it. You shall be my back masseuse from now on, he exclaimed with a laugh. Leng Shaofeng casually conferred a title upon her. The young girl, fiddling with her two little braids, nodded vigorously. She had once again deciphered lip movements with remarkable accuracy. Come, you massage your brother, and I will teach you to write. How does that sound? Leng Shaofeng gestured with a fountain pen towards Li Hongwei. The little girl nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Li Hongqiang retrieved a practice notebook and placed it on the table. After a moment of contemplation, Leng Shaofeng composed 2 poems in one breath. Snow and Gentle Breeze Dance. The plum suffers through the cold of the years. Without enduring 3 feet of ice, who understands the loneliness of the plum's heart? This poem was particularly favored by Leng Shaofeng, for its meaning resonated deeply. The second was a simpler piece titled Mountain Village, 2 to 3 miles away. A village of smoke and 4 to 5 homes. 6 to 7 pavilions, 8, 9, and 10 branches of flowers. Upon finishing, he handed the fountain pen to Li Hongwei, who began to write earnestly. Observing her complete immersion in the act of writing, Leng Shaofeng took Li Hongqiang's hand, and they sat together on the bed. Li Hongqiang gently rested her head on Leng Shaofeng's shoulder, while he tenderly caressed her delicate face, savoring the smoothness of her skin. His fingers lightly traced her rounded chin, and he lowered his head to capture her luscious, crimson lips, indulging in their sweetness. After a considerable time, Li Hongqiang managed to free herself from his passionate kiss. She pointed at the seriously writing Li Hongwei, her watery eyes casting a reproachful glance at Leng Shaofeng. Understanding her sentiment, Leng Shaofeng thought, with the long night ahead, there was no need to rush. He gently wrapped his arms around Li Hongqiang's slender form, drawing her close. "Sister Hong, why not close the shop for now?" he suggested softly. "Ah, but Shaofeng, if I close the shop, how will we eat and drink? How will I support Xiaowei?" Li Hongqiang exclaimed, taken aback as she moved away from his shoulder. "Fear not, I will take care of you. And your sister too. I will support both of you," Leng Shaofeng declared grandly with a sweeping gesture. Li Hongqiang straightened her posture, gazing at him with a conflicted expression, biting her lip. She was reluctant to rely on someone else's charity, yet Leng Shaofeng was a man she respected, and in her mind, a man's words were not to be disregarded. This left her in a profound internal struggle. "What is the matter? Do you not wish for me to support you?" Leng Shaofeng pressed, deliberately emphasizing his tone. "No, it's not that, but..." Li Hongqiang stammered, at a loss for words. "But what?" he insisted, advancing his inquiry. "Shaofeng, do not underestimate my little shop. It earns as much as a formal job. Closing it would be a pity." She finally expressed her thoughts. "Silly girl," Leng Shaofeng decided to cease teasing her. Realizing her innocence was not to be trifled with. "I am well aware that your shop is quite profitable. However, you work far too hard. Rising before dawn every day, managing the shop while caring for your sister, is truly exhausting." Leng Shaofeng paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, your establishment attracts far too much attention. Just look at the way those men gaze at you. I fear that over time, this will not bode well." "However," she countered, "but you are here, right? Ever since you chased away Huang Dapio, no one has dared to harass me again." Li Hongwei was still reluctant. "Although you are here, I cannot be by your side at all times, can I? Furthermore, my insistence against your opening a shop stems from my need for your assistance. My career is just beginning, and I lack a trustworthy companion. From now on, you shall work for me, and I shall pay you a salary, understood?" Leng Shaofeng playfully pinched Li Hongqiang's nose. "Is that so? Then I am willing." Li Hongqiang's face lit up with joy. "Humph, just now you clearly did not trust me. Did you?" Leng Shaofeng decided to confront her. "Ah, no. I certainly trust your words. It's just that I feel a bit reluctant." Li Hongqiang's voice grew softer, revealing a hint of guilt. Leng Shaofeng found her reaction amusing, yet maintained a composed demeanor. "Humph, that won't do. I must punish you." Leng Shaofeng let out another cold snort. "And how will you punish me?" Li Hongqiang replied softly, lowering her head, pursing her lips, her bright, watery eyes beginning to glisten with mist, looking utterly pitiful and evoking sympathy. Leng Shaofeng leaned in closer and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, even her ears turning red. She then realized she had fallen for his playful trick. "Shaofeng, you are too wicked." The woman, overwhelmed with shyness, averted her gaze from Leng Shaofeng. "Will you agree or not? If you refuse, I shall truly be upset." Leng Shaofeng noted that a firmer tone yielded positive results, whether with Su Jing or the present Li Hongqiang. It can only be said that women of this era are utterly charming and delightfully innocent. Li Hongqiang let out a soft sound of agreement. "Hee, now we're getting somewhere. Come, give me a kiss." Leng Shaofeng could not resist the urge and leaned in for a kiss, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Just then, Li Hongwei straightened up and paused her writing. Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang immediately sat up straight as well. However, Li Hongwei did not turn around. Instead, she flipped a page in her notebook and continued her work. Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang exchanged bewildered glances, unable to suppress their laughter. One smiled radiantly, exuding charm, while the other, feeling guilty, shook her head and chuckled ruefully. Their gazes met, and as their laughter gradually subsided, the two leaned in closer once more. Perhaps because of the previous understanding, feeling a renewed intimacy. "What shall I do with this shop?" Li Hongqiang still felt a tinge of reluctance. "Well, perhaps sell it. That way, you can earn some profit," Leng Shaofeng suggested after some thought. That sounds good. Let me think. Perhaps I could transfer it to Sister Hu. After all, I learned to make lamb soup from her, and she has helped me a great deal." Sister Hu, known to Leng Shaofeng, was once a neighbor of Li Hongqiang. Her warm-hearted nature was evident when she frequently assisted Li Hongqiang during the tumultuous times when Wang Ermatzi mistreated his wife. It was from Sister Hu that Li Hongqiang honed her culinary skills. However, due to her remarkable talent, she swiftly surpassed her mentor. All right, you have the final say, he replied. So, when will I transfer the lamb soup restaurant? Furthermore, where will I reside afterward? Li Hongqiang leaned against Leng Shaofeng's shoulder and spoke softly. I'm not going to make you close it immediately. We'll see how things progress on my end. I estimate that within a month, I should be ready, he pondered, providing a rough timeline. That's good, just enough time for me to ease into it. Li Hongqiang sighed in relief, grateful for the preparation period. The two continued their casual conversation until Li Hongwei finally completed her assignment. The young girl happily presented her work to Leng Shaofeng, who meticulously reviewed it and praised her efforts. The compliments brought a radiant smile to her face, her cheeks tinged with a delightful blush. In all honesty, the girl was bright and diligent, showing significant improvement in her writing. Next, Li Hongqiang took the stage to guide her sister through vocal exercises. During this segment, Li Hongwei's expression turned decidedly sour. Nevertheless, under her sister's watchful eye, she dutifully engaged in the practice. After they finished, the clock indicated it was still before 9. Following their routine, Li Hongwei prepared foot-soaking water, while Li Hongqiang knelt to wash Leng Shaofeng's feet, with her sister observing attentively. Once Leng Shaofeng's feet were washed, Li Hongwei prepared a toothbrush and squeezed toothpaste. Leng Shaofeng marveled at the beauty of this era, feeling content as he brushed his teeth. However, Li Hongwei did not stop there. She continued to draw another basin of warm water and began washing her sister's feet. As she washed, she communicated with Li Hongqiang through gestures. After a while, Leng Shaofeng returned from brushing his teeth and was greeted by the sight before him. Wow, Xiaowei has become so considerate, even washing your feet. What are you two discussing? He inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Nothing much. Just teaching her how to wash feet and how to make it a pleasant experience, Li Hongqiang explained. Oh, if you keep teaching her like this, you might end up nurturing another Li Hongqiang, Leng Shaofeng teased with a smile. Do you not like that? Should I have Xiaowei wash your feet next time? Li Hongqiang replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 42. Resignation. Leng Shaofeng shivered under her gaze, feeling a flutter in his heart. He quickly waved his hands. No way. I want you to do it. As for finding a good match for Xiaowei in the future, we shall see who is fortunate enough. Li Hongqiang remained noncommittal, pausing briefly before letting out a soft sigh. I just hope my sister has a better fate than mine and encounters a man who truly cherishes her. Rest assured, that will surely happen. Besides, we will look out for her together. As long as I am here, no one will dare to bully you sisters. So you can be at ease, Leng Shaofeng reassured her from the side. Ah, Shaofeng, I believe in you. A radiant smile graced Li Hongqiang's face, truly making her more enchanting than flowers. Cold Shaofeng could hardly contain his feelings. Have you finished washing up? It's getting late. You should rest early, he urged. In truth, the hour was still quite early. Li Hongqiang felt a blush rise to her cheeks, and, disregarding her lesson with her sister, hurriedly washed her feet and brushed her teeth. Under the mournful gaze of her sister, Li Hongwei, she ushered the little one back to bed. The curtain was drawn, and as the lights dimmed, the room was enveloped in darkness. The next morning, the first thing Li Hongqiang did upon rising was to rinse her mouth, again and again, until she felt no lingering unpleasantness. Typically, morning breath was common, and while hers was not severe, she was meticulous about her personal hygiene. She certainly did not wish to embarrass herself in front of her beloved confidant. Next, she began washing her face and styling her hair. Gazing into the mirror at her fair, rosy complexion, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Could kissing truly enhance beauty and replenish proteins? This man, who had once seemed so straightforward, had recently become rather clever, and she wondered where he had acquired such knowledge. As a thought crossed her mind, an unbidden blush crept onto her cheeks. Quickly regaining her composure, Li Hongqiang rolled up her sleeves and began tidying up the pots and pans in preparation for cooking. Meanwhile, Cold Shaofeng, having finished his mutton soup, made his way to the mine. As he walked, a rather grave concern troubled him. Once the sisters' mutton soup restaurant was transferred, where would he go to enjoy his favorite dish? Would it still possess the same delightful flavor? A pang of reluctance washed over him. Ultimately, he chuckled wryly and shook his head, recognizing the age-old truth that one cannot have it all. Life is filled with gains and losses. One can only strive for a heart free of regrets. Cold Shaofeng was not one to dwell on trivial matters, and he soon dismissed these chaotic thoughts. He proceeded directly to the large conference room of the security department. Today, the official documents regarding his job transfer would be issued. Yet he wished to fulfill his duties one last time. One day a monk, strike the bell one day, he thought, embodying professionalism. Moreover, he was not entirely severing ties with the security department, as he still held a position there. Arriving early, the conference room was sparsely populated. Cold Shaofeng greeted each person with a nod. After a while, more individuals arrived, and by 6 o'clock, everyone was present. Li Jun began assigning tasks. There were no extraordinary duties today, just the routine of standing guard and patrolling. However, there was a reception task at the mine. As a leader was coming to inspect operations, rumored to be a director from the mining bureau, all departments were required to tidy up, including the security department. Consequently, after the meeting, the night shift personnel returned to rest, while those on the day shift, including Cold Shaofeng, remained to clean. The area under the security department's responsibility was the main avenue at the east gate. A group of young men armed with brooms, shovels, and buckets gathered together, plunging into action. In an instant, some were sprinkling water while others swept the ground, creating a lively scene. When the clock struck 8, the office staff for the day shift began to arrive. They allocated personnel to clear the snow in front of the building, each tending to their designated areas. By 9 o'clock, the security department was the first to complete their task. However, the security department still had an inspection to conduct. The union had dispatched representatives to check the sanitation of the mine manager's office, and the security team was required to participate throughout the process. Cold Shaofeng and Feng Chang were sent from the security department, while the mine office sent Deputy Director Kai and a staff member. The union also sent a representative, who turned out to be Lu Lijuan, the mother of Su Jing. The 5 of them formed an inspection team and began their rounds. This was Cold Shaofeng's first time working alongside Lu Lijuan, and in his heart, he felt it might also be the last. "Hello, Chairman Lu, and hello, Captain Cold. I believe everyone is familiar with one another, so no need for introductions," greeted Director Wei with a beaming smile. "Hello, Director Wei, Aunt Lu, everyone," Cold Shaofeng responded warmly. "Oh, little Cold has arrived," Lu Lijuan casually remarked. Although her tone was somewhat lukewarm, Cold Shaofeng's enthusiasm remained unwavering. "Ah, Aunt Lu, it's been several days since we last met, and you seem even more beautiful," he exclaimed upon their meeting. "Shaofeng, you mustn't jest. I've aged quite a bit," Lu Lijuan replied, her face lighting up with a smile and a hint of blush as she awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Such unabashed praise might leave women of this era feeling a bit flustered. Just moments ago, she had referred to him as Little Cold, and now it was suddenly Shaofeng. "Aunt, seeing you reminds me why Su Jing is so lovely. She must take after you. It's a pity that in this lifetime, we can only remain ordinary classmates. However, if you happen to know any suitable young ladies, please do not hesitate to introduce me." Cold Shaofeng continued to flatter, climbing higher on the praise ladder. "That can be arranged. I've heard from old Su that you have made quite a name for yourself, so if a good girl comes along, I will certainly introduce her to you," Lu Lijuan replied with a genuine smile. At that moment, she began to understand why her husband complimented Cold Shaofeng so often. This young man truly had shown considerable growth. His eloquence was quite pleasing. It seemed, as her husband had said, he had completely moved on from Su Jing. This was a positive development, as it would likely eliminate any future conflicts. The group then commenced their inspection work, remaining busy until after 11 o'clock. At which point Cold Shaofeng returned to the security meeting room. As lunchtime approached, the meeting room was bustling with people. Upon his entrance, the previously noisy room fell silent. All eyes fixated on Cold Shaofeng. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" he jested, sensing the unusual attention. In that moment, Yao Shengli leaped forward. "Brother Feng, are you leaving the security department? The office of the mine manager issued a document stating your resignation as captain, indicating an alternative arrangement. Indeed, I have new plans, however. Who claim that I am departing? Where's the document?" Leng Shaofeng reached out for the paper. At that moment, Li Jun approached, holding a red-headed file. "Shaofeng, what's happening? This is rather sudden." Chapter 43, Treasury Bonds. Leng Shaofeng took the red-headed file and opened it. "Look, it's right here. In light of Comrade Leng Shaofeng's significant contributions to the security department, the title of honorary captain is retained. What does this imply? It signifies that I, Leng Shaofeng, am a protector of the security department in life and a spirit of it in death." Although Leng Shaofeng spoke with deep sentiment, a smile could not conceal his emotions. "Honorary captain? That's just a title. Brother Feng, are you truly stepping down? What position has the mine arranged for you?" Yao Shengli pressed further, feigning great concern. The mine has indeed made alternative arrangements, the head of the material recovery station. In simpler terms, I'll be collecting discarded items. All unwanted tables, chairs, scrap metal, and paper will be my responsibility. Leng Shaofeng succinctly conveyed his new role. The crowd gradually comprehended, most wearing expressions of indifference. All right, Shaofeng has been promoted. That is a good thing. Besides, there is still the title of honorary captain, right? He remains one of us from the security department, still our brother. Li Jun raised his hand to quell the chaotic chatter in the office. All right, everyone, Shaofeng is not leaving the coal mine. We'll see each other every day. Let us get back to work. After giving his instructions, Li Jun turned and departed. The others began to gather their belongings and headed towards the dining hall. Leng Shaofeng followed suit. However, while others returned to their posts after lunch, Leng Shaofeng breezed through the eastern gate of the coal mine. Yet, instead of heading straight to the dormitory, he took a detour to a stationery shop near the children's school. He purchased a notebook, some grid paper, and after a moment's thought, added a fountain pen and a bottle of ink to his cart. Not stopping there, he next visited the nearby supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pair of women's sandals. After this spree, he had nearly depleted his funds. Only then did he turn back towards the dormitory. Upon entering, he found the room empty. Just as Leng Shaofeng was grateful for a moment of peace, the door was suddenly pushed open. Hanbin entered. Brother Feng, you must lend a hand to your brothers. I've heard about your promotion. Hanbin rushed in and embraced Leng Shaofeng, startling him into shoving him away. Speak properly. If you dare take liberties, I shall put an end to you. Leng Shaofeng swiftly warned him, halting any further advances. All right, Brother Feng, I understand. I was just too excited to see you. Hanbin, now calmer, settled down. Leng Shaofeng took out a cigarette, preparing to light one. Hanbin promptly struck a match, igniting the cigarette for him, then lit one for himself. Brother Feng, will that material recovery station bring in substantial profits? Hanbin seemed to have grasped the situation well. In the earlier stages, things were manageable, but as time progressed, they became rather mundane. However, it is certainly preferable to being at work. Leng Shaofeng exhaled a smoke ring. So, Brother Feng, will you bring a brother along? Hanbin nodded eagerly, almost wagging his tail in anticipation. Not bringing anyone. Leng Shaofeng shot him a glance, dismissively rejecting the notion. Hanbin stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. I have other plans for you, Leng Shaofeng said, unable to tease Hanbin any further. Continuing would only deepen Hanbin's despair. Brother Feng, just give me the word. I would brave any peril, be it climbing a mountain of knives or plunging into a sea of flames. Hanbin, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, thumped his chest with confidence. However, Leng Shaofeng remained silent, turning to rummage through a box. After a brief moment, he produced some banknotes from a small container. He extracted one and displayed it to Hanbin. This is what I need you to do. Hanbin, puzzled, took the note and observed it. It was a treasury bond worth 10 yuan, adorned with an image of a piece of mining machinery at work. Brother Feng, isn't this just a treasury bond? I have plenty of these, 10 yuan, 5 yuan, you name it. The mine distributes these periodically, it's mandatory, or else it can be quite bothersome. Hanbin examined the bond repeatedly, but found no hidden treasures. Yes, precisely. Your task is to collect treasury bonds. For instance, this 10 yuan bond. You can acquire it for 7 yuan, 750 is acceptable, 8 yuan too, but don't exceed 80% for now. Leng Shaofeng began to explain the operation. What if it's a 100 yuan treasury bond? Wouldn't that mean 80 yuan? Hanbin frowned. Of course, the higher the face value, the more valuable it is. For now, just don't exceed 80%. Leng Shaofeng set the limit firmly. Got it, brother, I understand now. I can buy it for 8 yuan, and when it matures in a few years, we can exchange it at the bank. Based on interest, let me calculate. We could exchange it for 1360. Brother Feng, that has quite a bit of profit. Hanbin's eyes sparkled as he crunched the numbers. Leng Shaofeng nodded, acknowledging that this lad possessed some business acumen. However, he miscalculated. Leng Shaofeng would not wait for years to exchange money. In this era where gold was plentiful, hoarding a substantial amount of idle cash was akin to committing a crime. But, Brother Feng, what about the initial capital? I don't have more than 100 yuan on me. At most, I could purchase 100 yuan worth of treasury bonds. Before Leng Shaofeng could respond, Hanbin's face fell into despair. You need not worry about the capital. Simply spread the word about collecting treasury bonds, and let as many people know as possible. This way, anyone wishing to sell their treasury bonds will seek you out. Brother Feng, these treasury bonds take years to mature. That's an awfully long wait. By the time they mature, even Li Qiaoling's child will be running errands. I still hope to earn money and marry Li Qiaoling. Han Bin, resembling a wilted plant, slumped onto the bed and lit a cigarette in dismay. You need not concern yourself with the capital. For each 100 yuan you acquire, I will give you a commission of 3 yuan, which translates to a 3% profit. If you manage to collect treasury bonds worth 100,000 yuan, I will give you 3,000. Are you in? As soon as Leng Shaofeng finished speaking, Han Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. Why not engage in this endeavor? It wouldn't interfere with my work. In our mine, there are so many workers, and who among them doesn't possess 100 or more treasury bonds? Those with higher salaries likely hold several hundred. If we consider a conservative estimate of 100 per person, with over 20,000 workers in our mine, that equates to 2 million. With a 3% return, that results in a staggering 66,000. Han Bin's mental calculations snapped into place, yielding a figure so astonishing that he could scarcely believe it. He gulped heavily, momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, I ask you, will you proceed? Leng Shaofeng exhaled the last puff of smoke and extinguished the cigarette. Brother Feng, are you truly offering me such a substantial amount? Han Bin expressed disbelief. I, Leng Shaofeng, am a man of my word. He reassured Han Bin with a confident gaze. Brother Feng, I am in. I will begin collecting right away, starting with the treasury bonds from our security department. Han Bin, invigorated as if electrified, turned to leave. However, upon reaching the door, he paused, a sheepish expression crossing his face. Brother Feng, I have no money. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he himself lacked cash. But this was hardly a challenge for him. No money? Who doesn't he know you, Han Bin? Who doesn't he know me, Leng Shaofeng? Just tell them you are collecting on my behalf. We can keep a ledger and settle the accounts in 3 days. Trust me, within that time, all debts will be settled. Leng Shaofeng had unwavering faith in himself. He was confident he could procure the funds within 3 days. After all, with so much scrap at his disposal, selling just a fraction would yield profits. All right, Brother Feng, I will heed your advice. I'm off to collect, Han Bin declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Once he departed, the room fell silent. Leng Shaofeng pulled up a chair, seated himself at the table, and took out a newly purchased notebook, beginning to jot down his thoughts. The path ahead required careful planning, and a wealth of information needed organization. With just a few key insights, he could easily outpace others by several streets. As he recorded, he employed a method of shorthand he had mastered in a future era, utilizing various special symbols and lines. Many characters were exceptionally concise, even more so than simplified Chinese. This recording technique would only emerge in the future. Even if someone stumbled upon this notebook, they would be utterly perplexed unless they too hailed from the future and had specifically learned this method. Even then, they would grasp only the general idea, as many symbols were merely personal habits of Leng Shaofeng, not common to others. Leng Shaofeng wrote diligently for over 2 hours, filling approximately 13 pages of the thick notebook. Finally, he closed the notebook, slung his bag over his shoulder, and set out. Passing by the high-ranking residential building where Jing lived, Leng Shaofeng hesitated for a moment, glancing up at a particular window on the 3rd floor. With formidable self-discipline, he resisted the urge to ascend the stairs and continued forward. Had he chosen to go upstairs, the entire afternoon would have slipped away, and aside from Jing, little else would be accomplished. Moreover, Jing's endurance was rather poor. She could not withstand much exertion, far inferior to Li Hongqiang in this regard. It was best to allow her some rest and address her later. Upon this reflection, a faint smirk unconsciously graced Leng Shaofeng's lips. He needed to earn some money first. Without financial resources, a man cannot stand tall. As he passed the East Gate security post, he exchanged greetings with the guard on duty. A glance into the duty room revealed a gathering of people, at the center of which was Han Bin, animatedly gesturing and speaking with fervor. Leng Shaofeng smiled slightly, his pace unwavering as he headed towards the mine manager's office. He ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of the chief engineer's office. Come in, came the voice of Leng Guangping. Upon entering, Leng Shaofeng found his uncle, Leng Guangping, engrossed in work. Observing his uncle's demeanor, Leng Shaofeng realized he had entered work mode. He scanned the room and noticed his uncle's water cup was empty. He picked up the thermos and filled it. The sound of pouring water startled Leng Guangping from his concentration. It's you, kid. Take a seat, he called casually while still perusing documents. Leng Shaofeng sat down, patiently waiting for his uncle to finish. After a couple of minutes, Leng Guangping set down his pen and regarded his nephew, who appeared composed and self-assured. For a moment, he felt a peculiar sense of equality, as if he were facing a peer. "What brings you here?" Leng Guangping inquired. "Uncle, I came to ask for your assistance in obtaining some contact information. I recall you mentioning acquaintances in the small coal mines," Leng Shaofeng replied. "Oh, you are quickly settling into the task, aren't you? I thought you would need a few days to get into the groove. However, their contact details are readily available. Let me find them for you." With that, Leng Guangping began rummaging through his drawer. Soon, he produced a thick work notebook. Flipping it open, he found a page filled with handwritten notes and pushed it towards Leng Shaofeng. "To the north of our Yanxi Coal Mine, there are 8 small coal factories. Here are the contacts and their phone numbers." Leng Shaofeng accepted the notebook and retrieved his own from his bag to transcribe the information. "Uncle, aside from Yangzhanwu, I am not very familiar with the others. Could you tell me about them?" he inquired while copying down the details. "Sure, I know their situations fairly well. Let us start with the Shirgo Coal Mine. Their manager is named Shi Dachong." Leng Guangping began to elaborate, clearly knowledgeable about them. These small coal mines were closely interconnected, forming a tight-knit circle akin to a warm embrace among them. Notably, Shi Dachong held significant connections, as his brother-in-law was the minister of the city's Armed Forces Department. The scale and output of their coal mines were relatively similar. However, their costs are low, and the price of coal is also quite affordable. This group of individuals is rather audacious, and they have indeed made a considerable profit over the past 2 years. "Uncle, I shall go meet this Shi Dachong." Cold Shaofeng chuckled, showing no signs of embarrassment. "After all, you are my uncle, and I speak candidly. But do you truly intend to go alone? Setting aside other matters, can you accurately describe the specifications of those steel cables? Moreover, do you know the price per meter for steel cables?" Cold Guangping took a sip of water, amusement dancing in his eyes as he gazed at Cold Shaofeng. "Ah, the specifications of the steel cables? Do they sell by the meter?" Cold Shaofeng was taken aback. He was, after all, no expert in this field and genuinely did not understand. He had heard in his previous life that they were sold by weight. It seems that person is also in the dark. "Haha, you certainly need me, your uncle, to guide you through this." Cold Guangping watched as his nephew stumbled, feeling an inexplicable joy in his heart. "Uncle, you truly must teach me. I had originally planned to sell it by weight." Cold Shaofeng scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. "All right, I can teach you without issue. However, this matter is rather complex and cannot be explained in a short time. Alas, who else but your dear uncle can assist you? Just wait a moment while I make a call." Cold Guangping chuckled as he picked up the phone and dialed a number. After 2 beeps, the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" A man's voice emanated from the receiver, strong and confident yet casual in tone. "It's me, Cold Guangping from the Yanxi Coal Mine," he replied evenly. "Ah, it's Engineer Cold. Greetings, greetings. You are a figure we can hardly invite. What brings you to call today?" The man's tone shifted to one of respect, starkly contrasting with his earlier casualness. Cold Shaofeng could almost envision the man who had likely been sitting casually, now standing upright. Chapter 45, Shi Dachong. Director Shi is indeed a busy man. I rarely dare to disturb him. The reason for my call is to share some good news. Our coal mine has recently established a material recovery station. As you are aware, we upgraded our production capacity over the past 2 years, leading to the elimination of numerous steel cables and other equipment. These steel cables and equipment are now available for sale. Although they have been discarded by us, they are still entirely sufficient for your needs. I am the first to inform you. Good things do not wait for anyone, and it's first come, first served. "Ah, Engineer Cold, you are well aware of our coal mine situation. Do we have any steel cables suitable for my shaft?" came the anxious voice of Shi Dachong. "Certainly. The specifications of the steel cables we discarded are quite comprehensive. There are several types specifically for shafts. I recall at least 2, 631 SW and 636 SW. Either of those should suffice for your use. Engineer Cold, do we have any suitable cables for the inclined shaft and open pit?" The urgency in his voice escalated, becoming noticeably louder. "For the inclined shaft, let me think. Yes, we do. The inclined shaft's hoisting triangle wire rope, specifically 6V37S and 6V36, is certainly available, though my memory of other details is somewhat hazy. As for the outdoor slope, we also have it. The outdoor slope hoisting line utilizes steel wire rope 655 SWS. Huh. Is that sufficient for your needs?" At this point, Leng Guangping chuckled lightly. "Chief Engineer Leng, please hold on for a moment. I shall go take a look." The speaker replied, uncertain if it was convenient for him. Yes, it is indeed better to take a look. I too have some uncertainties. Rest assured, I will candidly inform you that the head of the materials recovery station is my dear nephew. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to involve myself in these matters. Oh, that is splendid, Leng Guangping responded. In that case, I will set off immediately. I should arrive in 30 minutes. All right, I shall await your arrival. By the way, if you approach from the north, head straight to the north gate, which is closer to the workshop. With that, Leng Guangping ended the call. He lifted his cup of water, gently blowing across its surface, a modest smile gracing his face. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng found his uncle to be rather endearing. Uncle, your expertise is remarkable. Even after 2 years, you remember all these details so clearly. Leng Shaofeng genuinely admired his uncle, recognizing the strength of his abilities. The chief engineer of Yanxi Coal Mine certainly did not earn his title without merit. It's merely some commonly used items. You may have encountered them before, but it's possible you don't recognize them. Uncle, could you teach me about them later? Leng Shaofeng asked humbly. Of course. Let us go to the site while we still have time. It's much more intuitive that way. It's actually quite simple. Leng Guangping rose and led Leng Shaofeng directly to the old factory. As they walked, they soon arrived at the dilapidated building. To their surprise, they found 3 individuals rummaging through the place. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and thus not particularly shocking. Upon noticing the newcomers, the 3 individuals were startled, hastily dropping their belongings and retreating against the wall, offering awkward smiles to Leng Shaofeng and Leng Guangping before fleeing. Shaofeng, are you not planning to do anything about this? Leng Guangping inquired, observing his nephew's nonchalance. Uncle, what do you expect me to do? Surely, you don't think I would apprehend them and give them a thrashing? Leng Shaofeng shook his head and continued. In this situation, I have actually benefited. I feast while they merely savor the remnants. Why should I create conflict with them? Hearing this, Leng Guangping nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, I was genuinely concerned you might confront them. They are all workers from the mine, and we see each other regularly. It is not worth offending them over a few trifles. Xiaofeng, you have truly matured. People naturally learn to grow, Leng Shaofeng sighed softly, a fleeting hint of weariness in his gaze. Uncle, let us not dwell on trivial matters. The cables are right here. Please teach me. Very well, let me explain. This one is meant for vertical shafts, and the specification should be 631 SW, which is the most common type used underground. Come, take a look at this. Do you see it? This is somewhat coarse. Under the guidance of Leng Guangping, Leng Shaofeng swiftly acquired a preliminary understanding of these cables. Time passed quickly, and before long, nearly half an hour had elapsed. Let us go to the entrance to meet the others. It's about time, said Leng Guangping, glancing at the clock as he led Leng Shaofeng to the northern gate of the coal mine. Upon their arrival, a military green jeep approached from the opposite boulevard. This jeep appeared somewhat worn, an older model, likely a Jeep 200. However, that was not the end of it. Following the jeep was a transport truck. The front of the truck retained some semblance of its original green color, but the rest was shrouded in a layer of coal dust, rendering its original hue nearly indistinguishable. Such trucks were familiar to Leng Shaofeng. It was indeed a coal transport vehicle. Goodness, are they that eager? They've brought the truck directly. It seems they intend to take it away on the spot, if it meets their approval. 2 men emerged from the jeep, both clad in white short-sleeved shirts, unmistakably officials. From the truck, 2 men dressed in worker attire disembarked, clearly ordinary laborers. The 2 in white shirts advanced confidently, with the man on the left being of modest height, carrying a briefcase, his slicked back hair and sharp gaze exuding vigor as he strode purposefully. The man on the right was taller, approximately 1.8 meters, sporting a crew cut and an energetic demeanor. Both appeared to be of similar age, likely in their mid-30s. Ah, Chief Engineer Leng, greetings. Upon receiving your notification, I rushed over immediately. Just to clarify, if there are fine items, I shall have the first pick. Once I am done, I will allow Yang Zhanwu to choose. He happened to be visiting me and insisted on accompanying me upon hearing the news. The man on the left was Shi Dachong, who, upon meeting, tucked his briefcase under his arm and extended both hands enthusiastically. Leng Guangping, maintaining a composed demeanor, extended a single hand to shake. Chief Engineer Leng, you must not favor one over the other. In terms of camaraderie, I am closer to your Yanxi Coal Mine. Our dealings have been more frequent, and our relationship is thus deeper. Meanwhile, Yang Zhanwu promptly extended his hands to shake with Leng Guangping as well. Indeed, Director Shi, You are too kind. Guests are always welcome. Leng Guangping responded warmly. Ah, this must be the nephew of Chief Engineer Leng? Truly a fine young man. I am Shi Dachong. Pleased to meet you, Leng Shaofeng. Shi Dachong, perceptive as he was, quickly deduced Leng Shaofeng's identity. Chapter 46. Inspecting the equipment. Shi Dachong and Leng Shaofeng extended their hands in greeting. Director Shi, it is an honor to meet you. To be acquainted with you is truly a stroke of luck. Leng brother, I am your elder by a few years. There is no need to address me so formally, lest it seem too distant. If you hold me in esteem, simply call me Shi Go. Shi Dachong held on to Leng Shaofeng's hand without letting go. Very well. Since you call me Leng brother, I shall address you as Shi Go. Shi Go. Leng Shaofeng, eager to forge a connection, naturally adopted the new form of address. At this moment, two men, though meeting for the first time, found an unexpected camaraderie. More importantly, neither of them anticipated how adeptly the other handled social interactions. Despite their initial encounter, they felt as if they had known each other for ages. Particularly, Shi Dachong was genuinely surprised by the poise and maturity of this young Leng Shaofeng, who, despite being barely of age, exhibited the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Intrigued, he felt compelled to address him more familiarly. Brother Leng, I am Yang Zhanwu. I've come to bask in the glow of Brother Shi. And I hope you won't mind my calling you Brother Leng. Yang Zhanwu, no stranger to warmth and enthusiasm himself, replied, Oh, Brother Yang, your kind words humble me. Let us frequent each other's company henceforth. Leng Shaofeng reciprocated with equal fervor. Indeed, indeed. The group exchanged greetings as if they were long-lost friends reunited after many years. Brother Shi, Brother Yang, please, step inside. Everything is stored in the warehouse. Allow me to show you around, Leng Shaofeng said, leading the way, with the others following closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the dilapidated factory, and upon witnessing the mountain of assorted steel cables and various mining equipment, both Shi Dachong and Yang Zhanwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. They exchanged a glance, opting for silence as they began rummaging through the warehouse. Leng Guangping and Leng Shaofeng chose not to intrude, with Leng Shaofeng lighting a cigarette for his uncle, both men indulging in the smoke as they shared quiet moments. After finishing their smoke, Shi Dachong approached, rubbing his hands together with a beaming smile. Chief Engineer Leng, I truly didn't expect the inventory here to be so comprehensive. No wonder it's a state-owned coal mine. My modest coal mine pales in comparison. He exclaimed repeatedly. Indeed, Chief Engineer Leng, state-owned enterprises are indeed affluent. It's astonishing that so much equipment is deemed surplus, Yang Zhanwu chimed in. To be honest, I was somewhat opposed during the capacity upgrade discussions. This batch of equipment was still in its prime, yet was replaced all at once. It's truly a waste. While the new equipment has slightly improved productivity, well, let us not dwell on that. What do you both think? What have you set your sights on? Shi Dachong was the first to speak up, saying, Chief Engineer Leng, as you know, I am planning to establish a new mine, and I require everything from steel cables to transportation equipment and coal extraction machinery. Initially, I intended to purchase new equipment from the south, but now I find myself with a superior option. Yang Zhanwu added, the equipment I currently use was purchased secondhand, and after so many years, it's high time for an upgrade. Just a few days ago, a steel cable frayed and nearly caused an accident. It was quite terrifying. I plan to prioritize replacing a batch of steel cables. Additionally, Chief Engineer Leng, I noticed 2 crushers over there. I wonder if they are still operational? He gestured towards a corner of the warehouse. Leng Guangping glanced in that direction and replied, when they were replaced, they were undoubtedly in good condition. But after being idle for 2 years without maintenance, it's hard to say. They would require a significant overhaul. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhanwu's spirits dampened slightly, and he nodded in silence. However, Leng Guangping couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Rest assured, it has only been a mere 2 years. The motor is undoubtedly in good condition, merely requiring some maintenance. If you truly have your eyes set on it, have no worries. I shall ensure it is adjusted for optimal use. Perhaps you are unaware, but Shaofeng is my second nephew, and his elder brother is a technician in the equipment department, specializing in the maintenance of machinery. Previously, he was the one who handled the upkeep of such equipment. I shall have him come over to inspect and service it. There will be no issues whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhanwu beamed with joy. Engineer Leng, that is splendid. As long as these 2 pieces of equipment are functional, I shall place my order. Brother Leng, I entrust these 2 machines to you. What are you saying? Have you forgotten about me? I am also in need of a crusher. protested Shi Dachong from the side. Brother Long, I too desire 2 units of the crusher. Good items should not solely benefit the likes of Yang. With a smile, Leng Shaofeng interjected, Gentlemen, let us not jest. You are all my esteemed clients. And the customer is king. Your satisfaction is my utmost priority. We possess more than just 2 crushers. There are several others available. I have already conferred with my brother, and he will assist in servicing the equipment. I shall ensure that the finest is reserved for you. Leng Shaofeng's words were eloquent, eliciting broad smiles from Shi Dachong and Yang Zhanwu across the table. Leng Guangping, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Brother Long, we can leave the equipment for gradual maintenance. Once it is ready, give us a call. We shall come at any time to collect. However, I have just inspected those steel cables and iron pieces, and they are in perfect condition. No maintenance is required for those. I arrived by truck today, and I do not intend to return empty-handed. Brother Long, please provide me with a quote shortly. If the price is right, I shall take them today. Come, assist me in examining these, and those. Shi Dachong gestured as he walked, pulling Leng Shaofeng along. Shi Dachong was particularly interested in the steel cables intended for the main shaft, along with the corresponding winding equipment. He also had his eye on several large drill bits. The quality of these drill bits was evident at first glance. Although they bore some rust, it could only be superficial. With a bit of polishing, they would shine brilliantly. Regarding the pricing of this equipment, with the guidance of his uncle, Leng Shaofeng understood that they could not truly be valued as scrap metal. Yet, he found himself in a delightful predicament, pondering how to establish an appropriate price. He cast a pleading glance toward his uncle, Leng Guangping. With a chuckle, Leng Guangping stepped forward to take over the conversation. I must say, your discerning eyes are commendable. The items you have selected are indeed of high quality, and I can assure you that they will function impeccably, without any concerns. As for the pricing, let us discuss each item individually. Upon hearing this, Shi Dachong and Yang Zhanwu erupted into laughter. Their selections were undoubtedly of superior quality, immediately recognizable to the trained eye. After all, they were seasoned professionals. As the manager of a small coal mine, while technical expertise may not be paramount, a comprehensive understanding of various aspects is essential. A mere glance at the equipment sufficed to gauge its quality. Chapter 47. The first bucket of gold. A few individuals came to a halt before a pile of steel wire ropes. These were the steel wire ropes intended for the main shaft, which both required. Here lay the steel wire ropes designated for the main vertical shaft, primarily available in 2 specifications, 631 SW and 636 SW. Precisely what you require, correct? Cold Guangping remarked, gesturing towards the ropes. Indeed, Engineer Cold, I need both types. Shi Dachong nodded earnestly. I also require some replacements, Yang Zhanwu concurred. These specifications of steel wire ropes are entirely imported. It is not that I underestimate your capabilities, but given your means, acquiring such specifications is beyond your reach. You would not be able to procure the necessary foreign exchange certificates, and even if you could, the prices would be exorbitant. You should be well aware of the market value of these steel wire ropes. However, we are in the business of handling such equipment. Let me put it this way, 50% off, and then another 50%. You two ponder this and see if my offer is fair. As Cold Guangping spoke, he extended a hand, his 5 fingers flipping back and forth. Shi Dachong and Yang Zhanwu exchanged glances, a spark of joy quickly illuminating their faces. Engineer Cold, you are an expert in this field, and your offered price is undoubtedly acceptable. Let us settle on that, Shi Dachong declared with a beaming smile. Engineer Cold, I have no objections either. However, please ensure that the 2 crushing machines I am interested in are repaired beforehand, as I will need them immediately, Yang Zhanwu added promptly. Upon hearing this, Cold Guangping chuckled and shook his head. You, Yang Zhanwu, we were primarily discussing the steel wire ropes. You didn't mention the need for repairs. With that request, you've saved on repair costs. Cold Guangping playfully pointed at Yang Zhanwu. Well, it's mainly about keeping the accounts straightforward, isn't it? Yang Zhanwu responded with a grin. Rest assured, although the repair costs have been waived, the necessary expressions of gratitude will certainly not be lacking. In essence, as long as the equipment is operational, I, Yang Zhanwu, will not be remiss, he assured with conviction. At this juncture, the insinuations were clear to all present. The group shared a light-hearted laugh, and the topic was no longer broached. The remaining matters were simple. They proceeded to settle the accounts. Shi Dachong selected 2 lengths of 500-meter steel wire ropes, along with a matching wire rope machine and conveyor belt, and also took away 4 sets of alloy drill bits. Additionally, he reserved 2 crushing machines and expressed keen interest in the coal planers and spiral coal mining machines, requesting notification once they were repaired, assuring immediate pickup as long as the machines were functional. Shi Dachang's large truck drove straight in. Leng Shaofeng summoned a forklift from the transportation team. After a flurry of activity, all the steel wire ropes and equipment designated for today were loaded onto the truck. Subsequently, they moved on to the next phase. During the loading process, Cold Guangping did not linger but returned to the office. Once the samples were prepared, he confidently entrusted the remaining matters to his nephew. The equipment Shi Dachang took today had a market value of nearly 100,000, but after discounts, it amounted to approximately 21,500. Shi Dachang beckoned Leng Shaofeng to his side, simultaneously slipping a cigarette into his hand as he initiated the haggling process. Brother Leng, the total for the items I've taken amounts to 21,500 yuan. Since I am so supportive of your work, how about you round it down for me? Shi Dachang said with a smile. Brother Shi, hearing you say that makes this cigarette feel rather hot in my hand. While this cigarette may be a fine one, it certainly holds considerable value. However, having met you today, I shall, regardless of your request, offer you a discount. The question is, do you prefer a substantial reduction or a modest one? Leng Shaofeng exhaled a puff of smoke and smiled. Upon hearing this, Shi Dachang's eyes immediately brightened. Brother, enlighten me on the implications of a substantial versus a modest reduction. A modest reduction is straightforward. Since you, Brother Shi, have brought it up, I cannot be ambiguous. I will deduct 500 yuan. This constitutes a modest reduction. Not only will I apply this today, but in the future, when you or your associates come by. Any amount under 1,000 yuan will also be considered a modest reduction. Without further ado, Leng Shaofeng confidently stated. Shi Dachang's eyes squinted with delight, feeling quite pleased. And he inquired further, and what about a substantial reduction? A substantial reduction entails a deduction of 1,500 yuan. However, there is a condition. I require a commitment from you, Brother Shi. It is simple. Assist me in securing some business. For every successful introduction, I will waive the substantial reduction. Not only will today's deduction be covered, but for any future introductions you make, as long as the transaction exceeds 10,000 yuan, there will be a referral fee of 1,000 yuan per person. Upon hearing this, Shi Dachang promptly retrieved 2 stacks of crisp 100 yuan bills from his briefcase and placed them into Leng Shaofeng's hands. Brother Xiaofeng, you are forthright. I am certain to profit from this referral fee. Today, I shall take advantage of you. Here is a full 20,000. Keep it, and next time we have the opportunity, let us enjoy some drinks together. Whether it be Mutai or Lao Jiao, I have both for your selection. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Brother Shi, are there actually 100 yuan bills in circulation now? Brother, you may not have been aware, but they are issued in limited quantities by the state. Large transactions depend on these bills. Otherwise, how would one count money without cramping their hands? However, the impoverished seldom encounter them, as they earn only a few coins each month, rendering such bills unnecessary. Shi Dachang replied with a dismissive expression. Leng Shaofeng came to understand that these bills had always existed. It was merely the less fortunate who had never seen them. Brother Shi, I take your words seriously. I desire to drink Mutai. Leng Shaofeng readily seized the opportunity, for with Mutai available, who would still opt for Lao Jiao? Through this brief exchange, Leng Shaofeng developed a profound admiration for Shi Dachang, eager to forge a connection. Knowing a few coal bosses could only be advantageous. While conversing, Leng Shaofeng stowed the 2 large stacks of money into his bag, which now gained a certain heft. Having acquired his first bucket of gold, the simplicity of it all surprised him. Furthermore, Leng Shaofeng felt a newfound confidence in his posture. In his previous life, he heard tales of individuals trading in scrap, claiming to earn tens of thousands. It now appears that the gentleman has indeed incurred significant losses. Although the items selected today were visually appealing, the substantial assets remain in the dilapidated warehouse. Brother Xiaofeng, it is rather late, so I shall take my leave for now. Next time, I shall arrive earlier and certainly bring more people along. After we conclude our business, I will treat you to a drink. Very well, Brother Shi. In the future, do make it a point to find me at the Yanxi Coal Mine. There, I still hold a modicum of influence. Subsequently, the 2 exchanged contact information. Shi Dachang provided his office telephone number, while Leng Shaofeng, lacking a private office, offered the security room's number at the east gate to Shi Dachang. They shared laughter and engaged in delightful conversation, and by the time they began to return, they were already casually linking arms. At that moment, Yang Zhanwu, who had been waiting nearby, approached. Brother Long, you cannot show favoritism by solely attending to this Shurdaitu. When will my items, especially those 2 crushers, be ready? I am eagerly awaiting them. Given Yang's urgent need, there was no room for further discussion. Tonight, we shall work overtime and thoroughly inspect them. They will be ready for you to collect tomorrow without delay. After a brief contemplation, Leng Shaofeng made his decision. Yang Zhanwu was overjoyed at this response, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. With matters settled, each person returned to their respective tasks and bid farewell. Leng Shaofeng saw the 2 of them off until they reached the outer north gate. Once they departed, he promptly turned and made his way to the security room at the north gate. Glancing at his watch, he noted that the end of the workday was imminent. Leng Shaofeng quickly seized the phone and dialed. Chapter 48. A lifetime of peace and health. This call was directed to his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang. When it comes to equipment repairs, it is only fitting that the task be entrusted to a professional. Big brother Leng Shaoyang is undoubtedly the top choice. Hello, equipment department? Yes, whom are you looking for? Could you please put me through to Leng Shaoyang? Certainly, please hold. Moments later, Leng Shaoyang's voice resonated on the line. Who is this? Brother, it's me. I have some work that requires your assistance. What work? Go ahead. Just as one would expect from a brother, he was straightforward. At the old factory, there are 2 crushers that need maintenance. Someone will be coming to collect them tomorrow. Therefore, we need to work overtime tonight to attend to these machines. Ah, so soon. Leng Shaoyang's tone was laden with surprise. Of course, just look at who is involved. Leng Shaofeng replied unabashedly. Haha, all right, no problem. Disassembling equipment can be quite cumbersome, so I cannot manage it alone. I will need to enlist help from the maintenance team. I can handle my part, but you must be considerate of the others. Leng Shaoyang agreed readily, not forgetting to reassure him. Rest assured, brother, I understand this matter. After ending the call, Leng Shaofeng strolled out of the security room. Upon arriving at the old factory, he waited a short while longer. Soon, Leng Shaoyang arrived with 2 colleagues, each carrying a well-stuffed toolbox. The 2 individuals were the same ones who had repaired the north gate railing previously. Leng Shaofeng recognized them. One was named Tianfeng and the other Yang Junlin. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng, they both greeted him warmly. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed masters. Has my brother shared the basic details with you? Rest assured, there are overtime benefits for those who work here. Leng Shaofeng greeted the 2 individuals. Everything is fine. Leng Kazhang has already briefed us, replied Tianfeng, who was relatively slender, taking the initiative to speak. Indeed. This task is quite simple, Yang Junlin chimed in. Come. The machines are over here. Leng Shaofeng said little, leading the way. The 4 men arrived at the area where the crushing machines were stored. Leng Shaofeng pointed to 2 of them and said, These 2, please assist us. Brother, I leave this to you, he added. No need to worry, you handle your matters. Leng Shaoyang assured. The equipment hasn't been disassembled in 2 years. It might take a bit of effort, but we will surely complete it before nightfall. Leng Shaoyang glanced at the machines, waved his hand to Leng Shaofeng, and spoke with certainty. All right, brother, you all focus on your work. Leng Shaofeng stepped back, allowing the 3 to take over. Exiting the factory, he made his way directly towards the eastern gate without a word. He passed by the office building, the bathhouse, and the cafeteria before reaching the eastern gate. After walking a bit further, he arrived at the Sisters' Lamb Soup restaurant, which had already closed for the day. The door tightly shut. Knock, knock, knock. Leng Shaofeng rapped on the door. Soon, it was opened from the inside, revealing Li Hongqiang with a delighted expression. Why have you come again? She asked, her watery eyes sparkling with joy. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Even if I'm not, I'll impose on you. Leng Shaofeng replied, stepping inside. He turned to close the door and playfully attempted to lift Li Hongqiang into his arms, startling her into retreat. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a young girl standing at the door to the bedroom. Ah, no wonder you dodged, he chuckled, observing the girl's flushed face as she shyly lowered her head. Leng Shaofeng approached, ruffled her hair, and playfully tousled it. The little girl wasn't upset. Instead, she beamed at him, clearly enjoying the attention. Why don't you call me brother? Call me brother, he teased, adopting a stern expression to amuse her. Li Hongwei finally mustered her voice, albeit hoarsely. Brother, brother. Well done, very obedient. I'll buy you some candy, the white rabbit kind. Leng Shaofeng praised with a smile. The little girl fervently nodded her head in agreement. Don't spoil her too much. This girl has become bold these past few days with your support, even daring to challenge me. Li Hongqiang interjected, leading Leng Shaofeng into the room. On the small square table inside, 2 dishes were prepared, indicating that they were also ready for a meal. Please have a seat. I'll serve the dishes. I intentionally made a little extra today. Li Hongqiang invited him to sit before turning to leave. However, Leng Shaofeng caught her hand. What's wrong? Li Hongqiang's bright eyes were filled with curiosity. No need to rush the meal. I want to show you something. He spoke mysteriously. What is it that brings you such joy? Li Hongqiang shot him a playful glance. Hee, can you tell? Of course, your face is all smiles. He replied with a grin. Li Hongqiang also smiled, and even Li Hongwei beside her was beaming. Laughter is indeed contagious. Leng Shaofeng shot a glance at the young girl before eavesdropping again. The art of lip reading is quite perplexing. Leng Shaofeng decided to be forthright, pulling out 2 stacks of freshly minted 100 yuan bills from his bag. The blue patterns and the 4 side-by-side elder faces appeared so endearing. Why do we earn money? Isn't it simply to spend on our beloved? Where did you procure such a fortune, Shaofeng? Li Hongqiang covered her mouth, clearly taken aback. Yet, her words were laced with concern. Having grown up, she had never encountered such a sum before. She feared the origins of this money. Not to mention the young girl beside her, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Of course, it's what I just earned. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? Li Hongqiang nodded vigorously, her gaze filled with admiration for Leng Shaofeng. She trusted her man, but never anticipated that he would be so formidable. Swiftly becoming a man of wealth, it was overwhelming for her. The young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Here, this stack is for you. And I have another stack for my own needs. I intend to raise you both to be healthy and plump. Once conditions permit, I will take Xiaowei for treatment. She must be able to hear and speak normally. Leng Shaofeng placed 1 stack into Li Hongqiang's hands. Shaofeng, I cannot accept this. Li Hongqiang suddenly regained her senses and pushed her hands outward. Your intention alone brings me joy, but I cannot accept this money. After a brief pause, she wiped away her tears and turned to look at Li Hongwei. The young girl's eyes were red, tears welling up. Xiaowei's condition had long since taken root. It wasn't something that could be easily remedied. Nevertheless, Shaofeng, I still thank you on behalf of Xiaowei. The woman smiled through her tears, gazing deeply at Leng Shaofeng. Her pristine forehead was strikingly beautiful, and a few stray strands of hair added a touch of femininity, while her glistening peach blossom eyes were utterly captivating. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief. This woman was utterly enchanting. In that moment, Li Hongqiang was breathtakingly beautiful, so much so that it took one's breath away. Chapter 49. Blossoming. Although Li Hongqiang had promised him to close the mutton soup restaurant, she could not help but worry about their future. It was only at this moment that she truly began to feel at ease. Her astonishing beauty blossomed fully in that instant. Silly girl, do not say such things. Your life is mine to cherish, and it is my duty to care for you. As long as I am here, I promise you a lifetime of peace and health. Leng Shaofeng reached out, gently tucking away a rebellious lock of hair. The tenderness of his fingertips sent a shiver through Li Hongqiang. The next moment, her emotions could no longer be contained. They erupted violently. She leapt into Leng Shaofeng's embrace, disregarding the presence of her sister. Her sobs were uncontrollable, tears soaking Leng Shaofeng's shoulder. Those words from him, I promise you a lifetime of peace and health, shattered her defenses completely. Within her cries lay an abundance of grievances and joy, along with hopes for a stable future. Having endured countless hardships, women have silently borne their burdens without shedding a single tear. Yet, when faced with a man's lifelong promise, her heart melted entirely, succumbing to the depths of emotion. Cold Shaofeng remained silent, enveloping the woman's delicate form in his embrace, his hand gently patting her shoulder. At that moment, words were unnecessary. All that was required was the warmth of an embrace. Unexpectedly, a tightening at her side drew her in once more. It was not only Li Hongqiang who was emotionally overwhelmed. The young girl beside them was already in tears. She rushed forward, embracing Cold Shaofeng along with her sister. For a fleeting moment, Cold Shaofeng's body stiffened, but he quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang reached out to pull her sister closer. Though balancing both her sister and Cold Shaofeng in her arms proved challenging. At this juncture, Cold Shaofeng took action. He withdrew his hands from the 2 warm bodies, extending his arms to encircle them both. The 3 of them were tightly bound together in a heartfelt embrace, radiating a comforting warmth that instilled a sense of security. After a considerable time, Li Hongqiang finally composed herself and gently disentangled from the man's embrace. The young girl, her cheeks flushed, reluctantly stepped away, her eyes brimming with tender affection. "It's all your fault. Why must you be like this? I've cried more in the past 2 days than I have in my entire life. I've shed a veritable torrent of tears for you." Li Hongqiang playfully pounded her small fist against Cold Shaofeng's chest. Her lips formed a delicate pout, and her sparkling eyes cast a reproachful glance at him, her unique way of expressing gentle affection. At that moment, though he had not consumed alcohol, Cold Shaofeng felt a warm intoxication in his heart. Blame me, it's my fault. Let's not dwell on that. You be good and take care of the money. When I ask you to keep it, just do so. Besides, it's not convenient for me to keep it in the dormitory. I have significant plans coming up, and I might need it at any moment, so please hold on to it for me," Cold Shaofeng insisted as he firmly placed the money into Li Hongqiang's hands. His resolute attitude, coupled with his explanation, left her no room to refuse. "Well, I'll hold on to it for you. When you need it, just come to me," she acquiesced. "Now that's more like it," Cold Shaofeng teased, playfully scratching her straight nose. The texture is quite nice." With her cheeks flushed, Li Hongqiang took a step back, casting another playful glare at Cold Shaofeng before turning to place the money in the bedside cabinet. Once the money was secured, the three settled down again, serving rice and dishes as they began to eat and drink. Today, Li Hongqiang had sautéed bean sprouts with a bit of meat. But the slices of meat were promptly picked out by the women and placed into Cold Shaofeng's bowl. The nearby Li Hongwei followed suit, adding meat to Cold Shaofeng's meal. Little did they know, at that moment, Cold Shaofeng had little appetite for the meat, preferring the lightness of the bean sprouts instead. Ultimately, he transferred the meat back into Li Hongwei's bowl. "Little one, you're too thin. Eat more meat to help you grow," he encouraged. Li Hongwei glanced at the meat in her bowl, her throat moving, but her gaze shifted to her sister. Understanding that Cold Shaofeng did not particularly desire the meat, Li Hongqiang nodded in acquiescence to her sister. Only then did Li Hongwei begin to eat eagerly. In this scene, Cold Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang exchanged a knowing smile. The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and reminiscent of home. After finishing the meal, Cold Shaofeng did not linger. He turned to leave. He still had to return to the mine, as his brother was working overtime, and it would be remiss not to check on him. As he stepped into the courtyard, he heard footsteps behind him. Recognizing the sound, he knew it was Li Hongqiang. Before he could turn around, Li Hongqiang embraced his waist from behind and whispered something in his ear. The words made Cold Shaofeng stand at attention, unable to suppress his surprise. Before he could react further, the woman, blushing with shyness, dashed back into the house, leaving him with an alluring silhouette that sparked infinite imagination. What an enchantress! Yet, I am captivated. With an invitation from a beauty, Cold Shaofeng felt invigorated. He strode purposefully away from the mutton soup restaurant, heading straight for the mine. As he passed the canteen, Cold Shaofeng turned and entered. The canteen was bustling with voices, filled with the aroma of delicious food, mingled with the distinctive scent of the miner's sweat, tinged with soap. In one corner of the dining hall, the security team was gathered around a table, enjoying their meal. Among them was Han Bin, along with Yao Shengli and Feng Chang. Han Bin was animatedly speaking, his words flying with enthusiasm as he ate. Cold Shaofeng pondered for a moment before approaching. As he drew near, he caught Han Bin's voice. "Why keep these treasury bonds in your hands? What good will they do? They won't bear fruit. In 3 to 5 years, they'll be worthless. Brothers, don't you agree? You all complain about wanting to exchange them for cash immediately. Now, Feng Ge has given you an opportunity. Speak up." As Cold Shaofeng approached, many noticed him and stood to greet him. However, Cold Shaofeng preemptively spoke up. "Brothers, are you all enjoying your meal? Do you have any thoughts on what Han Bin just said? Let us hear it." A silence fell over the group as they exchanged glances. Cold Shaofeng glanced at Han Bin and pulled out a large bill from his pocket. "Go to the kitchen and add 2 hearty dishes for everyone. No, make it 4, and bring 2 bottles of wine." He produced another large bill from his pocket. "All right, Feng Ge," Han Bin replied, swiftly taking the money and dashing off. Cold Shaofeng took a seat at the spot Han Bin had vacated. At this moment, Feng Chang hesitantly spoke up. Feng Ge, it's not that we don't want to part with these treasury bonds. It's just that, as Han Bin said, we should account first and then receive the cash. Without seeing the money, we all feel uncertain." As Feng Chang spoke, the crowd began to murmur in agreement. "Yes, Feng Ge, we're all strapped for cash. If we weren't, who would sell treasury bonds? Indeed, Fenggu, there's so little money involved. And with the bonds ranging from $5 to $10 each month, we still need to eat. Fenggu, I just started dating someone, and my monthly funds are barely enough. A chorus of voices expressed their concerns. Cold Shaofeng understood their worries, but couldn't he help but smile. To put it plainly, it is fundamentally a matter of money. However, is money truly a problem? The challenges that money can resolve do not qualify as problems. Chapter 50, Redemption. Prior to this, he lacked the sufficient funds, rendering him powerless. It was necessary to engage in some persuasive discourse. Yet at this moment, he stood tall, raising his hand to silence the crowd. I understand, my brothers, this was my oversight. No matter how tight my own finances may be, I cannot impose upon your resources. Therefore, anyone wishing to redeem their dues should approach Han Bin for registration. I shall ensure all payments are made in cash by tomorrow. Is that agreeable? No further issues, I trust. Oh, Wind brother, that is splendid, they exclaimed. Indeed, when challenges arise, we must look to Wind brother. Han Bin, however, had not communicated this earlier. Had he done so, there would have been no such complications. The crowd began to exchange blame, directing their grievances towards Han Bin. When Han Bin returned, balancing 4 hearty dishes and 2 bottles of wine, he was met with nothing but complaints. Bewildered, he pondered, what have I done wrong? Cold Shaofeng uncorked the wine bottles, filling the glasses of those not on duty. Brothers, I, Cold Shaofeng, though I have left the security department, cherish the profound camaraderie we have forged over 2 years of collaboration. The bonds of friendship endure, much like the unchanging mountains and flowing waters. Let us celebrate this bond with a toast. He raised his glass and drank deeply, prompting a chorus of approval from the others. Half of those present, exempt from duty, raised their glasses and followed suit in a hearty gulp. Well then, brothers, I have dined already and must attend to other matters, so I shall not join you for the meal. Han Bin, ensure you keep accurate records. All payments must be made in cash tomorrow. Do you understand? Ah, yes. Wind brother, Han Bin promptly replied. Cold Shaofeng exchanged a few jovial words with the group before taking his leave, heading directly to the kitchen. The dishes Han Bin had selected were commendable, and Cold Shaofeng, following suit, ordered 4 additional portions along with 2 more bottles of wine. He borrowed food containers from the cafeteria, which were intricately woven from bamboo and comprised multiple tiers, typically reserved for delivering meals to leaders. Cold Shaofeng's influence allowed him to procure them for his own use. By the time Cold Shaofeng returned to the dilapidated factory, darkness had descended. The factory was illuminated by a few dim yellow lights, surprisingly still functioning after years of neglect. The sight of the warm glow filled Cold Shaofeng with renewed vigor. Upon entering, he discovered that his brother, Cold Shaoyang, and 2 others were already wearing headlamps, clearly wrapping up their work. Brother, how goes it? Cold Shaofeng inquired with concern. Rest assured, we have thoroughly inspected everything. The machinery is in perfect working order. We have performed maintenance, and as long as it is cared for and regularly serviced, it will function well for another decade, Cold Shaoyang assured him, his gloves stained with grease, as were those of the other 2. That is wonderful news, brother. Let us tidy up quickly. I have brought food for everyone to share and enjoy, Cold Shaofeng said. His spirits lifted as he enthusiastically welcomed them to partake. Very well. Please wait just a moment, and in no more than 5 minutes, everything will be settled. The 3 men hastened their movements, and within merely 3 minutes, they had everything tidied up. Discarding their greasy gloves, the 3 men sat down on the ground and opened their food boxes. Immediately, a tantalizing aroma of delicious dishes wafted before them. Leng Shaofeng took out a wine cup and filled it with white liquor, generously pouring for the others as well. For coal miners, the combination of pig's head meat and white liquor was a delightful indulgence, becoming more savory with each bite and sip. Among the 4 dishes, one was precisely pig's head meat. The 3 men feasted heartily, their mouths glistening with grease, and they consumed 2 bottles of white liquor entirely. With their appetites satisfied, the group exited the dilapidated factory. However, as they were leaving, Leng Shaofeng slipped a large sum of money into the hands of each of the 2 men. This, Brother Leng, is far too much. This amount equates to several days' wages for me. No, I cannot accept it. A meal of pig's head meat and a bottle of liquor is more than sufficient. Tian Feng, being quite astute and articulate, repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. In contrast, Yang Junlin, holding the money in his hand, appeared somewhat hesitant. This is only right and just, It is the fruit of your labor. If I do not accept it, I would feel embarrassed to seek your assistance in the future." Reluctantly, Tianfeng accepted the money, while Yang Junlin smiled as he did the same. The two men reiterated their commitment to seek their help for future tasks, assuring that they would execute the work with utmost diligence. Leng Shaofeng naturally welcomed this. As for Leng Shaoyang's share, there was no rush. Urgency was futile, for Leng Shaofeng understood his elder brother well. Somewhat stubborn, he bore a resemblance to their father, Leng Guangfu. The group chatted and laughed as they walked away from the mine. Tianfeng, being quite perceptive, subtly inquired about the sale price of the equipment during their walk. Leng Shaofeng, however, was not foolish enough to divulge details and responded vaguely. Fortunately, Tianfeng did not press further. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, Leng Shaofeng parted ways with the three men to return the food boxes. After exiting, he made his way back to the dormitory directly. Inside, Hanbin was also present. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng return, Hanbin's face lit up with excitement, his acne glistening under the lights. "Brother Feng, you're back." Hanbin approached him eagerly. "This kind of treatment is unprecedented." You seem quite pleased. Did you receive a substantial sum?" "Of course, Brother Feng. But, it's primarily thanks to you. After you left, everyone clamored to register with me." While speaking, Hanbin pulled out a small notebook, resembling a standard primary school student's exercise book. Leng Shaofeng took the notebook and began to examine it. The pages were filled with crooked handwriting, resembling a trail of ants. Fortunately, with his extensive experience, Leng Shaofeng could still decipher the content. The notebook contained the names of about 10 individuals, each accompanied by varying amounts, ranging from 80 to 100. The largest sum recorded was 200 yuan, attributed to Feng Chang. However, Leng Shaofeng was aware that this amount did not solely belong to Feng Chang. It likely included contributions from his father as well. His father is the district head of the first mining area, and he likely possesses a substantial amount of treasury bonds. This mere drop in the bucket is inconsequential, as the bulk remains firmly in his grasp. Upon reviewing the final tally, it amounted to a total of 550 yuan. Quite impressive, considering it was only a single day, having collected over 1,500. At what discount were these acquired? Leng Shaofeng casually inquired as he set down his ledger. Neither too high nor too low, at a 25 discount, Hanbin replied, beaming with delight. Leng Shaofeng nodded in agreement. Well, maintain this momentum and keep collecting. After uttering this, he began to rummage through his bag for money. He produced a stack of pristine 100 yuan bills and commenced counting. Hanbin, observing beside him, was left utterly astounded, his eyes wide and swallowing nervously. Feng, Brother Feng, is that 10,000 yuan? Hanbin managed to stammer. 25, 26. Leng Shaofeng replied absently, continuing to count. Hanbin fell silent, his gaze ablaze with fervor. At that moment, he experienced a profound awakening, for it was the first time he had encountered such a sum of money. A new resolve began to take root within him. Chapter 51. Idle chit-chat in the dormitory. It was only after counting to 50 that Leng Shaofeng paused. He returned 5,000 yuan back into his bag and handed the remaining 5,000 yuan to Hanbin. This is 5,000 yuan. Settle the account for the over 500 yuan tomorrow. The remainder is your reserve, to be treated as capital. Once word spreads that you are purchasing treasury bonds for cash, many will undoubtedly seek you out. Just ensure you keep meticulous records. Financial matters are not trifling. Do not mix them up. Leng Shaofeng emphasized earnestly. Yes, rest assured, Brother Feng. I'll keep a precise account. There won't be any mistakes. Hanbin nodded vigorously, feeling the weight of the 5,000 yuan in his hands, which felt substantial and burdensome. Leng Shaofeng, not bothering to glance at Hanbin, noted his naivete, suggesting he needed further refinement. Instead, he produced a cigarette. Placing it to his lips, Hanbin, perceptively, set down the money in his hands and hastily lit it for Leng Shaofeng. However, this time, he refrained from taking a drag from Leng Shaofeng's cigarette. It was evident that he had embraced the mindset of a subordinate. Leng Shaofeng tossed him a cigarette, which Hanbin accepted with a smile and lit. Instantly, the dormitory was filled with curling blue smoke. Brother Feng, I've noticed something. Hanbin's voice was low and somewhat hoarse. What is it? Speak up, Leng Shaofeng urged, sensing his hesitation. Well, it seems Brother Feng has given me too much money. I didn't realize it before, but seeing you take out such a large sum made it clear to me. Receiving money at a 3-point rate is indeed excessive. Brother Feng, I can't accept this much. The more he spoke, the more articulate he became. Leng Shaofeng, having grasped the situation, was merely perplexed, wondering how he had come to this realization in such a short time. What's wrong? Why can't you accept it? He chuckled, looking at Han Bin. I lacked perspective before. Just now, seeing you count that thick stack of money, 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, it occurred to me that if I were to take a percentage, I would need to extract $300 from this 10,000. However, I have done nothing to merit such a sum. It would be akin to taking money from you without cause. Not to mention, this evening's amount of $1,500. If I were to apply the same percentage, it would amount to nearly $50, equivalent to my entire monthly salary. In just one day's time, I would be earning what I typically make in a month. Brother Feng, this is utterly alarming. It feels excessive, and this money feels too hot to handle. Furthermore, it was truly your words that made a significant impact today. I merely served as a messenger and a record keeper. Brother Feng, if you wish to compensate me, a modest sum for my errands would suffice. Heh. Han Bin wore an expression of bemusement, but spoke with certainty. Cold Shaofeng instinctively paused his smoking, casting a deep gaze at Han Bin. Brother, I must admit, you have broadened the path ahead. Initially, I, Cold Shaofeng, had not paid much attention to this trifling sum. My dealings with treasury bonds were merely a means to earn quick money and accumulate capital for future endeavors. However, the revenue from scrap materials has far exceeded my expectations, alleviating my initial financial needs significantly. Yet, Han Bin's remarks prompted me to rethink my strategy. I had originally intended to casually mentor this younger brother, sharing a dormitory bond and allowing him to earn a modest fortune. Unexpectedly, he has expanded the possibilities before us. Now, I must reconsider my approach. After a brief contemplation, I nodded in agreement. This is your proposal, and I shall consent. Should you ever wish to retract, I will grant you a chance to amend your decision. This matter will remain your responsibility. Rest assured, your errand fees will be adequate. Cold Shaofeng leisurely exhaled a smoke ring. Haha, very well, Brother Feng. You can trust me to handle this efficiently, Han Bin replied, relieved and patting his chest in assurance. Yet, internally, he felt a mix of disappointment and reassurance. A complicated blend of emotions that was difficult to articulate. Brother Feng's money does not come from thin air. One must avoid excessive greed and possess self-awareness as a mere facilitator. Soon, Han Bin reconstructed his mental fortitude. Brother Feng, can you guess what transpired in the security department today? He inquired, taking a drag from his cigarette. What new developments could there possibly be in the security department? Cold Shaofeng glanced at Han Bin. Haha, someone is vying for the captain position you left behind. Han Bin chuckled, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Oh, who are the contenders? Cold Shaofeng's interest peaked. Currently, two individuals are fiercely competing, Feng Chang and Yao Shengli. Yao Shengli? What gives him the audacity to entertain such ambitions? Cold Shaofeng mused, perplexed. Feng Chang's aspirations were understandable. His father is the district chief of the mining sector, providing him with significant backing. But what confidence does Yao Shengli possess? I have heard that the girlfriend he is courting comes from a notable family. Han Bin tantalizingly withheld further details. Which one? Are you itching for more information? Spill it. Yao Shengli, a lad of considerable eloquence, possesses a fair complexion that lends itself well to the persona of a dandy. Albeit he is slightly shorter in stature. The young woman he is courting, whom you are familiar with, is Wang Mingjie. Han Bin, no longer wishing to keep the suspense, revealed the answer directly. Indeed, if it is Wang Mingjie, it is somewhat understandable. Her father is the head of the dispatch department. However, Wang Mingjie is rather substantial, and I find myself questioning whether Yao Shengli is capable of lifting her. Mentioning Wang Mingjie, Leng Shaofeng could not help but envision a petite, plump girl. Wang Mingjie is also a classmate of Leng Shaofeng and the others, not particularly tall, yet weighing significantly more. Standing at under 1.6 meters, she weighs around 160 pounds. That said, one must concede that she possesses her own allure. She is indeed well endowed. Even Li Hongqiang would have to concede defeat in this regard. Of course, such attributes are not solely determined by size. One must also consider shape, firmness, and, importantly, texture and taste. In a comprehensive comparison, Li Hongqiang would undoubtedly emerge victorious. As these thoughts consumed Leng Shaofeng, a surge of warmth flooded his heart, causing him to look up. Enough of this chatter. You should rest. I too shall take my leave. With that, Leng Shaofeng ceased his idle conversation, gathered his previously purchased sandals, pen, ink, and notebook, and departed, leaving Hanbin alone in the empty room. How is it that the fates of individuals can diverge so drastically? Gazing at the empty bed left by Leng Shaofeng, Hanbin felt a pang of envy and jealousy. Some revel in nightly festivities, while others struggle in solitude. He lifted his hand, still holding the cigarette butt, and stared at it for a long while before viciously extinguishing it. Subsequently, Hanbin approached the mirror, meticulously combing his hair once more. You have your lamb soup, beauty. And we too have our little spicy pepper. Though she may be a bit fiery, she certainly has her charm. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to Hanbin, Leng Shaofeng's favorite addition to lamb soup is indeed a hint of that very spice. With a resounding crash, Hanbin slammed the door behind him. Chapter 52. Beautiful scenery and auspicious times. Upon exiting, Leng Shaofeng made his way along the path to the sisters' lamb soup restaurant. There was no avoiding it. One must not forsake a beautiful heart. Invited by a lovely lady to share a pleasant evening, Leng Shaofeng lamented the brevity of the night. Although their relationship was innocent, is it not delightful to be in the company of beauty? With a heart full of anticipation, he knocked on the door of the lamb soup restaurant. Li Hongqiang opened the door, and before her petite hand could retreat, Leng Shaofeng seized it. Hand in hand, they ventured into the inner room. There, seated at a small square table and engrossed in writing, was Li Hongwei. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng, she looked up and greeted him with a sweet smile, revealing two adorable dimples. She then leaped from her seat and hurried towards him, only to pause abruptly and glance at her sister. Satisfied that her sister was unperturbed, she leaned closer to Leng Shaofeng. With a natural gesture, Leng Shaofeng affectionately tousled her hair, reminiscent of petting a cat. That sensation was indeed pleasant. The little girl, beaming with joy, returned to her seat at the small table. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng did not rush to sit down. Instead, he began to rummage through his bag. A fountain pen, a notebook, and ink appeared in succession. Lastly, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat, he produced a pair of sandals. The young girl's eyes blinked, her large orbs fixated on Leng Shaofeng's hands, reluctant to divert her gaze even for a fleeting moment. Upon witnessing Leng Shaofeng retrieve the sandals from his bag, her cheeks flushed crimson. She then lowered her head, retreating her little feet slightly. Are these all for Xiaowei? Why did you buy shoes as well? Li Hongqiang gazed in astonishment at the items on the table, particularly the shoes. How could you be such a sister? Look, Xiaowei's toes are already poking out. Did you not notice? Leng Shaofeng chastised Li Hongqiang. Oh, let me see. Indeed, she has grown so quickly that I failed to notice. Li Hongqiang admitted, her face also turning red with embarrassment as she turned to look at Li Hongwei. Why didn't you tell me your shoes were too small? Li Hongwei, with her head down and lips pursed, ignored her sister but fixed her gaze on the transparent sandals. They were a pair of semi-transparent brown sandals, quite beautiful in appearance. Little girl, why not try them on? Leng Shaofeng offered the sandals to Li Hongwei. With flushed cheeks, she glanced at her sister, who nodded in encouragement. Only then did Li Hongwei happily accept the sandals, cradling them in her arms. She took her time to wash her feet in a basin of water she had fetched from the yard, ensuring they were spotless before solemnly slipping her pristine feet into the transparent sandals. It must be said, Leng Shaofeng had an eye for detail. The sandals fit her perfectly. As Li Hongwei trotted back and forth in her new footwear, an uncontainable delight spread across her face. Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang silently watched her joy. Shaofeng, thank you. It's rare to see you so attentive to Xiaowei. It brings me great happiness, Li Hongqiang said, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she gently shook the hand of Leng Shaofeng. Isn't this what I ought to do? Though I must admit, these shoes were a bit hastily chosen. The leather is rather stiff and may chafe. When the circumstances allow, I shall buy you finer leather shoes, made of soft cowhide. Leng Shaofeng tightened his grip. Her hand felt as warm and smooth as jade. After another couple of laps in her sandals, Li Hongwei reluctantly sat down and began to flip through her brand new notebook. Li Hongqiang also took a seat, helping her sister with the fountain pen, filling it with ink. Li Hongwei accepted the pen her sister offered and began to write with great joy. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng busied himself once more, extracting a folding knife from his green bag. He then requested Li Hongwei's sandals back. The little girl displayed a reluctant expression as she handed them over. The room then fell into a serene silence. Li Hongwei practiced her writing while Leng Shaofeng repaired the shoes. Li Hongqiang rested her chin on her hands, occasionally glancing at her sister and then at Leng Shaofeng. Before long, A smile of pure happiness adorned her face. Leng Shaofeng's knife was exceptionally sharp, a tool he wielded for self-defense. On ordinary days, Leng Shaofeng practiced throwing knives with this blade, achieving perfect accuracy within 10 paces, able to penetrate with 3 inches deep. Now, however, he employed it to mend a pair of sandals. From Leng Shaofeng's discerning perspective, these transparent sandals appeared exceedingly crude. Yet, for the people of that era, they were considered treasures. The material of these sandals was relatively stiff, particularly at the edges, which were sharp and angular. Newly dawned, they would cause blisters within just 2 days of wear. In his childhood, Leng Shaofeng had suffered greatly from this discomfort. Now he meticulously addressed those very edges. With a keen blade, he carefully sliced away at the sharp points, gradually transforming them into smooth curves. Although this task was modest in scale, it demanded immense patience and skill. For Leng Shaofeng, however, none of this posed a challenge. The young girl, Li Hongqiang, was evidently not focused on her studies today. With every few characters she wrote, she found herself pausing to glance at the sandals in Leng Shaofeng's hands. This repetitive distraction rendered her unable to concentrate. Nevertheless, immersed in her own world, Li Hongqiang paid little mind to it. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng remained oblivious to her lack of focus. By the time he had polished the sandals' edges to perfection, the young girl still had not completed a single page of her practice. Leng Shaofeng then handed the sandals to Li Hongwei, encouraging her to put them on. Once she slipped into her favorite sandals, she gestured a heartfelt thank you towards him. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in humble dismissal, indicating that it was no trouble at all. He then resumed his writing with renewed concentration. This time, she could finally focus on her task, reveling in the comfort of the sandals beneath her feet. If possible, she wished for them to last a lifetime without wear or replacement. As Li Hongwei immersed herself in her writing, Leng Shaofeng found it difficult to settle his own mind. He approached Li Hongqiang from behind, extending his large hand towards her. She blushed, casting him a sidelong glance, yet she did not resist, allowing him to proceed. After practicing writing, they continued with vocal exercises. Once the young girl completed her tasks, she cheerfully fetched hot water for Leng Shaofeng. After everyone had finished their evening routines, the lights in the room dimmed. Before retiring to bed, Li Hongwei removed her sandals, placing them neatly on the floor. Across the curtain, her beautiful sister, Li Hongqiang, commenced her own studies. This was an era of intellectual explosion. Without diligent study, one risked falling behind. The previous day, Li Hongqiang had learned something new, and today was naturally a time for review, embodying the principle of revisiting the old to understand the new. Although still a novice, this young woman possessed remarkable talent. After receiving guidance from Leng Shaofeng, she had already begun to master the technique. It was a unique knitting method popular in later generations, which Leng Shaofeng had chosen to teach her. Li Hongqiang approached her studies with utmost seriousness, envisioning a day when she would knit a sweater for her dear friend Leng Shaofeng to wear come winter. Chapter 53. Persistence in exercise. The following morning, Leng Shaofeng rose from his gentle slumber. After savoring the first bowl of richly flavored mutton soup at the early hour, Leng Shaofeng stepped out of the sister mutton soup restaurant. Being out so early, he suddenly felt a sense of aimlessness. Now, he was no longer bound by the constraints of a regular work schedule, enjoying complete freedom with no one to oversee him. However, this freedom came at the cost of a momentary confusion as he ventured outside. Work? It was inconceivable that he would ever return to that life. Home? There was nothing to do at home, and it felt too cramped. The dormitory? Perhaps it was best to avoid that as well. Wandering aimlessly, Leng Shaofeng found himself inadvertently walking into the mine. At this early hour, the mine was nearly deserted. As he passed the activity room, his eyes lit up, prompting him to turn and enter. The spacious activity room remained empty, which suited him perfectly. He casually shed his upper garments, revealing a physique that was nothing short of explosive. He began a series of warm-up exercises. After 5 minutes, feeling invigorated, he commenced his first workout, running. He completed 10 laps around the expansive room, followed by a turn on the parallel bars. Approaching the punching bag, he unleashed a flurry of punches that echoed through the room. Once his body was thoroughly warmed up, he gradually lowered his fists, centering himself, calming his breath, and focusing his energy. Then, he began practicing his punches. After executing a round of the Grand Flood Fist, he performed 2 rounds of the Praying Mantis Fist. Finally, he stood firm, retracting his fists. His body felt unencumbered, sweat pouring down as his energy surged within him. With a slight exertion, his muscles resonated harmoniously. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng felt an unprecedented sense of strength, one that was undeniably real. In his previous life, he had heard tales of masters, both internal and external. Yet he had never encountered a single formidable fighter. Thus, he understood the profound solitude of invincibility. In his past existence, he had been preoccupied with struggles, tirelessly occupied with work, earning money, and indulging in pleasures, all the while neglecting the cultivation of his physical form, which ultimately did not endure into his later years. Instead, various ailments had besieged him in old age. The bitterness and regret of this experience could only be truly understood by those who had walked that path. Now, given the opportunity to start anew, Leng Shaofeng was resolute in not repeating the mistakes of his past. He recognized that physical health is the foundation of revolution, a timeless truth. He had decided to maintain a regimen of moderate exercise daily to preserve his physique. Moreover, he intended to uphold the practice of martial arts, as the skills he had acquired were not to be forsaken. If the chance arose, he would be more than willing to seek a master for a sparring session. Regrettably, as always, there was not a single capable fighter among his acquaintances. After silently boasting and setting his own aspirations, Leng Shaofeng gathered his clothes and made his way to the bathhouse. This time, however, it proved to be somewhat troublesome, as the bathhouse was teeming with people. There was no way around it. He had coincided with the shift change. Countless soot-covered miners crowded the bathhouse, and all the pools were as dark as ink. The scent of soap and putty wafted through the air, causing Leng Shaofeng to furrow his brow. However, he had no intention of plunging into the pool at that moment. He merely opted for a quick shower. After washing away the sweat that clung to him, he promptly exited the bathhouse. The entire washing ritual taking no more than 10 minutes. Emerging from the bathhouse, he felt rejuvenated and headed straight to the guardhouse at the east gate. After all, the contact information he had left for Shi Dachong and his companions was the east gate's phone number. Leng Shaofeng had a premonition that the phone would ring today, and it would be for him. Inside the guardhouse, for security personnel were present, 2 stationed outside to monitor and check, while the other 2 remained indoors on duty. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng was well acquainted with all 4 of them. After exchanging greetings, he settled into a chair on the side and casually perused the day's newspaper. Just as he was nearly finished with one side of the paper, the phone in the guardhouse rang. Leng Shaofeng perked up his ears at once. The on-duty guard answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" I'm looking for Captain Leng. Please hold." Indeed, the call was intended for Leng Shaofeng. He walked over to answer the phone. "Hello, this is Leng Shaofeng. Brother Leng, it's Yang Zhanwu. I wanted to check if the 2 crushers from yesterday are ready." Boomed Yang Zhanwu's voice from the other end. "Yang Gu, they were completed last night, and I even gave them a thorough maintenance check. They are in perfect condition." "Great. I'll send a vehicle over to pick them up. Just wait a moment. I should arrive in about half an hour." "All right, Yang Gu, I'll be waiting for you." After ending the call, Leng Shaofeng returned to his seat to continue reading the newspaper. The news was rather uneventful, primarily focusing on institutional reforms, an overarching theme of this era. Once he had gleaned sufficient information from the paper, he picked up the phone again to contact the transport team and arrange for a forklift. Noticing that there was still time to spare, he engaged in light conversation with the 2 on-duty guards. The Yanxi Coal Mine was exceedingly small, and news of Leng Shaofeng's sale of steel wire ropes had already circulated. The guards, whether intentionally or not, broached the subject, which Leng Shaofeng deftly sidestepped. It was best to quietly amass wealth. Discretion was key. If questioned, his response would be succinct, merely some scrap, of little value. When he felt the time had come, Leng Shaofeng exited the guardhouse and made his way toward the north gate. Standing at the entrance of the north gate, he waited for a short while. Soon, a cloud of dust stirred up along the country road, as a dark liberation truck came to a halt before him. A figure leapt from the vehicle. It was Yang Zhanwu. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng, Yang Zhanwu greeted him with a warm handshake. "Brother Leng, sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Gu, I just arrived as well. Come, let me show you the 2 machines." Leng Shaofeng had already notified the guards, allowing the truck to pass through without hindrance. He led Yang Zhanwu to the 2 crushers, and as they stood before the gleaming, well-maintained machines, Yang Zhanwu's smile broadened. "Brother Leng, these are the 2 machines I had my eye on yesterday. I can hardly recognize them. It appears as if it is brand new." Yang Zhanwu rubbed his hands together and circled the machine twice, growing increasingly satisfied. "Haha, Brother Yang. To be frank, this machine was originally maintained by my brother. He personally came over yesterday with a team and gave it a thorough overhaul. My brother assured me that as long as you perform regular maintenance and treat it with care, it will last you a decade without issue. That's wonderful. Truly wonderful. Yang Zhanwu praised profusely. At that moment, a forklift arrived. Under the guidance of Leng Shaofeng, they began loading the truck. The main items selected by Yang Zhanwu included steel wire ropes, belts, winches, and 2 crushers. Although the total was slightly less than what Shi Dachong had chosen yesterday, those 2 crushers were indeed valuable. They were large-scale, specialized mining equipment, all imported. Leng Shaofeng had already ascertained the market price for these items the previous day. After calculating everything and applying a discount, the total was even a bit higher than Shi Dachong's price, an impressive 22,800 yuan. Next came the bargaining phase, an essential aspect of commerce among the Chinese. Without it, the transaction would feel incomplete, leaving one with a sense of having overpaid. Naturally, Yang Zhanwu wanted to eliminate all the loose change. Leng Shaofeng politely declined, stating that the loose change was too substantial to dismiss. But he promised to reduce it by 800. However, with over 2,000 yuan in loose change, Yang Zhanwu was hesitant to part with it and found himself in a dilemma. Suddenly, Yang Zhanwu's eyes lit up as he gazed at Leng Shaofeng. Brother Leng, I notice you lack a mode of transport. Can you ride a motorcycle? I can ride. However, the motorcycle I rode previously belonged to the security department, and I have returned it. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback, but chose to be candid. As long as you can ride, that's good. Here's the deal. I used to ride a motorcycle as well, an imported one. Now that I've become a mine manager, riding a motorcycle seems inappropriate. How about I trade that motorcycle for a discount? Rest assured, my motorcycle is a quality item, imported, and I took great care of it. It's as good as new. That sounds great, Brother Yang. I'm all for it. With Yang Zhanwu's assurance, Leng Shaofeng found it hard to refuse. Coincidentally, he was also in need of a mode of transportation. All right, brother, here's the full 20,000. Keep it safe. You can ride the motorcycle home with me later. Yang Zhanwu had prepared the money in advance. Leng Shaofeng noticed he had a total of 20,000 ready. No wonder he had been haggling for so long. When it came to wealth, Shi Dachong was indeed more affluent. All right, no problem, Brother Yang. Leng Shaofeng agreed and accepted the money, stuffing it into his bag. The small satchel, which had just a bit of space, was now filled to the brim. The 2 crushers took up considerable space, along with the other items. Filling the truck to capacity, Leng Shaofeng squeezed onto the truck alongside Yang Zhanwu. The front of the truck had 2 seats. One was reserved for the driver, a seat no one could claim, while the other was ample enough for 1 person. However, the space could accommodate 2 individuals, albeit rather snugly. Cold Shaofeng found himself squeezed next to Yang Zhanwu. In such close proximity, Yang Zhanwu immediately felt the muscular build of Cold Shaofeng. My dear brother Shaofeng, you possess quite an impressive physique. It is remarkably solid, entirely composed of muscle. As he spoke, Yang Zhanwu playfully pinched Cold Shaofeng's bicep. Impressive, harder than I am. And I have served 3 years in the military. Moreover, I have maintained the rigorous training regimen of the army, engaging in daily cross-country runs and military boxing. Yang Zhanwu exclaimed with admiration, his voice capturing the attention of the driver beside them. Yang Zhanwu noticed this interaction and introduced the driver, saying, Brother Cold, this driver, like myself, is a veteran, introduced to me by my former commander. His name is Shunzi. Shunzi later joined the reconnaissance unit and is renowned as one of the strongest soldiers under my old commander, possessing exceptional military skills, particularly in hand-to-hand combat. Though he may be slightly shorter than us, he is quite formidable. Initially, Cold Shaofeng had greeted the driver. Now, upon hearing Yang Zhanwu's words, he became genuinely intrigued. Brother Yang, to be honest, I grew up in Yanxi County, where I often found myself breaking up fights, so my physique is somewhat commendable. This is Brother Shunzi. Cold Shaofeng explained to Yang Zhanwu, then extended his hand to the driver. This was an invitation for a formal introduction. Lu Yishuan. As they spoke, Lu Yishuan shook Cold Shaofeng's hand. Brother Shunzi, once we arrive, how about we have a friendly spar? Sure, no problem. It was evident that Shunzi was not particularly loquacious. Yet he was quite straightforward. This demeanor resonated well with Cold Shaofeng's temperament. So you hail from Yanxi County. I once had a comrade in the army from Wanqing County, which is adjacent to yours. He trained in martial arts from a young age and could easily handle 2 or 3 opponents in personal combat. I reckon only someone like Shunzi would be able to match him. It was clear that the mention of his military experiences ignited a spark of excitement in Yang Zhanwu. Cold Shaofeng understood that the military is a unique community, and those who emerge from it often carry a profound emotional attachment. The camaraderie among soldiers is rivaled only by that of schoolmates. Cold Shaofeng had a cousin who was a veteran and had been discharged for many years, yet still donned his old military uniform daily. It was an undeniable sentiment. Cold Shaofeng empathized, though he could only understand it. He then recounted the story of his cousin. As soon as Cold Shaofeng finished his tale, Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi both laughed. Yang Zhanwu's laughter was hearty, while Shunzi appeared more reserved. Brother Shaofeng, to be candid, we are quite similar. We have retained our uniforms and occasionally wear them. However, we do so privately and change out of them soon after. Compared to your cousin, we fall short. The three engaged in jovial conversation, and time flew by. The truck followed Xingfu Road onto the national highway, made a right turn, and soon exited the highway, continuing along a path until they arrived at the Yanxi Coal Mine. The Yanxi Coal Mine appears rather modest, consisting of several rows of simple houses located just outside the village. The walls and tiles are cloaked in a dark hue, reflective of the coal mining environment. A flock of sparrows rests upon the roof, akin to those at the Yanxi Coal Mine, all similarly dark in color. When one of these black sparrows stretches its wings, a cascade of black soot falls to the ground. In the distance, a small hill of slag can be seen, though it pales in comparison to the Yanxi Coal Mine. Yang Zhanwu guided Leng Shaofeng to a row of residential buildings, where a sign hung on the door reading Mine Manager's Office. Upon entering, they found a simple office furnished with a desk, a chair, and a rattan sofa opposite, accompanied by a tea table adorned with a teapot and cups. Yang Zhanwu poured a cup of jasmine tea for Leng Shaofeng, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Brother Shaofeng, my conditions are quite rudimentary, hardly comparable to your state-run coal mines. Please enjoy this jasmine tea, he said. Leng Shaofeng accepted the cup with both hands and took a delicate sip. Yanggu, you are too modest. This place is quite nice. At least you have an office. Although mine bears the name of a material recovery station, it lacks even a proper wall, he remarked with a touch of self-deprecation. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Leng Shaofeng had yet to finish his tea when the office door was pushed open and Shunzi stepped inside. Shall we? He said, catching Leng Shaofeng off guard for a moment before he comprehended. All right, Leng Shaofeng replied, rising without further ado. Yang Zhanwu stood as well, offering an explanation. Brother Shaofeng, please don't take offense. Shunzi is quite straightforward and lacks the art of conversation. Yanggu, you flatter me. I prefer dealing with straightforward individuals. It's refreshing. Leng Shaofeng responded, unfazed. Upon stepping outside, Shunzi took the lead, heading towards the exit. Where are we going? Leng Shaofeng inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. In the grove over there, it's quite cool. Shunzi and I have set up a small training area there. Just a bit of fun, really. Serving as a means of exercise, came the reply. They turned right out of the Yanxi Coal Mine, and a small copse came into view just 100 meters ahead. The sight of pull-up bars and parallel bars stood out prominently amidst the trees. Nearby, rudimentary military training equipment, such as a single-sided bridge and barbed wire, crafted mostly from wood and rather rough in appearance, could be spotted, along with a large sandbag hanging nearby, comparable in size to that in the security department's activity room. Upon entering the grove, the coolness was indeed refreshing. The ground beneath their feet was remarkably even, and the grass had been meticulously trimmed, low and orderly, reminiscent of a football field. Leng Shaofeng leaped a couple of times, finding the surface pleasantly comfortable. The two began to warm up, preparing their bodies for activity. Shunzi removed his work uniform, revealing a muscular upper body clad only in a tank top. Leng Shaofeng, donning a short-sleeved t-shirt, pulled it off over his head, exposing a well-defined physique, particularly his striking 8-pack abs. The muscles, while not excessively large, were exceptionally well-defined. Leng Shaofeng fixed his gaze on Shunzi, an ardent fighting spirit igniting within him as he rolled his neck and twisted his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. This scene is profoundly striking. Opposite him, Shunzi's expression hardened as he felt the piercing gaze of Leng Shaofeng fixate upon him. A chill coursed down his spine, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. In the next moment, Shunzi's fighting spirit ignited. Are you ready? He asked, leaning slightly forward. His fists raised to guard his chest, adopting a stance reminiscent of military boxing. Come, Leng Shaofeng bellowed with authority. His posture was casual, standing approximately 1.5 meters away from Shunzi. He elevated his arms slightly, fingers curled inward, his feet shifting subtly, his entire body entering a mesmerizing rhythm. He resembled a mantis preparing to engage in combat, eyes fixed intently on his opponent, his body swaying intermittently. This was the first time Shunzi had encountered such a stance, and he found himself uncertain of its weaknesses, though it appeared riddled with flaws. He decided to test the waters. With a swift left jab, he aimed directly at Leng Shaofeng's face, the force behind it promising to leave his opponent bruised and battered. As Shunzi moved, so did Leng Shaofeng. Motionless until now, he sprung into action with the swiftness of a rabbit. He raised his forearm just in time to deflect Shunzi's punch. Shunzi's strike, delivered with 6 or 7 parts of his strength, met Leng Shaofeng's arm like a fist against an iron pillar. The impact sent a jolt of pain through Shunzi's hand, and before he could retract it, Leng Shaofeng's hook struck swiftly at his wrist joint. Though it seemed a mere tap, the sensation that followed was a mix of tingling numbness and excruciating pain, rendering Shunzi unable to clench his fist. Taken aback, he realized that half of his combat capability was compromised. Recognizing the formidable nature of Leng Shaofeng, Shunzi resolved to hold nothing back. He retracted his fist, flexing his numbed wrist before launching himself forward, instantly shifting into an aggressive mode. With punches and kicks raining down like a tempest, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. However, no matter how swift his strikes were, they could not penetrate the defenses of Leng Shaofeng's arms. Those arms were not only remarkably agile, but also as unyielding as iron. Each blow felt as if he were striking against solid steel. Periodically, he was met with the sharp sting of Leng Shaofeng's counterattacks, further exacerbating his discomfort. 3 minutes later, Shunzi was drenched in sweat, grimacing in pain. "Shunzi, how are you holding up?" Yang Zhanwu inquired. Sensing the shift in the tide, Shunzi was no match for Leng Shaofeng. "I can't defeat him," Shunzi replied, his voice low, tinged with reluctance. He possessed some formidable techniques, but they were too ruthless to employ in a sparring session. No one relishes failure, although it seems to have a penchant for each individual. In this regard, failure truly excels at being dismal, living up to its reputation. "It's all right. It's merely practice," Yang Zhanwu reassured him. Shunzi nodded in silence. "Don't worry, come at me again. Use any secret techniques you have." "I'm not that fragile," Leng Shaofeng observed keenly. "All right, but be cautious," Shunzi replied, shifting his focus as he once again charged forward. He directed a punch towards Leng Shaofeng's throat, who sidestepped to block it, deflecting the force of the blow. In the next instant, Shunzi aimed a kick at Leng Shaofeng's groin, a cunning strike indeed. As the cold wind from Leng Shaofeng swept past, Shunzi's fingers lunged forward, aiming directly at his eyes. Goodness! No wonder he hesitated earlier. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be lying down by now. However, against Leng Shaofeng, all efforts proved futile. The essence of the mantis fist lies in its speed, and with Leng Shaofeng's forearms as solid as iron, nearly every attack was blocked. Even those that could not be deflected were deftly evaded by him. After a flurry of attacks, Shunzi found himself once again thwarted. He stepped back, ceasing his assault. The duration of the engagement was brief, yet the intensity had left him panting heavily within just 2 minutes. "Wow, Brother Shaofeng, your skills are extraordinary, truly unparalleled." Yang Zhanwu clapped enthusiastically. "Impressive. You're even more formidable than my instructors back in the reconnaissance unit." It was rare for Shunzi to express himself so openly. His gaze toward Leng Shaofeng was filled with admiration. He understood well that the gap between them was vast, far beyond mere inches or feet. Throughout the entire encounter, Leng Shaofeng had not launched a single offensive move. At most, he had countered during defensive maneuvers. All right, we're all friends here. Let's call it a day." Yang Zhanwu chuckled, relieved. "I was considering joining in, but thankfully, I refrained. Otherwise, we would both have been embarrassed." "Ah, you're too kind," Leng Shaofeng humbly replied, smoothing over the moment. "How did you train to achieve this?" Shunzi approached, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Such inquiries could be sensitive. Yet he could not suppress his curiosity. "Not much to it, just years of hard practice. I've lost count of how many ropes I've snapped with these arms." Leng Shaofeng casually remarked. "What do you mean?" Shunzi's interest piqued. Noticing Shunzi's zeal for martial arts, Leng Shaofeng continued, "By the way, Yang, may I borrow that rope on your wooden post?" Yang Zhanwu waved dismissively. "Of course, that's my copper man post. It's just wood with some rope wrapped around it. Feel free to use it." "All right, I'll test the sturdiness of your wooden post," Leng Shaofeng replied, moving toward it to untangle the rope. Don't worry. I hammered that post in with a heavy mallet for quite a while. It's very solid, Yang Zhanwu assured, confident in his creation, which had endured many bouts between him and Shunzi. Chapter 56. The motorcycle during their conversation. Leng Shaofeng successfully unraveled a rope approximately 5 meters long and as thick as a finger. He secured one end to the wooden post with a firm knot, then began to wind the other end around his arm. With a mere flick of his wrist, Leng Shaofeng sent the rope spiraling around his arm, wrapping it neatly. This scene left Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi momentarily dumbfounded. It was evident that this seemingly simple motion bore the hallmark of mastery, an instinct honed through relentless practice. Standing 3 meters away from the wooden post, Leng Shaofeng addressed the two bystanders, instructing them to observe closely. He began to swing his arm vigorously. With a sharp crack, the finger-thick rope snapped taut, emitting a slight, buzzing vibration. Since mastering the praying mantis technique, Leng Shaofeng had seldom utilized a rope, but today, a sudden inspiration surged within him. With each release and tension, the rope snapped and crackled, vibrating wildly when taut. Typically, one would practice with a rope in each arm. But with only one at his disposal, he made do. As he completed his warm-up, the force of his arm swings intensified, causing the entire wooden post to tremble. The sound of the rope grew louder, and the post swayed more vigorously. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng let out a thunderous shout. Go! This bellow resonated from his core, invigorating his entire being. It echoed like a tiger's roar through the mountains, akin to thunder splitting the clear sky. With a sharp pop, the thumb-thick rope snapped cleanly in two, and the sturdy wooden post, as described by Yang Zhanwu, was uprooted entirely, tumbling to the ground and crashing against a nearby tree, causing its leaves to rustle violently. Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi stood in stunned silence. A wave of apprehension washed over Shunzi. Had Leng Shaofeng unleashed such a punch during their earlier spar, would he have been sent flying like that wooden post, or shattered like the rope? Was such power truly attainable by mere mortals? Yet, the reality unfolded before their eyes. After that resounding shout, Leng Shaofeng felt an exhilarating rush, a sense of relief coursing through him. However, he lamented his lack of practice, realizing he had grown somewhat rusty. Clearly, such skills should not be neglected and must be rekindled. Shaking his head in dissatisfaction with his performance, he regretted not finding a suitable rope since mastering his techniques back home, leading to a lapse in fundamental training. As he pondered, he unraveled the rope from his arm and casually tossed it to the ground, leaving Yang Zhanwu and Shunzi exchanging bewildered glances, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, the term Versailles had yet to enter their vocabulary, otherwise, they might have remarked on his apparent arrogance. Yang Zhanwu swallowed hard and approached, picking up the rope for inspection. He tugged at it with all his might, but the rope remained steadfast. It wasn't a matter of the rope's durability. It was simply that his opponent's strength was overwhelming. Brother, if you truly wish to practice, I can provide you with some ropes. We have thick ropes at the coal mine. You are aware that we operate a small coal mine. Initially, we could not afford steel cables, so we resorted to using oil-soaked hemp ropes as a substitute. These ropes are robust and far sturdier than the ones currently available. I believe you might want to consider trying them. Oh, that sounds splendid. I shall take a look shortly, and if they prove suitable, I will shamelessly ask Brother Yang for 2 of them. However, Leng Shaofeng felt a stirring within. In this lifetime, he need no longer toil for survival nor fret over finances. A mundane existence must surely seek some form of engagement. Reviving his martial arts practice might be a commendable choice. Perhaps in this life, his skills could reach unprecedented heights. No, it would be more accurate to say he has already ascended to a new pinnacle. Yet, Leng Shaofeng yearned to strive even higher, otherwise, it would be a disservice to his physique. Such trifles hold little value. Take as many as you desire, Yang Zhanwu remarked, shaking his head as he discarded the rope onto the ground and bent down to retrieve their clothes. Well, that has settled. It's time to check on your motorcycle. Yang Zhanwu returned their garments to them. All right, let us go take a look. Leng Shaofeng accepted the clothes and donned them over his head. He had not perspired excessively. This exchange had been somewhat modest. To speak candidly, Leng Shaofeng felt a tinge of disappointment. To an ordinary person, Shunzi might indeed be a formidable opponent. He could easily take on 3 to 5 grown men without breaking a sweat. However, to Leng Shaofeng, he was not much different from the average individual. It essentially boiled down to a single punch. The only variable was the force behind that punch. The moment Shunzi made his move, Leng Shaofeng discerned the disparity between them. Throughout the encounter, he refrained from initiating an attack, for he knew that the moment he did, his opponent would be left incapacitated. After their sparring session, the trio felt a newfound camaraderie. They chatted and laughed as they walked back to Yanxi Coal Mine. Yang Zhanwu led Leng Shaofeng to a nearby storage room, which had been converted from a garage. Inside, 2 trucks and a jeep were parked. However, the jeep's aesthetics paled in comparison to that of Shi Dachang's vehicle. Against the wall, a motorcycle caught Leng Shaofeng's eye, igniting a spark of excitement within him. With a keen understanding of motorcycles, he instantly recognized it as an imported Suzuki GS250. Its striking red and black paint scheme, the black leather seat, and a 20-centimeter tall windscreen atop the dashboard were all indicators of its quality. A black helmet dangled from the side of the rear seat. Oh, the specifications are quite impressive, he mused. This motorcycle exuded charm, embodying a classic design. Furthermore, its powerful engine could easily exceed speeds of 100 kilometers per hour on favorable terrain. Such a model would remain timeless even 30 years hence. The condition appeared excellent, maintained meticulously, and it seemed to be at least 95 as new. This motorcycle was a significant upgrade from the cumbersome one he had previously ridden, not only being more fuel efficient, but also considerably more comfortable and quieter. Brother Yang, where did you acquire this motorcycle? Leng Shaofeng was merely intrigued by the presence of an imported motorcycle. He had acquired it from a friend in the south, who claimed it had arrived via water. The authenticity of this claim eluded him, but in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, spurred by a modest fortune earned from coal mining, he had laid out several thousand for this contraption. However, after only a few rides, he had purchased a 4-wheeled vehicle, rendering the motorcycle nearly obsolete. Reflecting on this, a pang of nostalgia struck him. Yang Zhanwu patted the seat with a look of deep reflection. Indeed, the motorcycle was truly remarkable. Yet, Brother Yang, should you reconsider? It is not too late. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. If the other party were to retract their offer, Leng Shaofeng would remain indifferent. No. I merely expressed my sentiment. A man of honor, once his word is given, it is not easily taken back. Henceforth, this motorcycle shall belong to you. Yang Zhanwu, assuming Leng Shaofeng had reservations, quickly sealed the deal with his words. Very well, a gentleman's word is his bond. Brother Yang, then I shall truly accept this motorcycle. The keys were already inserted, and Leng Shaofeng approached, igniting the engine and swinging his leg over the bike. Naturally, as agreed, the motorcycle was now his. With a throaty roar, the motorcycle sprang to life. Leng Shaofeng circled around the coal mine yard twice, his satisfaction growing with each turn. Chapter 57. Such understanding. A quarter of an hour later, Leng Shaofeng graciously declined Yang Zhanwu's fervent invitation to stay, donned his black helmet, and rode off on his cherished motorcycle, departing from the Yanxi Coal Mine. On the rear seat, a bundle of thick hemp rope was secured, noticeably larger than the ones he had previously snapped. Moreover, these ropes had undergone special treatment, rendering them exceptionally durable. Satisfied with their quality, he requested 2 bundles from Yang Zhanwu. The motorcycle's speed far surpassed that of a truck, and in an area devoid of traffic lights. He returned to the Yanxi Coal Mine in just over 20 minutes. This time, he approached via the north gate, as it would become his primary route in the future. However, as he passed the gate, he was stopped by the on-duty security guard. Removing his helmet, he flashed a smile at the guard. Ah, it's Team Leader Leng. I hardly recognized you with the helmet on. I was wondering who had the audacity to ride a motorcycle straight in. The guard chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Yes, it's me, Shaosong. Leng Shaofeng greeted him warmly. Oh, Team Leader, a call just came through from the east gate. Someone is looking for you. Their surname is Sure. Like the stone. All right, understood. Thank you, Shaosong. Leng Shaofeng halted his motorcycle, hanging the helmet on the handlebars, and offered Shaosong a cigarette as a token of gratitude. Team Leader, you've changed motorcycles again? This one is quite stylish, far more impressive than your previous one. Shaosong accepted the cigarette, eyeing Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle with envy. It's decent, I suppose. A second-hand model. I traded a truck full of junk for this motorcycle. Earning money these days is truly a challenge. Cold Shaofeng spoke casually, lamenting his plight and feigning poverty. Who could argue otherwise? With a meager salary of just over 30 yuan, he was also required to distribute a 10 yuan treasury bond. Alas, isn't Han been collecting treasury bonds? You were unaware? If you urgently need cash, sell the bond you hold to Han Bin for immediate funds. Of course, if you can hold on to it for 5 years. That would be fine. By then, you would earn some interest. Faced with such an opportunity, Cold Shaofeng naturally seized the chance to promote it. Ah, is it true? I seem to have caught wind of this and was planning to inquire further. Rest assured, it's a cash transaction. If you need money urgently, seek him out. All right, I'll make a phone call first. Okay, Cold team, you're busy. Cold Shaofeng turned and entered the guardroom, preparing to dial the number left by Shi Dachong. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, who is this? Came Shi Dachong's voice from the other end. Haha, brother Shi, it's me, Shaofeng. I heard you were looking for me. Oh, Shaofeng, my friend. Indeed, I've sought you out twice. I just received a call from Old Yang and learned you were at the Yanxi Coal Mine. Brother Shaofeng, you're not being considerate. You went to Old Yang's place, yet you didn't come to see me? Shi Dachong's tone held a hint of reproach. Brother Shi, I was there to collect debts. I'll definitely visit you next time. By the way, did you have something to discuss with me? Cold Shaofeng asked curiously. I was hoping to introduce some business to you. The heads of the other 2 coal mines from Yanxi Mine have been persuaded by me and are eager to come and see you. I just wanted to know if you would welcome them. Yanxi Mine. Brother Shi, I've only heard of Yanxi Mine, Cold Shaofeng admitted candidly. Haha, that term actually originated from your Yanxi Mine. Our 8 small coal mines are situated to the north of the Yanxi Coal Mine, divided evenly into 4 on the east and 4 on the west. Hence, we refer to them as Yanxi Mine and Shixi Mine. You know both me and Old Yang. The visitors today are from the other 2 coal mines of Yanxi Mine. Do you understand now? Shi Dachong explained. Brother Shi, I generally comprehend. As long as they are your people, I will certainly welcome them. Haha, that is splendid. We'll first visit the Yanxi Coal Mine. Old Yang was just raving about how excellent his newly purchased machinery is. We'll have a look before heading to your place. All right, Brother Shi, I await your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Cold Shaofeng clenched his fist in determination. He glanced at the clock. It was only 10:15. Given Shi Dachong's pace, they might arrive around 11. Cold Shaofeng contemplated that some equipment looked rather unkempt and needed tidying up, though he was uncertain if time would permit. He picked up the phone to call the equipment department, but was met with disappointment and hung up. His brother, Cold Shaoyang, had already left for work. After calculating the days, Cold Shaofeng realized it wasn't the scheduled maintenance time. Never mind, let it be, he thought, feeling helpless without his brother. Cold Shaofeng exited the guardroom and mounted his motorcycle. With a swift ignition, a shift into gear, and a gentle twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward with a throaty roar. Little Song, watching from behind, wore an expression of envy. In an era where bicycles were yet to become commonplace, a motorcycle was akin to the sports cars of the future, an object of admiration that commanded the streets. Moreover, this particular motorcycle was strikingly beautiful. With another twist of the throttle, it came to a steady halt before the dilapidated factory. Dismounting from the rear seat, Leng Shaofeng casually entered the factory, intending to secure 2 bundles of rope and resume his training. Upon stepping inside, he was surprised to find others present. 3 individuals were busily engaged in work. His elder brother, Leng Shaoyang, along with the 2 repairmen from the previous evening, Tian Feng and Yang Junlin. Brother, I was just looking for you. I didn't expect to find you here, Leng Shaofeng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Nothing much on my agenda lately, so I came to assist you with the equipment repairs, Leng Shaoyang replied, his hands deftly occupied with his tasks. Even the finest equipment, if left in disrepair, might go unnoticed by those who lack discernment. However, with some maintenance, its appearance alone could fetch a commendable price. A warmth filled Leng Shaofeng's heart. His brother's support felt reassuring as he treated the matter as his own. Leaning in closer, he whispered, "But brother, during work hours, can you really get permission from the higher-ups to be here?" Leng Shaoyang, merely a deputy section chief, was still under the authority of his section chief, and above him, the leadership hierarchy continued, culminating with the overarching figure of Leng Wangping. "What nonsense! I am here for work," he retorted confidently. "Isn't what you're dealing with here part of the mining operations? This materials recycling station is indeed a component of the mine itself." His response was both assertive and self-evident, accompanied by a perplexed glance at Leng Shaofeng, wondering why his younger brother seemed somewhat disoriented. Realizing the clarity in his brother's perspective, Leng Shaofeng came to an understanding. After all, he was indeed affiliated with the mine. And to outsiders, this recycling station was merely tasked with managing the mine's refuse. Thus, the operations here were inherently linked to the mine's activities. There was no fault in that logic whatsoever. Chapter 58. A tour of the facility, however. Leng Shaofeng's thoughts had been influenced by his past life experiences. In his previous existence, such equipment was ultimately sold to private individuals, and thus, those seeking to engage with Leng Shaoyang would consider it side work, requiring after-hours compensation. Yet, the present Leng Shaofeng was different. He operated under the guise of legitimate business. The arrangement was indeed quite advantageous. Besides, what could others possibly say? His uncle remained in a prominent position as the chief engineer of the mine, having devoted over 30 years to the Yanxi Coal Mine, thus intertwining his influence throughout its operations. His elder brother was a deputy section chief, and his brother-in-law was the principal of a school. In this current scenario, Leng Shaofeng was quite capable of holding his own. The Leng family, within the sphere of Yanxi Coal Mine, basked in a period of prosperity and success, flourishing like vibrant blossoms in full bloom. Who would dare voice any objections? All right, brother. You carry on with your tasks. I will attend to my own matters, he concluded. Cold Shaoyang waved his hand casually, not even lifting his head. Cold Shaofeng pinched his nose and wisely stepped away. His brother was clearly a technology enthusiast, completely absorbed in his work, oblivious even to his younger sibling. Feeling a pang of disappointment, Cold Shaofeng began to circle the dilapidated factory. Soon, his gaze settled on two imposing pillars. This abandoned factory had once served as a large maintenance workshop. Although it had fallen into disrepair over the years, remnants of its former glory remained. Notably, the two substantial pillars stood tall, with tracks beneath them that likely once facilitated lifting operations. These pillars were deeply embedded in the ground, seamlessly integrated with the steel flooring above, their sturdiness beyond question. The distance between the pillars was approximately 5 meters, with a width that was quite suitable. Cold Shaofeng planned to tie a rope to each pillar. The essence of the praying mantis technique lies in the strength of one's arms, a fundamental skill that must be solidified to progress further. This location, typically deserted, was perfect for practice. However, the area was cluttered with various pieces of equipment, leaving little room to maneuver. It was imperative to tidy up the surroundings and dispose of the debris. Without hesitation, he turned and headed to the security office to make a call. This time, he was requesting a forklift. When he reached the transport team, Cold Shaofeng confidently asserted his need for the forklift, reasoning that it was a matter pertaining to the mine. After the call, he engaged in casual conversation with Xiao Song, even giving him a cigarette. He made it clear that if anyone came looking for him, he should be informed. Naturally, Xiao Song agreed, understanding the importance of maintaining Cold Shaofeng's reputation. Upon returning to the abandoned factory, the forklift arrived promptly. Under Cold Shaofeng's direction, they began to reorganize the discarded items. Sorting, tidying, and disposing of unnecessary items were paramount. In essence, implementing the principles of 5S, although the people of this era were unfamiliar with such concepts. With the assistance of the forklift, the area beside the pillars was swiftly cleared. Cold Shaofeng instructed the forklift driver on how to proceed with the remaining areas, after which he had little else to do. Enjoying a cigarette, he strolled back to Cold Shaoyang's side and squatted down to observe his brother at work. Soon, Cold Shaofeng discerned the method to his brother's actions. Cold Shaoyang was merely performing basic rust removal and applying oil, focusing only on equipment that appeared to be in relatively good condition, neglecting those that were clearly in disrepair. Brother, aren't you going to dismantle the machines? He inquired. Is dismantling machines that simple? I'm just tidying up the surfaces to make them look presentable. Some machines are evidently beyond repair and hold no maintenance value. We can discuss disassembly when the time comes for parts. If you're in a hurry to sell any, just let me know, we can dismantle them then. Cold Shaoyang replied. You're always so considerate, brother, Cold Shaofeng flattered him, but unfortunately, Cold Shaoyang offered no response. Such was Cold Shaoyang's nature. He was, in modern terms, a technical aficionado. Leng Shaoyang, accompanied by 2 maintenance workers, busily attended to the equipment for over half an hour before they completed a preliminary assessment. After tidying up their tools, they exchanged brief greetings with Leng Shaofeng and departed. At that moment, the forklift driver arrived, having reorganized everything as per Leng Shaofeng's instructions. After a cursory inspection, Leng Shaofeng nodded in approval and dismissed the driver. Just as the forklift was leaving, Xiao Song hurried over, panting. Captain Leng, at the north gate. Someone is looking for you. They arrived in a jeep. Understood. Has the truck arrived? Leng Shaofeng inquired further. Not yet, Xiao Song replied. At that moment, Leng Shaofeng realized that this visit was merely a reconnaissance mission. After all, few possessed the wealth of individuals like Shi Dachang. However, as long as they were willing to visit, there was hope for a purchase. With determination, Leng Shaofeng strode outside. The Yanxi Coal Mine had a rule that outsiders must be accompanied by a host. Otherwise, entry was prohibited. Hence, Leng Shaofeng proceeded to greet the visitors. Upon reaching the north gate, he spotted 3 individuals waiting. At the forefront stood Shi Dachang, flanked by 2 men. One was of average height, with dark skin and a pleasing appearance. The other, slightly older and tall and lean, was conversing with Shi Dachang, revealing a glint of gold from his teeth as he spoke. "Brother Shi, welcome. Welcome." Leng Shaofeng called out warmly from several meters away, extending his hands in greeting. Shi Dachang quickly stepped forward, and they shook hands. "Come, Brother Shaofeng, allow me to introduce you. This is Yanxi Lin from Xinjiang Coal Mine, and this is Wang Tao from Wangzhuang Coal Mine. I brought them here to tour your magnificent site. Director Yanxi, Director Wang, greetings. Welcome." As they were all seasoned professionals, warm handshakes and cordial exchanges ensued. "Brother Long, truly remarkable for one so young. I have heard tales of your burgeoning success," Yanxi Lin remarked, displaying a shrewd demeanor, beginning their conversation by feigning modesty regarding his own lesser means. However, Leng Shaofeng did not take this at face value. The dark-skinned man before him was likely the legendary figure he had only heard of in tales from a past life. Fate had afforded him the opportunity to meet this person in this lifetime, a reminder of the unpredictable nature of existence. Indeed, since you are here with Brother Shi, I assure you, we shall extend favorable terms," Leng Shaofeng replied, unperturbed by the notion of discounts, as his true concern lay in the possibility of not making a sale. Yet, he could not resist stealing another glance at Yanxi Lin, who possessed an admirable physique and countenance. Though notably distinguished by his dark skin, a detail that aligned with the rumors surrounding him, which suggested that he was shrewd and cunning. "Young Master Leng, I am Wang Tao. A pleasure to meet you. You seem to be of a similar age to my son, yet you are already engaged in such grand enterprises. Truly, heroes emerge from youth," Wang Tao remarked, stepping forward to shake hands, his expression one of admiration. "How is it that other people's children are so exceptional? Contemplating my son, alas. Perhaps it is best to refrain from such thoughts. Welcome, Brother Wang. Please, everyone come in." Cold Shaofeng led the way, warmly greeting the guests. Upon arriving at the dilapidated factory, all 3 individuals were taken aback. Even Shi Dachang was no exception. "Brother Shaofeng, you have undergone quite a transformation," he remarked, astonished. The factory that yesterday appeared disheveled was now impeccably organized. Particularly, the machinery gleamed with a lustrous sheen, presenting an impressive facade. To be frank, Shi Dachang could hardly believe that these were the same devices he had seen just the day before. Chapter 59, A Legendary Figure. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to browse and examine. Our prices are fair and transparent, Cold Shaofeng proclaimed, gesturing towards the expansive factory. Yanxi Lin and Wang Tao, upon entering, immediately became engrossed, surveying their surroundings. Compared to yesterday, today's equipment exuded an undeniable allure. The expressions of the two soon revealed their delight. Wang Tao inspected and touched the machinery, indifferent to the grease that adorned his hands. Conversely, Yanxi Lin moved swiftly, taking in the sights with a cursory glance. Cold Shaofeng discreetly approached Shi Dachang, inquiring, "Brother Shi, could you shed some light on these 2 individuals? Old Wang here is a technician from the coal mine, possessing some technical knowledge. He returned to establish his own coal mining operation after working in the field," Shi Dachang responded, pausing momentarily before indicating Yanxi Lin. "This gentleman is renowned in the village for his capabilities. The competition for the coal mine in his village was quite fierce, yet he ultimately prevailed." Shi Dachang refrained from elaborating further, providing only a brief overview. Cold Shaofeng nodded. It was commendable that Shi Dachang had shared so much, considering their recent acquaintance. Soon, the 2 men completed their survey and returned. "What do you think, brothers? Have you found anything of interest?" Cold Shaofeng inquired with a cheerful demeanor. The 2 exchanged glances rather than responding directly. "What is there to hesitate about? Just say what you fancy," Shi Dachang interjected candidly. "Well, let me go first." Old Wang began. "I noticed 2 coal mining machines over there that seem quite appealing, 1 coal planer and 1 screw drill. I would also like a set of steel wire ropes, belt conveyors, and scraper conveyors. However, it is imperative that the equipment functions properly." Cold Shaofeng nodded, assuring him, "Brother Wang, Rest assured, I will ensure that the two machines you desire are thoroughly maintained. If the equipment is not in working order, I wouldn't sell it to you, would I? Wang Tao quickly added, how could I not trust you? I observed the equipment just now, and I would say it is highly unlikely there are issues, perhaps just a bit of oil needed inside. He grinned, revealing his two prominent gold teeth. Brother Tao, you are indeed knowledgeable, Cold Shaofeng praised, giving him a thumbs up. Next, everyone's attention turned to Xian Lin. After a brief hesitation, he spoke. I have faith in Brother Cold's integrity. We have just come from Yangzhuang, and we witnessed the operation of those two machines. However, to be candid, my coal mine has only been operational for less than 2 years, and my requirements are somewhat extensive. However, as the conversation progressed, Xian Lin found himself ensnared in a web of confusion, struggling to articulate his thoughts clearly. Leng Shaofeng observed his distress with concern. Brother Xian, if there's something you wish to convey, please do so directly. If you are interested, just say it. If not, that's perfectly fine. Leng Shaofeng seized the opportunity to engage further, eager to foster a relationship with this individual. Are you not interested? Of course, I am interested. Let me put it this way, Brother Long. I have contracted the Yanxi mine for a total of 30 years, with an annual fee of 10,000 to be remitted to the village. I only took over 2 years ago and have been investing continuously. To be frank, up until now, I have yet to see a return on my investment. However, if I do not extract more coal, I will struggle to pay next year's fee. Brother Long, I desire every piece of equipment suitable for underground mining here. My eyes are drawn to them all, yet I find myself financially constrained. Would it be possible for me to defer payment? Xian Lin's expression was one of palpable bitterness. Leng Shaofeng understood. This was not mere posturing of poverty, but a genuine financial plight. Brother Shaofeng, the Yanxi Coal Mine is indeed newly established. The beginning is always the most challenging. It is exceedingly difficult to see returns within the first 2 years of operating a coal mine. It may take 3 to 5 years just to break even. And continuous investment is required in the initial years, explained Shi Dachong from the sidelines. With this explanation, Leng Shaofeng's understanding deepened. Yet, it shouldn't be the case. He was relatively familiar with the Yanxi Coal Mine, especially given the numerous rumors surrounding Xian Lin. The proximity of Yanxi to the Yanxi mine was well known. Following Xingfu Road northward, one would reach Yanxi mine after traversing roughly 1,000 meters upon reaching the road's end. Thus, the distance between Yanxi and Yanxi was less than 5 kilometers. Consequently, the buzz surrounding Yanxi was the most pronounced among the smaller coal mines. Particularly, the workers from Yanxi were aware of a certain dark chapter in their history. Between Yanxi and Yanxi, another mine had been discovered, reputed to possess substantial coal reserves. A fierce battle ensued over ownership, yet to everyone's astonishment, it was Yanxi that emerged victorious. A reputable state-owned coal mine was astonishingly bested in such a contest. However, in a previous life, there had been no opportunity to engage with the current Xian Lin. It was rumored that Yanxi subsequently flourished, becoming the largest among several small mines in the vicinity. Notably, upon accruing considerable wealth, the mine manager did not rest on his laurels. When the southern Pengcheng was designated as an economic zone, the mine manager swiftly seized the opportunity, investing in real estate development within the special zone. Ultimately, he rose from humble beginnings in Pengcheng to prominence in the real estate sector, amassing a fortune. In later years, among the various rumors about him, the most talked about were his numerous romantic liaisons, each partner a luminary from the entertainment industry. In later years, even at the age of over 60, he married a young and popular actress, younger than his own granddaughter. This young wife subsequently bore him 3 children. When this illustrious Mr. Xian celebrated his 70th birthday, he embarked on a luxurious yacht, accompanied by a group of models and female celebrities, sailing into the open sea. Unfortunately, the excitement proved too much for him, leading to a sudden heart attack from which he could not be revived. His life was ordinary, yet his existence was vibrant, and his demise was peculiar. Such a legendary figure raises the question, is he not remarkable? A true winner in life, he transformed from a coal baron to a real estate magnate, ultimately becoming a godfather of the entertainment industry. Throughout his life, he was never lacking in wealth. Yet, astonishingly, he claimed to be poor. Could the rumors be false? However, considering the circumstances described by Shi Dachong, Leng Shaofeng rationally arrived at his own conclusion. The rumors must hold some truth. It was indeed this Xian Lin this dark-skinned man before him. Yet at this moment, he might be experiencing the lowest point of his life. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng felt a stirring within, a burgeoning idea. In a previous life, a renowned angel investor once remarked that the key to investment lies in choosing the right people. Ultimately, it all revolves around humanity. Faced with such a legendary figure during this unique period, it would be a grave folly for Leng Shaofeng, as someone who had been reborn, not to take action. With this thought, he smiled. Brother Xin, perhaps we can discuss this matter. Chapter 60. Investment. After a brief pause, Leng Shaofeng turned to Shi Dachong beside him and continued. Since you brought me here, Brother Shi, I am rather thick-skinned and have decided to establish a lasting rapport with all of you. As for money, if Brother Xin has an eye for any equipment, feel free to take it. Leng Shaofeng's unexpected words elicited gasps from the other 3 men present, who turned to look at him in astonishment. Of course, I do have a small request that I hope Brother Xin will consider. Hee. With a playful smile, Leng Shaofeng shifted his tone. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, the 3 men finally exhaled in relief. Brother Leng, you nearly scared me. I thought you were interested in me. One joked. Let me make it clear. I sell my art, not my body. I am only interested in women, especially beautiful ones. As Xin Lin spoke, he crossed his arms and leaned back, feigning fear, which sparked laughter throughout the room. After the laughter subsided, the atmosphere became considerably more amicable. To be honest, Brother Xin, I, Leng Shaofeng, am only interested in women, and they must be beautiful. A rough fellow like you doesn't even warrant a second glance, he said, scrunching his face in mock disdain, prompting another wave of laughter. Brother Leng, what did you mean by that remark? What request do you have? Speak freely. As long as it is within my means, I will not hesitate, Xin Lin inquired, his urgency evident given the matters weighing on his mind. Brother Xin, whether it can be done is really just a matter of your word, Leng Shaofeng replied, taking his time before lighting a cigarette. After Shi Dachong took it, he examined it closely and discovered it was indeed a large front door. Brother Shaofeng, I must say, indulging in this cigarette now seems somewhat unworthy of your status. Here, have one of mine. It's not that I disdain your cigarette. Rather, I simply find it difficult to acclimate to it. Come. Shi Dachong pulled out a pack of Huazi, offering one to each. Brother Shida, I've only been at this for a few days. I cannot possibly afford your cigarettes. Besides, where would I even find a place to buy Huazi? Leng Shaofeng replied nonchalantly as he accepted the Huazi. With a crisp snap. Before Leng Shaofeng could retrieve his match, Shi Dachong had already ignited his Zippo lighter. Without hesitation, Leng Shaofeng leaned towards the pale blue flame to light his Huazi. There was no choice. One must accept the reality of inferior equipment. Why buy anything? I have plenty. Feel free to take whatever you desire. Just go and help yourself. Shi Dachong declared with great generosity. I take you at your word, Brother Shida, Leng Shaofeng replied, not holding back. If you were to act coy, I would be quite upset, and I would no longer consider you my brother. Shi Dachong feigned a stern look with a glare. Leng Shaofeng, being astute, recognized that Shi Dachong was clearly eager to foster a friendship. This was precisely what Leng Shaofeng desired. Only with mutual effort does a relationship bear significance, does it not? I will head to your Yanxi Coal Mine, and whatever I find, I will take. Do not fret. That cannot happen. When you arrive at my place, I shall ensure you do not suffer any losses, Shi Dachong exclaimed, thumping his chest. Hey, you two, with your romantic banter. Perhaps you should find a more private venue to express your sentiments. What about my matters? I am nearly at my wit's end, and you, Shi Dachong, are merely jesting. Xin Lin interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Brother Leng, do not just focus on smoking. Please share your requests. Xin Lin, who had neglected his own cigarette, urgently inquired. Brother Xin, may I speak candidly? Leng Shaofeng exhaled a plume of smoke, his expression growing serious. Do share. Xin Lin, for reasons unknown, felt a swell of nervousness, his palms becoming clammy. Brother Xin, I must admit, I have little interest in managing a coal mine. However, like any ordinary man, I am quite intrigued by women and wealth. To be frank, with the country's reform and opening up, the economic management is increasingly market-oriented, and I hold a favorable view of the coal industry. I have regrettably lacked the opportunity to participate until now. I currently possess some idle funds, and more importantly, I have access to equipment. I wish to invest my equipment into your coal mine, but I am uncertain if Brother Xin would agree. Leng Shaofeng revealed his thoughts without reservation. Instantly, The atmosphere grew tense. Shida Chang and Wang Tao remained indifferent, detached from the matter, merely observing the unfolding drama. However, Xian Lin, consuming his cigarette deeply, appeared solemn and lost in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, Xian Lin discarded the few puffs he had taken, crushing the cigarette beneath his foot. Brother Leng, please elaborate on how this exchange would work. Xian Lin abruptly raised his head, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Leng Shaofeng's handsome face. In my heart, I couldn't help but exclaim, this lad is undeniably handsome. He must have a way with women. The method of exchange, however, does not rest with me, but rather depends on you, Brother Xian. Let me put it this way. Within my factory, whether it be the steel cables, the conveyor belts, or those substantial pieces of equipment, you may take whatever you need. How much equity could that procure for you? Cold Shaofeng languidly exhaled a puff of smoke, casting the question back to Xian Lin. Well, let me think. My mind is rather muddled at the moment. Xian Lin began, scratching his scalp, causing flakes of dandruff to cascade down like snow. His shoulders became a canvas of white. Cold Shaofeng did not rush him, leisurely enjoying his smoke, while the other two simply smoked as well, their ears perked up in anticipation. Brother Leng, this mine has not come to me easily. It is akin to my own child, and I truly cannot bear to part with it. After pondering for a while, Xian Lin sighed, yet his words trailed off, unspoken but laden with meaning. Cold Shaofeng, attuned to nuances, perceived an underlying sentiment. Brother Xian, have you perhaps misunderstood? Do you think I am attempting to seize your mine? Xian Lin was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Isn't that the case? Oh, it is my fault for not articulating clearly. Brother Xian, I have stated that I am solely interested in monetary gain. I harbor no interest in the operational or ownership rights of your coal mine. I merely wish to acquire a small stake to secure a modest fortune. After all, I am still unable to marry. The urgency weighs heavily on my heart, Cold Shaofeng hastened to clarify, infusing a touch of self-deprecation. However, the others conveniently overlooked the latter part of his statement. Is that so? In that case, we can negotiate. Xian Lin's expression brightened with surprise. It is said that a gentleman does not take away what others cherish. How could I rob you of your mine? Even if you were to gift it to me, I would not know how to manage it. Besides, I would prefer to recline and count my riches. Xian Lin glanced over the warehouse filled with equipment, his face once again ablaze with enthusiasm. His small eyes began to dart about. How about you take a 10% stake? He cautiously proposed. However, Cold Shaofeng did not even lift his eyelids in response. Chapter 61. 30%. In truth, Cold Shaofeng's heart was already in a state of fervent agreement. The opportunity to exchange a heap of scrap metal for a 10% stake in the Xian Village coal mine was a rare fortune, one that could not be found even with a lantern in the past life. It was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Yet, it was evident that this was far from Xian Lin's bottom line. Ha, merely jesting, Xian Lin remarked awkwardly, scratching his head once more, causing more flakes to tumble down. Cold Shaofeng found himself in a quandary, contemplating whether to acquiesce immediately, for this was a 10% stake in the Xian Village coal mine. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, stabilizing his thoughts while engaging in casual conversation with the other two. At that moment, Xian Lin finally ceased his scratching and, with determination, declared, Brother Leng, if you do not mind the modesty, I can offer you a maximum of 20% equity. Beyond that, our discussions must cease. Upon uttering these words, Xian Lin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The dilemma lies in the process. Once a decision is made, a sense of relief follows. Brother Xian, I have no objections to the 2% equity. However, I have not yet finished speaking. Did I not mention that I still have a little spare money? Here's the deal, Brother Xian. You have to pay an annual contract fee of 10,000 yuan, right? Allow me to cover that for you. This way, you can embark on your venture with a lighter load, 10,000 yuan each year, until you cease operations at the Xinjiang coal mine. I wonder how much equity that would amount to. Yet, Cold Shaofeng once again dropped a bombshell. Upon hearing this, jaws hit the floor. Shi Dachang and Wang Tao were equally thunderstruck. Xian Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, Cold, are you serious? Of course, more real than gold and silver. Waking up each day with a debt of 10,000 yuan is quite an unpleasant experience, and I can empathize. Brother Xian, look at how troubled you appear, with flakes of dandruff all over. Ah, no, this is natural. I have psoriasis, though it's not too severe. It just flakes off with a scratch. Xian Lin hastily explained, but soon found himself entangled in his thoughts again, casting furtive glances at cold Shaofeng. Do you truly have such confidence in my coal mine? Currently, I am operating at a loss. To be honest, you have hit the nail on the head. Every day, I am troubled by that 10,000 yuan hanging over my head like a mountain. Xian Lin still found it hard to believe. After all, it was 10,000 yuan, and yearly at that. Would this not mean acquiring a coal mine for free? Is it possible that a pie fell from the sky, landing squarely in my lap? I am not optimistic about the coal mine itself. Rather, I have faith in you as a person. I find you to possess considerable resolve. In such challenging circumstances, you still managed to secure the Xinjiang coal mine, which is no small feat. I believe Brother Xian will achieve even greater success in the future, and thus, I am willing to invest, cold Shaofeng stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xian Lin felt a surge of camaraderie. Throughout his life, no one had ever recognized him in such a way. He had risked everything to secure the coal mine, even to the extent of selling his possessions. Yet, his family did not support him. His wife often expressed her discontent, giving him the cold shoulder. Now, a stranger was placing such trust in him, and he was genuinely moved. It turned out he was indeed exceptional. I'm not as remarkable as you make me out to be. You flatter me too much. Brother, after your words, I feel as though I have stumbled upon a coal mine for free. Let us do this. I will offer you 50% equity in the Xinjiang coal mine. From now on, no matter how much profit the mine generates, you will receive half. Xian Lin spoke with conviction, but then added, however, brother, let me be clear. If it incurs losses, you won't receive a single cent. And you'll still have to cover the 10,000. No, Brother Xian, I cannot agree to such terms, cold Shaofeng interjected, raising his hand to halt Xian Lin's words. But cold this. I can't. Xian Lin's mind became muddled, and in his agitation, he spoke incoherently. He believed that Leng Shaofeng was not satisfied with a 50-50 split. No, Brother Xian, you are mistaken. I do not desire so much. 50% is excessive. For an annual contracting fee of 10,000, I offer you a 10% stake. Additionally, considering the share of the equipment, I only require a 30% stake. Furthermore, I shall not interfere in any affairs of the Xinjiang coal mine. All decisions will rest solely with you, Brother Xian. Upon the conclusion of Leng Shaofeng's words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The attendees had witnessed something unprecedented today, someone actually negotiating downwards. Could it be that there are individuals in this world who deem money excessive? Why is that? Xian Lin was utterly bewildered. The rationale was straightforward. 30% met my psychological expectations. As for the remaining 20%, let it serve as a token of friendship between us, shall we? It was not that Leng Shaofeng was unwilling to claim that 50%, but Xian Lin, though appearing harmless now, was notorious for his ruthlessness in the future. Leng Shaofeng was willing to forfeit 2% of profits to silence any future grievances from him. Should he later have a change of heart, Leng Shaofeng would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. Brother, you are doing me a tremendous favor. Though I do not comprehend why you hold such high regard for me, I am grateful for this kindness. In return, I shall diligently manage the Xinjiang coal mine, ensuring it becomes profitable and that you do not incur losses. Xian Lin firmly grasped Leng Shaofeng's hand, shaking it vigorously. His excitement was palpable. So, shall we finalize this arrangement? Leng Shaofeng inquired, with a hint of uncertainty. Yes. While we are gentlemen in this agreement, it would be prudent to have it documented. Conveniently, Brother Shi and Brother Wang are present to act as witnesses. As soon as Leng Shaofeng suggested this, Xian Lin immediately added, Brother Xian, your foresight is commendable. Written documentation leaves no room for regret. Brother Xian, when the Xinjiang coal mine flourishes, do not hold it against me if I benefit from it. Leng Shaofeng jested, preemptively guarding against future claims. Whether you take advantage of me remains to be seen. Regardless, I shamelessly benefit from this arrangement. Xian Lin chuckled in return. Now, I conveniently have paper and pen in my briefcase, along with sealing wax. Who will draft this document? Shi Dachong produced the supplies from his bag and presented them to the two. Well, I am not particularly skilled at this. I attended school for only 3 years. Perhaps Brother Leng should write it instead. Xian Lin scratched his head, pushing the paper and pen towards Leng Shaofeng. Very well, I shall take care of it. Brother Shi, Brother Wang, today's events, from their origin to the ultimate resolution, will be witnessed by both of you. Will you sign as witnesses afterward? I, Shi Dachong, willingly serve as a witness. I, Wang Tao, also willingly serve as a witness. The two responded in unison. Thank you both. I shall treat everyone to lamb soup this afternoon. Leng Shaofeng expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture, then accepted the paper and pen from Shi Dachang. Chapter 62. Sincerity. Leng Shaofeng surveyed his surroundings and found a flat surface on the conveyor belt, preparing to write. After a moment of contemplation, he deftly wielded his pen. The sound of ink flowing was like music to the ears. Though it was merely a simple document, he adhered to the formal structure of a contract. The intentions just established were meticulously articulated in a clear and comprehensive manner. He dedicated over 20 minutes to this task, producing 2 identical copies, which left his wrist sore from the exertion. His calligraphy, a blend of running script, was both robust and graceful. The moment he began to write, it drew gasps of admiration from the 3 bystanders. Upon completion, Shi Dachang snatched 1 copy, while Wang Tao claimed the other, leaving Xian Lin wide-eyed and anxious. Big brother Shi, old brother Wang, this was written for me. What do you mean by taking them? Xian Lin exclaimed. Be quiet. I will return it to you shortly. Shi Dachang retorted, turning back to admire the writing. Xian Lin was left speechless. There was no arguing with Shi Dachang, the leader of the Yanxi mine. While he remained merely a subordinate, this handwriting is truly a delight to behold. I must savor it for a moment, Shi Dachang remarked, nodding in appreciation. Not only is the script beautiful, but the content is also clear. This is essentially a complete contract, isn't it? Wang Tao, more discerning, expressed his astonishment, finding it hard to believe that such handwriting belonged to a young man. Leng Shaofeng chuckled and said, it is merely a trivial skill, nothing remarkable. He then added, all right. My brothers, let us not linger. It is noon, and we should have lunch. Let us sign these first, as I am treating today, concerned that time might slip away. He urged them. Yes, let us sign the documents first. However, there is no rush to eat. Leng Shaofeng, you have only prepared 2 copies. Enough for just the 2 of you. As witnesses, Wang and I also require our own copies, don't we, Brother Tao? Since Leng Shaofeng had addressed him as Brother Tao, Shi Dachang found the title appealing and echoed it. Indeed, it wouldn't he do without our copies. Otherwise, what kind of witnesses would we be? Wang Tao joined in the jest. Realizing their earnest desire for a copy, Leng Shaofeng understood there was no further debate. It would simply require a bit more effort. He retrieved his paper and pen once more, and with swift strokes, he penned 2 additional copies in a flurry of motion. Soon, signatures were affixed, and seals were pressed. With 4 copies to sign, the group engaged in a flurry of activity. At last, Shi Dachang distributed the signed contracts to each individual. Brother Long, your earlier decision was somewhat hasty. However, I cannot advise you, for that would disrupt the decorum. Alas, that fellow from Xinjiang has unexpectedly profited by several tens of thousands. Why have I not encountered such good fortune? Shi Dachang lamented as he continued to hand out the contracts. Indeed, such matters are best left untouched, as they are born of mutual consent. Wang Tao sighed as he took the paper in hand. Why do you speak so? Is the 30% stake in the Yanxi Coal Mine truly so insignificant? Humph. Your vision is far removed from that of Brother Long. Xian Lin, though somewhat disgruntled, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. While he could not predict the future, he felt he had struck a lucrative deal at present. You two have misunderstood. Nothing is more precious than willingness. To be able to hitch a ride on Brother Xian's coattails is quite favorable in my view. As I've said before, I hold Brother Xian in high regard and am eager to forge a friendship with him. Brother Leng Shaofeng chuckled as he accepted his share of the contract. Placing it into his bag, his heart now at ease. From this day forth, he held a 30% stake in the Yanxi Coal Mine. One could say he had become a man of means. Brother Long, I feel a tinge of envy. You seem to favor Xian Lin over us, Wang Tao remarked, his tone playful. Are you envious, Taoge? Shi Dachang chimed in. A tad, Wang Tao replied with a solemn nod. Brothers, how about I offer you both an opportunity? The contracts are ready. Shall I sign one with you? Upon saying this, Leng Shaofeng pretended to reach for paper and pen. If these two agreed, he would not hesitate. With the nation's market gradually opening up, coal prices were poised for a steep rise. They would soon discover the true value of that 30% stake. Haha. Brother Shaofeng, weren't you inviting us for a treat? My stomach is growling. Let us not waste time and set off now. Shi Dachang laughed, changing the subject. His Yanxi Coal Mine was already generating profits, and he was reluctant to part with any funds. Indeed, my stomach is rumbling as well. Since we are on Brother Leng's turf, We must treat him to a meal, Wang Tao chimed in eagerly. Though his Wangzhuang coal mine could not rival Shurgo, it could afford a decent meal. Fear not. Now that we are at the Yanxi Coal Mine, I assure you will not be disappointed. Let us have lamb soup. Leng Shaofeng declared with enthusiasm as he led the way. Brother Long, is it a bit lacking in generosity? Are we, the three mine managers, worth just a bowl of lamb soup? Shi Dachang jested as they walked. Indeed. How can the esteemed second owner of the Xinzhuang coal mine and the chief of Yanxi Coal Mine treat us with merely a bowl of lamb soup? Xian Lin chimed in, his spirits high and unburdened by debt. Wang Tao, being the eldest, exhibited a touch of maturity and refrained from joining the jesting. He simply followed into Shi Dachang's jeep. Brothers, this lamb soup restaurant is the epitome of my sincerity. I, Leng Shaofeng, am offering you my greatest treasure. Are you not satisfied? Leng Shaofeng spoke earnestly, appearing genuinely sincere. The others were not truly discontent. Their appetites had been piqued by Leng Shaofeng's words. Shi Dachang drove, with Leng Shaofeng in the passenger seat to guide him, while Xian Lin and Wang Tao occupied the back seat. I shall await your judgment. If it does not meet your expectations, As Shi Dachang drove, he spoke with assurance, expressing his utmost sincerity. However, he felt it necessary to give his companions a heads up. In that mutton soup restaurant lay his most cherished treasure, which they could admire from a distance, but should entertain no other thoughts. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, enjoying the suspense of the moment. Wang Tao, knowledgeable and perceptive, suddenly interjected, Brother Long, is it possible that the owner of this mutton soup restaurant is a woman? Leng Shaofeng turned to glance at Wang Tao, smiling without uttering a word. He had not expected Wang Tao, the eldest among them, to be the first to discern the underlying truth. It seemed that Wang Tao, too, was a man with stories to tell. The other two also grasped the implication, casting a meaningful glance at Leng Shaofeng, yet chose to remain silent. Chapter 63. Kinship. The jeep sped swiftly along the perimeter of the Yanxi Coal Mine, soon arriving at the unassuming Sisters Mutton Soup Restaurant. Shi Dachang parked the vehicle, gazing at the modest establishment. Sisters Mutton Soup Restaurant, he pronounced slowly, intrigued. Gentlemen, please, step inside. Once on his own turf, Leng Shaofeng greeted them warmly. At that moment, he felt a swell of joy mixed with a hint of excitement and anticipation. The three individuals before him were, after all, the most significant connections in his network, and he was determined to showcase his sincerity. In reflecting on how best to demonstrate his goodwill, he concluded that this quaint mutton soup restaurant was the ideal venue. Moreover, the mutton soup crafted by Li Hongqiang was indeed exceptional and worthy of admiration. Inside the small courtyard of the Sisters Mutton Soup Restaurant, there were not many patrons. The peak hour for savoring mutton soup was in the morning. While there was a steady stream of customers at noon, it paled in comparison to the morning rush. Li Hongqiang stood by the stove, having just seen off a group of customers, stirring the pot with a long ladle. Upon hearing the sound of the car brakes, she lifted her head to peer outside. Instantly, her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, quickly followed by a hint of confusion. Initially, she was unfamiliar with Leng Shaofeng, who had visited alone for mutton soup in the mornings. Later, as they became better acquainted, he continued to come alone, albeit in the evenings. This was the first time he brought company, and the individuals alighting from the vehicle exuded an extraordinary presence, clearly not of common status. Naturally, ordinary folks do not drive a jeep. For a moment, Li Hongqiang hesitated, contemplating how to greet Leng Shaofeng. After some thought, she resolved to adopt a standard hospitable demeanor, determined not to inconvenience him. Welcome, everyone. Please, step inside. Li Hongqiang greeted them gracefully, her smile radiating warmth. As they entered the small courtyard, the three men were immediately captivated by the woman before them. Her features were strikingly beautiful, her laughter enchanting. Despite her natural appearance, she possessed an irresistible allure. Clad in a white blouse adorned with blue floral patterns, cinched at the waist with a pristine blue apron, her hair simply tied back with a white handkerchief revealed her fair, lotus-like arms. The heat of the day, compounded by her proximity to the stove, caused a slight sheen of perspiration on her brow, with a stray lock of hair clinging to it, adding an extra touch of charm. The graceful and alluring figure exuded an enchanting charm as she walked, reminiscent of delicate willows swaying in the breeze, adding an air of uniqueness to her presence. She was indeed a woman of extraordinary caliber. Even the trio, seasoned and worldly as they were, found themselves utterly captivated. Who could have imagined that from such an unassuming little establishment, a woman of such exquisite beauty would emerge. It was simply astonishing. However, in the next moment, the actions of Leng Shaofeng left everyone in a state of shock. He stepped forward and gently tucked a strand of hair behind the woman's ear. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson, while her eyes sparkled with brilliance, shimmering like ripples on water. "No need for such formality among family," he said. "These three gentlemen are dear friends of mine, and I have brought them here today to savor your culinary delights. Please prepare half a kilogram of the finest lamb, accompanied by lamb offal, served in a large bowl, and prepare small bowls for us to share. Prepare 4 of your signature dishes. There's no need to be reserved. Thank you for your hard work, Hongjia." With that, Leng Shaofeng began to order as if he were the host. He then turned to the 3 gentlemen, still in a state of disbelief. "Gentlemen, this is a modest establishment. We cannot order indiscriminately. I apologize for any shortcomings, and I ask for your understanding. By the way, Hongjia, please prepare the finest wine. Today is a joyous occasion, and I wish to share a few drinks with my friends." Li Hongqiang bit her lip, her large, watery eyes nodding in response. She offered an apologetic smile to the trio before turning to the back room to fetch the dishes. Yet, at that moment, as she turned away, she could no longer suppress the tears that streamed down her cheeks. This was the first time Leng Shaofeng had revealed their relationship in front of others, and it was evident that he held these 3 men in high regard. What had prompted this seemingly bad man to suddenly become so enlightened? Yet he often caused her to weep. The phrase family was heart-wrenching. Li Hongqiang lifted her apron, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her stunning face breaking into a charming smile. A sense of happiness began to blossom within her heart. As Leng Shaofeng led the trio into the dining area, a graceful young lady approached them. It was Li Hongwei. She was carrying a stack of bowls and chopsticks, clearly busy with preparations. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng, a sweet smile lit up her face, and she hurried towards him. When she reached him, she chirped a couple of sounds before finally calling out, "Brother." However, upon noticing the 3 gentlemen who followed closely behind him, she realized they were part of the gathering. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback, but then offered them a shy smile. Leng Shaofeng gently ruffled the little girl's hair. "Go on and attend to your tasks. I have brought friends for dinner." Li Hongwei obediently nodded and skipped away, unaware that the 3 men were once again left in astonishment. The lively and adorable little girl bore a striking resemblance to the beautiful woman from earlier, clearly indicating they were sisters. Though still youthful, with an innocent face and an unformed figure, it was evident that she was destined to become a stunning beauty. Alas, she was mute. In the main room, 3 tables were already filled with guests. Leng Shaofeng glanced to his left and right, noting the absence of people in the east room, and promptly led his companions inside. The 4 of them gathered around a small dining table, settling in closely. As soon as they sat down, X and Lin eagerly broke the silence. "Leng brother, is this your romantic interest?" Leng Shaofeng shot Xi and Lin a disapproving look. "Do you not know how to speak? That's quite ungracious. This is my confidant. And Xi and brother, do wipe the drool from your mouth. Just look at yourself. You hardly resemble a mine manager. Perhaps you should take a page from Brother Shi and Brother Wang." Turning to Shi Dachong and Wang Tao, Leng Shaofeng discovered both were also wiping their mouths. "Fine, let us pretend I never said that." With a thud, Leng Shaofeng rapped the table, exasperated. All right, just look. But do not let your imaginations run wild." Wang Tao, being older and more composed, was the first to respond. "Leng brother, quite impressive. A hidden gem indeed." Wang Tao smirked, winking at Leng Shaofeng. "Indeed, Shaofeng brother, you have truly broadened our horizons." Shi Dachong chimed in, readily agreeing. "PFF, if it's a romantic interest, then so be it. No need for fancy terms like confidant. It's all the same, really." Xi and Lin interjected, a hint of jealousy in his voice. "Brothers, to be honest, this is my first time bringing someone here. This humble establishment may lack grandeur, and I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Nevertheless, I assure you this is my utmost sincerity. In my eyes, this little place surpasses any grand banquet hall. However, please refrain from gossiping. Women are sensitive." Leng Shaofeng spoke earnestly. "Shaofeng brother, we understand. Your sincerity is palpable." Shi Dachong nodded repeatedly. "Without a doubt, Leng brother's intentions are commendable. In contrast, we come empty-handed, which seems rather impolite." Wang Tao remarked, reflecting on their approach. "Ah, you must drink a few more cups later. Clearly, you are here to show off." Xi and Lin teased relentlessly. Chapter 64. The beauty toasts. Just moments ago, The woman who appeared before him seemed to open a gateway to a new realm. Yet, before he could appreciate the scenery beyond, Leng Shaofeng's casual gesture shattered that door. His heart raced, feeling an acute pang of longing. He would willingly exchange a significant share of Yanxi Coal Mine for a chance with such a woman. Alas, well then, it's my first gathering with you all. Though my tolerance for alcohol is lacking, I shall bravely accompany my gentlemen, Leng Shaofeng declared with exuberance. Excellent. Let us drink to our heart's content. No retreat until we are inebriated. The others cheered in unison. As laughter subsided, all eyes turned to Leng Shaofeng. Before we drink, Leng brother, do enlighten us about your connection with that lady. How did you meet? What has transpired between you over the years? We must have every detail. Especially concerning certain events. There shall be no ellipses. Come now, brother, confess honestly. Shi Dachong inquired with a mischievous gleam in his eye, throwing a barrage of questions. Indeed, a detailed account is essential. One must be candid. Xian Lin joined the commotion. Wang Tao, while dispersing smoke, echoed the sentiment, remarking on the spirited nature of the young lady, proclaiming that the young man possesses a discerning eye. Wang Tao himself was smoking a huazi. Leng Shaofeng even speculated whether huazi cigarettes were a standard accessory for this group of coal magnates. Brother Tao, how did you discern she is a young lady? Xian Lin inquired with curiosity, only to receive a significant eye roll from Wang Tao in return. Not comprehending, are you? Wang Tao languidly exhaled a smoke ring, offering no explanation, merely smiling at Xian Lin. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Xian Lin quickly retorted, You, old Wang, have taken on an air. If you don't wish to speak, then so be it. Brother Tao, do enlighten us. I am equally eager to know, chimed in Shi Dachong, whose interest had been piqued. This matter is rather elusive. It is something to be felt rather than articulated. Wang Tao was not being cryptic. He relied on intuition, guided by his personal insight. Well then, do share how you arrived at this conclusion, Xian Lin insisted, unwilling to let the matter drop. Leng Shaofeng leisurely puffed on his cigarette, amused by their banter. First and foremost, the essence of a young lady is maturity, a perfectly balanced maturity. For instance, that young girl we just saw resembles an unripe green apple, quite immature. Upon hearing this, Shi Dachong and Xian Lin nodded in agreement. Compared to Li Hongwei and her sister Li Hongqiang, the latter appeared exceedingly youthful, unmistakably so. Conversely, the young ladies exude the essence of ripe peaches, juicy and sweet. Their flavors delectable and refreshing. Having traversed the vicissitudes of life, their expressions radiate a natural femininity. The more a woman is cherished by a man, the more pronounced her femininity becomes. For example, the proprietress, radiantly lovely, is a testament to the nurturing she has received from our brother Leng. As the conversation progressed, the focus inevitably shifted back to Leng Shaofeng. He chuckled resignedly, fully aware he could not evade this line of inquiry. While Wang Tao's observations held merit, the true allure of Li Hongqiang was beyond mere words. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance. Li Hongqiang approached gracefully, carrying a tray adorned with a teapot and teacups. With each step, she moved with an enchanting grace that was ineffably captivating. Following her, Li Hongwei carried a thermos, trailing behind her sister. Gazing at Li Hongqiang, Xian Lin suddenly gained a deeper understanding of the femininity Wang Tao had described. Instantly, the group fell silent, unable to resist casting their gazes toward the approaching woman. Ladies and gentlemen, our humble establishment may be lacking in sophistication, and I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Please enjoy some tea. The dishes will be ready shortly. Perhaps overhearing their earlier conversation, Li Hongqiang's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Leng Shaofeng took the teapot from Li Hongqiang and began pouring tea for everyone. I am here. You may attend to your duties. Li Hongqiang nodded and smiled at the group before turning to leave with her sister. Though she departed, the discourse remained centered on her. Brother Leng, how did you manage to win the heart of such an exquisite woman? You must impart your wisdom. Shilin approached Leng Shaofeng with genuine humility to seek his guidance. However, in his heart, Leng Shaofeng scoffed, thinking that it should be the other way around. After all, Shilin was the true expert in this domain. Cough, cough. What is there to teach? When fate beckons, people naturally come together. Besides, we are sincerely in love. It is not a mere game, he asserted with solemn conviction. This declaration, however, earned him the collective disdain of his three tablemates. Sighing, he remarked, Well, this conversation is going nowhere. Here, let us first enjoy some tea. Just to be clear, do not complain about the quality of the leaves. When I manage to procure some fine tea, I will treat you all. As he lifted his teacup, he felt it necessary to give everyone a gentle warning. The fragrance of jasmine is quite delightful, Wang Tao remarked after taking a sip, offering his praise. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng turned to Shilin and suggested, "Did you not wish to learn? Go to Brother Tao. Have you not noticed? Brother Tao is quite the expert in these matters. He has likely charmed numerous young women." Shilin pondered this lightly, and an epiphany dawned upon him. He promptly redirected his focus toward Wang Tao, insisting that he impart his wisdom. Wang Tao, feeling the pressure, reluctantly acquiesced. The two leaned in closer, whispering earnestly, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. One spoke with fervor, while the other listened intently, clearly captivated. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng was attending to Shida Chong with tea. "Brother, are you not curious about their conversation?" In truth, Shida Chong was quite intrigued, yet seeing Leng Shaofeng's composure, he chose to feign indifference. What could they possibly discuss? It is merely the same old tale of men and women. Moreover, some women possess a charm that surpasses the multitude, Leng Shaofeng replied nonchalantly, his words leaving Shida Chong speechless. After all, it was easy to speak when one was not in the thick of things. Within 10 minutes, Li Hongqiang began to serve the dishes. The offerings were rather simple, with the only substantial item being the pig's head meat, which Leng Shaofeng recognized as having been purchased from outside. There was a large platter of fried peanuts, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a plate of cucumber salad. Most importantly, a large bowl of milky lamb soup adorned with green onions and cilantro sat in the center of the table, looking incredibly appetizing. Additionally, there were 2 bottles of Luzhou Laojiao, which could be considered fine liquor in this era. As Leng Shaofeng filled everyone's glasses and raised a toast, he was abruptly halted by Shilin. "No, I must drink the first cup to the toast from the proprietress." The others naturally chimed in with agreement. Leng Shaofeng turned his gaze toward Li Hongqiang, silently inquiring about her thoughts. While friends were important, if his woman was unwilling, all else was moot. However, Li Hongqiang was not one to shy away. She lifted Leng Shaofeng's cup and addressed the 3 men. "Gentlemen, your presence brings me great joy. Therefore, I raise my glass to you, wishing you prosperous businesses and abundant wealth." Being a shopkeeper, she effortlessly delivered her well-wishing words. After speaking, she did not hesitate, gently clinking glasses with everyone before downing the contents of her cup in one swift motion. With a cup of wine consumed, the previously fair complexion transformed into a rosy hue, appearing quite endearing. Come, let us drink." The beautiful women raised their glasses, prompting Shidachong and the others to follow suit, each downing their drinks without hesitation. Chapter 65. Intoxication. The meal was one of joy and conviviality. The dishes few but delightful, particularly the mutton soup, which garnered unanimous praise from all. When it came time to drink, Leng Shaofeng became the target of collective attention. The other 3, without exception, insisted he imbibe, leaving him no choice but to comply. Their persuasive words, varied and elaborate, made refusal nearly impossible. Even more relentless was Xian Lin, who declared, "Drink or not, I've already raised my glass in your honor. If you refuse, I shall summon your sister-in-law to drink in your stead." With that, she feigned rising from her seat, reluctant to have Li Hongqiang drink. Leng Shaofeng pinched his nose and downed the drink. After 2 bottles, nearly half had found its way into his stomach. Just as he began to feel relieved that the drinking was over, Shidachong stepped out. A minute later, he returned with 2 bottles of Maodai. "Fortunately, I had 2 bottles prepared in the car. Otherwise, our revelry would be incomplete," Shidachong announced, preparing to uncork the Maodai. "Brother Shi, we can't do this. I can't drink your liquor. Please put it away," Leng Shaofeng protested, realizing the predicament he was in, his tongue heavy with drink. "Come on, Brother Shi. Let us keep going. Today, we must drink him under the table." Xian Lin chimed in, clattering her chopsticks in encouragement. Soon enough, both bottles of Maodai were opened, releasing a rich aroma of liquor that filled the air. The atmosphere grew even more vibrant as glasses clinked and laughter erupted. As the drinking continued, Leng Shaofeng lost all recollection of how much he consumed. Ultimately, the group polished off both bottles of Maodai, and his memories began to blur. In the end, all he could recall was succumbing to inebriation. He vaguely remembered feeling an unsettling churn in his stomach, leading him to expel the contents violently. Afterward, he drifted off into a deep slumber. Amidst his hazy dreams, he felt a refreshing coolness enveloping him, as if someone were gently cleansing his body and changing him into fresh attire. He sensed the delicate touch of a woman's hands, the softness of her fingertips providing a soothing massage to his temples, which felt utterly delightful. Leng Shaofeng grasped the woman's hand, pressing it against his cheek, reluctant to let go. Just as he assumed it was Li Hongqiang, he felt someone lifting his feet, removing his shoes and socks. His feet were then immersed in a basin of warm water, as someone assisted in washing them. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng's mind began to falter. How can there be two Hongqians? No, one must be an impostor. How dare someone impersonate my Hongqian? This shall not go unpunished. Resolving to uncover the truth, he seized the small hand at his forehead and pulled it into his embrace. Then, his memory began to fade into oblivion, and once again, he experienced fragmented recollections. In a state of confusion, Leng Shaofeng was roused from his slumber, only to succumb to sleep once more. When he awakened again, it was the parched sensation in his throat that jolted him awake, as if it were a flame. The moonlight, akin to flowing water, cascaded through the window, bathing the wooden bed in its silvery glow. The woman resting upon the bed was deeply asleep, her brow slightly furrowed, suggesting a visage of exhaustion. By her silhouette alone, Leng Shaofeng discerned that it was Li Hongqiang. Her cheeks were flushed and radiant, clearly indicating her fatigue. Rising from the bed, Leng Shaofeng approached the table. He gulped down half a pot of cool tea in one go, feeling revitalized thereafter. Standing still for a moment, he attempted to recollect more memories, but, finding himself at an impasse, he reluctantly gave up. He returned to his bed, seeking the embrace of sleep once more. Unbeknownst to him, the events of the day had left Li Hongwei profoundly shaken. It was the first time she had encountered a man inebriated. It was exceedingly challenging. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to the three guests, the sisters closed the door, dedicating themselves to the care of the intoxicated Leng Shaofeng. He seemed to be ensnared in a nightmare, occasionally emitting exclamations or murmurs. To her astonishment, this brother, whom Li Hongwei regarded as immensely powerful, was reduced to tears. Some of his utterances were too hushed for outsiders to discern. Even Li Hongqiang struggled to make them out. However, Li Hongwei was able to glean some understanding from the movements of his lips. Regrettably, it was merely disjointed fragments, devoid of coherent sentences, offering little more insight. The most frequently uttered words from Leng Shaofeng were "I'm sorry," repeated incessantly. A woman's name, Jing, also surfaced amidst a cascade of apologies, as did the name of his sister alongside her own. Li Hongwei's heart raced with exhilaration, overwhelmed by a sense of urgency. After Leng Shaofeng had soiled himself in his drunkenness, the sisters hurriedly set about cleaning him up. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, the two frail women found it exceedingly arduous to tend to a drunken man. Yet, the inebriated man was far from compliant. Li Hongwei felt her face flush, unable to entertain further thoughts. Eventually, her sister, Li Hongqiang, ushered her out, remaining by the man's side to care for him. After what felt like an eternity, her weary sister finally returned to her own quarters. Having already endured considerable fatigue, Li Hongwei soon drifted into a sweet slumber, sleeping soundly through the thunderstorm. The advantages of her deafness were vividly apparent at that moment. She could hear nothing at all. Li Hongwei slept soundly until dawn, until Li Hongqiang urged her to rise swiftly and assist with the guests. Hastily, she sprang from her bed, glancing around for Leng Shaofeng, and upon finding him absent, she let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. The intoxicated man had finally departed. Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart felt inexplicably hollow. Chapter 66. The election. As Li Hongwei rose from her slumber, Leng Shaofeng was immersed in the training room of the security department, drenched in perspiration. The effects of yesterday's hangover had long since dissipated. Any residual alcohol had been expelled alongside the sweat. At this moment, having just finished a round of striking the sandbag, his blood was surging with vitality as he reveled in the intensity of his workout. Seizing the opportunity while his body was fully engaged, Leng Shaofeng pressed on, delivering a couple more powerful punches. However, before he could complete the final strike, someone entered the training room. Out of the corner of his eye, Leng Shaofeng recognized the newcomer. It was Yao Shengli, a rather rare visitor. To describe him, Yao Shengli was somewhat slight of build, fair-skinned, and always impeccably groomed, with a hairstyle that gleamed with meticulous care, traits that betrayed a certain vanity. Yet, his lack of physical prowess was evident. He would likely struggle against even a woman in a confrontation. For instance, Wang Mingjie could effortlessly overpower him. Approaching Leng Shaofeng, Yao Shengli remained silent, merely observing the latter's training until he completed a round of punches. Then, he eagerly approached, bowing slightly as he offered a cigarette. However, having just finished exercising, Leng Shaofeng had no desire to indulge. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to smoking more refined Huazi cigarettes, while Yao Shengli's choice was a cheaper brand, Hongmei, which did not appeal to him. Leng Shaofeng waved his hand to decline. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Just say it, he inquired directly. Brother Feng, I'm about to join the second shift, starting in the afternoon. I heard from a colleague that you were here, so I came looking for you. I was hoping to learn a few moves from you, if that's all right. Yao Shengli replied. Taken aback, Leng Shaofeng raised an eyebrow. What is this? This isn't like you. Training could ruin your hairstyle. Yao Shengli was notorious for his obsession with his appearance, spending countless hours perfecting his hair. A fact well known among the security personnel. Well, I'll be careful. I just want to become stronger, Brother Feng, Yao Shengli insisted, fidgeting with his hair as he spoke with determination. Leng Shaofeng could only shake his head in disbelief, wondering if Yao Shengli was jesting. What is going on? Is there something troubling you? Not anything too serious, but I recently started dating a girl, and she thinks I'm not strong enough, Yao Shengli confessed, somewhat bashfully. Wang Mingjie? Leng Shaofeng countered, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Brother Feng, you know her? Yao Shengli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, I've heard. If it's Wang Mingjie, you're lacking in physique. I doubt you could even lift her, he mused, scrutinizing Yao Shengli with a thoughtful expression. Who could argue with that? She doesn't even bother to lose weight, and yet criticizes me for not being able to lift her, claiming I'm not strong enough. Yao Shengli trailed off, suddenly silent. Leng Shaofeng, uninterested in Yao Shengli's trivial woes, felt it was only courteous to acknowledge his presence, especially since they were colleagues. Besides, he had yet to practice any foundational skills that day. Come, follow me. To master the arts, one must first endure hardship. With that, Leng Shaofeng donned his short shirt and led Yao Shengli towards the dilapidated factory. Upon their arrival, Leng guided him to the two imposing columns, each tethered with a long, coarse hemp rope. Once again, Leng shed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, which left Yao Shengli momentarily envious. Unperturbed by Yao's gaze, Leng focused solely on his practice. He wound the ropes tightly around his arms and began his regimen. With sheer determination, he thrust his arms vigorously, producing a series of sharp cracks as the ropes snapped taut. The sound resonated throughout the desolate factory, echoing the rhythmic slaps. Yao Shengli stood transfixed, his mouth agape. For half an hour, Leng continued this exercise, while Yao swallowed his saliva in awe. Finally, Leng untangled the ropes from his arms and tossed them to Yao. Now, you give it a try? Start with 100 swings, increasing each day. When you can effortlessly manage 1,000 like I do, your arms will be well on their way to strength. As he spoke, he began to wrap the ropes around Yao's arms. Faced with the bindings, Yao's complexion turned pale. With a slight nod from Leng, Yao mustered all his strength and swung the rope. It barely quivered, failing to produce a sound, let alone snap taut. Leng remained silent. Yao persisted, attempting over 10 times, yet the rope only swayed back and forth, stubbornly refusing to crack. After numerous failures, Yao declared he would not attempt it again. He loosened the ropes, rubbing his sore arms and grimacing in discomfort. If you wish to train, come here regularly and practice. Once you can manage 1,000 swings, I'll teach you the next steps. By then, even without my guidance, you will have significantly strengthened your physique. Leng gathered the ropes and set them beside the column. Perhaps I should take my leave, Brother Feng, Yao said with a nervous chuckle. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to. He turned to exit. Leng, unsure of the situation, nodded, content that Yao had recognized the challenge ahead. Oh, and Brother Feng, I have a small favor to ask. Yao paused mid-step. What is it? Speak, Leng inquired directly. With the upcoming election for team captain, both Feng Chong and I have registered. I hope you can lend your support to me when the time comes. As he spoke, Yao produced a pack of cigarettes from his bag and pressed it into Leng's hand, not waiting for a response before he hurried away. Staring at the pack of Dakiamen, Leng suddenly grasped the underlying motive behind Yao's request. Could it be that his primary aim was not the election after all? What a roundabout way to go about it. Glancing at the pack in his hand, Leng found it suddenly less appealing. It is imperative to procure 2 boxes of fine cigarettes from the coal magnates. Feeling the sticky discomfort upon his skin, Leng Shaofeng promptly resolved to take a shower. The bathhouse was still bustling with patrons. a throng of dark-clad individuals indulging in their ablutions, coinciding with the shift change of the miners. Leng Shaofeng hurriedly took a shower, cleansing himself of the sweat that clung to him. Upon exiting the bathhouse, he emerged as a pristine and handsome young man. He made his way directly to the north gate, where he found the sentry with still Shaosong. Leng, you're here. You carry on. I'll make a phone call. After exchanging pleasantries with Shaosong, Leng Shaofeng entered the guardhouse. He had memorized Shida Chang's phone number long ago, after dialing it once. It had become second nature. He dialed Shida Chang's number, but after several minutes, no one answered. A sense of dread washed over him. After all, Shida Chang had been driving yesterday and had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He hoped nothing untoward had occurred. Chapter 67. Preparations for construction concern gnawed at Leng Shaofeng, prompting him to rummage through his bag for contact information. Soon, he unearthed the scrap of paper that his uncle, Leng Guangping, had given him. He first dialed Xian Lin's number. This time, the call was swiftly answered. Hello, who is this? On the other end, Xian Lin's voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Brother Xian. It's me, Leng Shaofeng. Oh, Shaofeng. I was just thinking about how to get in touch with you, and here you are calling. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Upon hearing Leng Shaofeng's voice, the tone from the other side warmed considerably. Indeed, alcohol serves as a potent medium for bridging relationships. Nothing serious, really. I overindulged yesterday and lost track of time. I have no recollection of when you all left. I sincerely apologize. Come on, brother, no need for that. I didn't expect you to hold your liquor so well yesterday. It took the three of us to finally bring you down. Ha ha ha. Quite the experience, wasn't it? Xian Lin's voice carried a note of mischievous glee. Indeed, I shall never drink like that again. I felt miserable all night, vomiting repeatedly. By the way, I called to check on you all. I recall that brother Sure was driving, and he drank quite a bit. Is he all right on the way back? Leng Shaofeng inquired with concern. Don't even mention it. I dare not ride in Sure Dachang's car again. He drove it into a ditch yesterday. My forehead is still throbbing. Fortunately, he was driving slowly, and the ditch wasn't too deep, nor was there any water. Otherwise, you might not have heard from me today. What about the others? Are they unharmed? To his dismay, Leng Shaofeng's fears were confirmed. Drunk driving is indeed perilous. Thankfully, Brother Wang just sustained a minor bump. That scoundrel Sure Dachang emerged unscathed, buckled in his seatbelt. Xian Lin lamented over the phone. That is a relief. Upon hearing that they were all safe, Leng Shaofeng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. By the way, Shaofeng, I plan to procure a load of steel wire today. Is that all right? Xian Lin cautiously probed. Certainly, there is no issue. We have already signed a contract. Whatever you desire, take it all without hesitation. Leng Shaofeng provided a decidedly affirmative response. Ha, my brother. How generous. This time, I shall only procure some uncomplicated equipment that requires no maintenance. Those requiring upkeep will need your assistance, my friend. Xian Lin was in high spirits, feeling that his decision was remarkably astute. He was poised to reap substantial rewards this time. Very well, when you come over, just inform me of the equipment you need, and I will prioritize its maintenance. All right, brother, I shall prepare the truck immediately. See you shortly. See you soon. After hanging up, Leng Shaofeng did not rush to depart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone once more and dialed out. Hello, is this the construction team? I am looking for Zhang Donglai. That's me. Is this Brother Shaofeng? What can I do for you? Zhang, I have a significant project I would like to entrust to your team. That's splendid. We are not afraid of large tasks, only of having no work at all. Lately, we have been idle, working intermittently and earning only a meager wage. Being the team leader has become quite burdensome. Zhang Donglai lamented. The mining construction team could not secure external jobs and was relegated to minor repairs within the mine. With frequent holidays, managing the team had become increasingly challenging. Very well, Zhang, I will head over to your construction team immediately. Perhaps I should come to you? Zhang Donglai suggested, somewhat embarrassed. No need, Zhang. Given your mobility issues, I will swiftly ride my motorcycle and arrive shortly. Leng Shaofeng ended the call, exited, and hopped onto his motorcycle, heading straight to the construction team. As he passed by a dilapidated factory, he noticed some activity inside and stopped to take a look. To his surprise, he found 3 individuals diligently working, none other than his brothers, Leng Shaoyang, Tian Feng, and Yang Junlin. Truly, they were as dedicated as he, if not more so. Choosing not to disturb them, Leng Shaofeng continued on to the construction team. The headquarters of the construction team was situated in a rather obscure location. Certainly not a prime spot. However, for the speed of a motorcycle, it was but a blink away. Under the shade of a tree at the entrance of the construction team stood two individuals. One was naturally Zhang Donglai. Upon seeing the other, Leng Shaofeng shivered involuntarily, feeling a sharp pain coursing through him, particularly in his ears. It was none other than his mother, Li Suyun. As expected, before Leng Shaofeng could even steady his motorcycle, Li Suyun approached him quickly and pinched his ear. "Mom, be gentle, it hurts." "Ah, ouch." Regardless of whether it was genuine pain or not, Leng Shaofeng instinctively cried out in distress. After all, it was customary to express discomfort. Li Suyun eased her grip slightly. "So, you think you've grown wings, do you? Always away from home. Do you still see me as your mother?" "Mom, I miss you dearly. However, I have been exceedingly busy these past few days." "Did brother not inform you? I am now the head of the material recycling station, and each day brings a multitude of responsibilities awaiting my attention." Cold Shaofeng grinned and said, "Humph, ungrateful child. I'll let you off this time. Your brother informed me that you have become quite remarkable, whether you are impressive or not. You are still my son, so remember that." Li Suyun released her grip, yet her words remained relentless. "Mother, I understand perfectly. You can rest easy." Cold Shaofeng rubbed his ear and turned to Zhang Donglai. "Brother Zhang, let us go. I'll take you to the site." He glanced back at Li Suyun. "Mother, I have matters to discuss with brother Zhang, so I'm off." "Got it." Li Suyun responded irritably. Cold Shaofeng mounted his motorcycle, with Zhang Donglai riding pillion. With a twist of the throttle, they sped towards the northern gate, coming to a halt in a vast open area. Cold Shaofeng pointed to the expansive land and spoke to Zhang Donglai. "Brother Zhang, this entire area now belongs to me." As he uttered these words, a sense of ambition surged within him. This was the genesis of his career, yet far from its conclusion. He, Cold Shaofeng, would soar to great heights from here. There will be moments of breaking through the waves. I shall hoist my sails towards the vast ocean. His journey would be among the stars and seas, beneath the boundless sky, and amidst the tumultuous waves of this era. "Brother Shaofeng, I heard from Aunt that your enterprise has taken off. Truly, a person can change remarkably in just 3 days. I am genuinely happy for you," Zhang Donglai said, his face radiating sincere joy. "Brother Zhang, right here in this open space, I plan to construct 2 factories, one for coal washing and another for new building materials. Additionally, near the northern gate, I will build a 3-story office building." Cold Shaofeng gestured toward the land as he elaborated. Zhang Donglai felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, this was significant work. "Will you be constructing a 3-story building as well?" he inquired, somewhat uncertain. "What? Is your construction team incapable of building it? In that case, I shall have to find someone else," Cold Shaofeng remarked, furrowing his brow. Chapter 68. Preparing for the factory. To be frank, it would be best to entrust these tasks to the construction team. After all, one should not let fertile waters flow to outsiders. However, if the construction team lacked the capability, that would be a different matter. "No, it's no problem. It's just that I haven't built a 3-story structure in a while. Hearing about it makes my hands itch," Zhang Donglai chuckled, reassuring Cold Shaofeng. Finally, Cold Shaofeng felt relieved. After all, it was merely a 3-story building, not overly complex. However, if it truly proved too difficult, he would have to settle for a 2-story structure. Fortunately, Zhang Donglai's construction team leader was no novice. "Brother Shaofeng, what exactly do these coal washing and new building materials factories look like? I've never seen them before. You must clarify it for me." Zhang Donglai posed his question. "I will give you a general overview, and later I will draw up some blueprints for you." "Ah, Brother Shaofeng, you can draw blueprints?" Zhang Donglai inquired with astonishment. The question posed left Leng Shaofeng somewhat bewildered. Was it truly so difficult to draw a diagram? However, upon reflection, he realized there was indeed a degree of complexity involved. At the age of 20, in his original timeline, his skills were primarily confined to fighting and basketball, with a decent proficiency in playing poker, particularly in the 2-player version of Do Di Zhu. That was manageable. He had witnessed his uncle's artistic endeavors and had indeed learned a bit from him. Fortunately, Leng Shaofeng's mind was quick to adapt. Internally, he offered an apology to his uncle, Leng Guanping. "I'm sorry, uncle, but you'll have to bear this burden." "Oh, no wonder Shaofeng has made such progress," Zhang Donglai remarked with a hint of admiration. "Once you have the blueprints, do share them with me." There were preliminary tasks that could be undertaken immediately, such as solidifying the ground and preparing materials like cement, sand, stones, and bricks. Oh, we could start by establishing a brick factory, essentially a new materials plant. This way, I won't have to purchase bricks from others. The bricks I intend to produce will far surpass the quality of standard red bricks, Leng Shaofeng declared, gesturing towards a particular area. All right then. Let us prioritize the brick factory, Zhang Donglai agreed without hesitation. Following this, Leng Shaofeng guided Zhang Donglai across the vacant land, indicating where construction should take place, how deep various pits should be dug, and what additional elements were necessary. Their discussion, albeit simple, lasted over 10 minutes. Zhang Donglai nodded in agreement, finding that even as a professional in construction, he was gaining valuable insights, realizing that building could be approached in such innovative ways. Zhang Donglai couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. How did this young man possess such extensive knowledge? It seemed almost more professional than his own expertise. The truth was, it was not merely a matter of professionalism, but rather a question of exposure. In an age of information explosion, Leng Shaofeng had traveled extensively and acquired a wealth of experience. By introducing concepts from the future, he offered a refreshing perspective, even managing to baffle Zhang Donglai, who was already somewhat bewildered by his own limitations. After Leng Shaofeng concluded his explanation, Zhang Donglai posed a few additional questions for clarification, which were answered succinctly. All right, Shaofeng. I now have a clearer understanding. When shall we commence? Zhang Donglai inquired, hitting upon a crucial point. Time was of the essence. The sooner they began, the better. The earlier we start production, the sooner we can generate profit, Leng Shaofeng replied decisively. Furthermore, he was still reliant on the labor quota from the mine. You think those scraps of metal come without cost? No, they were exchanged for. Very well, I will begin preparing the land today and transport the cement and stones, Zhang Donglai stated, pausing momentarily. However, the cement and sand will require a financial investment. He hesitated, knowing that while he could manage small expenses, the considerable quantities needed would necessitate a purchase, which, of course, involved spending money. I have funds available, Leng Shaofeng quickly interjected. Here, take these 5,000 yuan for initial expenses. Once you've utilized it, come back for more. With that, he opened his backpack and retrieved a stack of bills. Zhang Donglai inadvertently cast a glance, and his heart began to race tumultuously. Goodness, there were at least 2 bundles of cash within. It seemed that Brother Shaofeng had indeed struck it rich, carrying such a substantial amount of money with him. Zhang Donglai took the 5,000 yuan without counting it and directly stowed it in his pocket. At that moment, the sound of a horn echoed from the dirt road nearby. Leng Shaofeng turned to look, and a cloud of dust announced the arrival of a truck racing towards the northern gate of the mine. Judging by the time, it must be Yanxi Lin. Brother Zhang, that truck is likely here for me. Let us hop on and leave. All right. With the matter here nearly settled, Zhang Donglai mounted the motorcycle's rear seat. Upon reaching the northern gate, the truck arrived simultaneously. This time, Leng Shaofeng did not wear a helmet. The heat was simply intolerable. From the truck, Yanxi Lin immediately spotted Leng Shaofeng. As the truck came to a halt, Yanxi Lin leaped out of the passenger seat. Shaofeng, my apologies for the wait. Yanxi Lin assumed that Leng Shaofeng had been specifically waiting for him, cheerfully waving in greeting. Let me introduce you, Brother Zhang. This is Yanxi Lin, the mine manager of Yanxi Coal Mine. He then turned to Zhang Donglai. Brother Zhang, this is my fellow townsman and the leader of our construction team, Zhang Donglai. Hello, hello. Greetings, greetings. The two parties exchanged warm handshakes. Brother Yanxi, if there is anything that needs repairing at your mine, or if you require construction of any buildings, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Zhang Donglai offered. I assure you of professionalism and quality. Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but make a sales pitch, a habit ingrained from past experiences. Many business opportunities arise inadvertently. With determination, success can be achieved anywhere. Absolutely, I will certainly keep that in mind. I indeed have plans for expanding the factory and was wondering whom to approach. Yanxi Lin nodded eagerly. However, in the next 2 to 3 months, Brother Zhang and his team may be quite busy. I intend to construct a factory on this expanse of land. He gestured towards the vast area nearby. Ah, impressive. In just a few days, you're planning to build such a large facility. I'm not in a rush. It's merely an idea I've recently entertained. Once all the equipment is operational, I believe it will be about the right time, Yanxi Lin remarked, genuinely impressed. Though he was relatively young, it was evident that this individual possessed significant financial prowess. All right, you both continue with your tasks. I must take my leave now, Yanxi Lin said. Observing that the other party had matters to attend to, Zhang Donglai turned to bid farewell. Brother Zhang, take care. I want to see you off. Not a problem. It's just a few steps away. With that, Zhang Donglai departed, leaving Leng Shaofeng and Xian Lin to tend to their respective duties. Xian Lin made his way to the dilapidated factory, confidently pointing out areas for work, and soon the sound of labor filled the air. During this time, he introduced Leng Shaoyang to Xian Lin. Leng Shaoyang simply nodded with a smile, not even extending a hand, and returned to his own tasks. Xian Lin noted the stark contrast between Leng Shaoyang and his brother, Leng Shaofeng. Such individuals, he mused, were not worth his concern. Only when Xian Lin filled the truck's compartment to the brim did he reluctantly come to a halt, his face blooming with joy. The exhilarating sensation of casually pointing and loading without spending a dime was simply delightful, an addictive pleasure. Chapter 69, Delivering Flowers Beside Him. Leng Shaofeng watched the scene unfold with amusement. At that moment, Xian Lin appeared inexplicably endearing in Leng Shaofeng's eyes. He was oblivious to the cost incurred for this heap of scrap metal. Of course, by the time he realized it, it would be too late. Brother Shaofeng, I'll take this load for now. Let me know when you've repaired the equipment. Good things must be prioritized for our Yanxi Coal Mine. Xian Lin instructed before departing, emphasizing the word our. Leng Shaofeng echoed the word with equal emphasis. They exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter, sharing a sense of camaraderie and mutual admiration. Brother, with this equipment, I can finally put food on the table. Wait for my good news. I'll strive to make the coal mine profitable so you can reap the rewards, Xian Lin promised solemnly. Well, I eagerly anticipate that day. However, remember, money is but a trivial matter. Don't exhaust yourself in pursuit of it. That would be counterproductive, Leng Shaofeng advised earnestly. Xian Lin felt a surge of emotion. Good brother, no need for words. I understand. I'm off now, no need to see me out. We are family. With that, he turned and walked away. Yet, Leng Shaofeng insisted on seeing him to the northern gate. As he watched the truck disappear in a cloud of dust, Leng Shaofeng lit a cigarette, lost in thought. This vehicle seemed to carry his hopes, and from it, his dreams would take flight. The smoke spiraled into the breeze as he withdrew his gaze from the departing truck. Surveying the expanse before him, the vast empty land, the dilapidated factory rooftops in the distance, and the slag hills beyond. Finally, Leng Shaofeng lifted his head to gaze at the sky. The azure heavens were adorned with fluffy white clouds. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, stirring his youthful heart. The midday sun beat down upon his youthful visage. Suddenly, a radiant smile graced his handsome face, bright and sunny. Feeling the surge of vitality within him, Leng Shaofeng tossed the cigarette but into the nearby stream. In the next moment, he spread his arms wide, embracing the world with unrestrained joy. How wonderful it would be to live like this again. Despite his exuberance, the merciless midday sun was relentless. In the span of a cigarette, he was drenched in sweat. As he turned to leave, his gaze fell upon the empty land, and he suddenly froze. He had overlooked the lush greenery covering the ground, blooming with clusters of flowers, some red, some pink, some purple, crimson as fire, delicate as blush, and mysterious as violet. Such is the resplendent bloom of the rose. A plethora of roses graced the ground, an exquisite spectacle. Cold Shaofeng strolled over, bending down to gently caress the petals. He plucked a single flower, bringing it to his nose to inhale its refined fragrance. The elegant aroma permeated his senses, leaving him somewhat entranced. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, one that he could no longer suppress. He bent lower, beginning to gather the blossoms. He collected a few of each hue, stacking them together in his hands. Before long, a stunning bouquet of roses emerged, predominantly in shades of pink and purple, with splashes of red interspersed. Gazing at the bouquet in his hands, Cold Shaofeng smiled. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he paused, resuming his flower gathering. Soon, another smaller bouquet appeared, this one primarily red and purple, accented with pink. He bound the two bouquets together with some nearby foxtail grass. Only then did Cold Shaofeng stride towards the mine, mounting his motorcycle and speeding towards the east gate. One hand cradled the two bouquets while the other expertly controlled the motorcycle, not hindering its pace in the slightest. In no time, he arrived at the entrance of the Sister Yangsup house. After slightly tousling his disheveled hair, he disembarked. With his hands clasped behind his back, he crossed the threshold of the establishment. At that moment, there were few patrons and Li Hongqiang was busy settling accounts. As Cold Shaofeng stepped into the courtyard, Li Hongqiang glanced up at him but offered no acknowledgement. After dispatching 2 customers, she continued her work, not sparing him a second glance. Cold Shaofeng chuckled softly. Li Hongqiang was clearly in a sulky mood. That morning, she had pinched him quite harshly, though the reasons remained unsaid. However, Cold Shaofeng could surmise that it likely stemmed from some incident after last night's revelry. Yet, the issue, while present, was not insurmountable. He edged closer until he stood directly in front of Li Hongqiang. She looked up, giving him a fierce glare, still refusing to speak. He pondered what he could have done to offend her so gravely. Would a bouquet suffice to mend the rift? Doubt began to creep in. What exactly had transpired the previous evening to provoke such a reaction from Li Hongqiang? It was indeed a rare occurrence. But with an arrow drawn, it must be released. Problems must be addressed promptly to prevent them from festering. After all, a minor issue could escalate into a major one, while significant troubles could be minimized. When it came to appeasing women, Cold Shaofeng was undoubtedly seasoned. For you. A bouquet of fresh flowers suddenly materialized before Li Hongqiang. Startled, she gasped, covering her mouth with her small hand. Is this for me? The woman gazed incredulously at the flowers before her, and then inquired, Indeed, it seems I have angered you. However, I cannot recall what transpired yesterday. Yet, if I have upset Sister Hong, it undoubtedly reflects my own shortcomings. This bouquet serves both as an apology and a declaration of my sentiments. Do you not perceive? These are roses. The moment I beheld them, thoughts of you and Xiao Wei flooded my mind. I adore these flowers, their beauty akin to my affection for you. Hence, I gathered them specifically for you, hoping they might brighten your spirits. Sister Hong, please accept them. Leng Shaofeng extended the bouquet further towards her. Upon encountering the exquisite blooms, Li Hongqiang felt she had never before seen such beauty. The stern expression she had attempted to maintain dissipated entirely, and the remnants of her annoyance vanished without a trace. She nodded fervently, tears glistening in her eyes as she accepted the flowers. Speech eluded her, her exhilaration rendering her unable to articulate her feelings. Overwhelmed, she cast aside all reservations and plunged into Leng Shaofeng's embrace. A smile graced Leng Shaofeng's face. Evidently, the flowers had been well received. Shaofeng, thank you, Li Hongqiang said, for she was, after all, a woman of restraint, quickly withdrawing from his arms. She gazed at the flowers in her hands, delight illuminating her features. If I falter in any way in the future, you must tell me rather than harbor resentment. Do you understand? Leng Shaofeng playfully pinched Li Hongqiang's petite nose. At this moment, you have indeed erred slightly. Li Hongqiang took a small step back and looked around cautiously. Fortunately, no one seemed to be paying attention. Normally, guests in the main hall could see them, but Li Hongwei stood at the doorway, shielding them from view. This little girl was becoming increasingly considerate, aware of when to shield her sister. As for making a fool of herself in front of her sister, Li Hongqiang was no longer concerned. Especially since yesterday had been far more embarrassing. What have I done wrong? Please tell me, and I shall amend it. Leng Shaofeng felt a sudden surge of anxiety. That is, you are too good to me, making it increasingly difficult for me to part from you. Li Hongqiang gazed at him, her feelings laid bare. What should have been the most sincere and profound words struck Leng Shaofeng's heart with a jolt. His eyes locked onto Li Hongqiang's lovely face, his voice trembling slightly. You are contemplating leaving me? This notion was unbearable for Leng Shaofeng. As in his previous life, she had vanished from his existence without a trace. Could it be that this nightmare would repeat itself? Oh, no, I have never thought of leaving you. It is merely that my affection for you grows stronger, and I fear you might no longer want me. As long as you do not disdain me, I shall remain by your side. If you do not abandon me, I shall never depart. With her cheeks flushed, Li Hongqiang uttered these words and, feeling bashful, turned and ran into the room, casting a playful glare at her sister. Moments ago, my conversation with Leng Shaofeng was undoubtedly deciphered by my younger sister. The little girl stuck out her tongue, playfully making a face at me. This adorable expression fortuitously caught Leng Shaofeng's eye. Almost forgetting, he still had a bouquet to present. Approaching Li Hongwei, he smiled as he offered the flowers. Xiao Wei, these are for you. The delight on her face was unmistakable, her hands gesturing excitedly. However, her exuberance caused her to gesture too rapidly for Leng Shaofeng to comprehend. Thank you, Gidge. Fortunately, Li Hongwei recognized the situation, accepting the flowers while attempting to inquire. As she spoke, she lowered her head and leaned closer to Leng Shaofeng. He understood her intentions, unable to suppress a chuckle, and gently ruffled her hair. This small interaction had become a silent agreement between them. The little girl squinted her eyes, beaming with joy, before turning and darting into the inner room. Leng Shaofeng shook his head with a wry smile, watching her go. "Where's the landlady? Time to settle the bill." At that moment, another patron finished their meal and stepped out to pay. "Coming." Li Hongqiang's voice echoed from within, prompting her swift emergence. Not wishing to linger in the courtyard amidst the comings and goings of patrons, Leng Shaofeng turned and entered the inner room. Inside, Li Hongwei was busy arranging her bouquet in a jar, carefully adding half a jar of water. Beside her, another jar held the flowers she had just received from Li Hongqiang. The little girl aligned the two jars side by side, standing next to them with her head tilted and hands behind her back, eagerly awaiting Leng Shaofeng's praise. The slightly worn windowsill, dappled with light, framed the girl and the flowers, creating a scene reminiscent of a beautiful oil painting. The beauty of this tableau was simply intoxicating. Leng Shaofeng gave her a thumbs up, and instantly, her charming face lit up like a blossoming flower. "Shaofeng, what would you like for lunch? I'll make it for you." Just then, Li Hongqiang returned to the room after settling the bill. "Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you make." Leng Shaofeng was not picky, understanding that in these times of scarcity, having food was a blessing. "Then just wait here." Li Hongqiang smiled softly, turning to her sister with a series of gestures before heading out to prepare the meal. Although there was mutton soup readily available, Li Hongqiang would not serve it to Leng Shaofeng again at noon. Even the most delectable soup could become tiresome if consumed too often. They themselves also prepared a couple of simple dishes to accompany their bread or flatbreads. The little girl followed her sister outside. After a brief moment, she returned with a basin of clean water, placing it on the stand and scrubbing her face vigorously. This action was clear to Leng Shaofeng. However, he decided to tease the little girl. He leaned his handsome face towards the basin, mimicking her scrubbing gesture, and then held his face still, playfully gesturing towards Li Hongwei. Li Hongwei's delicate face instantly flushed a brilliant red. However, she did not shy away. Instead, she approached hesitantly, her pristine little hand dipping into the basin, scooping up a handful of water. Astonishingly, she began to wash Leng Shaofeng's face. This left Leng Shaofeng momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that the young girl would stomp her foot and run away, overwhelmed by shyness. Yet, reality took an unexpected turn. The girl truly took action. Despite his thick skin, Leng Shaofeng found himself momentarily taken aback before closing his eyes, surrendering to the experience. The cool water felt refreshing, while her soft, white hand, radiating a hint of warmth, caressed his face, evoking an unexpectedly pleasant sensation. In all his years, this was the first time a woman, other than his mother, had washed his face. Initially, the girl was somewhat inexperienced. After a couple of attempts, she released her grip. But as she continued, her movements grew more fluid and earnest. Leng Shaofeng's heart was a tumultuous mix of emotions, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. He found himself tempted to lift his head. He hesitated, for though the girl's form had yet to mature, she exhibited a trace of her sister's captivating charm. This was not merely splashing water. It was an enticing provocation of a mature man's desires. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Leng Shaofeng took a step back, shaking his face, sending droplets flying as he liberated himself from her grasp. He shot her a reproachful glance and playfully pinched her little nose. "Is this deliberate? Are you truly washing my face?" The girl, with a teasing smile adorning her fair cheeks, turned her head with a haughty tilt, casting a sidelong glance at the ceiling. Leng Shaofeng could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, astonished to find himself outmaneuvered by a mere child. Seeing his exasperated expression, the girl was unwilling to relent. She leaned forward, mimicking a scrubbing motion in the water, and playfully beckoned him with her lips. This gesture was all too familiar. He had just performed the same action moments earlier. Now, the young girl returned it with a hint of defiance. Was she intent on fanning the flames of this playful fire? Leng Shaofeng found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Moving forward could lead to an abyss of complexity. Retreating, however, seemed a mere illusion of tranquility. Just then, the girl, noticing his hesitation, shook her head once more and shot him a challenging look, clearly conveying the message. Come on, if you dare. How could he endure such provocation? Gazing at her exquisitely tender face, brimming with youthful vitality, Leng Shaofeng could no longer contain himself. Was it possible for a grown man to be bested by a little girl? Resolving to follow his instincts, he thought, What's the worst that could happen? It's just a face wash. I can always have her wash it again. With a fond pat on Li Hongwei's little head, he reached out, effortlessly seizing her, applying a gentle but firm pressure that soon had her face submerged in the basin. Splash, splash. He began to gently splash water to cleanse her face. The cool water cascaded over her fair complexion, and unbeknownst to her, a delicate blush emerged, rendering her cheeks slightly warm. Li Hongwei's face, much like her sister's, was petite. Leng Shaofeng's large hand effortlessly enveloped her entire visage, as he swept from top to bottom, facilitating the cleansing process. His movements were tender, the splashes of water caressing her delicate features, reminiscent of the softness of a freshly peeled boiled egg, yielding and supple. After several attentive washes, he deemed the task complete. The young girl lifted her face, droplets clinging to her rosy cheeks, dampening a strand of her hair that lay against her forehead. Akin to a blooming lotus emerging from the water, exuding a unique charm. Leng Shaofeng found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. Observing this expression on his face, the young girl could not help but smile with satisfaction. Turning to fetch a towel, she first dabbed her own face before extending it to Leng Shaofeng. This time, he refrained from any mischief, accepting the towel with humility and drying his face. The towel, imbued with the subtle fragrances of the two sisters, wafted pleasantly into his nostrils. Leng Shaofeng shook his head, dismissing any distracting thoughts. The room gradually fell into a tranquil silence, and conversation ceased. He settled at a small table, idly perusing the characters penned by Li Hongwei. Although the script bore a childlike quality, it was characterized by an unwavering diligence, each stroke meticulously crafted, clear, and coherent. Leng Shaofeng nodded in approval. At that moment, Li Hongwei took a seat beside him, her youthful fragrance enveloping him. Witnessing his satisfaction filled her heart with a sweetness surpassing that of honey. She grasped a steel pen, the very one gifted to her by Leng Shaofeng, and gestured towards him, mimicking the act of writing. Leng Shaofeng understood her intent. She wished for him to write. Over the past few days, she had been practicing his calligraphy. After a brief contemplation, a phrase uttered by Li Hongqiang echoed in his mind. "If you do not forsake me, I shall not depart." How could he, Leng Shaofeng, ever let her go? This train of thought inspired a poem that seemed fitting. In the next moment, he began to write. Elegant cursive flowing onto the paper. Life is like flowers on the path. When the wind rises, where does it go? If you would cherish and care, even in the mud, you surpass adornment. This was a poignant reflection of a woman burdened by fate, mirroring Li Hongqiang's own truth. In his past life, he had offered her but a modicum of security and unfulfilled promises. This unfortunate woman had devoted her entire heart to him, revealing all her beauty. Those unrealized promises became the shackles of his existence and his ultimate obsession. Perhaps it was this very obsession that granted Leng Shaofeng the chance to relive his life. In this lifetime, he vowed to rectify all his past shortcomings. He resolved to protect her throughout her life, allowing this flower, blooming amidst the wilderness, to flourish in solitude, untouched by time. Meanwhile, the young girl furrowed her brow as she observed the elegant script. She recognized the individual characters, yet when strung together, their meaning eluded her, though she intuitively sensed that it was a profoundly beautiful poem. Moreover, it must be a gift for her sister. Li Hongwei picked up the fountain pen and began to connect the strokes meticulously. However, Leng Shaofeng's thoughts drifted far away, as if traversing through time and space. It was not until Li Hongqiang entered with 2 large platters of food that his reverie was interrupted. After placing the dishes on the table, Li Hongqiang gestured animatedly towards her younger sister. The little girl obediently nodded in response. "Shaofeng, let Xiaowei accompany you for dinner first. I shall eat later, as I have several guests yet to finish their meals." With that, Li Hongqiang turned and departed, as another customer called out for the proprietor. One platter held stir-fried green beans adorned with vibrant red chilies, overflowing with color, while another featured tangy and spicy shredded potatoes, cut uniformly and accompanied by red and green peppers, presenting a delightful visual appeal. Leng Shaofeng, feeling no hesitation, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The taste was exquisite, sour and spicy, perfectly aligned with his palate. At least half of the dishes found their way into Leng Shaofeng's stomach, along with 4 pieces of baked bread. In fact, he consumed more than both sisters combined. Once Leng Shaofeng finished his meal, the little girl also set down her chopsticks. He glanced at the time and realized it was still early. The sun outside blazed fiercely, and he was reluctant to venture out into its harsh rays. Instead, he chose to assist the little girl with her writing in the small room. To correct her posture, he had to guide her hand on hand. However, he soon discovered that the more he tried to teach her, the more crooked her writing became, even worse than her usual attempts. He pondered the perplexity of the situation, concluding that perhaps he was not cut out to be a teacher. After spending some time alone with the little girl, Leng Shaofeng could no longer tolerate the distraction. The little girl was not focused on her writing. Instead, she was causing mischief. One moment, she would poke him with her braided hair, and the next, her tiny feet clad in new sandals would give him playful kicks, even casting flirtatious glances his way. Leng Shaofeng noticed that without Li Hongqiang's supervision, the little girl exhibited a mischievous side, quite contrary to her usual obedient demeanor. He even began to question whether Li Hongqiang was aware of this aspect of her sister. Despite his memories from a past life, Leng Shaofeng had not discerned this trait before, particularly when they were alone together. She seemed emboldened, daring to experiment and provoke him. Upon realizing that Leng Shaofeng would not lose his temper with her, she grew increasingly audacious, almost as if she sought to tease him. This left Leng Shaofeng feeling somewhat exasperated. In a fit of frustration, he decided to step outside. Unable to confront her antics, he opted for retreat. Observing Leng Shaofeng's hasty exit, Li Hongwei clenched her little fists, her delicate nose wrinkling as she let out a soft huff. Then, she composed herself, returning to her usual charming demeanor, and resumed her earnest writing. She was diligently transcribing the poem that Leng Shaofeng had taught her that day. Just as the little girl immersed herself in the joy of writing, another figure entered the room, Li Hongqiang. Witnessing her sister's obedient and diligent behavior filled Li Hongqiang with a sense of pride. It was then that she noticed the poem written by Leng Shaofeng. The delicate poem is refreshingly elegant, yet imbued with a lingering sentimentality, compelling one to read it repeatedly. As she read, her gaze fell upon the bouquet of roses on the windowsill. Gradually, Li Hongqi became entranced. Unbeknownst to her, a stream of tears began to flow gently down her cheeks. Chapter 72. Praise for Han Bin. After Leng Shaofeng stepped out, he swiftly rode his motorcycle back to the dormitory. Upon entering, he discovered that Han Bin was also present. Han Bin was sprawled on his bed, sketching and jotting notes in a notebook, with neatly categorized stacks of treasury bonds occupying a third of the bed's surface. Hearing the door, Han Bin looked up, and upon seeing Leng Shaofeng, he sprang up with delight. "Brother Feng, you've finally come." His tone was filled with surprise and a hint of reproach. Leng Shaofeng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Recently, he had been returning to the dormitory less and less. "What is the matter? Can I come?" he retorted, not feeling the need to indulge like he would for the adorable Li Hongwei. "Of course you can come. This dormitory originally belonged to you, Brother Feng," Han Bin replied, a statement not devoid of truth, as it was indeed Leng Shaofeng's space, with Han Bin joining later on. "Why aren't you at work?" Leng Shaofeng suddenly recalled. "Brother Feng, ever since you left the security department, you really don't pay attention to its matters anymore." "This week it's my turn for night shifts," Han Bin explained. "Oh, I see. I completely forgot about the rotation. You're not staying up too late, are you?" "I see you've been busy with the treasury bonds," Leng Shaofeng inquired with concern. "No worries. You know, if I have nothing to do at night, I can always find a spot to rest a bit." Han Bin chuckled without reservation. "How much have you collected from the treasury bonds?" Leng Shaofeng asked as he reclined on his bed, pulling a cigarette from his bag. "Brother Feng, can I have one?" Han Bin, who hadn't bummed a smoke in days, was clearly craving it, despite having his own supply. There's simply no joy in smoking one's own compared to another's. Leng Shaofeng casually tossed him a cigarette. The two lit up and began smoking. However, Leng Shaofeng suddenly felt that his own cigarette was lacking in appeal, while Han Bin continued to find joy in the taste of Leng Shaofeng's brand. "Looks like I need to quickly go to Sherdachong for a smoke," he mused, blaming the coal bosses for their extravagant habits that led him from indulgence to frugality. After finishing a cigarette, Han Bin retrieved his small notebook from the bed and handed it to Leng Shaofeng. A brief glance revealed that Han Bin had meticulously recorded every detail. Who, when, how much, and even the locations of each transaction were noted with precision. As Leng Shaofeng continued to flip through the pages, he reached the final entry. The total amount, 3,850 yuan. Impressive, impressive. Such results within just 2 days are truly remarkable," he remarked, returning the notebook to Han Bin. "It's evident that you're putting in great effort. Keep it up," Cold Shaofeng casually complimented. Yet Hanbin found it particularly gratifying, causing several of his small pimples to erupt in excitement. Brother Feng, rest assured. Many people have learned that I am collecting treasury bonds these past few days, and some have even approached me for inquiries, Hanbin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Cold Shaofeng pondered for a moment before responding. That is still insufficient. We need to gather much more. Moreover, you should let the word out that this is the first batch and that it involves cash transactions. When the second batch is collected, it will have to be on credit. Cold Shaofeng was preparing for the future while also enticing those potential clients. Furthermore, if collecting treasury bonds consumed a significant amount of cash, it would indeed impose a considerable burden on Cold Shaofeng. Once the initial move is made and the reputation is established, subsequent collections could be on credit. Utilizing others' funds to generate profit is the true essence of financial success. A reality Cold Shaofeng was well aware of. All right, I will proceed as Brother Feng suggests and will spread the word immediately. Hehe. I anticipate that many will rush to find me upon hearing this. Hanbin quickly grasped Cold Shaofeng's intentions and was pleased with the idea. Brother Feng, should we set a deadline for the first batch? Hanbin cautiously inquired. Upon hearing this, Cold Shaofeng's eyes sparkled with delight, recognizing the young man's cleverness. Indeed, let us tentatively set a week for the first phase. After 1 week, we shall only accept credit, Cold Shaofeng decisively announced. Hanbin nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Brother Feng is magnificent. Brother Feng is formidable. He could not help but flatter. Get lost. Don't try to pull that Yao Shengli nonsense on me, Cold Shaofeng scolded, playfully kicking Hanbin. Suddenly, he recalled the matter regarding Yao Shengli's candidacy. How is the election for the captain's position progressing? Cold Shaofeng inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, as this was about finding a successor. The official voting starts tomorrow. However, Feng Chong and Yao Shengli are both desperately trying to rally support. As for who will prevail, that remains uncertain. Honestly, I am not too concerned about it. Hanbin paused momentarily before recalling something. Oh right, the section chief mentioned that all security personnel must report by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to participate in the election. Additionally, the section chief specifically advised that it would be best if Brother Feng could attend. After listening, Cold Shaofeng contemplated briefly. Considering the advantageous title of security captain, he deemed it necessary to maintain that relationship. At least with the honor of being captain, he would not face undue difficulties from the security department. I suppose I should attend. After all, I still hold the title of captain. That's wonderful, Brother Feng. In truth, among all candidates, you are the most suited for the position of security captain. Others are merely pretenders, Hanbin remarked dismissively. Aren't they all the same? Cold Shaofeng chuckled lightly. How can it be the same? Brother Feng, you can take on 10 at once. Who could possibly engage in brawls all day? Exhaling a plume of smoke, he suddenly realized that since his rebirth, he had yet to engage in a single fight. He had only sparred with Shunzi. For someone like Cold Shaofeng, who used to brawl every few days, this was indeed quite astonishing. The wisps of smoke were stirred by the ceiling fan above, swirling in the air. Observing the fan's blades whirling, Cold Shaofeng recalled that there was no fan in Li Hongqiang's room. Conversely, each of the 3 main rooms had a ceiling fan installed, intended for guests enjoying lamb soup. Ironically, she had not deemed it necessary to install one in her own chamber. In this day and age, a fan cost roughly 100 yuan, nearly equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages of an average worker. Higher-end models were even more expensive. Most households could scarcely afford such luxuries, let alone air conditioning. This was the unique trade of the era. Industrial goods were generally overpriced and strictly regulated. Previously, even purchasing basic items like a bicycle required a ration ticket. Thankfully, such restrictions had been abolished. With this thought, Cold Shaofeng extinguished his cigarette, sprang up from the bed, and prepared to leave. Chapter 73. The Mix-Up. Brother Feng, are you leaving? Hanbin observed Cold Shaofeng's movements and surmised his intentions. Well, you have night duty later. You should try to get some rest. I won't disturb you. As he spoke, Cold Shaofeng had already opened the door and stepped out. Hanbin watched Cold Shaofeng's retreating figure, muttering to himself, I said you don't need sleep, yet you still find such a poor excuse. I envy Brother Feng. I wonder which beauty he is going out to meet. A surge of envy and jealousy washed over him. As Cold Shaofeng rode past the cadre building, he instinctively glanced up at a certain window on the 3rd floor. The window was wide open, its 2 panels parted and secured. The last time they had played cards, he and Jing had agreed. If someone was home, Only one window would be open. If no one was home and she missed him, both windows would be open. The sight of both windows ajar was a clear message from Su Jing. At that moment, both windows were indeed wide open. Cold Shaofeng could not help but hit the brakes, pausing briefly to make a decision. There was no rush to purchase items. But how could he miss an appointment with a fair lady? He twisted the throttle of his motorcycle and sped off once more. Arriving at the motorcycle shed outside the east gate, he parked his bike and swiftly made his way back, striding with purpose, taking 2 steps at a time. In no time, he reached the 3rd floor of the cadre building. Facing the security door, Cold Shaofeng took a couple of deep breaths to calm his racing heart. It wasn't the short walk that exhausted him, but the sheer excitement he felt. After all, he had spent the past few days engrossed in work and making money. And it had been 3 days since he last saw Su Jing. According to the saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. In his case, it felt as if 9 years had passed since their last meeting. Thus, Leng Shaofeng felt a blend of anticipation and excitement. Once his heart calmed, he raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock. Knock, 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 knock. Each sequence consisted of 3 long knocks followed by a short one, with intervals of 3 seconds between each set, repeated thrice. This was the agreed-upon knocking pattern between Leng Shaofeng and Su Jing from their last meeting. The moment he completed the first round of knocking, he heard footsteps scurrying within the room. However, there was no response from inside. Leng Shaofeng had no choice but to persist, adhering to the rules he had set, even if it brought him to the brink of tears. After patiently completing the 3 rounds of knocks, before he could retract his hand, the tightly shut door suddenly swung open, revealing Su Jing's tall figure and her radiant smile. Clad in a knee-length, beige nightgown with a fluffy ponytail, she appeared bright and youthful. Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but smile as well. Neither spoke. Their eyes met in a silent exchange, igniting an invisible spark in the air, confirming with a glance that she was indeed the one he sought. He slipped inside like a nimble loach, remembering to close the door behind him. In the next moment, he opened his arms, ready for a bear hug. Yet, to his surprise, Su Jing darted back, evading him. "What are you up to, you naughty rascal?" She pouted, glaring at him with playful reproach. Oh, she was being a bit haughty. Leng Shaofeng understood this was her way of expressing mild displeasure. Women truly are fascinating creatures. Neglect them for just a few days, and they become restless. It had only been a few days since he last educated her, and already she seemed to crave a lesson. Today, he was determined to set her straight. "Of course I want." Leng Shaofeng seemingly answered the previous question, though it was ambiguous. Su Jing paused, finding his response peculiar. However, she was no blank slate. She had already imbued herself with a touch of color. After a moment of contemplation, she quickly grasped Leng Shaofeng's implication. Instantly, her cheeks flushed, and she lunged at him with playful ferocity. "You naughty rascal. You shameless fool. I'll scratch you to death. I'll bite you to death." Leng Shaofeng, startled, dodged repeatedly, but not entirely. Just enough for Su Jing to touch him, yet before she could firmly grasp, he slipped away again. Thus began their playful tussle, transitioning from the living room to the bedroom, and eventually to the bed. Finally, Su Jing, exhausted, lay still on the bed. "Come on, continue," Leng Shaofeng taunted. Su Jing, utterly worn out, could not muster the energy to respond, even to spare him a glance. Although their playful banter had been delightful, the outcome was undeniably tiring. "I can't take it anymore. Stop it," she murmured, seemingly lost in thought. "Still want to bite me?" Leng Shaofeng asked with a mischievous grin. "No, I won't bite anymore." Su Jing shook her head, having recognized her folly and accepted her punishment, vowing never to repeat it. "I'll give you another chance to organize your thoughts," Leng Shaofeng insisted, playfully threatening her. "Bite." Su Jing gently bit her crimson lip and cast a sidelong glance at Leng Shaofeng. Yet, she obediently restructured her words once more. Having been subdued, she naturally transformed into a charming and docile companion. "Well, that's much better." Leng Shaofeng nodded in satisfaction. He then rose from the bed to arrange his attire, which had become disheveled from their earlier playful tussle. The situation was so outrageous that no one would believe it if recounted. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jing also tidied her garments, as her nightgown had indeed been slightly disordered from their spirited frolic. The bond between them had grown considerably closer. After a thorough tidying up, they both returned to their original states. Leng Shaofeng thoughtfully prepared a glass of warm water for Su Jing, ensuring she replenished her fluids. He himself consumed 2 large cups to restore his hydration, as they had both perspired profusely. Once Su Jing finished her large glass of water, she felt revitalized. This sensation was delightful. They exchanged a smile, their tender affections unspoken yet palpable. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Leng Shaofeng was taken aback, momentarily dazed as the scene felt eerily familiar. In his previous life, he had been cornered in his home by Lu Lijuan, who had returned early from work. On that occasion, he had leapt out of the window to escape from the third floor. Although he had emerged unscathed, he had been thoroughly frightened and refrained from visiting Su Jing for several days. Little did he expect that in this lifetime, he would find himself facing a similar predicament. Hastily, he approached the window, flung it open, and peered outside, ready to leap at the first opportunity. "What are you doing?" Su Jing noticed something was amiss with Leng Shaofeng and quickly inquired. "Your mother is here. I must jump out the window to flee." With no one below at that moment, Leng Shaofeng had already begun to lift his leg. Suddenly, Su Jing erupted into a fit of laughter, her melodious giggles ringing out. She laughed so heartily that she nearly doubled over. Leng Shaofeng was initially taken aback, but then realized that the sound was not from the bedroom door, but from the security door. Since the security door was ringing, it indicated that the visitor lacked a key, hence it could not be Lu Lijuan. In his previous life, it had been Lu Lijuan who knocked on Su Jing's bedroom door, leaving Leng Shaofeng with no choice but to escape through the window. Since it was not Lu Lijuan returning, he was instantly unafraid. It was merely an amusing misunderstanding, a trivial matter. Chapter 74. The Spectator's Silly. I've invited friends over today. It's quite dull to stay home all day, so I had arranged for my female classmates to come by. Who would have thought you'd show up today after several days of absence? Ah, I see. The knocking persisted. Who could it be? Leng Shaofeng pondered his next course of action. It's Yang Qian, Sun Mi, Li Qiaoling, and Wang Mingjie. However, Su Jing began to worry. If they see you here, it won't be good. Upon realizing who it was, Leng Shaofeng's fear dissipated. They were all acquaintances, former classmates from middle school. Yang Qian excelled in her studies and gained admission to a normal secondary vocational school. She is now teaching in Yanxi Town. Sun Mi's father holds the position of president at the agricultural bank, where she is currently employed at the local branch near the mine. Li Qiaoling and Wang Mingjie work at auxiliary units associated with the mine. As Leng Shaofeng passed by the coffee table in the living room, he noticed a large watermelon resting upon it, accompanied by an assortment of snacks such as sunflower seeds. It appeared that everything had been meticulously prepared in advance. Knock, knock, knock. Su Jing, are you home? The sound of knocking was accompanied by the enthusiastic voice of a girl, which was quite loud. Leng Shaofeng recognized it as Li Qiaoling's voice. In disbelief, Su Jing watched as Leng Shaofeng approached the door and swiftly opened the security door. Four young women stood outside, some petite, others statuesque, some with striking figures, and others with robust physiques. At the forefront was the spirited Li Qiaoling, followed in order by Yang Qian, Sun Mi, and Wang Mingjie. Why did you arrive so late? As soon as the door opened, Leng Shaofeng took the initiative to voice his complaint. Ah, Leng Shaofeng, you're here too? Li Qiaoling exclaimed, startled by his presence. Is it only you who can visit the class leader? I am also entitled to come. Humph, the class leader belongs to us all. Su Jing, known for her academic prowess and whose father is the mine manager, naturally assumed the role of class leader. Didn't I hear Su Jing invite you? Li Qiaoling entered, cradling a large watermelon, her expression puzzled. You bought a watermelon too? I already have one. Leng Shaofeng casually took the watermelon from her and placed it on the coffee table, side by side with the one already there. The two watermelons, both of considerable size, were nearly identical in dimensions. Meanwhile, Su Jing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Leng Shaofeng's back. How did the watermelon her father bought become his? Was this not a subtle way of him taking advantage of her? Nevertheless, she had already lost out on that front, so she shrugged it off. We had no idea you had purchased one. This watermelon is so heavy. Had I known, I wouldn't have bought it. I'm exhausted from carrying it all the way here, Li Qiaoling exclaimed, shaking her arms in exasperation. At this moment, Su Jing promptly invited everyone to take a seat. You always show off, insisting on carrying the watermelon yourself when you could have asked for help. Wang Mingjie placed a bag of peaches on the coffee table as well. I was worried your watermelon might crush the one we brought, Li Qiaoling remarked, casting a glance at Wang Mingjie's two large watermelons, then looking down at her own. Feeling a surge of annoyance. Qiaoling, are you trying to get us in trouble? There are boys present, Yang Qian quickly admonished, pinching Li Qiaoling to quiet her. Li Qiaoling, with her unfiltered words, might blurt out something inappropriate. Hee hee. Sunmi, having set down her sunflower seeds, covered her mouth and giggled. What watermelon? Wang Mengjie. Where did you hide your watermelon? Let me see where you're concealing it. Leng Shaofeng chimed in, feigning ignorance. Instantly, the living room erupted in laughter from the girls, their mirth echoing throughout the space. Even Wang Mengjie couldn't help but join in the laughter, feeling a bit embarrassed. Two melons trembled slightly. Su Jing cast a deep glance at Leng Shaofeng. This fellow is truly adept at feigning. From the moment he entered until now, he has maintained his facade impeccably, without revealing a single flaw. The jesting moments earlier could easily lead one to believe he was an innocent young man. Eventually, the laughter of the girls subsided. Oh dear. Class leader, why did you invite him? Now we girls have no way to chat, Li Xiaoling complained, clutching her belly from laughing. For some unknown reason, Li Xiaoling did not want Leng Shaofeng to stay. Everyone present was aware that Leng Shaofeng had once proposed to Su Jing, only to be rejected. Subsequently, there had been rumors of discord between their families. However, one could not disregard the presence of a lone man amidst a gathering of women. I merely happened to encounter him and asked a question. Who knew he would take it seriously? Su Jing could only fabricate a story, casting a glare at Leng Shaofeng. He, however, paid her no mind. He began searching for a watermelon knife to slice the fruit. I am here to serve the people, without a gentleman by my side. I cannot trust you all to cut the melon. As he spoke, he skillfully sliced the watermelon, completing the task in no time. I must say, this watermelon is exceptionally well cut, Yang Qian remarked as she took a piece, enjoying it. It's passable, Li Xiaoling chimed in, relishing her share more than anyone else. Thank you, Leng Shaofeng. The melon is delightful, Yang Qian, being a teacher, ate with great elegance, remembering to express her gratitude. What have you been up to lately? We haven't heard your motorcycle in a while, Sunmi, who worked near the mine entrance, inquired, familiar with the sound of Leng Shaofeng's bike. I am now the head of the Mineral Resource Recovery Station. I am no longer the captain of security, so I don't ride that motorcycle anymore. He explained as he continued to enjoy the watermelon. The girls, curious, began to inquire about the Resource Recovery Station. Leng Shaofeng succinctly explained it was a facility for processing waste materials from the mine, a euphemism for a garbage station. Upon his explanation, the girls understood. Yet their gazes toward him bore a hint of pity. Even Su Jing was no exception. She had just learned that he had lost his position as captain. Earlier, they had been too engrossed in play to engage in meaningful conversation. She even began to ponder whether she should ask her father to assist him. In the minds of these naive girls, the head of a garbage station could not possibly compare to the grandeur of a security captain. After all, Leng Shaofeng had once been quite impressive, riding his motorcycle daily. Naturally, he offered no further explanation. After finishing the watermelon, he concocted a casual excuse and bid farewell to the girls, departing from Su's residence. Once outside, Leng Shaofeng abruptly halted. He suddenly felt as if he had overlooked something significant. What could it be? It seemed connected to someone, but the passage of time had dulled his memory. Thus, he chose to dismiss the thought. Cold Shaofeng habitually glanced at his watch. The time had reached 4:30 in the afternoon. The local supply and marketing cooperative would not close until 6, so there was still time. Cold Shaofeng hurriedly made his way to the mine entrance, kicked open his motorcycle, and roared off towards Yanxi Town. Chapter 75. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Yanxi Town is a sizable town with a permanent population of tens of thousands. Thanks to the two large state-owned enterprises nearby, the town has gradually evolved from a small settlement into a bustling hub since liberation. The steel plant and Yanxi Coal Mine stand like steadfast guardians on either side of the town. Especially in recent years, with the reforms and opening up, the living standards in the town have been on the rise. Many residents are employed at the steel plant, compared to the coal miners, who are often covered in soot. Most prefer to identify as strong steelworkers. This has forged a deeper kinship between Yanxi Town and the steel plant, while the coal mine feels more like a neighbor, occasionally clashing despite their mutual observation. To the townspeople, both the steel plant and the coal mine are seen as outsiders making a living on their land. While they consider themselves the true locals, this disdain for outsiders is a sentiment that transcends time and geography. However, when it comes to conflicts, the most notable incident in recent years involved the nephew of the chief engineer at the coal mine beating the son of the town's mayor, Huang Dongshan, in a violent pursuit that extended for several miles. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Such an incident was bound to be widely discussed. Nonetheless, for the majority of the townsfolk, it was merely a scuffle between two young boys, hardly worth concern. Most people simply laughed it off upon hearing the news. However, for one individual, this incident was a profound humiliation. That individual was Huang Dabiao, the only son of Mayor Huang Dongshan and the sole heir of the Huang family for 3 generations. In Yanxi town, and even at the larger steel plant, Huang Dabiao was someone who could command respect, a figure to be reckoned with. Yet, at the modest Yanxi Coal Mine, he faced a crushing defeat. How could anyone dare to pursue the woman he had set his sights on? It was utterly audacious. Yet, that was precisely what transpired. The young man named Cold Shaofeng had the audacity to strike him. After a fierce confrontation, Cold Shaofeng, like a madman, fought valiantly against a group of them, leaving Huang Dabiao stunned. According to the terms of their brawl, as long as Cold Shaofeng remained at Yanxi Coal Mine, Huang Dabiao was prohibited from setting foot there. If they crossed paths, Cold Shaofeng would strike him again. Initially, Huang Dabiao dismissed it, carelessly agreeing. However, he never anticipated losing the fight and being left awestruck by the relentless Cold Shaofeng. From that day forward, Yanxi Coal Mine became a forbidden territory for Huang Dabiao, and a bitter rivalry was forged between him and Cold Shaofeng. Thus began a new habit for Huang Dabiao. He would gaze across the Wen River towards Yanxi Coal Mine, repeatedly vowing to himself as the waters flowed relentlessly that he would defeat Cold Shaofeng and reclaim the woman he desired. Leng Shaofeng mounted his motorcycle, soaring through the wind as he crossed the Wenhe Bridge, arriving at the main thoroughfare of Yanxi town. This bustling avenue was alive with a steady stream of passers-by, flanked by numerous shops on either side. The establishments offered an array of goods, catering to all aspects of daily life: clothing, food, and essentials in various forms. Slowing his motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng came to a halt in front of a 2-story building adorned with a sign that read, Yanxi Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The entrance was frequented by patrons coming and going, suggesting that business was quite thriving within. Upon stepping inside, one could perceive the distinct charm characteristic of this era. A circular counter, over a meter in height, encircled the center, with shelves behind it brimming with a dazzling array of merchandise. Customers stood before the counter while attendants remained behind it. After securing his motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng strolled inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by 2 imposing pillars, which elicited a moment of internal critique from him. In a future world, any designer who dared to create such a distinctive structure would likely face scorn, as it was rather inconvenient to encounter a wall immediately upon entry. Each pillar bore a slogan. The left proclaimed, "No mistreatment of customers," while the right read, "Serve the public with dedication." The latter slogan appeared quite fresh, clearly added not long ago. A slight twitch of Leng Shaofeng's lips revealed his amusement. The sense of nostalgia was palpable, steeped in the unique character of this place. Shaking his head, he began his shopping. Inside, the attendants paid him no mind. Absorbed in their own tasks, knitters knitted, sunflower seeds were cracked, and tea drinkers savored their brews, each person exuding a tranquil composure. Customers were left to navigate the counter on their own. Should one seek assistance, a kind-hearted attendant might offer a fleeting glance, while a less amiable one could respond with harsh rebuke. "Are you blind? Can't you find it yourself? Are those 2 big eyes of yours light bulbs?" If one dared to retort, the attendants might very well leap over the counter to teach a lesson in humility. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng had no intention of courting trouble. Yet, peculiar happenings abound, and this year seemed particularly rife with them. Just as Leng Shaofeng was becoming overwhelmed by the sheer variety before him, a clear and melodious voice rang out from across the way. "Hello, comrade. What are you looking to buy? I can help you find it." Taken aback, Leng Shaofeng glanced around, only to find that those nearby were all looking at him. Suddenly, the girl across from him laughed, revealing a pair of delightful dimples. A spark ignited within Leng Shaofeng. The girl appeared to be of similar age, standing just over 1.60 meters. Her hair was styled in 2 braided pigtails, and her porcelain-like skin was strikingly fair. Though her beauty may not rival Jing's, it was certainly not far behind. Her smile was captivating, accentuated by her charming dimples and a hint of youthful plumpness, while her dark, glimmering eyes were fixed upon Leng Shaofeng with genuine warmth. Cold Shaofeng came back to his senses and offered a faint smile. "Hello, I am purchasing some delicacies, clothing, and most importantly, a fan." "Oh, you're buying a fan as well?" the girl exclaimed in surprise, glancing at Cold Shaofeng. He nodded calmly. "The food is on the 1st floor, while the clothing and fan are on the second. What delicacies are you getting? Allow me to assist you, the girl said, her cheerful demeanor accentuated by her dimples. Thank you. That would be a great help. I would like a pound of white rabbit candy, half a pound of honey candy, and half a pound of those long strip candies as well. Cold Shaofeng was delighted to have assistance and did not hesitate. The girl swiftly gathered the items, weighing them with precision and clearly providing more than the expected quantity. She smiled at Cold Shaofeng, who reciprocated with a grin. Once the items were weighed, the girl wrapped them in oiled paper and secured them tightly with a specialized string she pulled from her hair. Do you need anything else? She inquired once more. 2 bottles of malted milk essence, please. Cold Shaofeng contemplated for a moment. Considering Li Hongwei's frail physique, it was essential to provide her with some nourishment. The girl turned and fetched 2 bottles of malted milk essence. All set now. Let's settle the bill. How much is it? Please hold on. Let me calculate. The malted milk essence is 10 yuan per bottle. The white rabbit candy is 3.50 per pound. And these 2 packets of pastries total 26.50. The girl efficiently tallied the amounts in her head. Such a sum was not trifling. It was nearly equivalent to a laborer's monthly wage, primarily due to the cost of the malted milk essence. Without hesitation, Cold Shaofeng opened his small bag and took out money. However, he found himself without change. He reluctantly opened a stack of new bills and pulled out a note. The sight left both the girl and a nearby ant in astonishment. This person is truly wealthy, they thought. Let us proceed with the payment, Cold Shaofeng gently reminded. The girl hurriedly accepted the money and began searching for change. Meanwhile, the ant took the 100 yuan bill from the girl's hand and scrutinized it fervently. After a moment, she nodded in satisfaction and returned the cash to the girl. The girl soon found the change, which was quite a substantial amount. Cold Shaofeng nodded appreciatively once more. Thank you, my friend. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance with these items. Would you mind watching them while I go upstairs to shop? It would be inconvenient to carry them. Cold Shaofeng spoke somewhat bashfully. Had it been any of the other indifferent salespeople, he would not have bothered. However, in front of this warm-hearted young girl, he ventured to ask, Of course, I would be happy to help. My name is Huang Tingting. When you return, just call for me, she readily responded, introducing herself with enthusiasm. As she merely stated her name, the delicate visage of the girl flushed a rosy hue. Very well, I am Leng Shaofeng. Thank you, he replied politely, thereby establishing a formal acquaintance. Leng Shaofeng took a few steps before pausing in his tracks, turning back to the girl with a radiant smile. By the way, Huang Tingting, allow me to share something with you. Your smile is exceptionally enchanting. Haha. With that, Leng Shaofeng left behind a peal of laughter as he strode confidently towards the second floor. Upon hearing his compliment, Huang Tingting was momentarily taken aback. Her charming face suffused with a deep crimson. She nervously tugged at one side of her braided hair, her body slightly twisting, and lowered her head in bashful humility. Oh dear, Tingting, what has happened? Your face is so red, teased a middle-aged colleague nearby, mimicking Leng Shaofeng's words. Huang Tingting, your smile is particularly lovely. Hee hee. And how could you do this? You were eavesdropping. I was not eavesdropping. That young man spoke so loudly, and my hearing is perfectly fine, chuckled the middle-aged woman as she cracked sunflower seeds. I shan't speak to you any longer. Huang Tingting stamped her foot, clutching the items Leng Shaofeng had purchased, and turned to leave. On the second floor of the supply and marketing cooperative, the primary offerings included fabrics, clothing, and shoes. Household appliances were scarce, with only a few placed in a corner. Leng Shaofeng first ventured to the fabric section. In this era, the majority of individuals crafted their own garments, making proficiency with a sewing machine highly sought after. It was customary for a girl to possess a sewing machine before marriage. The attire worn by Li Hongqiang was of her own creation, as was that of her sister. Thus, Leng Shaofeng prioritized the fabric section, intending to procure some attractive materials. The choices in fabrics were rather limited, primarily consisting of polyester, cotton, and linen. For the summer season, polyester was the most suitable option, lightweight, soft, durable, and available in an array of beautiful patterns. This age could be described as one dominated by polyester. However, Leng Shaofeng was aware that garments made from this material did not fit closely and lacked breathability. Once perspiration set in, the fabric would cling to the skin, becoming quite transparent and prone to revealing too much. Just yesterday, Li Hongqiang's outfit had a section at the chest that became damp with sweat, adhering to her form. Despite the limited options in fabrics, Leng Shaofeng still opted for 2 pieces of polyester, one with a blue background adorned with white flowers, and another featuring a white background embellished with large red floral patterns. Both were suitable for creating skirts. Subsequently, he selected 2 pieces of pure cotton fabric, choosing the finest and most expensive, one in a yellow and white check, and the other a pale beige. Moving on to the ready-made clothing section. He chose 2 short-sleeved shirts that caught his eye, one with a white background and purple floral print, and the other in a lotus pink hue. In truth, in Leng Shaofeng's discerning view, these garments were merely passable. Yet, he had no other recourse. This was the best he could procure. Before he could complete his purchase, an urgent sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Leng Shaofeng, hurry, go check on your motorcycle. Someone is attempting to steal it, Huang Tingting exclaimed, tugging at the hem of his clothing with palpable anxiety. Cold Shaofeng furrowed his brow and swiftly unfastened his satchel, tossing it to Huang Tingting. Please hold this for me. Before Huang Tingting could react, Cold Shaofeng had already dashed down the stairs. As he burst through the doors of the supply and marketing cooperative, he glanced around. Immediately, he spotted 3 men lifting his motorcycle, one in front steering while the others grasped the sides of the rear seat, making their way into a narrow alley. Had he been a moment later, he would have missed this scene entirely. With determination, Cold Shaofeng sprinted forward with the speed of a 100-meter dash. In a matter of seconds, he closed the 50-meter gap. Hey, put down that bike, he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. The trio was startled, turning to see Cold Shaofeng. Upon recognizing him, they trembled and abandoned the motorcycle, fleeing in fear. Cold Shaofeng leapt forward, steadying the bike that was about to topple over. Watching the trio scurry away like frightened rabbits, he let out a cold laugh and removed the motorcycle key from his belt. With deft precision, he inserted the key into the ignition, revving the engine and shifting gears in one fluid motion. A smirk danced on his lips. Run as fast as you can. I'll give you 100 meters. The motorcycle roared to life, its thunderous growl echoing like a tempest. The slowest of the 3, startled by the cacophony, glanced back at Cold Shaofeng, failing to watch his footing. As he turned back, he stumbled and fell unceremoniously. The other 2, unconcerned, continued their flight, moving faster than the eye could follow. Cold Shaofeng, now accelerating on his beastly motorcycle, surged forward. Just as the fallen man attempted to rise, Cold Shaofeng reached him, delivering a swift strike to his neck that sent him crashing against the wall, leaving him incapacitated. Ignoring him, Cold Shaofeng pressed on, chasing after the remaining 2, who had already dashed out of the alley. Emerging onto a narrow street, the 2 men split in opposite directions, a cunning tactic that momentarily caught Cold Shaofeng off guard. Which one to pursue? Chapter 77. The bet. Just as Cold Shaofeng hesitated, the fleeing duo darted back into another alley. Realizing he could not afford to delay, he made a quick decision, veering to the right to chase the man on that side. The man, hearing the motorcycle's roar drawing nearer, quickened his pace. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, he could not outpace Cold Shaofeng's motorcycle. Within 20 seconds, Cold Shaofeng had closed in on him. He then eased off the throttle, maintaining a calculated distance, pursuing steadily. You enjoy running, do you? Let's see how long you can keep it up. I'll tire you out, you little rascal. Initially, the man sprinted with exceptional speed, but as he continued, he began to sense something amiss. The motorcycle was unmistakably right behind him, clearly capable of catching up at any moment. Yet, it maintained a steady pace, never closing the distance, revealing its malevolent intent. Was this an attempt to exhaust him? However, the circumstances were beyond his control. He could only persist in his desperate flight. This fellow had remarkable endurance. After 3 more minutes of relentless running, breathless and fatigued, he finally leaned against a tree to pause. Remarkably, he had sprinted all the way out of Yanxi town and reached the edge of the forest by the One River. Why have you ceased your flight? Cold Shaofeng alighted from his vehicle, seizing the man by the neck as if lifting a mere chick. Cold Shaofeng, do not be so arrogant. Today, you shall not leave Yanxi town. The man gasped for air as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Cold Shaofeng chuckled. You recognize me? While speaking, he adjusted the man's head to get a better look. The individual was a slender youth, wiry and resembling a monkey, with an unattractive, sharp-featured face. Cold Shaofeng ruminated, searching his memory. Thanks to his formidable recollection and the man's distinctive appearance, he quickly made a connection. Last winter, when Huang Dabiao was rallying recruits, this fellow had been among a group of over 10. At the time, he had been the fastest runner, pursued until they reached the One River Bridge, where he finally caught him. Are you associated with Huang Dabiao? Cold Shaofeng sneered. Well, you have a decent memory. Indeed, Brother Huang has issued orders today. Do not expect to leave Yanxi town upright, or I shall break your 3 legs. The lean monkey gasped heavily as he uttered these threats. Cold Shaofeng found this amusing and tossed the lean monkey to the ground. A group of defeated subordinates dared to act so arrogantly. It seemed the previous beating had been too lenient. This time, he would ensure they learned a lasting lesson, starting with this lean monkey. A chilling laugh escaped him, resonating ominously. As he laughed, he flexed his wrists, the sound of cracking bones echoing throughout. The lean monkey seemed to grasp the impending danger and was seized by fear. What do you intend to do? I warn you, Cold Shaofeng, if you dare lay a finger on me today, Brother Huang will certainly not spare you. In terror, the lean monkey attempted to crawl backward. Seizing the moment while Cold Shaofeng was still flexing his wrists, he rolled on the ground, sprang up, and fled. However, after only a couple of strides, a tremendous force struck him from behind. The lean monkey felt as though a battering ram had collided with his back, propelling him forward. He soared over 3 meters before crashing to the ground. Upon landing, he became a rolling tumbleweed, skidding several more meters before finally coming to a halt. Yet, he felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. The pain was unimaginable, as if his very organs were dislocated and convulsing. Nevertheless, Cold Shaofeng did not relent. He pursued the lean monkey with vigor, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Moreover, he targeted those areas that were excruciating yet not fatal. After a few kicks, the lean monkey was in such agony that he cried out for mercy, his bravado extinguished. Ah, it hurts, please stop. Brother, spare me. The lean monkey began to plead, yet his entreaties did not evoke any compassion from Leng Shaofeng. With abundant combat experience, Leng Shaofeng was precise in his strikes, targeting areas that induced immense pain, swiftly incapacitating his opponent. However, a mere week's rest would suffice for recovery, with no lasting repercussions, though the pain was undeniably severe, leaving one uncertain if psychological scars would remain. Regardless, those who had been at the receiving end of Leng Shaofeng's fists wished never to endure such punishment again. After 2 more minutes of relentless kicks, the lean monkey was utterly spent, lacking even the strength to plead further. He lay on the ground, appearing on the brink of collapse, a pitiful sight indeed. Having inflicted sufficient punishment, Leng Shaofeng felt satisfied. This fellow would be bedridden for several days. Just as he turned to leave, a throng of people suddenly surged forth from the alleyway. Leng Shaofeng pivoted, narrowing his eyes as he coldly assessed the approaching crowd. There appeared to be some 20 or 30 individuals. The front row wielded clubs, while those behind were unarmed. Upon recognizing the leader among them, a faint, chilling smile crept onto his lips. Huang Dabiao. The origins of this gathering were self-evident, requiring no further contemplation. Instead of retreating, Leng Shaofeng advanced, casually pushing his motorcycle onto the soft grass. He stood firm, maintaining a distance of 7 or 8 meters from his adversaries. His primary concern was not the confrontation, but rather the safety of his beloved motorcycle, which he cherished dearly. After all, with such a sizable group, they could easily distract him while vandalizing his vehicle. As anticipated, the crowd encircled Leng Shaofeng, yet none spared a glance at his motorcycle. Leng Shaofeng, you truly have guts to dare come to my Yanxi town, Huang Dabiao proclaimed, his jowls quivering as he spoke. Huang Dabiao was a portly figure, standing approximately 1.77 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds. With squinty eyes and a face adorned with rolls of flesh, he sported a buzz cut reminiscent of a labor reform prisoner, yet exuded an intimidating presence. Why shouldn't I come to Yanxi town? Just because your father is the town mayor doesn't mean this place belongs to you. Leng Shaofeng retorted with a laugh. Enough of your nonsense. You cannot set foot in my Yanxi Coal Mine. Likewise, you shall not enter my Yanxi town. Huang Dabiao growled menacingly. Utter nonsense. Our wager stipulates that if you lose, you cannot enter the Yanxi Coal Mine. It does not state that I cannot leave Yanxi town. Leng Shaofeng replied, crossing his arms and maintaining his icy demeanor. I don't care. I can avoid the Yanxi Coal Mine. But you shall not step foot in my Yanxi town. That is only fair. Huang Dabiao displayed a remarkable degree of obstinacy, which delighted Leng Shaofeng inwardly. If this was his brand of obstinacy, then it was splendid indeed, for he could once again impart a lesson in humility. Chapter 78. A fierce confrontation fairness? That is your notion of fairness, not mine. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us adhere to the old custom. Let us settle this with a duel. If you emerge victorious, I, Leng Shaofeng, shall never set foot in Yanxi town again. But what if you lose? Will you also refrain from entering Yanxi town? Heh. Leng Shaofeng proposed this wager with a teasing remark directed at Huang Dapio. Huang Dapio, a native of Yanxi, had no reason to leave his hometown even if he were to lose. After all, Leng Shaofeng had not yet become that tyrannical. Moreover, Huang Dapio's father was the mayor of Yanxi town, and provoking him to intervene would complicate matters considerably. How could that be? My family resides in Yanxi town. Huang Dapio hesitated, unsure of what to wager. Suddenly, he steeled himself and declared, if you win, I, Huang Dapio, shall walk around you from now on. Leng Shaofeng pondered for a moment. It seemed fair enough. Very well, a gentleman's word is his bond. Will you challenge me, or shall I challenge you? Leng Shaofeng posed another question. A one-on-one duel? No. I will not face you alone. You will challenge our entire group. Huang Dapio retreated a step, gesturing towards the throng behind him. Ha. Is this your version of fairness? In a past life, Leng Shaofeng would not have quibbled over such details. Whether it was one person or a crowd, he would simply engage. He had grown accustomed to taking on entire groups alone. But, haven't you always fought this way? Huang Dapio was momentarily taken aback. So, you believe this is only natural for me? Leng Shaofeng pressed further. Of course, Huang Dapio replied, though uncertainty flickered in his heart. Today, Leng Shaofeng seemed rather different, as he would have previously charged in bare-chested. Is this what you call fairness? It is, in fact, based on an inherent unfairness from the very beginning, is it not? Leng Shaofeng spread his hands, incisively highlighting the crux of the issue. Huang Dapio, not particularly eloquent, found himself at a loss for words. Huanggu, why waste your breath? Look at how ruthless this fellow is. See what he has done to the thin monkey. One of Huang Dapio's scruffy subordinates, brandishing a stick, pointed at the battered thin monkey on the ground. To his astonishment, the lad truly bore the nickname Thin Monkey. Leng Shaofeng, you dare to strike my people? This matter will not end here. Huang Dapio, having witnessed the grim state of the thin monkey, felt a shiver run through him. Leng Shaofeng was indeed quite merciless. Do you have the audacity to claim that they stole my motorcycle? Was it not you who incited them? Leng Shaofeng confronted Huang Dapio. Well, what of it? How dare they ride a motorcycle through my Yanxi town so brazenly? Who gave them the audacity? Huang Dapio, in a rather straightforward manner, conceded without reservation. That's settled then. My motorcycle is in dire need of fuel, and isn't the gas station in Yanxi town owned by you? If you wish to engage me in a brawl, so be it. However, I propose a condition. Any time my vehicle, Leng Shaofeng, arrives for refueling, it shall be free of charge. What do you say? Leng Shaofeng is no longer merely seeking to display bravado. I am motivated by profit. Without gain, who would fight? That would be sheer folly. Very well, you have one. Your vehicle may refuel at will. After a moment's contemplation, Huang Dapio readily acquiesced. His dilapidated motorcycle consumes little fuel, a trivial matter. His uncle dotes on him. Ensuring this arrangement poses no issue. Additionally, he declared, in the future, steer clear of me. We shall see once you triumph, Huang Dapio retorted, gesturing to his companions. Brothers, forward. The throng behind Huang Dapio surged forth with fervor, led by the long-haired individual who had previously wielded a stick. Leng Shaofeng had already set his sights on him. For few brandished weapons, and this one had been particularly vocal. Although the crowd appeared imposing, they were merely a disorganized rabble. The true core of Huang Dapio's followers likely consisted of only those few armed with sticks. The rest simply followed suit. Leng Shaofeng, seasoned in dealing with such adversaries, knew that if he could first incapacitate the few leading the charge, the remainder would quickly lose their momentum and scatter. Undeterred by the multitude of opponents, Leng Shaofeng launched a counteroffensive. As the distance between them closed to over 2 meters, he suddenly leapt high into the air, executing a powerful kick. Here, the significance of combat experience became evident. As both sides accelerated towards one another, their speed combined, and any moment of hesitation could result in a miscalculation and loss of initiative. The long-haired foe, stick raised but not yet swung, found himself on the receiving end of Leng Shaofeng's kick, which struck him squarely in the chest. The impact sent the over 100-pound assailant careening backward, emitting a pained cry as he relinquished his weapon. In his backward tumble, he inadvertently toppled 2 others behind him, throwing the scene into chaos and creating a significant gap in the encircling adversaries. Seizing the opportunity, Leng Shaofeng unleashed a flurry of side kicks, sending the approaching foes crashing to the ground. Just as he dispatched these two, a larger crowd surged forward to surround him once more. Yet, Leng Shaofeng showed no signs of hesitation or desire to linger. He pivoted and sprinted towards the nearby woods. Huang Dabiao, caught off guard by this maneuver, along with many of his subordinates, was momentarily stunned. They had previously clashed with Leng Shaofeng and knew him to be a reckless fighter, one who would charge into a crowd unflinchingly. However, they had never witnessed him retreat during a confrontation. "Come here, you fools," Leng Shaofeng taunted as he ran. "Chase me. Break his legs. Let's see how he escapes." Huang Dabiao, seething with frustration, barked commands from the sidelines. A throng of individuals surged into the forest, which sprawled expansively, far surpassing the wooded area across the river that belonged to the Yanxi Coal Mine. The grove was predominantly populated by poplar trees, each roughly the width of a bowl, spaced about 2 meters apart. These trees were not intended to grow into beams, but rather to serve as competent supports, destined to be sold to various coal mines. However, at present, these trees became advantageous allies for Leng Shaofeng in his skirmishes. This had long been the battlefield he had anticipated. The man he was now was no longer the reckless youth who charged forth blindly. While brute force could yield victories, it often came at the cost of injury. Now, he was a strategist, meticulously weighing all advantageous factors to enhance his probability of success. As the group of 20 or 30 individuals entered the woods, they were immediately fragmented. Encircling Leng Shaofeng proved to be a Herculean task. Each encounter saw only 2 or 3 adversaries facing him, who were typically dispatched with a couple of his punches and kicks. In instances where he faced unavoidable clubs, he would effortlessly raise his arm to block. In a bizarre turn of events, his arm remained unscathed, while the weapons were sent flying. The assailants were left in dismay. Leng Shaofeng awaited the encirclement, only to shift the battleground. On one occasion, he leaped, grasped a tree trunk, executed a lateral 270-degree rotation, and delivered a series of kicks that felled 6 opponents before he ceased. This maneuver was not only impressive but awe-inspiring, leaving Huang Dabiao, who was observing, utterly astounded. Surely, this could not be a scene from a film. Even cinema would dare not portray such feats. The cacophony of cries from the grove persisted, with Huang Dabiao's comrades continuously collapsing, causing him great trepidation. The shift in dynamics was palpable. Today's Leng Shaofeng was a stark contrast to the one he had previously known. On the last occasion, though he had incapacitated over 10 adversaries, he himself bore numerous injuries. Yet today, as he witnessed his subordinates facing imminent defeat, Leng Shaofeng remained unscathed, vibrant and full of life. As Huang Dabiao stood in stunned silence, the sounds of combat abruptly ceased, leaving only the echoes of wails and groans of agony. Leng Shaofeng approached him with a warm smile, which, to Huang Dabiao, felt chilling to the core. How could this be? Had merely 5 minutes elapsed, and all 30 of his subordinates had fallen? "Please, don't come any closer. I've lost. I concede." Huang Dabiao, weighing over 200 pounds, retreated, waving his hands in desperation, resembling a helpless maiden confronted by thugs. Have you ever heard the saying, "Share the blessings and bear the hardships together"? As the elder brother, you must show some acknowledgement. In a swift motion, Leng Shaofeng lunged forward, seized Huang Dabiao by the neck, and unceremoniously hurled him to the ground. With a swift motion, Cold Shaofeng hurled Huang Dabiao to the ground, leaving him disoriented and in agony. The pain radiated from his body as Cold Shaofeng targeted the most sensitive areas, inflicting torment that, while not visibly apparent, was nonetheless excruciating. Huang Dabiao's cries of despair echoed throughout the forest, yet Cold Shaofeng refrained from delivering a fatal blow. After delivering a few casual kicks, he hoisted Huang Dabiao back to his feet, dragging him like a lifeless dog to his motorcycle. Climbing onto the bike, he sped away with Huang Dabiao in tow. They returned to the main thoroughfare of Yanxi town, halting only at the sole gas station in the area. "Do you know what to do? If not, I wouldn't mind teaching you," Cold Shaofeng quipped as he tossed Huang Dabiao from the motorcycle. "You know, fill it up. Just fill it." Huang Dabiao gasped, clutching his aching waist, feeling as though it might snap, the pain causing beads of cold sweat to form. "Brother Huang, what is going on?" At that moment, a man clad in the gas station uniform approached, addressing Huang Dabiao as brother, despite being physically larger. "It's nothing. Just fill up the tank," Huang Dabiao instructed, gesturing towards Cold Shaofeng's motorcycle. "All right, I'll do that." The attendant hesitated for a moment, but complied with Huang Dabiao's command without further protest. The motorcycle's small fuel tank filled quickly. Cold Shaofeng, is this satisfactory now? Huang Dabiao asked, still bracing himself against the pain. And what about afterwards? Cold Shaofeng nodded in satisfaction before adding a reminder. Don't push it, Cold Shaofeng. Huang Dabiao attempted to deflect, but Cold Shaofeng cracked his knuckles ominously, the sound of his bones echoing in the air. The intimidating display caused Huang Dabiao to break into a cold sweat. Please, allow me to negotiate. From now on, it will be free of charge, he quickly conceded, realizing the gravity of the situation. That's more like it, Cold Shaofeng replied, retracting his fist but seizing Huang Dabiao's arm, dragging him toward the office. What more do you want? I've already agreed. Huang Dabiao lamented, his face contorted in distress. Your word is no longer trustworthy. I need a written agreement. Black on white, stamped with a red seal. Cold Shaofeng insisted, deeming it necessary to formalize the arrangement. Don't be unreasonable. I've already consented. Huang Dabiao protested, his expression filled with indignation. It's essential. Otherwise, I'll have to seek you out every time I need gas, which would be quite the hassle. Of course, if you prefer it that way, I'll say nothing. Refusal will lead to repeated encounters, and each one will end with me striking you. Cold Shaofeng threatened vehemently. Then let us proceed with the agreement. Huang Dabiao resigned, not wishing to attract the wrath of this unpredictable man. Brother Huang, are you all right? Should I call for help? The attendant, observing the tense atmosphere, inquired. I've told you, I'm fine. Is my uncle around? Huang Dabiao responded, his tone shifting. Station Chief Huang is not in. Well, if he is not here, then so be it. I'll speak to him later. You, go fetch some paper and a pen. And bring the official seal as well. Huang Dapiao instructed Gongzi with an air of impatience. Okay, Brother Huang. Gongzi responded promptly, soon returning with the requested items. Under the dictation of Leng Shaofeng, Huang Dapiao began to write, his handwriting akin to that of a first grader, utterly dismal. Once finished, he signed his name and affixed the official seal. Taking the document, Leng Shaofeng pointed to the text, reminding Huang Dapiao, make sure you understand. Our agreement states that any vehicle belonging to Leng Shaofeng can refuel here for free. Of course I know what I wrote, Huang Dapiao retorted, slightly irritated. Hee. I'm merely reminding you, don't later deny it when I purchase another vehicle, Leng Shaofeng warned playfully. Humph, as if you could afford another car. Even if you could, you'd still get free fuel, Huang Dapiao scoffed with a cold grunt. What a foolish fellow, thinking of buying a car. He'd be lucky to afford a bicycle. Well, that is fine. That is enough for today. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to linger. No need to see me off, Leng Shaofeng chuckled, waving goodbye to Huang Dapiao as he exited the gas station. Huang Dapiao's anger nearly twisted his nose. As if anyone would want him to stay. Hurry up and leave, ideally never to return. Brother Huang, will you really give him free fuel in the future? Gongzi asked cautiously. Of course, didn't you just see? I've already written it down, Huang Dapiao snapped, glaring at Gongzi. What did the station master say? Gongzi inquired. What is there to say? If you don't speak, I want to speak, who would know? Besides, isn't this gas station owned by my family? Can't I handle such trivial matters? My uncle is just managing it temporarily. Huang Dapiao pounded the table with authority. Yes. Gongzi fell silent, stepping aside. What are you standing there for? Do you lack perception? Go fetch some ointment. Ah, that hurts. Unbeknownst to him, the forceful gesture had aggravated a sensitive spot, and Huang Dapiao winced in pain. Gongzi thought to himself, what did I do to deserve this? Chapter 80. A hasty encounter. Leng Shaofeng rode out of the gas station on his fully fueled motorcycle, feeling exceptionally buoyant. Along the way, he marveled at what a good person Huang Dapiao truly was, like a harbinger of fortune. Once he acquired a truck and a car, he would ensure to bring them here for refueling, taking good care of Huang Dapiao's business, perhaps even to the point of tears. The motorcycle came to a halt in front of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative building. Just as he parked, a girl with 2 braided pigtails rushed down the steps. It was Huang Tingting. You found your motorcycle? You're amazing, Huang Tingting exclaimed, her face bright with joy. Thanks to your timely warning. Otherwise I would have lost my motorcycle today. Leng Shaofeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude towards the girl. Hee, I didn't do much. I just happened to see it, Huang Tingting replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. How did you know that motorcycle was mine? Cold Shaofeng expressed his curiosity. When you first arrived, I noticed you parking your motorcycle. The young girl blushed, lowering her gaze and avoiding Cold Shaofeng's eyes. Ah, I see. Cold Shaofeng chuckled heartily, then deftly shifted the topic. I still have some shopping to complete. I need to make a trip to the second floor. Yes, please hurry. We are about to close. And there's only half an hour left, Huang Tingting reminded him. Understood. Bidding farewell to Huang Tingting, Cold Shaofeng ascended to the second floor. The clothes he purchased were already packed. He simply had yet to settle the payment. The salesperson had set them aside for him, totaling 35 yuan. Cold Shaofeng then picked up the garments and headed to the home appliance section. There were only 2 fans available, one tall and one short. Cold Shaofeng opted for the shorter model. It was a brand name, Huaxing, which he recognized and had always found appealing. It was durable and boasted sufficient airflow. With green blades, a gleaming silver mesh cover, a square green base, and 4 neatly arranged buttons, the overall appearance was quite pleasing. This fan would fit perfectly on a small table or stool. However, it was somewhat pricey. Upon inquiring about the cost, he learned it was 160 yuan. With no room for negotiation. This amount equated to nearly half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Nevertheless, Cold Shaofeng was not short of cash at the moment. In one word, he decided to purchase it. After completing the payment on the second floor and collecting his items, he returned to the first floor. There, Huang Tingting was attending to a customer, her peripheral vision fixed on the staircase, and she immediately spotted Cold Shaofeng descending. She promptly abandoned her customer, picked up the items he had bought, and emerged from behind the counter to greet him. Have you finished your shopping? Huang Tingting inquired. Yes. Thank you for your help today, Cold Shaofeng replied, taking the items from her and expressing his gratitude once more. The young girl smiled softly, remaining silent and lowering her head. Her mood suddenly shifted to one of melancholy. Cold Shaofeng, perceptive as ever, sensed a change. However, in this life, he was not the same Cold Shaofeng who had previously faced emotional turmoil and had ultimately succumbed to a life of indulgence. The past was but a distant memory. He had once wandered through the blossoms, untouched by their allure, a mere collector of fleeting affections. Had it been his former self, Cold Shaofeng could easily have charmed this innocent girl with a few sweet words. Yet in this lifetime, he found himself tethered by feelings and connections. Among the vast waters, he sought but a single cup to drink, nay, 2 cups at the very least. With this thought, Cold Shaofeng smiled gently. Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell. Ah, farewell. Huang Tingting was suddenly jolted out of her reverie. However, upon uttering those words, an inexplicable pang tugged at her heart. Watching Cold Shaofeng stride away, she hesitated. Her hand raised and then slowly lowered. Huang Tingting stood at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, leaning against the doorframe, quietly observing Cold Shaofeng as he busied himself with his motorcycle. He had quite a few items to secure properly. After much effort, Leng Shaofeng finally organized himself and stepped onto the motorcycle. He inserted the key and ignited the engine. With a roar, the motorcycle came to life. Just as he was about to accelerate, Huang Tingting, who had been standing silently, suddenly leaped down the steps and approached the motorcycle within 2 strides. Where are you from? Where do you work? The young girl's chest rose and fell slightly, revealing her agitation. Me? Yanxi Coal Mine, Leng Shaofeng, he replied, raising his hand in farewell as he spoke. In the next moment, the motorcycle roared to life and swiftly disappeared around the corner, vanishing from Huang Tingting's sight. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Tingting pressed her lips together, her eyes becoming misty with tears. In the vast sea of people, the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart raced. Yet, despite pouring all my courage into the moment, I was unable to leave any trace of you behind. Ultimately, you have moved on, and I remain merely a fleeting passerby in the tapestry of your life. Huang Tingting chuckled self-deprecatingly, turning away with a sense of defeat as she returned to her previous position. However, what she did not realize was that the motorcycle, which had seemingly sped away, had actually stopped at the railing of the Wenhe Bridge. Leng Shaofeng, too, felt an inexplicable melancholy wash over him. For reasons unknown, he yearned for a cigarette. Thus, he halted the motorcycle, retrieved a large Qianmen cigarette, struck a match, and watched as the wispy smoke curled upward, his thoughts swirling in a haze. Smoking in solitude may not always stem from loneliness. It could simply be the act of smoking itself. Leng Shaofeng sensed a twist of fate at this juncture of his rebirth. Indeed, it felt remarkably fortuitous, for nothing was too late, and everything held the potential for change. Yet, there was also a sense of discontent. Had his rebirth occurred a bit earlier, he would have certainly avoided entanglements with Li Hongqiang, no matter how exceptional she was. Had it been even earlier, he would have refrained from proposing, thus sparing himself the ensuing humiliation and the complications that followed. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that the two most significant women in his life made their appearances. Huang Tingting, who had suddenly emerged today, genuinely resonated with Leng Shaofeng's aesthetic sensibilities. From her demeanor, it was evident that she harbored feelings for him. If he so wished, he could easily win her affection. But then what? He chuckled softly. Since disappointment seemed preordained, why should he invite it? This was also the reason for his hasty departure. Was there truly such a thing as destined disappointment? Could I manage to avoid causing any? As he finished the cigarette, Leng Shaofeng found no answers. Yet soon after, his confidence was restored. The emotions of a man can rise and fall swiftly. Once again mounting the motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng felt the vigor of his youthful body surge within him, and his self-assurance was renewed. If he could not achieve something, it was merely due to a lack of strength on his part. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, there is nothing unattainable. If a problem can be resolved with a fist, then one must wield iron fists. If wealth can pave the way, then one ought to forge a Rome with it. Should money and might fall short, then power must be added to the equation. In this moment, Leng Shaofeng exuded youthful exuberance, his heart swelling with ambition. Chapter 81. Intertwined lives. The Suzuki GS250 came to a steady halt before the closed door of the lamb soup restaurant. As he knocked once, the door swung open from within. Li Hongqiang emerged, her hair partially wrapped in a towel, strands damp and unruly. Her delicate visage glistened with moisture, flushed with a rosy hue. Truly, a radiant lotus emerging from the water. Have you bathed? Leng Shaofeng inquired, his eyes brightening. Yes, I always take a shower after closing. Otherwise I carry the odor of lamb, she replied. Her casual demeanor shifted to surprise as she noticed the multitude of items on the motorcycle and in Leng Shaofeng's hands. My goodness, how much did all this cost? The initially nonchalant Li Hongqiang gasped. Could these gifts be for her and her sister? Yet, the sheer volume was staggering. Particularly the electric fan Leng Shaofeng held, which must have cost over 100 yuan, something she had long hesitated to purchase. Don't just stand there, help me out, Leng Shaofeng urged, noticing her momentary daze. Right, okay. Li Hongqiang snapped back to reality. By the time Leng Shaofeng had organized the items and parked the motorcycle in the courtyard, several minutes had passed. Inside, Li Hongwei's eyes sparkled even more brightly with each snack she unwrapped. Upon discovering the white rabbit milk candies, she cast a deep gaze at Leng Shaofeng. He had fulfilled his promise, claiming he would buy them for her. Initially, she thought he was merely placating a child, yet here he was, delivering on his word. Her little dimples remained intact, occasionally glancing at Leng Shaofeng as he set up the fan. Meanwhile, Li Hongqiang was busy sorting through fabrics and clothing. Upon unveiling 2 finished garments, the young girl rushed over, excitement palpable as she animatedly gestured with her hands, her rapid movements leaving Leng Shaofeng somewhat bewildered. Her dexterity was remarkable. Li Hongqiang reciprocated with gestures of her own before presenting the 2 outfits to Li Hongwei. Leng Shaofeng watched with a smile as the sisters communicated in their own delight, their faces glowing with happiness. In that moment, he felt that every item purchased was worth it, a sensation intoxicating with a unique sense of accomplishment. Shaofeng, could you step outside for a moment? Li Hongqiang interrupted his reverie. What's the matter? He asked, slightly confused. We need to try on the clothes. Li Hongqiang shot him a glance, then pushed him gently towards the door. Ah, all right, no need to push. I can walk out on my own. Moreover, who are we to each other? It is not as though I am unfamiliar with you. In any case, Li Hongwei cannot hear, and Leng Shaofeng is merely speaking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Li Hongqiang's face flushed crimson as she shot a glance at Leng Shaofeng. He instinctively slapped his own mouth, realizing his indiscretion. He had forgotten that Li Hongwei could read lips. This very gesture elicited a melodious laugh from Li Hongwei, confirming that she indeed understood him. Leng Shaofeng noted that this girl would make an exceptional spy. It would be a pity if she did not pursue such a path. However, he had no choice but to obediently step outside for a smoke. Before he could finish his cigarette, a sound came from the door behind him. He turned abruptly and found himself momentarily rooted to the spot, the cigarette he had been holding slipping from his lips and falling to the ground. The sisters had both donned new garments. Li Hongqiang wore a white blouse adorned with purple flowers, the delicate patterns accentuating her elegant demeanor and enhancing her unique femininity, rendering her even more enchanting. Just a glance left Leng Shaofeng deeply entranced. Li Hongwei, on the other hand, sported a brownish-pink top that radiated youthful charm, exuding an abundance of girlishness. Their beautiful eyes, brimming with happiness and affection, fell upon Leng Shaofeng, leaving him utterly captivated. Who could withstand such a lure? A pair of sisterly blossoms, akin to twin lotus flowers, their beauty rivaling that of the most stunning sights in the world. In that moment, Leng Shaofeng felt that his life was without regret and that existence was indeed worthwhile. He also sensed the weight of responsibility in this lifetime. He must protect these sisters with all he had, allowing their beauty to flourish unrestrained. With a smile, the corners of his mouth curved gently, exuding a hint of delight. Truly beautiful, Leng Shaofeng exclaimed with genuine admiration. In the next instant, he opened his arms, yearning to embrace this beauty, wishing to forever cradle this joy in his embrace. Li Hongqiang, feeling a mix of shyness and sweetness, instinctively melted into his arms, sensing that this was the greatest compliment she could receive. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, she could not resist the pull of Leng Shaofeng's embrace. Yet, just as his arms began to close around her, another lively little swallow darted in. Li Hongwei. Leng Shaofeng's arms paused for a fleeting moment before joyfully wrapping around both of them. After all, this was not the first time. And surely it would not be the last. Holding two warm and tender bodies, he felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. The scents that enveloped him were a blend of rich floral and musky notes, intoxicatingly fragrant, alongside a delicate, refreshing aroma that soothed the senses. For a moment, Leng Shaofeng found it difficult to distinguish one from the other. After a while, the three of them slowly parted, still holding on to the warmth they had shared. The women's beautiful eyes sparkled with mild reproach, tinged with a hint of shyness. The young girl blushed, gently fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng appeared thoroughly content, feeling a sense of ease in life. Observing his shameless demeanor, Li Hongqiang could not help but cast him a disdainful glance. She then turned to glare at Li Hongwei, noting how audacious this little girl had become. With that, she intended to return indoors, only to be grasped by Leng Shaofeng's hand. Confused, Li Hongqiang glanced back, wondering what he could possibly want after their earlier embrace. However, at that moment, Leng Shaofeng gazed at her with profound affection, his demeanor suddenly solemn. "Red sister," he called, his voice imbued with depth, as his throat felt parched. Li Hongqiang froze, acutely aware of the shift in his emotions. "Shaofeng, what's wrong?" she inquired with concern, her tone soft and gentle. "Having you is truly wonderful." Those simple 4 words carried a weight that Leng Shaofeng expressed with gravity. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Hongqiang retorted shyly, feeling flustered. With her sister still present, she found it challenging to adapt to such romantic declarations. Over the past few days, she had distinctly sensed a significant transformation in Leng Shaofeng. He had matured and grown stronger. More importantly, he began to show genuine concern for others, his affection for her transcending mere physical attraction. He even began to take heartfelt interest in her sister. All of this felt ineffably beautiful. Leng Shaofeng's gaze was somewhat dazed as he continued to softly express himself. "Honestly, I felt somewhat unsettled these past few days. I constantly worry that one day I will awaken to find all of this was merely a dream. Only when I hold you close can I feel the reality of it." His voice was a whisper, his eyes slightly glazed over. "Red sister, I wish to protect you for a lifetime, to shield you from the storms of life, ensuring you never vanish again." "What vanishing? That is merely your dream," Li Hongqiang said, reaching out to caress the chiseled contours of his face. This man, who should have exuded strength, now appeared somewhat vulnerable. "Then promise me, never disappear from my life." Leng Shaofeng took hold of her other hand, placing it against his cheek. "All right, I promise you." Li Hongqiang nodded gently, her tone equally earnest. A smile broke across Leng Shaofeng's face. In the next moment, Li Hongqiang gazed at him tenderly, her lips parting softly. "Life is like flowers blooming by the roadside, where the wind carries us to unknown destinations. If you cherish me, even in the mire, I shall shine brighter than adornments." "Shaofeng, thank you for the poem you gifted me. I truly adore it." Leng Shaofeng chuckled shyly, aware that it was not an original creation. Li Hongqiang then shifted the topic. "But I prefer the words you uttered when you were drunk yesterday." "Huh? Which words?" Leng Shaofeng's heart raced, worried that he may have said something inappropriate during his drunken stupor. Li Hongqiang smiled sweetly, exuding charm. "If you do not abandon me, I shall be bound to you through life and death." Chapter 82. The waiting person. In that instant, Leng Shaofeng felt as if he had tumbled into a honey pot, with even the air around him tasting sweet. He wished to continue sharing heartfelt sentiments with Li Hongqiang, but suddenly, he heard a cacophony of alongside the sound of stomping feet. The two were startled and turned around, only to find Li Hongwei standing in place, gesturing animatedly. Upon witnessing her sister's antics, Li Hongqiang felt a flush of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng appeared utterly bewildered, acutely aware of the toll that a deficiency in skills had taken on him. Li Hongqiang took Leng Shaofeng's hand and led him into the inner room. Xiaowei is hungry and craving those delicious treats. Li Hongqiang explained bashfully. Oh, I see. Then let us eat. With that, as the two entered the room, Li Hongwei stamped her foot and followed suit. Every time, they flaunt their affection in front of me. I'm not even hungry. I'm well fed with their love, she thought, a mix of frustration and confusion washing over her. Though deeply touched by their care, she couldn't shake the sourness in her heart. However, when Li Hongwei took a bite of a sweet pastry, all her discontent vanished into thin air. Instantly transformed into a little hamster, her cheeks bulged with the delicious morsel. Observing Li Hongwei's delight, Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang exchanged knowing smiles, each reaching for a piece of the sweet treat. In the next moment, they simultaneously offered bites to one another, pausing in surprise at the sight of the pastries near their lips, before breaking into laughter, a shared understanding blooming between them. This mutual affection felt exquisite. Yet the nearby little hamster, with her cheeks puffed out, suddenly found the sweetness of the pastry had turned sour. With a grimace, Li Hongwei chewed rapidly, hastily digesting her bite. The next moment, she opened her mouth toward her sister. Li Hongqiang smiled gently, placing a piece of candy into her mouth. Joy returned to Li Hongwei's face, her big eyes narrowing into delighted slits. Ah, the sweetness is back. Being fed by others feels wonderful, she mused. After finishing the treat, Li Hongwei opened her mouth again, this time directed at Leng Shaofeng, her intent unmistakable. Hurry, feed me. Leng Shaofeng hesitated, glancing at Li Hongqiang. Seeing her beaming smile and no other reaction, he finally picked up a piece of candy and placed it into her cherry-like mouth. Li Hongwei savored it even more joyfully, the sweetness flooding back. At this age, still needing to be fed, how embarrassing, he remarked, shaking his head, deliberately turning toward Li Hongwei, ensuring she noticed. Li Hongwei indeed caught sight of it, her eyes widening in surprise. With candy in her mouth, she opened wide, pondering whether she should continue eating it. Reluctant to discard it, especially since it cost 2 dimes each, she grit her teeth and swallowed the candy whole. Then, glaring at Leng Shaofeng, she began to gesture animatedly. You, a grown man, need someone to feed you. Why can't I, being so small, be fed as well? Yet, Leng Shaofeng remained perplexed. Although he could somewhat guess her meaning, he simply did not comprehend her feelings. She once again picked up a large white rabbit candy and shoved it into Li Hongqiang's mouth. This time, Li Hongwei was incensed. The double standard was infuriating. She leaped from her small stool and lunged at Leng Shaofeng, scratching and clawing, pounding and striking. Leng Shaofeng dared not retaliate. He could only raise his hands to shield his head and retreat in a flustered manner, laughing and begging for mercy as he dodged. Li Hongwei, however, was relentless, pursuing him without relent. The already small room erupted into chaos, filled with laughter and mirth. Li Hongqiang stifled her laughter, eventually doubling over in amusement. Witnessing her sister's joyful spirit brought genuine delight to Li Hongqiang's heart. The playful conflict soon engulfed Li Hongqiang, as she became a shield for Leng Shaofeng. Li Hongwei gestured animatedly at her sister, her words unknown, causing Li Hongqiang to blush. No longer neutral, she joined the ranks in the assault against Leng Shaofeng. Now there was no escape for him. Cornered against the bed, he found himself at the mercy of Li Hongwei, who seized the opportunity to deliver a flurry of playful blows. Perched atop Leng Shaofeng, Li Hongwei rained down tiny punches upon him, first striking his left shoulder. As he pleaded for mercy, he furtively shifted positions, only to have her fists land on his right shoulder instead. Surprisingly, the playful punches were rather enjoyable. Leng Shaofeng attempted to shift once more, but Li Hongqiang's laughter gave away his ruse. Recognizing his comfortable moans, Li Hongwei quickly grasped that she had been unwittingly turned into a source of amusement. This was intolerable. In the next moment, Li Hongwei revealed her 2 little tiger teeth and sank them into Leng Shaofeng's arm. Faced with such tactics, Leng Shaofeng was well prepared. He yelled in pain, which was precisely what was needed. Immediately, concern arose. Li Hongqiang hurried over and pulled her sister away. Reluctantly, the little girl released her bite, pouting as she returned to her seat, twisting her body away from both Leng Shaofeng and her sister. The message was clear. She was upset. The kind of upset that could not be easily soothed. Li Hongqiang shrugged at Leng Shaofeng, expressing her helplessness. She had no effective solutions. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, drawing his chair closer to the little girl. She promptly turned 90 degrees away from him. He too turned to close the distance again, but she continued to ignore him. Before she could turn away again, a large hand gently tousled her braided hair while the other tidied her slightly tousled strands. The little girl froze, her bright eyes now fixed on Leng Shaofeng. He extended his arm for her to see, revealing 2 distinct rows of bite marks on his bronzed skin. She shot him a playful glare before gently blowing on the marks, her big, bright eyes searching his, as if asking, "Does it still hurt?" Leng Shaofeng smiled and shook his head. Instantly, her pretty face blossomed with a radiant smile. At this moment, Li Hongqiang approached as well. She extended her hand to gently caress another braid. Li Hongwei's small head leaned softly against her sister's embrace, while Li Hongqiang nestled gently into Leng Shaofeng's arms. The three of them huddled together, enveloped in a serene silence, with only the newly purchased electric fan whirring softly, providing a refreshing breeze. Cradling her sister in one arm and resting in the embrace of her beloved, Li Hongqiang gently swayed her shoulders, unknowingly humming a nursery rhyme. In her memory, it was a song sung by her mother. Mother, what a distant recollection this is. She could only vaguely remember a fragment. The trees in spring will bud. The birds in summer will chirp. Who will harvest the autumn fruits? The snow in winter will melt. The flowers I await have all withered. As for the one I long for, where are you? At this moment, Li Hongqiang wished to convey to her mother, who was far away, that her daughter had grown up and had found the person she had been waiting for. Chapter 83. Do you wish? Dinner was rather simple. Li Hongqiang prepared a modest seaweed and egg soup and casually stir-fried a couple of dishes. The little girl not only filled her belly with dog food, but also indulged in snacks. If more dishes were to be prepared, she would have no room left to eat. The primary reason for cooking was for Leng Shaofeng, who had a hearty appetite and needed to be well fed. Li Hongqiang herself, too, required sustenance, as her energy expenditure was substantial by evening. It was essential to replenish her energy in advance. After a warm dinner, Li Hongqiang tidied up the dishes, leaving only Li Hongwei and Leng Shaofeng in the room. Li Hongwei regarded Leng Shaofeng with a cold stare, her lips curving upward to reveal her small fangs. Leng Shaofeng immediately sensed an ominous shift. Little troublemaker was about to unleash her mischief. Sure enough, in the next moment, she lunged at him. Leng Shaofeng swiftly dodged, and with a thud, Li Hongwei missed her target, striking her leg against the table. The little girl grimaced in pain, crouching down to clutch her leg. Hastily, Leng Shaofeng bent down to check on her. However, in the next instant, the little girl sprang up and leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around him tightly. There was no escape for Leng Shaofeng this time. He resigned himself to his fate, just as he anticipated that she would surely take a playful bite of his shoulder. She remained still, settling quietly on his back like a small kitten. Leng Shaofeng also stilled, remaining motionless. A tiny head nestled against his back, nuzzling and burrowing in. Gradually, he sensed a coolness at the nape of his neck. In the face of such a situation, Leng Shaofeng uttered no words and posed no questions. Sometimes, silence is the finest response. Companionship is the most enduring confession of affection. After a while, the little girl, perhaps fatigued or simply content, voluntarily hopped off his back. Leng Shaofeng, perceptive to her demeanor, sensed a hint of melancholy in her spirit, though it was not entirely so. He shook his head. Women are indeed a more intricate species. Such a petite woman can leave one utterly perplexed. Li Hongwei sat on a bench, casting a glance at Leng Shaofeng before unfurling her notebook to commence writing. The sound of the pen gliding across the paper echoed softly, but soon fell silent. She then pushed the notebook towards Leng Shaofeng, revealing a single phrase inscribed in a delicate, albeit slightly awkward hand. Would you protect me as you do my sister? Leng Shaofeng smiled. He could have answered her directly, yet he chose not to. Instead, he solemnly took the pen from the young girl's hand and inscribed, I am willing. Upon completing his writing, he returned the notebook to Li Hongwei. Her heart, upon seeing the answer she longed for, soared with relief as a radiant smile illuminated her face. She playfully stuck her tongue out at Leng Shaofeng, scrunching her nose in jest, before resuming her quiet writing. However, Leng Shaofeng was not to let her off so easily. He seized one of her legs, rolling up her pant leg to reveal a bruise on her fair calf. A pang of concern surged within him. Such an injury would hardly faze him, yet seeing it mar her delicate limb struck a deeper chord of sympathy. Noticing his caring demeanor, Li Hongwei gently shook her head, smiling sweetly. The sensation of being cared for was delightful, especially now that another person, a formidable man, had joined her circle of concern. Li Hongwei found it difficult to articulate this feeling, yet it instilled within her a profound sense of security. Before long, Li Hongqiang returned after tidying up the kitchen. The two individuals in the room remained absorbed in their tasks, one practicing calligraphy, the other sketching with her ruler as if drafting a design. Li Hongqiang did not intrude. Instead, she unfurled the fabric recently purchased by Leng Shaofeng on the bed, contemplating how to tailor it. Each person busied themselves until after 9 o'clock, completing their respective endeavors. Li Hongwei cheerfully ventured out to prepare foot water, leaving only Leng Shaofeng and Li Hongqiang in the room. They nestled together at the head of the bed. Shaofeng. Thank you, Li Hongqiang murmured, resting her head lightly on his shoulder. What troubles you? He inquired, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. In recent days, Little Wei has been smiling more and more each day, becoming increasingly cheerful and vivacious. All thanks to you. Li Hongqiang paused momentarily before continuing. I believed I was safeguarding Little Wei well, yet it is only now that I realize I could never do so completely. Only a man's protection can truly bring peace to our hearts. Leng Shaofeng understood her words. This was the essence of security, a paramount need among women. We are family. It is my duty, he assured her. From now on, our lives will only grow better. Li Hongqiang softly agreed. In this tumultuous era, Li Hongqiang truly felt a sense of security. She and her sister, like drifting duckweeds, were unanchored, merely flowing with the currents of life. However, at last, they had found a warm and steadfast haven. From now on, they could simply embrace their identities as gentle women, blooming in their beauty, unafraid of any storm. For there was a man who would shield them from the gales and provide them with a sky under which to thrive. Hand in hand, they exchanged no words. At that moment, silence sufficed as their hearts resonated in unison. Li Hongwei brought in hot water, and as customary, Li Hongqiang prepared to wash Leng Shaofeng's feet. Then she busied herself with making the bed and arranging the mosquito net. While her sister tidied up the bedding, Li Hongwei quietly moved to Leng Shaofeng's side and playfully pinched the flesh at his waist. Ouch! He gasped, taken aback by the unexpected sting. What madness was this? Just moments ago, all had seemed well, and he had not provoked her. He turned to glare at Li Hongwei. But the young girl merely waved her small fist at him and nonchalantly walked away. Li Hongwei then settled alone on the wooden bed, slipping under the mosquito net, lying sideways against the wall. The night was tranquil, and as time flowed gently onward, the wind outside finally quieted. At last, she could find solace in sleep, albeit not entirely at ease. She had come to understand the reason the curtain swayed on its own. It was the wind. Yet, she wished she remained unaware. Although she heard no sound, the rustling of the curtain led her to conjecture. Another gust had arisen. Poor sister, cursed Leng Shaofeng. Tomorrow, I shall ensure he pays for this. Avenging my sister. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, Li Hongwei eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 84. Feng Jianya. The following day, Li Hongwei awoke later than usual. When her sister, Li Hongqiang, called her to rise, she was engulfed in morning irritability and directed a small tantrum at Li Hongqiang. A stern glance from her sister swiftly quelled her defiance, and she obediently got out of bed. Observing her sister's reluctance, Li Hongqiang could only shake her head with a bittersweet smile. The young girl had been growing increasingly temperamental lately. It was uncertain where she found such boldness. At this rate, she would become rather difficult to manage. After freshening up, Li Hongwei noticed that Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle was absent from the courtyard. A brief survey revealed no sign of him. She scrunched her little nose and huffed. Humph, you escaped quickly. Indeed, Leng Shaofeng had been swift. He had not dined at the lamb soup restaurant for breakfast. Eating first and then exercising felt uncomfortable, and he would be hungry before noon. Therefore, he resolved to complete his workout before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast. Currently, Leng Shaofeng had arrived at a dilapidated factory to engage in his physical training. While he could find alternatives for most exercises, running and using the parallel bars posed no issue. However, he had no access to a sandbag, which required him to devise a solution on his own. After finishing his run and practicing punches, Leng Shaofeng proceeded to the fundamental training segment. The sound of two robust ropes being whipped echoed loudly in the air. The entire factory reverberated with the sound of clapping. As Leng Shaofeng concluded his training and began to retract the rope, applause resonated from the entrance of the dilapidated factory. Turning to look, he saw a middle-aged man, briefcase in hand, approaching him with measured steps. This man was well known to Leng Shaofeng, for he was none other than Feng Chang's father, Feng Jianya, the district chief of the first tunneling section. During their school days, Leng Shaofeng and Feng Chang often attended classes together. Thus he was quite familiar with Feng Jianya. "Uncle Feng, what brings you here?" Leng Shaofeng inquired, harboring suspicions yet maintaining a courteous demeanor. "Impressive. I just witnessed my nephew's training and now understand the origin of your notorious reputation as the cold madman," Feng Jianya replied, diverting from the question, while giving Leng Shaofeng a thumbs up. "No wonder you single-handedly took down 30 ruffians in Yanxi town." Leng Shaofeng furrowed his brow lightly, quickly comprehending. "Did Uncle Feng hear about yesterday's incident in the town?" he ventured to ask. "Of course. Now, throughout Yanxi town, from the steel plant to the Yanxi Coal Mine, who does not know the name Leng Shaofeng? Your remarkable feat of taking on 30 at once is something I have never encountered in my lifetime," Feng Jianya exclaimed. "Huh, it's merely infamy," Leng Shaofeng chuckled. Dismissing the praise, Feng Jianya shook his head nonchalantly, redirecting the conversation. "What you are managing now is truly remarkable," he remarked, surveying the factory's surroundings as if implying something deeper. "It is all in service of the people. My efforts aim to alleviate the burdens on the mine." Leng Shaofeng responded with a laugh. "Indeed, but it's also thanks to my nephew's discerning eye." Feng Jianya praised him profusely since entering the factory. "Uncle Feng, is there something specific you wish to discuss?" Leng Shaofeng, drenched in sweat, was eager to shower and felt little inclination for idle chatter, particularly with a man. After all, he was not Li Hongwei. Why did I think of Li Hongwei? He pondered briefly. "It's nothing serious. I heard from Feng Chang that you have been collecting treasury bonds recently?" Feng Jianya shifted the topic. "Yes, just some small-scale dealings for fun." Leng Shaofeng acknowledged with a nod. "Perfect. I have quite a few on hand, and with Feng Chang accumulating some as well. The two of us should have around 1,000 yuan. I will have Hanbin reach out to Feng Chang, since my nephew desires them. We shall certainly extend our support," Feng Jianya stated earnestly. "Thank you very much, Uncle Feng." Leng Shaofeng began to gather his bag and clothing. "Look at you, drenched in sweat. Go take a shower," Feng Jianya urged. "Oh, by the way, I happen to have 2 packs of fine cigarettes. Take them." As he spoke, Feng Jianya opened his briefcase and retrieved 2 boxes of cigarettes. Leng Shaofeng recognized them instantly. "Huazi. Uncle Feng, what is this? I cannot accept your cigarettes," he protested, attempting to return them. However, Feng Jianya waved him off, already making his way out. "Since you and Feng Chang were such close friends back then, do remember to keep in touch and look out for him." Feng Jianya departed. From beginning to end, there was not a single mention of Feng Chang's campaign. However, all that needed to be done was accomplished with remarkable finesse. Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but shake his head. He stuffed 2 boxes of huazi into his satchel, which now contained 2 boxes of huazi and 2 boxes of dakiamin. The disparity was striking. Who would choose dakiamin when huazi was available? Leng Shaofeng intended to gift both boxes of dakiamin to Hanbin. After organizing himself, he mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the bathhouse. Inside the bathhouse, the atmosphere was still bustling. The pool was covered with a layer of black and white foam, making it impossible to enjoy a soak. Leng Shaofeng hurriedly took a shower before heading out in search of food. He did not return to the sister mutton soup restaurant, but opted for the large cafeteria instead. As Leng Shaofeng entered the cafeteria in haste, he did not attract much attention. While queuing for his meal, he occasionally overheard discussions at the nearby table about him. Is Leng Shaofeng really that formidable? They say he took on 30 by himself. Have you ever heard of anyone accomplishing such a feat? Indeed, I have heard. It's truly impressive. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly have been a valiant warrior charging into battle. As he made his way through, he could hear people discussing him from time to time. Leng Shaofeng shook his head in disbelief, taken aback by how quickly the news had spread and how distorted it had become. Although he did manage to take on 30, it was under specific conditions, having the advantage of terrain. In reality, it was far less challenging than last winter's encounter. By this time, many had already spotted Leng Shaofeng, pointing at his back and introducing him to those who did not know him. Their tone suggested that knowing Leng Shaofeng was a matter of great pride. "Brother Feng, over here," someone called out from a distance. Leng Shaofeng glanced over and recognized Yao Xingli. Several colleagues from the security department were gathered together for a meal. Normally, they would occupy a single table, but today they were divided into two. One table was occupied by Feng Chang, while the other hosted Yao Xingli. Feng Chang's table had 7 or 8 people, whereas Yao Xingli's had only 3 or 4. With a tray in hand, Leng Shaofeng hesitated for a moment before ultimately walking towards Yao Xingli. Instantly, Yao Xingli was elated, while Feng Chang appeared somewhat dejected. However, as Leng Shaofeng glanced at Feng Chang, their eyes met, and he nodded. Feng Chang's face immediately brightened, and he regained his spirited demeanor. Chapter 85. The campaign begins. Although the seating arrangement today was somewhat distinct, everyone finished their meals and departed together. After all, they were colleagues accustomed to dining together. Upon exiting the cafeteria, they did not rush to the large conference room, as it was still early, just past 7:30. There was a half hour to digest their food. A group of them chatted and laughed as they made their way to the security department's activity room. Leng Shaofeng was a regular at the activity room, but for the others, it was a rare visit. Once there, they naturally felt compelled to showcase their skills. Unfortunately, few could manage a pull-up on the horizontal bar, and the parallel bars were no different. A gathering of individuals ultimately transformed into mere spectators. The ensuing moments became a personal exhibition for Leng Shaofeng. Engaging in the parallel bars, he demonstrated exquisite grace and formidable strength. Once he commenced, there was no halting him. The onlookers could only gaze in envy. As time drew near, the assembly moved towards the grand conference room. Amidst the crowd, Leng Shaofeng remained the center of attention. Although he had departed from the security department, tales of his prowess continued to circulate within its ranks. This was the true embodiment of Leng Shaofeng. Upon arriving at the conference room, all were present. The moment Han Bin spotted Leng Shaofeng, he hurried over, offering a silent thumbs up, a gesture that spoke volumes. Li Jun, catching sight of Leng Shaofeng, promptly greeted him, "Shaofeng, it's been days since I've seen you. I must admit, it feels rather strange. This is your home. Do come back often." The warmth of the reception felt even more pronounced than before. "Indeed, I shall forever be a part of the security department," Leng Shaofeng swiftly affirmed. Aware that eloquent words were commonplace, "I shall remember your words. Without your formidable presence, the security department would indeed struggle to maintain its stature." Li Jun replied with a rueful smile. "Truly, 1 against 30, unprecedented and astonishing. Were it not for the credible accounts circulating, I would scarcely believe it myself. Come, Shaofeng, enlighten us on the matter." Liao Wenlong joined in the banter, evidently informed of the events that transpired in Yanxi town the previous day. Leng Shaofeng was taken aback by how swiftly the news had spread. "Indeed, Shaofeng, do share. Should we encounter any issues in the future, we shall certainly invoke your name. I have a colleague who can take on 30. Do you fear him?" Yang Guozhan chimed in, his expression laden with admiration. The crowd erupted in playful commotion. No. Today's protagonists are Feng Chang and Yao Xingli," Leng Shaofeng interjected, eager to avoid overshadowing the main event. In a previous incarnation, he might have reveled in such attention, eager to boast. However, the current Leng Shaofeng found little merit in trivial matters, believing such displays to be the province of children. The audience observed this new demeanor of Leng Shaofeng, feeling a sense of dissonance. Was it truly possible for someone to evolve so significantly in just a few days? Li Jun suppressed his curiosity and raised his hands, gesturing for silence. The conference room fell into profound stillness, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Now, let us refrain from idle chatter. The sole focus of today's meeting is the election of the team leader. Comrade Leng Shaofeng, during your tenure as the captain of the security department, you have made immense contributions, establishing a formidable reputation for us. Over the past 2 years, the surrounding villages have quieted significantly. What accounts for this transformation? While it is difficult to comment on many matters, the role played by Comrade Leng Shaofeng is truly immeasurable. I hope that my successor can take Comrade Leng Shaofeng as a model to strengthen our defense department. Now, let the election officially commence. First, I shall outline the fundamental voting principles. Everyone present, including the guard on duty, possesses 1 vote. The department head holds a veto power, while the 3 team leaders have voting rights, with each vote counting as 3. I now invite the 2 candidates to deliver their campaign speeches. As Li Jun spoke, the audience occasionally erupted into knowing laughter. Feng Chang and Yao Xingli, both hesitant, vied for the opportunity to take the stage, ultimately yielding to Yao Shengli. Yao, clutching his speech notes, stumbled through his address. Frankly, his performance left much to be desired. While he is adept at light-hearted banter, he faltered in this formal setting. Next came Feng Chong, whose imposing physique presented a typical image of a robust man. He stood nearly as tall as Leng Shaofeng, though unlike Leng Feng's bulk consisted mainly of excess weight. Those familiar with him knew he was all show, lacking substance. In comparison to Yao Shengli, Feng's presentation was markedly better. He delivered his speech largely from memory, maintaining a steady demeanor and appearing relatively at ease. Finally, it was time for the voting segment. Li Jun gathered the three team leaders, Leng Shaofeng, Liao Wenlong, and Yang Guozhan, for a brief meeting, where each wrote down the name of their preferred candidate on a piece of paper. When Li Jun revealed the results, the three men shared a knowing smile. All three votes went to Feng Chong. Li Jun joined in their laughter. At that moment, the outcome of the votes from the crowd outside became inconsequential. The leaders had already been determined. Nonetheless, the formalities outside had to be observed. Unsurprisingly, Feng Chong was declared the winner. The moment the result was announced, Yao Shengli's disappointment was palpable, in stark contrast to Feng Chong, who radiated confidence and vitality, embodying the spirit of triumph. After the election concluded, Leng Shaofeng approached Feng Chong to extend his congratulations. Feng expressed his intention to sell all the treasury bonds he possessed to Han Bin after the event. Leng had no objections. With that matter settled, Leng Shaofeng felt a weight lifted from his mind. At that moment, Xiao Song approached, holding a note which he handed to Leng Shaofeng. Team Leader Leng, someone called for you yesterday afternoon. I wrote down the numbers. Thank you, Xiao Song. That's very thoughtful of you. Leng Shaofeng offered Xiao Song a cigarette in gratitude, a large brand that remained unopened. As he glanced at the note, he noted the callers were Shi Dachong and Wang Tao. Leng Shaofeng once again felt the inconvenience of being without a phone. How he longed for the days when everyone had their own mobile device. Upon seeing the two individuals' phone numbers, Leng Shaofeng could surmise the nature of the matter at hand. However, he did not rush to return the call. Before addressing that, he had another task to undertake, seeking out a certain individual named Lu Lijuan. Chapter 86. The union's rejection. The reason for Leng Shaofeng's visit to Lu Lijuan was not for idle chatter, nor to curry favor with a prospective mother-in-law. Attempting to ingratiate himself at this juncture would only be counterproductive. A more aloof demeanor would encourage a sense of ease in the other party. This was primarily due to Lu Lijuan's position overseeing the union, which possessed a wealth of resources, among which was something Leng Shaofeng urgently required, a sandbag. Although the security department's activity room housed a large sandbag, Leng Shaofeng's future training base would be in an abandoned factory, where he intended to create a space for physical conditioning. While other equipment such as pull-up bars and parallel bars could be fashioned from the abundant materials in the factory, acquiring a sandbag posed a significant challenge. The union's office was situated adjacent to the mine manager's office, occupying the ground floor. It consisted of a single large office, with the remainder designated for activities. Inside this office, Leng Shaofeng encountered Lu Lijuan. "Auntie Lu, I've come to see you," he greeted her with fervent enthusiasm. "Oh, the great hero. I heard you single-handedly took on 30 opponents. Is that true?" Lu Lijuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. For some reason, Leng Shaofeng detected a hint of sarcasm in her words. The term great hero felt somewhat awkward. It's not as exaggerated as that. I merely took advantage of the terrain and defeated them one by one," he replied modestly. Lu Lijuan continued to express her astonishment before shifting the subject. "Shaofeng, you've really built up your physique. By the way, what brings you to the union?" "Well, Auntie Lu, I intend to establish an activity center at the resource recovery station. The other equipment is readily available for modification, but I currently have no means of obtaining a sandbag. Hence, I thought to inquire here," he explained. Lu Lijuan shot him a sidelong glance. "Shaofeng, don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. Others may be unaware, but you cannot deceive me. I know well that your so-called resource recovery station is entirely under your personal management, with only a nominal connection to the mine." Evidently, Lu Lijuan was well informed, likely due to her husband's position as deputy mine manager. "Auntie, could you do me a favor? I recall there being an unused sandbag at the union. If the hard one is unavailable, then surely a soft one will suffice," he pleaded. "Oh, you wish to put me in a compromising position. How could I possibly give away the mine's assets?" Lu Lijuan responded, maintaining her stance. "Shaofeng, This is not me making things difficult for you. Rather, it's you who is placing me in a difficult position. Leng Shaofeng was taken aback by Lu Lijuan's obstinacy. It was as if she were impervious to reason. Realizing that further dialogue would be futile, he decided to retreat. Very well, Auntie Lu, I shall ponder other alternatives. I'll take my leave now. With that, he departed, unwilling to expend any more breath on the matter. Lu Lijuan nodded indifferently, watching Leng Shaofeng depart. She gazed at his tall, imposing figure with a twinge of envy. How wonderful it would be if her husband, Su Changhe, possessed such a physique. Reflecting on her husband's behavior from the previous night, Lu Lijuan felt a surge of irritation bubbling within her. As Leng Shaofeng strolled out of the office, his heart was relatively untroubled. He sensed that Lu Lijuan harbored some grievances against him. Her demeanor was evidently somewhat antagonistic. However, in this matter, she held the upper hand, leaving him with few options. Though he felt a sense of resentment, he resolved to channel that frustration towards her daughter. As the saying goes, a mother's debt is repaid by her daughter. Su Jing, do not expect mercy next time. It is your mother who has caused this turmoil. No need to wait for the next time. This afternoon will suffice. Leng Shaofeng cheerfully decided to impart a lesson to Lu Lijuan's daughter, ensuring she would pay a hefty price for her mother's transgressions. She must kneel and beg for mercy. Until now, Leng Shaofeng had navigated life smoothly, bolstered by the advantages of his rebirth and the influence of his uncle. At least, this was true within the confines of the Yanxi Coal Mine. Yet, Lu Lijuan's subtle resistance served as a wake-up call for him. One should not presume omnipotence merely due to the benefits of rebirth. Little did Leng Shaofeng realize that the true source of Lu Lijuan's displeasure was her husband, Su Changhe, and he was merely caught in the crossfire. As Leng Shaofeng exited the Union building, he mounted his motorcycle and headed straight for the dilapidated factory. As anticipated, his elder brother, Leng Shaoyang, was busily engaged in work there. A wave of warmth washed over Leng Shaofeng. After all, his brother was treating his affairs as if they were his own, without asking for any remuneration. Hey, brother, are you busy? Leng Shaofeng squatted beside him. Indeed, there's quite a bit to do here. It will take some time. Leng Shaoyang replied casually, continuing his task. Please don't let my work interfere with your own responsibilities. Leng Shaofeng felt compelled to remind him. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. There's not much happening at the mine lately, he reassured. Oh, come home for lunch. Mother has been mentioning you incessantly, Leng Shaoyang added. Their mother, Li Suyun, tended to scold and pinch Leng Shaofeng whenever she saw him. However, Leng Shaoyang understood how much their mother cared for his younger brother. Truth be told, this favoritism was evident. Yet, it was inevitable, as Leng Shaofeng had been raised by their mother, while he had only spent his childhood by her side before coming to work at the Yanxi Coal Mine. Fortunately, the bond between the brothers was strong, and neither held grudges over such matters. All right, I understand, brother. By the way, I want to make something. Hee hee. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, ready to burden his brother once more. What do you wish to create? Leng Shaoyang raised an eyebrow. I want to build a set of parallel bars and a horizontal bar, along with a frame to hang sandbags. Are you planning to practice here? Be careful. With such thick ropes, don't injure yourself. Leng Shaoyang expressed genuine concern for his younger brother. In this secluded place, one can train without interruption. Rest assured, brother. I have long mastered the fundamentals and shall not suffer any injuries, remarked Leng Shaofeng. Very well, this task is straightforward. However, you must find a way to handle that sandbag yourself. After a moment's contemplation, Leng Shaoyang nodded in agreement. He added, by the way, if you have no other plans tonight, let us put in some extra hours. Those machines need priority repairs. He gestured towards a few pieces of equipment, which were allocated to Wang Tao. Just 2 days had passed, and they had already begun to press for progress. Leng Shaofeng surmised the reason for Wang Tao's call without hesitation. It was undoubtedly nothing else. All right, working overtime is not an issue. You must show some consideration for the two of them. Do not worry, brother. I am well aware of the nuances of human relationships, replied Leng Shaofeng. Such matters of social grace were trivial for him at this stage. Observing his brother diligently engaged in work, Leng Shaofeng felt uncomfortable merely watching. Hence, he chose to leave. He entrusted the task to his brother, Leng Shaoyang, confident in his ability to handle it better than himself. Exiting the dilapidated factory, Leng Shaofeng opted not to ride his motorcycle, but instead strolled leisurely out through the north gate. Outside, a scene of bustling activity unfolded. A group was busy weeding in the open space, while others were leveling the land, shoveling and filling as needed. Zhang Donglai was overseeing the operation. Leng Shaofeng spotted his mother, Li Siyun, who was wearing a straw hat and squatting with a group of women, diligently weeding. Witnessing her exertion tugged at Leng Shaofeng's heartstrings, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Chapter 87. Invitation to gather, his nose tinged with a hint of discomfort. He felt an urge to approach her, pull her away, and tell her, "You needn't toil. Our family does not lack for money. You can simply relax at home and enjoy a life of ease." However, he refrained from doing so, understanding that his mother had always been one who could never remain idle. Without tasks to occupy her, she would feel restless. Li Siyun soon noticed her son and stood up, waving at him. Leng Shaofeng hurried over, and they found shade beneath a willow tree. "I heard from Zhang that this entire open area belongs to you. You plan to build 2 factories and a building here?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. "Yes, indeed, Mom. What do you think? Isn't my son impressive?" Leng Shaofeng boasted, adopting a rather smug demeanor. "Still showing off in front of me. I think you're in need of a lesson." Li Siyun playfully threatened, causing Leng Shaofeng to take a quick step back. "No, Mom, please. This is in public. Allow me a modicum of dignity. After all, I am somewhat of a figure now, aren't I?" He braced himself for a reprimand. Yet, Li Siyun halted, merely casting a proud and affectionate glance at her son. In that look, there was a profound sense of warmth and pride. Unbeknownst to her, her son had grown into a fine young man. Indeed, he deserved some regard in the eyes of others. "With such a substantial undertaking, can you manage it all?" she inquired with concern. "Nothing too arduous. It's all quite simple tasks. Besides, it's not me doing the work, it's all machine-operated. How about that? Mother, you need not toil away as a laborer any longer. Come and be a grand boss here. I shall offer you a monthly salary of 100 yuan. You may simply sit in an air-conditioned room, sipping tea each day." Cold Shaofeng painted a picture of a splendid future for his mother. "Come now. I cannot afford such luxuries," she replied. "If you truly wish to keep me occupied, you should hasten to marry and then grant me a robust grandson. I shall look after the child daily, and you need not go to work." Li Siyun shared the sentiments of countless mothers, yearning for a grandchild. "Rest assured, you shall have a grandson soon." Cold Shaofeng recalled that his little nephew was due to arrive in May of the following year. Calculating the days, it should be soon after that his elder brother secured the contract. "Ah, is it true? Is it that girl from the Su family, or the young widow? Regardless of who it may be, once the child is born, I shall assist in caring for them." Li Siyun was utterly elated, her excitement evident on her face. Cold Shaofeng was at a loss for words. "What are you talking about?" "I was referring to my brother. He and my sister-in-law have been married for a considerable time now and should be expecting." Cold Shaofeng hastily clarified. "Oh, her? She's rather plump. Not exactly the type to lay eggs." Li Siyun realized her misunderstanding and immediately lost her enthusiasm. Pouting slightly, she wished to continue but abruptly fell silent. Her cheeks tinged with a blush. "Forget it. I shan't meddle in your affairs." Li Siyun changed the subject. "Now, turn around so I may have a look." Li Siyun made a rather peculiar request. "Huh." Cold Shaofeng was somewhat bewildered but complied nonetheless. Li Siyun scrutinized her son, relieved to find nothing amiss. "From now on, you are not to engage in any more fights. How is it that you are so combative, always brawling with so many?" Her tone was laced with concern and reproach. Yet Cold Shaofeng was exasperated. Every fight involved multiple opponents. He had no choice in the matter. "Do not worry, mother. Your son has matured. Such childish antics will not occur again." Cold Shaofeng quickly assured her, silently adding, "As long as they do not provoke me. If anyone dares to, they shall certainly face the consequences." "Very well. You have grown, and I shall no longer concern myself with you. Just be mindful of your actions." Li Siyun's heart swelled with pride as she gazed at her son, who now towered over her. After reiterating the importance of returning home for dinner, she resumed her tasks. Cold Shaofeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and approached Zhang Donglai. "Brother Zhang, your speed is commendable." Cold Shaofeng offered him a cigarette. "Ah, Huazi, I am fortunate to share in your bounty." Zhang Donglai accepted the cigarette, his face lighting up with a smile. Cold Shaofeng produced a match, and they each lit their cigarettes. "Brother Zhang, regarding that old factory of mine, it has several holes in the roof. Could you possibly spare some hands to help repair it?" Cold Shaofeng decided it was time to mend the leaky roof. "No problem at all. Would you prefer a simple solution or a more intricate one?" Zhang Donglai countered. "What constitutes simplicity? What about complexity?" Leng Shaofeng inquired. "A straightforward approach would involve laying down a piece of oilcloth and placing iron sheets atop it to ensure no rain seeps through. A more complex method would require sourcing identical materials to repair the roof, making it indistinguishable from the original. The challenge lies primarily in procuring the materials, Zhang Donglai elucidated. In that case, let's opt for simplicity. As long as it remains watertight, I'm satisfied, Leng Shaofeng decided, recognizing that the derelict factory did not warrant excessive effort. That poses no issue. I shall resolve it before nightfall, Zhang Donglai assured him. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave, Leng Shaofeng stated, concluding his business without lingering. As he passed the North Gate's guardhouse, Leng Shaofeng entered. The duty officer was still Shaosong. He casually offered a cigarette to him. Amidst Shaosong's expressions of gratitude, Leng Shaofeng stepped into the guardhouse and began dialing a number. Hello, who is this? Came the voice of Shi Dachong on the line. Brother Shi, it's me, Leng Shaofeng. Ah, Shaofeng, it's quite a challenge to reach you. You really should get your own phone. This is rather inconvenient, Shi Dachong lamented. Yes, I feel the same way. I will expedite the installation, Leng Shaofeng replied, eager to have a phone set up. Brother Shi, what do you need? Haha, it's certainly good news. I'm planning to organize a gathering for all 8 heads of our small coal mines, bringing everyone together for a bit of fun. It'll also be a chance for you to meet the other 4 gentlemen. How does that sound? Interested? Shi Dachong asked with a jovial tone. Of course, I'm interested. However, Brother Shi, is it appropriate for me to attend a gathering among the big coal mine owners? Leng Shaofeng expressed his reservations, not wishing to impose. Why would it be inappropriate? It's absolutely fitting. Don't forget, you are also the owner of Xinzhuang Coal Mine, with a wealth of equipment and steel cables at your disposal. Who among the small coal mine operators wouldn't want that? Shi Dachong insisted. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng had an epiphany, slapping his forehead as he finally recognized his own position as a coal baron. It was a realization that took him aback momentarily. Very well. When and where shall we meet? I shall make my way to you. Leng Shaofeng was keen not to miss the opportunity to expand his network. Let us aim for the day after tomorrow. Come directly to Shirgo Coal Mine in the morning, as I need to prepare. You should extend some courtesy to us at Yanxi Coal Mine. While I may not match your level of hospitality, I must still make some gesture, Shi Dachong implied. Leng Shaofeng understood the underlying message but chose to ignore it. Rest assured, Brother Shi, I will be there early, he affirmed before hanging up. He then proceeded to dial Wang Tao's number, which was quickly answered. Who is this? Wang Tao's voice came through. Tao Gu, it's Leng Shaofeng. Did you reach out to me yesterday? I sincerely apologize for the delay in my response. I only received the news today. Immediately, I am returning your call. Apologies for the inconvenience, said Leng Shaofeng. Indeed, Shaofeng, my dear brother, when will my equipment be ready? Wang Tao inquired directly. Brother Tao, I was just about to discuss that with you. I've worked overtime to get it ready. You can come by tomorrow morning to pick it up, replied Leng Shaofeng. Excellent. I shall be there first thing in the morning. By the way, has Shi Dachong reached out to you regarding the gathering? Wang Tao asked. Oh, I am aware of that. Brother Shi has already informed me. I will head over the day after tomorrow, replied Leng Shaofeng. All right. Our little team is finally welcoming a newcomer. We shall give you a warm reception. One could hear the delight in Wang Tao's voice. After hanging up, Leng Shaofeng picked up the phone again, dialing Xian Lin's number. It was essential to inform Xian Lin as well. Fairness must prevail. Moreover, Xinzhuang Coal Mine is part of the equation and deserves attention. The equipment Xian Lin had his eye on would also be ready for collection tomorrow. Upon receiving Leng Shaofeng's notice, Xian Lin was undoubtedly pleased, expressing his intention to come by for a truckload in the morning. After hanging up once more, Leng Shaofeng felt quite content. He could envision a considerable influx of cash heading his way the following day. He mused that no further matters remained. Today, the most troubling issue had been Lu Lijuan's rejection. However, Leng Shaofeng did not dwell on it. After all, she was merely a minor obstacle, and he was confident in his ability to overcome it. Glancing at the time, he noted it was just past 10:30. Rather than running about, he settled in the security office to read the newspaper, awaiting Li Xian's departure so they could return home together for dinner. In the capital city, within the Ministry of Energy, in a large office on the 3rd floor, sat a middle-aged man with a serious expression, bearing a slight resemblance to Su Chang'e. This man was Su Chang'e's elder brother, Su Changshan. On his desk lay a toy miniature truck, crafted with remarkable skill. The little truck was crafted with exquisite detail, the proportions impeccable. At that moment, the middle-aged man was pulling back the tarp on the truck's rear. watching it flex and shift with remarkable agility as he moved it back and forth. Gradually, a smile began to form on his face. As he smiled, he shook his head in amusement, occasionally uttering soft exclamations of admiration. Such ingenuity. Though the tarp is small, it serves a significant purpose. This is the mark of a thoughtful individual. After a while, Su Changshan set down the toy truck and began to pace around the room. A habit he had developed for contemplating matters. If circumstances allowed, he always thought while walking. After some time, his brow relaxed, and a resolute expression settled on his face. He strode to his desk, picked up the phone, and began to dial. "Hello, is this the Wenhua Mining Bureau? Please connect me to the Yanxi Coal Mine." In this day and age, making long-distance calls across provinces and regions has become quite challenging, often necessitating several intermediaries. This particular call from Su Changshan was transferred twice before finally reaching Su Changha. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Su Changha," he answered, recognizing the call as an outside line. "Changha, it is I," came the serious voice of Su Changshan from the other end. "Big brother," Su Changha exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. "Yes, I received the toy car you sent," Su Changshan stated directly. "Ah, big brother, how do you feel about it?" Su Changha abruptly rose from his chair. "After receiving it, I studied it for quite some time. This little invention is truly remarkable," Su Changshan affirmed. "Big brother, will this be of any help to me? Can this tarpaulin design be operational?" Su Changha's voice trembled slightly at the question. There was a brief pause on the other end. Though the invention is small, its impact is significant. A fortuitous opportunity has arisen, and it holds great potential. Su Changshan offered a highly favorable assessment. "Huh, that is wonderful, truly wonderful," Su Changha replied, at a loss for words, his excitement palpable. "When I heard you mention the toy car last time, you mentioned that the inventor is quite young, correct?" Su Changshan inquired. "Yes, big brother. He is indeed a young man, and he happens to be a classmate of Jing. Their relationship seems quite good." Su Changha hesitated, but the distance of the phone call kept Su Changshan from noticing his reluctance. "I think it would be best to extract this person from the equation. That way, it might facilitate operations. Perhaps offering him a sum of 1 or 2,000 to keep him silent," Su Changshan suggested. "Big brother, this matter is not known to him alone. Moreover, I doubt that a mere 1 or 2,000 would suffice to silence him." Su Changha felt a heaviness in his heart. The former Leng Shaofeng might have been swayed by such a sum, but the current Leng Shaofeng would likely not be so easily impressed. What do you mean?" Su Changshan inquired, surprised. "This young man has recently made quite a fortune, substantially so," Su Changha lamented, feeling even more burdened, knowing he had played a part in that success. "Since we cannot buy him off, then let us ensure he remains silent, permanently." The tone of Su Changshan suddenly turned chillingly stern. At this, Su Changha felt a shiver run down his spine. This was the big brother he was familiar with, decisive and ruthless. "Big brother, I understand your intent. But this task is fraught with difficulty, even more so than the previous suggestion of bribery." Su Changha spoke hesitantly, struggling with the words. "Changha, do not worry. I will make the necessary arrangements and send a master capable of taking on 10 men. There will be no problem." Su Changshan expressed his dissatisfaction with his brother's indecisiveness. "Big brother, I comprehend your intent and am aware of such so-called experts. However, this young man is exceptionally skilled. Just yesterday, he fought against 30 opponents, emerging unscathed while they were utterly defeated." Su Changha spoke solemnly. Chapter 89. Phone conversation. This time, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. "Changha, are you indicating that there exists a young man who possesses both an astute intellect and a remarkable knack for generating wealth, coupled with exceptional skills? Is that correct?" Su Changshan's voice bore a hint of somberness. "Indeed, brother." Su Changha sincerely applauded his elder brother's insight. It was clear that his brother had a keen understanding. "Please elaborate on this young man." Suddenly, Su Changshan expressed a keen interest in the individual. "Certainly, this young man is named Leng Shaofeng. His uncle serves as the chief engineer of the Yanxi Coal Mine." Through the phone, Su Changha detailed everything he had learned about Leng Shaofeng to his brother. Previously, there was little of note to mention about Leng Shaofeng, aside from his prowess in fighting and penchant for trouble. However, recent events have shed a more favorable light on him. For reasons unknown, Su Changha refrained from mentioning the romantic entanglement between Leng Shaofeng and Su Jing. He is indeed an exceptional young man, with an influential uncle to provide some support. Such a person could potentially achieve modest success in the future. It is a pity, however, that he hails from a humble background. Our Su family is currently struggling to maintain its own stability, lacking the resources and time to nurture such talent. Otherwise, I would genuinely consider bringing him into our fold. Given time, he could very well become a formidable ally. With proper guidance, he might even evolve into a pillar of our family, Su Changshan remarked. Su Changhe felt a pang of regret. If only Xiaojing could marry a young man like Leng Shaofeng, it might not be a poor choice after all. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should disclose the matter of Leng Shaofeng and Su Jing to his brother. Forget it, I am perhaps overthinking this. Some things cannot be obtained merely through effort. Some individuals, lacking certain advantages from birth, will never attain them, no matter their endeavors. If this young man had a slightly better pedigree, he would be a worthy investment. Moreover, since he and Xiaojing are classmates, facilitating their union could yield a delightful narrative. For now, we can only watch as opportunities slip away. All right, third brother, do your best to befriend this young man. I will expedite the matters concerning you. Su Changshan issued his final instructions, preparing to end the call. Unbeknownst to him, some opportunities, once missed, can never be reclaimed. Oh, I understand, brother. Su Chang has suddenly lost interest in the conversation. Oh, by the way, how is Xiaojing? Su Changshan always showed particular concern for his niece. She is doing well. Su Changhe replied succinctly. I recall you mentioning that Leng Shaofeng shares a good rapport with Xiaojing? Su Changshan's inquiry was rather abrupt. Well, I suppose so. Su Changhe hesitated momentarily. I believe you ought to keep a close watch over Xiaojing. Young men like him can easily capture the attention of young women. Today's youth possess their own ambitions, and it would be prudent to remain vigilant. On the other end, Su Changshan, being well-versed and thoughtful, responded, I shall. For reasons unknown. A sense of unease suddenly washed over Su Changhe. Alone at home, Xiaojing's absence filled me with unease. When time permits, I shall urge my younger siblings to visit her more frequently. Su Changshan has received new instructions. Indeed, this afternoon, I shall ask Li Juan to return home early to keep her company. Su Changhe found his elder brother's reasoning sound. Yet, for reasons unknown, a deeper sense of anxiety crept into Su Changhe's heart. Very well, that settles it. Let us end this call. The two parties concluded their conversation. In his office, Su Changhe began to pace back and forth, a habit largely derived from his emulation of his elder brother. However, the disquiet within him intensified. It would not do. During lunch, I must convey to my wife the necessity of returning home earlier in the future. With this resolve, Su Changhe made his decision. At 10 o'clock, the construction crew concluded their workday. Outside the northern gate, Leng Shaofeng mounted his motorcycle, carrying his mother, Li Siyun, as they set off toward home. He made a detour to the abandoned factory, where Leng Xiaoyang was also tidying up, preparing to leave for the day. Brother, hop on. Without turning off the engine, Leng Shaofeng called out to his brother. Leng Xiaoyang glanced at the somewhat cramped motorcycle and waved his hand, signaling for him to go ahead. Leng Shaofeng did not press the matter. After all, accommodating two individuals on that bike would be quite a squeeze unless one were rather slender, preferably of a more graceful stature, for ease of seating. With that, Leng Shaofeng revved the engine and exited the mine. On the road, he turned to his mother. Mom, are you tired? If so, we can take a break, all right? I have money now. I can take care of you. Riding the motorcycle, he spoke tenderly to her. I'm perfectly fine. As long as you give me a plump grandson, I won't lift a finger. Li Siyun seized the opportunity to jest with her son. All right. Forget I said anything. Leng Shaofeng replied, exasperated. You little rascal. Li Siyun laughed, playfully scolding him. Having been influenced by the philosophies of the contemporary world, Leng Shaofeng did not feel a strong yearning for children at this moment. Even if he desired a child, it would not be for several years. Yet, he dared not disclose such thoughts to his mother, for fear she might berate him vehemently. Upon reaching the ground floor and parking the motorcycle, the two ascended the stairs to their home. Li Siyun retrieved her keys and unlocked the door. As they stepped inside, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng enter, his sister-in-law, Gao Zuixia, popped her head from the kitchen, wearing a warm and endearing smile. Shaofeng, you're back. Come, sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly. Yes, I've returned. My brother is slower. We'll have to wait a bit longer. Leng Shaofeng greeted his sister-in-law with enthusiasm. Having not seen her for a few days, he felt that Gao Zuixia appeared even more robust. He admired her, especially in such a materially impoverished era, that someone could indulge in food and still gain weight. Who wouldn't be impressed? In the center of the sofa sat his father, Leng Guangfu, with a long face. As if the entire world owed him a fortune. If one were to presume that Leng Guangfu's demeanor indicated displeasure or anger, that would be a grave misjudgment. This was merely his usual state. When he is truly enraged, his face elongates, dark and brooding enough to seem as though it could drip with water. Yet, when his anger reaches its peak, the intensity is such that even Leng Shaofeng feels a chill run down his spine. This serves as one of the reasons why Leng Shaofeng is reluctant to return home. Each time he steps through the door, it feels as though he owes millions. Have you ever tried it? Come in, take a seat, Leng Guangfu remarked, casting a glance at Leng Shaofeng and nodding slightly. Father, have you been busy lately? Leng Shaofeng inquired, seeking to fill the silence. Yes, it's been manageable, Leng Guangfu replied curtly, uttering only 3 words. With that, the father and son fell into a silence that was all too familiar. Their exchanges were always succinct and efficient. A consequence of Leng Shaofeng growing up away from his father. His most vivid memories of this man were the slaps he received when he misbehaved in his youth. However, as he honed his martial skills, those slaps ceased to land upon him. Instead of retaliating, he would stack bricks before his father and demonstrate his ability to split them with one hand. The sound of bricks breaking echoed through the air. And from that moment on, Leng Guangfu never laid a hand on him again. Chapter 90. Luncheon. The atmosphere in the living room only improved once Li Suyun finished washing her face and changing out of her soiled clothes, returning to the space. After a brief wait, Leng Xiaoyang also arrived, and the family began their meal. The dining experience was devoid of conversation. The family simply focused on their food. Leng Shaofeng found himself reminiscing about the warmth of dining in the lamb soup restaurant, feeling oddly out of place in his own home. After the meal, tea was poured, and idle chatter ensued, primarily revolving around work-related matters between the brothers. Brother, will those machines be repaired in time? Leng Shaofeng asked, his concern evident. Yes, it should be fine. We managed to fix half of them this morning. However, 2 of the machines are malfunctioning and require replacement parts, which complicates matters, Leng Xiaoyang replied. Ah, will that delay our work? Leng Shaofeng inquired anxiously. We've already disassembled the necessary parts, and we'll see if we can replace them this afternoon. Don't worry, it won't cause any delays. We'll work overtime tonight to ensure we can salvage as many as possible. However, Leng Xiaoyang shifted the topic. But once we finish this batch, the remaining equipment is quite outdated and in poor condition, so keep that in mind. Leng Shaofeng nodded, aware of the situation. Those coal bosses have discerning eyes, always picking the best first, leaving only the less desirable options behind. Yet, the solution is straightforward: reduce the price for sale. At this point, the situation had exceeded Leng Shaofeng's expectations. It doesn't matter. We can simply sell them at a discount, he replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Leng Guangfu unexpectedly spoke up. Are you sure you can handle all this trading of mining goods without issues? Leng Shaofeng shot a glance at his father and retorted. My uncle has given his consent. With a stern gaze, Leng Guangfu replied, I'm merely concerned about implicating your uncle. Cold Shaofeng did not raise his eyelids. Continuing his relentless stance, both Director Liu and Director Su concurred. At this moment, Cold Guangfu found himself at a loss for words. However, he distinctly sensed his younger son's defiance. His expression began to darken, and his countenance grew grim. Well, you old fool, what do you understand? Why trouble yourself with this? You are truly idle. Go drink your tea and take a stroll. Beside him, Li Suyun began to support her younger son. Cold Guangfu fell silent, as he was not one for many words. He lifted a cup of hot tea and drank it down in one gulp, the cup clinking crisply against the table as he set it down. Father, let me pour you some tea, offered his eldest daughter-in-law, displaying rare perceptiveness. Cold Shaofeng cast her a glance, realizing that his mother, Li Suyun, was discreetly signaling her. No wonder. Nevertheless, as he sipped the tea poured by his eldest daughter-in-law, Cold Guangfu's mood visibly improved. He held a certain satisfaction with this honest and unassuming daughter-in-law. He appreciated her simplicity and obedience, finding her presence devoid of trouble. As for those who constantly stirred up mischief, he found them quite bothersome. Oh, by the way, father, there is something I need to mention, Cold Shaofeng said with deliberate inquiry. My brother is doing work for me, and typically, one would expect payment. Yet, my brother refuses to accept my money. Father, what do you think should be done? Cold Shaofeng feigned innocence. Charge him. Why not? As the old saying goes, even close brothers should settle accounts clearly. Payment is due. and not a cent less. Eldest, did you hear that? Cold Guangfu's expression hardened as he addressed Cold Xiaoyang. All right, fine, I will accept it. Cold Xiaoyang was obedient, never daring to contradict his father's words. A quiet smile crept across Cold Shaofeng's face. He understood the family dynamics well. Sure enough, Cold Xiaoyang complied without hesitation. However, Cold Guangfu's influence extended only so far. For other matters, he could not be relied upon. Uncle Cold Guangping had supported him for years without success. Cold Shaofeng doubted his own capabilities as well. With his objective achieved, Cold Shaofeng did not wish to linger any longer, citing business as an excuse. He bid his family farewell and rode off on his motorcycle. In a matter of moments, his Suzuki GS250 came to a halt beneath his dormitory. At the Su residence, Su Changhe returned home promptly after work, his mind preoccupied with matters at hand. Lu Lijuan had arrived even earlier and was already busy in the kitchen. Su Jing, dressed in a light and breezy nightgown, assisted her mother. The mother-daughter duo shared laughter and chatter, fully engrossed in their culinary endeavors. Listening to their conversation, it was clear that Lu Lijuan was guiding her daughter in the art of cooking. Observing Su Jing's eager willingness to learn filled Su Changhe's heart with warmth. His little cotton-padded jacket had grown up. It was rare to see her taking an interest in cooking. The old Su Jing rarely set foot in the kitchen, and now she was keen to learn. Truly, girls grow and change in marvelous ways. As Su Changhe shook his head in amazement, a sudden focus captured his gaze, landing on his graceful daughter. He always felt an inexplicable strangeness, as if his daughter had become more beautiful, and there was an air of maturity about her. The recent transformations in the young lady were quite significant. A sudden pang struck Su Changhe's heart as he recalled his elder brother's words. Initially, he had paid little heed, believing he understood his daughter well. Su Jing was a sensible and obedient child, and Su Changhe had always held great confidence in her. However, as he observed his daughter, even the loose-fitting pajamas could not conceal her enchanting figure. A sense of unwarranted apprehension began to swell within Su Changhe. He resolved to have a serious conversation with his wife and to spend more time with his daughter if there was nothing amiss. Dinner was soon prepared and brought to the table. There were 4 dishes, all of which were simple home-cooked meals, accompanied by 4 fluffy steamed buns and a serving of pickles. Su Changhe picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. However, Lu Lijuan and Su Jing, the mother and daughter duo, did not rush to eat. Instead, they watched Su Changhe as he enjoyed his meal. Why aren't you eating? Su Changhe inquired, puzzled. Old Su, you go ahead first. Try this, Lu Lijuan said, as she deftly brought a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes to his lips. Without suspicion, Su Changhe accepted it and took a bite. Yet, as soon as it touched his palate, his brows furrowed. Lijuan, how much salt did you put in this dish? It's incredibly salty, he couldn't help but complain. At his remark, Lu Lijuan stifled a laugh, while Su Jing, frowning with annoyance, snapped, if you don't like it, then fine. I'll eat it myself. In a huff, she snatched the plate and took a bite. Ugh, spit it out, she exclaimed as she promptly rejected it. Forget it. Let's not eat this dish. I told you to use less salt, but you wouldn't listen. Lu Lijuan lifted the plate, intending to discard it. However, Su Changhe's chopsticks intercepted her hand. No, this is the first dish my daughter made. It cannot be thrown away. I will eat it. Su Changhe placed the plate before himself and began to feast heartily. Su Jing stuck out her tongue and dutifully fetched her father a large glass of water. Indeed, Su Changhe was impressive. With the aid of 2 big glasses of water, he managed to consume an entire plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes that tasted like pickles, even executing a clean plate performance. Nevertheless, the meal was not in vain, as Su Jing clung to her father's arm and acted affectionately for quite some time, which brought a wide smile to Su Changhe's face. After dinner, Su Jing sensibly offered to wash the pots and dishes, just as Lu Lijuan intended to help. Su Changhe pulled her back. He then leaned closer to Lu Lijuan's ear and began to murmur quietly. The couple occasionally exchanged glances at their daughter. Finally, Lu Lijuan nodded gravely in agreement. Chapter 91. A knock on the door at the base of the single dormitory building. Leng Shaofeng secured his motorcycle and ascended the stairs. Upon opening the dormitory door, he was immediately greeted by a cacophony of unpleasant odors, mingling smoke, sweat, foot odor, and some inexplicable scents. Ever since Leng Shaofeng had stopped staying in the dormitory frequently, Hanbin had completely let himself go. Hanbin was sprawled on his bed, diligently organizing his little notebook. The surface of the bed was cluttered with an abundance of treasury notes. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng enter, Hanbin leapt off the bed, rushing to stand before him. "Brother Feng, guess how many treasury notes I've collected?" Leng Shaofeng, however, was not inclined to make guesses and leisurely lit up a cigarette. "Ah, Brother Feng, is that a huazi? Do share one with me." The moment Hanbin caught sight of the iconic red cigarette box, it was as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng was generous, pulling out a stick and handing it to Hanbin. With a gleeful grin, Hanbin accepted it, first taking a deep whiff, his expression one of sheer ecstasy. Then, with reluctance, he ignited the first huazi of his life. The ensuing moments were filled with Hanbin's endless admiration. Observing Hanbin's foolish demeanor, Leng Shaofeng seized the opportunity to dispense some wisdom. "This is just the beginning. Stick with me, and you'll have huazi, Maotai liquor, and even a wife. Oh, by the way, how are things with that Li Qiaoling?" As the thought crossed his mind, Leng Shaofeng casually inquired. "Ah, don't even mention it. Li Qiaoling won't even acknowledge me anymore. She says I annoy her and wants me to keep my distance." Hanbin replied, his mood visibly dampened. He took a deep drag from the huazi, finally alleviating some of his inner gloom. "What is going on? I saw her just yesterday. She seemed as cheerful as ever and quite approachable." Leng Shaofeng pressed for more details. "Who knows? She just ignores me," Hanbin sighed. Taking another deep puff, Leng Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words to comfort his roommate, his mind pondering that perhaps fate had not yet aligned for them. It seemed that only after Li Qiaoling faced hardships with Lu Daong would she come to appreciate Hanbin's affections. People are truly strange. They refuse to heed the clear paths pointed out to them and insist on suffering before they reconsider. "Brother Feng, look." Hanbin quickly regained his composure, presenting his account book to Leng Shaofeng, wearing an expression that sought praise. Leng Shaofeng took it, directly examining the final tally. His eyes brightened upon seeing 10,520 yuan. "Wow, you've surpassed 10,000. Quite impressive," Leng Shaofeng exclaimed, showering him with compliments. Hee. Once that crowd heard it would no longer be cash transactions and would be on credit, they all became quite enthusiastic and came seeking me. However, the one with the most money is Feng Chong, who handed over 500 yuan in one go. I didn't realize his family was so wealthy. What do you think? With 3 family members, 1 district chief, and 2 employees, I suspect there's even more, Leng Shaofeng speculated. After a careful review, and finding everything satisfactory, he nodded in approval. "Brother Feng, the money you gave me is gone, and quite a bit is still on credit," Hanbin said, rubbing his hands together, slightly embarrassed. I can see that. No worries, I still have some here." Leng Shaofeng opened his military green canvas messenger bag, pulled out a stack of money, and tossed it to Hanbin, as if discarding trash. Hanbin nervously accepted the money, his hands trembling slightly. "Brother Feng, this is the first time I've held so much money in my life," he exclaimed, steadying his racing heart, filled with mixed emotions. "Don't worry, stick with me, and you'll feast on the good things in life." Cold Shaofeng patted Hanbin on the shoulder. Hanbin nodded vigorously in agreement. After finishing a cigarette, Cold Shaofeng reclined on the bed, closing his eyes to rest, though his mind was swirling with thoughts. He had resolved that a real man does not harbor grudges overnight. This afternoon, he must enact a ruthless revenge on Lu Lijuan's daughter. He intended to make Lu Lijuan's daughter pay a heavy price for her mother's foolish actions. Thus, Cold Shaofeng unusually decided to take a nap to gather his strength. Hanbin, rarely witnessing Cold Shaofeng taking a nap, scratched his head in confusion but dared not disturb him, focusing instead on his own tasks. Not long after lying down, Cold Shaofeng actually fell asleep. When he awoke again, he found himself alone in the dormitory. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the time when the afternoon shift at the Yanxi Coal Mine commenced. Not only were the personnel on the rotating shifts exchanging duties at this hour, but those on the day shift were also preparing to begin their afternoon work. Cold Shaofeng did not rush to leave. Instead, he lit a cigarette and began to indulge in the smoke. As the chairperson of the union and the beloved of the mine manager, Lu Lijuan would not strictly adhere to the mine's working hours. In other words, this woman had a habit of arriving late and leaving early. After finishing one cigarette, Cold Shaofeng rummaged beneath the bed where miscellaneous items were stored. He quickly unearthed a box of books he had organized just days prior. After a swift search, he extracted the 300 poems of Tang. Opening the pages, he found a yellowed slip of paper lying intact within. He picked up the slip, caressing it while lost in thought. Finally, With a grave expression, he carefully concealed the slip once more, methodically restoring the box of books before sliding it back under the bed. Having completed this task, Cold Shaofeng made a trip to the restroom to empty his bowels. He was about to face a major confrontation and needed to be in prime condition. Returning to the dormitory, he splashed water on his face. Catching a whiff of himself, he noticed an odor. Hence, he decided to remove his shirt and wash his upper body as well. Finally, he felt presentable. Checking the time. It was 2:30 in the afternoon, perfect timing. Cold Shaofeng promptly descended the stairs and set off. As he rode his motorcycle past the cadre building, he glanced up at a certain window on the 3rd floor. Both windows were wide open, seemingly welcoming someone. A smirk crossed Cold Shaofeng's face. Lu Lijuan, look at your daughter's awareness. It's far greater than yours. Whistling a cheerful tune, he parked his motorcycle under the eastern gate's shed. Then, he jogged back to the entrance of the cadre building. Just as someone was exiting, Cold Shaofeng lingered, watching the person walk away and disappear around the corner. Only then did he swiftly enter the building. In an instant, he found himself on the 3rd floor. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks, spaced 3 seconds apart. Repeated 3 times. The security door did not immediately swing open. Instead, there was a brief pause. Cold Shaofeng felt a peculiar flutter in his heart. Yesterday at this time, the moment he knocked, the door had opened instantaneously, without even a second's delay. What was amiss today? Just as Cold Shaofeng's mind began to race with suspicion, the tightly shut security door suddenly creaked open. Chapter 92. Hiding under the bed, the door revealed Su Jing's ashen little face, resembling a small kitten, clutching a mop in her hands. Cold Shaofeng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. What on earth are you doing? Haha. He laughed heartily. Typically, Cold Shaofeng refrained from mocking others unless he couldn't contain himself, and Su Jing was no ordinary person. She laughed freely. You heartless one, you're making fun of me. Su Jing pouted, playfully stepping on Cold Shaofeng's foot. I was cleaning up for you. This statement puzzled Cold Shaofeng, leaving him somewhat bewildered. With a sideways leap, Cold Shaofeng entered the room, immediately wincing in pain and drawing in a sharp breath, as if he were suffering immensely. Su Jing looked on, bemused, as Cold Shaofeng theatrically performed. I didn't even step on you. What are you yelping about? She remarked languidly. You didn't step on me? My apologies. It's just a habit. Cold Shaofeng chuckled, and suddenly the pain vanished. The women in his life, from his mother to his cousin and even Li Hongqiang, had all been known to pinch and poke him at will. Whenever he sensed their movements, he instinctively cried out in pain. Regardless of whether it actually hurt, it was a reflex. He hadn't expected that Su Jing would miss her mark. Cold Shaofeng gazed at Su Jing and teased, You really are clumsy. How could you miss? This comment stirred the proverbial hornet's nest. Cold Shaofeng, you're insufferable. Su Jing erupted, tossing the mop onto the floor and lunging at him with outstretched arms. Today, Cold Shaofeng had come to settle a score with Lu Lijuan, so he certainly would not show any courtesy to her daughter. Employing a long-lost technique of the martial arts, he swiftly subdued Su Jing, who was left defenseless. As if caught in a spell, nestling into Cold Shaofeng's embrace, she nuzzled against him like a compliant little kitten, prompting him to feel an overwhelming urge to stroke her hair. How delightful, Su Jing murmured softly, her lips parting gently. What is so delightful? At that moment, warmth was all that was needed. Cold Shaofeng set aside his prowess and held the lovely maiden close, reminiscent of days gone by, reminiscent of when they were desk mates. Su Jing's voice became wistful, soft as if drifting into reminiscence. You would always bully me, make me angry, and bring me to tears. Yet, you could swiftly turn my frown into laughter, bringing me joy. Finally, Su Jing rested her chin on Cold Shaofeng's chest, relishing the feeling. With her sparkling eyes, she gazed up at his face, tracing the elegant arch of his brows and the allure of his eyes. It was as if she wished to imprint his visage deeply into her heart, etching it into the innermost recesses of her mind. Foolish one, our days ahead are still plentiful. Leng Shaofeng, perplexed by the sudden whims of a woman, could only offer her a warm embrace and the sincerest words of comfort. It appeared that his soothing presence proved immensely beneficial, as Su Jing swiftly regained her composure. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity akin to crystal waters, exuding a hint of shyness as she gently bit her lip and inquired, What brings you here? Her tone was soft and enticing, laced with a touch of allure and bashfulness, imbued with an irresistible charm. Just as Leng Shaofeng prepared to respond, an epiphany struck him. prompting a change of words. I have come. He emphasized the last word. Su Jing stepped back, distancing herself from his embrace, gazing at him with a lingering, affectionate look. In an instant, she opened her arms wide, her captivating gaze fixed upon him, embodying a bewitching spirit, as if she were a siren ready to ensnare his very soul. Leng Shaofeng felt a shiver run through him, internally exclaiming, "Ah, you enchantress, I shall vanquish your spell." Subsequently, the two engaged in playful pursuit within the confines of the room, Leng Shaofeng fervently chasing after Su Jing, who frolicked ahead, her steps as light as a swallow's flight. Eventually, their merriment waned, and exhaustion took hold. They quietly embraced, attuning themselves to each other's heartbeats and breaths. This sensation was both warm and exquisite, intoxicating in its simplicity. With two windows ajar in Su Jing's room, any significant commotion from below was audible. Initially, a metallic clattering akin to a shovel scraping against the ground, accompanied by scattered voices, barely registered in Leng Shaofeng's mind as mere background noise. However, a particular voice soon pierced through his reverie, capturing his full attention. Each unit of the administrative building featured a refuse disposal passage, allowing residents to discard their waste directly from above. Daily, someone would come to clear it out. Typically in the morning, with occasional afternoon cleanings during inspections by higher-ups. Then came the voice of Lu Lijuan. Everyone listen up. Tomorrow the Bureau will conduct a work inspection. All waste must be cleared without a trace left behind. All right, pair up and commence your tasks as previously assigned. A chorus of affirmations followed. Understood, Director Lu. Lu, I'll keep an eye on things here while you go hydrate. Lu Lijuan's voice chimed in again. All right, Director, responded a younger woman's voice, presumably the little Zhao. At that moment, as they were entwined in each other's embrace, Leng Shaofeng was suddenly jolted awake. Your mother is here, just downstairs, and will be coming up shortly. He whispered to Su Jing, causing her to snap back to reality. In that instant, Leng Shaofeng regained his composure, his mind racing. After all, he had anticipated such a scenario. However, what caught him off guard was that someone was indeed cleaning right beneath their window. If he were to leap down now, he would undoubtedly be caught red-handed. How could this be happening? Su Jing gazed at the disarrayed room, her heart racing with anxiety. The recent commotion between them had left the space in utter chaos. Moreover, if Lu Lijuan were to catch sight of Leng Shaofeng, there would be no way to absolve themselves. Quickly, head to the bathroom and pretend to bathe. I must find a place to hide. As Leng Shaofeng spoke, he began to tidy himself up. He gathered the scattered items on the floor and handed them all to Su Jing, while he himself commenced the search for a concealed spot. Under the bed. I just cleaned it. At that moment, Su Jing regained her composure and pointed towards the space beneath the bed. Leng Shaofeng lifted the bedspread, which was nearly level with the floor, and peered underneath. Indeed, the area was spotless. It turned out that Su Jing had been scrubbing beneath the bed like a diligent little kitten. Yesterday, when you wanted to jump out the window, I thought it was too perilous, so I kept an eye out. Thus, before you arrived, I began cleaning underneath the bed. Su Jing tilted her elegant neck, resembling a proud swan, as she relished in her own achievement. Su Jing, you are truly remarkable. Hurry to the bathroom and wash up. Remember, do not close your room door, nor peek under the bed. With a swift peck on her forehead, Leng Shaofeng urged her out the door. Oh, are we not closing the door? She questioned. No, do not look under the bed. He reiterated with urgency. In the next moment, he swiftly slid beneath the bed. Chapter 93. The experiment is a success. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a door closing echoed from the bathroom, followed by the rush of flowing water. After approximately 30 seconds, the sound of the security door rattled. The click of high heels reverberated through the living room. Xiao Jing, where are you? Lu Lijuan's voice called out. Although Su Jing had turned on the faucet, her ears were attuned to the sounds outside. Upon hearing her mother's voice, she promptly responded, Mom, why are you back? I'm in the shower. I came back for a drink of water. Hurry up, I need to use the bathroom. As Lu Lijuan spoke, she pressed her ear against the bathroom door. However, she only heard the sound of running water. She did not spare a glance at the completely open bedroom door. All right, just a moment. I will be out shortly, Su Jing assured her. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped Su Jing's lips from the bathroom. Lu Lijuan, upon hearing this, immediately grew concerned and asked, Xiao Jing, what happened? She began to knock on the door, her worry evident. It's nothing, Mom. It's your fault. I got flustered and accidentally splashed water on my skirt, Su Jing complained. Oh, I thought something was wrong. Don't rush, Mom will wait, Lu Lijuan said with a hint of maternal concern. Oh, Su Jing replied casually. She then took her time, leisurely emerging after another 15 minutes. Perhaps due to having just bathed, her cheeks were flushed, her hair damp, and her clothes bore evidence of the water. You silly girl, go change your clothes at once. Lu Lijuan seized the opportunity to glance around and noticed the bathroom was empty. At last, her worries began to dissipate. Thus, she no longer felt the urgency to use the restroom. Su Jing nodded in agreement and headed to her bedroom, initially intending to close the door to change her clothes. However, recalling Leng Shaofeng's instructions, she left the door ajar and swiftly donned the pink teddy bear outfit. In the living room, Lu Lijuan was sipping water. Upon seeing Su Jing emerge, she inquired, "Why are you bathing at this hour? Don't you usually shower before going to bed?" Lu Lijuan asked with a hint of curiosity. I felt quite warm during my nap and broke into a bit of sweat, so I thought I would take a shower. Su Jing deftly shifted the topic. Mom, why haven't you gone to the restroom? Ah, with your delay, the urge has passed, Lu Lijuan chuckled lightly. Mom, why are you back so early? As they conversed, Su Jing turned on the television. There's nothing significant today, just some arrangements for cleaning, as the Bureau will conduct an inspection tomorrow, Lu Lijuan remarked while cracking seeds. This seems like dereliction of duty. Is everything all right? Su Jing expressed her concern. Don't fret unnecessarily. I am the chairwoman of the union, and your father is the mine manager. Who would dare question my position? Lu Lijuan shot her daughter a disapproving glance. Observing her daughter's fair and radiant complexion, she felt a wave of envy. Youth is indeed a treasure. Unable to resist, Lu Lijuan reached out to caress her daughter's face and then her waist. Su Jing flinched. Stepping away. Mom, what are you doing? I just finished showering, she said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The sensation was entirely different from when Leng Shaofeng touched her. Your skin is enviable. I wonder who you inherited it from. Lu Lijuan sighed, suddenly engulfed in inexplicable melancholy. She fell silent, and the two women continued to watch television in silence. Yet, before long, both were captivated by the program. Even Su Jing oblivious to the fact that there was a live person hiding beneath the bed. Occasionally, he would stir and engage in brief discussions. Initially, Leng Shaofeng was concerned that Lu Lijuan might conduct a thorough inspection under the bed, but his worries were unfounded. Just as he had anticipated, Lu Lijuan, facing the open doorway, paid no heed to it, and instead became intrigued by the restroom. Zhuge Liang was able to repel Sima Yi's vast army by employing the ruse of an empty city. It is safe to say that Leng Shaofeng possessed a keen understanding of military strategy. Not only was he well-versed in Sun Tzu's art of war, but he also comprehended the 36 stratagems. As Su Jing finished her shower and stepped out, the restroom remained empty. Lu Lijuan had fully put her mind at ease, reassured by her obedient daughter, dismissing her husband's unfounded worries. The bed linens hung low, nearly obscuring all of Leng Shaofeng's sight. He dared not move, relying solely on his hearing to gather information from the outside. The voices of the mother and daughter were somewhat ethereal, not entirely discernible. While the sounds from the television were crystal clear, the program aired was likely the 1983 version of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, as the distinctive voice of Wang Meiling was unmistakable. Jing, hurry and come. Upon hearing this line, Leng Shaofeng could even envision the scene on the television. After all, this television series is truly a classic. Leng Shaofeng has watched it more than once. However, Su Jing and the others may not realize that the whimsical Huang Rong, portrayed on screen, is, in reality, ensnared by love and has long passed away. In his previous life, Leng Shaofeng held a deep admiration for the late Wang Meiling, lamenting her untimely demise. Who could resist the charm of such a spirited girl, akin to a fairy of the mortal realm? Meanwhile, Su Jing and Lu Lijuan are utterly captivated by the world depicted on television, lost in their enjoyment. Alas, Leng Shaofeng suffers in silence beneath the darkened bed, struggling even to turn, afraid to move recklessly. Time drags painfully for him, each moment an agonizing ordeal. Fortunately, he has managed to relax completely. Though this experience is fraught with peril, even surpassing the trials of his previous existence, it seems he can navigate through unscathed. After finishing 2 episodes, Lu Lijuan decides against returning to work. She begins to prepare dinner, and surprisingly, Su Jing joins her in the kitchen. Soon, the enticing aroma of scallions sizzling fills the air. The The sounds of clattering pots and pans, along with the chatter of the two women, occasionally reach Leng Shaofeng's ears. Taking advantage of Lu Lijuan's cooking, Jing returns briefly to tuck a cup of warm water beneath the bed. In his heart, Leng Shaofeng silently expresses gratitude, relieved that she has remembered him at last. Grasping the cup, he drinks it all in one go and pushes it back out. Jing takes the cup and leaves, partially closing the door behind her. As time passes, around 6 o'clock, Leng Shaofeng hears the sound of the door opening again, the security door creaking. Su Changhe has returned. The family gathers joyfully to share a meal. In the living room, Jing presents a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes to her father. Upon seeing the dish, Su Changhe's heart skips a beat, though he maintains a composed demeanor. "Dad, give it a try. I practiced again this afternoon," Jing says, her eyes sparkling with expectation as they fixate on her father. Su Changhe chuckles, nods, and picks up his chopsticks. As the first bite of the scrambled eggs and tomatoes graces his palate, Su Changhe is momentarily taken aback. "You know, this tastes quite good." It has a hint of Lu Lijuan's flavor. Initially prepared for another round of sacrifice, Su Changhe finds himself unable to contain his delight, showering praises and accolades upon his daughter. Jing's heart blossoms with joy. Yes, the experiment is a success. Next time, I'll cook for Leng Shaofeng. Chapter 94. Coexisting in the same room, Su Changhe enjoys his meal, and Lu Lijuan initiates a conversation, promptly bringing up Leng Shaofeng. Little does she know that the Leng Shaofeng she speaks of is currently lying on her family's floor. "Old Su, guess who came to visit me this morning?" Su Changhe, disinterested in guessing, almost dismisses her casually. Yet, a name escapes his lips. "Leng Shaofeng? Oh my, old Su, you truly are remarkable, a master of divination." Beneath the bed, Leng Shaofeng could not discern the conversations echoing from the living room, unaware that he had once again become the topic of discussion at another's dining table. Meanwhile, Jing's attention was instantly piqued, her ears perking up in curiosity. I can only speculate. A conversation with her elder brother earlier that morning had prompted Su Changhe to reassess his views on Leng Shaofeng. In Su Changhe's eyes, his brother was always astute and remarkably perceptive in judging character. Alas, it was indeed Leng Shaofeng who sought to approach her under the pretense of gathering donations. "I cannot fathom what possessed him to attempt to procure a sandbag from the Union's warehouse," Lu Lijuan scoffed. "Others may be oblivious, but I am not deceived. His so-called resource recovery station is nothing more than his personal endeavor, masquerading under the guise of the mine, attempting to swindle at my expense. I refuse to fall for that." However, Su Changhe furrowed his brow at her words. "Did you turn him down?" he inquired. "Of course." Lu Lijuan replied with an air of defiance. "He thinks he can fool me? No way. I rejected him outright." Su Changhe's expression darkened as he set down his chopsticks and cast a discontented glance at Lu Lijuan. "Why did you not inform me of this sooner? What is the big deal? It's such a trivial matter," she retorted nonchalantly. "Tomorrow, send the sandbag to him," Su Changhe commanded decisively. With a resounding clatter, Lu Lijuan slammed her chopsticks onto the table. "Old Su, what do you mean by that? Are you asking me to bow to Leng Shaofeng? On what grounds? Do I not have any pride?" she exclaimed, her voice rising in urgency. "This is not my decision, it is my brother's. There are matters I have not shared with you, but he is aware of Leng Shaofeng and holds him in high regard. He advises us to cultivate a good relationship with him. Why jeopardize his reputation over something so trivial? Moreover, does the esteem of Chief Engineer Leng not warrant this small gesture?" Upon realizing this was the intent of her elder brother, Su Changshan, Lu Lijuan fell silent. In her pursuit of momentary satisfaction, she had compromised a greater task. A mere sandbag, gathering dust in the storeroom, would serve better in the hands of that young man. However, having just rejected him, how could she now present it to him without losing face? Lu Lijuan's appetite waned, her arms crossed in frustration. After a brief silence, Su Changhe spoke again. "Leng Shaofeng currently oversees the mine's surplus materials. Tomorrow, instruct someone to deliver the sandbag to the scrap facility, and simply state that it has been deemed obsolete." Lu Lijuan's eyes brightened at this suggestion, and she could not help but give Su Changhe a thumbs up. "Well done, old Su. As expected of someone accustomed to leadership, you possess remarkable insight. This way, the item will be dispatched, and my dignity will remain intact. Very well, we shall proceed with this plan tomorrow. Here, old Su, indulge a little more in this exquisite dish," she said, casting him a flirtatious glance, fiery with allure. Yet, Su Changhe felt a shiver run down his spine. Nearby, Su Jing quietly exhaled in relief, grateful that the situation had not escalated further. She was genuinely concerned that Leng Shaofeng might lose his temper and clash with her mother. In such a scenario, she would find herself in a difficult position. However, Su Jing also sensed a significant change in Leng Shaofeng recently. Not only had he grown stronger, but he had also become more ruthless. And even in his interactions with others, he exhibited a newfound maturity. Indeed, he was the man Su Jing had chosen, undeniably formidable. The thought of Leng Shaofeng still lurking beneath the bed ignited a warmth in her heart. After the family finished dinner and cleared the table, they settled back onto the sofa. Yet, Su Jing found herself somewhat distracted. While facing the television, her large eyes darted about restlessly. Soon, she stretched languidly, revealing her alluring figure. Stifling a yawn, she feigned a lack of energy. "Dad, Mom, I didn't take a nap this afternoon. I'm feeling sleepy now. So I'll head to bed. You should rest early too," she said in a languid tone. "Then go to sleep," her father replied. "Come on, Lao Su. Let us also retire early. I'm quite exhausted after a long day." Lu Lijuan agreed wholeheartedly, turning to glance at Su Changhe, casting him a flirtatious look she believed to be enticing. Su Changhe stiffened slightly and nodded. If Xiao Jing is tired, she should sleep early. I'm also weary. Tomorrow I need to entertain guests from the bureau, so I must rest well. Having said this, Su Changhe stood up and made his way to the bedroom. Meanwhile, Su Jing swayed her hips as she returned to her own room, firmly shutting the door behind her. The moment the door clicked shut, she felt utterly drained. Leaning against the door panel, her small hand pressed against her chest as she gasped for breath. The brief journey from the living room to the bedroom had filled her with anxiety, fearing something unexpected might occur. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. At the moment the door was securely closed, her heart finally settled. She knew her parents would never disturb her at night, and she could naturally lock her door. Taking several deep breaths to steady herself, Su Jing rushed to the bedside and lifted the sheets. In the next instant, Leng Shaofeng's handsome face appeared, beaming at her. Su Jing placed her index finger on her crimson lips, signaling for silence. Leng Shaofeng mirrored her gesture, and then they both shared a silent laugh. This sensation felt akin to being a thief, tinged with anxiety, yet exhilarating. Su Jing's heart raced as she gazed at Leng Shaofeng emerging from beneath the bed. For some inexplicable reason, she felt particularly tense, yet also filled with anticipation. The first thing Leng Shaofeng did upon emerging was to stretch. Although lying on the floor hadn't been tiring, his body had grown stiff from the prolonged position. Once he completed his stretch, he looked at Su Jing with a playful grin. At that moment, Su Jing felt like a prey being eyed by a great wolf. A shiver of fear coursing through her. It dawned on her that she was facing a situation she had never encountered before, being alone with a man in a room at night. To claim that one is not tense would be a falsehood, especially in the presence of Leng Shaofeng. As the ancients have said, a gentleman does not deceive in the dark. Yet, is Leng Shaofeng truly a gentleman? Su Jing harbored profound doubts regarding this matter. In the next moment, Leng Shaofeng opened his arms to embrace her. After a brief hesitation, she instinctively surrendered to the warmth of his embrace. The two locked in a heartfelt embrace, tightly entwined. Chapter 95. Whose cat is this? Faced with the open arms of the one she cherished, Su Jing poured herself into the embrace. It was a warmth she could not instinctively refuse. This was the most beautiful moment of her youth, a fleeting call, akin to a moth's infatuation with the light. Willingly facing annihilation. Perhaps departure awaited them by tomorrow. Perhaps their next meeting would not be far off. Perhaps the years to come would be frigid. Perhaps the remainder of life would be devoid of smiles. Yet, for tonight, at the very least, they possessed this moment. At this instant, the embrace was so warm, so inviting that it was difficult to resist. Some things, once missed, may never be reclaimed, like youth. Particularly those exquisite treasures, the more beautiful they are, the more fragile. Such as young love, the promises once made, and the bright tomorrows one hoped for. Fate's designs often require someone to bear the sorrow. In this infinitely beautiful time, on this evening that inspired longing, Su Jing was utterly enraptured by the embrace she so deeply desired. The two remained locked in each other's arms. Inseparable in that moment. I breathed in your essence, and you shared my warmth. Our hearts, connected in this moment, resonated in unison. Your fingers caressed the tips of my hair, and I felt your affection. As they held each other closely, eyes closed, they slowly twirled. as if the entire world spun along with them. You lowered your head, adorned with a shyness that could not withstand the cool breeze. My wandering lips sought your fiery tenderness. Unbeknownst to them, the two found themselves kissing. It was a soul-stirring experience. Time slipped away, and with a hint of days, they gradually parted. Gazing into each other's eyes, it seemed as though flickering flames danced within. Looking at the enchanting figure before him, Leng Shaofeng realized he was utterly captivated. He understood that at this moment, Jing could easily be led astray. However, having traversed through numerous experiences, his rationality began to regain its hold. The moonlight tonight was exquisite, and the beauty illuminated by it was even more so, enticing Leng Shaofeng to savor this night. Yet, reason cautioned him against it. Not far away, Jing's parents were present in a nearby room. With his formidable presence, it would be effortless to stir up a commotion, one that Jing could hardly withstand. Such actions could yield dire consequences. With this thought, Leng Shaofeng gently placed his hand on Jing's shoulder, maintaining a respectful distance between them. He then gazed deeply into her eyes, softly shaking his head. Jing understood. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her red lip and resolutely shook her head. This was her defiance. As Leng Shaofeng's gaze narrowed, he found himself perplexed by Jing's intentions. Or rather, he was reluctant to believe it. Was this girl truly so reckless as to play with fire? Leng Shaofeng was somewhat speechless. Was Jing truly that desperate? After all, they had already embraced earlier that afternoon. He chuckled softly, affectionately brushing his fingers against Jing's petite nose, and shook his head once more. Then, he approached the windowsill, observing the scene below. The night had enveloped the surroundings in complete darkness, and the stillness suggested it was an opportune moment for him to leap from the window. Just as he was about to open it and make his escape, he suddenly felt an embrace from behind, tight and unyielding. Jing's small head nuzzled against his back, conveying a clear message: do not leave. Leng Shaofeng was utterly bewildered. Although Jing had her moments of temper and pride, she was generally quite obedient, especially at certain times. He turned to face her, his gaze softening as he spoke gently. Fool, I must go. Jing slowly shook her head, refusing. No, gasping. Leng Shaofeng took a breath, attempting once more. If I do not leave, I will devour you. Did he not wish to stay? No, he longed to remain. Who wouldn't want to embrace their beloved and sleep until dawn? Yet, to his surprise, Jing nodded resolutely. Leng Shaofeng was taken aback. Such initiative from Jing was indeed rare. With an exasperated smile, he stated plainly, this is unfeasible. There will be noise. Jing rose onto her toes, whispering into his ear, tonight, I wish to be your confidant. Leng Shaofeng's heart raced as he looked up, caught off guard by the situation. Should he continue to resist stubbornly? He was rational, but his reason had its limits. Undoubtedly, the exceptionally headstrong Jing was persistently challenging his boundaries. At that moment, Jing released her hold on him, walked to the door, and returned with a towel in hand. Gazing at him with sultry eyes, she bit down on the towel. Leng Shaofeng could hardly contain himself, inhaling sharply. This was intolerable. There were limits to what one could endure. With no more patience to spare, he decided to embrace her with greater fervor. The moon outside shone brightly and beautifully, yet it seemed shyly to retreat behind the clouds. That night, Jing's wishes were fulfilled, and their embrace was warm and delightful. It became the most cherished memory she would hold on to. However, despite Leng Shaofeng's gentleness, Jing overestimated her own endurance, and she let out a few soft sounds in response to the warmth of his embrace. Below the office building, a stray cat mewed, a lovely short-tailed feline. The gentle night breeze carried its plaintive cries, an odd yet wistful sound. At 4 a.m, the sky remained dim. Leng Shaofeng tenderly kissed the forehead of his sleeping beloved, bidding her a soft farewell. In the next moment, with immense determination, he dressed and rose from his bed. Making his way to the window, peering down, everything appeared as usual, shrouded in stillness. It was a quiet dawn. He pushed open the screen, and a gentle breeze swept in as he leaped forth. This leap was marked by an extraordinary burst of energy. His entire being surged with strength, resembling a cheetah, tracing an elegant arc through the air. In the next instant, with a soft thud, he landed securely on the roof of the storage room across the way. Casting a glance back at Jing's window, he noticed the screen fluttering slightly, with moonlight spilling onto the windowsill. Gazing at the moonlit scene, he silently uttered a wish for sweet dreams. Subsequently, he moved again, softly gripping the eaves, his body stretching gracefully in the air, and he descended effortlessly. This time, it was as silent as a cat landing on the ground. Deep in slumber, Jing, unaware of her dreams, wore a blissful smile. Meanwhile, in another room, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor jolted Su Changhe awake. With a click, he turned on the bedside lamp. The amber light pierced through the darkness of the room, stinging the eyes of the insomniac. "Old Su, what are you doing?" Lu Lijuan murmured sleepily. Lu Lijuan was blessed with a deep, untroubled sleep. The moment her head touched the pillow, she would swiftly drift off, unless she desired otherwise. Remarkably, she had not heard the cacophony of cats outside throughout the night. However, Su Changhe was different. His sleep was perpetually troubled. He could not fathom which household's cat had meowed incessantly through the night. The earlier feline commotion had left him agitated and restless, his thoughts spiraling into an unmanageable tangle. Without clarity, sleep eluded him. Later in the night, just as the cat fell silent, he had finally begun to doze off when a loud thud disrupted the stillness once more. Such noise was intolerable. "Tomorrow, you must inquire about whose cat it is. Ask if they can keep it. If not, they ought to get rid of it." Chapter 96. Innocently caught in the crossfire, having safely landed. The weight on his heart was finally lifted. One could only say that yesterday's experiences were far more exhilarating than in his previous life. Su Jing could resonate with this sentiment. Standing on the streets of Yanxi Coal Mine at 4 a.m, Leng Shaofeng found himself momentarily at a loss for direction. The streets were lined with dim streetlights, devoid of any human presence. At this hour, venturing anywhere seemed inconvenient and inappropriate, either too early or too late. After a brief contemplation, a suitable destination came to mind. At this hour, there was a place and a person who would soon be rising. Leng Shaofeng lit a cigarette, leisurely making his way along the outer walls of Yanxi Coal Mine towards the east gate. Following the main road outside the east gate, he proceeded onward. Upon reaching the intersection, he halted, sensing that he might have arrived a tad too early. As Leng Shaofeng marveled at the moment, a warm orange glow suddenly illuminated the small side house. At the instant the light flickered to life, it exuded a comforting warmth. Leng Shaofeng smiled, realizing that his arrival was neither too early nor too late, but perfectly timed. He stood beside a telephone pole along the road, quietly observing the orange light. In that moment, he could envision a diligent woman lazily rising from her slumber within. This woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, a flawless and exquisite figure, and a radiant quality akin to that of diamonds, embodying the essence of all that is beautiful in Eastern women. Although she was not before him, it felt as if he could behold her with his own eyes. The image of her awakening was so enchanting that the mere thought of it could render one entranced. Each of her movements radiated a breathtaking beauty. Soon, the orange light flickered out. Instead, another orange glow lit up in the courtyard. Through the gate, Leng Shaofeng could hear the clattering of pots and pans resonating within. The rhythmic sounds echoed, clink after clink. At that moment, a bicycle, which was otherwise silent save for the jingling of its bell, approached the courtyard gate. The cyclist caught sight of Leng Shaofeng under the streetlight. After a brief pause, he broke into a smile. He recognized the young man standing beneath the light as the male proprietor of the courtyard. With a grin, he greeted Leng Shaofeng. "Brother, why are you up so early?" His voice was boisterous, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. "Craving a smoke? Here, brother, have one." Leng Shaofeng handed him a cigarette. "Oh, how fortunate." A huazi. The door, which had not been knocked upon, creaked open on its own. Li Hongqiang, wearing an apron, stood proudly at the threshold. Her gaze suddenly sparkled, radiating brilliance. In midair, her eyes met Leng Shaofeng's. Words were unnecessary, silence spoke volumes. Her eyes shimmered with warmth and surprise, while his reflected fervor and admiration. A single glance surpassed 1,000 words. Subsequently, Li Hongqiang busied herself with the checkout, while Leng Shaofeng carried the freshly slaughtered sheep into the courtyard, preparing to butcher the meat. Outside, the bicycle's clattering faded into the distance. Only the two of them remained in the courtyard. Leng Shaofeng first embraced Li Hongqiang gently, then they both immersed themselves in their respective tasks. He stoked the fire to heat the boiler, while she meticulously cleaned the sheep meat before placing it in the pot. They exchanged no words, yet everything unfolded in perfect harmony. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, accompanied by a shared smile. As the water in the pot began to boil, Li Hongqiang commenced adding various seasonings. The selection of ingredients and their quantities were of utmost importance, with each mutton soup establishment possessing its unique recipe. This variance in seasoning was precisely why, despite both being mutton soup, the flavors could be worlds apart. Each possesses their own unique skill, a veritable secret passed down through generations, which serves as the foundation of every lamb soup establishment. Li Hongqiang did not conceal her actions from Leng Shaofeng. Rather, before his very eyes, she methodically added the processed seasonings, one or several at a time, into the pot. Though Leng Shaofeng had never explicitly inquired about Li Hongqiang's recipe, he had a fair understanding of its essence. Most of the ingredients were commonplace, yet Li Hongqiang employed two rather rare seasonings. Leng Shaofeng recognized that these two ingredients were the very heart of the sister lamb soup restaurant. Among them, one was particularly unexpected, not due to its scarcity, but quite the opposite. This seasoning was quite ordinary. However, its flavor was exceedingly peculiar, prompting most people to shy away from it. Curiously, once these final seasonings were introduced, the entire pot of lamb soup visibly lightened in color, and the rich aroma of the broth began to waft through the air. Did you comprehend that? One ingredient enhances flavor, while the other adds color. If you wish to learn, call out to the teacher, and I shall instruct you. Li Hongqiang, in high spirits, jested with Leng Shaofeng, casting him a flirtatious glance. Leng Shaofeng could not help but chuckle softly. After just one night of not reprimanding her, she had grown rather audacious. Teacher Li, I find myself more inclined to learn the art of singing from you in the evenings than making lamb soup. How about you teach me? He teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Li Hongqiang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shot him an indignant glare. Who wants to sing at night? It's all your fault. Leng Shaofeng burst into laughter. By this time, daylight had fully emerged, and on the main road outside the courtyard, people began to stir. Li Hongwei emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon spotting Leng Shaofeng, she paused momentarily, then squinted and smiled before letting out a playful hum and heading off to freshen up. Why is she glaring at me? Leng Shaofeng inquired, adding firewood to the stove as he turned to Li Hongqiang. Li Hongqiang shot him an exasperated look. It's all you're doing. You've spoiled her in just a few days. She dares to throw me faces now, not just you. I don't think I've indulged her that much, Leng Shaofeng replied, feeling a bit wronged. When did I ever spoil her? I merely showed a bit of concern and let her have her way. What more do you expect? She is already pushing you around. And you allow her to act recklessly, Li Hongqiang lamented, though her tone was more appreciative than reproachful. Her once timid sister, who had been cautious and reserved, was blossoming into a lively and cheerful person, adorned with smiles and a hint of defiance. All these changes were brought about by the man before her, and Li Hongqiang felt deep gratitude, recognizing that this transformation was beyond her own capabilities. I haven't really done much, have I? Leng Shaofeng felt a twinge of innocence, sensing he had been unfairly accused. Beautiful girls are surely meant to be cherished, aren't they? Chapter 97, A Pleasant Feeling. Observing Leng Shaofeng's innocent expression, Li Hongqiang could only smile softly in response. Is this not the very outcome one yearns for? By the way, Shaofeng, the lamb soup is ready. Would you like to have some today? Li Hongqiang, aware that Leng Shaofeng would soon engage in his workout, casually inquired. Yes, the aroma is tantalizing. His appetite was piqued not merely by the delightful scent, but by the gnawing hunger that had taken hold of him. Having skipped lunch the previous day and toiling through the night, he was now ravenous. Very well, you can wait in the inner room. Xiao Wei went to fetch the fire and promptly returned. Following her instruction, Leng Shaofeng made his way to the inner room, which was the shared bedroom of the two sisters. Others would not enjoy such privilege while partaking in lamb soup. They would be relegated to the main hall. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, he had just finished tidying himself when Li Hongwei entered, carrying a tray. On it lay a bowl of fragrant lamb soup and 4 golden, flaky pastries. The soup was tailored to Leng Shaofeng's palate, adorned with vibrant red chili oil, fresh green scallions, and cilantro, a feast for the senses. With a thud, Li Hongwei set down the tray, the sound somewhat louder than intended. Leng Shaofeng felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that this girl was about to transform again? She placed the tray down, remaining silent and still, her gaze fixed upon him. Her stare was piercing, akin to daggers aimed at the nape of his neck, sending a chill down his spine. However, he was at a loss as to where he had offended her and chose to disregard her, diving into his meal. Witnessing Leng Shaofeng's indifference and his enjoyment of the food, Li Hongwei's brows furrowed, and she began to grind her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, she lowered her head. parting her cherry-red lips to reveal a pair of small, sharp teeth, and bit down fiercely on his shoulder. Ouch! Leng Shaofeng inhaled sharply. This time, the pain was genuine. He could only endure it, gritting his teeth. In moments of true pain, one cannot voice their discomfort. It must be swallowed in silence. This was a lesson he had learned through experience. After a solid 10 seconds, Li Hongwei finally released her bite. You little imp. Leng Shaofeng's irritation flared, ready to scold her. Yet, turning to face her, he was met with a pair of large, glistening eyes brimming with grievance, anger, and a hint of tenderness. They were strikingly beautiful, evoking an instinctive urge to protect her. Suddenly, his anger dissipated. Gazing at the petite head before him, a smile crept onto his lips as he reached out to ruffle her hair, finally brushing his fingers across her small nose. Her big eyes transformed into crescent moons, revealing charming dimples. Her radiant smile was akin to a garden of flowers blooming instantaneously before him. Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with self-reproach. How could he have overlooked this crucial gesture? What a painful realization. The next instant, her soft lips brushed lightly against his cheek, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, before she dashed away like a startled rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Leng Shaofeng stood there, astonished. He gently touched his side face, still lingering with warmth, as if he could still feel that tender caress. Ah, what a delightful sensation. However, Leng Shaofeng did not dwell on it, nor did he entertain any improper thoughts. It was merely an expression of affection from his sister to her brother. Yes, indeed, that was the case. With a contented heart, Leng Shaofeng resumed his meal, devouring 4 crispy pastries alongside the lamb soup. After wiping his mouth, he made his way to the courtyard, where guests had begun to arrive. Li Hongqiang was busy attending to them, while the young girl sat at the stove, stoking the fire. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng emerge, she immediately lowered her head. Yet, Leng Shaofeng approached her with great ease, playfully flicking her forehead twice with his fingers. A gentle gesture. Then, he ruffled her hair before striding out of the lamb soup shop. Watching his upright figure recede, the girl rubbed her forehead, stuck out her tongue, and let out a sigh of relief. Her cheeks, illuminated by the firelight, turned a shade of crimson, feeling quite warm. Having exited the lamb soup shop, Leng Shaofeng first arrived at the bike shed outside the east gate. The Suzuki GS250 stood there quietly, a striking presence among the sea of bicycles. Indeed, it was the most dashing of them all. Mounting his beloved motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng swiftly traversed the entire Yanxi Coal Mine, reaching the abandoned factory. There, he commenced his workout for the day. He began with warm-ups and jogging, followed by exercises on the parallel bars. His brother, Leng Shaoyang, had already set up the equipment, while Zhang Donglai had repaired the roof, at least rendering the blue sky and white clouds invisible. Next, Leng Shaofeng practiced his fundamentals. The 2 massive ropes emitted sharp cracks with each swing. Finally, after throwing a couple of punches, he worked up a sweat. He hopped back on his motorcycle and headed straight to the bathhouse for a refreshing shower. When Leng Shaofeng emerged from the bathhouse, he had transformed into a clean and handsome young man. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 8 o'clock. The mine was once again in full swing, likely due to an inspection by the leadership. Various departments had initiated cleaning efforts, with people bustling about everywhere. However, none of this concerned Leng Shaofeng. Worrying that someone might call for him, he mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the north gate. As he passed the abandoned factory, he made his customary turn to take a quick look inside. Indeed, he spotted 3 busy figures within, his brother Leng Shaoyang and 2 maintenance workers. Initially intending to greet them and leave, Leng Shaofeng was unexpectedly called over by Leng Shaoyang. Shaofeng, you need to keep an eye on this old warehouse, he said. What is up, brother? Leng Shaofeng raised an eyebrow and inquired. When we arrived earlier, we caught someone attempting to steal parts from over there. If it were just ordinary scrap metal, it wouldn't matter. However, in the past couple of days, I've discovered that several parts from the maintenance equipment have gone missing. Such circumstances would render the entire machine inoperative, which is quite unfortunate. Cold Shaoyang expressed his deep regret. Upon hearing this, Cold Shaofeng furrowed his brow. All right, brother, I understand. Initially, Cold Shaofeng had no intention of concerning himself with such trivial matters, but it seemed that in this instance, inaction was not an option. As he pondered, he made his way to the guardhouse at the north gate. The duty officer was still Xiao Song, accompanied by another colleague. After exchanging greetings, Cold Shaofeng casually offered them a cigarette, still of the Huazi brand. Shaosong received the cigarette with a face full of surprise, but did not indulge. Instead, he tucked it behind his ear. Inside the guardhouse, Cold Shaofeng leisurely perused a newspaper. However, his mind was occupied with thoughts. To resolve the issue of missing parts was relatively straightforward. It merely required assigning someone to oversee the situation. The crux of the matter lay in determining who that individual should be. Chapter 98. The Foundation Compaction. After much contemplation, Cold Shaofeng still could not conjure a suitable candidate. Alas, one often realizes the scarcity of suitable individuals only when the need arises, and he felt somewhat frustrated, casually discarding the newspaper from his hands. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang. Cold Shaofeng answered the call. Hello, North Gate of Yanxi Coal Mine. Who are you looking for? Haha, I am looking for you. Brother Cold, it's quite a rare occasion to catch you. The cheerful voice of Lao Wang Tao resonated from the other end. Haha, Brother Tao. I calculated that you would seek me out, so here I am waiting. Has the equipment been prepared? Wang Tao inquired eagerly. Rest assured, Brother Tao. It has been taken care of, Cold Shaofeng replied affirmatively. In that case, I shall set off immediately. The vehicle is ready. Wang Tao's tone was filled with excitement. After they hung up, Cold Shaofeng picked up the phone and dialed another number. Hello, this is Xian Lin. Who is this? A muffled voice answered. Brother Xian, are you dining at the moment? Cold Shaofeng could hear the sounds of chewing on the other end. Ah, Brother Shaofeng, the equipment has arrived, and I've been preoccupied with installation and debugging. I've been busy until the late hours last night, and have only just risen to have a bit of food. Xian Lin's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Upon hearing this, Cold Shaofeng could not help but feel a deep sense of respect. Look at this. This is the resolve of a true leader. They possess vision, courage, and an unparalleled work ethic. Such individuals are bound to succeed. It is simply a matter of logic. Reflecting on his own situation, he realized that every evening, he found himself preoccupied with women, either indulging in romantic pursuits or clandestine escapades, often caught in embarrassing situations. He felt he was bringing shame to those who have been reborn. This highlighted the disparity. Fortunately, he earned a third of his income for himself. With this thought, he found a semblance of equilibrium. Brother Xian, you must prioritize your health. Money is an endless pursuit, and there is no need to rush. By the way, how is the equipment functioning? Is it user-friendly? Cold Shaofeng inquired with concern, all the while thinking. You must not fall ill. If you do, who will earn money for me? Ah, Brother Shaofeng, no need for further words. Your concern warms my heart. I am in good health, but time is of the essence. Holding your equipment, if it doesn't yield profit, I would feel a sense of guilt. Fear not, my brother. Your device is remarkably efficient. At last, I can embark on a grand venture at the Yanxi Coal Mine. It is evident that Xian Lin is deeply moved. However, these words have ignited his ambition. Leng Shaofeng is equally touched. Once the Yanxi Coal Mine takes flight, he could retire early, living a life devoid of labor, with endless wealth at his disposal. Brother Xian, your dedication is truly admirable. I am in awe of your commitment. Without further ado, let us procure the equipment, as always. Take whatever you desire. Everything belongs to our Yanxi Coal Mine. Leng Shaofeng exclaimed, emphasizing the word our. Excellent. Xian Lin responded promptly, foregoing his meal to set off. A meal can be sacrificed, but brotherly loyalty must not be forsaken. At this moment, Xian Lin resembles a Suzuki GS 250, fully fueled and brimming with energy. After terminating the call, Leng Shaofeng leaned back and lit a cigarette. After such hard work, it was time to reward himself. However, before he could finish a single puff, the phone on the table rang once more. Hesitating briefly, he decided to answer. He initially thought the call was not meant for him, but he was mistaken. Hello. Brother Shaofeng, is that you? Came the voice of Shi Dachong from the other end. Brother Shi, how did you know it was me? Leng Shaofeng inquired, slightly taken aback. Haha, of course, someone tipped me off. I heard that your equipment has improved again. Why didn't you inform me? Shi Dachong feigned reproach. Brother Shi, didn't you already take a truckload last time? Leng Shaofeng countered. That was then, and primarily it was steel wire ropes. Did I not mention that I wanted you to save 2 good pieces for me? After some contemplation, Leng Shaofeng realized there was indeed such an agreement. Shi Dachong had shown interest in the crusher, but hadn't taken it at the time. Ah, I remember now, there was such a matter. I thought you had lost interest. Leng Shaofeng clarified. Truth be told, I was somewhat indecisive about wanting or not wanting. But now, I can definitively tell you that I do want it, Shi Dachong affirmed. Oh, what brought about this change of heart? Leng Shaofeng asked, intrigued. Feeling the pressure, I suppose. Other mines are expanding vigorously, especially your Xinzhuang coal mine. If I do not act swiftly to increase capacity, I might find myself left behind, Shi Dachong lamented. Haha, I see. Very well, brother Shi, come on over. Regardless of when you arrive, you will always be welcome here, Leng Shaofeng replied. All right, see you shortly. After hanging up once again, Leng Shaofeng rose and walked outside. Upon exiting the northern gate, he beheld his expanse of land, which was now cluttered with heaps of sand and gravel. In the distance, at the edge of an open space, a group of individuals was bustling about, their shouts echoing in the air. Upon closer inspection, Leng Shaofeng discerned that they were engaged in tamping. The resounding and robust calls were unmistakably the rhythm of tamping songs. This scene evoked a profound sense of nostalgia within Leng Shaofeng, even bringing him to the brink of tears. How many years had it been since he had witnessed such a sight? In this era, manual tamping was still employed. These tamping songs were unique to this time, a testament to the sweat and ingenuity of the laboring masses. In later generations, with the advent of mechanized tampers, this traditional method gradually faded into the annals of history. Many places sought to preserve these tamping songs as intangible cultural heritage, yet in those times, such songs were merely performed for show. Leng Shaofeng had witnessed such performances, which, while visually striking, lacked the essence and vigor of the real thing. How different it was now, with the tamping songs vividly manifesting before him. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng's heart surged with emotion. To be reborn and witness such cultural treasures once more was a profound gift. It was a chance to once again bear witness to history. His steps quickened as he approached the scene. The closer he got, the louder and more authentic the calls became. Tamping was a laborious task, and the construction team had dispatched numerous able-bodied men, primarily young and strong. Zhang Donglai took on the role of lead singer, guiding the others in a harmonious chorus as they tamped. Comrades, let's give it our all. The foundation must be solid. A house that never falls. Who slacks off is but a little pup. Let us tamp with all our might. We fear no floods. Let us exert ourselves. The host is overjoyed. As Leng Shaofeng drew nearer, he observed that 8 young men were engaged in the tamping. The tools they used were typically improvised from local materials, often resembling stone rollers in rural areas. However, the tamper wielded by Zhang Donglai bore distinct characteristics of mining equipment. It appeared to be a chunk of iron salvaged from some machine base, roughly 40 centimeters square and nearly 30 centimeters thick. Such a substantial piece of iron was certainly heavy, with 8 welded lifting ears around it, each secured with ropes in a surprisingly professional manner. The 8 men, synchronized with the rhythm of the song, lifted the hefty iron tamper repeatedly, raising and lowering it with force. This form of tamping required collective effort. They had to coordinate their strength rhythmically to maximize efficiency and minimize exertion. If the song faltered, the tamper would fail to rise, potentially causing injury. However, it was evident that this group were seasoned hands. The massive iron tamper was lifted high time and again, crashing down with a thundering impact that sent vibrations through the ground and clouds of dust swirling around them. Leng Shaofeng chose not to intrude any closer. It was crucial not to disrupt their momentum. Should the rhythm falter, the powerful energy they had built would dissipate. As cold Shaofeng gazed at the large iron lump, an eerie sense of familiarity washed over him. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead. Of course it looked familiar. Such equipment resided within his own dilapidated factory. Goodness! Was this not akin to catching oneself in the act? However, cold Shaofeng had no intention of pursuing the matter further. At that moment, a resounding call drew a crowd, primarily comprised of half-grown children, likely students on holiday. They were probably there to fish or swim in the river. Cold Shaofeng had once swum and fished in that very river, enduring countless scoldings and lessons from his mother, Li Siyun. Just as he recalled this, a gentle pinch on his ear interrupted his thoughts. Without needing to turn around, he recognized the familiar touch. It was his mother, Li Siyun, wearing her signature wide-brimmed straw hat. Her sharp phoenix eyes scrutinized him. What is so fascinating about pounding the ground? She queried. Well, I haven't seen it in quite some time, cold Shaofeng replied casually. Quite some time. Back home, who doesn't pound the ground when building a house? Even at the mine, we frequently constructed homes, Li Siyun murmured in confusion. Cold Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words. This was not a matter easily explained. Yet, standing before him was his mother. Undoubtedly the person who understood him best in this world. Fortunately, Li Siyun did not delve deeper into the topic. instead shifting to another matter. Xiaofeng, I heard that once your factory is built, you'll need to hire quite a few people? She suddenly inquired. Indeed, that is certain. I'll need to hire over 10 people. What about you, Mom? Would you like to come work with me? I could arrange for a spacious and bright office for you, complete with tea sets, so you could come daily to enjoy tea and supervise their work afterward. What do you think? Cold Shaofeng proposed, his genuine desire evident as he wished to shield his mother from the harsh sun. Li Suyin shot him a disapproving glance. What sort of work is that? Am I here to work or to indulge in comfort? Well, when you work for me, it's both labor and leisure. Cold Shaofeng bantered. At least you possess a modicum of filial piety, but I shall decline. If it were truly like that, I would be the subject of ridicule. Li Suyun replied. Her heart warmed despite her refusal. Cold Shaofeng sighed in resignation. How was it that his own mother dismissed such a rare opportunity? Where could he possibly argue his case? I came to ask you about Aunt Yu. Do you know her? She is not in good health, and the construction work is quite taxing for her. She wanted to know if you would consider hiring someone like her, Li Suyun explained in one breath, a hint of worry crossing her face about potentially burdening her son. Yet, unable to resist the emotional appeal, she had come to him nonetheless. Cold Shaofeng raised an eyebrow. Lost in thought, he was indeed familiar with Aunt Yu, a good friend of his mother who often worked alongside her. Her husband, bearing the surname Yu, was a half-hometown acquaintance of the Cold family, and they shared a close relationship, although they resided in Yanxi County, approximately 22 kilometers from Cold Shaofeng's hometown. Her fate is indeed unfortunate. Her husband is an underground worker who suffered severe injuries due to unsafe work practices, leaving him with impaired mobility and relying on crutches, ultimately stripping him of his ability to earn a living. The compensation from the mine is minimal, merely a meager monthly allowance. To compound her hardships, she has a disabled son named Yu Zheng, who is several years older than Leng Shaofeng, nearing 30 yet lacking a wife or even a stable job. Yu Zheng is well known in the Yanxi Coal Mine, his reputation rivaling that of Leng Shaofeng. Prior to Leng's arrival, Yu Zheng was the foremost topic of conversation in the mine, infamous for both his disability and his fierce temperament. In his youth, he was mischievous, climbing utility poles to raid bird nests, only to suffer a severe electric shock that left him hanging precariously. It is said that the sparks from the incident caused a blackout across half the mining area. Although he was rescued, he lost both arms, becoming the armless youth of the mine. Stripped of his limbs, his anger intensified. Anyone who dared to mock him faced his wrath, as he would charge at them and deliver a brutal beating. Indeed, he was known for his ferocity. Hailing from Wanqing, a region renowned for martial arts, Yu Zheng was a notorious figure before his accident. Despite his disability, his leg skills remained intact, and he devoted himself to honing them further. Should anyone provoke him, he would deliver a flying kick, sending them sprawling. This was merely the gentlest of his responses. He would use his knees to strike, his teeth to bite, and even resort to unorthodox tactics. At times, he would employ a headbutt reminiscent of a fish leaping to the surface. In essence, his approach to fighting was marked by sheer brutality. This fierceness may be linked to his own physical limitations, often accompanied by psychological distortions. Initially, others underestimated him, but after several encounters where opponents left bloodied and battered, respect for him grew, and his reputation for violence spread. It was not until a more formidable fighter arrived at the mine that Yu Zheng's notoriety began to wane. This new contender was, of course, Leng Shaofeng, whose fighting style was characterized by sheer ferocity. Initially, some dared to challenge him, including Yu Zheng. However, after a single encounter in a secluded grove, Yu Zheng refrained from returning to that place. As battles progressed, Leng Shaofeng faced no challengers and ultimately found himself outnumbering opponents in fights. Yu Zheng was equally ruthless towards women. After a somewhat distressing encounter with a potential match, his attitude shifted, leading him to treat men as beasts to be kicked and women as equals to be fought. In a bid to accommodate this disabled individual, the mine assigned him a role as a ticket collector at the cinema. In these times, attending a film is not a trivial expense, and there are always those hesitant to part with their money. However, the desire to watch it is overwhelming. What to do then? One might attempt to blend in. At the movie's commencement, the crowd is dense, making it easy to slip through unnoticed. Alternatively, some women, emboldened by their femininity and a certain audacity, might simply push their way in. After all, I am a woman. What can you do to me? Yet, once the vigilant Yu Zheng took charge, he was intolerant of such antics. His ticket inspection was notoriously strict. Those without tickets had no chance of entering. A few brazen women attempted to barge in, only to find themselves thwarted by Yu Zheng's swift and imposing stride, as he skillfully positioned his long leg to obstruct their path. Any woman who collided with him would find her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hastily retreating. Generally, most women were deterred by his formidable presence. Yet, there were always a few defiant ones who dared to hurl insults at him. After one or two verbal assaults, Yu Zheng would endure, but should the insults continue, he would not hesitate to retaliate, delivering a swift kick that sent the woman flying. As a result, his fearsome reputation grew even more formidable. The advantage was that no one at the cinema dared to evade the ticket booth any longer. The downside, however, was that women began to maintain a distance of at least 3 meters from him. This only made his search for a partner more challenging. At this moment, Leng Shaofeng suddenly realized that Yu Zheng was indeed well suited for the role of gatekeeper. How could he have overlooked him? What about Aunt Yu? Leng Shaofeng inquired, regaining his focus. Oh, she's over there. His mother, Li Suyun, pointed to a spot not far away. The construction crew had little to do at the moment and were idly watching the rammer in action. Aunt Yu was gathered beneath a tree, mingling with others. Upon glancing in that direction, Leng Shaofeng immediately spotted the elderly Aunt Yu, her hair now streaked with gray. In truth, Aunt Yu was considerably older than Li Suyun, her face adorned with wrinkles that betrayed the hardships she had endured. She was referred to as Aunt Yu, a title inherited from Leng Guanping. As the chief engineer of the mine, his influence was evident in all aspects. Otherwise, one might wonder how the task of ticket inspection could fall to Yu Zheng. There were many unemployed youths in the mine, and not every able-bodied individual would have the fortune to be assigned such a role. Nevertheless, Leng Shaofeng's gaze swiftly moved past Aunt Yu to a nearby young man. He was clad in a drab, faded t-shirt, the sleeves hanging loosely. His disheveled hair and unkempt beard gave him a fierce appearance, even from the side. It was, unmistakably, Yu Zheng. The cinema only screened films once a week, so his idle time was considerable. It was not surprising that he would wander around the mine, drawn to the spectacle. As Leng Shaofeng's gaze fixed upon him, Yu Zheng seemed to sense it. He abruptly turned his head, his eyes sharp and piercing like a hawk, locking onto Leng Shaofeng's gaze. However, the moment their eyes met, the fierceness in his expression softened, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. Very well, Leng Shaofeng thought. This is one individual I cannot afford to provoke. He was the only person in the Yanxi Coal Mine whom he dared not challenge, as well as the only one who surpassed him in every conceivable way: heritage, appearance, education, fighting prowess, and particularly in charm with the ladies, leaving him far behind. Moreover, he was acutely aware that his mother still wished to work in his factory. They all hustled in life, yet comparisons were futile. Just look at others who had made it. They were running factories and, it was said, had several women, changing partners daily. Cold Shaofeng offered him a faint smile and nodded. He then strolled over casually, with Li Suyun following her son. Aunt Yu, greetings. Cold Shaofeng enthusiastically greeted Aunt Yu. Oh, Xiaofeng, you've indeed grown. Observing Xiaofeng, one could discern his maturity from a mere greeting. Of course, this was merely scratching the surface. Aunt Yu, my mother mentioned your situation. It seems manageable. I will reserve suitable work for you in my factory, Cold Shaofeng stated directly. Being fellow townsfolk, it was only natural to prioritize her. Moreover, he intended to employ her son. Oh, Xiaofeng, thank you. I am at a loss for words. Aunt Yu responded, visibly moved, her eyes glistening with tears. It was no easy feat for a woman to support a family. Only she knew the sacrifices she had made. For the sake of her family, she had exhausted herself. Cold Shaofeng, thank you. Beside her, Yu Zheng also expressed his gratitude, though he rarely spoke politely to others, his words momentarily awkward. Haha, Yu Zheng. No need for formality. We are fellow villagers. It's the least I can do, Cold Shaofeng replied. Yu Zheng nodded vigorously. Have one. Cold Shaofeng extracted a cigarette and placed it in Yu Zheng's mouth. I don't really smoke, he stammered, the cigarette making his speech even more unclear. Cut the nonsense. I know you smoke. Cold Shaofeng disregarded his protest. Xiaofeng is offering you one, so just take it. Aunt Yu interjected. Immediately, Yu Zheng fell silent, silently holding the cigarette. Cold Shaofeng struck a match, lighting Yu Zheng's cigarette before igniting his own. Smoking was indeed a wonderful social lubricant, bridging gaps between individuals. With a lit cigarette, they shared a cloud of smoke, fostering a more natural camaraderie. Yu Zheng still watching movies? Cold Shaofeng initiated conversation. Yu Zheng replied succinctly. How much do they pay you at the mine each month? The topic was somewhat sensitive, but in this era, it was acceptable. $8. And I can also set up a stall selling snacks at the cinema. Cold Shaofeng was aware that Aunt Yu was quite skilled at frying peanuts and seeds. I have a job for you. Are you interested? It comes with formal employment benefits and a year-end bonus, Cold Shaofeng proposed. Huh, me? Yu Zheng nearly dropped his cigarette. His expression one of shock as he gazed at Cold Shaofeng. Yes, you, Cold Shaofeng affirmed with a nod. But what can I do? I have no hands. I'm useless. Yu Zheng's face darkened, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible pain. Every individual has their purpose. I believe you would be suitable for guarding the entrance. As you can see, I am about to open 2 factories. To be frank, I feel uneasy without someone to keep watch at the gate. Cold Shaofeng indicated the vacant lot and the group of workers tamping the ground. At that moment, Zhang Donglai changed the tune he was singing. The exuberance remains unchanged. Filled with vigor. Comrades, let us rally together. Let us toil tirelessly. Let us construct our homes. Let us lay down strong foundations. Let us take brides. Let us enter the bridal chamber. Let us embrace the joys of parenthood. Laughter erupted around them, invigorating the workers even further. This is the embodiment of the wisdom and strength of the laboring populace, each one drenched in perspiration, yet brimming with spirit. The gaze of Leng Shaofeng and Yu Zheng was irresistibly drawn to the scene. Work diligently with me, and once you acquire wealth, you can marry and start a family. What do you say? Observing the dazed expression on Yu Zheng's face, Leng Shaofeng resolved to paint a bright future for him. Upon hearing this, Yu Zheng's demeanor shifted momentarily, but he soon shook his head, sighing deeply. This sigh carried the weight of adulthood, an exhalation that resonates from the very core. Unspoken and unasked, Leng Shaofeng fell silent, patiently waiting for Yu Zheng to speak. My clothes are worn and no longer fit for wear. It has been 5 years since I last changed. 2 men share a drink, questioning the heavens, leaving no regrets in the month of April. Chapter 101. Rumors and whisperings before Leng Shaofeng could receive a response from Yu Zheng. Aunt Yu, observing their exchange, grew impatient. You should agree quickly. Can Shaofeng truly deceive you? She pinched Yu Zheng's waist. Leng Shaofeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that women possess such tactics. However, unlike Leng Shaofeng, who would yelp in response to a mere touch, Yu Zheng remained silent, as though Aunt Yu's pinch did not affect him. I fear I may not perform well. Yu Zheng finally spoke. Look, there are no issues at the cinema, let alone standing guard at the factory gate. Be a man, be decisive. Can you do it? Leng Shaofeng wished to avoid further delay, as they had already wasted considerable time, and Wang Tao and the others would soon arrive. I can do it, Yu Zheng exclaimed, his eyes widening as he shouted. Now that's more like it. Starting today, you are on the job. First, go keep an eye on that dilapidated factory. No one is allowed to take anything without my permission, Leng Shaofeng instructed. Understood, I will head there immediately, Yu Zheng replied, and without another word. He made his way towards the north gate. Leng Shaofeng quickly bid farewell to his mother and Aunt Yu before following suit. Upon reaching the north gate, Yu Zheng was indeed halted. Access to the mines is not easily granted. Unless on official business, entry is prohibited. Leng Shaofeng explained the situation to Xiao Song. From now on, Yu Zheng would work at the mine, guarding the dilapidated factory. Only then did Xiao Song permit him to pass. This access was merely temporary. In the future, a work permit would be necessary for unimpeded entry. However, for Leng Shaofeng, this was a minor detail, hardly worth mentioning. Yu Zheng hurriedly proceeded to the dilapidated factory, while Leng Shaofeng lingered in the guardhouse for a while longer, finishing a cigarette he hadn't yet smoked. On the dirt road to the north, clouds of dust billowed as a large truck approached. Leng Shaofeng extinguished the cigarette in his hand and stood to gaze into the distance. Soon, he discerned the identity of the visitor. It was Wang Tao. From afar, Leng Shaofeng began to wave. Wang Tao, seated in the passenger seat, also waved back. Their reunion felt markedly more familiar. As the truck came to a halt, Wang Tao leaped down from the passenger seat. Leng Shaofeng hurried to greet him, and the two engaged in a firm handshake. Tao Ge, welcome. Welcome. Shaofeng, my brother. I appreciate your patience, Wang Tao replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Leng Shaofeng completed the registration at the gate and made a quick phone call to the transportation team, requesting a forklift. Subsequently, the two made their way to the dilapidated factory. Have you increased your workforce? Wang Tao observed, noticing Yu Zheng standing upright at the entrance. Tao Gu, your keen eye is impressive. This is a new addition. There is quite a bit to oversee inside, Leng Shaofeng explained. Yu Zheng, this is Wang Laoban, the owner of the Yanxi Coal Mine in the north. You should get acquainted next time. He introduced the two, primarily to ensure that Yu Zheng would recognize Wang Tao in the future, avoiding any potential misunderstandings. It was important to note that Yu Zheng had a rather irritable temperament. Once he was in work mode, he could be quite unyielding. I understand, Wang Laoban. Good to meet you, Yu Zheng said, though he had his flaws. He was not lacking in understanding and greeted Wang Tao appropriately. Wang Tao nodded. Good to meet you too, since I'm friends with Shaofeng. And you are his fellow townsman. We are all on the same side. Wang Tao, being a seasoned player in the business realm, knew how to navigate social dynamics with ease. As they entered the factory, Leng Shaoyang and others were busy, hardly acknowledging their presence. Wang Tao, familiar with his brother Leng Shaofeng's character, took it in stride. Wow, Shaofeng, you've undergone quite a transformation. Are you planning to set up a training facility here? It looks quite comprehensive, Wang Tao remarked, surveying the surroundings with approval. Suddenly, he pointed to a sandbag on the ground and inquired, why is this sandbag not suspended? What is it doing on the floor? Only then did Leng Shaofeng notice the additional sandbag on the ground, a question mark appearing in his mind. Who had brought this? It seemed fortuitously timed, as if someone had anticipated his need for a sandbag. Brother, what is the story with this sandbag? Who brought it? Leng Shaofeng quickly approached his brother to ask. Two union representatives dropped it off earlier, saying it was discarded, so they delivered it here, Leng Shaoyang explained. A smile involuntarily crept onto Leng Shaofeng's face. It appeared that Lu Lijuan had softened her stance. Yet, he reasoned that she should not be aware of his retaliation against her daughter. How could she have possibly relented? It is important to note that this woman often carries herself with an air of superiority, looking down on others with a haughty demeanor. Leng Shaofeng found himself somewhat perplexed by her attitude. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it further, planning to request assistance from the forklift operator shortly. At that moment, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw a colleague from the security department, Zhang Song. He was also on duty at the North Gate today, having just completed the registration process. This fellow was robust and dark-skinned, a rather imposing figure. I told you, I'm looking for Brother Feng. Why are you stopping me? Zhang Song seemed to have had a confrontation with Yu Zheng. In the warehouse, no one was permitted entry without Leng Shaofeng's consent. It was clear that Yu Zheng was in work mode. Zhang Song found himself at a loss for words. What is the matter, Zhang Song? Leng Shaofeng approached him and inquired. Brother Feng, someone is looking for you. 2 large trucks. Zhang Song pointed toward the north gate in response. Leng Shaofeng felt a surge of joy. It must be Shi Dachong and Xian Lin arriving. Let us go greet them. The two headed back. Zhang Song, you know how irritable Yu Zheng can be. He is currently guarding for me, so don't take it personally. On their way, Leng Shaofeng explained the situation to Zhang Song. Of course not, Zhang Song replied, his previous grudge dissipating instantly. Upon reaching the north gate, Leng Shaofeng quickly spotted Shi Dachong and Xian Lin. He hurried over to greet them. Brother Shi, Brother Xian, welcome to my place. The three exchanged handshakes. After Leng Shaofeng completed the registration at the security office, he led the two to the dilapidated factory. Brother Tao, you're quite unfair. You've already loaded half a truck. Xian Lin jested about Wang Tao. I can't compare to you. You load at will, while I have to pay. So I naturally must act swiftly, Wang Tao chuckled, continuing to load the truck. Shi Dachong, however, took a keen interest in the equipment that Leng Shaofeng had assembled. Brother Shaofeng, you truly are a master. In a fit of rage for a beauty, one can single-handedly take on 30 men. Truly worthy of the title Brother Shaofeng. I am curious, what kind of woman could provoke such a response from you? That flower from the supply and marketing cooperative. I must go see for myself. Shi Dachong added. At first, Leng Shaofeng dismissed the comments, but as the conversation progressed, he began to sense something amiss, very amiss. Did I not merely engage in a fight? When did it escalate to a fit of rage for a beauty? Is this not mere sensationalism? This group truly had a knack for linking two entirely unrelated matters, making them sound rather plausible. Chapter 102, Chaotic Winds. Hastily, Leng Shaofeng offered a brief explanation to Shi Dachong, recounting the general circumstances of the incident. Shi Dachong, however, gave Leng Shaofeng a thumbs up. I can tell, this young lady must have an interest in you. Yet, Brother Shaofeng remains unperturbed, truly a gentleman. Shi Dachong's conclusion left Leng Shaofeng shaking his head in wry amusement, feeling that his explanations had been in vain. At this moment, a dispute arose between Xian Lin and Brother Tao, escalating into a war of words. For Xian Lin, the availability of free equipment was certainly a boon. These devices were essentially equivalent to his own. However, he had no objections to the equipment previously designated by Wang Tao. The crux of the issue lay in Wang Tao's desire for additional items. Xian Lin resolutely refused, declaring, "No, that equipment is essential for my Yanxi Coal Mine. It cannot be relinquished to you." Wang Tao retorted, "Do not be absurd. Your Yanxi Coal Mine is hardly vast. How many devices can you accommodate? Have you fully utilized the ones you previously took?" He began to unearth Xian Lin's shortcomings. "What do you mean not utilized? They've all been installed," Xian Lin asserted defiantly. "You see, they have been installed. That means they were not," Wang Tao countered incisively. "Brother Tao, are you trying to pick a fight with me?" Xian Lin glared. "If you are dissatisfied, let us summon Dachong and Shaofeng to arbitrate." Wang Tao began to call for others. Dachong and Leng Shaofeng approached to discern the matter at hand. Wang Tao succinctly recounted the events, gesturing toward the equipment. "I arrived first. Thus I have the right to choose first. Brother Shaofeng has opened his doors for business. Purchasing an additional unit should pose no issue, correct?" Wang Tao turned to Leng Shaofeng. "Indeed, that is not a problem," Leng Shaofeng replied, reluctant to involve himself in the dispute. To him, the value of a single device was negligible, and he would be content to sell it to anyone. Yet, being caught in the middle was decidedly uncomfortable. "My Yanxi Coal Mine also requires that equipment. Brother Sure, please offer your judgment." Xian Lin was unwilling to concede. What is there to gain from this? Brother Shaofeng is in business. Naturally, he will sell to whoever pays. The one with the deeper pockets will prevail. Dachong interjected, shifting the tone. "Enough of your quarreling. I'll add an extra 100 yuan for it." Both Xian Lin and Wang Tao were taken aback. Fortunately, at that moment, Leng Shaoyang arrived, stating, "There are still 2 identical devices available. One has just been serviced, and the other will be ready shortly." Having overheard the commotion, he quickly intervened to resolve the situation. As a brother, he directly addressed the issue. "Haha, Sure Dachong, you just mentioned you would pay more for that device. Let us settle the payment." Xian Lin burst into laughter. "Yes, boss Sure, hurry up and pay." Wang Tao seized this opportunity to add to the mockery. Now it was Sure Dachong's turn to be flabbergasted. He glanced at Leng Shaofeng, who was discreetly signaling him, and suddenly understood. Who do you look down upon? If adding money is the game, then so be it. This equipment is nearly new. Based on our prior agreement, it should cost around 700 yuan. I'll offer 800. You have no objections to that, right? Sure Dachong, with a generous spirit, promptly counted out 800 yuan and handed it to Leng Shaofeng, who accepted it with a wry smile. What a wealthy patron. Xian Lin remarked bitterly. Indeed, a wealthy patron. I cannot abide his ostentatious demeanor. Tomorrow, let us feast lavishly and leave him impoverished. Wang Tao echoed, equally envious. All right, let us make him bankrupt tomorrow. In that moment, Wang Tao and Xian Lin found themselves united, swiftly reaching a consensus. Sure Dachong cast a fleeting glance at the 2 individuals and patted his briefcase. "I possess ample funds. And I am willing," he declared. "You intend to impoverish me? Tomorrow, I shall overload you both." Following a delightful interlude, the atmosphere among the group grew increasingly jovial. Ultimately, they toiled until noon, loading everything they required onto the vehicle. After each load, one person would summon Leng Shaofeng aside to settle the payment. For amounts below 1,000 yuan, Leng would simply round off to 0. In total, he collected 12,800 yuan from Sure Dachong. The extra 100 yuan, Leng intended to return, but Sure Dachong adamantly refused. Leng then discreetly presented an additional 2,000 yuan to Sure Dachong as a referral fee. This time, Sure Dachong accepted without hesitation, as previously agreed. Wang Tao filled an entire truck, and the final tally came to 18,700 yuan. To round it off, Leng collected 18,000 from him. Wang Tao expressed his satisfaction by patting Leng on the shoulder and giving him a thumbs up. Upon reaching Xinlin, he had no expenses to cover and happily drove away with a full load. With the exchange of goods and money, everyone was delighted. As noon approached, Leng naturally could not let the others depart. "Gentlemen, today I shall treat you," he proclaimed. "Let's head to the cafeteria to savor our chef's culinary skills." "Oh, aren't we having lamb soup?" Xinlin inquired, somewhat reluctant, as he had developed a fondness for lamb soup. Wang Tao waved his hand dismissively. No, not today. I urgently need this equipment, so I shall forego lunch. Brother Shaofeng, see you tomorrow for a feast. It was evident that Wang Tao was eager to leave, and Leng was not inclined to insist otherwise. Let us call it a day. After all, we're gathering at my place tomorrow. Sure, Dachang also prepared to depart. Well then, I shall take my leave as well. Brother Shaofeng, remember to take me for lamb soup next time. Xinlin, seeing the situation, opted not to eat either and reminded Leng as he left. Leng naturally agreed wholeheartedly. A group of individuals arrived with great fanfare and departed laden with bounty. Leng Shaofeng patted his now bulging green canvas satchel, satisfied with his earnings of 28,800. Just as he saw the others off at the north gate and turned around, he was met by the formidable gaze of his mother, Madame Li Siyun. Without preamble, she seized Leng's ear. Come, we are going home for dinner. Seeing his mother in such a mood, Leng felt trepidation, reluctant to comply. Mom, I think I'll skip and just grab something at the cafeteria. No sooner had he spoken than the pain in his ear intensified sharply. Repeat that. I didn't catch it. Li Siyun, ever magnanimous, granted Leng another chance to articulate his response. Home. We're going home for dinner. All right, Mom. I'll give you a ride. Leng quickly transformed into a model of subservience, nodding and smiling, adopting the demeanor of a devoted son. Humph. Only then did Li Siyun seem satisfied, retracting her grip. Leng mounted his motorcycle, carrying Li Siyun homeward. On the way, he cautiously asked, Mom, have I done something wrong again? In the past, whenever Leng Shaofeng made a mistake, Li Siyun would exhibit this very demeanor. How dare you ask? She retorted. Tell me, what is the story behind that Huang Tingting from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Li Siyun inquired, her tone less than amiable. Ah, Huang Tingting. Mom, how do you know her name? Leng Shaofeng's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. Word has spread. That day you visited the cooperative, you were flirting with a salesgirl, engaging in some playful banter. When her brother disapproved, you ended up getting into a fight with him. At Li Siyun's words, Leng Shaofeng nearly drove his motorcycle into a ditch. Fortunately, there was no ditch nearby, but he felt utterly disheartened. The wind seemed to swirl around him, leaving him in a state of confusion. Chapter 103. Probing questions. Faced with such a situation, Leng Shaofeng quickly regained his composure. This type of affair was akin to a form of entertainment among the populace. One hears a rumor, passes it along, and soon it becomes distorted beyond recognition. It was merely a gust of wind. One could listen but should not take it to heart, lest one lose. Mom, do not pay heed to such nonsense. It's purely fabricated and exaggerated. Am I the sort of person to engage in such conduct? Leng Shaofeng retorted emphatically. I believe you are. However, Li Siyun's response caused Leng Shaofeng to lose his calm. Mom, how could you say that about your own son? He exclaimed, bemused. Humph. What about that girl from the Su family? And what of that young widow from the lamb soup restaurant? Yet, it was Li Siyun's next words that rendered Leng Shaofeng speechless. He longed to argue, Mom, let me defend myself, but he suspected it would be futile. Wisely, he chose to remain silent, focusing on the road ahead. My son, why do I get the impression that you are causing more trouble than before? Li Siyun asked, voicing her concerns. She felt that her son had matured, yet tales of his escapades, both within and beyond the mines, were rampant, leaving her perplexed. Mom, it's different now. Back then, I would engage in petty mischief, stirring up trouble and committing minor wrongs. Now, I am involved in significant matters, endeavors that benefit the nation and the people. Leng Shaofeng declared with unbridled pride. Such as that young widow? Li Siyun brought up the very subject he wished to avoid. Mom, this is not a suitable topic for discussion, Leng Shaofeng declared, opting for silence. Li Siyun attempted to converse further, but with him having closed himself off, she found herself at a loss. Gently, she pinched him and then nestled her head against his back. Upon returning home, a well-prepared meal awaited them. Shaofeng, you're back, greeted his sister-in-law, Gao Zuixia, with warmth. Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. Preparing so much food alone is no easy task, Leng Shaofeng remarked, genuinely concerned for her. It's fine. I'm not working, so I just prepare meals every day, Gao Zuixia replied with an innocent smile. In the center of the living room sat Leng Guangfu, resembling a great Buddha, surveying the world around him. His life was marked by an unwavering routine. Every day, he commutes to and from work punctually, never arriving late or leaving early. After work, he strolls around with his hands behind his back, enjoying watching others play chess. although he himself is not adept at the game. As for the kitchen, he sheepishly admits ignorance of its layout. However, he possesses a commendable trait. He is easy to please, displaying no particular preferences in clothing or food. In terms of attire, he requires merely 3 sets of clothes each year, one for spring and autumn, and one each for summer and winter. Regarding meals, as long as there is food and drink, he is content. The quality of the dishes matters little to him, provided the portions are generous. Additionally, he has a penchant for tea, indifferent to its quality. As long as there is an ample quantity, the tea must be brewed strong enough to leave astringency in the mouth, which he deems delightful. The same applies to cigarettes. He smokes whatever is available, unable to discern the difference between good and bad. In this respect, his daughter-in-law, Gao Zuixia, is indeed an exemplary spouse. Ling Guangfu, on the other hand, is generally not one to stir trouble, except when it comes to Leng Shaofeng. Ever since Leng Shaofeng entered the household, Ling Guangfu has cast sidelong glances at him, signaling his intention to confront. "You, sit down," he commands, pointing to a small stool beside him. Ling Shaofeng obediently takes a seat on the stool, which feels rather unwelcoming due to its height. Nonetheless, he knows he must heed his father's words. The Ling family has always been composed of honest farmers, never indulging in affairs or mischief. "Why has it turned out differently with you?" Ling Guangfu exclaims, his voice rising with agitation as he pounds the table. "Dad, I am also an honest man." Ling Shaofeng protests innocently. With a burst of laughter, Gao Zuixia, typically a serious woman, cannot contain herself, while Li Siyun looks on in disbelief at her son. Ling Guangfu's face twitches as he re-evaluates his younger son, realizing not only has he strayed into questionable behavior, but he also possesses a remarkable audacity. Upon reflection, Ling Guangfu swiftly reconciles himself to this reality. "Enough of your distractions. What about that saleswoman from the supply and marketing cooperative, the one named Tingting? What is going on there?" Ling Guangfu's eyes widen, his expression growing more intense. "It turns out the matter concerns Huang Tingting." Immediately, Ling Shaofeng straightens up. "The other day, I went shopping, and this saleswoman named Huang Tingting attended to me. I completed my purchase and left. Nothing untoward occurred." He explained succinctly. "How is it that you know her name after merely buying something? After years of shopping? I don't even know a single saleswoman's name." Ling Guangfu questions, tilting his head in disbelief. "She told me her name, so I remembered it." Ling Shaofeng replies curtly. "Then how come when I shop, they never tell me their names? Why is it only you?" Ling Guangfu expresses his dissatisfaction with Ling Shaofeng's response. "Did she tell you? You might want to take a good look in the mirror," Ling Shaofeng retorts. "My son is handsome, capable, and has garnered the affection of many young ladies. What of it? Is that a problem?" Li Siyun, unable to endure the conversation any longer, unleashed her ire upon Ling Guangfu. "Would you like to know the name of that salesperson? I can inquire for you. How does that sound?" She pressed on. Instantly, Ling Guangfu fell silent, his face twitching as he struggled to utter a word. Ling Shaofeng lowered his head, stifling a laugh. "Kudos to Mom. I believe my son is quite remarkable. He is good-looking, tall, and talented. Which girl wouldn't be fond of him? Can I be blamed for that?" Li Siyun held the conviction that she could speak of her son, but others should not. At that moment, the door chimed, and Leng Shaoyang stepped inside. "You continue to indulge this perfect son of yours," Ling Guangfu scoffed, then lapsed into silence. Leng Shaoyang sensed the tension in the air, but wisely opted to ignore it. The family began their meal, though the atmosphere remained somewhat subdued. After hastily finishing dinner, Leng Shaoyang felt no inclination to linger and promptly exited the house. Such circumstances are not unique to them. A similar scene unfolded in Yanxi town, albeit with Huang Tingting as the one being questioned. Chapter 104. Astonishing words in Yanxi town. At the Huang residence, Huang Donghai, the station master of the local gas station, sat on the sofa with a sullen expression, silently smoking. His wife, Zhang Xiuji, had prepared a lavish spread but lacked the appetite to partake. Their gazes frequently fell upon their graceful daughter, Huang Tingting. Huang Donghai's eyes betrayed a mixture of anger and helplessness, while Zhang Xiuji's reflected deep concern. With a sharp crack, Huang Donghai slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. "Speak. What is going on between you and that Leng Shaofeng?" The force of his voice made Huang Tingting's lithe figure tremble. Yet, a defiant glint sparkled in her fair visage, and she remained silent. "Tingting, if there is anything amiss, you must confide in your parents. You cannot fathom how worried we are about you," Zhang Xiuji urged gently from the side. This time, Huang Tingting responded, pouting as she addressed her mother. Mom, I've said all that needs to be said. I have no connection with that Leng Shaofeng. We truly met for the first time that day. He was making a purchase, and I was merely assisting him by holding on to his items for a while. However, the gossip circulating from the supply and marketing cooperative told a different tale, claiming that she and Leng Shaofeng were exchanging flirtatious glances. The accusations were particularly emphatic, especially from Hao Ailing. Huang Donghai interjected, his expression filled with disappointment. That's not true. We were merely engaged in normal conversation, just more compatible in our dialogue. Huang Tingting pouted, her heart brimming with resentment towards her colleagues who gossiped so carelessly. Then why did you blush? Why were you so bashful? Huang Donghai continued to probe. He. Leng Shaofeng praised me, and I felt a bit bashful. Huang Tingting shyly stomped her foot, turning slightly away. Observing their daughter's reaction, Wang Donghai and Zhang Xiuji exchanged glances, suddenly imagining how their daughter must have appeared at that moment, perhaps even more exaggerated. Tingting, what exactly did Leng Shaofeng say? Zhang Xiuji gently inquired, having caught her husband's meaningful look. Oh, it's nothing much. He just complimented my smile. Huang Tingting hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with delight, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Bang! Wang Donghai slammed his hand on the table again. I knew it. That Leng Shaofeng is up to no good. I must confront him and give that rascal a stern lesson. He is clearly no good. Making such remarks to a girl, is that not harassment? Pooh, don't say such harsh words. It's not harassment. Our Tingting is still an innocent flower. Zhang Xiuji interjected, displeased with her husband's words. It's all the same. I'll call my brother and have him send someone to capture Leng Shaofeng. And that kid has also beaten Dabi. Does he think our Huang family is a pushover? Wang Donghai, filled with indignation, rose to make a call, only to be stopped by Huang Tingting. Dad, how can you be so unreasonable? He merely complimented me. How can that be considered harassment? At that moment, Zhang Xiuji also stood up. Exactly, Lao Huang, your reasoning is too far-fetched. Our Tingting is so beautiful. There must be at least 80 people who have praised her beauty. Are you going to arrest them all? Zhang Xiuji's words left Wang Donghai momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth twice, but failed to articulate a response, ultimately slumping back onto the sofa. After a prolonged silence, Wang Donghai spoke again, his tone tinged with despondency. But now, this has stirred up quite the uproar. The entire Yanxi town is abuzz with gossip, and it's impossible for anyone not to know. How will our Tingting find a partner in the future? How will she marry? His words cast a shadow over Zhang Xiuji and Huang Tingting's faces. Huang Tingting remained silent, turning back to her bedroom without even a bite of food. In the living room, Wang Donghai and Zhang Xiuji exchanged glances, huddling together in hushed tones. After a while, Zhang Xiuji rose and knocked on her daughter's bedroom door. There was no response from within, so she pushed open the slightly ajar door. Huang Tingting was leaning over her vanity, her delicate face reflected in the mirror, fair and soft, yet furrowed with worry, her eyes filled with youthful melancholy. Zhang Xiuji sat beside her, gently stroking her daughter's hair. Tingting, what do you think of that Leng Shaofeng? Upon the mention of Leng Shaofeng, a glimmer of vitality swiftly returned to Huang Tingting's eyes. Zhang Xiuji observed this momentary transformation with keen interest and could not help but sigh inwardly. Her daughter had indeed matured and reached the tender age of blossoming affection. He is quite admirable. Ultimately, Huang Tingting provided her response. Yet the simplicity of her answer left Zhang Xiuji wanting for more. In what way is he admirable? I have heard that the young man is rather handsome. Does he possess any other notable traits? The inquiry from her mother plunged Huang Tingting into a state of contemplation. How to articulate this? He is quite extraordinary. His speech, his demeanor, every gesture sets him apart, revealing him to be a man of considerable refinement. With a hint of distraction, Huang Tingting softly remarked, Yet I have heard that Leng Shaofeng is rather fickle, often flirting with young ladies. Zhang Xiuji had discreetly sought information from those at the Yanxi Coal Mine. Oh, the plight of parents. They truly fret endlessly for their children. Nonsense. Although I have only interacted with Leng Shaofeng briefly, I am confident that he is a gentleman, unmoved by mere beauty. Huang Tingting boldly refuted this assertion, her tone resolute. How can you be so certain? Zhang Xiuji sensed a potential problem. If he were indeed the unscrupulous seducer of virtuous women, then he would have at this point. Huang Tingting's face flushed crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. Yet, She quickly fell into a state of melancholy, resting her head upon the table once more. However, a mother knows her daughter best. How could Zhang Xiaoji fail to comprehend that her daughter had likely developed feelings for Leng Shaofeng? It seemed she had even hinted at it previously. Judging by her daughter's current reaction, it appeared that Leng Shaofeng had been quite straightforward in his rejection. This suggests that he is not the unworthy figure that rumors depict, but rather embodies the virtues of a true gentleman. Zhang Xiaoji gently consoled her daughter with a few kind words and even brought some food into her room before turning to leave. Huang Donghai and Zhang Xiaoji subsequently retreated to their bedroom, where Zhang Xiaoji recounted the entirety of her conversation with their daughter to her husband. A profound silence enveloped the room as they both fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, Huang Donghai, with a determined expression, declared that the matter concerned their daughter's reputation and lifelong happiness. I shall make diligent inquiries about Leng Shaofeng. If he proves to be a commendable individual, just then, Huang Donghai abruptly halted. Old Huang, what are you planning to do? Zhang Xiaoji promptly inquired. I will enlist someone to propose on behalf of our daughter at the Yanxi Coal Mine. Huang Donghai's words were startling. Whom will you consult? Zhang Xiaoji did not oppose her husband's suggestion, but continued to question him. I have heard that this young man is quite close to Shidachang. I shall inquire with him. Chapter 105. A salary increase. Leng Shaofeng descended the stairs, mounted his motorcycle, ignited the engine, and fueled up, heading westward and then northward. Soon, the motorcycle came to a halt beneath the single dormitory building. In the past, whether or not one returned to the dormitory was of little consequence. However, now that Han Bin is assisting him with his tasks, it is essential to pay attention from time to time. Regularly encouraging employees can significantly enhance their motivation, thereby enabling better financial gains for oneself. Upon pushing open the door, a pungent amalgamation of odors assaulted cold Shaofeng's senses, nearly overwhelming him. At that moment, he regretted coming in. A glance at the table revealed that unfinished food had spoiled, while the floor was littered with numerous cigarette butts, peanut shells, and sunflower seed husks, along with a few foul socks and several crumpled pieces of paper. Frowning and pinching his nose, cold Shaofeng opened the dormitory door and maximized the window for ventilation. He cranked the ceiling fan to its highest setting to increase airflow. Lighting a cigarette, he attempted to mask the unpleasant smell with its aroma. Han Bin sheepishly scratched his head, watching cold Shaofeng busily clean. Cold Shaofeng ignored him, taking a broom to sweep the floor, gathering all debris into the trash bin. Wait, Brother Feng, I still plan to wear those socks. Han Bin exclaimed, quickly rescuing his few stinky socks and stuffing them under his pillow. He then approached cold Shaofeng with a sheepish grin and said, Brother Feng, come have a cigarette. Cold Shaofeng dismissed the comment, instead retrieving 2 boxes of Deqianmen cigarettes from his bag and tossing them to Han Bin. Smoke these, if you wish to have Huazi next time I visit. The dormitory must be spotless, or else you'll have to forego it. Cold Shaofeng flicked the ash from his cigarette and gazed at Han Bin, speaking leisurely. Is that how it is? Han Bin's face contorted with indecision before he relaxed. Then I'll stick with Deqianmen. It's quite good as well. He promptly lit one for himself. Cold Shaofeng, taken aback, nearly dropped his cigarette. You're something else, he praised, giving Han Bin a thumbs up. How's the collection of treasury bonds going? Cold Shaofeng decided it was time to address serious matters, planning to tackle Han Bin's personal hygiene habits later. Hee, Brother Feng, look. Han Bin excitedly presented his little ledger. Cold Shaofeng skimmed through it before directly checking the final tally. 15,865 yuan. This was the only aspect of Han Bin that pleased Cold Shaofeng. He was quite diligent about collecting treasury bonds. Nodding in satisfaction, he returned the ledger to Han Bin and counted out 5,000 yuan from his bag, handing it over. Keep collecting when the money runs out. Just ask me for more. All right, Brother Feng, Han Bin eagerly nodded. By the way, Brother Feng, there's someone from our mine working at a steel factory who also came to exchange treasury bonds with me. I chatted with him a bit. He mentioned that the steel factory often distributes treasury bonds, and many people are keen to exchange them for cash. In these times, almost all state-owned enterprises are distributing treasury bonds. There's no alternative. Without distribution, no one would buy them. The elderly farmer lacks any spare funds, and thus, the state can only turn its gaze towards the workers who hold secure jobs, whether it is the steel mill or the Yanxi Coal Mine. Neither is exempt from this situation. For the larger steel mill, Leng Shaofeng naturally harbored his own thoughts. However, he was quite pleased that Han Bin could discern this matter himself. What are your thoughts? asked Leng Shaofeng, with an underlying intention to assess Han Bin's understanding. Han Bin scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. I was indeed considering going to the steel mill, but I am unfamiliar with it. Unlike at the Yanxi Coal Mine, where everyone knows me, even if they don't, they know Brother Feng. Perhaps I could try setting up a stall? Han Bin exhibited a spark of cleverness, sensing Leng Shaofeng's intention to test him. However, it was evident that he did not possess a well-conceived plan. While setting up a stall was feasible, it seemed somewhat inappropriate. Although trading government bonds is not illegal and has not faced the same level of scrutiny in recent years, caution is still paramount. The trade of government bonds fundamentally hinges on trust. If people do not know you and are unaware of your background, it is challenging for them to place their faith in you. Therefore, Leng Shaofeng formulated his own plan. He needed to find a trustworthy agent at the steel mill. Fortunately, he had someone in mind, his cousin, Leng Aimin, whom he could rely on. Yet, the mere thought of Leng Aimin's socially awkward demeanor gave Leng Shaofeng pause. Well, I suppose I shall see how it unfolds. Brother Feng, what shall we do with these government bonds? I've organized them all. They are piled up here, and I do not feel secure, Han Bin lamented, pointing to the stacks of bonds. With so many government bonds in the dormitory, it's essentially money. I cannot sleep soundly. Look at your lack of ambition, Leng Shaofeng replied dismissively. Just hold on to them. I'll take them away later. He cast a disapproving glance at Han Bin, thinking how trivial the amount was. His younger brother needed broader horizons and further refinement. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Han Bin, Leng Shaofeng realized he could no longer endure staying in the dormitory. I'm leaving. However, Han Bin seized Leng Shaofeng's arm with a mischievous grin. Brother Feng, is that Huang Tingting as charming as she seems? Have you made any advances? With your abilities, it should be a piece of cake, right? Leng Shaofeng forcefully shook off Han Bin's hand and glared at him. Get lost. The further, the better. Am I that kind of person? He stormed off in a huff. Isn't that so? Han Bin remained behind, shaking his head and chuckling. With such a temper, it seems you haven't succeeded yet. Leng Shaofeng was quite irked by Han Bin's insinuation. A devoted and sincere man like himself, who could resist the allure of beauty, was being unjustly accused. Outrageous. Although he was infatuated with two women, was that not a form of devotion? Upon exiting, he slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting an important matter. He hopped on his motorcycle and sped towards the mine, heading straight for his dilapidated factory. He was eager to see his new employee, Yu Zheng. In the morning, he was abandoned here without care, and I had no idea if he had eaten. Leng Shaofeng strode purposefully into the dilapidated factory, only to find Yu Zheng seated on the ground, skillfully using his feet to maneuver chopsticks as he ate. This sight brought him a sense of relief. Aunt Yu stood nearby, cradling a bowl of water, watching her son eat with a gaze full of affection. Although Yu Zheng lacked hands, he managed to take care of himself quite well in most aspects of life, and eating was certainly no challenge for him. His feet were as deft as the hands of an ordinary person. I apologize for neglecting to arrange meals for Yu Zheng. It seems I must rely on you to bring him food, Leng Shaofeng expressed with sincere regret. Oh, that's not an issue. I can bring him his meals. Aunt Yu quickly replied. Leng Shaofeng contemplated for a moment before suggesting, let us do this. Aunt Yu, you can continue to bring the meals, but I will cover the cost, adding an extra $1 each day for the meals. This will be considered an employee benefit. Is that appropriate? We don't have such provisions here, Aunt Yu replied, somewhat taken aback. While it may not be the norm elsewhere, I will ensure meals are provided here. For now, let Yu Zheng manage alone, and later I will hire someone else to alternate shifts with him, Leng Shaofeng stated decisively. No need, I can handle it by myself. This place is quite fine. I'll just need a mat and a mosquito net, Yu Zheng interjected. Upon hearing his words, Leng Shaofeng couldn't help but admire the simplicity and charm of people in this era. Try that in the 21st century, and they demand overtime pay for every extra minute. Of course, whether the boss agrees to it is another matter. However, Leng Shaofeng had no intention of exploiting Yu Zheng. That once he do, I can't allow you to work for nothing. Let me raise your salary to $50 a month, plus an additional $30 for meals. After a moment of reflection, he made a firm decision. Shaofeng, that doesn't seem right. At this rate, it's equivalent to 2 full-time employees, Aunt Yu exclaimed in shock. Currently, full-time workers earned only $30 to $40 a month, and those in auxiliary positions were fortunate to make $30. For individuals like Li Suyun and Aunt Yu, toiling endlessly yielded less than $30 a month. No, this is too much, Yu Zheng reiterated, shaking his head vigorously. Yet Leng Shaofeng's resolve remained unshaken. And with one decisive question, he sealed the matter. Will you do it? If not, I'll find someone else. There was nothing more to discuss. Yu Zheng and Aunt Yu dared not voice further objections. The outcome left Aunt Yu overwhelmed with emotion, and even Yu Zheng's eyes glistened with tears. From a person who had nothing and faced such adversity, he found himself suddenly earning the equivalent of 2 full-time workers' wages. The stark contrast was almost unbearable, threatening to bring him to tears. Mom, please bring me a mat and a mosquito net later. I will settle down here. Yu Zheng exclaimed, turning to his mother. Aunt Yu nodded repeatedly in agreement. With this arrangement finalized, Leng Shaofeng stepped back, allowing himself to wander freely in the factory. He approached the sandbags and began to practice his punches and kicks. The sandbag is identical to the one in the security department's activity room, which was just hung up this morning. At that moment, Yu Zheng approached, having finished cleaning up the dishes. Shaofeng, this equipment seems quite comprehensive. Do you often train here? He inquired. Not for long. I just started, came the reply. What? Do you want to spar with me? Leng Shaofeng asked with a smile. No, I can't compete with you. I just wanted to ask if I could use the sandbag. Yu Zheng shook his head repeatedly. Of course you can. Use it however you like. Leng Shaofeng readily agreed. That's wonderful. Yu Zheng's delight was evident, feeling more elated than if he received a salary increase. Where did you learn your leg techniques? Leng Shaofeng curiously asked. I initially learned in the village, practicing the northern style of tan leg. As a child, I focused on the basics, but after an electric shock took my arms at 12, I devoted myself to mastering leg techniques. However, while I can manage against an ordinary person, I am no match for a trained fighter, Yu Zheng said with a wry smile. When it comes to guarding here, just keep an eye out. If someone steals something, just shout a couple of times. No need to engage physically. If it comes to a fight with someone unreasonable, let me handle it, Leng Shaofeng instructed. Although he knew Yu Zheng was quite skilled, he preferred to avoid confrontation, given Yu Zheng's disability. The two exchanged a few more words and warmed up their fists and feet when suddenly, Cold Xiaoyang and 2 maintenance workers arrived. Unbeknownst to them, it had become time for work. Cold Xiaoyang greeted the two and urged them not to focus solely on their own tasks. After contemplating, Cold Shaofeng felt he had nothing further to do and decided to leave for the main gate's guard room. This time, Zhang Song was on duty outside while Xiao Song sat inside. Upon seeing Cold Shaofeng enter, he promptly stood up. Brother Feng, you're here. Don't mind me. I'm just here to take a break, Cold Shaofeng casually replied. Ah, take a break? Are you going fishing in the river, Brother Feng? Xiao Song asked, astonished. Cold Shaofeng suddenly remembered that the phrase taking a break was not commonly used at this hour. No, just here. I have nothing to do this afternoon. Just going to read the newspaper, he amended his statement. Oh, I see. Xiao Song felt enlightened. Cold Shaofeng smiled slightly, disregarding him, and began to read the newspaper. This afternoon, Cold Shaofeng found himself with rare leisure time. He considered seeking out Jing, but hesitated. Meanwhile, someone was busy because of him. At Yanxi Coal Mine. Sitting at his desk, Dachong was troubled over a piece of paper. He had to host a large group of people tomorrow, and arranging everything was quite a challenge. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Hello, who is this? Director Shi, long time no see. This is Huang Donghai, came the voice from the other end. Oh, what a rare visitor. What brings you to call me, Director Huang? Shi Dachong replied with a lively tone. Ah, you Shi Dachong. As a prominent factory manager. How dare you jest with me? Next time, come and fuel up, and I promise to give you a raise. Huang Donghai laughed, embracing the humor. Don't tease me. I'm so broke I can't even afford gas anymore. Please, don't raise the prices. Shi Dachong lamented his financial woes. Huang Donghai chuckled, unfazed by his friend's plight. Come now, Shi Dachong. I'm not lending you money, so why the lamenting? After some light banter, Huang Donghai shifted to the main topic. I need to inquire about someone. Who are you asking about, Brother Huang? Shi Dachong replied readily. I'm curious about Leng Shaofeng from the Yanxi Coal Mine. What can you tell me about him? Huang Donghai inquired. Ah, now I understand you wish to know about Brother Shaofeng. What specifically do you wish to ask? Shi Dachong laughed heartily. Brother Shaofeng? How close are you two? Huang Donghai noted Shi Dachong's familiarity with the name. Very. He's a younger brother I just recently met. To describe him, he is righteous, remarkably astute, and meticulous in his endeavors. Honestly, he hardly seems like a young lad. As for his skills, I believe your nephew Huang Dabiao can attest to them. Shi Dachong concluded, unable to suppress his mirth. Indeed, Huang Donghai chuckled awkwardly before continuing. And what about his character and romantic inclinations? Do you have any insights, Shirlauti? Wait a moment, Brother Huang. Are you implying you're looking for a son-in-law? Shi Dachong, ever astute, began to suspect. Well, there is a slight inclination. Huang Donghai admitted candidly. Oh dear, your insight is quite sharp. Let me tell you, there is no young talent in Fengcheng that can compare to him. If he were to become your son-in-law, you could expect a life of abundance. Your daughter would surely be blissfully happy. Moreover, Brother Shaofeng is a man of virtue. Have you heard about the beautiful saleswoman in Yanxi town who has taken a liking to him? You'll never guess. He remains utterly unmoved by her charms. Shi Dachong excitedly shared, oblivious to the silence on the other end of the line. Old Huang, are you still there? Shi Dachong finally noticed the lack of response. Ah, yes. What you've said is quite enlightening. I'll remember it well. Let us have dinner soon. I must hang up now. Huang Donghai hurriedly concluded the call. After hanging up, Shi Dachong murmured to himself, Brother Shaofeng, I can only assist you up to this point. I'll be expecting a treat from you later. Chapter 107. I think it's good. After ending the call, Huang Donghai felt a twinge of embarrassment. The matter of his daughter had escalated unexpectedly, leaving him somewhat humiliated. However, his concern for her situation had intensified. Huang Donghai had a fair understanding of Shi Dachong's character. Throughout the entire Fengcheng, he is undoubtedly a prominent figure. The fact that the cold and aloof Shaofeng can establish such camaraderie with him is enough to earn Huang Donghai's admiration. The words of Shi Dachong further reveal the esteem in which he holds Shaofeng. How could such a remarkable young man not captivate Huang Donghai's heart? After all, if this young man were not exceptional, how could he have captured his daughter's affections at first sight? At this moment, Huang Donghai had resolved to propose. Moreover, it must be done swiftly, with the precision of a sharp knife cutting through chaos. To secure the union between him and his daughter and quell the turmoil she had inadvertently stirred. The pressing question arose, who could assist in this proposal? Huang Donghai fell into deep contemplation. He pondered repeatedly, but could not identify a suitable candidate. For a moment, he hesitated. Yet for the sake of his daughter's lifelong happiness, he was willing to take a risk. Huang Donghai then made a decisive choice. Given that this cold Shaofeng seemed indifferent towards his daughter, it was imperative to enlist the help of someone of substantial influence. Success was the only option. Failure was not permitted. He had a fitting individual in mind, yet he lacked the standing to engage this person. The next moment, Huang Donghai mounted his bicycle, hanging his briefcase on the handlebars, and proceeded directly to the town government. While he may not have sufficient clout, there was one person who undoubtedly did, his elder brother, Huang Dongshan, the mayor of Yanxi town. Huang Donghai was a familiar face at the town government. The elderly gatekeeper recognized him and allowed him entry without checking credentials. He rode his bicycle right up to the mayor's office building, swiftly made his way to the second floor, and knocked on the mayor's office door. Upon receiving a response from within, he opened the door and entered, closing it behind him. The office soon echoed with the conversation between the two brothers. The clock in the corridor ticked steadily, the second hand moving in circles. Huang Dongshan, seated at the head of the table, regarded his brother with a serious expression and reaffirmed, Donghai, I ask you one last time. Have you made your decision? Yes, brother, I have decided, Huang Donghai affirmed. At this, Huang Dongshan nodded slowly. The next moment, he picked up the phone from his desk. The sound of dialing echoed as he quickly punched in a number, clearly one he knew well. After a brief wait, the call connected, revealing the deep voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. Hello, who is this? Brother Guangming. It's your younger brother Huang Dongshan, he replied warmly. Ah, Mayor Dongshan. What brings you here? Lu Guangming's cheerful voice resonated. Brother Guangming, to be candid, I'm calling to seek your assistance with a matter. I have some joyous news that requires your help. Huang Dongshan adopted a humble demeanor. For when one seeks a favor, it is only fitting to approach with humility. For the sake of his niece, Huang Dongshan was willing to compromise. Oh, could it be that your son has taken a fancy to one of the young ladies in our mine? Brother Dongshan, do share your thoughts. Opposite him, Lu Guangming did not immediately agree, but rather sought to understand the situation. Although his knowledge was limited, he recalled that Huang Dabiao's son left much to be desired. He had no intention of becoming a villain for the sake of Huang Dabiao. Quite simply, it was not worth it. Although the Yanxi Coal Mine was situated in Yanxi town, there was no hierarchical relationship between the two. The coal mine operated under its own coal system, functioning independently of the town government. However, For minor matters, Lu Guangming had no qualms about extending a favor to the town mayor. Haha, if it concerns my son, I wouldn't dare trouble you, Director Lu, Huang Dongshan began. You see, I have a niece, 19 years of age, and she is as beautiful as a flower. I believe she would make a fine match for your cold Shaofeng from Yanxi town. Thus, I wish to enlist Brother Guangming's help in bringing them together. Huang Dongshan succinctly outlined the matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangming's interest was piqued. Someone had taken a liking to the Cold family's youngest son, who had left a rather favorable impression on Lu Guangming. If the conditions of the young lady were indeed as Huang Dongshan described, then this match was worth considering. However, he decided to take his time before responding. Brother Dongshan, I understand the situation you've presented. I have a deep impression of Cold Shaofeng. The young man is quite capable, intelligent, and ambitious, with a promising future ahead. However, matters of marriage cannot be treated lightly. I need to gather more information regarding this side of things. How about this, Brother Dongshan? Give me some time, half an hour perhaps. Regardless of the outcome, I will get back to you. Very well, I shall await good news from you, Brother Guangming. The two ended their call. All right, Wei said all that needs to be said. Now let us be patient. Come, enjoy some of my tea, authentic fine tea. Huang Dongshan called to his brother. Huang Donghai, somewhat distracted, accompanied his elder brother, sipping the bland kung fu tea. Meanwhile, at the Yanxi Coal Mine. In the office of the mine director, Lu Guangming prepared his own pot of kung fu tea, inviting the chief engineer, Cold Guangping, for a chat. As they sipped and conversed, Lu Guangming candidly revealed Huang Dongshan's request for matchmaking. After listening, Cold Guangping fell into deep contemplation. In less than a minute, he reached a decision. My son has indeed shown considerable improvement lately, but he should also focus on other aspects of his life. It is time for him to find a partner and settle down. Once he has children, those other distractions will naturally fade away. I believe this is a good idea. Cold Guangping was well aware of certain rumors regarding his nephew. For this reason, he had never visited the lamb soup restaurant. After all, a young widow could hardly be welcomed into the Cold family home. This opportunity was perfect for encouraging his son to refocus and abandon those fleeting desires. Considering this, Leng Guangping wholeheartedly endorsed the marriage. From the outset, he never contemplated inquiring about Leng Shaofeng's opinion. This reflects the traditional patriarchal approach. In this era, while the concept of love marriages exists, the predominant practice remains arranged unions orchestrated by parents. Marriage is perpetually predicated on social compatibility. The couple is introduced through mutual acquaintances, and upon finding each other agreeable, they proceed to the next steps, formal proposals, engagements, and ultimately marriage. The prevailing ethos emphasizes a sequence of marriage followed by love. Chapter 108. Local Bangzi in the office of the mayor in Yanxi town. The telephone suddenly rang, its chimes echoing in the room. Huang Donghai perked up, glancing at his elder brother. Huang Dongshan nodded to his sibling, signaling him to remain composed before answering the call. Brother Guangming, have you received any news from your end? Huang Dongshan inquired directly. Haha, I never imagined that I, LV Guangming, would one day play the role of a matchmaker. Brother Dongshan, don't forget to send me a large pig's head as a token of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Huang Dongshan realized that the arrangement was set. He nodded at his brother, and the atmosphere shifted to one of camaraderie as they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, Huang Donghai felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. After a brief 2-minute chat, both parties, busy with their respective duties, concluded the call. As for the timing, it will be as you prefer, sooner rather than later. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to the Yanxi Coal Mine. Huang Dongshan decided to take the initiative, harboring a certain curiosity about Leng Shaofeng. Initially, Huang Dongshan had perceived this individual as akin to his wayward son, someone who, buoyed by his uncle Leng Guangping's standing, indulged in unruly behavior at the Yanxi Coal Mine, even engaging in fights. While the fact that he had bested his son in a brawl twice did not greatly concern Huang Dongshan, the information gleaned from his brother, coupled with LV Guangming's commendation of the young man, led him to realize that Leng Shaofeng was far from ordinary. For the sake of his niece, he decided to make the trip. Huang Donghai was elated upon hearing his brother's words. With his elder brother's involvement and the backing of the coal mine's manager, LV Guangming, they had significant clout in this matter. With both of these influential figures on board, what couldn't they accomplish? If only LV Guangming had been involved, the chances of success would have been exceedingly high. With the addition of his elder brother Huang Dongshan, their success was virtually assured. Thank you, brother. Huang Donghai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. There's no need for formalities. You are my dear brother, and Ting is my beloved niece. If I don't step in now, who will? Huang Dongshan chided his brother with a stern glance. Having achieved their objective, Huang Donghai felt elated and exchanged a few more casual remarks with his brother before taking his leave. Upon exiting the mayor's office, Huang Donghai mounted his bicycle, feeling invigorated. As if the very act of pedaling was effortless, he chose not to return to the gas station, instead turning at the upcoming intersection to head home. Zhang Xiuji was somewhat perplexed to see her husband returning home early. Why is the head of the household back so soon? She approached and took the briefcase from his hand. Well, I felt quite cheerful today, so I decided to come back a bit early. There's not much going on at the gas station, just sitting around sipping tea, Huang Donghai remarked as he settled onto the sofa with a commanding presence. At that moment, Zhang Xiuji prepared a glass of cool boiled water and placed it before her husband. This woman was remarkably virtuous, embodying the quintessential qualities of an ideal wife and mother in the Eastern tradition. She was indeed a supportive partner, although she did not work outside the home. She kept the household impeccably organized. Her approach to their daughter's education was commendable, albeit with a touch of indulgence. Well, let us get you some rest. What would you like to eat? I can go buy some groceries, she offered. Despite the hours still being early, Zhang Xiuji always preferred to prepare in advance. Today is a happy occasion, so we ought to celebrate. Feel free to buy whatever you fancy, but do make sure to get half a pound of pig's head meat, Huang Donghai replied, casually crossing his legs and enjoying the cool water. What is the good news that has you in such high spirits? Zhang Xiuji inquired, her curiosity piqued. Come, take a seat, and I'll tell you. Huang Donghai patted the spot beside him on the sofa, inviting his wife to sit. Following his lead, Zhang Xiuji complied. He then recounted the significant achievement he had accomplished that afternoon. Upon hearing it, Zhang Xiuji exclaimed joyfully, Then this matter is settled, isn't it? Oh dear, if Ting finds out, she will be absolutely thrilled. Haha, for our daughter's future, I've truly gone to great lengths, Huang Donghai boasted. Indeed, come here. Let me give you a massage, Zhang Xiuji said, and she began to knead his legs. Huang Donghai, feeling at ease, closed his eyes and relished the moment, swaying his head and humming a cheerful tune. The melody he hummed was none other than the renowned local opera, which is a unique genre recognized nationally, having recently been inscribed as part of the intangible cultural heritage. The piece he sung was a representative work titled Three Fixed Stakes. Having traveled to see their daughter, he felt a sense of pride at the changes in their hometown. The hills had transformed into terraced fields, and factories had moved into the valleys. Canals wound around the mountains, flowing with crystal-clear water. This year had brought a bountiful harvest, filling his heart with joy. My heart is brimming with joy. Ha ha ha, ha. The distinctive vocal style of the local opera added to the charm of his performance. Zhang Xiuji, sensing her husband's elation, felt happy herself. She refrained from interrupting, listening quietly until he finished his song. Once he stopped, she hesitated before speaking, concern etched on her face. Dear, seeing you so happy. I truly do not wish to dampen your spirits. However, there is something that must be addressed. From what our daughter has hinted, it seems that the cold and aloof Shaofeng did not take a liking to her. Huang Donghai's expression darkened at her words, and he narrowed his eyes. What do you mean he didn't take a liking? Didn't I hear him praise our daughter's beauty? Isn't that a sign of interest? He paused, contemplating the complexities of a man's affections. However, he hasn't shown any further interest in our daughter, has he? Moreover, it has long been rumored that he fought with De Biao over a widow. As the matter approached, Zhang Xiuji began to feel a sense of apprehension. I am aware of this too. This young man is indeed a romantic. However, there is no need for concern. That widow stands little chance. What kind of family are the Lengs? They are a prominent household in Yanxi Coal Mine, renowned and affluent. How could they possibly allow a widow to enter their family? Rest assured, it is utterly impossible. Huang Donghai shifted the topic, continuing. Now, let us consider our daughter Ting. Leng Shaofeng's uncle is the chief engineer of Yanxi Coal Mine, while Ting's uncle is the mayor of Yanxi Town. They are truly a match in social standing. Leng Shaofeng is not only handsome, but also intelligent and capable. He and our Ting are indeed a pair of talents, a match made in heaven. After her husband's analysis, Zhang Xiuji suddenly saw the light, her heart settling in tranquility. Her husband was right, a match in social standing. Talented men and beautiful women. Was that not the epitome of a perfect pairing? With her worries laid to rest, Zhang Xiuji cheerfully set out to prepare several dishes. Eager to share the good news with her daughter upon her return, she couldn't help but wonder how delighted her silly daughter would be. Chapter 109. Mixed emotions in the capital, within a certain government building. A large conference room enveloped in swirling smoke was filled to capacity with a multitude of individuals surrounding a long conference table. At the center of the table sat an inconspicuous toy truck. Attendees occasionally picked up the small truck, playing with it, manipulating the movable parts of its trailer. Seated in the third position, Su Changshan wore a broad smile, frequently exchanging views with those nearby, clearly in high spirits. Among the attendees were key leaders from relevant ministries, operational geniuses from the commercial sector, and experts and scholars in the field of vehicles. The group was diverse in age and gender, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Everyone expressed immense interest in the toy truck, showering it with high praise, and spontaneous admiration echoed throughout the room. No one present could be deemed foolish. Rather, they were all exceptionally intelligent, possessing keen insights. There was no need for extensive introduction from Su Changshan. Merely seeing the tangible model and handling the truck allowed them to grasp its profound significance. Under Su Changshan's intentional guidance, the name of the inventor, Su Changhe, frequently surfaced during discussions, while the other inventor, Leng Shaofeng, remained largely overlooked, as though he did not exist at all. After an afternoon filled with various discussions and validations, the elder seated at the head of the table nodded, bringing the matter to a conclusion. The verdict was clear, simple, practical, and worthy of vigorous promotion. The raucous meeting finally came to an end. Su Changshan was the last to leave the conference room, not forgetting to take the small truck with him, for to him it was a treasure beyond price. He did not return to his office. Instead, he arrived at the office of the elder seated at the helm. After entering, Su Changshan engaged in conversation for over half an hour before finally departing. However, his expression was somewhat intricate, a blend of joy and sorrow. Upon returning to his own office, Su Changshan fell into a contemplative silence. Amidst this stillness, he silently lit a cigarette. The curling blue smoke danced in the air, the red ember flickering erratically, mirroring the tumultuous state of his emotions. After a considerable time, the cigarette burned to its end, and a sharp pain surged through his hand, causing him to tremble and drop the cigarette onto the floor. In the next instant, a resolute determination washed over his face. He swiftly seized the telephone on his desk. "Hello, is this the Wenhua Mining Bureau? Please connect me to the Yanxi Coal Mine." "Certainly, please hold." A moment of silence ensued. As Su Changshan waited, a hint of complexity returned to his expression, only to be swiftly subdued by his formidable will. "Hello, who is this?" "This is Su Changhe. Third brother, it's me." Su Changshan's voice was low and hoarse. "Big brother." Upon hearing his elder brother's voice, Su Changhe's heart leapt to his throat. Su Changshan remained silent for a moment, causing Su Changhe's anticipation to gradually wane, as he sensed an underlying understanding. "Third brother, your matter has come to fruition." Yet, in the next moment, overwhelming joy surged forth. "Really, big brother? How could it happen so quickly?" Su Changhe exclaimed, his disbelief palpable. "It was a fortunate coincidence, coupled with the support from another party," Su Changshan replied. "Oh." Su Changhe began to comprehend, though he refrained from probing further. "Moreover, Qingdong can also advance further now." This time, there was a noticeable shift in Su Changshan's tone, infused with excitement. "That's wonderful." Su Changhe too found himself exhilarated. Qingdong, the son of his elder brother, represented the future helmsman of the Su family, the next generation's navigator. Such progress was indeed rare and critical, as it opened up a vast expanse of possibilities. During this time, there might be elements of undisclosed interests at play. Additionally, Xiao Jing's matter is settled. Have your wife prepare and bring Xiao Jing to the capital. You might be delayed by a few days. Su Changshan's voice remained somber. What? Su Changhe felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. All previous joy evaporated with those words. In that moment, he understood, everything came at a cost. Yet, this time, the price would be borne by his daughter. Suddenly, Su Changhe lowered his head, engulfed by regret, wishing he had not surrendered that small truck. Suddenly, the phone in the North Gate duty room rang. The urgent ringing jolted the drowsy Leng Shaofeng awake, startled from a nightmarish slumber. He found himself dreaming of running aimlessly across an endless expanse of wilderness. Before him stood a tall and graceful silhouette, always lingering just out of reach. That figure was unmistakably familiar, yet he struggled to recall who it was. He sprinted forward, chasing after it, but the distance between them remained insurmountable. Gradually, an immense fog began to rise across the boundless expanse, enveloping everything. He started to shout frantically, calling out into the mist. Within that thick haze, he completely lost sight of the beautiful figure. A profound sense of loss washed over him, as if he had misplaced something of immense significance. Yet, no matter how fervently he searched, it eluded him. Just then, a frenzied truck burst forth from the fog, careening directly over him. In his peripheral vision, he thought he recognized the vehicle, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Fortunately, at that moment, the shrill ring of his phone jolted him back from this dreamlike state. Cold Shaofeng set down the newspaper he had been holding, wiping away the drool that had escaped the corner of his mouth. The newspapers of today were dreadfully dull, lacking even a hint of entertainment. He couldn't help but scoff at the monotony. It was astonishing that he had dozed off before finishing even one article. "Hello, Beta Men Duty Room. Whom are you looking for?" Cold Shaofeng casually answered the phone. "I'm looking for you." A familiar voice resonated from the other end. It was his uncle, Cold Guangping. "Oh, uncle, what brings you to seek me?" Recognizing his uncle's voice, Cold Shaofeng immediately straightened his posture. "Come over for dinner at my place tonight. We'll talk then, and I'll have your aunt prepare a few extra dishes." Cold Guangping issued his directive without hesitation. "Sure, I also have something to discuss. I was just about to find Ming Guo." Cold Shaofeng readily agreed. "All right, it's settled then." Cold Guangping promptly hung up. Cold Shaofeng also set down the phone. Yet a flicker of curiosity sparked within him. What could his uncle possibly want to discuss? In Chapter 110, Absolutely Beautiful, Cold Shaofeng continued to idle away time in the security room. At one point, he stepped outside to observe his construction site. The site was bustling with activity. Yet this time, Cold Shaofeng refrained from approaching. He preferred to watch from a distance, for if his mother, Li Suyun, were to catch sight of him, he would likely be subjected to another round of ear-tugging. More importantly, he despised witnessing her toil so hard. That feeling of helplessness, watching without being able to change anything, weighed heavily on him. Thus, it was best to remain out of sight. He returned to the security room and continued to pass the time until the end of his shift. The moment the closing bell rang, Cold Shaofeng hopped onto his motorcycle and sped away. In no time, he arrived at his uncle Cold Guangping's residence. The door was opened by his cousin-in-law, Yang Hongying. "Xiaofeng, you're here. Come in," she greeted warmly. "Wow, sister-in-law, you're looking more beautiful than ever. My brother is truly fortunate to have married someone as lovely as you." Cold Shaofeng showered her with compliments upon their meeting. Yang Hongying chuckled heartily. "Oh, your mouth. You're so bold with your words. Is that how you won over that saleswoman at the supply and marketing cooperative?" Yang Hongying jested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. It indeed seemed plausible. It appeared that he must exercise greater discretion with his words in the future. The young ladies of today were not like those from the past. A mere compliment could cause them to blush for an extended period. Conversely, the women of later generations could respond to a risque joke with an abundance of their own. "Sister-in-law, do not heed the idle gossip from others. It tarnishes my reputation. How am I to find a bride in the future?" Leng Shaofeng said earnestly. Yang Hongying was once again amused, nearly in fits of laughter. At that moment, Aunt Lulan approached. "Shaofeng, what kind of bride are you looking for?" "I can help you find one," she chimed in. Aunt Lulan, too, had joined the conversation, revealing the innate gossiping nature of women. Just as Leng Shaofeng was about to respond, his thigh was suddenly embraced and shaken. Looking down, he saw a delightful little one. Cold Chunlei, as delicate as a porcelain doll with her two horn braids, was clinging to his leg. "Susu hug," she exclaimed, raising her arms in request. Leng Shaofeng bent down and lifted Cold Chunlei high into the air. The little girl burst into joyous laughter, filling the cold household with a cheerful atmosphere. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door once more. In entered his cousin, Cold Aichin, along with her family of 3. This family typically dined at Cold Guangping's place in the evenings, returning home only after supper. Chun Wenxiang held on to his father with one hand and his mother with the other. Upon spotting Leng Shaofeng, he released their hands and dashed toward his uncle. "Uncle!" Chun Wenxiang exclaimed as he hugged one of Leng Shaofeng's legs. Leng Shaofeng bent down, cradling both Chun Wenxiang and Cold Chunlei in his arms, spinning around the room. The family was enveloped in joyous delight. After several spins and playful antics with the two little ones, The door opened once again. This time, Cold Guangping and Cold entered together. Now, the gathering was complete. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by the joyful atmosphere. This merriment persisted until the meal was concluded. After dinner, the three women retreated to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes and wash pots. Meanwhile, the four men, Cold Guangping, Chun Jiangwo, and Leng Shaofeng, sat together around the tea table, engaging in conversation. Mingo, does your unit still distribute treasury bonds? Leng Shaofeng initiated the discussion. Indeed, we do. Every month, amounts of 5 or 10 yuan are issued, Cold replied candidly. Mingo, you've been at your unit for quite some time. You must know quite a few people? Leng Shaofeng inquired. Of course, Cold answered succinctly. This response was very much in line with his cousin's character, being rather reticent. Mingo, I am currently purchasing treasury bonds at a price generally around 75 to 80% of their value, paying in cash. Would you be interested? If so, I can offer you a profit of 5%. Leng Shaofeng decided to be direct. Since they were family, it was only reasonable to offer a higher rate. Upon hearing this, Cold frowned, his expression revealing some hesitation. Upon observing the expression on his cousin's face, Leng Shaofeng understood immediately that it was futile. The opportunity was squandered. It left him speechless, realizing that his cousin was destined to a life of mere craftsmanship. Indeed, in the next moment, Leng spoke up. Shaofeng, the matters you've mentioned are beyond my comprehension, and I have no desire to grasp them. Perhaps you should seek assistance from someone else. His expression bore a hint of embarrassment, yet he truly felt powerless, devoid of any interest in such affairs. That's all right. Mingo, I shall find someone else. Leng Shaofeng replied. At that juncture, Chun Jiangwo interjected, Shaofeng, is it truly a profit of 5%? For Leng the notion of a 5% profit elicited no reaction. However, Chun Jiangwo, with his background in mathematics, was acutely attuned to such figures. A transaction yielding a 5% profit is quite substantial, especially when it does not require one's own capital. What about it, brother-in-law? Are you interested? Leng Shaofeng turned his gaze toward Chun Jiangwo. Yes, Shaofeng, I would like to give it a try. Over the years, I have come to know many individuals, particularly teachers at school, each of whom possesses a fair share of treasury bonds. Chun Jiangwo felt confident regarding the treasury bonds held by the teachers. Given that he was the vice principal, typically, no teacher would dare to refuse him. Splendid. If you are willing to participate, that would be most advantageous. With the same 5% profit in mind, Leng Shaofeng continued, brother-in-law, just hold on to it for now. Keep a record, and I shall reimburse you in cash later. Chun Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Once Leng Shaofeng's affairs were settled, Leng Guangping began to speak. Shaofeng, your recent endeavors have been quite successful, and your uncle is very pleased. However, one cannot solely focus on career pursuits. One must also contemplate personal matters, particularly concerning marriage. As the saying goes, one must establish a family before a career to avoid future worries. Our family relies on you to branch out and flourish. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng realized the true reason for his summons. It was yet another attempt at matchmaking. Why do the elders always concern themselves with such matters? Is it not the case that the state advocates for later marriages and childbearing? Oh, but wait, such advocacy has not yet begun. Leng Shaofeng could not help but scoff internally, though he maintained a pleasant demeanor. Yes, indeed, uncle, you speak wisely. Rest assured, I am well aware of my priorities. Navigating such discussions was not a novelty for Leng Shaofeng. He had ample experience in deflecting these conversations. He thought to himself, let them speak. For I have my own plans. As long as you understand this point. Furthermore, you ought to focus your mind. Although our family may not be of noble lineage, it is essential that not just anyone can enter our household. Marriage requires a balance of status. Do you comprehend, Shaofeng? Leng Guangping continued to press. And Leng Shaofeng nodded repeatedly. Yes, uncle, I understand. He was acutely aware that his uncle's words were pointedly directed at Li Hongqiang. Having fully experienced the repercussions of familial opposition and public disdain in his previous life, that sensation, the cold indifference of the Leng family, is something Leng Shaofeng wishes never to endure again. The crux of the matter lies in his ultimate failure. Indeed, one cannot bend an arm against a thigh. Thus, he must toil relentlessly to amass wealth, striving to amplify his influence within the Cold family. At present, he finds himself lacking in strength. Very well, such a good boy. I shall find you a match of equal standing. A flicker of joy illuminated Leng Guangping's visage. But first, let me make it clear, if she is not beautiful, I shall not accept her. Leng Shaofeng jested in response. Ha, worry not. I guarantee your satisfaction. She will be absolutely stunning. Leng Guangping laughed heartily. Leng Shaofeng joined in with a few forced chuckles. This topic could no longer be entertained. Seizing the moment of his uncle's good spirits, Leng Shaofeng swiftly made his exit. Chapter 111. A tapping hand upon leaving his uncle's residence, Leng Shaofeng mounted his motorcycle. With a roar of the engine, he sped off to the Sisters' Lamb Soup restaurant. This place served as his sanctuary for slumber. He relished the tranquility of sleeping here. Of course, merely sleeping. He would engage in no inappropriate activities. Leng Shaofeng was a man of pure integrity. Furthermore, his single dormitory had been rendered uninhabitable by Han Bin's reckless behavior, resembling a veritable doghouse. After parking his motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng began to knock on the door. However, today felt peculiar. The door, which usually swung open at the slightest tap, resisted his efforts even after 3 knocks. He could distinctly hear commotion from within. A pang of concern struck him. Could something have gone awry? Hastily, he leaned against the door to peek through the crack. To his surprise, he beheld the 2 sisters engaged in a playful tug-of-war in the courtyard. It appeared that Li Hongqiang attempted to open the door, only to be thwarted by her sister, Li Hongwei. Upon discerning the situation, Leng Shaofeng's anxiety abated, though irritation gnawed at him. How could this young lady, despite his affection for her, deny him entry and obstruct others? How dare she? Truly, it was a case of 3 days without discipline leading to roof-raising antics. Leng Shaofeng knocked once more, this time with greater force. His efforts bore fruit, as the tightly shut door was swiftly unlatched from within. Li Hongqiang stood at the threshold, slightly breathless, and offered a sheepish smile to Leng Shaofeng. Shaofeng, come in quickly. Li Hongwei continued to cling to her sister's arm, and upon noticing Leng Shaofeng's entrance, she huffed and turned her face away, gazing skyward. Leng Shaofeng nodded toward Li Hongqiang, gesturing toward Li Hongwei. What is the matter with her? As he spoke, he maneuvered his motorcycle into the small courtyard. Ah, she's merely sulking, Li Hongqiang replied, securing the door behind them. Sulking about what? Leng Shaofeng inquired, curiosity piqued. Isn't it obvious? It's because of you. Li Hongqiang shot him a pointed glance. Me? Leng Shaofeng remarked, stealing a glance at the young lady, who was puffed up in indignation, glaring at him. Upon catching his gaze, she quickly turned away. As they conversed, the trio entered the inner room. The small table was still adorned with paper and writing instruments. Evidently, the sisters had been practicing their calligraphy moments prior. What do you think? Besides you, who else could it be? Li Hongqiang retorted with a hint of annoyance, laced with an inexplicable emotional undertone. Leng Shaofeng pondered briefly, likely surmising the cause of her discontent. Is it regarding my altercation? Initially, upon hearing of your altercation, both Xiaowei and I were deeply concerned for your well-being. However, your absence that night left us unable to inquire about your situation. Today, it seems that every diner has been speculating that your fight was over a woman, specifically that salesgirl. Xiaowei grew quite irate at this notion. Li Hongqiang elaborated on the events leading up to the incident, while Xiaowei shot cold glares at Leng Shaofeng. Her eyes fierce and unyielding, unmistakably difficult to placate. Nevertheless, Leng Shaofeng had no intention of soothing her temper. He resolved to adopt a different tactic. Instantly, his countenance darkened, elongating his face in a manner reminiscent of his father, Leng Guangfu. This expression, a product of his father's teachings, was executed with remarkable precision, even if his innate talent fell short. Yet, he relied on his acting skills to convey his feigned displeasure. Hongjie, do you believe me? He inquired, observing the perplexity on Li Hongqiang's face. Of course, I believe you. I was merely trying to reach out, she stammered, flustered. Leng Shaofeng waved his hand to interrupt her. As long as you believe me, that's sufficient. He then turned his attention to Li Hongwei, continuing, Yet, there are those who doubt me. Despite my affection for her, my efforts to pamper her with delectable treats and fashionable attire. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I am? Were it not for my desire to provide her with wonderful things, how would I have ever met that salesgirl? As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Li Hongwei, fearful that she might overlook his sincerity. Her initially fierce expression began to soften, a hint of guilt surfacing but quickly suppressed by her stubbornness. She puffed up her small nose defiantly and shook her tiny fist at him. Noticing this, Leng Shaofeng realized he needed to escalate his approach. He stepped closer, encroaching upon her personal space until there was merely a fist's distance between them. Li Hongwei, feeling the warmth of his proximity, became flustered, her eyes darting away as she instinctively recoiled. "Do you understand how heartbroken I am?" he pressed, closing the gap further. The young girl retreated, only to find herself cornered against the bed. In a moment of panic, she stumbled and fell onto the mattress, propping herself up and casting a look of indignation and frustration in his direction. Her body twisted in a manner that accentuated her graceful waist, a different allure emerging even if it could not rival her sister's. Particularly, her little hands flailed in defiance. "Do you dare to defy me?" he challenged, glaring as he seized her hand and grabbed a ruler from the side, brandishing it towards her palm. "Shaofeng, allow me to handle this," Li Hongqiang exclaimed, snatching the ruler from his grasp. A sharp crack echoed as the ruler struck. The young girl was momentarily dazed, her eyes wide open as she glanced at her sister and then turned to face Leng Shaofeng. He was taken aback, thinking, "Why are you looking at me? I did not strike you." Yet, the girl continued to glare at him, seemingly indifferent to Li Hongqiang, the one who had actually hit her. Leng Shaofeng shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence. "What are you staring at? Do you suspect your brother?" Li Hongqiang gestured with the ruler in her hand, indicating that this little girl had been quite rebellious lately and indeed required a lesson. "Still unconvinced, are you?" With that, the ruler came down once more. "Are you convinced now?" Smack. "Are you convinced?" Smack. Each inquiry was met with the swift descent of the ruler. The young girl tilted her head, initially maintaining a fierce glare at Leng Shaofeng, as if he were the one inflicting the punishment rather than her sister. Gritting her teeth, Li Hongqiang delivered 2 more strikes. Finally, Li Hongwei quieted down, appearing rather pitiful. At some point, the young girl pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, an undeniably touching sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Leng Shaofeng could no longer bear it. He snatched the ruler from Li Hongqiang's grasp and sat at the edge of the bed, gently stroking the girl's braided hair. "Silly girl, your sister has my heart. Why would I seek the attention of another?" he simply explained, his tone soft yet composed. This statement served as an explanation not only to his sister, but also to the younger girl. Leng Shaofeng perceived that Li Hongqiang harbored a hint of jealousy as well, but she was more magnanimous and trusted him more. His gentle words carried substantial persuasive power. Both Li Hongqiang and Li Hongwei lowered their heads, their faces flushed with a tinge of guilt. They dared not question him. Li Hongwei straightened up and made a simple gesture towards Leng Shaofeng. He understood immediately. "I'm sorry." Leng Shaofeng smiled, ruffled her hair, and softly inquired, "Did it hurt when your brother hit you?" The moment he asked, the young girl's face flushed crimson. She shyly shook her head, unable to meet his gaze. In Chapter 112, those filled with joy and those burdened with sorrow found their paths intertwined. Leng Shaofeng would never truly lay a hand on her. His actions were merely thunderous without rain. Thus, the commotion came to a close. Whether out of guilt or the desire to make amends, today, the young girl behaved exceptionally well. She tugged at Leng Shaofeng's shirt, pointed to the bed, and made a smoothing gesture with her hands. Leng Shaofeng understood. She was inviting him to lie down. Obediently, he reclined upon the bed. The young girl cast a glance towards her sister. Seeing no response, she gleefully slipped off her sandals and, barefoot, climbed onto Leng Shaofeng's back. The moment her feet touched him, a wave of comfort washed over him, nearly eliciting a groan of pleasure. Encouraged, Li Hongwei pressed down even harder, and Leng Shaofeng, feeling utterly relaxed, began to hum contentedly. It must be said that this young lady possesses remarkable talent. After merely 2 attempts, her skills have evidently improved, showcasing an innate ability to grasp the art. Although she lacks knowledge of acupressure points, she is adept at observing reactions, adjusting her movements according to Leng Shaofeng's responses. Moreover, Leng Shaofeng has a high tolerance for pain, so there is no worry about her causing him any harm. Her ministrations are thoroughly addictive, and Leng Shaofeng revels in the experience. With such talent, the young lady will surely never go hungry. Of course, Leng Shaofeng has no intention of allowing her to offer her services to others. She shall be his personal masseuse from now on. As for everyone else, they can forget it. After 20 minutes of this indulgence, and at Leng Shaofeng's persistent request, the young lady reluctantly hopped off his back, her temples slightly glistening with sweat. Leng Shaofeng, feeling a pang of concern, gently wiped her brow and affectionately patted her head. The young lady thoroughly enjoyed this gesture, her eyes narrowing blissfully like a contented little kitten. "You must be tired. Next time, don't go on for so long," Leng Shaofeng remarked. The young lady, beaming with delight, merely shook her head in defiance, indicating her determination. Such stubbornness left Leng Shaofeng with no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, do as you wish. Now come here and write. Our tasks for today remain unfinished, he added. Li Hongxiang watched with a twinge of envy, feeling somewhat sidelined. Li Hongwei made a face at her sister before obediently sitting at the square table to begin her writing. Leng Shaofeng took hold of Li Hongxiang's hand, guiding the young lady in her writing. The two sisters sat, one on each side, enveloped in an enchanting aroma, intoxicated without the aid of wine. Time flowed gently and peacefully, so beautifully that it felt almost wrong to interrupt. Tonight, after a bit of discipline, the young lady was exceptionally obedient and considerate. After completing her writing, she proactively prepared foot-soaking water, and while Leng Shaofeng indulged in the soothing bath, she busied herself with making the bed. She even took the initiative to wash his discarded socks. Finally, she returned to her little wooden bed to rest, having completed all the chores her sister normally handled. This left Li Hongxiang momentarily speechless. She shot an incredulous glance at her sister, followed by a bemused look at the grinning Leng Shaofeng. He felt a sense of bliss. Life is truly beautiful, and the world is worth cherishing. As night fell, the moon shone particularly brightly. Yet, beneath the same moonlight, some reveled in joy while others were enveloped in sorrow. In Yanxi town, at the Huang residence, Huang Tingting had just returned home when her mother summoned her to the kitchen. The two women engaged in hushed whispers. What? Upon hearing her mother's revelations, Huang Tingting gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Mom, how could you all do this? She exclaimed, stamping her foot, overwhelmed by a mix of urgency, embarrassment, and delight. Her heart raced, akin to a startled deer. The unexpected surprise left her momentarily at a loss for how to convey her emotions. Earlier that afternoon, she had been lamenting her co-workers' gossiping, but now, she felt an overwhelming gratitude towards them. Such feelings were far too complex. Mom, I truly had nothing with Leng Shaofeng. But with you all stirring things up, what am I to do? Huang Tingting said shyly. Foolish girl, in the future, we will be a couple. Who would dare to gossip? Zhang Xiuji consoled. But, Mom, Leng Shaofeng didn't even acknowledge me that day. Although he didn't outright reject me. It's evident he harbors no feelings for me. Huang Tingting expressed her concerns. My daughter is so beautiful. Which young man wouldn't he be captivated? Just think. If he didn't like you, would he speak so highly of you? Upon hearing this, Huang Tingting recalled something, her face flushing with a soft hue. She gently nodded. She would never forget that man's words, nor the gentle laughter and light in his eyes. That glimmer was like a bolt of lightning, illuminating her night sky. As the dishes were served at the dining table, Huang Donghai enjoyed some pig's head meat along with a drink. Typically critical of her father's drinking habits, Huang Tingting proactively filled his glass. Huang Donghai and Zhang Xiuji exchanged knowing glances and smiled. However, Huang Tingting appeared somewhat distracted, missing her chopsticks multiple times while serving herself, occasionally stifling giggles. Her blissful laughter accentuated her beauty, leaving Huang Donghai and Zhang Xiuji shaking their heads in disbelief, silently lamenting the extent of Leng Shaofeng's charm that could enchant their daughter so. Meanwhile, at the Yanxi Coal Mine, the Su family was engulfed in gloom. The dining table was laden with food, yet none of the three touched their utensils. Su Changhe lay back on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. A cigarette dangling from his fingers, its ash accumulated for far too long. Lu Lijuan held her daughter's hand, constantly stroking it. Su Jing stared vacantly at a dark television screen, her eyes unblinking as if an enthralling program were playing, though the television remained off. Her once bright eyes were now misty with tears, large droplets cascading down her cheeks. After a long while, Su Jing wiped her tears. Dad, can't things change? Her voice was hoarse, laden with bitterness. It took her a great deal of courage to voice this question. Su Chang had dropped the burnt-out cigarette, but, cradling his head in his hands, shaking it slowly yet resolutely, Su Jing suddenly smiled, forcing a smile that was heartbreakingly tragic. She sniffled, determinately wiping away her tears. All right, Dad, I understand. I have no objections. After uttering those words, she staggered to her feet, breaking free from her mother's grasp, and made her way to her bedroom. That short distance felt longer than all the paths she had traversed in her life combined. Lu Lijuan reached out, yearning to grasp her daughter, but her hand fell limply. Suddenly, she covered her face, overwhelmed by tears. In that moment, she was no longer the imperious Union leader, but but simply an ordinary mother. After much effort, Su Jing finally arrived at the door, only to slowly turn back. "Who am I marrying?" she inquired, articulating each word with intent. Yet, before Su Changhe could respond to her query, she shook her head and turned away once more. "Never mind, I do not need to know." Indeed, aside from one person, the rest were inconsequential. And, ironically, it could never be him. Her path, her life, was predestined. Her arrival at the Yanxi Coal Mine was merely a serendipitous occurrence. Even more surprising was the blossoming of her youthful spirit in this very place. However, this flower's blooming was destined to be brief. Having just flourished, it was fated to wither. In the years to come, their paths would diverge indefinitely. "Wishing you peace, wishing you well." With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut. That single door creaked, separating two worlds. In her own realm, Su Jing slumped helplessly against the door, tears cascading down her cheeks, her delicate lips a vivid crimson. Chapter 113. A feast the following day. The weather was stifling. Early in the morning, Li Hongwei was roused from her slumber by the oppressive heat. After all, she could hear nothing. Whatever will be, will be. Had she been able to hear, she might have reconsidered her thoughts, realizing their childishness. As she opened her bleary eyes, the first thing she did was to reach for her left side, where she had been struck the previous day. Although the pain had long faded, she still felt a lingering heat in that area. Rubbing her eyes, she began to rise. Upon opening her eyes fully, she spotted a familiar figure washing up at the basin. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Finally, I've caught him." In the next moment, Li Hongwei stealthily got out of bed, carefully tiptoeing forward. When she reached behind Leng Shaofeng, she suddenly thrust her small hands over his eyes. "I'm quietly covering your eyes. Guess who I am?" Though she could not utter the words, her actions spoke volumes. Leng Shaofeng's body stiffened for an instant before relaxing. He attempted to pry away her hands, but to his surprise, they did not budge. Unable to use too much force for fear of hurting her, he thought for a moment, then raised his left hand and playfully slapped the small hands covering his eyes. Coincidentally, the slap landed precisely where he had struck her the day before. The familiar sensation and surprising elasticity coursed through him. The young girl behind him jumped back as if jolted, covering the side that had been struck, her eyes filled with reproach as she gazed at Leng Shaofeng. Water droplets still clung to his face, and a smile danced in the corners of his eyes as he looked at her with amusement. Sensing her sudden compliance, Leng Shaofeng decided to let it be and turned to fetch a towel to dry his face. Before he could grasp the towel, his arm was seized. The young girl mimicked a washing motion, then tugged him back to the basin. Lacking the courage to resist, Leng Shaofeng obediently allowed her to direct him. Thus, cold Shaofeng washed his face for the second time that morning. Once he had finished, the little girl leaned her face toward the basin and gave her head a playful shake. It seemed she had enlisted him again. Cold Shaofeng, known for his diligent and compliant nature, obediently washed her face. In the end, the little girl took a towel to wipe his face before tending to her own, finally allowing him to leave. As cold Shaofeng exited the small courtyard, he touched his face and suddenly realized that the little girl had forgotten a step in the process today. Should he return to remind her? However, this was merely a fleeting thought. He could never actually go back. What kind of person would that make him? Cold Shaofeng mounted his motorcycle and drove directly into the abandoned factory. Inside, Yuzhong awoke to the sound of the motorcycle, springing up like a startled fish and standing steadily. Upon seeing cold Shaofeng, his expression relaxed. "Shaofeng, you're here." As he spoke, Yuzhong emerged from his mosquito net and put on his quilted cloth shoes, which he always wore as slippers, slipping them on without stepping into the heels for convenience. "How's it going? Are you comfortable sleeping here?" Cold Shaofeng inquired with genuine concern. "It's quite nice. The place is well ventilated and cool. I chased away 2 groups of people who came to steal parts last night," Yuzhong replied. Excellent, excellent." Cold Shaofeng nodded in satisfaction. "See, the value of having a guard is immediately evident. The money spent is worth it." He began his morning exercises, working up a considerable sweat throughout the process. Initially, Yuzhong merely observed. Many of cold Shaofeng's training methods appeared peculiar to him, as he had no hands and could not replicate them. However, when cold Shaofeng began kicking the sandbag, Yuzhong approached to join in. The two exchanged kicks, creating a harmonious rhythm. When cold Shaofeng practiced on the ropes, Yuzhong was profoundly astonished. He then understood why cold Shaofeng was so strong. His own full-force kick could be easily blocked by cold Shaofeng's arm. While he felt as though he were kicking iron, stinging his foot. This was the secret behind Cold Shaofeng's strength. However, Jing also realized that such skills, though seemingly simple, were indeed challenging. The true difficulty lay in the relentless persistence, day in and day out, year after year. This was not something an average person could achieve without immense effort. As Cold Shaofeng honed his fundamentals, Jing continued to kick the sandbag. Cold Shaofeng noticed the explosive power in Jing's legs, characterized by sudden bursts of intensity. His fierce leg techniques made it difficult for 3 or 5 opponents to close in. In a real fight, an adversary faced not only his exquisite legwork, but also the fierce determination that radiated from Jing. To engage Jing in combat was to feel trepidation even before the fight began, unless one could overpower him with sheer strength. Once they both completed their morning routines, Cold Shaofeng rode his motorcycle, taking Jing to the bathhouse. This was Jing's first visit to such a place. In the past, the security personnel were well aware that he was not a formal employee and could not gain entry. However, this time, accompanied by Leng Shaofeng, he was finally able to enter freely to take a bath. Jing had a rather distinctive way of undressing. As he removed his shirt, his body twisted a few times, and his shoulders shook slightly before the garment was off. His pants, made with an elastic waistband, were similarly removed with a few twists of his waist. To his surprise, he was not wearing any underwear beneath. As Leng Shaofeng and Jing entered the bathhouse, the previously boisterous atmosphere quieted momentarily. The patrons recognized them as the 2 most formidable fighters from Yanxi Coal Mine. Jing, though fierce, relied more on sheer tenacity in his brawls, whereas Leng Shaofeng was renowned for his strength, often overpowering opponents with sheer might. This marked the first time the two appeared together, creating a striking impression. Jing's unique physique, with his missing arms, lean muscles, and powerful long legs, was complemented by Leng Shaofeng's chiseled physique, his glistening 8-pack abs dazzling in the light. Together, their entrance was nothing short of breathtaking. However, they merely rinsed off briefly before exiting. While getting dressed, Leng Shaofeng was again taken aback. "Do you need help putting on your clothes?" he inquired with concern. "No need," Jing replied confidently. "As long as I took them off myself, I can put them back on. I just worry if someone else has handled my clothes. Then I would be at a loss." With that, he twisted again, and miraculously, his pants were back on. Biting the shirt, he slipped his head through, and with a few turns, the shirt was on. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water, executed with remarkable agility. Afterward, Leng Shaofeng headed to the cafeteria, while Jing opted to stay behind, as Aunt Yu would bring him his meal, and it would be a shame to waste food. This trivial matter was of no concern to Leng Shaofeng. He casually ate a bit in the cafeteria, not wanting to overindulge, as he intended to save room for a feast later. Chapter 114. Yanxi Coal Mine. Yanxi Coal Mine is located in the northwestern corner of Yanxi Coal Mine, less than 10 kilometers in a straight line. Of course, the actual distance is somewhat longer, but for Leng Shaofeng on his motorcycle, it was hardly a challenge. Virum. He first headed north, turned left onto the national highway, continued straight, made a right turn, then another left, and he arrived. The mine is named Yanxi because it is situated in Yanxi village, which derives its name from the abundance of hills and stones in the area, leading to numerous ditches. Yanxi village is nestled within the largest of these ditches. Upon his first visit, Leng Shaofeng felt a certain affinity for the place. The feng shui seemed favorable here. Just after turning off the national highway, he was surrounded by the cool shade of trees, and the breeze felt refreshingly pleasant against his face. The perception of good feng shui is important. If one feels comfortable in a location, then it is indeed auspicious for them. Upon arriving at Yanxi village, Leng Shaofeng felt an immediate sense of comfort. The village is nestled within a vast valley, dotted with houses predominantly constructed from stone, at least the lower halves of which are hewn from rock. Shida Chong, the affluent dog owner, had previously regaled Leng Shaofeng with tales of his residence. The tallest structure in the village soon caught Leng Shaofeng's eye, a 2-story building. It was evident that this was the home of the prosperous Shida Chong. Before the 2-story house lay a spacious courtyard, where 4 or 5 vehicles were already parked, most of which were SUVs, alongside a single Puzang. In these times, witnessing such an array of vehicles outside an ordinary courtyard is a rarity. Leng Shaofeng parked his motorcycle amidst them, its loud engine eliciting a cacophony of barks from the dogs within the courtyard. He strode directly through the open gate. At the entrance stood 2 columns, each tethered with a dog. On the left, a formidable German shepherd barked vigorously, while on the right, a slender, brownish-red hound, clearly built for speed, stood poised. Leng Shaofeng couldn't quite recall the breed of the hound. "Ah, I wonder why our big black and big red are barking so enthusiastically," he mused. Realizing they were welcoming him, Brother Shaofeng, Shida Chong approached and reprimanded the two dogs, silencing them instantly. In the courtyard, a pavilion adorned with grapevines housed 5 men, 3 of whom Leng Shaofeng recognized: Yang Zhanwu, Wang Tao, and Xian Lin. The other 2 were unfamiliar to him, yet they shared a notable characteristic. Both were quite rotund. One was a towering figure of considerable girth, while the other was shorter, stout, and somewhat balding. At that moment, Shida Chong began introducing the 2 portly gentlemen. "Brother Shaofeng, this large brother is Zhou Dahai, the director of Zhouzhuang Coal Mine, and this smaller brother is Su Bucai from Zhouzhuang Coal Mine." He continued, "This is Leng Shaofeng, the nephew of Chief Engineer Leng from Yanxi Coal Mine, the head of the material recovery station there, the second owner of Xinjiang Coal Mine, and of course, the behind-the-scenes proprietor of the Sister Sheep Soup restaurant." By the end of the introductions, laughter erupted among the attendees, as it was clear that everyone was already aware of the connection between Leng Shaofeng and the restaurant. Leng Shaofeng's gaze swept over the faces of Shida Chong, Wang Tao, and Xian Lin. When it lingered on Xian Lin, the latter noticeably recoiled. Xian Lin was known to be rather indiscreet with his words. However, Leng Shaofeng bore no ill will. Having openly acknowledged their relationship, he felt no need to shy away from it. "Brothers, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future. As a younger sibling, I may falter in certain areas, and I ask for your understanding." Leng Shaofeng greeted the group. "Brother Shaofeng is indeed a fine specimen," someone remarked. "Today's meeting confirms what has been said. It is no wonder that the salesgirl has been utterly enchanted by him." The rotund Zhou Dahai was the first to extend his hand to Leng Shaofeng, playfully remarking, "Brother Zhou, have you heard about the coal mine in Zhouzhuang from such a distance?" Leng Shaofeng felt that the matter had been exaggerated. This was certainly not a favorable situation. In this era, rumors could be quite benign for men, yet they were often harsh for women. He recalled a true story about a young man and woman who sought shelter from the rain in a brick kiln, only to have their innocent encounter misconstrued as a romantic date, ultimately leading the woman to marry the man, who turned out to be an ne'er-do-well. In a moment of seeking refuge from the rain, she unwittingly sacrificed her future. At that moment, Leng Shaofeng felt a twinge of regret for having teased that young woman. "Brother Shaofeng, in our small Fengcheng, the most prominent topics revolve around the One Steel and 4 mines. Particularly, your Yanxi Coal Mine and the One Steel plant are neighbors, both situated in Yanxi town. Any stir there quickly becomes common knowledge. Matters involving young men and women are especially prone to gossip," Zhou Dahai chuckled. "Indeed, I have heard as much," chimed in the stout Su Bucai, who stood beside Zhou. Leng Shaofeng nodded, acknowledging the truth in Zhou's words. The One Steel and 4 mines referred to the One Steel plant and the Basi mine, which formed the backbone of Fengcheng's industry. The One Steel plant stood as the foremost establishment, while the Basi mine followed closely as a secondary entity. The 8 smaller coal mines, categorized as third tier, should not be dismissed lightly. Though they lacked the output and influence of the larger mines, they were privately owned, and in terms of wealth, even the directors of the grand coal mines could not rival the owners of these smaller operations. After all, the mine directors were merely on government salaries, particularly the affluent Shi Dachong, who exuded wealth. His residence, a 2-story villa, showcased a meticulously designed courtyard with pavilions, flowing water, and bridges, a clear indication of substantial investment. In this era, such opulence was beyond imagination. However, seasoned by his experiences, Leng Shaofeng regarded this modest estate with indifference. For when compared to the private clubs of later times, it seemed trifling. His unspoken composure elevated the perception of those around him. It was indeed remarkable for a young man to achieve such standing. "Yes, Brother Shaofeng. I've also heard tales from Su village about a fit of rage for a fair maiden that led to a thrashing of 30 men. Even storytelling would not dare to exaggerate to such an extent." Su Bucai approached to shake hands, engaging in pleasantries. Just then, a series of honks echoed from outside the courtyard. As the host, Shi Dachong rose to his feet. "Come, Brother Shaofeng. Allow me to introduce you to a couple more individuals." Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng stood up. Chapter 115, The Prelude at the entrance of the courtyard. 2 individuals alighted from a Jeep 212, engaging in light-hearted banter as they walked side by side. On the left stood a man with a buzz cut, of average height, his face radiating warmth, often adorned with a hint of a smile. To his right was a tall figure, distinguished by a pair of spectacles, exuding an air of refinement. Come, Brother Shaofeng. Allow me to introduce you to Ma Chengjie from the Yanxi Coal Mine. His defining characteristic is his remarkable capacity for drinking. I reckon his tolerance rivals yours, Shi Dachong announced, gesturing towards the man on the left. Ma Chengjie offered a friendly nod to Leng Shaofeng, and the two exchanged a handshake. Brother Ma, greetings. You must be Leng Shaofeng. I've heard much about you. I've been calling you Brother Shaofeng as well. Do take good care of my elder brother. Ma Chengjie beamed, his face alight with joy. This gentleman here, though he appears polished, is Yan Duojin. Do not be deceived by appearances. He is undoubtedly a refined rogue. Shi Dachong chuckled, introducing the man on the right while laughing at his own jest. How can you introduce someone like that, Shi Dachong? Are you trying to embarrass me? Yan Duojin retorted, turning to Leng Shaofeng. Brother Shaofeng, disregard their words. They are simply envious of me and will stop at nothing to tarnish my reputation. Yan Dage has arrived. To have both my idols gathered today is truly a splendid occasion, Xian Lin exclaimed, rushing over, grasping Yan Duojin with one hand and Leng Shaofeng with the other. He continued, Brother Shaofeng, this seemingly gentle fellow, despite his glasses and cultured demeanor, has quite the mischievous side. Yan Gu, have you had any recent successes? Have you charmed any lovely ladies? Do share your tales with me. However, when it comes to wooing wives, I only bow to Brother Shaofeng. Your lady is truly a paragon of beauty, Xian Lin remarked, his expression filled with admiration as the visage of Li Hongxiang flashed before his mind. Oh, so Brother Shaofeng is also skilled in this regard? We must exchange insights in the future, Yan Duojin said, seizing Leng Shaofeng's hand with fervor. Yan Dage, do not heed their nonsense. I merely have a platonic friendship with a beautiful confidant. Our relationship is entirely innocent, Leng Shaofeng asserted, his demeanor composed. Wow! Came a sound of mock retching from behind, as Xian Lin scoffed. If you want to pursue someone, just pursue them. Why complicate it with the notion of a confidant? How ludicrous! He shot Leng Shaofeng a disparaging look, eliciting laughter from everyone in the pavilion. Brother Shaofeng, your perspective is quite refreshing. I must also seek a few beautiful confidants. How elegant and delightful! Yan Duojin mused, seemingly inspired, giving Leng Shaofeng a thumbs up. Come, my esteemed idols. You must include me in your exchanges, Xian Lin insisted, clinging to their arms. Leng Shaofeng, perplexed, wondered when he had become his idol. Reflecting on Xian Lin's keen interest in women, he couldn't help but ponder whether he had learned it all from Yan Duojin. It is indeed quite possible. A group of individuals gathered around a stone table in a pavilion, which was laden with an abundance of watermelons. Shi Dachong sliced open a large watermelon and beckoned everyone to partake. Brother Yan, have you made any progress with that female accountant recently? Xian Lin inquired, as they had not yet finished a piece of watermelon. That was ages ago. The female accountant has long become a relic of the past. Nowadays, she is quite obedient. However, I have recently discovered that her sister is even more beautiful, radiantly charming, and truly tantalizing, Yan Duojin replied, while eating and adjusting his glasses. Indeed, a refined rogue. Old Yan, it's not that I am criticizing you, but you must tread carefully. If this were a decade ago, your actions could have landed you in serious trouble, Wang Tao remarked to Yan Quanjin. Come on, Tao, you are the least qualified to comment. I am open about my pursuits, while you operate in the shadows. If I were to face consequences, you wouldn't escape either. By the way, what is the situation with Brother Shaofeng? Yan Duojin turned his attention to Leng Shaofeng. Brother Shaofeng, unlike you, plays the game differently. You rely on quantity while he excels in quality. His companion alone surpasses countless others. To be honest, Brother Shaofeng's partner, no, his confidant, has truly opened my eyes. Rarely have I encountered such beauty, Wang Tao expressed with evident envy. Upon hearing this, Shi Dachong and Xian Lin nodded in agreement. What? Tao, I must disagree with your statement. You have seen my female accountant. Does her face and figure not captivate your attention? Yan Duojin retorted. Your female accountant is indeed commendable, but it all depends on whom she is compared to. If you were to meet Brother Shaofeng's confidant, you would understand the true meaning of disparity, Wang Tao replied without further elaboration. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Sometimes, no matter how much you say, one must witness it to truly understand. All right, I shall go meet Brother Shaofeng's confidant today, Yin Duo Jin insisted, turning to Leng Shaofeng. Brother Shaofeng, you must not keep her hidden. I insist on seeing her, and I shall present a significant red envelope as a token of our meeting. Within 3 exchanges, he revealed his true nature. Brother Yin, why has this become my affair? My partner runs a business, a mutton soup restaurant. If you genuinely wish to enjoy the mutton soup, I would be more than welcoming. However, she closes in the afternoon, and I cannot simply break down the door for you, can I? This was the reason Leng Shaofeng preferred that Li Hongqiang cease operations of the mutton soup restaurant. A woman of such beauty easily attracts trouble. That's simple. I can just go for a bowl of mutton soup right now. Is anyone joining me? Yin Duo Jin asked. It seemed he could not eat without first taking a glance. However, Leng Shaofeng feared that after seeing her, he would find it even harder to eat. I'll join, I want some. Xian Lin was the first to raise his hand. This individual may excel at nothing else, but he certainly ranked first in creating a ruckus. However, once he acquires wealth, he will surely excel in all endeavors. Brother Yin, opportunities abound in the future. Today is Brother Shi's gathering. It would be inappropriate to leave him here unattended. Cold Shaofeng preferred to avoid complications and advised, it's nothing, really. Let's just go have a bowl of mutton soup. A round trip will only take an hour, so it won't interfere with lunch. Shida Chong, don't you agree? Yin Duojin turned to Shida Chong, who appeared somewhat conflicted. Clearly, one wished to go while the other did not. One was an old friend, the other a newly acquainted younger brother. After a moment's thought, he devised a plan. All right, old Yin, if you insist on going. It wouldn't be right for us to stop you. Besides, the mutton soup restaurant is open for business, and we cannot prevent you from going. However, it is indeed the territory of Brother Shaofeng, and without the owner's permission, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to go uninvited. You were just expressing some discontent, weren't you? If you were to take a look and found it satisfactory, wouldn't it warrant some sort of reward? The cash in Brother Shaofeng's bag likely exceeds the sum of all our pockets combined. As for red envelopes, who here would truly covet such a thing? There must be some sort of incentive. Shida Chong contemplated compelling Yin Duojin to contribute, thus making it easier to explain to Cold Shaofeng. As expected, his words fell into a heavy silence. Cold Shaofeng, too, ceased speaking. If you must meet, I cannot stop you, and a reward wouldn't be a bad idea. Yin Duojin fell into deep thought, lowering his head. However, such an incentive was hardly a challenge for those affluent individuals. Judging by his name, one could easily discern that this person was not lacking in financial resources. Soon, Yin Duojin lifted his head and spoke. Brother Shaofeng, I heard that Yang Zhanwu gifted you his motorcycle. At your age, riding a motorcycle is fine, but as you grow older, it may seem less fitting. A true man should drive a 4-wheeled vehicle. Do you see that Jeep 212 I drove here? It has barely 1,000 kilometers on it. It's practically a new car. Can I offer this as my incentive? Truly, he was a wealthy man, a coal magnate. Is it possible you have become this affluent? Cold Shaofeng replied, somewhat embarrassed. This is too much. Such an incentive is excessive. That vehicle is clearly a treasure of Brother Yin. I cannot simply take it away. Yin Duojin chuckled. Don't be modest. It's just a car. Besides, you might not even win. Exactly, Brother Shaofeng, accept it. Don't hesitate. As long as the coal mine is operational, it's merely a vehicle, a matter of extracting a few more tons of coal, Shida Chong encouraged. Yes. Accept it. This incentive is acceptable. I think it's a good idea. Others chimed in. All right, then, it shall be that Jeep. Cold Shaofeng nodded in agreement. In this day and age, a Jeep was quite common. Having one to drive around in would be agreeable. Brother Shaofeng, I must clarify beforehand that my female accountant cannot be counted as a single entity. I must include her sister in the comparison. To be honest, I am on the verge of winning her over, so it will be double the joy. Yin Duojin chuckled, adding a condition, indicating that he was not keen on losing. After all, no one could find fault with the Jeep. How fortuitous. Brother Shaofeng, your mutton soup restaurant is named Sister's Mutton Soup, and inside, there are indeed a pair of sisters. Sure Dachong erupted into hearty laughter. Why not? Let's go together, swiftly there and back. Ma Qingjie chimed in with a smile. I'm going for the prize. What about you? What are you bringing? Yin Duojin countered. If we can't buy tickets, we should pay ourselves, right? Last time we rushed and weren't prepared. This time, I'm going again, no question about it. I'll prepare a red envelope as a greeting gift, Wang Tao spoke first. I will also prepare a red envelope. I felt remiss last time. This time, I shall make amends, Shi Dachong added. Count me in as well, Xian Lin echoed. A chorus of agreement arose from the group. All right, I will get the red envelopes ready. You all can figure out your arrangements. After finishing his sentence, Shi Dachang returned to the second-floor small building, only to reappear with a considerable number of red envelopes in hand. Everyone present, except for Leng Shaofeng, received one. Even Yan Duojin took one and stuffed it with money. Well then, let us set off. I know the way. I'll lead, Xian Lin declared first, a hint of craving for lamb soup evident in his voice. Thus, the group boarded their vehicles. A total of 9 individuals traveled in 3 cars, making a spirited journey towards Yanxi Coal Mine. Shi Dachang's car led the procession, carrying Xian Lin and Wang Tao. Yan Duojin's vehicle followed closely behind with Ma Qingjie and Su Bucai on board. The last car, driven by Yang Zhanwu, brought along Leng Shaofeng and Zhou Dehai. The driving speed was brisk, rivaling even Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle. Soon, the towering slag hill of Yanxi Coal Mine came into view. The 3 cars lined up and came to a halt at the entrance of the lamb soup restaurant, drawing the attention of many onlookers. In this era, cars were still a rarity, especially in a trio. This small lamb soup restaurant momentarily became the center of attention. As everyone disembarked, Leng Shaofeng took the lead, guiding the way. In the courtyard, Li Hongqiang had already heard the commotion, and just as she was about to step out to investigate, Leng Shaofeng led the group inside. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng's arrival, a smile blossomed on the woman's face. This smile was like a myriad of flowers blooming, breathtakingly beautiful. There seemed to be a lingering affection in her gaze, imbued with a subtle charm amidst the gentle tenderness. You're here. Li Hongqiang greeted Leng Shaofeng, first before turning to address Shi Dachang and the others. Brother Shi, Brother Wang, Brother Xian, you've all come. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Enjoy your visit. Li Hongqiang warmly welcomed everyone. Shi Dachang, Wang Tao, and Xian Lin were familiar faces, but the newcomers behind them each appeared momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting shock. Men typically reacted this way upon first encountering Li Hongqiang. Yet, those present were worldly and quickly regained their composure, though their hearts secretly marveled or envied Leng Shaofeng's fortune. Yan Duojin, in particular, felt a tumult of emotions within. The moment he laid eyes on Li Hongqiang, he knew he had lost, thoroughly and convincingly. The female accountant and her sister couldn't hold a candle to the woman before him, who was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. The sole source of solace for Yan Duojin was the fact that his little accountant was a pair of sisterly blossoms, bestowing upon him the delight of double joy. However, this thought had scarcely taken root when a young girl, around 15 or 16, emerged from the main hall, resembling a budding flower ready to bloom. Although she appeared quite youthful, her exquisite features were undeniably reminiscent of the woman before him. It was evident they were sisters. Upon her appearance, the girl skipped joyfully to Leng Shaofeng, gazing up at him with a radiant smile. Her eyes sparkled, reflecting Leng Shaofeng's image within them. Naturally, he reached out to ruffle the girl's hair. She shyly smiled at the onlookers before turning to leave. This scene stirred a multitude of indescribable emotions within the hearts of the spectators. Yan Duojin instantly realized that this was what they referred to as their younger sister. The moment he laid eyes on Li Hongwei, an unbearable pang of jealousy washed over him. Was this how life was to be lived? At this point, the mutton soup restaurant had passed its morning rush, and the number of patrons was relatively sparse. Leng Shaofeng led the group into the main hall, swiftly locating 2 vacant tables where everyone settled down. Red sister, allow me to introduce you, he began. These are my elder brothers. Some of you may recognize a few, so I shall not introduce them all. This is Boss Yang from Yanxi Coal Mine, Yang Zhanwu. This is Boss Ma from Mazhuang Coal Mine, Ma Qingjie. This is Boss Su from Xuzhuang Coal Mine, Su Bucai. This is Boss Zhou from Zhouzhuang Coal Mine, Zhou Dehai. Lastly, this is Boss Yin from Yanzhuang Coal Mine, Yan Duojin. After each introduction, Li Hongqiang smiled and nodded at the respective individuals. Brothers, this is Li Hongqiang, the proprietress of the sister mutton soup restaurant. We are all family here, so there is no need for formality. From now on, whenever you come for mutton soup, it will be complimentary. Upon hearing Leng Shaofeng's words, Li Hongqiang smiled graciously and nodded. Little sister, I came empty-handed last time, so this time I must present a red envelope to make up for it. Last time was too rushed. I must remedy it now. Little sister, here is my contribution, please accept it. Once Leng Shaofeng had concluded the introductions, everyone began to produce red envelopes. In an instant, 8 envelopes were thrust into Li Hongqiang's hands, leaving her flustered and unsure whether to accept or decline. Red sister, Do accept them, urged Leng Shaofeng, and upon his insistence, Li Hongqiang obediently accepted the envelopes. Chapter 117. Heartache as they watched Li Hongqiang graciously accept the red envelopes. A wave of bittersweet emotions washed over the crowd. Brother Leng has truly trained her to be so obedient. She does exactly as instructed. Such a woman is simply unparalleled. Red sister, please serve each person a bowl of mutton soup and bring 10 or so fried pastries. There's no need to prepare anything else. We came simply to savor a bowl of mutton soup to whet our appetites. Very well, esteemed bosses, please wait a moment. I shall prepare it right away. My humble establishment may be modest and lacking in service. I appreciate your understanding. Li Hongqiang replied, offering another polite remark before turning to exit. Once Li Hongqiang's graceful figure vanished from view, Yan Duojin regained his composure. He sighed and shook his head, pushing the keys to his jeep towards Leng Shaofeng's line of sight. Brother Shaofeng, I will say no more. I willingly accept my defeat, and I am truly convinced by the outcome. The jeep parked outside is now yours, starting today. Excellent. Boss Yan is indeed generous. Xian Lin was the first to raise a toast in celebration. Well done, old Yan. The crowd unanimously gave a thumbs up to Yan Duojin. Although I am reluctant to concede, there is little choice, for while my companion is commendable when compared to the one before us, it is indeed a stark contrast. People are incomparable. Yan Duojin waved his hand and spoke with a bittersweet smile. Brother Yan, you have lost fairly. Such a woman is a rare gem, and to have the fortune of encountering her is a blessing earned from a previous life. Wang Tao comforted Yan Duojin with a pat on the shoulder. Alas, I heard that old Xian. You traded 30% of your shares for Brother Shaofeng's equipment and the debts of the next 30 years? Yan Duojin inquired of Xian Lin. Indeed. I am uncertain when my coal mine will turn a profit. It seems I have somewhat taken advantage of Brother Long, Xian Lin replied. However, Yan Duojin shook his head and said, you are mistaken. Those shares traded for equipment and debts are trivial matters. If it were me, I would exchange 30% of my shares for such an exquisite woman, even if it meant sacrificing an additional 10 years of my life. At that moment, Yan Duojin's words were astonishing, rendering the crowd momentarily speechless as they exchanged glances. Old brother Yan, you must not covet what is mine. Hongqiang is my soulmate, my lifelong love. Not even for 30% of the coal mine shares would I trade her, regardless of the wealth offered. Leng Shaofeng interjected, his words resolute and unwavering. Brother Shaofeng, do not overthink. I merely spoke in jest, fully aware that you would not trade her, Yan Duojin quickly added, though the light in his eyes dimmed slightly. In truth, his previous statement was directed at both Xian Lin and Leng Shaofeng. Had Leng Shaofeng taken the bait, Yan Duojin would have readily transferred 30% of the Yanzhuang coal mine shares. Alas, Leng Shaofeng did not engage, his resolve unyielding. Yet, how could Leng Shaofeng fail to grasp the underlying implications? Nevertheless, Li Hongqiang was his priceless treasure, irreplaceable. Moreover, would he ever lack money in his lifetime? How absurd. Which reincarnated individual would be short of wealth? That would be a jest. Everyone present was astute. Few could miss the nuances. They all laughed heartily and moved on. Soon, the sisters Li Hongqiang began serving lamb soup. Each received a generous bowl, with vibrant colors and delightful aromas wafting through the air. Without waiting for an invitation, Xian Lin began to drink heartily. Those tasting lamb soup for the first time were pleasantly surprised, showering praises not only for her beauty, but also for her culinary skill. Leng Shaofeng listened, his heart filled with joy. In her heart, Li Hongqiang thought that her culinary skills extended far beyond merely preparing exceptional lamb soup. She possessed many remarkable talents, albeit ones that could not be showcased before the others. Once the last drop of the lamb soup was savored, the guests erupted in delight. Nevertheless, they had to return to Shirgo village, so they did not linger. They rose one after another, making their way outside. Just as Leng Shaofeng intended to step out, Li Hongqiang abruptly grasped his arm. Puzzled, he followed her into the inner room. Upon entering, Li Hongqiang revealed the envelopes filled with money. Shaofeng, the amount they gave is rather excessive. Each contributed 200, totaling 600. This surpasses what I have earned in 3 years running my soup shop. I cannot accept this. She attempted to return the money to him. Yet, Leng Shaofeng thrust it back into her hands. What is this trifling sum? Have you not noticed? That brand new Jeep outside now belongs to me as well. Therefore, you should simply accept this money. In the future, broaden your horizons and expand your vision, he advised her. Although Li Hongxiang found it hard to accept, she obediently tucked the money away. In comparison to a vehicle, this sum was indeed negligible. Such a good girl, Leng Shaofeng said, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her rosy lips, chuckling as he turned to leave. Flustered, Li Hongxiang stamped her foot, watching him depart, and gently licked her lips. Unfortunately, Leng Shaofeng did not witness just how enticing that gesture was. Had he seen it, he might have succumbed to his primal instincts. As Leng Shaofeng exited the courtyard, the others remained, waiting for him. Hey, Shaofeng, what were you doing in there? You surely didn't take too long, did you? Wait. Why do your lips seem a bit red? Xian Lin teased him, suddenly appearing to have made a remarkable discovery. The crowd turned their gaze towards Leng Shaofeng, who quickly wiped his mouth, realizing there was nothing on his hands. Haha, Shaofeng, you really are something. Did you sneak a taste in just that short time? Xian Lin laughed heartily, and soon everyone joined in. Leng Shaofeng, however, licked his lips, shaking his head, and said thoughtfully, Alas, I simply could not resist. The laughter that had filled the air immediately ceased, and one by one, the group felt a heaviness in their hearts. This is disheartening. How frustrating. It seems we can no longer be friends. Let us get in the car, Yan Duojin declared, turning to leave. But Leng Shaofeng jingled the keys in his hand. Addressing him, Brother Yan, do step aside. I wish to test my new vehicle. With the car door half open, Yan Duojin froze, realizing that this pristine Jeep 212 was no longer his. This revelation deepened his sense of discontent. The group erupted into laughter once more. Under Yan Duojin's resentful gaze, Leng Shaofeng nimbly leaped into the driver's seat. Shaofeng, do you know how to drive? Su Bucai hesitated at the car door. Fear not. My driving skills are exceptional, Leng Shaofeng replied with unshakable confidence. However, before starting the car, Leng Shaofeng exchanged a knowing glance with Shi Dachong, subtly gesturing towards the dilapidated factory. Shi Dachong immediately understood the implication. He clapped his hands and proclaimed, Brothers, since we have arrived at the Yanxi Coal Mine, how can we leave empty-handed? I propose we visit Shaofeng's territory. Who knows what treasures we might uncover? Indeed, I had intended to explore this place. As I've heard that your crew at Yanxi Mine has unearthed many valuable items, Ma Qingjie chimed in. So what are we waiting for? Let us go? Yes. Let us go. Chapter 118. Every man can drive 3 cars lined up neatly and drove alongside the outer wall of Yanxi Coal Mine, heading straight for the northern entrance. Leng Shaofeng greeted the guard, Xiao Song, who promptly opened the gate. The vehicles continued until they reached the front of the abandoned factory, where Yu Zheng emerged upon hearing the sound of the engines. Shaofeng, you're here, he greeted, while sizing up the group behind him. Yes. I brought some people to take a look. You need not worry about us. Carry on with your tasks, Leng Shaofeng replied, and Yu Zheng obediently stepped aside. With a larger crowd than usual, Leng Shaofeng decided against introductions. Everyone entered the factory, which had been significantly cleared out by Yanxi Mine, leaving it rather vacant. Nevertheless, for those encountering such an array of mining equipment for the first time, the sight was quite impressive. Leng Shaofeng allowed them to explore freely, while Shi Dachong took on the role of a guide. The equipment inside appeared more worn. However, the best had already been taken away. The crew from Shixi Mine remained unaware of this fact, and they seemed quite satisfied despite the condition of what remained. After surveying the factory several times, Leng Shaofeng finally sensed something amiss. Where's Leng Shaoyang? I haven't seen him. The 2 maintenance workers were present, though. After pondering for a moment, Leng Shaofeng approached Yu Zheng. Where's my brother? Why is he not here? He inquired. I was about to mention it. Uncle Guangfu came looking for you. But since you weren't around, he took Xiaoyang with him, Yu Zheng explained. Oh, all right, I understand. Leng Shaofeng brushed it off, thinking to himself that his father was unlikely to be involved in any significant matters. That's impossible. Such matters wouldn't require his involvement. Returning to the factory, he gathered the group. Shaofeng, are these machines still operational? The hefty Zhou Dahai asked, pointing at some equipment. Absolutely. Look at them, shining and polished. They've just been serviced, Leng Shaofeng assured him. Fantastic. I urgently need this equipment. I'll take that one, and that one too. I'll also need some steel cables, Zhou Dahai declared without hesitation. Shaofeng, I want some too. Those over there, and these as well. The plump Su Bucai chimed in eagerly. Don't all rush. Leave some for me. Ma Qingjie interjected, struggling to contain his excitement. Brother Shaofeng, I have entrusted my Jeep to you. I wish to prioritize the selection of these devices. Is that acceptable? Yan Duojin has also joined the fray. Instantly, the dilapidated factory transformed into a chaotic scene reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. These affluent coal magnates, in their fervor over a single piece of equipment, flushed with excitement as they bickered. Observing the disarray, Leng Shaofeng realized that this approach was untenable. Everyone, let us pause momentarily. This chaos makes it impossible for me to discern whom to allocate the items to. How about I first mark those items that are undisputed? Leng Shaofeng interjected, effectively halting the commotion. He then picked up a white chalk and began inscribing names upon the devices. Simply writing surnames sufficed, as there were no duplicate surnames among them. Under Leng Shaofeng's guidance, the situation gradually clarified. The items without contention were relatively easy to manage, and soon they were all marked. The challenge lay with the disputed items, as one device was fiercely contested by 3 individuals, while 2 others had 2 claimants each. In such circumstances, a bidding process would typically be the most effective means to resolve the matter, allowing him to profit further. However, Leng Shaofeng had no intention of proceeding in that manner. Doing so would convey an impression of taking advantage of the situation for personal gain, which he deemed inappropriate. The individuals before him were no ordinary characters, and Leng Shaofeng was not inclined to engage in mere transactional dealings. How about this? For the contested devices, could you all discuss among yourselves to reach a consensus? If that proves impossible, we can resort to drawing lots. Upon finishing his statement, Shi Dachong gave Leng Shaofeng a thumbs up. Listen to me, everyone. We are all brothers, and there is no need to let a single device disrupt our camaraderie. Brother Shaofeng could have easily raised the stakes, allowing the highest bidder to win. Yet, as we have all observed, Brother Shaofeng chose not to do so. I believe his suggestion is commendable. You should give it a try. The 4 from the Yanxi mine nodded in agreement. They then retreated to a corner to negotiate privately. Before long, a resolution emerged. Yanxi successfully acquired 2 devices, while the other was claimed by Zhou Dahai. Upon hearing this outcome, Leng Shaofeng was genuinely surprised and cast a lingering glance at Yanxi. This fellow was indeed remarkable. He was adept not only with women but also with men. Ultimately, everyone was pleased. Leng Shaofeng inscribed the names of Yanxi on 2 devices and Zhou Dahai on the remaining 1. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 11 o'clock. Brothers, we have concluded here. What shall we do next? As he uttered the final words, his voice rose, nearly into a shout. Let us feast on the dog meat. Xian Lin did not disappoint Leng Shaofeng, being the first to echo the call. Leng Shaofeng recognized that Xian Lin possessed a remarkable talent for rallying the crowd, which was, in essence, a gift for flattery. Yes, brothers, let us go. It's time to indulge in the feast. The throng enthusiastically joined in the cheer. Only Shi Dachong wore a smile, seemingly unfazed. The affluent dog owners were simply that, affluent. Most individuals lack the qualifications to aspire to such status. The group climbed into their vehicles once more, embarking on another journey. This time, Leng Shaofeng led the way in his Jeep 212, a vehicle whose comfort paled in comparison to those of future generations. Its operational ease was equally lacking. Devoid of a synchronizer, it required 2 clutch depressions to shift gears. A minor adjustment for Leng Shaofeng. Nonetheless, for a seasoned driver, this posed no significant challenge. However, it did boast considerable power and excellent off-road capabilities. With a firm press of the accelerator, the vehicle roared to life. The fuel consumption incurred by such exuberance was of no concern to Leng Shaofeng, as his good friend Huang Dabiao owned a gas station and had assured him to fill up without worry. 20 minutes later, they returned to Shirgo village. Brother Shaofeng, your driving skills are indeed impressive. At such a young age, how do you manage to drive so smoothly? Where did you learn? As soon as they disembarked, Yanxi approached, eager to inquire. Haha, driving is simple. Any man can do it. Leng Shaofeng chuckled, brushing off the question with a light-hearted remark. Is driving really that easy? Yanxi stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend. Memories of his own battered old car flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he realized he could only currently drive that dilapidated vehicle. A sharp twinge of discomfort struck him. He had come here, indulged in a bowl of lamb soup, and lost a brand new Jeep worth over 30,000. This was his first time savoring such an expensive bowl of soup. Chapter 119. Sated and content. The group reconvened in the pavilion. The stone table was brimming with an array of cold dishes, fruits, and nuts. A refreshing breeze wafted in from the mountains, while the babbling brook below provided a soothing backdrop. As Leng Shaofeng surveyed the delicacies before him, he couldn't help but sigh. Truly a display of opulence. The stone table was adorned with 4 varieties of nuts, 4 types of pastries, for fresh fruits, and 4 platters. The 4 nuts included pine nuts, cashews, peanuts, and pistachios. The 4 pastries comprised sago dumplings, flaky pastries, cream strips, and red bean rolls. The 4 fresh fruits featured grapes, cantaloupe, jujubes, and watermelon. The 4 platters consisted of pine flour chicken jelly, cherry meat rolls, Buddha's hand meat with shredded radish, and braised tripe with tendon. Just gazing at the fruits and pastries, Leng Shaofeng surmised that this affluent gathering was prepared in the style of the renowned Sishi banquet from Basan. Fengcheng, being adjacent to Basan, was deeply influenced by its culinary culture. Naturally, Leng Shaofeng had heard of the illustrious Sishi banquet. In a traditional Sishi feast, these were merely appetizers. The main courses awaited them. As the group enjoyed the fruits and desserts, engaging in light conversation, an elderly man with graying hair approached, apron tied around his waist. "Director Shi, may we begin serving the dishes?" he inquired, bowing slightly before Shi Dachong. "Old Fu, I appreciate your efforts today. Please, let us commence with the meal." Shi Dachong politely replied, "Brothers, in these times, our common folk are not faring well. I am unable to present anything too extravagant. I have prepared a modest selection. Merely some delicacies from the mountains and oceans, as well as game. Please indulge yourselves." Shi Dachong stood and clasped his hands in greeting to the crowd. "Listen, everyone. This is human speech, is it not?" Xian Lin was the first to voice his discontent. "Indeed, if you, a commoner, are struggling, how are we to survive?" Leng Shaofeng could no longer contain himself, finding the man's demeanor excessively pretentious. A chorus of criticism arose against Shi Dachong, yet he merely chuckled, unfazed by their words. While they denounced the wealthy, they happily feasted on the culinary delights he had prepared, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. Master Fu led the way, followed by 2 men in their 30s, each carrying a large tray. Each tray held 4 substantial bowls, marking the commencement of the feast. At this juncture, Shi Dachong rose to accept the dish from Master Fu. This was the first course, the most prized delicacy of the entire western region. It set the tone for the entire meal, a rich sea cucumber soup, a trio of exquisite flavors. Given that Fengcheng is situated inland, obtaining such a delicacy was no small feat, especially in the year 1985. However, upon seeing the plump sea cucumber, Leng Shaofeng could only exclaim in astonishment, encapsulating his thoughts with a simple, "Wow." The life of the affluent was indeed straightforward, yet unpretentious. Next came the braised pork elbow with 4 accompanying dishes, towering tofu, and sweet and sour carp. These constituted the 4 essential dishes. Following these, there would be another set of 4 dishes served in bowls, though the remaining dishes would be interspersed throughout the meal. The Baoshan dining etiquette was meticulous. It was said, rich flavors should be served first, while lighter ones follow. Strong flavors precede delicate ones. Solid dishes come before soupy ones. If guests are satiated, they may feel sluggish, so spicy dishes should be employed to invigorate them. If guests drink too much, their stomachs may tire, hence a touch of sour and sweet must serve to awaken them. In summary, Shi Dachong had put considerable effort into today's banquet, honoring his guests splendidly. Leng Shaofeng felt a deep sense of gratitude. After all, if there were guests today, he was the sole one. Shi Dachong's hospitality and the profundity of their friendship were embodied in these dishes. Just then, the wine was presented, not just any wine, but Maotai. Shi Dachong personally filled everyone's glasses. He then raised his cup, proclaiming, "Brother Shaofeng, today you are our guest, though not entirely so. From now on, we shall all be like family, supporting one another and progressing together. The days ahead are long, and the bonds of brotherhood are encapsulated in this cup. We need not say much. Deep friendship calls for a toast. Let us drink." With that, Shi Dachong downed his drink in one gulp, turning his glass upside down. Not a drop remaining. "Cheers." The others followed suit, raising their glasses and drinking heartily. As the Maotai slid down his throat, Leng Shaofeng felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. Indeed, this wine was truly tantalizing. The gathering commenced with jovial merriment, as glasses were raised and drinks consumed with abandon. Gradually, an array of dishes began to grace the table. Cold Shaofeng found himself unable to recognize many of the offerings. Yet each dish proved to be exquisitely delectable. "Here, savor this delicacy, braised rabbit meat. This rabbit is from the mountains, captured by my hunting dog just yesterday. Introduced Sherdachong. Now do try this dish, crispy fried wild mountain chicken. It is an authentic wild mountain chicken, also hunted just yesterday. With each passing moment, a steady stream of dishes was presented, bringing joy to the gathering. In truth, Sherdachong was equally enthusiastic about the feast. Being a generous host was no easy task. Such a lavish spread was reserved for esteemed guests. The final dish, of course, was fish, specifically, the renowned snowfield fish head from Fengchen. This came from the wild. Large white catfish, weighing an impressive 20 pounds, caught in the snowfield reservoir. Master Chef Fu's skills shone through, rendering the dish authentically exquisite. The snowfield fish head soup, crafted with sweet mountain spring water and the authentic large white catfish, was enhanced by unique seasonings and slow-cooked over fruitwood. The resulting fish head was tender, the broth as white as milk, and upon tasting, it provided a rich, lingering flavor that delighted both the eyes and the palate. Despite Cold Shaofeng having dined on numerous occasions, nothing compared to the authenticity and deliciousness of this meal. After finishing the snowfield fish head, everyone began to massage their stomachs, feeling pleasantly stuffed. How was that, my friends? Are you satisfied with this feast? Sherdachong inquired while rubbing his own belly. For the first time in my life, I have tasted such a plethora of delicacies. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Shi, Cold Shaofeng exclaimed with admiration. It was splendid, though something felt amiss, Jing mused, also rubbing his stomach. Something amiss? I thought it was quite good, replied Old Ma from the side. It lacks a bit of flair, especially like that lamb soup restaurant. Jing couldn't help but lament. Come on, don't tease me, Cold Shaofeng retorted playfully. Brother, I need to learn from you. Those superficial charms are meaningless. It is far better to have one exquisite gem. I must find someone as remarkable as your sister-in-law. Perhaps we can wager on it, with the stakes being a car. What do you think? Jing seemed still preoccupied with his vehicle. Sure, I wouldn't mind you gifting me another car, Cold Shaofeng replied with a chuckle. Some always seek to bestow gifts upon themselves, which left Cold Shaofeng feeling somewhat troubled. Nevertheless, he decided to humor the jest, begrudgingly accepting the notion. Chapter 120. A definitive decision. As the meal reached its conclusion, everyone felt sated and indulged in casual chatter. The afternoon sun had, unbeknownst to them, slipped behind the clouds, and the atmosphere grew increasingly sultry and oppressive. Cold Shaofeng sensed the impending rain, a feeling of unease settling within him. At that moment, he recalled the words of Yu Zheng, who had mentioned that his father, Leng Guangfu, wished to speak with him. A sense of apprehension began to stir within his heart. He always harbored a sense of foreboding, as though an ill-fated event were imminent. Yet, before Leng Shaofeng could take his leave, the group, under the arrangement of Sherdachong, arrived at the reservoir on the eastern edge of the village. This expansive body of water was bordered by gracefully swaying willows, with a gentle breeze caressing the branches, creating a picturesque scene. The fishing activity, orchestrated by Sherdachong as a post-prandial entertainment, has captivated enthusiasts across ages and eras. The fishing rods and bait had long been prepared, and upon arrival, they immediately set to fishing. Despite his inner turmoil, Leng Shaofeng focused intently on his task. However, fortune seemed to elude him, revealing his mediocre angling skills. In stark contrast, the portly duo, De Peng and Xiao Peng, demonstrated remarkable proficiency, consistently reeling in fish. Within a span of over half an hour, their baskets brimmed with catches, while Leng Shaofeng's contained just a solitary fish, an unfortunate creature that had been ensnared by his hook. As the afternoon wore on, rain began to fall from the sky, prompting the group to cease their fishing endeavors. Initially, the downpour was quite intense, but it soon diminished to a light drizzle. Unfortunately, they had been caught in the heaviest part of the storm, leaving them drenched. With little left to enjoy, the group began to bid farewell. Leng Shaofeng faced a dilemma regarding whether to ride his motorcycle or drive the jeep. It was indeed a delightful quandary. Ultimately, he resolved to take both. He hoisted the motorcycle onto the roof of the jeep, securing it tightly before climbing into the Jeep 212. As he prepared to embark, Sherdachong personally opened the door, holding a canvas bag that he casually placed in the passenger seat. In the flurry of farewells, Leng Shaofeng hardly paid it any mind. As the moment of parting approached, Jing expressed a touch of reluctance, grasping Leng Shaofeng's hand with fervent admonitions to treat the vehicle with care, nearly bringing tears to her eyes, a sight that stirred Leng Shaofeng's compassion. Eventually, it was Zhou Hai and the others who departed first, prompting Yin Duojin to join Zhou Hai in his vehicle. Through the window, she waved a heartfelt farewell to her beloved car. After bidding adieu to the group, Leng Shaofeng eagerly accelerated away. Midway through his journey, he felt a sudden urgency and pulled over to relieve himself. Upon returning to the vehicle, he took a moment to open the canvas bag gifted by Sherdachong. The bag, also in military green and resembling his current one, appeared to be brand new. Upon inspection, Leng Shaofeng's eyes widened with delight. To his astonishment, he discovered 2 packets of cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maodai, truly the mark of a generous benefactor. He mused contentedly, wishing for more friends of such stature. Reinvigorated, he restarted the engine. The road was devoid of pedestrians, traffic lights, or law enforcement checks, allowing Leng Shaofeng to navigate smoothly to the sister Yang Soup restaurant. Upon arriving, he parked the car and, after considerable effort, managed to unload the hefty motorcycle, which weighed over 300 pounds. For Leng Shaofeng, this weight was not an insurmountable challenge. The issue lies in the irregular shape of the motorcycle, which makes it somewhat challenging to exert force. Nevertheless, they successfully unloaded the motorcycle in the end. At this moment, just as the motorcycle was set down, the gate of the Sheep Soup Sisters establishment swung open, revealing Li Hongqiang. However, instead of approaching Leng Shaofeng to greet him, Li Hongqiang stood there, staring blankly at something behind him. Leng Shaofeng found this peculiar and was about to turn around to investigate when his ear was suddenly pinched. "You little rascal, come with me." It was the voice of his mother, Li Suyun. "Mom, it hurts. Let go." Yet, this time, Li Suyun did not release him. Rather, she tightened her grip. Leng Shaofeng felt a genuine pain, and his mouth twitched involuntarily. Li Hongqiang, filled with concern, stepped forward, wanting to intervene, but was halted by a piercing glance from Li Suyun. Li Suyun scrutinized Li Hongqiang from head to toe, and eventually, a sigh escaped her lips, though she remained silent. Continuing to drag Leng Shaofeng away, Li Hongqiang felt a chill from Li Suyun's gaze, and the sigh resonated within her, leaving her heart in turmoil. For some inexplicable reason, she sensed an unsettling anxiety emanating from that sigh, igniting an inexplicable restlessness within her. Unbeknownst to Leng Shaofeng, the members of the Leng family were frantically searching for him. While he was out indulging in meals and revelries, a significant matter concerning his lifelong happiness was unfolding at home. Early in the morning, after a hearty breakfast, Huang Donghai, along with his brother Huang Dongshan, made their way to the Yanxi Coal Mine. Huang Dongshan even brought along 2 boxes of fine tea from his office. Upon arriving at the coal mine, they sought out the manager, Lu Guangming. After presenting 1 box of tea to Lu Guangming, the two engaged in delightful conversation within the office. Soon after, Leng Guangping arrived, marking the meeting of the Leng and Huang families in such a setting. Chief Engineer Leng. "Greetings. Mayor Huang, it's been a while." They exchanged pleasantries. "And this is?" Leng Guangping did not recognize Huang Donghai. "Come, Chief Engineer Leng, allow me to introduce my brother, Huang Donghai, who works at the town's gas station. The main subject of our discussion today is his daughter, my niece, Huang Tingting," Huang Dongshan introduced. "Ah, Station Master Huang. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." Leng Guangping immediately extended a warm hand in greeting. "Chief Engineer Leng, I've heard so much about you." Huang Donghai reciprocated, grasping Leng Guangping's hand firmly. "Chief Engineer Leng, today's youth are quite different from us. Children grow up and develop their own ideas. Even a simple trip to purchase something can stir up quite a commotion. What began as 2 young people getting along has turned into a scandal. Consequently, we find ourselves in a rather passive position. After all, the girl must eventually marry, and this could tarnish her reputation. Later, upon inquiry, we found ourselves quite pleased with Shaofeng. Thus, I intended to visit and propose, aiming to settle this matter. Engineer Leng, may I inquire about your thoughts?" Huang Dongshan began. "This matter was already explained to me by Director Lu yesterday, and I find it quite agreeable. Last evening, I also spoke with Xiaofeng's child. He is quite sensible. He expressed no objections, but emphasized that his future bride must be beautiful." "Ha ha." Engineer Leng Guoping laughed. "Ah, this is indeed fortuitous. For our Tingting's greatest attribute is her beauty. Moreover, she is both virtuous and capable. Our Tingting is also gifted in song and dance. Brother, please bring out Tingting's photos for us to admire." Huang Dongshan gestured to his younger brother. Huang Donghai promptly retrieved 2 photographs of Huang Tingting from his briefcase. In the black and white images, Huang Tingting beamed, standing gracefully in a lovely dress, exuding an air of delicate charm. In the other photograph, she donned a fitted practice outfit, reminiscent of ballet, striking a poised dance position that showcased her exquisite figure. Engineer Leng Shaofeng felt a bit shy to scrutinize, but even a brief glance sufficed for him to recognize the girl's merits. Excellent, indeed. She appears to be a fine candidate for marriage. Very well, it shall be her. Leng Shaofeng praised wholeheartedly, sealing the decision. Chapter 121. The proposal. Upon hearing this, the Huang brothers were instantly elated. Even director Lu Guangming wore a look of delight. Engineer Long, as the saying goes, the will of parents and the words of matchmakers are paramount. I shall take on the role of matchmaker. But this matter still requires the approval of Shaofeng's parents, said Lu Guangming. Naturally, this morning, I sent my wife to notify the family of my third brother to await us at home. Shall we head over now? Leng Shaofeng inquired for everyone's opinion. Very well, let us proceed. Lu Guangming replied. We have arrived at the Yanxi Coal Mine, and we shall naturally heed the arrangements of your esteemed mine director and chief engineer. Ha ha. Huang Dongshan laughed heartily. Then let us go, please. Leng Shaofeng beckoned for everyone to exit together. In the open area below, 2 black Volga cars were parked side by side. One was driven by Huang Dongshan, while the other belonged to director Lu Guangming. The drivers had been waiting patiently. Lu Guangming and Leng Shaofeng entered the first vehicle, while Huang Dongshan and his brother Huang Donghai boarded their own. The 2 cars then departed the Yanxi Coal Mine, exited through the eastern gate, and proceeded southward along the main road until they arrived at the southernmost residential building, Unit 2, Room 301. Leng Shaofeng was anxiously pacing. This rascal, though he often wanders about, does not typically leave the mine. Where could he have run off to this time? Is this not the moment to falter? Leng Shaofeng specifically ventured to the abandoned factory, but only encountered Leng Shaoyang and not Leng Shaofeng. Returning, he was quite agitated, his temper flaring. Father, Shaofeng is currently quite busy, meeting various guests each day. He may be out attending to business matters. Cold Shaoyang was relatively well informed and offered an explanation on behalf of his younger brother. What business is he up to, wandering off who knows where? And you, as his mother, can't you keep an eye on your good son? Especially that lamb soup restaurant. You should watch it closely. Once he gets engaged, he won't be able to casually flirt with widows anymore. What a disgrace. Cold Guangfu turned and began to complain to Li Suyun. Li Suyun ignored him, though she felt a growing anxiety within. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Cold Guangfu quickly fell silent, rising to his feet and adjusting his attire. Today, he had deliberately donned a new outfit. Cold Shaoyang approached to open the door. Standing outside were 4 individuals, led by his uncle, Cold Guangping, along with the mine manager, LV Guangming. The 2 men behind them exuded an impressive presence, yet Cold Shaoyang did not recognize them. One of them was even carrying a gift. They were likely representatives from Yanxi Town. Uncle, please come in. Manager LV, welcome. Cold Shaoyang promptly stepped aside to allow them entry. Brother, you've come. Manager LV. Good day to you. Cold Guangfu was visibly nervous, his words stumbling. The mine manager was a significant figure, and this was his first time speaking so closely to one. Ah, so this is Comrade Cold Guangfu. You have raised a fine son. LV Guangming said cheerfully. I heard from my brother. Thank you, Manager LV. Cold Guangfu replied, still agitated. Allow me to introduce you. This is Huang Dongshan, the mayor of Yanxi Town, and this is his brother, Huang Donghai, the station master at the local gas station. LV Guangming gestured as he introduced the Huang brothers. Greetings, Brother Cold. It is a pleasure to meet you. Huang Dongshan said warmly, shaking Cold Guangfu's hand. I hear you enjoy tea. Please, try some of mine. It's authentic Wui Mountain Rock Oolong, from the same region as the famed Dahong Pao. Quite delightful. Mayor Huang, that's too much, Cold Guangfu stammered, having never encountered such tea, though he had heard of the renown of Dahong Pao. Elder Brother Cold, I am Huang Donghai. A pleasure to meet you. Huang Donghai also shook hands with Cold Guangping. With introductions complete, they settled into their respective seats. After everyone was seated, LV Guangming spoke once more. As the saying goes, when a man comes of age, he should marry, and when a woman comes of age, she should wed. Your son is a talented young man at our Yanxi Coal Mine, and the daughters of the Huang family are known for their beauty. Together, they make a match made in heaven. Therefore, I have come today to play the role of matchmaker and weave a red thread. Comrade Guangfu, what do you think? LV Guangming stated directly, his gaze fixed upon Cold Guangfu. Well, that sounds wonderful, but I fear my family might not be up to the task. My son is quite the handful. Perhaps marrying him off would help keep him in line. Cold Guangfu nodded vigorously, eagerly agreeing. Behind him, Li Siyun bit her lip, but ultimately remained silent. Dad, why don't we wait for my younger brother to arrive and ask for his opinion? It was Leng Shaofeng, standing nearby, who spoke up. What is there to ask? With his condition, it would be a blessing if he could find a wife at all, Leng Guangfu retorted sharply. His words were unpalatable, causing not only the members of the Leng family to frown, but also prompting the Huang brothers to exchange glances. It seemed as though this remark belittled both his son and the daughter of the Huang family. However, they chose to remain silent, having already discerned that this individual was likely ill-equipped to articulate anything of substance. Third brother, your words are misguided. Xiaofeng may have been reckless in his younger years, but one must recognize the growth that comes with time. Recently, he has exhibited remarkable improvement. It is no exaggeration to say that the future of the Leng family rests on this child. Our family at the Yanxi Coal Mine is respectable, and an alliance with the Huang family is indeed fitting, truly a match made in heaven. I am in favor of this union, Leng Guangping interjected. Unperturbed by Leng Guangfu's earlier comments, Leng Guangfu was rendered speechless, experiencing a sense of intimidation from his elder brother, whom he had feared since childhood. Elder brother is correct. What fault could there possibly be in our Xiaofeng? My son possesses height, looks, physique, and capability. He is on the verge of becoming the manager of 2 factories. Such a child is rare. Can you find another like him in the Yanxi Coal Mine, or even in Fengcheng? What shortcomings do you perceive in my son? Li Siyun chimed in, her pride for her son unwavering. However, her statement unexpectedly delighted the Huang brothers. Now that is more like it. If your child from the Leng family isn't exceptional, how could we possibly consider marrying our daughter into your family? They chuckled. So, does this mean that I, as the matchmaker, have successfully completed my task? Interjected Lu Guangming. We are in agreement. Huang Dongshan and Huang Donghai spoke first. The Leng family also consents to this union. Before Leng Guangfu could respond, Leng Guangping readily affirmed. Yes, yes. We also agree. Leng Guangfu echoed, now subdued. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Guangming led the applause, and naturally, others followed suit. The atmosphere in the room grew vibrant. This match was established. Chapter 122. Conclusion. All right, today we have officially finalized this engagement. As for the subsequent arrangements, I, as the matchmaker, am not entirely familiar with local customs. However, I am quite busy with work and may not be able to attend every occasion. I hope both parties can be understanding. Chief Leng, shall we follow the customs of your hometown or those of Fengcheng? Lu Guangming began with an apology, then sought the opinions of both sides, particularly focusing on the male side's perspective. Director Lu, the remaining steps are merely procedural formalities. We wouldn't dream of troubling you each time, came the response. Let us do this, Mayor Huang. Why don't we sit down together and slowly discuss the remaining matters? Cold Guangping suggested. That sounds excellent, Huang Dongshan readily agreed. In matters of marriage, customs vary greatly from one region to another. It is always best to negotiate together. Well, my task for today is complete. The rest is for you to deliberate. Once the door is closed, you are all family, and as an outsider, I shall not intrude. There are matters at the mine that require my attention, so I shall take my leave, Lu Guangming said, rising to bid farewell. The others felt it inappropriate to insist he stay and thus stood to see him off, accompanying him to his vehicle. After watching the black Volga disappear into the distance, they returned to the cold residence. This time, the atmosphere was even more harmonious, imbued with a sense of closeness. As Lu Guangming had remarked, in-laws truly feel like family. With the door closed, they were indeed a united family. Earlier, Li Siyun had refrained from taking the lead since she was not the head of the household, but now, the dynamic had changed, and she seized the opportunity to assert her voice. Dear in-laws, and Mayor Huang, you may not be aware, but my son, although mischievous in his youth, has developed remarkable talents now, Li Siyun chattered on, extolling Cold Shaofeng's virtues to no end, painting him as a paragon of charm and appeal. Huang Donghai could only nod in agreement. While Cold Shaofeng was indeed her son, he was also her son-in-law, which brought Huang Donghai considerable joy. Seizing a moment while Li Siyun took a sip of water, he produced 2 photographs of his daughter, Huang Tingting, and handed them to her. Dear mother-in-law, look at my daughter. What do you think? Not bad, right? She has always been sensible and obedient, much like her mother, truly virtuous. Huang Donghai praised his daughter without reservation. Cold Guangfu had already prepared some fine tea, which had been sent over by Cold Guangping. However, it was not the prized rock oolong. Cold Guangping personally brewed the tea, inviting Huang Dongshan to join. "My, what a beautiful daughter you have. She even dances?" Li Suyun exclaimed with delight upon viewing the photographs of Huang Tingting. Standing approximately 163 to 164 meters tall, she did not appear short in the least. Her figure was well proportioned, with ample curves where they should be and a delicate frame where necessary. Li Suyun was thoroughly satisfied, perceiving her as an excellent prospect for motherhood. "Dear-in-laws, may I keep these 2 photographs? I would like to place them in a frame at home. Tingting is truly a lovely girl. Her demeanor is pleasing, and her upbringing admirable. I simply adore her." She had already begun to refer to her as Tingting without a hint of reservation. "Of course, that's no issue at all. I will have my daughter come over so you can meet her in person. She is even more beautiful in reality," Huang Donghai readily affirmed. "Yes, let Tingting come over to play. Let Shaofeng take her around town. The 2 young people should spend time together, enjoy outings, and watch films. Their bond will naturally blossom." Li Suyun decided with finality. "All right, then, let us arrange for Tingting to come over. Shaofeng has a motorcycle, making it more convenient for back and forth. If he has time, let him enjoy the town." Huang Donghai extended the invitation, acknowledging the town's numerous delights. The 2 conversed animatedly, exchanging words with warmth. Meanwhile, Leng Guangping was discussing the procedural steps with Huang Dongshan. Ultimately, the male side decided to follow the traditional customs of their hometown, albeit with an effort to simplify the process. The Leng family was committed to accommodating any requests from the female side, and both families were pleased with each other's understanding and reasonableness. The discussions between the 2 families were harmonious. The immediate priority was to finalize various important dates, such as the engagement and wedding dates. However, these matters required further deliberation at home, as the opinions of Leng Shaofeng and Huang Tingting were equally significant. They agreed upon a date for their next meeting. "Dear-in-laws, we must apologize for our oversight. Traditionally, it is the male side that should visit the female side to propose. However, our son seems to have gone missing today. Let us meet in town 3 days from now, so we can familiarize ourselves with the location. What do you think?" At this moment, Leng Guangfu finally uttered a comforting remark. The Huang brothers readily agreed, nodding enthusiastically. With the matters discussed, their tasks for the day were satisfactorily completed. As noon approached, Huang Dongshan expressed his intention to take his leave, as he had many responsibilities awaiting him and had only managed to spare some time for this meeting. The Leng family, understanding his situation, accompanied him downstairs to bid farewell, watching as the black Volga faded from view. Well, it seems that Xiaofeng's lifelong affair has finally been settled. This match is quite favorable for him. Alas, that boy, while commendable in many aspects, has an excessive charm with women. We must remind him to focus and not give the Huang family any reason for concern. Leng Guangping admonished his brother and sister-in-law, and the implication of his words was clear to both. He did not ascend the stairs again, but instead turned towards the mine, as he had a multitude of tasks awaiting his attention. The Leng family returned to their home, and Leng Guangfu leaned back against the sofa, exhaling heavily. Today's events had made him quite anxious. Dealing with his own brother was manageable, as they were family. However, encountering figures like mine chief Lu Guangming, town mayor Huang Dongshan, and even gas station manager Huang Donghai was beyond the capacity of a mere underground worker like him. He was still bewildered by how he had suddenly become relatives with the mayor's family, and such close kinship at that. What merit did he possess to deserve this? Goodness, that boy only listens to you. We need to have a serious talk with him to prevent any further chaos. It is said that those engaged must not create any troubles, as it would reflect poorly on our in-laws. Leng Guangfu instructed Li Suyun, his words carrying a deeper meaning. "Do not worry, I will certainly speak to him," she replied. "In all other respects, he is fine, but this particular matter leaves me feeling uncertain." Li Suyun also felt troubled. She understood her son well and suspected that his feelings for that widow were genuine rather than fleeting. This presented a complicated situation. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, she, Li Suyun, would not accept a widow as her daughter-in-law. Li Suyun lowered her head to gaze at the photograph in her hand, captivated by Huang Tingting's enchanting smile, feeling increasingly satisfied. Such a girl is indeed the perfect match for her son. Chapter 123, Rain for Su Jing. This day proved to be an excruciating ordeal. Time seemed to stand still, each minute stretching into an eternity. and the days ahead promised to be equally tormenting. When did she finally succumb to sleep last night? She could not recall. It was as if she had cried herself to exhaustion and drifted into slumber without notice. In a daze, she lost track of how long she had slept. Upon opening her eyes, the dawn had yet to break, yet she dared not close them again. To do so would invite nightmares. She could only wait, eyes wide open, for the light of day. When morning finally arrived, her mother, Lu Lijuan, came to summon her for breakfast. Jing did not eat, nor did she utter a single word in response. Instead, her mind was consumed by a singular question. Over the years, how much of her parents' love was genuine, and how much was mere pretense? She pondered this for a long time, yet clarity eluded her. She could not distinguish between sincere concern and hollow platitudes. If they professed their love, how profound? How authentic was that love? Everything around her felt dreamlike, and the warmth of past experiences had faded into oblivion. Lost in this haze, she passed the morning. At noon, she heard her father's voice as he returned home, followed by whispers shared between him and her mother. Lu Lijuan knocked on her door once more, her voice tinged with sadness. Yet, Jing remained silent, preferring to confront the world alone. Everyone around her seemed to have abandoned her. And what of him? In that moment, her thoughts turned to Leng Shaofeng. Would he also forsake her? Should she confide in him about her current plight? After much contemplation, she ultimately dismissed the notion. What could he change? He was just a young man, after all. Indeed, this young man possessed remarkable strength. His fists held considerable power capable of vanquishing many. But could she really ask Leng Shaofeng to use those fists against her parents? With a bitter laugh, she abandoned that thought, deeming it rather childish. If she were to leave, perhaps it was best to do so quietly, without causing him or anyone else any further trouble. Having come to this resolution, Jing emerged from her room. To her parents' astonishment, she began to eat. Once the meal was finished, she spoke not a word and retreated back to her sanctuary. As for the meal's contents and flavor, she neither knew nor cared. After a simple lunch, Leng Guangping and Leng Shaoyang departed for work. Unless they were bedridden, these two men were relentless in their dedication, rarely taking a day off. However, Li Suyun chose not to go to work today, for the rain had begun to fall. With the downpour, work at the construction site was impossible. All she could do was wait at home. Yet, Li Suyun had no intention of going to work regardless. As the rain began to subside, she opened her umbrella and stepped out of her home, making her way along the main road towards the eastern gate. Soon, she spotted the small lamb soup restaurant. Though it was already closed for the evening, Li Suyun feigned a casual stroll and, as she passed by the entrance, leaned down to peer through the crack in the door. There were no motorcycles in sight. Where could that rascal have gone? Suppressing her curiosity, she began to speculate wildly. Yet, her baseless conjectures could not alter reality. With no other option, she sought refuge from the rain in a nearby corner and commenced her wait. Time stretched on. Her legs grew weary, until she suddenly heard the sound of an approaching car. At first, she assumed it was merely a passing vehicle and paid it little mind. However, the sound of the car abruptly ceased, as if it had halted not far away. Frowning, Li Suyun stepped out from her sheltered spot and discovered a jeep parked at the entrance of the lamb soup restaurant. A man was unloading a motorcycle from the roof of the vehicle. Was that not her dear son? She swiftly approached, gripping Leng Shaofeng's ear. In that moment, she noticed a woman standing at the opposite gate. This woman was strikingly beautiful. One could hardly blame a man for being captivated by her allure. Even Li Suyun could not help but admire her grace. Yet, why did fate decree that this exquisite woman be a widow? Why had she ever married? Such a woman was destined to be unattainable for Leng Shaofeng, never to cross the threshold of the Leng family. Though she recognized the woman's plight and felt a pang of sympathy, there was little she could do. With a heavy sigh, she tightened her grip on Leng Shaofeng's ear and led him away. She maintained her hold until they turned a corner, at which point she finally released him. The earlier display of authority was as much for the widow's benefit as it was for her son, a subtle warning. Look, the man you rely upon dares not defy me. Her intent was unmistakably achieved. Li Hongqiang was indeed taken aback. It was only after Li Suyun and her son had distanced themselves that she regained her composure. Glancing at the car before her, then at Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle, she opted to push the motorcycle into the courtyard and covered it meticulously with an oilcloth. With a dazed expression, she then retreated into the inner room. Upon seeing her sister enter alone, Li Hongwei furrowed her brow and gestured inquiringly. He hasn't come. Li Hongqiang's response was succinct. Li Hongwei's frown deepened. Her lips pursed as she pointed at the motorcycle in the yard, gesturing once more. Yet, no matter how urgent her gestures became, Li Hongqiang offered no further reply. Instead, she sat vacantly on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Her complexion pale and devoid of the usual vitality. Li Hongwei, fraught with anxiety and frustration, found herself powerless to act, her thoughts consumed by indignation towards Leng Shaofeng. Certainly, it was his fault. After all, he was the one to blame. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, and suddenly, Li Hongqiang regained her senses. She hurriedly exited the room, making her way towards the front door, where someone was knocking. As she approached, the knock became increasingly distinct, causing her to halt in her tracks. The sound was imbued with tenderness, unmistakably not that of Leng Shaofeng. Instinctively, she sensed it was a woman at the door, and an unexpected sense of apprehension surged within her. In that moment, she hesitated to open the door, gripped by fear, not of the encroaching darkness or potential danger, but of the person on the other side. Just then, a voice called from outside the courtyard. "Is anyone there?" It was the voice of a young woman. A voice that should have been melodious, yet bore an unfamiliar rasp. Li Hongqiang found the voice somewhat familiar, but could not place it. At that moment, her greatest fear was Li Suyun. However, realizing that the person outside was not Li Suyun, her courage was rekindled. She stepped forward and opened the door slightly. "Oh, how is it you?" Li Hongqiang exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 124. Upon returning to her room, Jing leaned over her desk, gazing quietly out the window. This single glance captivated her, as if the somber sky outside held some enchantment that ensnared her attention. It wasn't until the rain began to fall, accompanied by the cacophony of water, that she was pulled back to reality. The droplets splashing against the windowsill created a sharp sound, and in that moment, the sentimental young woman could no longer suppress her wandering thoughts. The rain from the heavens, like tears from a parted lover. Could it be that this rain is the sky weeping for me? Unbeknownst to her, tears brimmed in Jing's eyes once more. As the rain cascaded from the sky, so did her tears flow down her cheeks. Eventually, the downpour subsided to a gentle drizzle, and her tears transformed into mere droplets. Watching the misty rain, Jing suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to step outside. This unassuming, dark, and dreary Yanxi Coal Mine was the most significant station in her life, without a doubt. If given a choice, she would have preferred to be born into a humble miner's family and live her life here, marrying a coal miner and dedicating herself to family life. Yet, in this lifetime, she had no such choice. Rising to her feet, Jing retrieved an oil paper umbrella from the corner. With the umbrella in hand, she exited her room. In the living room, a haze of smoke lingered. Su Changhe had surprisingly not gone to work, but sat in the living room, engrossed in smoking, the ashtray before him overflowing with butts. Her mother, Lu Lijuan, sat quietly beside him. It was only when a sound emanated from Jing's room that they both abruptly turned their heads, staring intently at their daughter. "I want to go for a walk." A faint smile crept on Jing's face. Su Changhe nodded vacantly, while Lu Lijuan hesitated to speak, her words unvoiced. It was not until Jing opened the security door and stepped outside that the moment crystallized. "Xiaojing, this morning, Leng Shaofeng became engaged." However, at the moment when Jing was about to turn away, the silent Su Changhe suddenly spoke up. Jing was taken aback by his words. After a moment of distraction, she turned around and asked in confusion if she knew who he was. It was said that she was the niece of the mayor of Yanxi Town. Su Changhe and Lu Guangming worked on the same floor, making it difficult for such matters to escape Su Changhe's notice. Indeed, it was a match made in heaven. As expected, this world values compatibility in social standing. Quite delightful. Jing smiled once more, then turned to leave. Her mother, Lu Lijuan, extended her hand into the air, seemingly wishing to grasp her daughter, only to let it fall helplessly. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning away, tears once again surged forth from Jing's eyes. Indeed, it was wise not to disturb Leng Shaofeng. He would soon wed his bride, and on that day, his happiness would surely illuminate the entire Yanxi Coal Mine. Yet in this world, only the newlyweds rejoice. Who hears the lament of the old? She hurried down the stairs, rushing into the rain, feeling quite disheveled, wishing to shield her parents from witnessing her state. As she walked along the street, her emotions gradually calmed, and she wandered freely. Her steps carried her onward with a sense of liberation. Her first destination led her to the Yanxi Coal Mine's affiliated school. Indeed, how familiar this path was. For 3 whole years, she traversed it repeatedly. Along this route, she joyfully chatted and frolicked with her companions. The most beautiful moments of her youth left their silhouettes upon this very path. Su Jing walked directly into the campus. The elderly gatekeeper initially intended to stop her, as it was the students' vacation time and she should not be allowed entry. However, upon seeing Su Jing smile gently at him, he recognized her as the daughter of the mine's director. During her schooling, she was a renowned figure at this institution. Everyone knew her. The only student to be accepted into a prestigious university, a remarkable achievement in this era. The gatekeeper returned her smile, swallowing back any words of obstruction. The school, situated on a slope, rose high on the west and dipped low on the east, with a long pathway paved with bluestone. Even during the break, no one maintained it, and green tufts of grass sprouted between the stone slabs. These resilient little lives seized the limited time to strive upwards, showcasing a vibrant vitality. Su Jing walked upon the bluestone, treading on the grass beneath her feet, descending the slope until she reached the end of the broken path. There stood a teaching building. Su Jing gazed longingly at a certain classroom on the second floor. That room held a specific spot in the middle that belonged to her. Beside her sat the mischievous student, Leng Shaofeng. They had both transferred on the same day and were assigned to the same long desk. From that moment on, her life became extraordinarily colorful. As Su Jing approached the teaching building, she discovered it was locked. With no other option, she turned back and headed to the playground. After a stroll around the playground, vivid images began to unfold before her eyes. In the morning, she ran laps with her classmates. During the recess, she strolled with them across the field. She gazed towards the basketball court, envisioning a group of boys immersed in the sport, perspiration glistening on their brows. Among them, the most captivating was the formidable Leng Shaofeng, the sovereign of the court. Although he possessed the skills to outmaneuver his opponents, he opted instead to overpower them physically. His audacity was relentless, an unstoppable force. Su Jing approached the weathered iron frame of the basketball hoop, her fingers brushing against its rusted surface, a faint smile gracing her lips. As she set off on her return journey, her steps abruptly halted when she passed the gate once more. To the south, a mother and son had just crossed her path. The woman's silhouette was familiar. She recognized her instantly. The man's figure was even more well known to her. His back etched into her memory, unforgettable for a lifetime. His name was Leng Shaofeng. The two exchanged laughter, and particularly Leng Shaofeng, who frequently nodded and bowed, displaying an obsequious demeanor. This sight brought a smile to Su Jing's face, yet she understood that despite his enthusiastic gestures, he might not truly absorb the words spoken by the other party. Though she found the scene amusing, laughter eluded her. Instead, a stark realization dawned upon her. Leng Shaofeng resided in the south, while she lived in the north. They were separated by a divide. Once traversed together, as he often claimed it was on his way to escort her home. Those journeys were filled with their joyous banter. However, from this moment forth, their paths would diverge. He would take the sunny road while she would traverse her solitary path, never to cross again. Leng Shaofeng headed south, while Su Jing turned north, following the coal mine's enclosing wall before veering eastward. As she passed beneath her own building, she refrained from ascending, instead lifting her gaze to her room's window. Today, only one pane was open, yet she understood that from now on, that window would never again be fully ajar. Continuing onward, she arrived at an inconspicuous little courtyard marked by a sign reading Sister's Lamb Soup House. Su Jing stared intently at the small establishment, noticing the warm orange glow emanating from an adjacent room, indicating the presence of someone inside. Suddenly, she yearned for a conversation, her heart brimming with unexpressed thoughts, too burdensome to share even with her mother. Yet, before her stood a seemingly suitable confidant. Although she felt a profound unfamiliarity, there was an uncanny sense of familiarity, for they had both caught a whiff of each other's essence from the same man. With this thought, a blush crept onto Su Jing's cheeks. Resolute, she approached the courtyard and knocked on the door. Chapter 125. Seeking conversation outside the lamb soup house, unexpected circumstances unfolded. Su Jing, holding a paper umbrella, managed a smile that appeared somewhat strained and unnatural. Well, she began. Li Hongqiang nodded in acknowledgement, her feelings towards the tall, elegant woman before her a tangle of complexity. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Su Jing inquired nonchalantly. Ah, yes, please come in. Li Hongqiang hesitated slightly before stepping aside. Su Jing closed her umbrella and entered slowly. She did not rush, but instead paused in the small courtyard, surveying the unassuming surroundings. As she passed a motorcycle that was meticulously covered, she halted. "Is that his motorcycle?" Su Jing inquired, turning her head. "Yes, it is." Li Hongxiang understood whom Su Jing referred to and, not being skilled in deceit, nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this exchange, Su Jing merely shook her head, displaying a faint smile tinged with bitterness. She chose not to say more and walked directly towards the inner room. At that moment, Su Jing exuded a certain assertiveness, while Li Hongxiang appeared somewhat hesitant. Once Su Jing entered the room, her gaze briefly scanned the modest furnishings before settling on Li Hongwei. "Hello, I'm Su Jing." She introduced herself, extending her hand. Li Hongwei, comprehending Su Jing's words, furrowed her brow as if recalling something. She did not reciprocate the handshake, but instead took a step back, her large eyes filled with hostility as they fixed on Su Jing, scrutinizing her intently. "Your sister seems to know my name? What a lovely little girl," Su Jing remarked, unfazed and devoid of embarrassment, naturally retracting her hand. "I apologize. She is still young and doesn't quite understand," Li Hongxiang explained with a hint of embarrassment. Su Jing nodded noncommittally, offering no further response. She then took a proper look at the small room, particularly fixating on the two beds, one large and one small, for an extended period. Noticing Su Jing's persistent gaze on the beds, Li Hongxiang felt a flush rise to her cheeks. However, she was uncertain how to engage Su Jing and what her purpose for visiting might be. There was a sense of unease within her, yet she tried to maintain composure. Suddenly, Su Jing's question shattered her defenses. "Can you endure someone so formidable?" The directness of the inquiry struck like thunder, obliterating all of Li Hongxiang's composure. Her face turned crimson, and her lips quivered, but she was at a loss for words, ultimately biting her lip. In her mind, she wondered if Su Jing had come intentionally to provoke her, as if the elder sister had arrived at her doorstep. Yet, it didn't quite seem that way. Meanwhile, Li Hongwei stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of her sister, glaring at Su Jing with her puffy eyes, fierce yet endearing. She was determined to protect her sister. Su Jing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "Rest assured, I am not here to create trouble. I simply wish to engage in conversation, and currently, you are the most suitable person at the Yanxi Coal Mine." Li Hongxiang regained her composure, pulling her sister behind her. The young girl's previous display had astonished her, yet it also filled her with a sense of pride. Her sister was finally growing up and learning to protect her. "If you wish to chat, I welcome it," Li Hongxiang replied. Su Jing fell silent, taking a step forward and opening her arms towards Li Hongxiang. "May I have a hug?" she asked softly. Li Hongxiang was taken aback. Yet, Su Jing enveloped her in an embrace. At first, Li Hongxiang was unsure of how to respond, but eventually, she slowly wrapped her arms around Su Jing's waist. A sense of surprise washed over her. She could feel Su Jing trembling, and the sound of her sobs reached Li Hongxiang's ears, growing increasingly intense. The proud and formidable woman, who had just moments ago seemed so fierce, was now in her arms, crying uncontrollably. The fragrance emanating from Su Jing wafted into Li Hongxiang's senses, a scent she found somewhat familiar, reminiscent of a certain man who occasionally carried traces of such a fragrance. Little did she expect that one day, she would find herself tightly embracing the owner of that scent, and that this proud girl would be weeping so desperately in her embrace. Suddenly, Li Hongxiang's heart softened. She gently patted Su Jing's shoulder, the only way she could think to comfort the tearful figure before her. After a long while, they parted. Su Jing, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked at Li Hongxiang. "I'm sorry for making your clothes wet," she said apologetically, standing at a height of 172 meters. She rested her head on Li Hongxiang's shoulder. "It's all right. It will dry." Li Hongxiang shook her head in response. "How does he usually address you?" Su Jing inquired. "He calls me Hongjia," Li Hongxiang replied candidly. "Then I shall call you that too, Hongjia. Is that all right?" Su Jing asked. "Of course," Li Hongxiang nodded. "Hongjia. I now understand why he is so fond of you," Su Jing remarked once more. Why?" Li Hongxiang suddenly felt a strong desire to know the answer. "You are a gentle and serene woman. Being by your side is incredibly comforting," Su Jing offered her insight. "Is that so?" Li Hongxiang lowered her gaze shyly. It seemed the man had indeed spoken such words before. "Your scent is delightful," Su Jing said, a sincere smile gracing her lips. Today, such genuine joy was a rarity for her. "Your fragrance is also quite pleasant," Li Hongxiang replied with a smile of her own. The two women exchanged glances and smiled. And in that moment, an unexpected closeness blossomed between them. How strange it was that they, who should be adversaries, felt as intimate as sisters at that moment. Hongjia, I must go now, Su Jing suddenly said, her voice trembling, laden with an overwhelming sense of reluctance and unwillingness. Are you leaving temporarily? Or? Li Hongxiang detected the complex emotions behind her words. Forever leaving. Su Jing's voice quivered with emotion. Upon uttering this, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Li Hongxiang was left in shock, staring blankly at Su Jing. How could this be? Li Hongxiang found it difficult to believe, then said, You should hold on a little longer. Xiaofeng has been developing rapidly lately. In due time, he will undoubtedly grow stronger and once again propose to your Su family. She clasped Su Jing's hand, which felt quite cold. No, I don't have time. I must leave tomorrow, Su Jing replied, shaking her head slowly yet resolutely. Chapter 126. Weeping bitterly what has transpired? The astute Li Hongxiang seemed to have an inkling. Well, the troubling matters at home are too complex and disheartening to share. Su Jing nodded, refusing to elaborate. She didn't wish to burden others with her troubles. She was a proud and self-assured girl, and she always had been, until now, when that would no longer be the case. After a moment of silence and slight hesitation, Li Hongxiang spoke. Then, won't you say farewell to him? No. Farewells only deepen the sorrow. I do not wish to add to his troubles. I shall depart quietly. Su Jing's tone was somewhat melancholic. I believe it would be best for you to clarify matters with Shaofeng, to seek his opinion and perhaps find a solution. Li Hongxiang offered her insight. Beside them, Li Hongwei grew anxious. How can you be such a foolish sister? Isn't it better that this woman leaves? She gestured frantically at her sister. But Li Hongxiang remained oblivious. The young girl stomped her foot in frustration and then ignored her sister. Su Jing found this amusing. Did you not see your sister signaling to you? I gather she would prefer you not to say such things, she remarked. Your sister is quite endearing and genuinely concerned for you. Su Jing reached out to pat Li Hongwei's head, but the girl swiftly dodged, glaring at her with indignation. What is wrong with this woman? Does she think she is Leng Shaofeng? She merely cares for me, Li Hongxiang responded with an awkward smile. You're truly a wonderful person, Hongjia. If I weren't leaving, I would love to be your friend, Su Jing said with a bittersweet smile. I wish to be friends too, but my situation is rather awkward, Li Hongxiang replied, sharing in the bittersweetness. Alas, we are both women of unfortunate circumstances. Yet, Hongjia, you have managed to rise above it. I find myself envious of your independence. Su Jing expressed her sincere feelings. What is there to envy? I am but a widow. This is my lot in life. For some reason, Li Hongxiang recalled Li Suyun's heavy sigh in her ears. At that moment, Su Jing fell silent. After a long pause, her expression turned troubled as she gazed at the beautiful woman before her, hesitating to speak. What is it? Li Hongxiang inquired with concern. Nothing. There is something you may not yet know, but in a couple of days, you will certainly find out. Allow me to give you a heads up. This morning, a match was arranged for Leng Shaofeng, with the niece of the mayor of Yanxi town. As soon as Su Jing finished speaking, Li Hongxiang stood in stunned silence. Li Hongwei, however, was so anxious that she began to stomp her feet, making incoherent sounds, gesturing wildly at Li Hongxiang. Yet, Li Hongxiang remained oblivious, her gaze momentarily unfocused. Su Jing chose to remain silent, allowing Li Hongxiang time to digest the revelation. After a prolonged silence, Li Hongxiang finally regained her composure, her expression surprisingly serene, as if her emotions had not fluctuated significantly. Yet, Su Jing, having experienced similar feelings, understood the discomfort that lay beneath the surface. Would you like to borrow my shoulder to cry for a while? Su Jing teased, tilting her head playfully. Get lost. If anyone should cry, it should be you, Li Hongxiang retorted, breaking into laughter. Unbeknownst to them, the bond between the two women was growing increasingly intimate. Su Jing laughed too, and they shared a radiant moment of joy, a beauty so profound that it seemed to transcend the ordinary. Unfortunately, Leng Shaofeng was not there to witness it. The only one observing this scene was Li Hongwei, who pouted in dismay, feeling perplexed that her sister had formed such a close bond with her rival. Despite their lightheartedness, both women harbored unspoken worries, their smiles fading into a more subdued demeanor. They did not embrace fully, but instead linked arms. Xiao Jing, heed my advice. You must tell Shaofeng about your situation. Some matters are beyond our resolution and require the support of a man. Men often have a better grasp of handling issues. Li Hongqiang urged, still holding onto Su Jing's arm. Stop advising me, Hongjie. My family's situation is quite complicated. My parents' words carry little weight. As long as I remain a daughter of the Su family, nothing can change. I initially thought I would have to wait at least 2 more years until I graduated. Yet, who could have anticipated that it would come so swiftly? Su Jing shook her head. A look of helplessness etched across her face. Li Hongqiang, unsure of how to comfort her, sensed the gravity of her friend's predicament. In that moment, she felt a surge of sympathy for the beautiful girl before her. When she had married Wang Ermatzi, it had been a choice she made willingly, without the heartache of separation looming over her. Yet, this exceptional girl before her was faced with a predicament even more daunting. Li Hongqiang could not fully comprehend the anguish of parting. But she knew that if she were to be separated from Leng Shaofeng, the thought alone filled her with dread. The pain would be unbearable, suffocating. Instinctively, she enveloped Su Jing in a warm embrace. Unsure of how to console the woman before her, she offered nothing more than that simple gesture. For it was all she could do. Su Jing was taken aback, but quickly reciprocated the embrace. Moments ago, she had jested about borrowing Li Hongqiang's shoulder. Yet now it was Li Hongqiang who offered her comfort first. In this embrace, Su Jing found a sense of solace. The tension that had gripped her suddenly began to ease, and the pent-up emotions erupted like a volcano, violently breaking free. In that moment, Su Jing shed the burdens she had carried within, bursting into tears. Her tears fell like a torrential downpour. Her cries were unrestrained, hoarse, and heart-wrenching. Amidst her desperate wails, Su Jing intermittently shouted, Sister Hong, Sister Hong, I do not wish to leave Shaofeng. Her fit of sobbing continued until she fainted from the sheer intensity of her grief. After a considerable time, she awakened in Li Hongqiang's embrace. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Jing's emotions had significantly stabilized. Gently extracting herself from Li Hongqiang's hold, she, with reddened eyes, sincerely apologized, Sister Hong, I am truly sorry for my outburst. Li Hongqiang's attire bore the marks of Su Jing's turmoil, particularly the large damp patch on her shoulder. Dear girl, your clothing is of little consequence. Are you feeling better now? Li Hongqiang inquired. Sister Hong, I have felt stifled these past few days, unable to shed a tear, but now I feel much improved. Su Jing replied, a smile gracing her lips. At that moment, the equally tearful Li Hongwei approached, tugging at Su Jing's hem and gesturing towards a basin of water, unmistakably indicating that Su Jing should wash her face. Su Jing's heartfelt weeping had evoked a sense of pity in Li Hongwei, who no longer regarded her as an adversary. Thus, she took the initiative to provide water for washing. Su Jing affectionately patted the young girl, who surprisingly did not shy away this time, though she subtly recoiled as if unaccustomed to such gestures. Su Jing smiled at Li Hongwei before moving to the basin to cleanse her face. Sister Hong, I must take my leave now. It has been a pleasure to meet you. May you find happiness, Su Jing stated after washing her face. You too, no matter what, take care of yourself. Li Hongqiang advised earnestly. Sister Hong, please do not speak of my visit to anyone, all right? And my troubles, especially, must remain unmentioned, Su Jing reiterated firmly. Very well, Li Hongqiang replied, albeit with a hint of hesitation, before nodding solemnly. She understood Su Jing's intent. In the end, Su Jing embraced both sisters in turn before departing. Chapter 127. My disagreement. Meanwhile, Leng Shaofeng was unceremoniously escorted home by Li Siyun. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere within his home, markedly different from the norm. It was difficult to pinpoint the discrepancy, yet it was an undeniable feeling. On the table lay a beautifully packaged box of exquisite tea, its opulence evident. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the premium Wui Mountain-s Zhengyan Rugi. He had heard of and tasted this tea before, but that was in a previous life. Such luxury was beyond the means of his father, Leng Guangfu. Leng Shaofeng's gaze swept over his brother, Leng Shaoyang, and their mother, Li Siyun, before settling on his sister-in-law, Gao Tsuixia. A hint of joy was unmistakably etched upon Gao Tsuixia's round face, giving her a particularly festive air. Sister-in-law, you seem exceptionally cheerful today. Are we to celebrate? Leng Shaofeng remarked, knowing that she was not one to conceal her thoughts, and typically spoke her mind directly. Joy has indeed arrived, but not for me. Rather, it is for you. As she spoke, Gao Tsuixia covered her mouth and chuckled innocently. Me? Joy. Indeed. I experience joy daily. Today, however, is particularly joyous as I have acquired a car without expense. Moreover, I have also placed numerous orders for equipment, which can be considered a joy as well. You are already aware of this? Gao Zuixiao inquired. Yes, but I have been experiencing many joyful events lately. Which one are you referring to? Leng Shaofeng asked. Is it not that you have become engaged and acquired a fiancé? Gao Zuixiao replied. Upon hearing this, Leng Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback. When did I become engaged? When did I acquire a fiancé? He was no longer in the mood for idle chatter. Mother, what on earth is happening? How have I become engaged? Leng Shaofeng turned to his mother. May I ask where you went today? I searched for you all day and could not find you. Li Suyun countered with a question. I went to Shirgo village. The owner of the Shirgo coal mine held a gathering, and I attended it. Leng Shaofeng furrowed his brow slightly. A sense of foreboding arose within him. That explains it. Today, someone came to our home to propose marriage, with director Liu himself acting as the matchmaker. Two prominent individuals from the bride's side were also present. One was Huang Dongshan, the mayor of Yanxi town, and the other was Huang Donghai, the station master of the Yanxi gas station. Additionally, your uncle was present, and the marriage was discussed collectively. Subsequently, both parties were quite satisfied, and the marriage was arranged. Here, take a look. This is your bride. She is truly beautiful. No wonder you managed to win her over. You have fortuitously acquired such a lovely fiancé. However, the young lady is indeed delightful. I find her quite charming. Li Suyun recounted the entire situation and then handed Leng Shaofeng 2 photographs she had taken from a frame. Leng Shaofeng fell silent, his expression dark and furrowed in thought. No wonder his uncle had spoken to him about that matter yesterday. It turns out this is the situation. He silently accepted the 2 photographs, and upon glancing at them, he was stunned. Is this not the saleswoman from the supply and marketing cooperative, Huang Tingting? In the photograph, Huang Tingting wore a sweet smile and possessed a striking figure. She appeared to be a dancer, specifically a ballet dancer. Leng Shaofeng's frown softened slightly. Among all the unfavorable news he had received, this was the sole piece of good news. At the very least, the young lady was pleasant to behold. Leng Shaofeng recalled her infectious laughter and skin as fair as jade. If one were to admire her under the evening light, it would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Oh, nonsense. What am I thinking? I've digressed. Leng Shaofeng quickly refocused his thoughts. If it were not for Su Jing, if it were not for Li Hongqiang, this might not be an unsatisfactory match for me. However, there are no ifs in this world. I cannot consent to this marriage. Leng Shaofeng glanced once more at the dancing photograph before returning it to his mother, his tone resolute. Li Suyun, taken aback, immediately seized Leng Shaofeng's ear. You mischievous child. I did not hear you clearly. Repeat that. Li Suyun's grip tightened as she threatened him. Mother, I cannot agree to this union. Cold Shaofeng replied without a hint of hesitation. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as pain surged through his ears. This time, Li Suyun showed no mercy. Yet, Cold Shaofeng endured in silence, refusing to utter a word. Cold Shaofeng, do you wish to drive me to despair? She exclaimed, twisting his ear until it turned crimson. Nevertheless, Cold Shaofeng's expression remained impassive, neither resisting nor speaking. His gaze was resolute and frightening. Li Suyun finally released her grip, her heart aching at the sight of her son's reddened ear. Mother, I am no longer a child. I have grown up and formed my own opinions. I have already considered my future wife, Cold Shaofeng stated solemnly, his demeanor unusually serious. You have your own plans? You are still thinking of that young widow, aren't you? Cold Shaofeng, let me be perfectly clear. That widow shall never cross the threshold of the Cold family. Abandon this notion, Li Suyun declared emphatically. Cold Shaofeng's brow furrowed at her words. In his previous life, when he had resolved to propose to Li Hongqiang, Li Suyun had expressed the same unwavering sentiment. This was a cruel blow for Cold Shaofeng, as it came from the one who loved him most dearly, his mother. Thus, the impact was particularly profound. To hear this phrase once more, and in advance, was a striking reminder of fate's peculiarities. Yet, Cold Shaofeng was no longer the reckless youth he once was. He had acquired knowledge of strategy. Determined to employ a delaying tactic, he replied, Mother, what are you saying? There is no young widow, nor an old one for that matter. How could I, Cold Shaofeng, ever consider marrying a widow? Surely you jest. His innocent retort was a strategic retreat, for direct confrontation had proven futile. While the path may be longer, sometimes an indirect approach is the most effective route. Indeed, upon hearing Cold Shaofeng's words, Li Suyun's demeanor softened, though uncertainty clouded her mind. Based on her understanding of her son, he was a stubborn mule, unyielding until he hit a wall. She had even prepared herself for a heated argument with him. What about the widow from the mutton soup shop? Li Suyun pressed directly. You mean that woman? Oh, it's hardly a matter of consequence. She is alone and vulnerable at our mine, caring for her mute sister. How pitiable. Mother, you know I am compassionate. I cannot bear to see them suffer. I merely extended my care to them, Cold Shaofeng explained. Surely, you do not believe I would marry that widow for such a reason? Today, I have discovered just how humorous you can be. He laughed heartily. This laughter left Li Suyun momentarily bewildered. Really, is it truly so? Has my son been so kind all along, and have I misjudged him? She pondered, lost in deep contemplation. However, gazing at her son's nonchalant demeanor, she found herself believing a little more. Well then, why do you oppose this marriage? Li Suyun inquired. Her brow furrowed. Mother, you surely know your son well. I am utterly devoted. I have vowed to marry Su Jing, he replied. What do you think about Su Jing becoming your daughter-in-law? Leng Shaofeng began to paint a rosy picture for Li Suyun, regardless of the circumstances. His immediate priority was to thwart this union. At that moment, Su Jing served as an excellent shield. The girl from the Su family was indeed admirable, being a university student. However, the Su family was preparing to return to Beijing. Not to mention marrying her, he would hardly have the chance to see her again. Li Suyun shook her head. Yet, Leng Shaofeng seemed to have encountered something unbelievable. This shouldn't be the case. Su Changhe had yet to become the mine manager and had not even taken a position at the mining bureau. How could they leave so abruptly? Chapter 128. The key player suddenly. Leng Shaofeng sensed a looming crisis. He felt that fate was veering off course once more. In his previous life, Su Changhe had remained at the Yanxi Coal Mine for many years. Yet now, he was leaving for Beijing? Leng Shaofeng stood frozen, sweat trickling down his back. What about Su Jing? Mother, who told you this? He asked urgently. The rumors are already circulating. Lu Lijuan has resigned and is no longer at work, interjected Leng Shaoyang. In such a small place as the Yanxi Coal Mine, any whiff of change would spread like wildfire. Yet, this situation felt strange. It shouldn't be happening. Leng Shaofeng fell into deep contemplation. Soon, he recalled a certain matter, the small truck, his little invention. If anything could influence a mine manager's future, it would not be his card games with Su Jing. Nothing else had changed. Thus, the only plausible factor was that small invention. Although simple, if utilized effectively, it could yield immeasurable consequences. While he grasped the situation, Leng Shaofeng found himself in distress. His intention in submitting the small truck was to win Su Changhe's favor, hoping that in his delight, he would agree to marry off his daughter to him. But now, with Su Changhe being transferred, his daughter Su Jing would surely follow. Henceforth, they would be worlds apart. To speak bluntly, even playing a game of cards would become a challenge. This was troublesome. However, there was no rush regarding Su Jing. She was still in university and wouldn't graduate for at least 2 more years. During this time, he would have ample opportunity to achieve some small success. With that in mind, addressing the situation with Huang Tingting became more pressing. It wasn't that Huang Tingting was undesirable. It was just that she was not his only option. Mother, I have only met Huang Tingting once. There is truly no emotional foundation between us. She is not the woman I intend to marry. Regardless, this engagement cannot be finalized. It must be rescinded. To hastily determine a lifelong commitment is to do a disservice to the young lady. Moreover, I am presently at a critical juncture in my entrepreneurial endeavor, leaving me no time to indulge in matters of the heart. Leng Shaofeng continued to earnestly counsel, how can this be merely a matter of romantic entanglement? This concerns your lifelong commitment. This bride is meant to be formally wed. Li Suyun disagreed vehemently with her son's assertion, retorting, Mother, I am still so young. Merely 20 years old. Marrying at such a tender age is detrimental to one's health. Leng Shaofeng had to conjure another excuse. Nonsense. Spare me your foolishness. When you sought out that widow at the lamb soup restaurant, did you think of your youth then? Li Suyun was taken aback by her son's audacity, and her incredulity erupted into expletives. Leng Shaofeng broke into a cold sweat. While Li Suyun was known for her physicality, she seldom resorted to foul language. It seemed her frustration had clouded her judgment. Leng Shaofeng began to ponder how he might persuade his mother. If he could not surmount her opposition, then all hope was lost. What is wrong with you? I suggest you marry a beautiful bride, yet you are acting so finicky. Surprisingly, it was Li Suyun who could no longer hold her tongue, responding with a question of her own. Mother, this is not mere fussiness. This is about responsibility and accountability. I must marry someone who truly meets my heart's desire. To put it plainly, in this lifetime, I will only marry Su Jing. Although Huang Tingting may appear acceptable, she is simply not my type. If I were to marry her, it would be an act of irresponsibility towards her and myself. Furthermore, I am currently wholly devoted to my career and have no leisure to pursue marriage. Mother, I implore your assistance. In this world, you are the one closest to me. You are my true mother. Can you bear to see your son wed to a woman he does not wish to marry? Such a fate would haunt me for a lifetime. Leng Shaofeng altered his approach once more. If force would not work, he would resort to persuasion. Moreover, he still needed to utilize Su Jing as a shield, for she was the only one capable of surpassing Huang Tingting in every regard. My child, I understand that this situation has arisen unexpectedly, and you find it difficult to accept. However, calling off the engagement is not an option. First and foremost, this matter has been approved by your uncle and your father. Additionally, it was Master LV who personally arranged this match. If you were to rescind the engagement, would you not be slapping Master LV in the face? In the coal industry, offending a mine owner is tantamount to courting disaster. Your uncle may also face repercussions. Furthermore, you have already stirred up quite a commotion with Huang Tingting. If you were to break off the engagement now, how could you expect her to carry on? Such a wonderful young lady. Do you intend to drive her to despair? You would be gravely offending the Huang family. Li Suyun spoke earnestly, laying out the facts and reasoning for her son. Leng Shaofeng fell silent, for every word spoken by his mother was sound and just. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In his previous life, faced with such a situation, he might have chosen to overturn the table in anger, letting his temper dictate his actions without regard for anyone involved. However, such actions would merely lead to a repetition of past mistakes, disrupting the tranquility of the entire Leng family and placing oneself in a precarious situation. This lifetime has become increasingly intricate, especially with the addition of the Huang family. If one were to truly offend the Huang family, what rewards could one possibly reap? The Huang family, after all, is a formidable local power. Shaofeng, this matter has already been decided. You have matured, and I hope you can approach this situation with rationality. Huang Tingting is quite a suitable match for you, and it is evident that she has a fondness for you. Why not consider pursuing her? The typically taciturn Leng Shaoyang began to counsel his younger brother. Leng Shaofeng remained silent, quietly extracting a cigarette and lighting it, casually tossing one to his brother, Leng Shaoyang. The two brothers smoked in silence. Leng Shaoyang's words served as a reminder to Leng Shaofeng that the crux of this issue lies with Huang Tingting. To put it plainly, this predicament was primarily instigated by her. He had merely uttered a single teasing remark. As the saying goes, to untie the knot, one must have tied it. Leng Shaofeng quickly recognized the pivotal point in the matter. It seems he must have a serious conversation with Huang Tingting. If he could persuade her to withdraw from the engagement, all problems would vanish, and every difficulty would be effortlessly resolved. Leng Shaofeng believed he had found the solution. Yes, that shall be the course of action. Sigh. Very well then, let us proceed as such. Mother has a point. I shall first heed my brother's advice. If it works out, splendid. If not, then so be it. Leng Shaofeng feigned a sigh and acquiesced. That's the spirit. Mother has an excellent eye for character. This girl is undoubtedly a good one. Who knows? In a few days, you might find yourself eager to marry her, exclaimed Li Suyun with delight. Given her understanding of her son, it was entirely possible that grandchildren would soon follow. Chapter 129. Unforeseen Circumstances. The Leng Residence. Leng Shaofeng found his dinner utterly tasteless. His mind was consumed with thoughts of how to resolve matters with Huang Tingting. After finishing his meal, he stood to leave, only to be grasped firmly by Li Suyun. Where do you think you're going? She inquired with a stern expression. Leng Shaofeng was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. I'm going back to the dormitory to sleep. Where else would I go? He blinked and responded. I warn you. Do not return to that lamb soup restaurant. And cut ties with that widow promptly. You are now a man with a fiancée. Do not embarrass yourself further, Li Suyun cautioned her son. Mother, how can you view me in such a light? Am I that sort of person? Stop calling her a widow. I merely see her as a struggling woman with a half-grown child, and I couldn't help but lend a hand. I'm merely doing a good deed, assisting those in need. It's almost as if you suggest there's something inappropriate between us. We are completely innocent, mind you. Leng Shaofeng retorted before tossing his hands in the air and departing. Li Suyun stood there, momentarily taken aback, unable to respond. She once believed that she was the person who understood her son the best in the world. Now, she realizes how mistaken she was. The audacity of her son far exceeds her imagination. Presently, she finds herself concerned about his future daughter-in-law. Will Huang Tingting be devoured by her son, left with nothing but remnants, all the while counting his money? How absurd. It was the laughter of her daughter-in-law, Gao Zuixia, that jolted her back to reality. What are you laughing at? Li Suyun shot an irritated glare at her eldest daughter-in-law. Mom, is Xiaofeng really the biological brother of Xiaoyang? How can they be so different? Gao Zuixia stifled her laughter. Upon hearing this, Li Suyun cast another glare at her daughter-in-law, but the latter remained silent. Leng Shaofeng sauntered out of the Leng residence, instantly feeling as if he were soaring through the skies and swimming freely in the vast seas. He was free. When asked where he was going, he thought, where could he possibly go? To that single dormitory that was less comfortable than a doghouse. Ridiculous. As the gentle rain fell, Leng Shaofeng walked along the street. For some reason, today's rain felt particularly lingering, reminiscent of a pair of parted lovers expressing their unending affection. Strolling through the rain-kissed streets, he paused when passing by the cadre building, lifting his gaze to the window of Su Jing's room. The two windows were tightly shut, yet the room glowed with a white light. It seemed someone was inside, though he could only speculate about their activities. As parting drew near, Su Jing must be feeling quite distressed as well, but Leng Shaofeng found himself at a loss for words of comfort. He needed to find an opportunity to console her soon. Without lingering further, he continued along the wall until he arrived at the Sisters' Lamb Soup restaurant. He knocked on the courtyard door, which opened promptly this time, revealing Li Hongqiang, who welcomed him inside. However, Leng Shaofeng keenly observed that Li Hongqiang's spirits seemed somewhat low. "What's the matter, Hongjia?" he inquired, taking her hand. "Nothing." Li Hongqiang was taken aback, then replied. Yet, Leng Shaofeng could clearly sense her reticence. "What is really going on? You must tell me if something is troubling you," he insisted. "What could possibly be wrong? Oh dear, why aren't you using an umbrella? Look, you're all soaked." Li Hongqiang shook her head, deftly changing the subject. She didn't want to delve into unhappy matters, despite her sister's indignation on her behalf. She could only choose to soothe her sister. Some realities were beyond her power to change, and the same applied to Leng Shaofeng. Thus, rather than engage in petty quarrels, it was better for one to silently bear the burden. At least in this way, their hearts remained close. She asked for little, just a bit was enough. If there was any resentment, it stemmed from their late encounter and her own inconspicuous status. Though the rain outside was not heavy, Leng Shaofeng's hair and clothes were still damp from the walk. Particularly, the shoulders of his upper garment clung to him, soaked through. Li Hongqiang hurriedly pulled him into the inner room. Inside, Li Hongwei sat at a small square table, propping her chin on her hand, lost in thought, her mind adrift. Cold Shaofeng could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. This young lady, who usually seemed carefree and light-hearted, was exhibiting an unexpected sentimentality today. Li Hongqiang first handed him a dry towel to dry his hair. Then, she assisted him in unbuttoning his shirt and removing it. Dressed formally for the gathering, Cold Shaofeng wore a crisp, white short-sleeved shirt. As he shed his upper garment, his well-defined physique was revealed. Li Hongwei, who had been lost in thought at the small square table, suddenly snapped back to reality. She shot a fierce glare at Cold Shaofeng, but quickly averted her gaze, startled. It was rare for her to witness this side of him, and momentarily, she found herself entranced, her heart racing and cheeks flushed. She soon lowered her head, unable to look him in the eye any longer. Cold Shaofeng had some clean clothes here, often bringing his dirty laundry for Li Hongqiang to wash. At that moment, two of his garments hung on the drying rack behind the door. Li Hongqiang rummaged through the closet, but could only find a white tank top. The rest of the clothes had been washed, but remained damp due to the rain. Cold Shaofeng took the tank top and put it on, though it barely covered his explosive muscles. Instead, it accentuated their definition, showcasing the powerful contours. Li Hongqiang was accustomed to seeing Cold Shaofeng's physique and had often felt the immense strength it housed. However, for Li Hongwei, the visual impact was quite overwhelming, leaving her somewhat flustered. While writing, her eyes would continually dart towards Cold Shaofeng. Meanwhile, Cold Shaofeng engaged in casual conversation with Li Hongqiang, primarily recounting his experiences from the gathering. Soon, their discussion turned to the jeep parked at the entrance. "Shaofeng, what's the story behind that jeep?" Li Hongqiang inquired with curiosity. "That is all thanks to you. You helped me win it. You truly are my lucky star," Cold Shaofeng replied, unable to resist planting a kiss on Li Hongqiang's cheek, which elicited a playful pout from her and an eye roll from Li Hongwei, who remarked on their incessant display of affection. Li Hongqiang, intrigued, pressed for details. Consequently, Cold Shaofeng recounted how he had won the vehicle as a prize. How about that, Hongjia? You're quite impressive, aren't you? This car is worth over 30,000 yuan, and it was won just like that. And do you know what? You are incredibly valuable. That Yin Duojin was willing to exchange 3% of his coal mine shares for you. He must be dreaming. My Hongjia is a priceless treasure. I declared right then and there that no amount of gold or silver could compare. Shaofeng, that Yin Duojin is not a good person. Don't emulate him. Li Hongqiang cautioned, focusing on this aspect. Of course, I'm not like him. My heart belongs solely to you. I don't even spare a glance at other women. Cold Shaofeng spoke without shame. So what about Su Jing? However, in the next moment, Li Hongqiang mentioned a name. Previously, Li Hongqiang had always been very obedient, deliberately avoiding this name. For reasons unknown, she took the initiative to bring it up today. Cold Shaofeng was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. Chapter 130. Unexpected events nonetheless. Cold Shaofeng was not an ordinary person. With extensive experience and having weathered many storms, he quickly steadied his thoughts. Hongjia, I won't allow you to compare yourself to others. In my eyes, you will always be a one-of-a-kind presence. Then, Cold Shaofeng silently added to himself, Su Jing is also a one-of-a-kind existence. Undoubtedly, Cold Shaofeng's attempt to shift the topic was remarkably successful. Li Hongqiang was instantly moved. She grasped Cold Shaofeng's hand, her eyes shimmering with affection, reflecting a tenderness that was simply irresistible. Cold Shaofeng, too, found it hard to resist such a lure. And before they knew it, their heads were gradually drawing closer, just as it seemed they were about to. At that moment, Li Hongwei, unable to contain herself, voiced her protest. Her beautiful eyes widened with fury. Upon noticing her sister's gaze, Li Hongwei quickly gestured with her hands. Her gestures were swift and intricate, surpassing Cold Shaofeng's understanding. However, Li Hongqiang's face flushed with embarrassment at what she saw. Observing the sister's expressions, Cold Shaofeng surmised that the little girl couldn't bear it any longer and was lecturing her sister. This little girl was relentless, always stirring up trouble. For some reason, Cold Shaofeng felt a sudden itch in his hand. Without hesitation, he turned his back to Li Hongqiang and playfully flashed his palm at the little girl, mimicking a slapping motion. The little girl's face flushed bright red, and she shot a fierce glare at Cold Shaofeng. Li Hongqiang sensed something was amiss and turned to look at Cold Shaofeng, only to find him cleaning his ears. Although she didn't catch him in the act, she knew he was up to something mischievous. Li Hongqiang shot Cold Shaofeng an exasperated glance, but made no further comments. She then communicated a few gestures to the little girl. Fuming, the little girl picked up a pen and resumed practicing her writing. Yet her focus wavered as she occasionally glanced in a certain direction. Li Hongqiang straightened her posture and continued the conversation. However, upon mentioning Su Jing, the scene from the afternoon resurfaced in her mind. Although she had promised Su Jing, Li Hongqiang felt compelled to inform Cold Shaofeng. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to speak up. This afternoon, Su. Before she could finish, Li Hongwei suddenly stood up, brandishing a small notebook for her sister to see. It turned out she had completed her work and was eagerly showing it off. Li Hongqiang glanced at it a few times and offered a few compliments. The little girl was overjoyed. The joy of completing homework is a feeling that most cannot understand unless they are in elementary school. She tugged at Cold Shaofeng's arm, pulling him to his feet, and then made a lying down gesture towards him. Cold Shaofeng understood. This was an invitation for him to receive a back massage. With a playful chuckle, he felt a twinge of bashfulness, yet he obediently leaped onto the bed, positioning himself just right. Observing him settle down, Li Hongwei refrained from immediately joining him. Instead, she made a charming face at her sister before slipping off her little sandals and nimbly springing onto Cold Shaofeng's back. Once again, she had the opportunity to give him a back massage, a delightful pastime she cherished, relishing the sight of him comfortably humming in contentment. In those moments, she was filled with a sense of accomplishment. As anticipated, Cold Shaofeng soon fell into a state of blissful humming, prompting her to apply herself with renewed vigor, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons of joy. The half-finished remark from Li Hongqiang had been completely overshadowed by Li Hongwei's playful interruption. Indeed, the girl's talent for massage was astonishing, and today's experience was notably more enjoyable than before. Perhaps it was due to her wearing only a tank top, enhancing the tactile sensation. She seemed to sense this as well. After a brief hesitation, she glanced at her sister, who was preoccupied with organizing her clothes. Gaining confidence, she slipped her little feet beneath the tank top. The sensation was undeniably more vivid now, and she pressed down with renewed enthusiasm. Cold Shaofeng, too, was acutely aware of this authentic touch. The warmth and softness of her delicate feet sent shivers down his spine. The spots her feet traversed felt ignited, radiating warmth. This little girl was becoming increasingly audacious. He resolved that a lesson was in order for next time. Perhaps he would take the opportunity to test the tactile experience on the untouched side. No, it wasn't about the tactile experience. Cold Shaofeng, employing his formidable self-control, quickly quelled his wandering thoughts. Once Li Hongqiang finished tidying up, she naturally noticed the scene unfolding but chose to remain silent. With nothing in particular to occupy her, she sat quietly for a moment. Observing her sister's industriousness, she felt compelled to contribute. She then settled at the edge of the bed, extending her gentle hands to Cold Shaofeng's forehead, softly massaging his temples. Instantly, he felt a surge of joy. This exquisite sensation was too delightful to share with others. This time, Cold Shaofeng was not merely humming in comfort. He was utterly enraptured. The little girl continued her ministrations for a full 20 minutes before finally ceasing. A fine sheen of sweat adorned her forehead, with a stray lock of hair clinging to it. Cold Shaofeng's heart ached with concern, and he quickly ushered her in front of the fan, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Her eyes sparkled with crescent-shaped smiles, radiating happiness. Behind them, Li Hongqiang rubbed her slightly sore wrists, observing their interaction with a mix of emotions. Watching their affectionate gestures brought her both comfort and a twinge of envy. Yet, in the next moment, that slight envy vanished without a trace. As Cold Shaofeng seized an opportunity when she was distracted, he swiftly planted a kiss on her left cheek and triumphantly raised his chin towards the young girl. "Huh, you won't let me kiss you. Yet I shall do it anyway." The young girl, wide-eyed with indignation, immediately protested. She leaped over and reciprocated with a kiss on her sister's right cheek, then similarly flaunted her victory by tilting her chin at Cold Shaofeng. Naturally, he would not concede defeat. He reveled in the playful exchange. Gathering his courage, he brazenly pulled Li Hongqiang into an embrace, showering her cheek with pecking kisses akin to a chick pecking at grains. While kissing, he flashed a provocative grin at the young girl. The young girl, with fierce determination, charged over to rescue her sister. However, her strength paled in comparison to Cold Shaofeng's, and her efforts ultimately bore no fruit. Undeterred, she mirrored Cold Shaofeng's actions, wrapping her arms around the other side of her sister and planting kisses on Li Hongqiang's right cheek. Now, the score was even. With a flurry of kisses, Li Hongqiang's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her laughter ringing out joyfully. Particularly as Cold Shaofeng's playful saliva dampened her cheek, she squirmed in discomfort. Despite her attempts to push them away, the effect was minimal. Seizing the moment when both were distracted, she abruptly pulled her head back. In the next instant, the lips of Cold Shaofeng and Li Hongwei collided, creating a surreal moment where time seemed to freeze. Chapter 131. A brush with fate. The three of them widened their eyes, taken aback by the unexpected scene that unfolded before them. The surprise was so abrupt that it left them momentarily frozen in place. Especially for the young girl, her beautiful eyes were as wide as saucers. After a full 2 seconds of stunned silence, Cold Shaofeng broke the stillness. Driven by some primal instinct, he instinctively extended his tongue. The soft, sweet sensation was no longer sufficient to satisfy his innate desires. He yearned to explore uncharted territory. The next moment, the young girl, startled, leapt back like a frightened fawn. Her face burned with heat, her lips felt aflame. She glared at Cold Shaofeng, her small fangs bared in a fierce snarl. The unexpected twist was one thing. But what on earth was he doing with his tongue? Was that also an accident? Now what a mess. Next time, no more mischief. Li Hongqiang, exasperated, pushed the two apart. She bore no blame for the incident. It was merely an unforeseen occurrence. The two facing her were her beloved ones, and she could not bring herself to hold any resentment. Cold Shaofeng, with a demeanor as unyielding as a fortress, displayed no visible emotion, as if nothing had transpired. Noticing the young girl's relentless glare, he returned her look defiantly and wiped his mouth. Turning to Li Hongwei, he remarked, "Li Hongwei, you lack hygiene. I bet you don't rinse your mouth after meals, and your breath must be foul." Li Hongwei, comprehending Cold Shaofeng's words, instantly erupted in fury. Her exposed little fangs could no longer be concealed. Unable to contain herself, she lunged forward in a fit of rage. Having lost her first kiss and feeling disdain for herself, Li Hongwei was consumed by one singular thought: to bite this scoundrel. With a fierce determination, she lunged at Leng Shaofeng, who, caught off guard, found himself toppled onto the bed. Pinioned beneath her, he attempted to shield himself, but to no avail. Li Hongwei, with her mouth agape, bit and clawed at him in a flurry of chaotic energy. Poor Leng Shaofeng, despite his robust physique, hesitated to retaliate. Though he possessed formidable defenses, he chose to yield instead, resulting in a myriad of red marks adorning his shoulders, arms, and hands, each a testament to their playful scuffle. Watching from a distance, Li Hongxiang shook her head in exasperation. Torn between intervening and letting them be, she was left to witness their antics unfold. After 5 or 6 minutes of unrestrained biting and scratching, the young girl grew exhausted and collapsed onto Leng Shaofeng. He supported her with gentle hands while she looked down at him, her gaze filled with a mix of triumph and lingering irritation. Leng Shaofeng, with a beaming smile, silently mouthed 2 words: delicious. This simple expression did not escape her notice, causing a flush to creep across her cheeks, yet her heart swelled with delight, dispelling any lingering resentment. After casting one last glare at him, she finally relented. Li Hongxiang let out a sigh of relief. The recent escalation of their playful disputes had left her heart racing, yet she found a peculiar warmth in their interactions that made her reluctant to intervene. All right, enough of this. You both are drenched in sweat. Come wash up, she declared, having prepared a basin of fresh water. The pair obediently approached the basin, gazing at the clear water, momentarily lost in thought. It was Leng Shaofeng who broke the spell first, quickly splashing water on his face and wiping the sweat from his neck, followed by Li Hongwei, who did the same. However, after washing her face, she appeared somewhat disheartened, turning away to lie on her wooden bed, facing the wall without acknowledging the others. Li Hongxiang, discreetly pinching Leng Shaofeng, began her own washing routine, after which the lights were extinguished. That night passed in silence, their innocent relationship requiring no justification, remaining ever pure. The following morning, as dawn broke, Leng Shaofeng rode his motorcycle away from the sisters' Yang soup shop. When he left, the young girl was still deeply asleep. Though her posture was less than dignified, one glance was enough for him to avert his gaze, fearing he might succumb to temptation. Despite the unexpected events of the previous night, he now felt apprehensive about facing her alone. With her sister present, things seemed manageable, but when alone with Li Hongwei, she transformed into a mischievous sprite, capable of tormenting him at will. As Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle cruised down Happiness Road, a sleek black car emerged from the mine's direction, unmistakably a Volga. 2 vehicles, one trailing the other, traversed the Bliss Road. In Leng Shaofeng's memory, the Yanxi Coal Mine had always possessed a Volga. However, only 3 individuals were deemed worthy to utilize this vehicle: Mine Director L.V. Guangming, Deputy Director Su Changhe, and Uncle Leng Guanping. As he caught sight of the Volga in the distance ahead, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Leng Shaofeng. He couldn't help but speculate about the identity of the person occupying that car. As the Volga overtook Leng Shaofeng's motorcycle, he stole a glance inside. Unfortunately, the morning's overcast weather rendered visibility poor. He vaguely discerned that both rows of seats were filled with passengers, with 2 women seemingly occupying the rear. Just as the Volga and his motorcycle brushed past one another, Leng Shaofeng sensed a gaze from within the car, scrutinizing him, yet he could not discern who it was. By the time he attempted to look again, the Volga had already gained a significant lead. Ahead lay a fork in the road. Leng Shaofeng veered left toward the northern gate of the Yanxi Coal Mine, intending to visit the abandoned factory. Meanwhile, the black Volga continued its trajectory northward, evidently bound for the national highway. The 2 vehicles parted ways. As his motorcycle rounded the corner, Leng Shaofeng faintly heard a woman's voice carried by the wind. His heart fluttered momentarily, as if someone were calling his name. However, the car's soundproofing, combined with the roar of the motorcycle, rendered the voice unclear. When he turned to look, the Volga was already several meters away, leaving him with nothing but a vague impression of movement behind the rear window. After traveling a short distance, as he approached the northern gate of the Yanxi Coal Mine, Leng Shaofeng suddenly slammed on the brakes. A realization dawned upon him. He finally recognized the voice that had called his name. It must have been Su Jing. Her voice had sounded somewhat hoarse, and the surrounding noise had obscured her call. If his deductions were correct, the individual driving the Volga that morning was indeed Su Changhe, and the occupants must have included Su Jing. Was she departing? The swiftness of her exit took Leng Shaofeng completely by surprise. In the next instant, he twisted the throttle of his motorcycle, executing a sharp turn to retrace his route. The engine roared as he accelerated, hastily pursuing the path he had just taken. Yet, when he reached the intersection again and gazed northward, there was no trace of the black vehicle in sight. A sense of unease crept into Leng Shaofeng's heart. Chapter 132, An Unexpected Event. Su Jing's brief departure. This unease stemmed from fear, and that fear emanated from the unknown. As a reincarnated individual, possessing foreknowledge of future events had always been his greatest advantage. Yet now, due to his presence, Su Changhe's life trajectory had been altered, inevitably affecting Su Jing's fate as well. The breadth of this unforeseen change far exceeded Leng Shaofeng's control, leaving him engulfed in a profound sense of apprehension. In this moment, Leng Shaofeng clearly realizes that he is merely a reborn individual, rather than an omnipotent master of fate. Destiny is capricious. Humanity is indeed vulnerable in its presence. This serves as a wake-up call for Leng Shaofeng, compelling him to reflect upon himself. He must refrain from excessively intervening in the future based solely on his prescient awareness. Once the future is altered, his advantages will dissipate. Yet, according to the butterfly effect, even the slightest flutter of a butterfly's wings can incite a tempest on the other side of the ocean. The changes instigated by this substantial butterfly, Leng Shaofeng, extend far beyond the immediate. Unbeknownst to him, his own life has already diverged from its original trajectory, becoming unrecognizable. Some individuals are quietly departing from his existence. Even if only temporarily, he finds himself powerless to prevent it, missing the chance to bid them farewell. He remains oblivious to the fact that parting has stealthily arrived. Conversely, others are rushing towards his life with fervor. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, he finds himself helpless. Perhaps this is the essence of life. Perhaps this is the nature of existence. As he passes by the north gate, Leng Shaofeng halts. He exchanges greetings with the guard on duty and proceeds directly to the security room. Grasping the telephone, he calls the east gate, intent on confirming a particular matter. Who utilized the Volga today? Hello, this is the east gate. A familiar voice responds. Yanxi. Yanxi? This is Leng Shaofeng. Could you check who used the Volga today? Is there a record? Ah, it's you, Brother Feng. No need to check. I remember it was used by Director Su. Isn't Director Su supposed to be transferred? Today, they are moving, aren't they? What's the matter, Brother Feng? Yanxi inquires. Oh, nothing important, Leng Shaofeng replies, ending the call and sinking into silence. Indeed, it is Su Changhe. Thus, there must be Su Jing in the vehicle. It appears today is the day of her departure, and she has not even bid him farewell. How audacious of her to leave without a word. The girl is somewhat infuriating. Of course, Leng Shaofeng cannot bear to part with her. However, it would be quite acceptable to discipline her through other means. Yes, she must kneel and sing conquer until he is satisfied. Lost in his carefree thoughts, Leng Shaofeng's heart feels somewhat vacant. Su Jing's silent departure undoubtedly adds a layer of uncertainty to their relationship. Although he is filled with confidence, it is natural for him to feel a flicker of doubt at this moment. A weight presses upon his chest, an inexplicable emotion accumulating within him. He feels anxious, disoriented, and uncertain. Riding his motorcycle once more, he arrives at an abandoned factory. He needs to vent. For a man, the means of emotional release is straightforward: exercise. Leng Shaofeng transforms his sorrow into strength, embarking on a frenzied run within the dilapidated building. He runs relentlessly until he is drenched in sweat, until he is utterly exhausted and panting like a bull. Subsequently, he resumed striking the sandbag. Observing the unusually cold demeanor of Leng Shaofeng, Yuzheng quietly stepped back a couple of paces, granting him a larger space. After completing his workout, Leng Shaofeng lay on the ground, drenched in sweat. Simultaneously, a resolve formed within his heart. Was it merely the capital city? Then let it be the capital city. In these times, the capital truly abounds with treasures. Xiao Jingjing, do not presume that by going to the capital, you can evade my grasp. When I arrive in the capital, you shall witness what awaits you. Inside that black Volga, indeed sat Su Jing. Su Changhe occupied the front passenger seat, while his wife and daughter were seated in the rear. Su Jing had intended to depart quietly, without bidding farewell to anyone, wishing to avoid any sentimentality. However, She did not anticipate that the moment the car drove away from the Yanxi Coal Mine, she would spot Leng Shaofeng. Indeed, fate has a way of catching one off guard. He was the person she most dreaded confronting, yet also the one she could not bear to part with. She had thought it would be an unannounced departure, but heaven, in its mercy, allowed her to see him one last time. Riding his Suzuki motorcycle, Leng Shaofeng entered Xingfu Road in sync with her. The moment she laid eyes on him, her gaze became entranced. She fixated on the figure of Leng Shaofeng on the motorcycle, etching his silhouette deep within her heart. As the Volga and the motorcycle veered on his separate paths, Su Jing's emotions surged wildly. She cried out Leng Shaofeng's name with all her might. In that instant, she fervently wished that he could hear her call. She longed for him to keep her by his side, for eternity. Yet, it seemed that Leng Shaofeng had not heard her. The distance between them grew ever wider. Beside her, Lu Lijuan was startled and hurriedly restrained her daughter. However, at that moment, Su Jing was somewhat out of control, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Changhe and Lu Lijuan exchanged glances, and from their daughter's cries, they gleaned the truth. In that instant, they suddenly comprehended the depth of their daughter's affection for Leng Shaofeng. They were moved, yet utterly helpless. The couple shared a silent gaze, both enveloped in quietude. Su Jing lay against her seat, unable to regain her composure for a long while. It was only when the black Volga merged onto the national highway, fading from view near the distant Jiazi mountain, that her emotions gradually began to settle. Silence enveloped them, a silence that felt excessively profound. Her once brilliant eyes seemed to have lost all their luster. At that moment, Lu Lijuan sensed that her daughter resembled a dormant volcano, entering a prolonged period of slumber, a so-called extinct volcano. Lu Lijuan could not help but feel a pang of heartache, yet felt utterly powerless. Had she truly erred? On the other hand, Leng Shaofeng experienced a stark contrast. After a bout of frenzied release, the man's emotions had stabilized once more. When confronted with setbacks, if one can endure the initial phase, they invariably find a way to swiftly regain their composure. All the pent-up negative feelings within Leng Shaofeng had been fully liberated. He exhaled a long breath. The mountains are high and the roads are distant, with water obstacles stretching long. However, wherever my heart desires to go, even if it is thousands of miles away, I shall venture forth. Leng Shaofeng's gaze regained its steadfastness. He was no longer lost, nor was he hesitant. He untied the coils of rope wrapped around his arms and put them away. Leng Shaofeng bid farewell to Yu Zheng and made his way to the bathhouse alone. Today, Yu Zheng hardly moved. He had no need for a bath. Leng Shaofeng cleaned himself and hurried to the cafeteria for breakfast. Afterward, he returned to the north gate. At this time, 2 new sentinels had taken their posts at the gate, still the familiar faces of Xiao Song and Zhang Song. Leng Shaofeng nodded at the two and headed directly to the security room, feeling as if he were returning home. The two felt it was only natural. Such is the power of habit. Seated in the security room, Leng Shaofeng lit a cigarette and began to contemplate. He sensed that his development was still rather slow. Though he had acquired some money, it was hardly substantial, especially when compared to those affluent magnates. Aside from Xi and Lin, he was still in the growth phase. As for social status and family standing, they required further enhancement. At present, he could not even take charge of his own lifelong matters. A true embarrassment for one who has been reborn. Regrettably, he lacked the skills to manufacture aircraft, develop radar, or produce lithography machines and chips. Reflecting on this, he felt he was bringing shame to those who have been reborn. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on earning more money. After an extended period of analysis, he found himself at a loss for any promising avenues. Ultimately, he turned his attention to treasury bonds. The steel mill was where the real fortune lay, and he needed to seize that opportunity swiftly. Chapter 133. The arrival of my wife. Leng Shaofeng lit another cigarette, lost in thought. This was a moment that tested one's network of connections. However, he sadly realized that his connections were rather limited at this juncture. Aside from his cousin at the steel mill, he could not think of anyone else to rely upon. Moreover, it was clear that his cousin had no desire to engage in this matter. The situation was becoming somewhat troublesome, causing Leng Shaofeng to furrow his brow. Just then, Zhang Song entered. Yet, the expression on the face of this large, foolish man was peculiar. "Brother Feng, someone is looking for you." Hee. Zhang Song chuckled. "If someone is looking, then let them be. Why are you grinning like an idiot?" Leng Shaofeng shot him a disapproving glance. "Hee, Brother Feng, it's a woman, truly beautiful." Zhang Song exclaimed, awestruck. "Look at you, so pathetic." Leng Shaofeng exhaled a smoke ring and leisurely stepped out of the security room. However, in the next moment, he lost his composure. Just as Zhang Song had said, there was indeed a beautiful woman seeking him, and not just one. There were two. Among them was the greatest nemesis of his life, the one who could completely defeat him, his mother, Li Suyun. The other was a young lady, strikingly fair-skinned, with two thick and lustrous braids adorning her head. Dressed in a fitted white floral blouse and loose bell-bottom pants, her feet adorned with white high-heeled sandals. She exuded an elegant grace, her figure elongated and curves exquisite. Indeed, she was breathtaking. It took but a single glance for Leng Shaofeng to recognize her. This was Huang Tingting. How fortuitous. I was just seeking you, and here you are, he thought as he approached her briskly. Respecting the presence of his esteemed mother, Leng Shaofeng did not dare to act indifferently. At that moment, Li Suyun was holding Huang Tingting's hand, speaking to her with great warmth. My dear, this is the Leng Shaofeng you were looking for. He has arrived. Li Suyun's gaze towards Huang Tingting brimmed with eagerness and affection. Thank you, Auntie, Huang Tingting replied, retracting her hand slightly, overwhelmed by the exuberant warmth of her guiding elder. The previous day, her father had returned home bearing the delightful news of their engagement, which he had conveyed to Huang Tingting. On the surface, she smiled shyly, yet within, her heart danced with joy. That night, as she lay in bed, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to find rest until the wee hours. By dawn, she was up early, preparing herself, which piqued her mother Zhang Xiuji's curiosity. My daughter, where are you off to? She inquired. To the Yanxi Coal Mine. Huang Tingting exclaimed. What? We have only just become engaged, and you wish to run over there? Zhang Xiuji was taken aback, pondering whether her daughter had lost her mind or was under some sort of enchantment. One cast by the likes of Leng Shaofeng. But didn't my dad say? Auntie Leng invited me to come over and play anytime, Huang Tingting replied matter-of-factly. But you have work today, don't you? Zhang Xiuji pressed. No worries, I'll just ask for leave shortly, Huang Tingting assured her. Left speechless, Zhang Xiuji turned to her husband, Huang Donghai. Tingting, if you wish to go, you may. It's a good opportunity to discuss the formal engagement and wedding date. After all, this life will be yours to share, and your opinions matter greatly, he proposed after a moment of contemplation. What could he say? Their daughter was growing up. Let her be. Besides, they were already engaged, so her visit would be perfectly legitimate. Very well. I shall discuss everything thoroughly with Shaofeng. He is quite easy to talk to, Huang Tingting said with a smile in her eyes. And what if he is not so accommodating? Came the cautionary note. The truth was, Leng Shaofeng was rather passive in this engagement. Watching her daughter, who was evidently smitten, Zhang Xiuji shook her head and offered a reminder. Huh. What shall I do then? Huang Tingting was momentarily stunned. Foolish girl, come here. Let me teach you, Zhang Xiuji whispered into her daughter's ear, imparting her wisdom. Thus, Huang Tingting hastily finished her breakfast. She mounted her flying pigeon bicycle and first stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 bags of candy and snacks, specifically, the 2 kinds favored by Leng Shaofeng, white rabbit milk candy and honey 3-slice cakes. She remembered them vividly. After packing the treats neatly and hanging them from her handlebars, Huang Tingting rode her bicycle directly to the northern gate of the Yanxi Coal Mine. She had long inquired and learned that there were 2 factories owned by Leng Shaofeng in this area, where he typically frequented near the north gate. Before even reaching the north gate, she caught sight of the bustling construction site. Observing the vast expanse of land, which belonged to her man, her heart swelled with pride. As sweet as honey. As she lingered nearby, Li Suyun, with her keen eyes, instantly recognized her, though Huang Tingting was unfamiliar with Li Suyun. Young lady, whom are you looking for? Li Suyun approached her with warmth. I'm here to find Leng Shaofeng, Huang Tingting stammered shyly. Oh, you're looking for him? Come, I'll take you there, Li Suyun said without hesitation, grabbing Huang Tingting's hand and refusing to let go. As they walked and chatted, she observed the girl closely. The more she looked at Huang Tingting's graceful features, her ample bosom, her pert backside, and her delicate waist, the more pleased she became. It was evident that this girl was capable of bearing children, and with ample provisions, her future offspring would never know hunger. Li Suyun was utterly satisfied. She led Huang Tingting directly to the north gate, where Leng Shaofeng soon emerged. Upon seeing him stride toward her, Huang Tingting felt a rush of shyness mixed with trepidation. Yet, in the next moment, her embarrassment was overshadowed. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck her. Mom, what are you doing here too? Leng Shaofeng was the first to speak to Li Suyun. Humph, my daughter-in-law is here. Of course, I had to come and take a look, Li Suyun replied, casting her son a knowing glance before turning to Huang Tingting. Tingting, tell me, what should you call me now? Li Suyun asked with a beaming smile. Huang Tingting, feeling dizzy and flustered, glanced from Leng Shaofeng to Li Suyun, unsure of how to respond. What do you want from me? Leng Shaofeng glared at Huang Tingting with an irritable tone. This girl was indeed beautiful, but she had a knack for stirring trouble. I complimented you once, and now you've lost your bearings. Look at the mess you've caused. Leng Shaofeng's words snapped Huang Tingting back to reality. I came to see you, she mumbled, gazing down and fiddling with the hem of her clothes, resembling a timid wife. What is so great about me? Ouch, that hurts. But before Leng Shaofeng could finish his sentence, Li Suyun had already seized his ear. How dare you speak to my daughter-in-law like that? It's a blessing for you that she comes to see you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Mom, I truly do. Leng Shaofeng responded, painfully enlightened. My dear, don't be afraid of him. He just needs a good reprimanding. If he ever bullies you again, just come to me. No matter how tall he gets, I can still handle him, Li Suyun said, twisting Leng Shaofeng's ear while addressing Huang Tingting with a kind demeanor. Her attitude had shifted drastically, and Huang Tingting's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. She glanced at the grinning cold Shaofeng and then at Li Suyun, who resembled a heroic figure. It seemed she grasped something profound. In the next moment, she spoke. Mom, I will listen to you. The way she called out Mom was so smooth and natural. It made Li Suyun's heart blossom with joy. Instantly disregarding her son, she turned her attention to Huang Tingting, her hands gently patting the delicate arms resembling white lotus roots and caressing her slender hands while appraising her waist. Good, truly wonderful, she kept exclaiming. Good daughter. Call me again, let me hear it. Tears of excitement welled up in Li Suyun's eyes. Mom, Huang Tingting called out again, her voice crisp and lively. Ah, Li Suyun responded loudly, unable to suppress her tears. Cold Shaofeng stood dumbfounded nearby. Chapter 134. A fluttering heart to his surprise, his mother was infatuated with daughters-in-law. This revelation caught Cold Shaofeng off guard, especially since his mother had never been particularly fond of his sister-in-law, Gao Zuixia. However, considering that she had remained unmarried her entire life, he found some solace in the situation. Yet, witnessing the current scenario, a twinge of guilt towards his mother arose within him. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to intervene. A daughter-in-law could be found, but not this one. Mom, what are you doing? We haven't even begun. Turning to Huang Tingting, he added, and you, when did you start calling someone Mom? If you wish to call someone that, do it back at your place. Cold Shaofeng could no longer tolerate the unfolding situation. If it continued like this, he would have no part in it. How could he sabotage this engagement? Mom, look at her. Huang Tingting stamped her foot and began to act coyly towards Li Suyun. Oh, my good daughter, ignore him. I will stand up for you, Li Suyun declared. Cold Shaofeng, are you itching for trouble? I warn you, if you dare to bully my Tingting, just try it. Li Suyun's words made Cold Shaofeng's head spin. He understood that with his mother around, he couldn't accomplish anything. He had to devise a plan to divert her attention. Huang Tingting, why don't you come over to see me? I have something to discuss with you as well. Shall we find a quiet place to talk? Cold Shaofeng softened his tone. Sure, Huang Tingting replied, her cheeks flushed as she nodded. Mom, may I take Huang Tingting for a walk? Cold Shaofeng inquired of Li Suyun. Looking at the bashful Huang Tingting, Li Suyun felt a twinge of concern. Tingting, since you young people have things to say, I won't intrude. But remember, if he dares to bully you, tell me, and I will stand up for you. Also, calling you Huang Tingting sounds so distant. Just call her Tingting. It feels much more intimate. From now on, you can call him by his name, Shaofeng. Li Suyun arranged everything for the two. All right, Mom. Huang Tingting became quite fond of calling her Mom, and the sound rolled off her tongue effortlessly. Cold Shaofeng rolled his eyes internally, but maintained a composed exterior. Mom, rest assured, how could I ever bully her? Cold Shaofeng quickly made a promise. You won't call me by my name, right? From now on, call me Tingting. Li Suyun persisted. Very well, Tingting. From now on, I shall be called Tingting. Cold Shaofeng assented hastily. Call me that right now. Li Suyun, well aware of her son's tendency to be perfunctory, urged. All right now? Tingting, shall we take a stroll over there? It's shady, Cold Shaofeng suggested, pointing to a nearby grove. This grove belonged to a village named Hahua Pond, filled with a variety of trees that appeared lush and provided ample shade. However, he was not very familiar with this small grove. In contrast, he was quite acquainted with the grove in Guangnan, having visited it with Su Jing on numerous occasions, where they found several excellent spots for playing cards. Cold Shaofeng was well aware of that. Huang Tingting glanced at the grove, then turned to Cold Shaofeng, her gaze briefly sweeping across Li Suyun's face. Eventually, she pursed her lips and nodded. "You little rascal, I warn you, do not act recklessly." Li Suyun expressed her apprehension about her son. Cold Shaofeng couldn't help but feel a vain throb on his forehead. "Mom, you truly are my biological mother. How little faith you have in me. Is your son really so impulsive and unreliable?" Yet, there was no alternative. "Rest assured, Mom, I promise I won't act recklessly." Cold Shaofeng nodded vigorously, obedient and compliant like a kindergarten child. "Tingting, you may go. My son is quite decent, so get to know him better. Don't worry. Mom will keep an eye on things. If anything arises, don't be afraid. I'll take charge," Li Siyun instructed while holding Huang Tingting's hand, oblivious to the fact that her son's face was turning a shade of green from frustration. After finishing her instructions, Li Siyun turned back multiple times as she walked away. Cold Shaofeng and Huang Tingting stood facing each other. One was shy as a bashful flower, head bowed, cheeks flushed with crimson. The other stood tall, albeit slightly irked, clenching his teeth. "Let us proceed," Cold Shaofeng declared, taking the lead towards the grove. Huang Tingting, watching his retreating figure, hurried to catch up. However, she lagged behind, struggling to match Cold Shaofeng's pace. He showed no intention of waiting for her, striding ahead confidently. With no other choice, Huang Tingting had to sprint a few paces every now and then to keep up with him. Fortunately, the distance to the grove was not far. After approximately 200 meters, they arrived at the grove, where the lush grass carpeted the ground. A gentle breeze wafted through the trees, and the sound of cicadas filled the air. Free from the harsh sun's glare, the summer's coolness enveloped them. To be honest, this place is quite delightful. Truly a paradise for a rendezvous. Perhaps we could invite Li Hongqiang to join us in exploring the grove? That sounds feasible, Cold Shaofeng replied, slowing his pace, not to wait for Huang Tingting, but because the enchanting surroundings lifted his spirits, naturally causing him to linger. Life's journey is adorned with scenery at every turn. Why rush through it? In the present day, Leng Shaofeng is no longer a mere naive, but rather a seasoned individual who has weathered many storms. Some truths can only be grasped through experience. For instance, the scenery before him is worthy of appreciation upon encounter. Huang Tingting, who accompanies him, initially struggles to keep pace, but dares not voice her difficulties. The current Leng Shaofeng exudes an aura of intimidation, starkly contrasting the refreshing presence he once possessed. This transformation instills a subtle fear within her, though she finds solace in her advantageous connections. Her mother-in-law, Li Suyun, stands as her greatest support, and she resolves to cling tightly to this benefactor. However, as the two venture deeper into the woods, she observes a softening of Leng Shaofeng's demeanor, albeit not directed towards her. Upon entering the grove, his stride becomes leisurely, his gaze flitting over the flora beneath his feet or lifting to admire the dappled light filtering through the canopy above. He even opens his arms to embrace the gentle breeze, ultimately plucking a tuft of foxtail grass to chew. His eyes shimmer with a blend of brightness and profound weariness. His movements are calm and assured, and his expression radiates intense focus. Huang Tingting, captivated by this version of Leng Shaofeng, finds herself unable to look away, yet dares not stare openly, instead stealing glances. She realizes that this demeanor renders him even more enchanting, igniting a fluttering sensation within her heart. As they proceed further, they come to a particularly lush tree where Leng Shaofeng halts. He turns slowly, his cool gaze fixed upon Huang Tingting. This place is quite suitable. It is time to address this bothersome young lady. Chapter 135. A conversation in the woods. Huang Tingting feels increasingly uncomfortable under Leng Shaofeng's penetrating gaze. Unable to meet his eyes, she focuses on her own toes. Huang Tingting. Leng Shaofeng calls her name, but with a tone that feels distant, emphasizing her full name rather than the affectionate Tingting. Huang Tingting's keen sensitivity picks up on this shift, stirring a sense of grievance within her. She murmurs, lowering her head and producing a sound akin to that of a mosquito. Do you realize the trouble you've caused me? Leng Shaofeng ignites a cigarette, languidly exhaling rings of smoke that envelop them both. Huang Tingting replies, her voice barely audible. She takes a small step back, seemingly unaccustomed to the scent of smoke. What does it mean? Leng Shaofeng inquires, displeased with her response, his brow furrowing. It's just that. I don't know why this is happening, Huang Tingting stammers, biting her lip, feeling increasingly flustered. Yet, her answer fails to satisfy him. You don't know? The entire situation is a result of your Huang family's antics. How can two people meet once and immediately propose? Leng Shaofeng presses on. My father made the proposal, Huang Tingting finally manages to articulate after much hesitation. Enough of the unnecessary words. This matter should never have arisen. In this lifetime, you shall have your ideal partner. And I too will find the bride I wish to marry. Shall we resolve this issue amicably? Cold Shaofeng spoke in a calm tone. The young woman appeared somewhat hesitant. Perhaps shy, yet who has the time to engage in idle chatter? Cold Shaofeng decided to get straight to the point. Are you suggesting a withdrawal of the engagement? Huang Tingting exclaimed in surprise, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked up at Cold Shaofeng. Indeed, he replied resolutely, nodding his head. The young woman's expression darkened, particularly those large, watery eyes, which evoked an instinctive pang of sympathy. No, Huang Tingting stubbornly uttered, tears already tracing down her cheeks. The callous words from her beloved pierced her heart like a knife. Oh, Huang Tingting, please don't cry, Cold Shaofeng said, unable to bear such a scene. He continued to persuade her. You see, we have never met before, and there exists no emotional foundation between us, correct? Cold Shaofeng sought to dissect the issue gradually, aiming for resolution. No, we have met. That afternoon when you went shopping, Huang Tingting countered, her voice soft yet resolute. Yes, we met that once. And then we became engaged? Don't you think that's rather hasty? Don't you find it somewhat frivolous? Cold Shaofeng responded with a series of probing questions. No, I think it's quite good, Huang Tingting replied defiantly. Cold Shaofeng could not help but place his hand on his forehead. This girl's reasoning was quite peculiar. How could this be considered good? However, we lack an emotional foundation. You must understand that a solid marriage is primarily built upon a stable emotional connection. Following that, it requires a sense of responsibility and commitment. Only then can a marriage endure and flourish. Cold Shaofeng endeavored to elaborate further, yet to his surprise, Huang Tingting listened intently, seemingly entranced. Shaofeng, you are so knowledgeable. I must learn from you. Huang Tingting ceased her tears, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This left Cold Shaofeng momentarily stunned. The young woman's thought process was truly unusual. Her focus was entirely out of sync with his. Sighing, Cold Shaofeng steadied himself. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades still need to strive. Huang Tingting, I believe your current state is somewhat problematic, too emotional, too impulsive. Marriage and engagement are significant matters that should not be taken lightly. Otherwise, one may live to regret it. Cold Shaofeng could only guide her gently, step by step. Shaofeng, you are absolutely right. If I miss this opportunity for marriage, I shall undoubtedly regret it, Huang Tingting responded, finally grasping the latter part of his statement, albeit with a twist that infused her own sentiment. The key was that her alteration was seamless, showcasing her own skill. Cold Shaofeng found himself somewhat impressed. Resistance was futile. In light of this, he decided to take a more assertive approach, articulating words she would comprehend. Huang Tingting, listen to me. I have someone I truly care for. That person, I shall do everything in my power to marry. Cold Shaofeng confessed candidly. This time, Huang Tingting clearly understood. She fell silent. Is it your classmate Su Jing? Or that woman selling lamb soup? Huang Tingting inquired, her voice tinged with melancholy. In her eyes, tears began to well up. She had already gathered the information but was reluctant to confront it. Cold Shaofeng momentarily faltered at the question. It was somewhat challenging for him to respond. Deep down, he yearned for both, yet such shameless words were difficult for him to utter. After all, the woman before him was not his mother. After some contemplation, he reached a conclusion. Su Jing had never faced unwed pregnancy. She had a promising future ahead. As a distinguished student from a prestigious university, backed by Su Changhe and the Su family, she would live a life of affluence and comfort, regardless of Cold Shaofeng's existence. In contrast, the other woman required his care far more. My classmate Su Jing has moved back to the capital. It is all in the past. I intend to marry the woman selling lamb soup. After a brief hesitation, he provided his answer. Upon hearing this, Huang Tingting's eyes brightened. She had inquired about Su Jing. The latter was an exceptional student, from a good family, and beautiful, qualities she felt she could not compete with. However, when it came to the woman selling lamb soup, She felt no fear. My father said that woman could never enter the cold family. Huang Tingting pouted, her eyes defiantly fixed on Cold Shaofeng. I will definitely marry her. Cold Shaofeng reiterated his answer emphatically. Cold Shaofeng, you are bullying me. I haven't even crossed the threshold yet, and you're already thinking of marrying a concubine. I'll tell my mother that you are bullying me. Huang Tingting cried bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Cold Shaofeng was taken aback. Is there something wrong with your comprehension? Or is this deliberate? He was somewhat perplexed. Yet, gazing at the girl before him, tear-streaked and delicate, he felt quite remorseful. At that moment, he perceived himself as a failure. Cold Shaofeng fell silent, plunging into thought as he smoked. Huang Tingting proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. She appeared fragile, yet he found her utterly unmanageable. What was most troublesome was her propensity to cry. After finishing a cigarette, Huang Tingting's sobs subsided, and Cold Shaofeng's heart hardened once more. Chapter 136. A passionate confession. This matter could not remain unresolved. In his past life, Cold Shaofeng had no knowledge of who Huang Tingting was. They had no connection whatsoever. Their current relationship was entirely erroneous, and mistakes must be rectified. Huang Tingting, let us break off the engagement, Cold Shaofeng declared, extinguishing his cigarette with fervor. Huang Tingting was taken aback, speechless, yet she shook her head slowly and resolutely, tears continuing to flow. Our encounter was merely fleeting. We should not be bound to a lifetime commitment for it. Observing each other's expressions, it was evident that they were both genuinely distressed. Cold Shaofeng softened his tone, continuing to persuade her. We were merely strangers, suddenly thrust into the bonds of matrimony. A situation that defies reason, especially given that the woman I intend to marry is not you. With a sigh, Leng Shaofeng confessed this reality. To wed Li Hongxiang. The path is indeed fraught with challenges. At that moment, Huang Tingting, with tear-filled eyes, interjected, the pear blossoms still bear rain. Who would not feel pity? Such powerful words. Such a direct confession stirred a subtle turbulence within Leng Shaofeng's heart. A sense of unexpected joy began to blossom within him, leaving him momentarily intoxicated. Startled, he quickly extinguished this unwelcome emotion with reason. Yet, upon gazing at Huang Tingting's pristine, unblemished face, he found it impossible to harbor any anger. Caught off guard, Leng Shaofeng fell momentarily speechless. I will be a good wife, truly, Huang Tingting asserted, wiping away her tears, her gaze steady upon him. I am a simple girl, and I have always aspired to emulate my mother. In this life, to marry a beloved man and become a virtuous wife and nurturing mother, that is my dream. I will wash and cook, manage the household, honor my in-laws, and bear children for the Leng family. I can sing and dance. I would dance for you. I will also bring joy to my mother-in-law, ensuring she no longer pinches your ears. Shaofeng, is that acceptable? Her final inquiry was soft and cautious, her heart racing in her throat. This was her earnest endeavor toward future happiness, the culmination of courage she had mustered since their first meeting, and in that moment, she resolutely spoke her truth. Leng Shaofeng was profoundly moved. His lips parted slightly, as if to speak, yet words eluded him. Should he continue to reject her? Or embrace this unexpected confession from such a beautiful girl? Refusal in the face of such heartfelt sincerity requires courage he was running low on. In truth, Leng Shaofeng himself had once been quite simple, akin to every miner at the pit. He dreamed of a warm home filled with family, of smoking and drinking and leisure. Yet, he had not anticipated that his first proposal would end in rejection, leaving him to suffer silently as the girl he adored pursued higher education and distant dreams, leaving him to nurse his wounds alone. In those dark times, despair had nearly consumed him, until by chance, he met Li Hongxiang, who, with her unique gentleness, helped him emerge from that shadow. Had he not been so intent on seeking revenge against Su Changhe, had Su Jing not become pregnant, their paths might have diverged long ago. In such a scenario, he would have owed his allegiance solely to Li Hongxiang. Yet, that wretched turning point of rebirth had precipitated events that should never have transpired. Now, he could only strive to mend the rifts. The original void had yet to be filled, and now Huang Tingting had appeared, creating yet another unaddressed chasm. What a cursed existence! Leng Shaofeng could not help but curse silently within. What if he were to accept? As this thought just began to take root, Leng Shaofeng shook his head. Before him appeared the vivid smile of Li Hongxiang, radiant as a blossom, her gentle gaze akin to flowing water, brimming with tenderness. Li Hongxiang, a woman of such remarkable virtue, was someone he could never bear to part with. As this realization dawned upon him, Leng Shaofeng instinctively inclined to shake his head. However, Huang Tingting seized his arm, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Her voice trembled with emotion, pleading, "Shaofeng, please, do not rescind the engagement. If you withdraw, I shall have no face to meet the world. I might as well perish. If I were to die, my parents would be heartbroken. My father dotes on me. He would never let this go. The entire Huang family, including my uncle, would seek retribution against you." Huang Tingting's words sent a shudder through Leng Shaofeng. It was not that he feared the Huang family. Rather, he was struck by the harsh possibility that, as Huang Tingting suggested, she might truly consider ending her life. In a previous life, he might have dismissed such notions, but having witnessed Su Jing's leap into the river, he came to understand a vital truth. The power of rumors can be as lethal as a blade. They can shatter a person's spirit, and though one may choose to die for their convictions, what does it ultimately prove? History is replete with countless such instances. Otherwise, online harassment would not hold such terror. Leng Shaofeng found himself unable to bear the weight of this young girl's life. In his former existence, he had failed Su Jing, a burden that haunted him eternally. Could he, in this lifetime, carry the weight of Huang Tingting? Undoubtedly, the answer remained a resounding no. Leng Shaofeng was never a cold-hearted beast. He was merely an ordinary man. Leaning despondently against a tree trunk, he found himself at a loss for what to do as events reached this impasse. In a daze, he pulled a cigarette from his bag and lit it. As the smoke swirled around him, his brow furrowed in worry. "Huang Tingting, do you realize the monumental dilemma you have placed before me? The trouble you have caused? Our lives should have been devoid of intersection. Mere chance encounters where we would each embark on our separate journeys, never to meet again. Yet, alas, here we are." With a deep sigh, he continued, "Tingting, I know. I understand. I never anticipated this. Perhaps you could strike me to vent your frustration?" Huang Tingting shook his arm playfully. The matter of the engagement was undeniably instigated by the Huang family, leaving Leng Shaofeng in a passive position. Seeing him so despondent stirred Huang Tingting's heart. This state of Leng Shaofeng was not what she desired to witness. She cherished the youthful, spirited version of him, the calm and composed individual who felt like a refreshing breeze. Noticing her distress, Leng Shaofeng glanced down at the petite Huang Tingting, unable to suppress a chuckle. With that slight frame, you could hardly withstand your own blow. Yet, inwardly, he felt a surge of warmth. This girl, to be frank, was quite admirable and delightful to be around. Regrettably, thoughts of Li Hongqiang and Su Jing swirled in his mind as he gazed at his own hands. A sense of suffocation enveloping Leng Shaofeng's heart. Chapter 137, A Sudden Attack from Behind. Leng Shaofeng languidly exhaled a ring of smoke. The path within his own home had proved impassable, and he found himself equally ensnared in Huang Tingting's affairs. At this juncture, he sensed that retreating from this relationship was decidedly unfeasible. A hint of resignation began to seep into his spirit. Thus, chaos compounded upon chaos. Amidst the curling smoke, his thoughts stretched into an endless expanse. A torrent of unspoken words swelled within him, demanding release. He slowly began to speak, his voice low and hollow. He recounted the story of Li Hongqiang's origins and her eventual marriage to Wang Ermatzi. He then detailed his own experiences of rejection, the pain that followed, and how his wounded heart found solace within a mutton soup restaurant. Ultimately, he had driven away Huang Dabiao, Huang Tingting's cousin. There were aspects he chose to omit, particularly regarding his relationship with Su Jing. Those matters were extraneous and did not require discussion. Indeed, certain truths are better left unspoken, while some details must remain concealed. In conclusion, Leng Shaofeng resolved to care for the pair of ill-fated sisters. This was purely an act of benevolence, which inadvertently ensnared him in the throes of love. Having recounted his tale, he let out a deep sigh. "What am I to do?" he mused, seemingly addressing himself, yet also posing the question to Huang Tingting. A brief silence ensued. Huang Tingting fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, her eyes misty with emotion. She began to comprehend why Leng Shaofeng had vehemently opposed the Huang family's abrupt proposal. However, she was unwilling to let go, and circumstances did not permit her to do so. Her reputation, as well as that of the Huang family, forbade it. Leng Shaofeng continued, "Initially, I intended to seize the opportunity of youth and prosperity to accumulate wealth. In a couple of years, when my family ceased their objections, I would formally propose to marry Li Hongqiang. Yet, Given the current situation, what am I to do? These were his genuine thoughts, echoing the sentiments of a lifetime. In this life, however, his desires extended beyond that singular aim. Whether it was Su Jing or Li Hongqiang, he wanted them both. And if fate allowed, he would also take along that charming little burden. As he uttered this, his gaze fixed upon Huang Tingting. She, overwhelmed, was at a loss for words. Her eyes cast downwards, unable to meet his gaze. Huang Tingting, why do you torment yourself so? Even if our marriage were to materialize, would it truly bring you the happiness you seek? I fear I cannot provide it. I possess numerous flaws that you do not yet understand. I smoke, drink, have a volatile temper, and I can be prone to violence. Furthermore, I am easily swayed by beauty. Each lovely visage leaves me momentarily incapacitated, yearning for more. Let me be clear, regardless of whether our union succeeds, I will not relinquish Li Hongqiang. I also intend to win back Su Jing. If this is the marriage you desire, then I have nothing more to say. Cold Shaofeng felt a sense of helplessness and decided to lay his cards on the table. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. If you still choose to throw yourself into the fire, then I have no recourse. When the time comes, do not blame me for being ruthless. Do you genuinely believe that wolves are herbivorous? That is a grave misconception. Wolves are carnivorous. Cold Shaofeng silently steeled himself. You are not fickle. Rather, you are devoted, enamored. Your kindness towards a widow, without a hint of disdain, is the hallmark of a true man. I now only regret not having encountered you sooner. However, Huang Tingting held a contrasting perspective. Cold Shaofeng had grown accustomed to the peculiar thoughts of this young woman. Very well, since this engagement cannot be rescinded, let it be so. I shall not press you to withdraw. Let us simply coexist peacefully. This arrangement should suffice. Should it not? After uttering these words, Cold Shaofeng turned to leave. He felt that he had said all that needed to be said and saw no reason to linger. Yet, just as he turned, his arm was seized once more. He glanced back. Huang Tingting looked at him with tear-filled eyes, on the brink of tears, exuding an air of vulnerability. Shaofeng, please don't find me bothersome, all right? I do not wish to trouble you, nor do I want you to dislike me. Huang Tingting clung to his arm, refusing to let go. Cold Shaofeng raised an eyebrow and turned back to face her. Let go, he commanded coldly. I want tea. Huang Tingting stubbornly shook her head. Do you truly think I wouldn't dare to act towards you? After all, you are my fiancé, and it is entirely normal for me to do something to you. Cold Shaofeng stepped closer, his imposing figure instantly imposing great pressure on Huang Tingting. To be frank, he had been harboring a great deal of anger that he had yet to unleash. Huang Tingting felt a twinge of fear and instinctively took a half-step back. Yet, in the next moment, she boldly moved closer. I'm not afraid of you. You are my fiancé after all. Huang Tingting puffed out her chest, as if daring fate. In that moment, her form pressed against Cold Shaofeng's. The softness was palpable, exuding a certain elasticity. Cold Shaofeng couldn't help but glance downward. That curvature was undeniably tempting. He chuckled mischievously. You are right. Since you are my fiancé, it is only natural for me to do something to you. I assent it. His gaze began to wander over Huang Tingting's delicate figure. Don't come any closer, she exclaimed, suddenly retreating, clutching her chest like a startled little rabbit. Humph. Cold Shaofeng let out a scoff, thinking she was braver than she appeared. He then turned to leave again, having merely intended to scare her, and indeed, she had retreated immediately. However, just as he took a couple of steps away, he felt a firm embrace around his back. You cannot leave, Huang Tingting cried out. Her warm body pressed against his back, an indescribable sensation that surpassed anything prior. Cold Shaofeng shivered uncontrollably, every hair on his body standing on end. He attempted to move, but found himself unable to break free. The feeling was even more exquisite. Cold Shaofeng swallowed hard. His throat parched. Miss, are you truly serious? Release me at once. If anything goes awry, I shall not take responsibility. Cold Shaofeng issued his final warning. His youthful body was unable to withstand such provocations and had begun to react. This was troublesome. If this entanglement continued, he would surely embarrass himself. Shaofeng, could you not be a little kinder to me? Just a modicum of kindness, and I shall be the best wife you could ever wish for. Huang Tingting, oblivious to the tension, pressed her blushing face against Cold Shaofeng's back and continued to caress him gently. Yet, Cold Shaofeng found himself in a predicament. Were this an adversary embracing him, he would merely need to execute a swift maneuver to send them sprawling to the ground. However, This woman behind him was not someone he could simply toss aside. Other tactics were equally unfeasible, for he had no inclination to strike a woman. He raised his hand behind him, only to let it fall slowly. After all, the person behind him was not Li Hongwei, and he could not bring himself to take such action. Forget it. If she wishes to hold on, let her do so. I shall see how long she can maintain this. After what felt like the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Huang Tingting finally released her grip. Cold Shaofeng then turned to face her, finding her cheeks flushed, twirling a lock of hair around her finger, seemingly lost in thought. The girl was shy, avoiding his gaze. Nevertheless, Cold Shaofeng had no intention of letting her off easily. He extended a finger and gently lifted Huang Tingting's chin. Her sparkling, almond-shaped eyes were fixed upon him, filled with his reflection. In the next moment, Cold Shaofeng leaned in slightly, drawing closer to her lovely face. Gradually, he approached. Huang Tingting, feeling the tension, closed her eyes, her lips slightly pouting, unconsciously rising onto her toes. This was a lesson learned from the movies. Just as Huang Tingting believed that her first kiss was imminent, a sudden pain struck her forehead, a flick delivered by Cold Shaofeng. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes flew open to see him grinning mischievously. In that instant, she understood that she had been playfully teased. Strangely, she felt neither shame nor anger. Instead, a sweetness blossomed within her heart. Was this what flirtation between lovers felt like? At that moment, as she gazed at Cold Shaofeng, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Cold Shaofeng, you bully. Huang Tingting could not help but pout in feigned indignation. Indeed, I shall bully you. From now on, I shall do as I please. What say you to that? Cold Shaofeng declared with a playful audacity. This convenient wife had presented herself willingly, and Cold Shaofeng reveled in the opportunity to tease her without a hint of guilt. Humph. Huang Tingting merely huffed, but showed no signs of dissent. And if you wish to be my wife, you must obediently heed my words. Should you dare defy me, I may very well discipline you, harshly. Cold Shaofeng proclaimed with mock severity. Do not frighten me, Shaofeng. You would never do such a thing. Upon hearing the threat of a severe beating, Huang Tingting's delicate face turned pale. In this day and age, it has regrettably become rather commonplace for husbands to resort to violence against their wives. Some men are capable of inflicting grievous harm, which is truly terrifying. Just the thought sent a chill down Huang Tingting's spine. Humph, let us see how you behave. Disobedience will lead to punishment. Cold Shaofeng remarked with a disdainful snort. Then, I shall be exceedingly obedient. Please do not strike me, Huang Tingting pleaded with a pitiful expression. Hee, I am glad you understand. Huang Tingting found herself puzzled by the mischievous grin that danced across the man's face as he spoke those words. Indeed, you are quite handsome, she thought. However, she would not be so foolish as to fall for his charms. Moving forward, she vowed to be dutiful. You must heed my words. And there is another whose commands you must follow, Cold Shaofeng declared, raising an eyebrow. Whose words must I heed? Huang Tingting inquired, her curiosity piqued. You must listen to my mother, of course, and also to your sister, he replied. But I do not have a sister. Huang Tingting exclaimed, momentarily at a loss. Foolish girl. A wife as dim-witted as you is hardly worth keeping. Cold Shaofeng waved his hand dismissively. You must mean the one from the lamb soup restaurant, right? Finally, realization dawned upon Huang Tingting. Of course, it is her, Cold Shaofeng confirmed nonchalantly. Sniffle, Cold Shaofeng. You are being unreasonable. I am your legitimate wife. Yet you place her above me. Huang Tingting pouted in grievance. However, he retorted, you have no right to complain. She was the one I intended to marry. You have taken her place. Choose wisely. This is my stance. Either yield your position or yield your affection. Huang Tingting, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep. You are bullying me. Cold Shaofeng. I shall tell our mother, she declared, dabbing her tears as she attempted to leave. Yet, as she turned, Cold Shaofeng swiftly enveloped her in his arms. You dare to complain? Very well, I shall establish a rule. Matters between us shall remain between us. No complaints, and no involving our parents, he stated menacingly. He grasped her shoulders and pulled her closer, one arm encircling her waist while the other delivered a gentle slap to her backside. The impact was neither too harsh nor too light, causing her flesh to ripple with surprising elasticity. This sensation far surpassed that of hitting Li Hongwei. After all, the young lady had yet to fully develop. Ouch! Huang Tingting exclaimed in pain. And still you wish to complain? He delivered another slap, maintaining a rhythmic cadence. Will you complain now? Huang Tingting, though resolute, found herself at a loss. I will, she retorted stubbornly. Another slap followed. Are you going to obey? He inquired, his voice stern. Huang Tingting immediately fell silent. Will you still seek parental intervention? Cold Shaofeng pressed. No, I shall not dare, she replied, biting her crimson lip and shaking her head in defeat. It appears you remain unconvinced, he declared, his gaze fierce. No, no, I shall never dare again. Just now, I received a sharp knock to the head. Although it pained Huang Tingting, she did not take it to heart. However, now, as she gazed upon Leng Shaofeng's stern countenance, she felt a wave of panic wash over her. Oh, so you truly have changed? Leng Shaofeng inquired once more, uncertainty lacing his voice. Shaofeng, rest assured, I shall certainly listen to your words from now on. Please do not be fierce with me, all right? Huang Tingting implored, grasping his arm. In this nascent romance, the petite woman evidently occupied a position of vulnerability, and not just a minor one. That is more like it. I must tell you, Huang Tingting, as my intended bride, you must obey. Dare to defy me, and you shall see. Humph. Leng Shaofeng declared with a cold snort. Yes, yes, Shaofeng, I shall never dare again. Huang Tingting nodded fervently. Only then did Leng Shaofeng smile in satisfaction. Observing her adorable yet pitiful expression, his heart softened. Does it still hurt from the earlier blow? He asked, looking at her forehead. He had always prided himself on being a responsible man. Yes, Huang Tingting replied in a voice barely above a whisper. It still hurts. Do not move. Let me blow on it for you. Leng Shaofeng tenderly began to blow gently. The breath he exhaled was soft, and at that moment, his expression mirrored his gentleness. Shaofeng, you are truly wonderful, Huang Tingting shyly remarked, her gaze lowered. When I was a child and got hurt, my mother would blow on it just like that. Leng Shaofeng spoke with conviction. For some reason, at that moment, the intimacy between them deepened. Will you listen from now on? Leng Shaofeng asked. I will, Huang Tingting replied obediently. Dare to disobey? Humph. Leng Shaofeng threatened. Will it always be like this in the future? Huang Tingting ventured to ask. If this is the method of gentle correction going forward, she would have no fear. How naive. If there is a next time, I shall not be lenient. Leng Shaofeng whispered ominously in her ear. Yet, she instinctively sensed a tinge of dread. Deep down, she feared this man's wrath, feared his anger, and feared his indifference. As he observed the docile Huang Tingting before him, Leng Shaofeng smiled. Indeed, this is more like a proper wife. To enter the doors of the Leng family, obedience is paramount. If she were to disobey, it would lead to trouble ahead. Not to mention, his two close female friends, Su Jing and Li Hongqiang, would be difficult to manage. These two women were his lifelong companions. Thus, Huang Tingting, dear classmate, you must endure. Of course, you brought this upon yourself. In this moment, Leng Shaofeng experienced a bittersweet blend of pain and joy. Nevertheless, if Huang Tingting remains obedient, then everything shall be manageable. He would genuinely treat her well, ensuring she spent her life in happiness and joy. Chapter 139. A good performance. Although their first date involved a scuffle, Huang Tingting found herself secretly delighted. To be struck is to be cared for. To be scolded is to be loved. Indeed, there is truth in that. She felt their relationship had grown significantly closer, as naturally as the blossoming of spring. Once again, the smile of Leng Shaofeng graces my sight. Although his grin is often mischievous, it remains utterly captivating. Shaofeng, I have something of importance to discuss with you. Huang Tingting suddenly recalled her father's instructions. What is it? Leng Shaofeng inquired, crossing his arms while admiring the bashful girl before him. It concerns our engagement date, as well as the date for our wedding, Huang Tingting whispered. The engagement date and the wedding date? Leng Shaofeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, we have already settled the matter of our engagement, so these are the most fundamental details, Huang Tingting asserted, momentarily setting aside her shyness. What do you mean? Leng Shaofeng asked. I believe, of course, that the sooner the better, Huang Tingting began, only to halt mid-sentence as she noticed the disapproving look in Leng Shaofeng's eyes. I have no objections. I will defer to your judgment, she quickly amended. Ah, splendid. I do enjoy obedient women, he replied thoughtfully. However, marriage is a significant milestone in life, and we must not be careless. We are still quite young, so there is no rush. We can discuss it in 2 years. Furthermore, I am currently focused on my career, which is at a crucial juncture. You will support me, won't you? I have little patience for those who would hinder my progress. Leng Shaofeng fixed his gaze on Huang Tingting as he spoke. Very well, I shall comply. I won't be a hindrance, she responded. But you must promise not to be harsh with me. Rest assured, as long as you remain obedient. I see no reason to be unkind, he said, his eyes narrowing playfully. Huang Tingting jumped slightly, instinctively retreating, only to find Leng Shaofeng sporting a mischievous grin. She realized she had been teased again, and in a huff, she stamped her foot, glaring at him. Come here. Leng Shaofeng beckoned her with a casual wave, akin to summoning a small dog. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Tingting approached him cautiously, much like a timid rabbit edging toward a wolf, ever ready to flee. The wolf, however, extended its paw and playfully grasped the rabbit's cheek. Still sulking? Leng Shaofeng teased, pinching her face gently. So smooth, so soft, so rosy. Please, don't pinch my face, Huang Tingting protested, her words coming out in a disjointed manner, as if the pinching had interrupted her speech. I don't mind, he replied simply, yet his grip intensified, not merely pinching but also kneading her cheeks. Her lovely visage was soon contorted and molded under his playful manipulation. Leng Shaofeng relished the moment, thoroughly entertained. After a while, he reluctantly withdrew his hands. Huang Tingting stomped her foot in frustration but dared not resist, allowing him to have his way. Deep down, she thought to herself, how domineering. Yet, I find it rather endearing. After a day filled with playful banter, Leng Shaofeng felt it was time to conclude their antics. However, a sigh escaped his lips. If fate cannot be resisted, then one might as well close their eyes and relish the experience. Although the relationship did not come to fruition, gaining an additional punching bag is not without its merits. It serves as a source of amusement and stress relief. As for how to explain the situation to Li Hongqiang, Leng Shaofeng would have to devise an alternative plan. After all, in the absence of Huang Tingting, there will always be Li Tingting or Wang Tingting. Alas, Li Hongqiang's identity is an insurmountable obstacle, one that cannot be compensated for, regardless of who else might come along. The notion of marrying Li Hongqiang was already fraught with challenges, and now it seems even more precarious. However, it is of little consequence, for Leng Shaofeng desires her as a person. Naturally, he must also take care of her sister. Yet, the trajectory of events has deviated significantly from the original plan. Initially, Leng Shaofeng envisioned marrying Su Jing and cherishing Li Hongqiang as a lifelong confidant. Yet now, it appears that Su Jing must also assume the role of confidant. However, this particular lady is not Li Hongqiang, which gives Leng Shaofeng a headache at the mere thought. Let's go. We've been here long enough, he said. Make sure to wipe your face well. You don't want to look like you've been crying. Those who don't know might think I've bullied you. With that, he turned and walked away. Are you really leaving? Huang Tingting thought the grove was delightful and felt she had not yet had enough of it. However, her heart secretly murmured, you were already bullying me. How about we stay here and have a baby before leaving? Leng Shaofeng gazed at her with a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. Absolutely not. Hurry up. Let's go. Huang Tingting's face flushed crimson as she playfully pushed him from behind. Her courage had evidently grown, daring to take action against Leng Shaofeng. With Leng Shaofeng in front and Huang Tingting following closely, they strolled at a leisurely pace. Huang Tingting kept her head down, trailing behind him like a dutiful little wife. Suddenly, Leng Shaofeng halted, causing Huang Tingting to collide with him unexpectedly. Ouch! She exclaimed. Why did you stop? You suddenly came to a halt. I couldn't react in time. Huang Tingting replied, feeling aggrieved. Oh, that's all right then. I forgive you. With that, Leng Shaofeng resumed his walk. Huang Tingting, trailing behind, sensed something amiss but could not articulate it. Do you know how to speak to my mother when we see her? Leng Shaofeng inquired cautiously along the way. Feeling somewhat uneasy. It's not too late for you to seek my favor now. As they approached the exit of the grove, Huang Tingting, emboldened, defiantly lifted her chin, as if to say, come and coax me. Goodness, this woman is insatiable. 3 minutes without discipline, and she climbs the walls. Leng Shaofeng promptly halted, turning around to sweep her into a princess carry. It seemed she was still not behaving, so he decided to take care of the baby-making business before leaving. He strode deeper into the grove with Huang Tingting in his arms. Feeling a twinge of fear, she clutched at him, her little feet kicking in protest. Shaofeng, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I know what to say. I know what to say? Huang Tingting clung to his neck, urgently pleading for mercy. Then tell me, how will you say it? Leng Shaofeng came to a halt and inquired. Rest assured, I shall certainly charm my mother-in-law into high spirits. Huang Tingting asserted with unwavering confidence. Leng Shaofeng set her down and scrutinized her from head to toe, although her eyes were still slightly puffy. It was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. She appeared to have composed herself well enough. All right, I shall trust you this once. Should you excel, there shall be rewards. However, should you falter, Huang Tingting, I will ensure you deeply regret it. Leng Shaofeng nodded, not forgetting to issue a subtle warning. Understood. Huang Tingting kicked at a blade of grass by the roadside, as if it had incited her ire. Leng Shaofeng paid no mind and continued onward. The two soon emerged from the small grove and returned to the entrance of the north mine. Li Suyun's gaze was fixed intently on the thicket. Upon seeing Leng Shaofeng and Huang Tingting emerge, she hurried over, her eyes surveying the pair without uttering a word at first. Leng Shaofeng remained unfazed, his thick skin rendering such matters trivial. In stark contrast, Huang Tingting blushed fiercely under her mother-in-law's scrutinizing gaze. For reasons unknown, a fiery sensation coursed through her, as if the pain had returned, even though it had long since faded. Chapter 140. A leisurely stroll. Li Suyun beamed as she grasped Huang Tingting's hand. My dear, did this rascal mistreat you? She inquired with a smile. No, not at all. Shaofeng is exceedingly kind to me, Huang Tingting replied, shyly lowering her head. Indeed, he was quite considerate, although his methods could be rather painful. Yet, she dared not voice that. I knew it. My son has a tender heart. You shall enjoy a life of comfort alongside him, Li Suyun continued, lavishly praising her son. Leng Shaofeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Huang Tingting laughed heartily, frequently chiming in, as though in eager agreement. Shaofeng, he is truly a good person, she exclaimed. Mother, you are equally wonderful. Just like my own mother, Huang Tingting nodded emphatically, then shifted the conversation to extol Li Suyun. Oh my, you have a sweet tongue. Your words bring such joy to my heart. I have never had a daughter in my life and always longed for one. From now on, dear Tingting, you shall be like my own daughter, Li Suyun declared, utterly pleased with Huang Tingting, elevating her to the status of a beloved daughter. Leng Shaofeng stood by, dumbfounded, realizing that he had unexpectedly gained a sister. This sister had a delightful way with words. He would certainly have to savor that charm next time. He observed that Huang Tingting had an exceptional talent for bringing joy to his mother's heart. He had underestimated her, as she possessed a remarkably high emotional intelligence by modern standards. Subsequently, Huang Tingting and Li Suyun engaged in lively conversation, with Huang Tingting calling her mother with such ease that it surpassed even Leng Shaofeng's own casualness. The two leaned in close, conspiratorially shielding their conversation from Leng Shaofeng's ears, resembling a mother and daughter in spirit. Leng Shaofeng felt utterly sidelined, sensing that he had become an outsider. You carry on with your conversation. I shall take my leave, Cold Shaofeng casually greeted before attempting to leave. He stood there, resembling an outsider. You stay right there. As Cold Shaofeng turned, Li Suyun bellowed. As she spoke, she reached out to grab Cold Shaofeng's ear. He dared not evade and could only await his fate. Just as her hand was about to grasp his ear, another hand intervened and seized Li Suyun's wrist. Oh, Mom. Please don't yank his ear like that. Shaofeng is all grown up now, Huang Tingting cooed, holding Li Suyun's hand affectionately. Oh, my dear daughter. My heart aches for him. All right. I shall refrain from tugging his ear in the future. Li Suyun chuckled inwardly, delighted despite not having succeeded in her attempt. Cold Shaofeng glanced at Huang Tingting, somewhat surprised. She looked up at him with her fair face, seeking praise. He had intended to compliment her, but thought better of it, fearing it might inflate her ego. Mom, what's the matter? I have things to attend to. Cold Shaofeng feigned disinterest in Huang Tingting. The girl beside him pouted in annoyance. You have nothing of consequence to attend to. Don't think I'm unaware. You are either off to indulge in food and drink, or going to sip tea and peruse newspapers. Or perhaps off to the sheep. Li Suyun almost let slip her thoughts, quickly directing them towards the mine. All right then. You come with me. Cold Shaofeng commanded Huang Tingting directly. With his mother's order, Cold Shaofeng had no choice but to comply. Huang Tingting obediently followed him. Li Suyun watched them walk away, and suddenly felt something was amiss. Huang Tingting's gait seemed somewhat unnatural, and she noticed her figure appeared fuller. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck her, and her eyes widened. That rascal, could it be that he has already taken advantage of the woods? Li Suyun was engulfed in suspicion. Unbeknownst to Cold Shaofeng, his mother's thoughts were racing. Had he known, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. Strangers were not permitted in the mine. However, with Cold Shaofeng leading the way, it felt as familiar as a backyard to him. Soon enough, he sensed an impending mishap. Is this your wife, Brother Feng? Congratulations. She is so beautiful. Little Song had long since spotted Cold Shaofeng and Huang Tingting, even noticing their entrance into the small grove. Ah, heh. Yes, this is Huang Tingting, my girlfriend. Cold Shaofeng introduced her, bracing himself. It was evident that news of his romantic involvement would soon spread. In such a small place, any stirrings quickly became common knowledge throughout the entire Yanxi Coal Mine. One could imagine that the rumors would also reach the mutton soup restaurant, where information circulated even more swiftly. Cold Shaofeng felt overwhelmed. While others might not care much, even Li Hongqiang would not pose significant issues. However, how could the fiery Li Hongwei let him off the hook? This little demoness Cold Shaofeng's thoughts lingered on the inevitable difficulties ahead. Hello, Huang Tingting. On the other hand, greeted Little Song with a beaming smile, showing no signs of shyness. I'll take her around for a tour. Leng Shaofeng greeted Xiao Song. All right. Feng Ge, make yourself at home. Xiao Song nodded and respectfully saw Leng Shaofeng off. What are you laughing at? Seeing Huang Tingting grinning from ear to ear, Leng Shaofeng felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. It was all due to this troublemaker. I'm not laughing. I simply find the coal miners quite endearing. Huang Tingting's smile was almost crooked, oblivious to her own amusement. Endearing? Huh. Leng Shaofeng found it utterly perplexing. What was charming about that group of grimy coal miners? He led Huang Tingting to their first destination, the dilapidated factory. After all, it was his territory, and he felt obliged to introduce Huang Tingting to it. Shaofeng, is this your sister-in-law? Hello, I am Yu Zheng, responsible for keeping watch for Shaofeng. As soon as they entered the old factory, Yu Zheng immediately greeted them. Usually, this honest man was not very talkative, but now he seemed quite loquacious. Ah, hello, brother Yu Zheng, you've worked hard. Huang Tingting was genuinely sweet-tongued, always wearing a smile regardless of whom she met. Just after this introduction, 3 individuals approached them. Leng Shaofeng felt a headache coming on upon seeing his older brother, Leng Shaoyang, accompanied by Tian Feng and Yang Junlin. Sister-in-law, you've arrived. Leng Shaoyang, having seen Huang Tingting's photo before, recognized her instantly, especially with Leng Shaofeng standing beside her. Sister-in-law Shaofeng, hello. Tian Feng, too, was quite amiable, offering a warm greeting, while Yang Junlin merely said a simple hello. The two had recently earned overtime pay that surpassed their monthly wages, and they held Leng Shaofeng in high regard. However, Huang Tingting did not know Leng Shaoyang, and she turned to Leng Shaofeng with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Reluctantly, Leng Shaofeng introduced them. This is my elder brother, Leng Shaoyang. This is Tian Feng. And this is Yang Junlin. Brother, I didn't recognize you. I'm truly sorry. Hello to both of you masters. You're helping Shaofeng, right? You've worked hard. Huang Tingting greeted each of them without omission. Such courteous words were seldom spoken by Leng Shaofeng, yet the 3 men received them with beaming smiles. Leng Shaofeng realized that Huang Tingting was, in fact, quite remarkable. She could hold her own in social settings. In other words, she was capable of gracing the hall and managing the kitchen, though he pondered how she would fare in the bedroom. Chapter 141. This is acceptable. That thought flickered briefly in Leng Shaofeng's mind. After exchanging greetings, everyone busied themselves. Leng Shaofeng led Huang Tingting on a casual tour of the dilapidated factory. Shaofeng, is this where you exercise? Huang Tingting inquired, observing the sandbags and equipment and quickly grasping the situation. Yes, I practice a bit every day when I have nothing else to do, Leng Shaofeng replied nonchalantly. May I take a look? Huang Tingting seemed curious. What is there to see about a big man exercising? Leng Shaofeng retorted with mild annoyance. Others regard her with significance, yet Leng Shaofeng treats her with a casual indifference, entirely utilizing her as a punching bag. Strangely, he finds it quite convenient. To Su Jing, he caters to her as if she were a revered elder. However, with Li Hongqiang, he harbors both affection and respect, seldom jesting at her expense. As for Li Hongwei, it is evident that Leng Shaofeng is the one being bullied. Only with Huang Tingting does he possess the sentiment of a long-time wife finally asserting herself, feeling free to scold and mistreat her as he pleases. He finds it remarkably effortless, a truly exhilarating experience. Huang Tingting pouted, unperturbed, merely casting curious glances at others. Leng Shaofeng, on the other hand, provided a half-hearted introduction, speaking more when in good spirits and remaining silent when disinterested. However, to Leng Shaofeng, they were all inconsequential, truly lacking in noteworthy conversation. The two soon exited the derelict factory, proceeding along the main road of the mine. This time, things became more complicated. Even those who merely exchanged nods with them would come over to offer greetings, primarily to catch a glimpse of Huang Tingting and to compliment, "Your girlfriend is truly beautiful." As they passed the mine manager's office building, a black Volga smoothly came to a halt before the building. Leng Shaofeng's gaze sharpened upon recognizing the very vehicle he had encountered earlier on Xingfu Road. The car door opened, and Su Chang'e stepped out. His head bowed in a deliberate manner. His steps appeared somewhat heavy, suggesting he bore a weight upon his mind. Just as he intended to ascend the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Leng Shaofeng. "Manager Su, have you been out since the early morning?" Leng Shaofeng inquired, feigning ignorance. "Ah, yes, it's Shaofeng. You carry on." Su Chang'e seemed reluctant to engage with Leng Shaofeng, hastily attempting to ascend the stairs. Yet, upon noticing Huang Tingting, his gaze halted, and his steps paused. "Shaofeng, who is this?" Su Chang'e inquired, directing his attention towards Huang Tingting. However, before Leng Shaofeng could introduce her, Huang Tingting stepped forward, linking her arm with his. "Hello, Manager Su, I am Huang Tingting, Leng Shaofeng's partner." Leng Shaofeng nodded in affirmation. Su Chang'e appraised Huang Tingting for a moment before responding, "A commendable young lady." "Oh, greetings. I wish you both a long and harmonious union." For reasons unknown, he sighed softly before offering his blessings. "Thank you, Manager Su. Thank you, Manager Su." Huang Tingting stepped forward again, with Leng Shaofeng following closely behind. Su Chang'e cast a meaningful glance at Huang Tingting, offering a slight nod and a smile before turning to ascend the stairs. Once Su Chang'e had vanished from sight, Leng Shaofeng's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression darkening as he addressed Huang Tingting. "What is the matter with you? Did he even ask you a question? Why are you so overzealous?" As he spoke, he shook off Huang Tingting's arm. You're like a dog biting a ludong bin, failing to recognize a good person's intentions. Were you not previously rejected by Su Chang'e? I was merely trying to help you regain your dignity," Huang Tingting protested, feeling aggrieved. The words Leng Shaofeng intended to utter next suddenly fell silent. He cast a lingering glance at Huang Tingting before turning away. After taking a few steps, he noticed that she had not followed and was pouting in place. "What are you dawdling for? Come on," Cold Shaofeng shouted back at her. Although his words were delivered with a raised voice, Huang Tingting joyfully hurried to catch up. She then linked her arm with Cold Shaofeng's, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Cold Shaofeng's body stiffened momentarily, yet he made no further movement. However, this embrace did not last long. The heat of the day rendered it uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to them, as they continued walking, their hands intertwined. Huang Tingting's delicate fingers felt as if they were weightless in Cold Shaofeng's grasp, a sensation both pleasant and soothing. From a vantage point hidden from Cold Shaofeng's view, Huang Tingting tightened her other small hand into a fist, as if rallying herself with encouragement. A wave of sweetness surged within her. In that instant, her admiration for her mother flowed like the relentless waters of the Yellow River. Her mother had imparted invaluable wisdom, and it was proving true. She had taught her that when dealing with men, one must employ a strategy of tears, tantrums, and desperation. With her initial tactic, she had already breached this man's defenses. Her mother had also said that even the strongest steel fears the softness of a tender touch. The more outwardly robust the man, the more susceptible he is to a woman's gentleness. Huang Tingting was now brimming with confidence. As they passed beneath a wooden corridor, they paused. This was one of the few green spaces in the mine, located behind the office building, designed as a leisure area for the staff. However, it was working hours, and they were alone. The canopy overhead was lush, adorned with green vines and blooming purple flowers. Beside them lay a pond of moderate size, where red koi swam gracefully. They settled onto a stone bench, enjoying the cool breeze and watching the fish while engaging in light conversation. Huang Tingting had managed to glean much about Cold Shaofeng, yet she was undeterred in hearing his stories once more. Conversely, Cold Shaofeng knew little of her life, and seizing this opportunity, he inquired, "I heard you can dance. Who did you learn from?" He was intrigued by this question, for in these times, merely having enough to eat was a challenge, and few possessed the energy to dance. Yet, Huang Tingting hailed from a well-off family, which afforded her the means to pursue dancing. "I learned from my aunt. She was a performer in the military and later transitioned to the local art scene, joining a dance troupe, so she knows quite a bit. There was a time in my childhood when I lived with her, and that's when I laid the foundation for my dancing." "Ah, I see. What kind of dance do you perform?" Cold Shaofeng asked. "I mainly dance ballet and folk dances." However, I'm only at an amateur level, nowhere near my aunt's skill. Huang Tingting replied, a hint of modesty in her tone. Do you know that one dance with the what is it called? Something hoarse? Cold Shaofeng suddenly posed a seemingly random question. As for why he asked, that remained a mystery. It was merely a spontaneous thought that had crossed his mind. Certainly. This is merely a fundamental skill, quite simple indeed. Observe. As Huang Tingting spoke, she effortlessly lifted one leg high above her head, creating a perfect straight line with her legs. What a splendid display of an elevated leg raise. Leng Shaofeng gasped in astonishment. This is truly remarkable.